Chapter 1 Treason? Ike, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame the fact that though you did not have the heart for treason, you had the capability. Now in this Dynasty dynasty, all the people know your name, Great General Ike, but not mine. How can I let you be? On the imperial throne, Kinley Amaya's eyes were cold, her red lips parted. Come forth, announced the decree. Great General Ike, for privately storing armor, associating with close attendants, and intending to commit treason, you are hereby stripped of your rank and titles, thrown into the imperial prison, and your relatives and servants will all be seized and imprisoned. Below the dragon throne, the civil and military officials were instantly shocked. Your Majesty, is this a mistake? How could the great general commit treason? The Minister of Justice questioned in shock and doubt. Why not? How dare you question my words? Amaya squinted her eyes, a cold light flashing. This subject dares not. The Minister of Justice trembled and hurriedly lowered his head. But where is the evidence? The Minister of War gritted his teeth and spoke, unable to believe it was true. Is not my word enough as evidence? Questioning me, could you be an accomplice of Ike? Amaya's tone grew even colder, and the minister seemed to feel the icy edge of the soldiers' swords outside the hall. No, I dare not. The Minister of War also drew back, as did the others, lowering their heads, daring not to question further. The court was shaken. One wrong word might bring death. Anyone else have doubts? The Empress's gaze swept over the assembly. No one spoke. Since no one has any objections, then it shall be carried out immediately. Yes. All the ministers bowed. Dynasty, capital city Chang'an. The residence of the great general. A man with a rugged face, standing tall, exuding an air of martial prowess, looked at the grand, ancient mansion before him with a complex expression. 9 years have passed. It's time to part ways. 9 years ago, Ike, transmigrated to the war-torn Dynasty where the people were struggling to survive. On the verge of starvation, the then-disguised royal princess Amaya gave him a bun. Thus, Ike survived and acquired the 10,000 ancient yuan system. But to repay her kindness, he did not become butler but pacified the land and placed Amaya on the throne, unifying Dynasty and establishing her authority across the empire. However, when the hares are dead, the dogs are cast aside. When the birds are gone, the bows are put away. Amaya finally could not escape human nature. With Dynasty just stabilized, she began to repay her benefactor with ingratitude. Though he hoped this day would never come, Ike had made preparations beforehand. Before Amaya issued her order, he had already received insider information. So, he promptly distributed the wealth and dismissed all the servants of the great general's residence. He came alone and left alone. For 9 years, he had worked tirelessly for Amaya, giving her a stable empire and the beginning of a prosperous era. Now, the debt of 1 meal had been repaid, and from now on, he would live for himself. Taking a deep breath, Ike turned to look towards the palace and sighed. Alas, Amaya, you are too impatient. You may discard me, but at least wait until you hold all power in your hands. How can you maintain your throne without my presence to command the ministers? Shaking his head, Ike glanced at a towering 8-foot-tall man beside him, armored like a tower, arms as thick as trees, looking like a demonic warrior. Tate, also known as Chang'an, the second greatest general in 2,000 years, a fearsome warrior who remained alive after being dismembered by 5 horses. Indeed, Tate was none other than the valiant tiger general, first among the 13 protectors, endowed with divine strength, unmatched in battle, and obtained from the 10,000 ancient yuan system. The system was simple. Accumulate yuan points by striving to become the ultimate butler, whether through increasing fame, strengthening armies, or influencing the state. In 9 years, Ike had accumulated many points, obtaining 5 epic-level armies and legendary heroes. One of them was Tate, whom he kept as a personal bodyguard. Yes. Tate bowed, immediately walking toward the carriage and opening the curtain for Ike. Then, creak, creak. The wheels turned as the carriage sped towards the city outskirts. Not long after they left, hundreds of armored soldiers arrived, surrounding the residence of the great general. But the residence was now empty. Only a letter was found with the words, "The debt of 1 meal has been repaid. We are no longer connected." In the palace hall, "The debt of 1 meal has been repaid. We are no longer connected?" Kinley Amaya read the words and was utterly baffled. What did this mean? Unable to understand, Amaya tossed the letter into the trash, her eyes cold. Ike, very well. I had thought you genuinely had no intention of rebellion and would surrender willingly. I didn't expect you to have a guilty conscience and run away directly. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to spare any old feelings for you. Come here. Your Majesty. Several ministers immediately bowed. Proclaim throughout the land that great General Ike of Dynasty intends to rebel and has fled in fear of his crimes. Wanted nationwide. Any who can provide information shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces. Anyone who can bring back his head will receive 10,000 gold pieces and be bestowed with the title of Lord of 10,000 households. Upon this decree, the ministers were once again alarmed. This Kinley is indeed ruthless and vicious. Almost all your realm was carved out by Ike, and now you want his head on a platter. Your Majesty, shouldn't we reconsider? If we drive Ike into another country, it will not bode well for our Dynasty. Ellison, the chief cabinet minister, remarked. Do what? Does the Yuan need your instruction? Is he merely just one Ike? Does Dynasty need him, or else it will perish? Amaya flew into a rage. Do it immediately. If you cannot capture Ike within 3 days, I will hold you accountable. Yes. The ministers trembled and nodded their heads in agreement. 1 day later, beside an official road, at an inn, Ike was sitting down enjoying tea when the nearby guests began to passionately discuss the events. The current Kinley is too cruel. Everyone knows Dynasty was built by great General Ike. If he wanted to rebel, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until today? This is definitely killing the dog after it's caught the hare. Yes, this Kinley is too ruthless. She even spared none of the servants from the great general's residence, executing them publicly, the heads rolling off necks, blood dripping. Sure, be careful with your words. Someone hurriedly warned, glancing left and right. With the empire in such turmoil, do not speak carelessly. Hearing these words, crack, came a sharp sound as Ike's teacup shattered, instantly causing blood to drip from his hand. But no matter how much pain his hand felt, nothing compared to the ache in his heart. Amaya, I truly misjudged you. You despicable woman. Your heart is venomous beyond belief. Even the servants were not spared. Chapter 2 Heart Lion Elka Viper. Master, this woman is heartless like a viper and scorpion. No, even vipers and scorpions aren't as venomous as she is. Why don't we directly storm into the palace and cut off her head? Tate was also incredibly indignant, his eyes brimming with killing intent. After getting along for 9 years with those servants, everyone had good feelings towards each other. He never expected that in a blink of an eye they would all be beheaded. Don't be impulsive. I quickly calmed down, shaking his head at Tate. Although you possess unparalleled bravery, the palace guards are strict, and furthermore, Abigail has secretly bought a group of assassins to protect herself. You are not a match for them. Killing her is indeed necessary, but not now. Tate was somewhat surprised. Master, no matter how strict the palace guards are, you still have the tiger and leopard cavalry and the white-feathered soldiers. As long as you give the order, it will be easy to storm the palace. No. Ike waved his hand. The Kinley is one thing, the people of Great Joaquin are another. I've worked so hard to bring peace to the world. I do not want to see the land plunge back into chaos and war once again. A look of unwillingness flashed in Tate's eyes as he punched the ground forcefully. Who would have thought this woman could be so ungrateful? Master, where shall we go next? Where should we go? Ike lifted his head and gazed into the distance, suddenly feeling a sense of bewilderment. Though the world was vast, there seemed to be nowhere he could settle down. At that moment, ding! The system notification sound rang out. The host has left the Great Joaquin Dynasty and been wanted by the Empress, causing a sensation throughout the world, various countries' rulers searching for him, some wanting to recruit him while others plan to eliminate him. The host's actions have shaken the world, making it turbulent again after being quiet for so long. The host's mission to repay a debt has ended, and he is embarking on a journey to become a legendary butler, rewarded with 50,000 imperial points. Would the host like to draw lots? Listening to the system voice, Ike was slightly surprised. He didn't expect his departure from Great Joaquin to cause such a big impact on the world. After all, he had helped place the Empress on the throne and unified Great Joaquin. Yet the system only awarded him 10,000 imperial points then. And each time for a military lottery, it required 6,000 points, while drawing a hero needed 3,000. In other words, 50,000 imperial points were enough for him to draw 8 armies now. These armies drawn from the system were practically invincible. Of course, the system also imposed limits, with limited numbers. Taking a deep breath, Ike did not choose to draw lots. He didn't need it for the moment. However, the system did give him a hint. All the nations were now looking for him. Thinking about what Abigail had done, a hint of killing intent flashed in Ike's eyes. Abigail, since you so desperately want my head, don't blame me. Changong, let's set off and find a place to rest. And then, let's see who comes looking for me. In just a few short days, news that Great General Ike had rebelled against and fled from Great Joaquin, with everyone in his household beheaded, spread across the lands. Upon hearing this, all the countries were in uproar. War God Ike, Killing God Ike, Butcher Ike. These titles weighed heavily upon the countries like mountains, suffocating them. No general had ever defeated Ike. Anyone who encountered him was slaughtered mercilessly, losing countless lives, weapons, and armor. Now, every country's generals took pride in serving under the Great General Ike. Great General Ike had set a new benchmark for martial valor, raising the standard for commanders and warriors to unprecedented heights. After the shock passed, some countries celebrated. Finally, they no longer had to fear Ike or Great Joaquin, lifting a great burden off their shoulders. On that day, King Zhao Lion of the state of Zhou directly worshipped at the temple, weeping bitterly, lamenting that finally, the shadow over his heart, Ike, had vanished. Once, the state of Zhou, as one of the dominant states, had mobilized 60,000 troops to attack Joaquin, but all were butchered by Ike, leading to a disastrous defeat. His father, the previous king, committed suicide in penance, while he had humiliatingly knelt and begged Great Joaquin to cease the war, submitting and ceding territory and paying reparations. For years, he lived under the shadow of Ike, dreaming of revenge, longing to cut off Ike's head. But alas, he couldn't. Now, the heavens answered his wish. Great General Ike was destroyed by the Great Joaquin Kinley herself. Without Great General Ike, Kinley Abigail was nothing more than a fool. Countries with little enmity against Ike frantically sought him out, eager to offer respect and invite him to assist in court. Of course, many others planned to decapitate Ike to avenge past wrongs. As for the majority, ordinary knights and wanderers intended to claim rewards by delivering Ike's head. One day, Ike's carriage was traveling on a road when he was unexpectedly discovered. Whoosh! Arrows rained down from the sky, shooting towards the carriage. Master, enemies are attacking, be careful. Tate drew his large saber from his waist and twirled it into a whirlwind, slashing all the arrows aimed at the carriage door to pieces. The other arrows that struck the carriage shattered uselessly. The carriage was specially made, with iron plates layered inside, rendering ordinary arrows incapable of penetrating it. After the rain of arrows, thunderous hoofbeats sounded as a group of about several hundred men, their heads wrapped in yellow kerchiefs, rapidly approached and blocked the path before the carriage. The leader, draped in a cloak and wielding a tiger-mouthed swallow feather spear, had a face full of killing intent and eyes brimming with hatred. Though this group carried no banners, it was easily identifiable as the Yellow Turban Army. Before the Great Joaquin dynasty was pacified, this was a rebellious force that caused chaos throughout the land and within Great Joaquin. Their leader, named Glover, declared the old order dead and proclaimed the rise of the new order, intending to overthrow everything and establish a new regime. The Yellow Turban Army swept across the land like a landslide, but they met their match in Ike, who decapitated over 100,000 of them, including their leader Glover and other commanders. Since then, the Yellow Turban Army never recovered, only hiding in remote mountains, barely surviving. Thus, their hatred for Ike was self-evident. Ike stepped out of the carriage, his gaze landing on the leader. A look of disdain appeared on his lips. Yellow turbans? A bunch of cowards who can only hide and barely survive. Do you dare to block my way? Ike, 7 years ago, you killed my elder brother and slaughtered 10,000 of my brothers. Every day these past years, I dreamt of cutting off your head. Today, finally, the opportunity has come. I must say, the heavens have eyes. Finished speaking, the leader pointed his long spear directly at Ike. Just the two of you. Even if you have the power to move heaven and earth, you cannot escape death today. Prepare. Release the arrows. A hint of worry flashed across Tate's face as he said solemnly, Master, let me carry you out. No problem. Ike remained calm. Since you rebels are determined to die, General will grant you that wish. Heh. The leader sneered. Ike, in such a desperate situation, you still dare to be so arrogant? Just the two of you. No matter how strong you may be, my 800 men could drown you with just a mouthful of spit each. Finished speaking, the leader sized up Ike from head to toe, grinning wickedly. Of course, if you don't want to die, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might consider sparing your life. Chapter 3. The Black Cloak Guard. Arrogant. Tate flew into a rage. In this world, no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to Ike. Master, please wait. I'll cut off this man's head immediately. With these words, Tate was about to act. No need for that. Ike waved his hand indifferently, holding back Tate's impulse. Then, he sighed lightly and looked at the yellow turban soldiers with compassion as he shook his head. Isn't it better to hide in the mountains? Why come seeking death? Who told you that we are only two people? As he finished speaking, Ike snapped his fingers and said calmly, Black Cloak Guard, come out. In the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless black shadows darted through the woods on both sides of the road, swiftly surrounding this group of yellow turban soldiers. These black shadows were almost all shrouded in tight-fitting black leather armor, each holding a short sword and wearing a black mask, emanating an eerie and lethal aura. You actually have an ambush here. This group of yellow turbans fell into chaos immediately, full of doubts and fears. The Black Cloak Guard was Ike's secret unit, never appearing before the public. Conquering the Great Joaquin Empire was indeed important, but protecting his own safety was equally critical. To your deaths. Ike waved his hand disdainfully. Kill. At this low command, all Black Cloak Guards rushed toward the yellow turbans like hares dashing out of their burrows, swift as lightning. The leader of the yellow turban soldiers quickly regained his composure and shouted, Everyone, don't panic. These scoundrels do not even have armor or weapons. How can they match our battle-hardened troops? Join forces and kill them. The morale steadied quickly, and soon the yellow turbans drew their knives and started attacking the Black Cloak Guard. However, upon contact, the yellow turbans knew they had made a terrible mistake. Each member of the Black Cloak Guard was an expert among experts, their movements like dragons dancing. Killing these yellow turbans was like slaughtering chickens, while the yellow turbans couldn't even catch a thread of their clothes. Suddenly, blood spread, and countless screams filled the air. Within moments, the 800 yellow turbans suffered heavy casualties. Ike watched the scene calmly. The Black Cloak Guard numbered only 1,000, but each one was a skilled warrior, capable of fighting 10 men alone. Facing someone like Tate might be challenging, but dealing with yellow turbans, who were mere riffraff, was effortless. No wonder Master wasn't worried at all. Tate breathed a sigh of relief. He knew about the Black Cloak Guard's existence, but had never seen them in action. Never did he expect their combat power to be so terrifying. Thinking of this, Tate felt a sudden surge of anger. Abigail was simply too ungrateful. With Ike's strength, ascending to the throne would be easy, yet to repay her kindness, he had pushed Abigail onto the imperial seat. Yet this woman. Half an hour later, the 800 yellow turban soldiers lay dead, the smell of blood wafting away with the wind. Creak. A carriage sped off into the distance while the Black Cloak Guard vanished again, hiding in the surroundings. 3 hours later, spies from various countries who had been tracking Ike discovered the battlefield and immediately reported back. Thereafter, all nations were shocked. Although the yellow turban soldiers were not strong, there were 800 of them. Ike, even if accompanied by guards, could not have more than a few dozen men. Yet, all 800 yellow turban soldiers were dead. This indicated that Ike might have a hidden force of formidable strength lurking in the shadows. Therefore, everyone's perception of Ike needed to change. Great Han. The Imperial Palace. Kinley Joyce, gripping the intelligence tightly with her fair white fingers, trembled slightly. Your Majesty? Her attendant asked anxiously upon seeing her state. It must be Ike. Send people to find him immediately. If 1,000 cannot find him, then send 3,000. If 3,000 fail, then 30,000. Our great Han is weak, constantly bullied by other nations. Only by finding Ike can our nation rise and even compete for supremacy. But he is just one person? The attendant found it hard to believe the Kinley's words. Currently, the world had split into 16 nations after the collapse of the Great Shang Dynasty 1,000 years ago. For 1,000 years, many rulers had wanted to reunify the land, yet no one had succeeded. No matter how powerful Ike was, could he possibly overturn heaven? Execute immediately. I will pay any price to bring Ike to our great Han. Even myself. Joyce commanded coldly. Yes. The attendant shuddered, lowering her head, knowing she had spoken too much. Meanwhile, in the great Joaquin Imperial Palace, Abigail read the report in her hand, her eyes blazing like fire. 800 yellow turban soldiers slaughtered. Very well, Ike, you really intended to rebel, secretly harboring a private army? Looks like I've been too lenient. I should have found an opportunity long ago to cut off your head. Then, Chancellor Ellison stroked his beard and said, initially, this old man did not believe that Ike would plot a rebellion. However, privately harboring an army. Clearly, Ike has sinister intentions. Ellison was cunning and knew what Abigail wanted to hear, so he said just that. Moreover, he had always been at odds with Ike. In court, Ike had always been the towering mountain above him. Now that Ike was gone, he finally felt free, standing a little straighter. However, from the bottom of his heart, he truly did not believe that Ike would rebel. Because the imperial throne was within Ike's grasp. With just a wave of his hand, all the officials in court would respond without fail. But why this situation occurred today, he could not fathom either. Probably fate played tricks on people. Chancellor Albert, go forth and proclaim to the world. Ike harbored a private army, his crimes are unforgivable, his entire clan shall be executed. Anyone who shelters or protects him, fails to report knowing it, will be punished equally. Yes. Ellison bowed and stepped back, but before he even took a step, Abigail's voice stopped him. Chancellor Albert, please stay. Ellison turned around and saw Abigail staring at him coldly with suspicious eyes. Chancellor Albert, as you're responsible for the military budget, how could Ike manage to privately maintain an army? Won't you explain this to the Yuan? This? Ellison trembled internally and hurriedly replied, please understand, Your Majesty, the funds I managed for all 6 ministries have all been calculated accurately, leaving no chance for Ike to privately support an army. He might have embezzled money when he conquered territories. Oh, really? Abigail raised an eyebrow. Are you shirking responsibility here, Chancellor Albert? Or perhaps, Chancellor Albert is in cahoots with Ike, taking advantage of him? F***CK. Ellison instantly flew into a rage, feeling Abigail was being unreasonable. Even a child would know he would never collude with Ike, otherwise, how could she have stayed on the throne? However, while cursing in his mind, he still knelt down and kowtowed obediently. I beg your majesty for clear judgment. I absolutely did not embezzle anything, or else given Ike's temper, I would have been killed long ago. The Kinley thought about it and agreed. During Ike's reign, regulations were strict and measures were severe. Embezzling 60 taels would lead to skinning alive, which kept corruption rare in the Great Joaquin. Additionally, Ike and Ellison were naturally at odds. Collusion simply was out of the question. Never mind, Chancellor Albert, rise. It was the Yuan's mistake? I dare not. Chapter 4. Drawing a Maid Marian. 3 days later. Peach Blossom Town. Beside the Peach Blossom River stood a small quadrangle courtyard. In front of it, Ike lay on a chair under the shade of a tree, enjoying the river breeze with great ease. Suddenly, Ike felt something was missing. He said to Tate beside him, Chonggong, I'm rather bored. Go to the market and buy some fruits and pastries. Also, get some fishing rods. We need some treats to pass the time. Oh, right, also things like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. We'll be living an easy life for a few days. Tate suddenly paused, scratching his head sheepishly. Master, where should I go to buy these things? I don't know how. Ike was momentarily speechless. Asking Tate to lead battles was fine, but asking him to take care of daily affairs was pushing it. Forget it. Ike waved his hand, realizing he might need a servant to assist him. Thus, he decided to spend Yuan points to draw a heroic figure. Fortunately, heroes could be chosen as male or female, though female heroes cost 2,000 points more, given their rarity in history. Ding. Host has spent 4,000 Yuan points. Remaining Yuan points, 53,000. Ding. Drawing completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Marian. Marian? Ike was momentarily stunned before bursting into joy. Marian, one of the 4 beauties, unparalleled in charm. Having Marian serve him would be sheer bliss. Master, your servant is here. Next moment, an incredibly seductive voice entered his ears, followed by a woman in red gauze and high heels, who walked towards him with exceptionally sensual steps. Let me massage your shoulders first. Ike squinted his eyes, utterly indulged. Time flew, and soon a month had passed. Across the kingdoms, many sought Ike's whereabouts, while he fished leisurely by the Peach Blossom River. Master, how would you like me to serve you today? As Marian massaged his legs, she fried crispy little fish in a nearby oil pot. Let me think. Eyeing Marian's enchanting and fiery body, Ike sighed inwardly at her allure, then quickly calmed himself down. Co. At that moment, a homing pigeon flew towards them. Marian raised her arm, removed the letter tied to its leg, and began reading. After a short pause, she frowned angrily. Master, this Amaya is despicable. Recently, she slandered you, accusing you of embezzlement and exploiting the people. Now, she even claims you are a pervert who enjoys abusing young girls. All those unsolved crimes from the Great Joaquin are pinned on you now. Now the citizens of Great Joaquin despise you. Statues erected in your honor have been defaced. And spies from the 16 kingdoms are frantically searching for you. Should we consider moving to a new hiding place, master? No need. Ike waved his hand. Having rested for so long, it's time to stretch my muscles. He stood up, stretching lazily. I can't just rot away here forever. Since everyone is searching for me fervently, let's see who finds me first and shows the most sincerity. Himph, a mere Great Joaquin won't tolerate me, Ike. In this world of the 16 kingdoms, I want 99% of it. His words exuded unmatched confidence, as if he were ready to conquer all. Coincidentally, at this moment, the sun set in the distance, casting a golden glow around Ike, making him look divine. Looking at Ike now, Marion's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was her master. Overwhelming and awe-inspiring, unbeatable and unparalleled. In the palace of Great Joaquin, Kinley Harlow watched the sparsely populated court, her brows deeply furrowed. A month had passed since Ike's rebellion. Why were there fewer and fewer officials in the court? My lords, why are there so many empty seats in the court? The officials all felt speechless. Your Majesty, isn't it clear why there are so many empty seats? Weren't these people demoted or exiled by your orders because you suspected them of colluding with Ike? Realizing her slip, Amaya quickly changed the subject. What I mean is, with so many vacancies, has the Ministry of Personnel not replaced them? Your Majesty, the Ministry of Personnel has been worrying about this matter these days. Previously, all official selections and appointments in Great Joaquin were handled by Ike. He never allowed too many officials to prevent idleness on the payroll. Now, Great Joaquin indeed does not have that many suitable reserve officials. Ike, always Ike. Amaya suddenly flew into a rage, and with a wave of her hand, scattered all the memorials before her onto the ground. Does it mean that without Ike, my Great Joaquin cannot find any capable talents and cannot function properly? Ellison secretly criticized her thoughts. You're right, without Ike, normal operations are indeed impossible for the time being. For a month now, apart from confiscating properties and exiling officials, demoting officers, you've done almost nothing substantial. Of course, it's understandable. You don't even know what substantial means. Cough, cough. Ellison cleared his throat and spoke. Currently, there is a severe shortage of court officials, leading to the stagnation of many government affairs. Please make a decision as soon as possible, Your Majesty. Of course I know. Amaya replied with a cold snort. Grand Secretary Albert, think of a solution. What method did Ike use to select officials? Imperial examinations. Yes, the imperial examinations. Hold an imperial examination immediately to select talented individuals. Ellison smiled bitterly at this. This Empress really knows nothing about anything. Your Majesty, the imperial examination is held once every 3 years. It's far from the due time now. Even if we changed it to this year, at least 3 months would be needed for preparation. 3 months? Too slow, far too slow. Amaya grew increasingly agitated, her gaze sweeping across the hall as she suppressed her anger. Ministers, do you have any solutions? No one answered. All heads hung low. Worthless. You are all worthless. What good are you if you can't even solve this problem? Amaya's chest heaved violently, and her eyes finally fell on Ellison. Grand Secretary Albert, do you have a solution? The corners of Ellison's mouth twitched. As expected, the utterly mindless Amaya could only come to him in the end. Your Majesty, naturally, there is a way. Before the civil service examination system proposed by Ike, all states used the recommendation method to select officials. Any virtuous and capable individuals could be recommended by senior officials to serve in the court. What do you think of this method, Your Majesty? Chapter 5 Waste. So, by using the recommendation method, a large number of officials can be selected very quickly? Amaya frowned. Exactly. Ellison nodded. Since that's the case, then let's implement it quickly, and from now on abolish the imperial examination system and restore the ancestral system. Your Majesty is wise. Civil and military officials bowed, secretly rejoicing, cursing Amaya as a fool in their hearts. These high-ranking court officials mostly came from local aristocratic families. The existence of the imperial examination system made it difficult for them to form their own factions. Now that the imperial examination had been abolished, it would not be long before this Great Joaquin dynasty would belong to their clans. And Amaya did not even realize that she was already destroying her own foundation and digging her own grave. Abolishing the imperial examination, he left countless poor scholars without hope, and also left Great Joaquin without a future. In the Zhao Kingdom, the imperial palace, Yuan Burl of Zhou sat on the dragon throne, looking incredibly exhausted and sighing constantly. What's wrong with my elder brother? Natus Goriner walked behind Yuan Burl of Zhou, started massaging his shoulders, and asked worriedly. There's nothing much, I'm just feeling frustrated about the tribute tax. Our Zhao Kingdom suffered defeat 7 years ago, and now we have paid the tribute tax for 7 years, which has prevented our country from becoming strong. My heart aches so much. Tribute tax? Goriner squinted her eyes. The tribute tax is a huge mountain pressing down on our Zhao Kingdom, but now, the situation has changed. Elder brother, the mountain pressing down on us isn't Great Joaquin, but Ike. But Ike has betrayed Great Joaquin now, and that woman Amaya doesn't have the qualifications to be in butler at all. So, henceforth, not paying the tribute tax might not be unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Yuan Burl of Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Ike is gone, and what can Great Joaquin do if Zhao doesn't pay the tribute? Teoyuan County. After listening to Marion finish reading out the news in her hand, I couldn't help but sigh deeply. It seems I overestimated Amaya. Even if she didn't know anything, as long as she continued the system I left for her, it would be enough to make Great Joaquin prosperous. But unfortunately, everything I left has become the victim of her venting anger. How foolish, how stupid. Especially abolishing the imperial examination, it is simply digging her own grave. The recommendation system is giving these officials in the court the opportunity to form cliques, enrich themselves, and carve out territories. Marion massaged Ike's thighs with her small hands and said with parted red lips, Master, it's okay if Great Joaquin is gone. The past is past. Anyway, it's Amaya's own stupidity that led to this. No one else is to blame. It's just hard to see the child I raised be treated like this. Ike shook his head. At this moment, outside Teoyuan County, In the mountains, there were quite a few people hiding in plain sight wearing hemp clothes, but their eyes were full of killing intent. Without a doubt, these people all came from the military. Underneath the hemp clothing, they were well equipped with bows, arrows, long knives, and short blades. Great Joaquin, Taoyuan County, indeed is a picturesque and geographically blessed place. It makes sense that I could hide here. The leader jumped down from a tree, excitement evident in his eyes. Brothers, we've finally found it. Our former weakness and humiliation can finally be washed away. And as long as we bring Ike back to our Cary Kingdom, we will definitely soar to glory. Sealing titles like Marquis and Duke may not be out of reach either. His name was Dylan, a 1,000-man captain in Cary Kingdom. Cary Kingdom was not powerful, but its ruler also harbored ambitions to unify the world. Therefore, they spared no expense in finding Ike, and perhaps their luck shone on them, because they really found him. A rare beauty appeared in the small Taoyuan County, which was indeed rare, and the news spread quickly. When the spies heard the news, they came to check and saw the obvious brave General Tate. They directly guessed that Ike was likely here. Captain, should we launch the attack now? What are we waiting for? A group of soldiers disguised could hardly contain their excitement when asking Joaquin Ping. As long as we take him back, all of us brothers will get 3 promotions and 10,000 taels of silver rewards. Why the rush? Joaquin Ping took a deep breath, remaining calm instead. Who is Ike, and how easy do you think it is to invite him back? If inviting him won't work, can't we just kidnap him? With more than 100 of us, can't we take him away? Joaquin Ping sneered. Do you think Ike is someone who has no guards? So what if he has guards? We're all skilled fighters in the army. Once we snatch him, we run right away. Yes, Captain, don't hesitate. This is boundless wealth. Don't hesitate. If Ike finds out and runs away, it will be a huge loss for us. All the soldiers were anxiously urging him. Finally, with no other choice, Joaquin Ping gritted his teeth. All right, let's go for it. Brothers, act fast. We mustn't let Ike escape. Follow my orders, and don't make a move unless necessary. Yes, yes, yes. By the river. Rustle. Fish in the river suddenly leaped out of the water one after another, an unusual occurrence. Ike, who was being fed grapes by Marion, glanced at the river surface and slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. Looks like someone has arrived and quite a few of them. Their killing intent is so strong that even the fish are disturbed. As he finished speaking, thud, thud, thud. Over 100 figures rapidly approached from the distance, looking for death. Tate drew his sword from its sheath, slowly stood up, and his gaze became sharp. Marion sighed helplessly. It seemed this peaceful life was about to end. Ike raised his hand, stopping the black-clothed guards hidden in the dark who were ready to act, and quietly waited for these people to come before him. Bang! Joaquin Ping knelt on one knee and bowed to Ike. This is Joaquin Ping of Cary Kingdom, paying respects to the great general. Bow to the great general. More than 100 soldiers shouted in unison, shaking the clouds. Although they intended to tie up Ike, everyone got excited upon seeing him. This is Ike, the supreme commander, the invincible war god? What's the matter? Ike asked indifferently. Joaquin Ping replied, reporting to the great general, the decree from the king of Cary Kingdom requests the Darun to join our Cary Kingdom as the great general, bestowed with the title of town national duke, duke rank, hereditary without substitution, and 10,000 taels of gold. Please join our Cary Kingdom. Chapter 6 Firm Attitude. Cary Kingdom? At the mention of these 2 words, Ike chuckled, then as if reminded of something, glanced at Dylan and said, if I remember correctly, back then I penetrated 2,000 miles deep into Cary territory alone, achieving 10 victories in 10 battles, forcing your king to relocate the capital. After saying this, he took a slow step forward. Can the Cary Kingdom tolerate someone like me, Ike? Among the 16 states, the Cary Kingdom bordered the great Joaquin, and previously always suppressed the Joaquin dynasty. However, with Ike's rise, in recent years he had virtually crushed the latter, nearly leading to its destruction. General Monroe. Upon hearing this, Dylan raised his head and earnestly said, precisely because of this, our butler deeply understands General's capabilities. Therefore, we beseech the great general to enter the Cary Kingdom to assist Manny in strengthening it. Whatever conditions you name can be met. The current Cary Kingdom is surrounded by strong enemies. If there were no capable ministers or powerful generals to come forward, it might face the peril of national extinction. Apart from seeking rewards, he was also genuinely concerned for the Cary Kingdom. Ike pretended to think for a moment, then looked at the few people present and slowly said, go back and tell King Cary that besides being a great general and duke who stabilizes the state, I also want to serve as chancellor, overseeing all state affairs. If he agrees, I will enter the Cary Kingdom. Give him 5 days to consider, and come back when you've made up your mind. I understand. Seeing this, Dylan breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and said, please wait for a few days, General. I am sure Manny will agree. After all, they were well aware of this person's capabilities. With his assistance, the rise of the Cary Kingdom would not be an issue. He bowed again with everyone else, then got up and left. General, are you really going to the Cary Kingdom? Tate only spoke after confirming that everyone had left. Now all the countries in the world are looking for your whereabouts, and every monarch yearns for your help. Compared to other countries, the Cary Kingdom is weak and has a small territory, surrounded by formidable enemies on all sides. You don't understand. Marion couldn't help but smile, then holding Ike's hand replied, given General's abilities, going to a powerful country would not highlight his talent. Furthermore, choosing the Cary Kingdom wouldn't more prominently display the General's extraordinary talent. You've spoken to my heart. Ike embraced the beauty, his eyes flashing with determination. Indeed. Moreover, he had the system in his hands and talents in his heart. Without such a hell-like beginning, wouldn't things seem dull? Changong, immediately order the tiger leopard cavalry and white feathered soldiers to head towards the Cary Kingdom. Tell them to reach there as soon as possible. The black-clad guards, as his personal bodyguards, would naturally enter the Cary Kingdom together.
Yes.
In the Cary Kingdom, Dichio. Actually, this wasn't the Cary Kingdom's original capital. The former capital, Chaogu, had already been occupied by the great Joaquin. King Grady looked down at the ministers who were arguing fiercely, feeling a headache. He ascended the throne just last year, differing from his father. As the 19th ruler of the Cary Kingdom, he was determined to progress and unwilling to stay idle in a remote corner. So when he heard that Ike had left the great Joaquin, he immediately ordered the search for him. However, the court ministers held varying attitudes toward Ike. Apart from a small number, almost everyone opposed it. Grady understood that the opponents were mostly old nobles in the court, and the conditions he offered were too generous, affecting their interests to some extent. Your Majesty. The first one to stand up was Shepherd. He was not only the prime minister of the Cary Kingdom, but also the third uncle of the king, enjoying considerable prestige within the royal family. The old minister does not approve of your Majesty's actions. He stroked his beard, standing upright, and said, bear in mind that Ike is our biggest enemy. The late butler always told us to retake Chaogu and return to our ancestral capital. If it weren't for Ike, would the late butler have died depressed? How could our kingdom fall into such a state? That's right, what Prime Minister said makes sense. Your Majesty, everything we say comes from the bottom of our hearts. Please take it into consideration. If Ike comes to the Cary Kingdom, it will certainly cause widespread public resentment. The ministers quickly echoed his words. After all, for them, it largely affected their interests. Moreover, the main point was that Ike was too powerful. So according to your view, Ike absolutely cannot enter Cary? Grady frowned, his eyes sharp, and coldly asked, then may I ask all of you, surrounded by formidable enemies now, and with Albert troops stationed in the north, do you have any plans to repel the enemy? With these words, the imperial court fell silent instantly. Humph! He slammed the table, rose, and paced around. You claim to be loyal ministers and capable generals, yet now you offer no solution to defeat the enemy. What use are you to me? Your Majesty, the troops of Albert are merely there to extort money. Shepherd saw the situation in Gongsaodal. Since that's the case, why not? Sending gifts for peace again? Grady stopped walking, his eyes piercing like swords, glaring at him. Peace, peace. Since Yuan 15th's reign, Albert has been extorting us every 3 to 5 years under various pretexts. Each time, it ends with envoys seeking peace, groveling for mercy. This is still our great Cary? If it weren't for Ike attacking us, we wouldn't be in this situation. Ultimately, it's all his fault. Cary cannot tolerate him. Shepherd remained firm. Cary cannot tolerate him. Yes, Your Majesty, if he hadn't launched an attack back then, our great Cary would not have fallen to such a state. Ike is a disaster. The other ministers echoed him one by one. Grady closed his eyes helplessly, feeling a sudden chill of despair. Are these the ministers of Cary? Your Majesty, Middle Captain Dillon requests an audience. At that moment, the guard at the door spoke up. Hurry, bring him in. Grady immediately responded, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Your Majesty. A few moments later, Dillon hurried into the hall, kneeling to pay his respects. I have fulfilled my mission and found Ike. However, apart from the previous conditions, he added another. What condition? Grady quickly asked. He wants to serve as Prime Minister, overseeing all state affairs. Dillon looked up at the king and solemnly stated. A pipe dream. Shepherd was instantly furious, his face turning green with anger. Your Majesty, Ike harbors such ambitions. He is no better than a villain. This isn't about helping our Cary Kingdom. He intends to undermine your authority and usurp the throne. Is there anything else? Grady's expression didn't change as he asked Dillon. No. Dillon shook his head. Very well. Grady nodded. He wasn't afraid of Ike making demands. He was just afraid he wouldn't come. As long as the current crisis could be resolved. Tell him immediately that I accept. Furthermore, when he enters Cary, I will personally welcome him 10 miles outside the city. Your Majesty. Shepherd was visibly shaken. Think carefully, Your Majesty. The ministers voiced their concerns. Silence. Grady interrupted them sharply. Anyone who objects can speak now, and I will approve your resignation on the spot and send you home immediately. This old minister. Shepherd's face turned pale, gritting his teeth and speaking coldly, begs to retire and enjoy the rest of my days. After all, with Ike as Prime Minister, what place did he hold? Uncle 3, you are indeed old and should take good rest. Starting tomorrow, you need not come here anymore. Chapter 7 The Ambition of the Kinley. Dichio. Grady, together with his civil and military ministers, was already waiting outside the city in advance. Banners were waving, and drums were shaking the sky. 3 days ago, he heard that Ike had entered Cary territory and was heading towards the capital, so he prepared in advance. It wasn't until nearly noon that Tate was seen driving a carriage slowly approaching. Wonderful. Seeing this, Grady immediately looked at Dillon beside him. Come with me to welcome Ike. Your Majesty, as the ruler of the country. The minister beside him immediately tried to dissuade him, but Grady paid no attention and walked straight toward the carriage. Stop. Tate saw this and immediately shouted, Who are you? I am the King of Cary. Grady did not get angry but said respectfully, I heard that General Monroe arrived and specially came here to welcome him. It turns out it's the king. In the carriage, Marion lifted the curtain, and Ike got off the carriage with a smile, bowing and greeting. I fell asleep in the carriage. If I offended anyone, please do not mind, Your Majesty. General Monroe is a national treasure. Naturally, I should greet him like one. When Grady saw the person in front of him, his eyes brightened even more, admiring him more internally. His demeanor couldn't be faked. This was indeed real talent. Fine, since you treat me as a national treasure, I shall repay you accordingly. Ike then bowed again. Good. I have prepared a feast in the hall. Let's go inside, General Monroe. Grady turned around and pulled Ike into the city. The two conversed happily during the banquet. After having enough food and drink, they started discussing serious matters. General Monroe. Grady took a sip of tea and said seriously, Cary now faces various difficulties, and I am worried. I can't let our ancestors' legacy fail under my watch. I hope you can teach me. In essence, it all boils down to two words, reform. I glanced out the window, seeing stars twinkling, and said calmly, reform? Grady nodded upon hearing these two words, looking at the tea leaves in his cup. I thought about it before and implemented some policies, but they haven't been very effective. Your Majesty. Hearing this, Ike withdrew his gaze, smiling slightly. Your Majesty's policies can only be considered corrections, not reforms. True reform requires bloodshed and sacrifice. No matter what sacrifices need to be made, as long as it strengthens Cary, I'm willing. Grady stood up and bowed, saying, Please teach me, General. As long as Your Majesty has such determination, it's not a problem. Ike smiled and took a sip of tea. If Your Majesty does as promised, Cary will certainly grow stronger. Many issues have accumulated over time and must be addressed gradually. For now, reform must focus on 2 points, the army and land reform. Land reform takes time and is difficult to complete quickly. It would be better to start with the army, improving overall combat capabilities, thus reducing external threats. Without external threats, internal issues can be resolved more easily. No problem. Grady promptly unbuckled his sword and had a guard place it on Ike's table. General, if you want to start reforms tomorrow, use this sword. Anyone who opposes will be eliminated without interference from me. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Seeing this, Ike felt deeply moved. If Amaya had such vision and broad-mindedness, Great Joaquin might have already unified the world. Great Joaquin, Imperial Capital. Letters reporting Ike's trip to Cary flooded the Kinley's desk like snowflakes. She immediately convened Ellison and other ministers to discuss. Bang! Amaya slammed her desk, her beautiful eyes flashing with cold light, speaking coldly. That traitor Ike betrayed me and joined Cary. If he isn't killed, I cannot assuage my hatred. No one spoke after she said this. After all, you wiped out an entire general's residence. It was natural that the person escaped. Most importantly, the means were excessively cruel. Ellison, what should we do? Seeing no one spoke, the Kinley focused on the chief minister, speaking coldly. Ellison stroked his beard and said, Ike is our greatest criminal. Cary sheltered him and appointed him as a general. They clearly oppose us. Why don't we send envoys to demand they hand over Ike? At the same time, mobilize troops along the border to prepare for an attack on Cary. Very good. I agree with your opinion. Amaya nodded, then shifted her gaze to the Minister of War, Anakin Fu. The Ministry of War shall immediately issue military orders and send them out with express riders. Tell the armies at the border to attack the state of Cary as soon as they receive my imperial edict. I understand, Your Majesty. Anakin Fu immediately rose and bowed. And Amaya seemed to think of something else, picking up a document from the desk and saying, Earlier, regarding the territory of Jiaoji between our Great Joaquin and Burl, I have decided to reclaim it. The Ministry of Rights should arrange for officials to be sent to Burl. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Rights, Jalmer, felt uneasy and immediately stood up to speak. Your Majesty, this was promised to Burl initially. Moreover, they have been managing it for nearly 3 years. Would it be proper to demand it back now? Bang! Amaya slammed the desk, her eyes filled with murderous intent. What do you mean by that? Don't you understand my words? Your Majesty. Ellison coughed, then said with difficulty, This matter is indeed not easy to handle, considering Burl has managed it for so many years, and its people. Not easy to handle? Amaya stood up, coldly smiling. If you find it difficult, then I'll just replace the person in charge. Let me tell you, anyone can handle this task. Besides, it was Ike who promised to give up Jiaoji, not I. What difference does it make if we take it back now? But wouldn't this anger the state of Burl? Jalmer said helplessly. If war breaks out between the two countries, it would be disadvantageous for us. Then let there be war. Amaya showed no concern, her expression full of arrogance. Would I fear such a small country like Burl? With our strong army and abundant food supplies, even if Burl and Albert joined forces, I would not be afraid. I obey, Your Majesty. Jalmer sighed inwardly, but did not dare to disobey. Do it immediately. Anyone who delays will face severe punishment. Chapter 8. The Kinley's Resolve. Ike and Marion returned to the inn, and at this moment, Tate also entered. General, the White Feather Guard and the Tiger Leopard Cavalry have both followed us into Cary Kingdom. He saluted, his face serious. Since your appointment letter hasn't arrived yet, the Ministry of War has not allocated us any camps. Although the two armies are not large in number, if there is no camp, the soldiers might become discontented. Let them rest outside the city for now. Ike didn't show much reaction, sitting calmly as he said slowly, They have been through countless battles, so this setback is nothing to them. Moreover, if there's an opportunity tomorrow, I will arrange a drill with Cary's army. After all, as an outsider parachuted in, it naturally caused dissatisfaction among many Cary nobles. He needed to win over the people. I shall obey. Tate saluted with a fist and then turned to leave. Master, wash up first. Marion came beside him with a copper basin, handed him a hot towel, and started to massage his shoulders as she said, You must rest well after such a tiring journey. Don't overwork yourself. With you by my side, how could I be tired? Ike wiped his face and smiled lightly. Besides, this isn't the time to rest. I think Amaya must know I'm here in Cary. It won't be long before her troops approach. This woman is too venomous. Hearing this, Marion showed some disdain. If not for Master, how could she have ascended to the throne? Such actions truly chill one's heart. She thinks that without me, she can still control Great Joaquin, but it's not that easy. Ike threw the towel into the basin and closed his eyes, enjoying the service of the beauty. Her subtle fragrance made his mind sway. Leaving other things aside, those old foxes will give her enough trouble. Ding. Host has entered Cary, triggering a new mission. Just as he spoke, the eternal Yuan system in his mind sounded off. Within a year, assist King Cary in expanding territory by capturing 10 cities and enrich the national treasury. Upon completion of the mission, earn 100,000 butler points. 100,000. Ike was inwardly surprised upon hearing the number. After living in this world for years, he had barely accumulated 60,000 points from previous rewards. Moreover, for him, this current task wasn't difficult. Ding. Host has fully passed the beginner stage. Henceforth the cost of redeeming famous generals, ministers, or beauties will increase tenfold. Not. Ike blurted out suddenly. Master, what's wrong? Marion, hearing the noise, leaned down and whispered softly in his ear. It's nothing. Though Ike said so, he cursed inwardly. What a move. Increasing it tenfold instantly meant his remaining 50,000 points were only enough to redeem one general or minister. Not even considering the army or beauties. Though angry inside, it felt more like a challenge to him. Wouldn't unifying the entire continent without obstacles be boring? This way is better. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn to look at Marion. Master. The beauty blushed immediately, shyly saying, Am I dirty on my face? No, very clean. Ike chuckled and pulled her into his arms, staring straight into her eyes. It's just that under such moonlight, Master wishes to discuss life with you. Master. Marion's eyes were soft, gently pushing him away as she complained, Let me freshen up first, then I'll properly attend to you. No need. Ike picked up the beauty horizontally and headed towards the wooden tub. I will bathe with you. With the arrival of this war god who once swept through 16 kingdoms into Cary Kingdom, the entire continent was instantly stirred up. Shepard gathered all his confidants at his mansion. They decided to unite and oppose Ike in court tomorrow. In Korea, Handan. What did you say? Kinley Susanna glanced at the minister in front of her, her brows slightly furrowed, and her hand tightly gripping. Ike has already gone to Cary Kingdom? Is this true? Absolutely true. The minister replied without hesitation. Furthermore, according to reports from scouts, Amaya has already sent envoys into Cary, ordering them to hand over Ike. Cary and Joaquin border each other, with vastly different strengths between the two. Susanna paced back and forth, her beautiful eyes flashing with insight. If they attack with their full strength, Cary might not be able to withstand it. Your Majesty, this might be an opportunity for us. The minister looked up at the Empress and said slowly, If the state of Joaquin attacks the state of Cary, we can take the opportunity to occupy the Heshi region of Cary. This would greatly benefit our country. Occupy the Heshi region. Upon hearing this, Susanna shook her head with some worry in her eyes. At this moment, occupying Heshi won't resolve our biggest concerns. We must pull Ike over to our side. Do you understand what I mean? We need to solve this problem at its root. She was well aware that during the era of great contention, what mattered most was comprehensive national strength. Although Korea was stronger than Cary, it was no match for the great Joaquin, Qin, or Zhao. But now he has entered Cary and taken on the positions of Grand General and Prime Minister. It might be difficult to pull him over. The minister's expression carried a hint of helplessness. Your Majesty, shall we send an envoy to contact him? No, I will go personally. Susanna's expression turned serious as she firmly stated, You must know, talents are hard to come by, not to mention someone of his caliber. Your Majesty, as the ruler of a nation, you should not act rashly. Seeing this, the minister panicked. If all else fails, we should arrange an envoy to invite him to court. If you go personally and something happens, it would be troublesome. A country cannot be without its ruler for a day, Your Majesty. Only if I go personally can my resolution and sincerity be truly shown. Susanna slowly descended the steps and looked at the minister. Moreover, I have my own way to ensure safe return. During my absence, you will have full authority over all major affairs in the court. News of my departure from Handan must not leak out. I understand. Seeing the determination, the minister knew he could not change the butler's decision and could only agree. Ike, I hope you can understand my resolve. If you can follow me into Korea, I will repay you with my life. Susanna clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Chapter 9. Debate at the Imperial Court. Dikuyu. As 3 resounding chimes echoed, the court officials entered the grand hall in order. Dylan noticed that almost half of today's Imperial Court was empty. Grady, seated on the dragon throne, had a grim expression. He knew well that this was his uncle, the former prime minister, challenging him. Ike, as the leading civil and military official, stood at the front row. How could he be unaware of the situation? But to him, it made no difference. As long as the military and political power was in his hands, Cary's state could rise. Biff. Grady raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and spoke coldly. Your servant is here. Hearing this, Biff quickly stepped forward. I now promote you to the Minister of Personnel. After the court adjourns, record all officials who claimed illness or were absent today, then allow them to resign and return home. Grady slapped the desk and said sternly, Understood? Your servant understands. Biff was momentarily uncertain whether to rejoice or worry, and hurriedly bowed before retreating to the side. Just then, an official prepared to step out but was glared back by Grady. Even Ike admired the young butler's methods and mentality. Proclaim the imperial edict. Grady turned to look at the eunuch beside him. By the grace of heaven and in accordance with the mandate of Yuan, let it be decreed. The eunuch hurried forward, took out the edict from his robe, and declared in a falsetto voice. Appoint Ike as Grand General, Prime Minister, Governor of the State Affairs with full authority. Open a special office and be treated as one of the 3 ducal ministers. Allowed to wear sword and shoes into the palace, exempt from announcing his name when paying homage, fully authorized to handle state affairs. Thank your Majesty. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel deep emotion. With 9 special grants, it was almost a rebellion set. From this, it could be seen that Grady trusted him unconditionally. The rest of the ministers envied, but also harbored jealousy upon witnessing this scene. Being allowed to open a special office meant there was another small court within the imperial court. Prime Minister, now please tell them about your reform plans from yesterday. Grady didn't care about these matters. For him, the prosperity of Cary State was more important than anything else. To all colleagues, Ike rose, saluted to the officials, and said, yesterday, after a long night's discussion with Manny, we have decided on 2 reform policies. Military reform first, followed by land reform. How does the Grand General plan to reform the army? Dylan was somewhat surprised and about to speak when someone beside him stepped forward. With a square face and mustache, filled with murderous intent, this person was none other than Cannon, Grady's 4th uncle. This man was renowned for his martial achievements and commanded respect in the army. Military reform is simple. Ike looked at him and said, I decide to cut down a large number of soldiers, dismiss those who are elderly, weak, or ill, and only retain elite forces. This will not only save state expenses but also enhance combat effectiveness. Moreover, the method of earning military merit, apart from following commanders to win wars, will be based on the number of enemy heads they take to gain titles. This will boost the soldiers' ambition. Upon hearing this, the ministers started to discuss among themselves. Our country is small, and our army is not numerous compared to others. Cannon looked at Ike and said without hesitation, if you continue to reduce the army, who will defend against invaders? With just your silver tongue? That sounds too ridiculous. In my view, even these tens of thousands of men are too many. Ike calmly replied, turning to the other generals, everyone knows the principle that soldiers should be quality over quantity. Since I joined Cary, I've inspected armies across the country. Honestly, their morale and appearance are poor. Most are elderly, weak, or disabled. How can such an army fight? What do you mean by that? Cannon became angry, gritting his teeth and asked, though you've won many battles, it's too arrogant to belittle Cary State like this. Previously, Ike forced Cary to relocate its capital effortlessly, which left Cannon resentful, attributing it to unfavorable timing. He naturally wanted to challenge Ike now. General Cary. Ike wasn't offended. He knew the intentions of the person in front of him and responded calmly, I understand your feelings, but I'm speaking the truth. The state maintains the army, and the army defends the state. An incapable army serves no purpose. Furthermore, my reforms are not limited to improving the army's appearance and discipline. It includes coordination in battle, formations, and overall combat effectiveness. A powerful army is the foundation for national prosperity. Hearing this, Grady felt invigorated. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Stop talking nonsense here. Cannon was extremely angry, but he held back his rage due to the presence of the monarch. If you have the guts, go to the martial field, each of us leading a troop to compete. If you win, I will be the first to support you. You don't need to say that. Before coming here, I've already made preparations. Ike calmly replied and shifted his gaze towards the civil officials. You. Cannon stomped his foot in anger, but didn't vent it out. Where are the officials from the Ministry of Revenue? Ike raised an eyebrow and looked at the leading few. I am the Minister of Revenue. A middle-aged official stepped forward and lifted his hand slightly. May I ask what the Prime Minister needs? Tomorrow, mobilize several officials from the Ministry of Revenue, led by the Deputy Minister, to begin measuring all land across the country. Ike said with a calm expression. This is a large project, and I give you 4 years to ensure accurate data. If it's not completed, I will make an example of you first. You. The Minister of Revenue was speechless for a moment, holding back his inner anger. Prime Minister should know that this task cannot be accomplished by just a few people. Not only does it take time and effort, but also, if you can't do it, submit your resignation. I cut him off without hesitation. The Deputy Minister and officials from the Ministry of Revenue will carry out the measurements, while local officials must cooperate. Besides, I will personally arrange for supervision. You only need to coordinate centrally. If you need anything, I will provide it. With the entire nation's efforts, understand? Understood. The Minister of Revenue gritted his teeth, but still agreed. Measuring all the land in the country is no small matter. How could it be done with just one word? Not to mention most of the land is owned by nobles and powerful families. This would infringe on their interests. There would definitely be enormous resistance. If those officials joined forces, they would surely destroy Ike. Even the butler dared not openly do such a thing. Moreover, in times of great chaos, many people rely on the protection of powerful families. It would be difficult to get them to report accurately. Chapter 10 Resolution with a smile. Chancellor, there's something I wonder if it's appropriate for me to ask. At this moment, another official stood up. Just say what you have on your mind. There's no need to be so reserved. Ike smiled, his face full of kindness. He knew very well what these people were thinking, simply trying to take advantage of this opportunity to challenge him and make him uncomfortable. Whether it's military reform or land reform, they both require a certain amount of time to complete. The official cupped his hands in salute and said, however, as we can see right now, we seem to have even more pressing issues in our state of Cary. Oh. Ike took a step forward, sizing up the man before him. I wonder what matter this noble official is referring to? The Albert Kingdom has troops stationed along our northern border, showing signs of preparing for an attack. The minister immediately spoke up. If their cavalry advances deep into our territory, it could lead to a catastrophic disaster. Yes, all this talk doesn't really get to the heart of the matter. The Albert Kingdom harbors ambitions. If they do launch an assault, it's uncertain if we could win. The court ministers immediately began murmuring amongst themselves. Grady also turned his gaze toward Ike, eager to hear how he would respond. Report. Just then, a guard at the entrance knelt down and announced, the envoy from the Great Joaquin has arrived? So soon? Grady furrowed his brows but quickly composed himself, looking at the person and saying, let him in. After a moment, a man swaggered into the hall. This man was none other than the Tsursur, magistrate of Suzhou on the border of Great Joaquin. After receiving orders from the Ministry of War, he had rushed over without delay. When he saw Ike, a chill involuntarily rose within him. Greetings, Lord Cary. He pretended to be calm as he paid respects to Grady and then said, I am here under the command of our Kinley of Great Joaquin. What brings you here? Grady, who clearly understood Amaya's intentions, feigned some puzzlement. Lord Cary, I believe you are well aware that my mission is concerning Ike. The Suzhou magistrate turned his head to glance at Ike, then said sternly, this person is a rebel against our Great Joaquin, and I hope you will hand him over to me so I can bring him back to the capital for trial. Rico, you really have a lot of nerve. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes flashing coldly. Had it not been for me promoting you initially, would you have reached the position of Suzhou magistrate? That was then, this is now. Rico shuddered, swallowed hard, and hurriedly replied, you used to be a grand general with great prestige, but now you are a criminal of our Great Joaquin. Of course, I must bring you back. I think you've got it wrong. Grady stood up, his gaze sharp as he coldly remarked, the one before you is our Cary State's Grand General and Chancellor. By defaming him like this, are you suggesting our Cary State has no capable men? Humph. Seeing the situation, Dylan stepped forward, indicating a readiness to act. Lord Cary, what do you mean by that? Rico's face turned pale as he took 2 steps backward, retorting, are you planning to oppose our Great Joaquin? The Kinley has decreed that if I fail to return with the person, the armies will advance, and I hope you won't regret it. This again? Now the Albert Kingdom has stationed troops, and Great Joaquin is about to send soldiers. It seems intentional. Ultimately, it's due to someone causing problems. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't be like this. Upon hearing this, the court ministers became anxious. After all, if war broke out, victory seemed highly unlikely. Lord Cary, I advise you to consider carefully. Seeing this, Rico appeared somewhat smug. For us, it's just about taking one person away. But for your Cary State, it could mean total ruin. Chancellor, what do you think of this matter? Grady smiled calmly, turning his gaze to Ike. As the saying goes, meet force with force and damn water with earth. Ike looked at Rico and said coldly, if your armies dare to come, I will personally lead our forces to confront you. As for whether you can win, that depends on fate. You. Upon hearing these words, Rico's expression turned terrible. He was fully aware of the prowess of this Grand General, known for turning dire situations around. Once both sides engaged in battle, as the frontline commander, he admitted he didn't have 100% confidence of winning. Londarun Magistrate, did you hear that? Grady waved his hand and said, someone, please escort Magistrate Lon to rest. Humph. Rico flicked his sleeves and left the hall directly. Grand General, you speak with such passion. After seeing the person leave, Cannon sneered sarcastically, the armies used will still be those of our Cary State, and it's our Cary citizens who will be wounded or killed. Besides, the Albert Kingdom is looming in the north. What are we to do then? Fourth uncle, General is now one of our Cary State's men. You're not allowed to speak like that from now on. Grady sat down again and reminded him. I've faced the Albert Kingdom multiple times. I know their intentions best. Ike was completely unperturbed, calmly replying, Albert troops excel in cavalry warfare. We only need to rely on advantageous terrain and set an ambush team to lure them into mountain combat. In no time, they would retreat knowing the difficulty. Moreover, the superior strategy is attacking by stratagem. If we can ally with the Zhao Kingdom and have them pretend to attack, no action is required from us. Though the Albert Kingdom may claim vast territory, they reside in the extreme cold of the north, lacking sufficient provisions to support a prolonged campaign. Thus, dealing with them is exceedingly simple. This left everyone speechless. Indeed, every word Ike spoke rang true, far exceeding their expectations. Prime Minister, there's something else I wish to inquire about. Grady looked at the memorial on his desk and spoke, given the current situation, if we reduce the army significantly, how should we handle these people? After all, resettlement expenses were substantial. If entirely covered by the national treasury, it might harm the foundation of the country. I originally planned to discuss this matter with your majesty after the military reduction. Upon hearing this, Ike immediately saluted and said, actually, it's quite simple. We could implement the military colonization system for the demobilized soldiers. Military colonization? The officials present were momentarily confused by these 3 words, unsure what they meant. Yes, military colonization. Ike surveyed the room, fixing his gaze on Ewan Grady seated on the dragon throne, speaking solemnly. We can allocate these soldiers and landless peasants to cultivate wasteland. The state will provide seeds, and when harvest time comes, the state collects a portion, while the rest belongs to them. Not only will this enrich the national coffers, but it also ensures their livelihood is properly settled. Since they are soldiers, once war breaks out, they can still fight. Chapter 11. An easy victory. Good, very good. Ewan Grady stood up excitedly upon hearing this, looking at Ike with a smile. The Grand General's words truly resonate with me. Not only the soldiers who are to be downsized, but even the displaced and disaster-stricken people can be settled in such a manner. Having said that, he turned to the other ministers. Lionelston, carefully draft an imperial edict immediately to promulgate the Grand General's intentions throughout the provinces and counties, instructing all local officials to act accordingly. Your Majesty. Cannon stepped forward at once, clasping his hands. We haven't yet reduced the military. If we announce this to the world now, isn't it too hasty? Moreover, the Grand General had already challenged me to a duel, and he hasn't won me over yet. So, what do you think, Grand General? Ewan Grady also felt somewhat anticipatory. Although he had witnessed Ike's administrative prowess, he was now eager to see how skilled the general was in martial arts. After all, back then, Ike had defeated the Cary Kingdom without any resistance. No problem. Ike understood that to control the army, he needed to gain the sincere approval of the generals at every level. This would not only establish his authority, but also assess the combat capability of the Cary Kingdom's army. General Cary, let's head to the training ground right now, and each lead a division to determine our superiority. No problem, your majesty. I will take my leave. Cannon's heart surged with righteous valor. He would redeem himself today and make this arrogant man pay. To all ministers, Wen Grady ordered immediately, all officials shall proceed collectively to the training ground. Once they witnessed Ike's strength, they would have nothing to say, thus facilitating a successful reform. The group marched grandly toward the training ground. Meanwhile, Tate was already waiting outside with the White Feather Guard. This elite special forces unit comprised merely 1,000 men. Initially, when Ike exchanged Imperial points for them, there were only 800. They wore heavy armor and bronze helmets, wielded long spears, and carried juga repeating crossbows with quivers on their backs, along with sabers and daggers at their waists. Each soldier could march 100 miles a day and possessed immense strength. Furthermore, they excelled in mountain warfare and archery, achieving pinpoint accuracy. Most strikingly, each helmet bore a conspicuous white feather, earning them the name White Feather Guard. Of course, sustaining this force required considerable funds, so only 200 additional men were added over the years. Grand General, everything is prepared. Tate quickly approached Ike, his expression serious. Just wait for your order, and I'll destroy them completely. Lionelston carefully. This is only a military drill. Show restraint and don't injure anyone. Ike glanced at him, seeing that Cannon had already arrived with his men. He brought the Imperial Guards from the palace. Although relatively well-equipped compared to local troops, they still paled in comparison to the White Feather Guard, possessing only standard armor, swords, and spears. However, Ike discerned the issue immediately. Despite being Imperial Guards, these soldiers were inadequately trained and lacked morale, resulting in loose formations. Moreover, having rarely seen actual combat, they lacked battle spirit. The White Feather Guard would crush them immediately. Cannon similarly donned armor, appearing majestic. Is the Grand General not going to join the fray personally? He spurred his horse and rode over, sneering, or perhaps you're afraid to fight? General Cary, this military drill may not require my involvement. Ike smiled indifferently, then glanced at Tate. Changgong, you will accompany General Cary this time. Show restraint. Hemph, on the battlefield, everyone relies on their own abilities. Cannon replied, his face grim as he clenched his teeth. If I lose, I will have no complaints. With those words, he returned to his formation. Imperial decree. At that moment, a eunuch on the viewing platform announced in a high-pitched voice, both sides shall commence battle in 15 minutes. Form up. Tate immediately waved the command flag upon hearing this. Roar. The White Feather Guards swiftly adjusted their formation, a wave of murderous intent spreading, and their battle spirit soared sky-high. Many nearby officials felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. How many battles must they have fought to instill such ferocity? Everyone, follow me into the charge. As soon as the time came, Cannon bellowed to his soldiers behind him. This time, he relied on his warhorse, giving him a slight advantage. Seeing this, the Imperial Guards followed suit. Right on time. Tate's eyes gleamed with excitement as he led the White Feather Guard into battle without hesitation. Naturally, he adhered to Ike's instructions and did not unleash a slaughter. Change formation. As Cannon was riding his warhorse to lead the charge, Tate waved the command flag again. The White Feather Guard then transformed from a straight-line formation into a two-dragon, emerging from water formation. Cannon and the Imperial Guards were immediately surrounded, forming a situation where they were like dogs beaten behind closed doors. Steady the formation. Steady. Cannon, seeing the Imperial Guards being overwhelmed, became anxious and shouted, don't panic. However, the White Feather Guard pressed down like Mount Tai, leaving the Imperial Guards completely powerless. The Imperial soldiers were already in complete disarray, each fighting on their own. Roar. 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 The White Feather Guard's morale soared high, with coordinated attacks that thoroughly crushed the Imperial Guards. Tate even captured Cannon alive. Report to the Grand General, our army has completely annihilated the enemy. He directly brought Cannon to Ike, speaking respectfully. General Cary, I hope you're not too startled. Seeing this, I quickly stepped forward, helped him up and said, this time it was just a small victory for me. For any offense caused, I hope the General can forgive me. The Grand General leads troops excellently. This subordinate is wholeheartedly convinced. Though Cannon had lost, he admitted defeat gracefully, kneeling before Ike, respectfully saying, from now on, I will follow the Grand General's orders without question. Good. With these words from General Cary, I feel reassured. Ike understood clearly. This man represented the noble faction of the Cary Kingdom in the military. Once he submitted, controlling the army would be much easier. Grand General, witnessing your troops today, I am greatly impressed. Wen Grady also arrived with civil and military officials, praising, if all of the Cary Kingdom's troops could be trained like this, we would surely become invincible. I will do my best. Ike saw this and immediately performed a salute, knowing that training all the national troops to match the White Feather Guard would indeed be challenging. Increasing overall combat effectiveness wouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 12 Reforming Flaws. General. Grady slowly walked toward the exit of the training ground, asking as he walked, how long would it take to train our Cary army like your personal guards? Your Majesty, this cannot be measured by time. Ike responded and explained, firstly, the soldiers of Bai are all extraordinarily brave and physically fit, incomparable to ordinary men. Just talking about selecting soldiers, perhaps out of 100, no, out of 500 people, one might not even find a suitable candidate. Secondly, their armor, helmets, and weapons cost over 1,000 taels of silver per set, and their daily diet costs no less than 3 taels. Cannon's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. If soldiers were to be nurtured under such conditions, not just Cary, but even Qin or Zhou would hardly afford it. But your Majesty can rest assured. Seeing that Grady was silent, Ike reassured, since reform is decided, I will certainly train an elite ironclad army for Cary. In that case, we must rely on you, General. Grady heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, also, earlier you mentioned how to deal with Albert. but how exactly do we implement it? Your Majesty could send an envoy to Zhou with lucrative promises to get Zhou to send troops. After a moment of silence, I continued slowly. I will arrange for my generals to lead an army northward to resist the Albert cavalry. His tiger and leopard riders have not been mobilized for quite some time. It's time to act. Very well, I will make the arrangements immediately. Grady nodded, then looked at the official from the Ministry of Rights. The Ministry of Rights must immediately arrange officials to be sent to Zhou. General. Ike then pulled out a book from his chest and handed it over. Starting tomorrow, the troops around Dikuyu must train according to this manual. I will also inspect each camp and start downsizing the army. You should tell them that if anyone dares to slack off or wants to go home directly, I will approve it. Cannon received the book and inspected it, his expression becoming somewhat strange. General. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Isn't such a complicated training regime too heavy a burden? And I will have my soldiers train alongside them. Ike interrupted without hesitation, continuing, although the training is heavy, I will improve the food supply and their salaries in the camps. Moreover, once they achieve battlefield honors, I will also enhance their war credits and ranks. You need to tell them that effort and reward are proportional. They need to understand that only through proper training can they achieve military success and provide a better life for their families. Yes. Cannon agreed immediately upon hearing this. Your Majesty, apart from agricultural reclamation, we must also find ways to increase national revenue. I glanced at Grady and said slowly, otherwise, supporting the soldiers will be difficult. Military expenditures have always been the largest part of the national budget. Do you have any good strategies, General? Grady, now extremely impressed by him, asked, please allow me 2 days to think, and I will submit a memorial then. Ike still needed to examine the entire country before proposing corresponding measures. Good. Grady was in high spirits and turned to the ministers behind him. All ministers, let's head to Chengda Hall. I shall treat you all. In Dikuyu, at the residence of Nate Shepherd. Currently, the former prime minister, who was the butler's uncle, was extremely distressed. When he heard that Ike had effortlessly controlled the army and many officials in the court were submissive to him, he became even angrier. So after the officials finished court, he immediately summoned some confidants, including Cannon, to his house for discussion. The situation in court, as you all have seen. Shepherd held up a cup of tea with a sullen face, gently pushing aside the floating leaves with the lid, saying coldly, at this rate, this country might no longer bear the name of Cary. We will eventually become prisoners of Ike. Teacher. Cornelius, Shepherd's disciple and minister of war, opened his mouth, but currently, Manny trusts him immensely, and most importantly, he controls the army now, so? Old Four, I heard you lost to that young man today? Shepherd sipped his tea with a teasing look. I lost wholeheartedly. Cannon, who drank quite a bit during the banquet, took a big gulp of tea and spoke with a red face. I must admit, he has talent. Besides, the country is weak now. If he can really strengthen it, losing to him is not dishonorable. Haven't you forgotten how the late butler died? Shepherd's face darkened, and he put down his teacup, saying coldly, if not for that young man, the late butler wouldn't have died of depression. In the end, it's entirely his fault. Not only did Manny bring this enemy in, but he also handed over the military and political power of the country to him, treating it like a game. Third brother, some things cannot be said. Cannon straightened his body upon hearing this and said, when we went to war with the Joaquin dynasty, Ike was merely serving his own master. Besides, our defeat was not solely due to personal responsibility. The late butler's death cannot be blamed on him. Bang! Shepherd slammed the table, opening his mouth with an ashen face. Fourth brother, I see you've been beaten into submission by that guy. Don't forget, you're of the royal family. You're the late butler's younger brother. How can you let that guy order you around? Who does he think he is? Say whatever you want. Cannon stood up, looked around and said, the most important thing now is to make the country prosperous and strong. Currently, powerful countries surround us. Without mentioning Joaquin in the east, Albert in the north, Burl in the south, even Han in the west are all eyeing us hungrily. If I can strengthen our state of Cary, what's wrong with obeying him? As he said this, he glanced at Shepherd. Third brother, I had quite a bit of wine earlier. I'm tired, goodbye. Watching him leave, everyone fell silent. Humph. This Cannon really doesn't understand the current situation. Shepherd slapped the table, so angry that his beard trembled. What should we do? Master, the butler trusts him greatly now. It won't be easy to take him down. Cornelius stroked his beard and slowly spoke. Since we can't handle him in court, perhaps we could arrange for assassins to deal with him. You mean? Shepherd instantly understood upon hearing this, immediately nodding. Indeed, killing him would solve our greatest concern. Fine. Leave this matter to you, remember? It must be perfect. Chapter 13 Imperial Kinley's Invitation. Ike took Dylan to the Imperial Guard camp early the next morning. Since Tate had already taken the white feathered guards to the north, Grady appointed Dylan as his deputy temporarily. For Dylan, who has always admired Ike, this was a delightful assignment. The Imperial Guard gave Ike considerable satisfaction. After all, it was personally led by Cannon. Although it did not match up to the white feathered guards, it was far superior to the other frontier armies of the Cary Kingdom he had encountered on his way here. Therefore, out of the total 5,000 Imperial Guards, he only trimmed down by more than 10,000 men and retained the overall structure. Cannon did not express much opposition to this decision since he endorsed Ike's actions wholeheartedly. By the time they emerged from the camp, it was already dark. General-in-Chief, it's getting late. Dylan pulled on the reins, glancing around him. I think we should return to the city first and inspect other camps tomorrow. I was thinking the same. Ike nodded, then patted his belly with a smile. You must be hungry too. Let's go back to my residence and grab some food. Sure, can we have some wine? I'd love to drink to our heart's content with the general. Dylan couldn't help but ask eagerly. Of course. Ike also enjoyed drinking and had an exceptional tolerance for alcohol. After all, in this era, The brewing techniques were rudimentary, lacking distillation technology, which meant they could only produce low-alcohol beverages. Therefore, compared to the high-proof liquors he once drank, these drinks barely counted as proper alcohol for him. The two of them entered the city one after another, heading towards the general's residence. Whoa. What I didn't expect was that two people suddenly blocked their path. What are you doing? Dylan rode forward, coldly saying, Do you know who we are? General Ike. One of them directly looked at Ike with respectful demeanor. My lord wishes to invite the general for a drink at the tavern nearby. Please. His tone was resolute, not leaving any room for refusal. Which government department are you from? Dylan understood that ever since Ike left the Joaquin dynasty, both their own Cary Kingdom and other neighboring states had been eyeing him warily, and there were not a few who wanted his life, so he needed to be cautious. If someone wishes to buy me a drink, then it's certainly a pleasant invitation. Hearing this, Ike didn't refuse. He paid no mind to potential assassins. After all, his black-clothed guards would not fear even regular troops, let alone mere assassins. General, Dylan, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink with you today. Before Dylan could say more, Ike interrupted with a smile. Let's make it tomorrow when I will surely treat you properly. He decided to accept the invitation mainly to meet the mysterious young master and get a sense of the major forces within the Cary Kingdom. I'll wait outside to guard the entrance for you, General. Dylan still felt worried and insisted on staying. I'll leave only after you come out. The two people heard this and did not object. They turned and led the way, guiding them to the Zhuasian Tower. Ike dismounted and followed them inside. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something was off. Apart from those two individuals and a few guards, there were no other patrons. It became clear that the person inviting him was no ordinary individual. Reaching a private room upstairs, the two opened the door, gesturing for Ike to enter while they remained stationed at the door. Ike walked in without hesitation. Inside the spacious room stood a table laden with various delicacies. A figure dressed in a white brocade robe, adorned with jade around the waist, stood with its back facing him. This is Ike. May I ask who you are? Ike bowed politely and smiled lightly. The general's reputation precedes you, came a gentle voice with the air of authority. Turning slowly, though dressed like a young master, the delicate eyebrows and cherry lips revealed the true identity, a woman, moreover, an exceptionally beautiful one. Pleased to finally meet you in person, your reputation indeed matches your appearance. She laughed softly and gestured with her hand. Please, take a seat. If you wish to see me, honesty is essential. Ike raised an eyebrow, sat down without delay, and said, If you do not show yourself truly, it might lack sincerity. My apologies for making the general laugh. She replied somewhat helplessly, but due to my special status, please understand, General. This person was none other than the Kinley of the Han Kingdom, Ayana. If she had entered openly, it might have put the entire Cary Kingdom on alert. Grady was naturally well aware that she had definitely come for Ike and would be on her guard. All right, since the young lady is not convenient, I won't press further. Ike was straightforward. He then picked up his chopsticks and started eating. I'm quite hungry today, so thank you for this delicious meal. Feel free to speak your mind, young lady. Agreed. Since General Monroe is so direct, I will also be blunt. Ayana nodded and poured a cup of wine, handing it over. I hope the great general can join me in Korea and serve Korea. I'm afraid that's not possible. Ike looked at the wine glass and shook his head. You should know that just 2 days ago, King Cary appointed me as Prime Minister, Great General, and conferred me with the power of Jiajia. Now, I am an official of the Cary Kingdom. How can I betray my lord? The Cary Kingdom's offer, our Korean kingdom can match, and even grant the title of king. Ayana did not hesitate and said, as long as the general says the word, even if, young lady, do you have the authority to make promises on behalf of the Kinley of Korea? Ike realized what he had said, and immediately understood who this person might be. I am Kinley Kim Suhain of Korea. Seeing his reaction, Ayana revealed her identity, with a serious expression. Great General Monroe, I've come to Cary with utmost sincerity. I hope you will consider accompanying me back, due to my genuine intention. Kinley. Ike chuckled softly, put down his chopsticks, perhaps wary because of Amaya. He was now cautious towards female butlers. Still, as I said before, I cannot betray my lord. The Cary Kingdom has treated me well. If I leave now, how will the world see me? Can't Great General Monroe agree? Ayana frowned, her eyes showing some disappointment, and her expression was uncertain. Please set a condition. As long as I can fulfill it, I will not go back on my word. Chapter 14 The Kinley's Threat. Your Majesty, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Ike immediately sat up straight and replied in all seriousness, this matter is not a question of conditions for either you or me. I will not be tempted by whatever stakes you offer, and similarly, nothing can make me leave Cary. A man should honor his words. This? Felicia's face turned deathly pale. She never imagined that despite her generous offers, he remained unmoved. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. Feeling content, Ike put down his chopsticks and saluted. I've had my fill. It's time for me to take my leave. Firstly, it showed his determination. Secondly, he didn't wish to antagonize Felicia. General Monroe, please wait. However, as he turned around, the Kinley's voice echoed again from behind, accompanied by slight movements. Your Majesty, do you? Ike turned back immediately, just as he was about to speak. A scene unfolded that left him speechless. Felicia's face was ghastly white. Trembling, she unbuttoned her white brocade robe and removed her outer garments, leaving only a white halter top. The light flickered, revealing an incomparably beautiful woman before him. As long as General Monroe agrees to enter Han and bring glory to our country, I will be yours. She closed her eyes, her voice quivering. As a ruler, Felicia had nearly abandoned all her dignity. Looking at the beauty before him, I couldn't claim he wasn't tempted. He wasn't some saint, but exploiting someone in distress was beneath him. Do you think so low of me, Your Majesty? He sipped his tea, observing her quietly. If I wanted a woman, I wouldn't resort to such tactics. After finishing, he bent down to pick up the robe and covered her with it. Ike, what more do you want from me? In that moment, Felicia felt incredibly complicated, anger flashing in her eyes as she clenched her teeth. Do you expect me to beg on my knees? As a ruler, I have done everything within my power, even sacrificing herself. Every word I said earlier comes from the heart. Ike gazed at her, rubbing his nose earnestly. I am now a subject of Cary. If I betray them now, how would the world see me? Surely your majesty doesn't want a two-faced villain? If it weren't for Carissa's coercion, I would still be a general of Joaquin, unswayed by anything. I hope your majesty understands. Seeing this, Felicia felt disheartened. She knew his words were true and could not be changed. Well then, I shall not force you. A spark of insight flashed in her mind, and she spoke again. If you won't join Han directly, as Cary's ally, wouldn't it be appropriate for you to provide us with some strategies? If the Kinley is willing to form an alliance with Cary, both our countries' fates intertwine. It is natural for me to offer advice. Ike realized she was indeed intelligent. Clearly, besides Carissa, the rulers of other nations were not simpletons. Very well. The frost on Felicia's face eased, and she fixed her gaze on him. Tomorrow, I will personally meet with the Cary ruler. I hope to see you there for strategic counsel. So be it. I will await your majesty. Ike bowed, sincere in his response. It's getting late. I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. Felicia waved her hand, reminding him. Remember what I said. If you're not there tomorrow, don't blame me for being unfriendly. As the Kinley, she had her pride. Having exposed herself to this man, she vowed to hold him accountable. Yes. Ike felt an ominous chill run down his spine. Descending the stairs, outside the tavern, Dylan awaited. General, you finally came out. Seeing Ike safe, Dylan breathed a sigh of relief, dismounting to greet him. Who was inside? So secretive. Previously, he tried several times to go in but was stopped by guards. If not for concern over Ike's safety, he would have stormed in much sooner. You will know the identity of this person tomorrow morning. Ike mounted his horse and cast a serious glance at the tavern, estimating that not only was Felicia watching him, but also possibly forces from other countries. The black-clad guards accompanying him must be reinforced. It would be troublesome if they were ambushed. In the capital of the great Joaquin dynasty, Amaya stared at the petition on the table, her face ashen with anger, her chest heaving up and down, looking as if she wanted to devour someone. The ministers below yawned, all appearing listless. It was already midnight. Normally, they should be resting at home, but the Kinley had directly ordered the imperial guards to pull them out of bed. Anyone unaware might think a clan massacre had occurred, leaving the entire capital in turmoil. Seated among the guards, Chief Minister Ellison of the cabinet hung his head, clearly somewhat lethargic. He was nearing retirement age, never expecting the Kinley to act so imprudently, nearly stopping his heart. What exactly is going on with Rico? Amaya slammed her hand on the imperial desk and stood up, looking at the urgent document in her hand. I sent him to Cary to demand Ike from the Cary ruler, and he came back alone. Not only did he fail to bring the person back, but he also said that Ike's position is stable and cannot be easily shaken. A mere small state like Cary actually dares to act this way. Truly outrageous. At this point, she scanned the room, but saw no one speak up. Ellison, I ask you, how should we handle this matter? She handed the document to a eunuch beside her, signaling him to give it to the chief minister, while looking at the others with a dark expression. She knew among these people, many still supported Ike. Your Majesty. Ellison immediately rose, took the document, skimmed through it briefly, and responded. Since Cary has opposed us, if we do not declare war on them, how can we convince the other states? We must severely punish them. Chapter 15 Turbulent Times. So, what do you suggest as punishment? Upon hearing this, Amaya felt quite smug. In her view, the state of Cary among the 16 kingdoms was at best a third-rate minor country. Back then, Ike had driven their troops to retreat in disarray and forced them to relocate their capital. She could do the same. Order Rico to immediately lead the troops into Cary. As the governor of Suzhou, he commands 70,000 soldiers. Then let the Ministry of War send orders for the governor of Jingzhou to provide military support. Ellison pondered for a moment before immediately clasping his hands and saying, with a total force of 150,000 from 2 provinces, we will certainly make the state of Cary beg for mercy. What do you think? Amaya knew nothing about military matters, but with an army of 150,000 such a powerful force, it would definitely make the state of Cary bow down. The ministers believe this is acceptable. The other ministers agreed upon hearing this. Your Majesty. At that moment, Anakin Lionel, the Minister of War, stood up with a serious expression. Based on my opinion, dealing with the state of Cary is secondary right now. We should address the state of Burl first. Why? They refused to return Jiaoji territory? Only now did Amaya recall sending envoys to Burl earlier. She searched through the scrolls on her desk. Just a glance, and her expression darkened. How hateful. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she cursed involuntarily. Ike promised Jiaoji originally. Now that the traitor has left, naturally, it's no longer valid. This Burl refuses to return it, and they even dare to send troops. It was known that under the jurisdiction of Jiaoji were more than 80 counties with over 1 million people. If they could reclaim this territory, not only would it establish a defensive line against Burl, but it would also significantly strengthen the entire Great Joaquin dynasty. As the ruler, she naturally had to consider the future of the nation. Your Majesty, can we reconsider reclaiming Jiaoji? Anakin Lionel stepped forward with a grave expression. After all, this place is already entirely controlled by Burl, with hundreds of thousands of troops stationed there. It won't be easy to reclaim in a short time. It cannot be allowed. This area poses a threat to our southern region. Amaya refused without hesitation, looking at the Minister of War, Lionel Stonewell. Issue immediate military orders to the governors of Suzhou and Jingzhou to mobilize their forces and launch an attack immediately. The territory must be taken within 2 months. Otherwise, they shall come back with their heads. Your Majesty, isn't this too hasty? Anakin Lionel sighed inwardly and then quickly explained. Moving troops between Su and Jing provinces, gathering supplies, and preparing warships will take at least 2 to 3 months. Moreover, then give them 3 months. Amaya tossed the scroll and tapped the imperial desk. This matter was promised by Ike. Let them vent their complaints or anger to that rebel. I give them 3 months. Dismissed. I understand. Anakin Lionel felt helpless. If Ike were still around, things wouldn't have been like this. Ministers filed out of the hall, yawning as they clearly hadn't woken up yet. I say it's unnecessary to go back. It's almost the 4th watch, and we'll be summoned for court soon. Just rest a bit. Wait outside the door directly. With your majesty launching another war, how can our departments get any rest? I saw that the court timing might wake Manny. Officials murmured amongst themselves, clearly dissatisfied. The atmosphere within the bureaucracy of Great Joaquin had clearly changed. Cary Kingdom, Imperial City. Young master, you look really handsome in this official attire. So majestic and formidable. Marion took Ike's towel and placed it in the basin, then picked up the bronze mirror and smiled at him. This is called natural beauty. Ike chuckled, glanced at the beauty, and said, I am going to court now. Clean up and have lunch on your own when it's noon. According to Jean Suchuan's plan, he probably wouldn't be back by noon. You haven't returned for 2 days now, Marion pouted, sounding somewhat resentful. Eating alone is rather boring. There are still many matters to handle. It's quite busy. I gave a light kiss on the beauty's lips and slapped her plump bottom. When everything important is handled, I will have more time to spend with you. Without hesitation, he left the residence gate. Young master. Just then, a black-clothed figure landed behind him and handed over a note. Several individuals approached last night. 10 of them belonged to an organization, seemingly assassins from the state of Cary. The rest came from other countries. I know. Ike opened the note and glanced at it. There were no familiar names on it, so they must all be newcomers. After I go to court, you also need to arrange people to protect Miss Xiao's safety. Yes. The commander of the black-clothed guards agreed without hesitation. Ike mounted his horse and then headed straight for the palace. When he arrived at the palace, Dylan had been waiting for a long time. Subsequently, the two entered the palace together. General. As they walked, Dylan said excitedly, according to the latest military report from the Ministry of War, General Lionel led the Tiger and Leopard cavalry to the north yesterday and swiftly defeated the advanced troops of the Albert Kingdom with overwhelming force. They wiped out more than 8,000 Albert soldiers in one stroke. Upon hearing this, Ike merely nodded without any change in expression. He knew the strength of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry well, but it was limited by the small number of troops, only 1,000 men, all equipped with top-notch weapons as special forces. The most important resource for the Tiger and Leopard cavalry was something that Great Joaquin previously lacked, warhorses, compared to the northern Albert and Zhao kingdoms, which, though not populous, had natural horse breeding grounds. However, Great Joaquin did not have such grounds. Although the Cary Kingdom did have horse breeding areas, its cavalry numbers were pitifully small due to its tiny territory. In Ike's view, each member of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry should be equipped with at least 2 warhorses. Only by rotating rides could they achieve a rapid 1,000-mile raid. Any news from Zhao? He asked again. It has been 2 days now. The envoy should be arriving soon, right? That's the matter for the Ministry of Rights. I'm not particularly concerned about it. Dylan scratched his head awkwardly. Aside from leading troops into battle, he didn't care much about anything else. When the two entered the hall, they noticed that the entire hall was unusually quiet. On the main seat, apart from Grady, another person sat not far from him. This person wore a golden crown, with an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and delicate features. It was none other than the Kinley of Han. Jean Suchuan, you sure came quickly. Ike mused inwardly. The Kinley of Han is here in person. All ministers, pay respects. Chapter 16. The Imperial Court Controversy. Your Majesty. Seeing the situation, the officials all stepped forward to pay their respects. Please rise. Susanna merely raised her hand slightly, speaking with a calm expression, exuding an imperial demeanor in every move she made. My ministers. Grady's face wore a smile, but there wasn't a hint of joy in his eyes. The Kinley of Korea has come this time to strengthen our alliance and collaborate for common development, to form a united front. Therefore, in court, everyone should speak freely and fully. Your Majesty. Upon these words, Cornelius stood up, bowing as he spoke. With the Kinley here, to demonstrate our country's emphasis on Korea, we should declare it to the world and hold sacrifices at the ancestral temples. That isn't necessary. Susanna was not concerned about these formalities, replying frankly, I only wish to hear beneficial strategies for the empire. How do you all see this? Grady understood clearly that this Kinley had come solely for one person, Ike. Last night, when he received news from his subordinates, he felt some concern. Only after confirming that Susanna had been thoroughly rejected did he breathe a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, I believe we should prioritize state affairs. Cannon took a step forward, speaking with authority. Our army has just crushed 8,000 troops from Albert in the north. I think we should reinforce our military to prevent an Albert counterattack. Lionel-wise, we should urge Zhao to join us against Albert. What are your thoughts on this? Grady glanced around, but his eyes were fixed on Ike. He wanted to hear the general's opinion. In my opinion, General Cannon makes a good point. Ike was straightforward, bowing as he spoke. We can dispatch another 30,000 troops from the 2 rear cities to the front lines. Meanwhile, we should implement scorched earth tactics and avoid engaging in battle. The reason we previously inflicted heavy damage on the Albert army lies in the element of surprise. Our cavalry traveled 1,000 miles daily, catching them off guard. Regardless, the Albert army still holds a numerical advantage. But their cavalry relies on swift battles. If we extend the front lines, the Albert army will lack supplies and soon collapse. Once the Zhao army arrives, we can surely defeat them. Hearing this, the other generals nodded. Ministry of Rights, have we heard from Zhao? Though Grady was pleased internally, his expression remained unchanged. Your Majesty, Zhao's response arrived last night. An official from the Ministry of Rights immediately stood up, reporting solemnly they agreed to join forces, but his expression turned hesitant, seemingly reluctant. In this court, you can speak freely for everyone to discuss. Grady understood his hesitation and dismissed it nonchalantly. Zhao wishes for us to cede the 4 western river cities. The official replied immediately. What? This is taking advantage of our situation. The western river area serves as a buffer zone for us in the east. How can we easily give it away? Zhao's ambition is clear. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. The ministers were visibly agitated. Susanna smiled slightly. The 3 kingdoms had always vied for control over the western river region. For the 3 nations, it was too strategically important. Had it not been for Cary's desperate defense with its entire army, the western river would long ago be under Korean control. General, what do you think? Grady was uncertain himself. Your Majesty, we can agree to this. After a moment's thought, Ike spoke slowly. Your Majesty, I impeach Ike. Cornelius immediately stood up, pointing accusingly. He is clearly a spy for Zhao. Why else would he say such things? Your Majesty, we must all jointly impeach him. Others, originally allies of Shepard, also voiced their agreement. General, I believe you must have considered this carefully. Grady gestured for silence and smiled at Ike. The western river area consists of 5 cities, and Zhao wants 4. Their ambitions are clear. Ike glanced at the others, remaining composed. However, the entire region houses hundreds of thousands of people, including countless hidden households. If Zhao wants this land, they must first accept our sorted registers of residence and financial records. This will take considerable time, giving our officials a chance to delay the process. Our army reforms are underway, and within 3 months, we can train tens of thousands of elite troops. By then, even if we refuse, we will have the strength to fight. Grady nodded in approval. Do you really think Zhao will listen to you? Cornelius immediately raised his voice and shouted. If he forces his troops into the western river area, how should we respond? Meet force with force. Ike raised an eyebrow, a flash of coldness passing through his eyes as he said, if they insist on attacking, we will naturally send our troops to fight them. Now concerning Albert. Albert was already mentioned by this general. It's merely a minor issue, especially since our country has now allied with Korea. I believe Kinley Jean would never allow Cary to be in distress. Cornelius wanted to continue arguing, but Ike interrupted him without hesitation. Indeed, Kinley Susanna, looking at the composed Ike, could not help but admire him even more. Korea and Cary have formed an alliance, and will share both prosperity and adversity. If Korea is in trouble, we hope for Cary's assistance. Certainly, Grady promptly agreed. Hearing this, Cornelius could only shoot an indignant glance before retreating to his seat. Well, that's all for the discussion on external military affairs. Grady felt quite satisfied internally. Previously, people like Shepard had always restrained him in the court, making it difficult for him to carry out policies. Now, with Ike, he had turned the tables, leaving those people speechless. The military actions have been resolved. At this moment, Susanna had another matter in mind. She looked at a few of them and said, but regarding financial and food revenue, do you have any good strategies? Our general previously mentioned the land reclamation policy. Grady turned to look at them and then smiled at Ike. General, please tell them about it again. Yes. Seeing that Cary's ruler did not mind, Ike proceeded to explain his land reclamation system. Truly excellent. A spark of insight flashed in Susanna's eyes, and she couldn't help but exclaim, our country has many wastelands, and if we can implement this policy, the national treasury will certainly become much fuller. Moreover, it will also solve the problem of displaced people. General Monroe, this is indeed a great strategy. Chapter 17 Salt Refinement. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ike didn't mind this and only smiled with a calm expression. Now that the provisions issue has been solved, I wonder if the general has any plan to enrich the treasury? Felicia couldn't help but sit up straight, her pretty face full of anticipation. I do have an idea. Refining salt. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ike spoke solemnly. However, this requires a bit of effort. All of you must watch me operate it, and then let the Ministry of Revenue officials carry it out. Refine salt. These 2 words came out, and everyone in the court couldn't help but look at each other, slightly puzzled. Please forgive my ignorance. Cornelius sneered and bluntly said, I only know that the world's salt comes in 3 forms. Lake salt, well salt, sea salt, and rock salt. I've never heard of refined salt. Then that only shows Director Lionel's ignorance. Ike raised his eyebrows and looked at Grady. Since Your Majesty mentioned it, why don't I demonstrate it? He had originally planned to bring up the idea of refined salt after military reform, but since Felicia brought it up, he might as well mention it now. If so, we'll follow General's plan. Grady, as the butler, knew little about the classification of salts, but was also curious about refined salt. He immediately agreed. How should we proceed? Let's go to the Imperial kitchen. After thinking for a moment, Ike said, if any of you ministers are interested, you can come along to watch, but there is one condition. You absolutely must not talk about this. Lionelston carefully. Grady stood up immediately, eyes flashing coldly. Those who wish to watch better keep your mouths shut. Anyone who dares to leak it will not be spared. Yes. The ministers all responded, though they were somewhat disdainful in their hearts. After all, they had eaten so much salt before. How novel could this new method possibly be? At the butler's gesture, the ministers arrived at the Imperial kitchen. Ike then gestured for the cook to fetch a bag of rock salt and started boiling it directly in the pot. Why the trouble of boiling salt, General? Seeing this, Cornelius sneered again. There are tens of thousands of workers in the world who know how to make salt, but General, you barely have 16. His tone was filled with disdain. Why the rush, Director Lionel? Ike raised his eyebrows, still stirring the coarse salt in the pot. You'll see shortly. Get me some high-quality rice paper and silk scarves. Remember, get large ones that can cover this pot. If they're too small, it won't work. He felt the salt in the pot was almost ready, and immediately gestured for the cook to fetch these items. Understood. The cook, never having seen such a spectacle, was frightened into action. After all, they usually just cooked food. It was Felicia who found it quite interesting. As an empress, she hadn't seen such a scene either. General Monroe, what exactly are you doing? She couldn't help asking, can you explain a bit more clearly? Kinley, just watch. Ike searched around the kitchen and finally found a clean porcelain jar. He moved it next to the stove and then found a wooden frame used to fix tofu, which fit perfectly over the jar. General Monroe, we still have plenty of state affairs to handle. We don't have time to play around. Cornelius continued his sarcasm. Gentlemen stay away from the kitchen, and he always held himself in high regard, looking down on these matters. If you really have urgent matters to attend to, Director Lionel, you may leave now. Grady couldn't help but speak up. He knew very well that these people belonged to the Shepherd faction and harbored clear hostility towards Ike. Now, he just couldn't uproot them due to their size and power. Otherwise, he would have acted already. Cornelius pursed his lips but dared not continue speaking. General, I fetched the items. A short while later, the cook ran up and handed over the silk scarves and rice paper to Ike. Ike first covered the porcelain jar with the silk scarf and then laid several layers of paper on top, ensuring stability by placing the wooden frame over it. Pour the brine from the pot into this. He looked at the cook and instructed, be careful, don't spill. Okay. The cook, seeing this, quickly began pouring the brine. Although the other ministers did not understand the significance of Ike's actions, watching him work so seriously piqued their curiosity. As the last pot of water was poured into the porcelain jar, Ike removed the paper and silk scarf. This filtration method was certainly not as advanced as modern techniques, but it was the simplest. If he had more equipment and instruments, he could have done this process even better. Stoke the fire, as strong as possible. He looked at the cook again and gave instructions. Yes. The cook wiped the sweat off his forehead and immediately continued. After cleaning the pot, Ike once again poured the filtered brine into it. This step is the same as before. Why do it again? Grady watched very carefully and then opened his mouth with some puzzlement. Isn't it repetitive? Your Majesty, I have my reasons for doing it this way. Ike smiled slightly without explaining, just waiting for the water to boil and the brine to evaporate. Once all the water dries up, the desired substance will appear. I'm afraid some people will make us wait in vain, and we won't know how to end it then. Cornelius still spoke sarcastically on his own. You'll see, Mr. Lionel might be greatly surprised. Ike was confident. Soon, as the temperature rose, the brine in the pot kept evaporating, leaving a significant amount of crystals adhering to the pot wall. Ike then took out a shovel to scrape off these white crystals, put them into a bowl, and crushed them lightly with chopsticks, turning them into powder quickly. This is... Looking at the fine, white salt in the bowl, the cook recognized it and couldn't help asking, General, is this salt? Can I take a look? Realizing something might be inappropriate as he spoke, he hesitated. With so many important figures here, he should not speak first. Certainly. Ike handed over the bowl. What do you think? This is amazing. Seeing Grady nodding at him, the cook quickly took the bowl, first rubbing the grains between his fingers, then tasting a little bit, and couldn't help exclaiming. The grains are small, no strange smell, and the taste is pure. This is incredible, truly top grade. Chapter 18. Win-win. You, the chef, are also known as an imperial cook. Cornelius's face immediately turned somewhat displeased, and he couldn't help but mock. Why such a provincial look? It's just salt. Your Majesty, could this official taste it? At this moment, an official from the Ministry of Revenue immediately stood up and looked at the butler. Go ahead and try it. Grady was actually quite curious in his heart, but, due to his status, did not dare show it too obviously. The taste is several times better than all the salt on the market, and the granules are neat with no odd smell at all. After tasting a bit, that official couldn't help but praise repeatedly. This is the best salt I've seen in my life. Truly refined salt. You should go and taste it too. Seeing this, Felicia couldn't help but look at the official beside her. Kinley, what these two say is true. The Korean official couldn't help but widen his eyes and said, it's really top-notch. Gentlemen. Ike smiled unconcernedly and then said, don't you think this kind of refined salt would sell much better than coarse salt? Moreover, the price can at least double. Hurry, there's more refined salt now. Seeing the crystallization on the pot wall, Felicia couldn't help but remind everyone, don't waste it. Indeed, if this refined salt reaches the market, it will certainly cause a frenzy. And, the price can triple. The official from the Ministry of Revenue nodded, sensing an unprecedented business opportunity with his keen intuition. Moreover, if this salt reaches Burl and the prosperous regions of Qin, we can make a huge profit. Those countries, though wealthy, have probably never seen such refined salt. Seeing this scene, Cornelius's expression instantly darkened, becoming very unpleasant. He didn't expect that this person, besides being good at leading troops, also understood scientific research. Even if he had read all the books, he might never have discovered such skills. This is just one method for making refined salt. Ike indicated for the chef to collect all the remaining refined salt and then looked at the few people, saying, I'll spend a few more days researching and write down the remaining methods. Lionel Stonewell, all of you. Grady immediately realized the issue and threatened. What you have seen today, none of it can be divulged. Anyone who dares to leak information will not be spared by me. Yes. The ministers responded promptly upon hearing this. Of course, whether or not they were truthful would depend on their intentions. General Monroe. Felicia spoke with some excitement. If there are other methods to extract refined salt, please let me know. Also, could you write down today's method? It will be convenient for me to take it back. Of course. Ike nodded and immediately agreed. Since the two countries had already allied, they wouldn't withhold any secrets from each other as allies. Ministry of Revenue officials, listen well. Grady also reminded, upon returning, immediately organize workers to start production. Within 2 months, you must sell it to other countries so they know our country produced this refined salt. Yes. The official from the Ministry of Revenue immediately agreed. After all, this seemed like a simple matter. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Felicia felt that this trip was not in vain. She obtained 2 methods that could enrich the national treasury. General Monroe, it has been enlightening. Kinley, this matter is not urgent. Grady knew her thoughts. Although the 2 countries were nominally allied, ultimately they were still competitors. Letting them earn some profit first was fine, but if they developed fully, they would eventually become their competitors. Earlier, I had already arranged a banquet. Let us proceed together, eating while discussing further. How does that sound? He then looked at the few people beside him and suggested, yes, Kinley, as the saying goes, there will be plenty of time in the future. Our Cary cuisine is renowned across the world. Kinley must try it. The ministers around laughed and said, if so, then I thank you all for your warm hospitality. Felicia naturally understood their thoughts, but could only agree. At this moment, everyone left the imperial kitchen and headed towards the adjacent hall. Zhao State, Handan. In court, Zhao Berlingwang was in high spirits. Since Ike left, he felt that one of his biggest threats was gone. He decided to rearm and prepare to expand the territory again, aiming to restore Zhao to its peak period and become the hegemon of central China. Your Majesty, our king has sent a letter. A Cary official handed the letter to the eunuch beside him and said, our country is willing to cede the 4 cities west of the river as long as your Majesty agrees to send troops. Once Albert withdraws, the transfer will be immediate. Good. Hearing this, Rusty immediately nodded with excitement, took the letter from the eunuch, and opened it for a glance. You may return now. Once I assemble the troops, we will surely come to your aid. Thank you, your Majesty. The Minister of Rights bowed upon hearing this and left the palace hall. Ministers, what do you think of this operation? After the minister left, Rusty turned his gaze to the ministers present. Your Majesty, I believe this action requires further deliberation. Prime Minister Giles stepped forward at this moment, his expression solemn. Oh. King Burling put down the letter in his hand and couldn't help but ask, why so? Your Majesty, Ike is now in Cary, which everyone knows. Giles stroked his beard and said slowly, currently, Cary was weak to begin with. With Ike there, once they overcome this difficult period, they might rise again due to this opportunity. Now Albert has launched a military campaign. We could perhaps let them fight each other, while we reap the benefits. If Albert wins, we can take the opportunity to claim the land west of the river and the eastern part of Cary. If Albert loses, then Cary will be too weakened to continue fighting, and we can attack Albert. The lands gained will be even more extensive. His words were well reasoned. Prime Minister's words make perfect sense. Yes, our country is strong, and we only need to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Whether we send troops or not, it will be beneficial for us. The ministers agreed one after another. But Cary has Ike. King Burling then shook his head and couldn't help saying, I don't think Cary will suffer a defeat. So taking this opportunity, we must send troops. If Albert fails, we can advance westward, and we can also obtain the land west of the river. Isn't that a perfect plan? Chapter 19 Brody's Ambition. Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Giles's expression became uncertain for a moment. Then he bowed and said, although the state of Cary promised us the 4 cities in Hushi, it is unknown whether this is true or false. If they are doing this on purpose, it would be disadvantageous to us. I have long been wary of their back and forth. Yuan Burl Lionong of Zhao sneered, his eyes flashing with a trace of killing intent as he replied through gritted teeth. I have already arranged for Jamar to lead troops into Hushi border, no matter if they are genuine or not at that time. Once the deadline arrives, we must take over. With this, the great event can be set. Hearing these words, a minister beside him immediately flattered. Giles always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed, but since the butler had decided, naturally, the word of a ruler cannot be trifled with. The land of Hushi is crucial for our 3 states. Yuan Burl Lionong found these words very comforting. He then slowly stood up and glanced at the ministers, saying, if we want to advance south to Burl and Anakine, we need to conquer Han and Cary, so we must control Hushi. Actually, there was still a sentence in his heart that he did not express, which was his particular desire to face Ike head-on. The humiliation suffered by their state of Zhao previously must be retrieved from that man one by one. He had waited for this day too long. These years he has been diligently governing without a moment's slack. Your Majesty. Seeing the determination in the butler's eyes, Giles knew there was no room for negotiation. He promptly reminded, in that case, we must guard against Qin in the west. They are eagerly eyeing expansion to the east. I have already arranged for Gorin to lead troops to hold the Hanggu Pass. Yuan Burl Lionong had never forgotten this old rival, solemnly saying, as long as they show any sign of movement, we will stop them. The other ministers nodded upon hearing this. In this way, they could also rest assured about the rear. You listen well. Yuan Burl Lionong's chest surged with ambition, his voice stern as he commanded, during this period, no official shall slack off. Especially the War Department and Ministry of Household Affairs, you must ensure the supply for the army and finances. Any slip-ups, and you alone will answer to me. Yes. Cary Palace, David Palace, Side Hall. After several rounds of drinking encouraged by Cary officials, Felicia and her entourage were already tipsy. Both rulers and ministers of the 2 countries seemed genuinely happy. General Monroe, I offer you a toast. Kinley's beautiful eyes sparkled, staring intently at Ike sitting in the seat of honor while smiling. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ike, looking at the flushed woman, involuntarily recalled the scene in the tavern last night, hurriedly turning his gaze elsewhere. Kinley, you should stay a few more days in Cary. Nate Grady seemed to sense something, raising his cup to look at Felicia. Let me show you some hospitality. No. However, Felicia shook her head. When it came to official business, she regained her clarity, downed her wine in one gulp. I'm returning tomorrow. There are many matters to handle in the court. Moreover, Qin in the west is eyeing our territory. It cannot be overlooked. Qin has a formidable army. Their ambition lies in annexing other states. Nate Grady nodded, his expression grave. Indeed, we must be cautious. Although Cary does not share a border with Qin, they understand that if this formidable army comes out of the pass, all states east of the mountains will be in peril. They drank until night fell. Felicia and her ministers left early, while Ike was detained by the butler. General. Nate Grady poured wine as he sat beside him. Since my ascension to the throne, I've abstained from alcohol, but honestly, I am truly delighted today. Your Majesty. Wait, drink this cup first. Just as Ike wanted to speak, Nate Grady directly poured a cup of wine and passed it over. Seeing this, Ike drank it in one go. Since my ascension, I've been worrying day and night. Nate Grady poured himself a cup of wine and slowly began. Ever since losing much of our territory after battling Joaquin and being forced to relocate our capital, I've always been thinking of ways to enrich and strengthen our country, but alas, I couldn't find a solution. I believe myself to be intelligent and have always been diligent in learning, but only today, after listening to General's speech and the method of extracting fine salt, did I realize that many things require talent. Ike smiled at this. These things cannot simply be explained by talent or intelligence. It can only be said that knowledge is power. Your Majesty, relying solely on reclaimed farmland and salt production cannot fully enrich the country. He ate a bite of food, his expression serious. True reform requires bloodshed and sacrifice. You must prepare for this. We will follow General's orders. Nate Grady raised his cup solemnly. As long as General gives the order, everyone in Cary will follow General without any complaints. Your Majesty, this is not a matter that can be settled by just one word. Ike shook his head and then explained seriously, what I want to change is the system of this country. I will take actions against the nobles and aristocratic clans. When the time comes, they will surely retaliate. Your Majesty must be prepared for it. Because those are all relatives of Grady, royal kin. Back then, with Amaya's help, he had cleansed the imperial clan of the Great Joaquin, resulting in many deaths. But even so, after all these years, the royal clans were not completely eliminated, and there were even signs of a counterattack. If he were still around, it would have been fine. But now that he's gone, how could Amaya suppress them? I understand your meaning. Grady stood up, his attitude resolute. When welcoming the Grand General into our state, I made up my mind. As long as it can make the country prosperous and strong, any means can be used. They can voice their opinions directly to me, but anyone who dares to obstruct the Grand General's reform will be dealt with by me. Since he chose this path, he was determined to go all the way. Whoever opposes it, he would make sure those people meet the late butler. Good. Ike nodded. No matter what happens in the future, at least from now on, this young butler before him seems wise enough. With your promise, I feel relieved. Grand General. Grady drank the wine in his cup, refilled it, and looked at him, saying, I received reports yesterday that someone tried to harm you, using extremely despicable means. You don't need to worry about this, Your Majesty. Ike didn't care about this issue. He had the Black Guards at his disposal, more than enough to deal with those assassins. Moreover, he hadn't found out who was behind it yet. Once identified, he would suppress them with overwhelming force. The most important thing now is to get the Ministry of Household Affairs to sell refined salt. He glanced outside the hall, where the stars shone brightly. As long as the treasury is full, we can mobilize troops and expand our territory. Chapter 20, A Pitfall System. Ike returned to his mansion at midnight. He had clearly felt that someone was following him on the way back. But perhaps the pressure from the black-robed guards on those assassins yesterday was too strong, causing them to follow all the way to the front of the estate without daring to make a move. Master has returned. Marian hadn't gone to sleep yet. Upon seeing him return, she quickly walked to the washing stand. The water is cold. I will go and change it. It's not necessary. Cold water will do. Ike wasn't particular about this as he sat down in his place. That won't do. I'll be right back. Marian shook her head and left with the basin. This kind of thing should be handled by someone reliable. Ike closed his eyes and then opened the Yuan system. Initially, he planned to entrust the sale of refined salt to the Ministry of Revenue. But thinking again, these officials were unknown, and if there were problems or corruption, it would become troublesome. As the Yuan system passed the beginner stage, more butler points were needed. Moreover, he found out that apart from that, the system also categorized the exchangeable characters into 3 levels: A, S, Senior. It also divided them into categories: civil officials, military generals, and commanders. Thus, his remaining butler points could only exchange for one A-level civil official. Iin Wow, 300,000. Zhuge Lianalong, 450,000. No wonder they're senior level. Ike just took a simple look. For example, Sun Burl in the commander category required 500,000. From this perspective, he really got a great deal exchanging Tate and Marian. No way. Seeing the special forces price, Ike was dumbfounded. What originally only required several thousand to exchange now cost over $1 million. Take Anakin Phase Elite Cavalry for instance, it needed 1 million. As for the renowned heavy cavalry, Iron Buddha warriors, it required 1.2 million. However, the system was very considerate, using butler points to increase troop numbers. This seemed to be the latest update, as it previously did not exist. The exchange ratio was astonishing, 1,000 butler points for 1 soldier. In other words, his remaining butler points could only exchange for 50 people. Forget it, let's start with a civil official first. Ike sighed, opened the A-level civil officials list, and finally settled on Anatoly after a thorough review. This great financial god of the Ming Dynasty was extremely famous, with numerous tales about him among the common people. Moreover, entrusting these matters to him reassured Ike. Originally, he preferred Yosfonal, King Gojian of Anakin's chief strategist. But this person was classified under the S level, which his butler points were insufficient for. Forget it, I'll exchange tomorrow. Ike shut down the system and breathed a sigh of relief, afraid of startling anyone with a sudden appearance at home. What is Master mumbling about? At that moment, Marian approached with the basin, wrung out the towel, and handed it to Ike. Nothing. I just feel fortunate to have you in my life. Ike wiped his face and couldn't help but smile. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have saved up the butler points, but exchanged all at once. Thinking about it now, It pained him. The devaluation was comparable to gold certificates. Master sure knows how to flatter people. Marion blushed and started massaging Ike's shoulders from behind. I'm afraid you'll forget me when you meet others. I am not that fickle. Ike tossed the towel into the basin and chuckled. Besides, isn't having you enough? Your humble servant knows Master is no ordinary person. Marion sighed, her eyes distant. Just hope that when you have others in the future, don't forget me. You see, aren't you overthinking again? Ike grabbed her delicate hand, pulled her into his embrace, and lightly kissed her lips. Rest assured, I won't let you down. All right. Marion's gaze turned alluring as she said softly, I'll go pour water. There's no need. We can do it tomorrow. The next morning, Fallon's carriage was ready. Grady led all the ministers to the city gate to personally bid farewell to the Kinley. General Monroe, our Kinley invites you. A Korean official looked at Ike and said, she has something she wants to ask General personally. May you please board? Kinley. Although Ike didn't understand Fallon's intentions, he knew it must be related to refined salt. He glanced at the butler. If so, let the general go. Grady, although slightly unwilling, couldn't openly refuse, otherwise, it would seem petty. Ike followed the official onto the Kinley's dragon carriage. Indeed, the Kinley's carriage was extraordinary. The internal space was almost as large as a room, fully equipped with all necessary amenities. There was a bed, bookshelves, tables, and tea sets available. At this moment, Fallon had changed into the white brocade robe she wore during their first meeting at the tavern, looking dashing and spirited. Please have a seat, General. Fallon glanced at Ike, gesturing for him to sit down, then ordered the maids to serve tea. I am truly sorry. I have some matters I wish to discuss with the great general before leaving. She gave a light laugh, her beautiful eyes filled with satisfaction. I wonder if the great general has the time? Your Majesty, please speak freely. Ike took the teacup and placed it down, bowing. However, Grady and the other ministers are waiting outside. We should not linger too long. I have already arranged for someone to inform them, so they do not need to wait for us. Fallon lifted the teacup and sipped from it, gazing out of the window. Now that you have boarded the dragon carriage, naturally you will enter Korea with me. I fear that might not be possible. Ike smiled, looking into his teacup. If your Majesty thinks this way, we may not be able to leave the state of Cary when the time comes. AI, if you were really determined to go with me, how could the ministers and lords of Cary stop us? I don't believe Grady would dare defy me. Hearing this, Fallon's voice carried a hint of complaint. It's truly disappointing. Your Majesty, when we first met, I explained everything clearly. I couldn't help but laugh, sipping the tea. I believe your Majesty wouldn't renege on the deal. That was back then, Fallon pouted, somehow feeling childish herself. You don't have to follow me back, but you must promise me one condition. She twirled her eyes, an impish look on her face. Otherwise, if Xiao goes back on its word, do not blame Korea for withholding troops. Please go on, your Majesty. Ike furrowed his brow, knowing Fallon wasn't that kind of person, but he still agreed. After all, as allies, they should unite sincerely and cooperate. Chapter 21. A hard-to-chant scripture. In the future, if you provide a policy to Cary, you must also write a letter and submit it to me. Felicia's beautiful eyes fixed on Ike. Her lips parted as she said, otherwise, if I find out, you will be in trouble. Your Majesty, are you serious? Ike raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. You really mean it? Of course. Felicia obviously paused for a moment, then immediately replied. Could I intentionally lure you into this? Of course, I am sincere. All right, let me tell you one thing first. Looking at the Empress before him, Ike couldn't help but think of Amaya. He then said coldly, if your Majesty truly wishes for prosperity and strength, land reform must be implemented. Land reform? How would that be done? Seeing this, Felicia became instantly delighted and straightened her posture, asking, first, measure all the land in the country, then count all the citizens, and distribute land based on each household. Ike responded seriously, by doing so, the state's tax revenue can increase, and the monopoly of aristocratic families and the imperial clan can be broken. This? Felicia hesitated, looking at him without knowing how to respond. Compared to Grady, who could make radical reforms, she was hesitant to take such a step. Your Majesty, I know this is difficult and requires time. Ike bowed, drained his tea in one gulp, and stood up, saying, the situation in Han is clearer to you than to me. Compared to Cary, the aristocratic families and royal relatives in Han live more extravagantly. Without reform, how can we possibly compete with Qin and northern Zhou? I understand. Felicia, somewhat distracted, could only nod, unsure of her true thoughts. Permit me to take my leave. Ike bowed deeply, then turned and descended from the imperial carriage. Did the Kinley ask about your reform plans? Watching the carriage that had already left Ichio, Grady turned to look at the Grand General beside him. Yes, indeed. Ike nodded, truthfully replying, she is even more anxious than I thought, perhaps indicating a very complicated domestic situation. The Grand General was previously in Joaquin and doesn't fully understand Han's situation. Grady explained as they walked, Cary's current state is largely due to the war with Joaquin initiated by the late butler. But Han is different. Since Exiled and Burlhai's reform, Han has grown strong and can even contend with Qin to some extent. However, in recent decades, as the power of the imperial clan and noble families grew, they gradually gained dominance over the court. They overturned previous reforms and killed many officials involved. As a result, everyone in the court is living in fear. Felicia coming to Cary probably means she has already fallen out with her ministers. Being neighboring countries, he was more familiar with the situation there. Now I see. After the refined salt production is complete, I plan to send someone to sell it across various states while keeping the Ministry of Revenue out of it for now. Ike had already redeemed Anatoly. This person is my close friend, an expert in commerce. Giving him the task will likely yield higher profits, providing quicker returns. No problem. Without hesitation, the butler agreed. However, sending him to other states would be easier if he had an official title. Have him go to the Ministry of Personnel tomorrow to be appointed as Deputy Minister of Revenue. It will facilitate his work. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ike was delighted and bowed gratefully. There's no need for formalities between us. Grady smiled lightly, then continued, the officials from the Ministry of Revenue have already started measuring the land, and I've ordered them to report monthly progress. There should be results. As long as it's accurate, it won't be in vain. Ike nodded, worried about intentional delays. He suddenly felt that one Anatoly wasn't enough. I'll arrange for someone to supervise them. Grady's expression turned fierce, biting his teeth. If they dare to neglect their duties, don't blame me for being ruthless. They will certainly pay the price. Very well, then I'll head to the camp. Ike replied, the army near Dichio has been reformed sufficiently. I'll start reducing the military in other cities the day after tomorrow at the latest. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. Grady nodded. If they defy you, feel free to execute them with my sword. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ike was moved, feeling the butler's trust. In the capital of the Great Joaquin, Ellison's residence was located north of the imperial city. As a veteran minister of 4 dynasties, he had enjoyed the utmost honor in his life. He had been the chief grand secretary for 30 years, with his disciples and former subordinates spread throughout the country. However, Ike's appearance disrupted this situation. Over these few years, he had been living under the shadow of that young man. Fortunately, that guy was finally driven away, and he once again held immense power over the court. At this moment, he was drinking tea and listening to the opera performed by actors on the stage, enjoying himself thoroughly with his close confidants. What's wrong with all of you? Why are your faces so gloomy? Ellison sipped from his teacup, tapping his fingers lightly to the rhythm of the opera. When it reached a climactic point, he couldn't help but hum along. Minister Albert, we can't gather enough food and fodder. Dean, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, said worriedly, as you know, Kinley Felicia only gave Suzhou and Jingzhou 3 months' time. How is that enough? According to her calculations, I need to gather the supplies within a month. Even if we mobilize from all over the country, it would take at least 2 months. The other provinces simply don't have enough resources. Exactly. Lionelu Albert, the Deputy Minister of War, chimed in, his tone somewhat agitated. And when was the last time we fought with Burl? Although we did see Jiaoji, didn't Ike's development plan for Monroe bring rapid growth? Over these years, how much tax revenue has it added to the national treasury? Are you saying that Kinley made a mistake? Hearing this, Ellison's expression darkened immediately. He could not tolerate anyone praising Ike. Father, that's not what we mean. Albert Donghua 不服气地拍了拍桌子，嚷嚷道：“可以打，但我们现在大周的实力并不比吴国弱多少，可实在是太匆忙了，总得给点时间准备吧。”是啊，阁老，您在朝中最有威望，陛下肯定会听您的。徐荣见状，立刻开口道：“要不您和陛下说说，稍微把时间放宽一点，这样对我们来说也能有个准备，不是？这可不是1-2天的战斗，至少需要半年到1年的时间。” Father, that's not what we mean. Albert Donghua, feeling bu fu chi, unconvinced, patted the table and shouted, "We can fight, and our current strength in Great Joaquin isn't much weaker than Burl, but it's too rushed. We should at least be given some time to prepare." Yes, Minister Albert, you have the most prestige in the court, and surely the Kinley will listen to you. Seeing this, Dean quickly added, perhaps you could talk to Her Majesty and ask her to extend the timeline a bit. This way, we would have time to prepare, wouldn't we? This isn't just a couple of days' battle. It will likely last at least half a year to a year. Chapter 22, The Ambitions of Logan. This matter, when it was discussed in court last time, I also thought about the timing issue. Hearing this, Ellison's weathered face turned serious as he deliberately said with feigned profundity, but at that time, Manny's attitude was resolute, and I did not dare to speak up too much. It seems in retrospect that it was indeed a bit too hasty, not taking any of your concerns into consideration at all. He wasn't afraid to speak, but rather used this opportunity intentionally. One must understand that Yuan Mishixi ascended the throne to a great extent due to Ike's efforts. In his impression, she was never meant to be an empress. He originally thought that once Ike left, without his support, he could easily manipulate this Kinley. But things didn't turn out like that. Although this Kinley on the throne was obstinate and arrogant, her grip on power far exceeded anyone's expectations. This made him somewhat worried. If he were replaced someday, it would certainly be troublesome. Father, let's not talk about other matters now. You must consider us at least. Albert Donghua couldn't help but complain. We've worked so hard for her. Not only have we received no benefits, but we've also been scolded profusely. She wouldn't have dared to do such a thing when Ike was around. Now that he's gone, and Father is in charge of the administration, does she really think Father is easier to bully than Ike? Enough. Ellison's face instantly fell, his expression changing rapidly. What he detested most right now were the 2 words Ike. Yet his son kept bringing them up, causing him more irritability. Seeing this scene, the others immediately stopped what they were doing. Elder Minister, it's not that we are disrespectful, Dean put down his teacup and slowly said, but it's truly difficult to complete this task within 1 month no matter who it's assigned to. I understand. Ellison raised his hand and gestured for them to leave, slightly distressed. I'll find an opportunity to explain clearly to Manny and ask her to give you a few more days. He was already agitated, and these fellows only added fuel to the fire. Thank you, Elder Minister. Upon hearing this, the officials present couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Just stop. Watching as the few left, Ellison indicated for the opera actors on stage to leave, deciding he needed some peace. Why should they stop? This king hasn't had a good look yet. At this moment, a cheerful voice suddenly sounded. Then, a man dressed in brocade, with striking features, sauntered in and casually took a seat next to Ellison. Logan. Seeing the man beside him, Ellison quickly rose and bowed, saying, "This humble servant did not know you were coming, king. Please forgive me for not receiving you properly." This prince was the 3rd elder brother of Kinley Mishixi, originally serving as governor of Suzhou. However, since Mishixi assumed the throne, She feared her brothers might vie for the crown. Thus, she either killed or dismissed many. These royal relatives became idlers, including Ansel. There's no need for such formalities. My visit was spontaneous, Logan laughed lightly, pulling Ellison to sit down. Besides, you're the chief minister, while I'm just a spare-time prince. No need for such ceremonies. A prince remains a prince. Ellison understood that none of these imperial kin were easy to handle. How would they easily give up? Moreover, during the establishment of Great Joaquin, it was expressly forbidden for imperial family members to get too close to officials. There must be a request behind this visit. If His Highness wants to watch the opera, let them perform a couple more scenes. Glancing at the actors on stage who looked lost, he ordered, "Continue." The whole residence quickly became lively again. Elder Minister, I've come mainly to ask you a favor and hope you can say a word for me before Manny. Watching the actors performing on stage, Ansel sipped his tea and began. You're too polite, Your Highness. Ellison laughed unconcernedly upon hearing this. Whatever your order, just say it. I heard the court intends to wage war against Burl. Ansel sat upright, speaking solemnly. This is a significant matter for our great Joaquin. Last night I pondered over it, and as a prince, it's my duty to serve the country. Does Your Highness wish to lead troops on the front line? Hearing this, Ellison immediately realized what was happening, inwardly shocked at this guy's boldness to seek military power. That's correct. Ansel nodded and then asked gravely, do you think Manny will agree? He still had lingering fears regarding his sister. During her initial purge after ascending the throne, Meshixi had mercilessly executed her eldest brother, second brother, fifth, and sixth brother. Even ministers associated with him were wiped out. His methods are extremely cruel. If it weren't for the good relationship they had when they were young, he might not have escaped execution either. Now that he wants to leave the capital and head to the front lines, one reason is to obtain military power. If the Kinley wants to make a move against him, she must consider his strength at that time. Secondly, with Ike's departure, Abigail's actions have caused hearts to drift apart. Now it's a good opportunity for him to vie for national fortune. Perhaps one day he can rally the people and be crowned butler. About this, Ellison hesitated immediately, stroking his beard in silence. For him, no matter who becomes butler, as the chief minister, he has already reached the pinnacle of power and cannot advance further. Because of Ike's policy, no minister outside the royal family could be granted the title of prince, and besides, he was already wielding immense power. If he supports another prince now, there would still be no more room for advancement. My lord, if you are willing to help me, I will surely reward you greatly. Ansel understood that Ellison wouldn't commit without clear incentives, so he immediately said, as long as you ask, I will do everything within my capacity. Your Highness is too courteous. Ellison nodded seriously. War is a great matter of state, and everyone bears responsibility, especially princes. Moreover, Your Highness has always been skilled in archery and horsemanship, so leading troops should be no problem. He agreed because he understood what the prince wanted. Although he couldn't advance further through this, he could benefit from chaos. When both sides quarrel, he could take advantage of the situation. Thank you very much, sir. Ansel smiled broadly and bowed gratefully. Once I am able to lead troops outside, I will certainly thank you. You are too kind. Ellison didn't care much but looked at him and said, I need to say this beforehand. If Manny does not agree, you can't blame me. Not necessarily. Once you speak up, how could she refuse? Chapter 23. Luo Albert City. Outside the capital city, a group of people and horses were slowly moving forward. It was now approaching the depths of winter, and wherever one looked, there was nothing but biting cold winds. Anatoly, I entrust this journey to you. Ike turned his head to look back. Dylan was following closely behind with elite imperial guards. He was heading to Luo Albert to streamline the military forces there, while Anatoly would go south first to Burl and Chu states. Please rest assured, young master. Anatoly was 30 years old, fair-skinned without a beard, slightly plump in build, his eyes glinting shrewdly. I will not disappoint you. This trip will surely make us overflowing profits. Hearing this from you puts my mind at ease. Ike nodded and then added with caution. The Burl and Anakine states are still relatively courteous towards Cary, but be more careful when you get to other states, especially Joaquin. Amaya despised him deeply, and if she found out about the refined salt, she would definitely take action against Anatoly. Losing some refined salt and silver would be fine, but if anything happened to Anatoly, it would be a grave loss. Sir, if they dare harm a merchant, no more trade caravans would ever dare enter the entire Joaquin dynasty, be it for personal or official reasons. Anatoly remained calm, continuing, besides, I estimate the refined salt we carry might only reach Burl State. Selling so quickly? Ike was taken aback and said, if only I knew. I should have urged the Ministry of Revenue to increase production. Sir, there's something else I need to remind you. Anatoly shook his head, his expression earnest. Actually, letting them handle it won't boost production at all. These officials only do the bare minimum. It would be better if I hired workers and produced it myself. Salt, iron, tea, horse trading, these are all state-controlled monopolies. Ike immediately understood his intentions and reminded, you want to meddle? This could actually work in their favor, but Grady might not agree. Even if you don't let us intervene, worker benefits must be improved. Anatoly chuckled, rubbing his nose. His stinginess won't just hurt production, but also impact the national treasury. I will bring this up to the butler. Ike nodded. This was indeed a matter that needed addressing. Cary's strength wasn't among the worst, but it wasn't good either. For true prosperity, overall revenue had to increase. Troops, money, grain, all required sufficient reserves. I'll take my leave now. Anatoly bowed to Ike and then led the caravan southward. General, we can proceed to Luo Albert now. Dylan approached with documents and an imperial edict. This round trip will likely take about half a month. All right. Ike retracted his gaze. To ensure Anatoly's safety, he arranged for 100 black-robed guards to follow as a precaution. Luo Albert is the fief of Pete. Be prepared. After confirming the documents and edicts were correct, he mounted his horse. This prince was the butler's younger brother, favored since childhood. Choosing Luo Albert as the first stop was meant to set an example for future reforms. If Pete submitted, others would follow suit. Let's go. Dylan followed suit and ordered the Imperial Guards to move out. A large procession headed towards Luo Albert. However, what Ike encountered far exceeded his expectations. Despite its proximity to the capital and being Cary's secondary capital, refugees littered the land along the way, prompting him to distribute funds for disaster relief. It was hard to imagine such dire conditions in a prince's fiefdom. It was unimaginable that Pete was unaware. Or rather, the state was caused by this prince. Ike left part of his men to deal with the refugees while leading the rest towards Luo Albert. As they reached the city gates, the scene was entirely different. At the gate, officials waited, led by a man around 40 with a goat-like beard. Upon spotting Ike, he immediately shouted orders to his honor guard. Cymbals clanged, banners waved, a festive welcome. This subordinate, Li, governor of Luo Albert, welcomes Chancellor and General. The official jogged over, smiling warmly. Chancellor, please dismount and enter the city. A welcoming banquet has been arranged. Sure. Ike responded with a forced smile, his voice cold. Such grand reception. I might not be worthy. Chancellor Monroe, you jest? Li was startled inwardly but still smiled without showing any change in expression. Your Excellency, this is the arrangement according to the specifications for the Chancellor. You can just follow me into the city. Everyone, dismount. Ike saw this scene and then said to the Imperial Guards behind him. The group then followed Li into the city. Upon arriving at the government office, they saw that all officials of Luo Albert had gathered, with several tables of delicious food prepared. Greetings, Chancellor, Great General. The officials bowed respectfully in unison. You don't have to be so formal. Please sit down. Ike cast a gloomy glance at the officials and began pacing around the table. This table full of dishes is truly abundant. It's hard to imagine that outside Luo Albert, there are hundreds or even thousands of displaced people. They are starving and poorly clothed. He was truly weary inside because he had dealt with these issues when assisting Amaya years ago. Now, after a few years, he still had to face them. One could only say that strong countries each have their own foundation, while weak countries share uniform problems. And most importantly, these officials took it as a matter of course. Chancellor, those displaced people came from other cities. They were absolutely not driven out by us. Seeing he didn't sit down, the officials naturally did not dare to either. Li forced a smile. Even if they're not from Luo Albert, are they not citizens of Cary? Why haven't you arranged for anyone to handle it? Ike was almost furious, pounding the table and barked. Manny has already ordered land reclamation across the country. You should arrange for the displaced people to cultivate wasteland. Why haven't you implemented it? Isn't this starting from the military? Li was still obstinate, holding his neck stubbornly. We in Luo Albert probably can't do it so quickly, right? Dylan. Ike's eyes turned cold, gritting his teeth as he looked back. These are Manny's land reclamation documents and edict. Dylan placed the documents on the table and shouted, starting tomorrow, it will be implemented immediately. Chapter 24 The Tyrannical Nate. Pete's mansion. Nate Cary Ping, as the third son of the previous butler, was extremely favored among his many brothers. Therefore, his mansion was constructed in the style of the imperial palace, being especially luxurious and splendid. The most important thing was that he had the largest fiefdom and commanded the most troops. At this moment, a cold wind howled outside, while fire basins were placed everywhere inside the mansion, making the indoor environment warm like spring. After receiving the steward's response, Li finally entered the mansion. As soon as he reached the main hall, a warm current greeted him, instantly dispelling the chill from his body. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. He simply couldn't compare to the prince. Audience with His Highness. At that moment, Cary Ping was cuddling two beauties, indulging in wine and revelry. They were only dressed in thin silk gauze, through which one could vaguely see their alluring figures, captivating and impossible to look away from. And the most significant point was that various fruits were laid out on the table before him, dazzling to behold. Oh, it's you? Cary Ping was about 25 or 26 years old, tall and robust. However, due to prolonged drinking and pleasure-seeking, he had also become corpulent, with his entire body below the head seeming like a belly, even struggling to get up. Sit. With hazy eyes, he signaled for them to sit down, then instructed the maidservant standing beside him. What are you waiting for? Quickly serve wine to official Lionel, and accompany him for a few drinks. Your Highness. Li didn't hesitate either. After all, this wasn't his first visit, so he already knew the routine well. There's something I must report promptly. He accepted the wine glass from the maidservant and hugged her, looking at Pete and said, This morning, I came. His purpose is to reduce the army and promote land reclamation. Your Highness, we must be prepared. Ike. Cary Ping pondered for a moment, then drank the wine handed by one of the beauties, revealing a contemptuous expression on his face. Isn't he the dog who was driven out by the Zhou Kingdom? Humph. Only my elder brother would have eyes for him. Everything he has now was given by my brother. If he behaves himself, it would be fine. But if he dares to make mountains out of molehills, don't blame me for not being polite. Who was he? Pete. A prince of the Cary Kingdom and the butler's younger brother. Was he going to fear an outsider? Nonsense. Your Highness, things are not that simple. Li sipped the wine and anxiously replied, I estimate that man is serious. He brought the butler's edict and documents this time, and plans to announce them in Luo Albert early tomorrow. Your Highness, you need to be wary. How dare he? Cary Ping's face turned bright red, and he slammed the table fiercely, frightening the nearby beauties into losing their composure. Even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare. Anyone trying to act rashly here will find out if I'll agree or not. Your Highness, he does carry the imperial edict. Li stroked his beard and slowly spoke. Why not let him proceed first without confronting him directly? We can always revert everything after they leave. If he dares to take any action, I'll take his life. Cary Ping. Having been pampered since childhood, couldn't tolerate this. Moreover, this was his territory, and who would willingly invite trouble? But Ike is not easy to provoke. Lee found it difficult, as he had long heard of that man's formidable reputation. In his view, clashing with Ike was unwise. Who cares who he is? Struggling to rise, Cary Ping panted and said, Lionelston carefully. You must inform me of any intentions or actions of that man. Let's see what storms he can stir up. Yes. Sighing in resignation, Lee could only agree. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. That's better. Keep drinking. Pete was very satisfied with the magistrate's performance. No events occurred that night. As the secondary capital, although Luoyang did not have as many troops as Dikuyu, it still had around 80,000 soldiers. Most of these troops were used to defend against other kingdoms, with a small part being Pete's private forces. According to the rules for princes, even Pete should have no more than 2,000 private troops. However, ever since Cary Ping arrived in Luoyang, he expanded his controllable forces to 30,000. This situation was completely unknown to the court. Otherwise, regardless of his status, officials would have impeached him long ago. If Grady knew, he would never allow his brother to act recklessly. Early the next morning, Ike led the troops toward the military camp. General, according to yesterday's military report from the Ministry of War, the Albert troops showed signs of retreating after failing to achieve a breakthrough. Dylan followed behind, handing over the military report in his hand. The Ministry of War asks whether we should continue pursuing? No need. Ike shook his head and then said, considering the current situation, our troops do not have the conditions for pursuit. Most of the Albert troops are elite cavalry. If we pursue now, there's a high risk of encountering an ambush. Whether we can catch up or not is uncertain. I think so too. Dylan nodded. After all, he had more pressing matters at hand, and currently, the northern forces are also insufficient. Has there been any movement from the Zhao troops? At this point, Ike had arrived at the front of the military camp, but what he saw before him was extremely unsatisfactory. The guards at the gate were severely lacking. Apart from 2 old soldiers, there wasn't even a patrol squad present. More importantly, their gear was incomplete, with their accompanying sabers thrown to the side. If you didn't say this was the military camp of Luoyang, he would have thought it was some bandit's hideout. Such frivolity, how could it defend against other countries? The Zhao army has already reached our country's border. Hearing this, Dylan continued, they are here to fight Albert alongside us, and they have momentum to continue pursuing. Most of them are cavalry, with much greater mobility than us. But, he hesitated for a moment, they left a portion of their troops stationed in place, about 30,000 men, mostly elite. These people have grand ambitions. Ike understood Zhao Burrow Lionel Wang's ambitions, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to enter Cary territory. You immediately reply to Cannon, telling him to mobilize 2 armies to the north. If the Zhao troops make any unusual moves, don't ask for permission. Directly dispatch troops. General, this might lead to a war between the 2 countries. Hearing this, Dylan couldn't help but ask, will this put us in a situation of fighting on 2 fronts? Currently, General, you are reducing the army, and the numbers are far from enough. Chapter 25, Thunderous Momentum. You haven't fully grasped the situation at hand. Ike, upon hearing this, shook his head nonchalantly and said, take the current situation as an example. No matter what actions our country takes, the state of Zhao will covet us. He knew that Rusty would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack on Hudong. Don't underestimate them. He turned to look at Dylan, his expression serious as he explained, he wouldn't mobilize troops just for trivial gains. There must be a larger agenda behind this. Understood. Hearing this, Dylan responded formally, I will immediately write to General Cary once I return. Ike did not dwell on this matter for long before heading straight toward the camp entrance. Well, it's freezing cold. Truly unlucky today. Just stop whining. Our bad luck. We deserve it. However, the 2 veterans paid no attention to Ike, chatting amongst themselves and oblivious to everything around them. You 2 have some nerve. Seeing this, Dylan strode forward and could not help but scold. You haven't greeted the Grand General yet. Why aren't you bowing? What nonsense about a Grand General? One of the veterans muttered, then rolled his eyes and said, do you know where this is? The Luoyang military camp, a place of military importance. You dare barge in here without permission? You don't want to live? Take a good look. Ike raised his hand to interrupt Dylan's impending outburst, then pulled out the Grand General's tiger talisman from his robe. This is the troop mobilization token. Now go back and tell your commanding officer to assemble his troops immediately. See this. Upon seeing the tiger talisman, the 2 veterans turned pale with fright. Although they did not recognize Ike, everyone in the camp recognized this emblem. Hurry up. Fortunately, one of them reacted quickly, pulling his companion towards the camp. Grand General, the discipline in this Luoyang military camp is truly too lax. Dylan's face was livid as he spat. With these people, they might pee their pants on the battlefield. Ike remained silent, his expression grim as he watched. He wasn't sure if the poor discipline had always been like this, or if it was intentionally staged for him. Since entering the city yesterday, everything about Luoyang felt off. Yet, after about a quarter of an hour, there was still no movement in the camp, not even the sound of a bugle. Let's go. Ike waved his hand, signaling the Imperial guards behind him to enter. He saw through it. The commander of this camp was trying to give him a dismounting blow, but he wasn't someone to be trifled with. They slowly entered the camp. The training ground was empty. No morning drills were taking place. Looking around, soldiers sat chatting in front of their tents, barely glancing up as they entered. If the enemy attacked now, these men would be sitting ducks. Most crucially, their equipment was hardly better than those old veterans. The daggers they carried were barely usable even for slicing tofu. Dylan's expression was also grim. He had led troops himself, and though not as formidable as elite units like the White Feather Army, they were battle-hardened soldiers. Ike had just taken command, and to see the troops like this made him feel humiliated. In this state, even if he asked for help, few might come to his aid. But Ike had already grown accustomed to this. When assisting Amaya earlier, he had also enforced reforms with iron discipline, knowing any bloodless transformation was merely wishful thinking. At this moment, he was exceptionally calm, leading Dylan straight toward the central tent. As he pushed open the curtain, a warm wave enveloped him, though it was bitterly cold outside. Inside the central tent were 4 or 5 braziers, and even a roasted whole sheep sizzling in the middle. The aroma filled the air, making mouths water. On the main seat, a middle-aged man, unarmored and dressed casually, held 2 beauties in his arms who were laughing loudly. On either side of the tent, 6 or 7 tables were set up, each occupied by camp commanders and captains, all flushed red and half-drunk. Who came in? Why weren't we notified beforehand? Perhaps the cold wind startled him. The drunk man seated in the center pointed trembling fingers at the door, shouting, Don't you know the rules? Which company are you from? Captain, stand up. Disarm them. Seeing this scene, Ike wasted no time, signaling the Imperial Guards behind him. Yes. The Imperial Guards normally obeyed only their own commander and the butler. Following Ike now meant obeying only his orders. What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? Get someone quick. Sure, tell me your name, and I will report you immediately. For a moment, the entire central tent was in chaos. The 2 beauties who had been drinking with them were trembling with fear, huddled in the corner. Whether it was from excessive drinking or lack of training, within minutes, all these officers were subdued. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The burly man tried to struggle, but was firmly held down by 2 Imperial Guards. His face flushed red as he shouted, I am General Zhendong, commander of Luoyang. Alexei, let me go now, no matter who you are, or you're dead for sure. Do you even deserve the name Iron Army? Ike didn't give them any attention. Pulling out a dagger from his waist, he slowly walked to the roasted whole sheep, cutting the meat while saying, with just under 100 of my Imperial Guards, I took down every officer above commandant level in this Luoyang military camp. He blew on the meat stuck to his dagger, savoring it slowly. If I were an army from another state right now, all of you would lose your heads. At this, the commandants turned pale with fear. Don't talk nonsense here. Alexei shouted, tell me who you are if you dare. I'll report you. And you trespassed into the military camp? He swallowed his words as he saw the tiger talisman slammed onto the table. Everyone listen up. Ike returned to the roasted whole sheep, cutting off a piece and stuffing it into his mouth. Drag these men outside. Each gets 80 strokes. Alexei gets 100. Great General, spare our lives. I'm a first-time offender. Please show mercy. Great General, I failed to recognize your presence. Please don't take it to heart. For a moment, the military camp was filled with wails. Chapter 26. Setting an example. Be quiet. As veterans, what is 80 lashes to you? I gave a cold snort and then directly handed Grady's sword to Dylan. You are now in charge of supervision. Anyone who dares to lessen the lashes will be executed on the spot without pardon. I follow your orders. Dylan had long been dissatisfied with these cowards. Hearing this, he immediately held the sword and looked at the Imperial Guards. Lionel, stand up, everyone. Take them all out. Ike, you have no right to deal with me. Although you are the Grand General, I am also the General of the Eastern Garrison. Unless it's Manny, nobody else can. Gray was naturally unhappy. As to him, Ike was just an outsider, a beggar in Pete's words, who came to their country begging for food. Now this person dared to overstep his authority and punish him. It was simply outrageous. Manny granted me special authority, allowing me to act first and report later. Ike wiped the lamb fat off his fingers and raised an eyebrow. Forget about lashing you. Even if I want to behead you, I have the right. Drag him away. Yes. The Imperial Guards did not hesitate to drag Gray out of the tent. Dylan, listen carefully. Ike suddenly thought of something and spoke decisively. Immediately beat the military drum and let all soldiers come to witness the punishment. Anyone who doesn't show up will be executed on the spot. I obey your command. Dylan nodded and responded loudly. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, ah, ah. After about 15 minutes, the continuous drumming could be heard outside, accompanied by chilling cries of pain. These 80 lashes would likely take 10 days to half a month to recover from, even for those with good physical condition. The weaker ones would need at least a month. You may leave. I cut some mutton and noticed 2 women cowering in the corner. He waved them off. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. The 2 women, already frightened witless, quickly left the camp. Thump. About 15 minutes later, the Imperial Guards dragged in the squadron commanders who could no longer stand. Only a couple could still kneel. The rest lay sprawled on the ground, moaning. Gray, despite receiving 100 lashes, showed some backbone and managed to hold on. Dylan, this roasted whole lamb is good. Ike put down the dagger, glanced at Dylan and ordered. Give this to the Imperial Guards afterward. Also, take the jars of wine and bring them along. Thank you, Grand General. Grateful voices sounded around. Gray, you may go back and rest now. Ike sat in the main seat and looked at the people below, saying, except for the commander of Luoyang, all battalion commanders and company commanders will be demoted 1 rank and retained for observation. Ike, I am the commander of Luoyang. Gray clenched his teeth in anger, struggling to support himself, shouting, you're wrong. Ike stood up without hesitation, speaking sternly, from now on, you're only the general of the Eastern Garrison. The position of commander of Luoyang will be taken over by Dylan. If you wish to impeach me, you can write the memorial now, and I'll send it via express courier. Before Gray could speak, Ike interrupted him. Also, please leave immediately. I need to hold an emergency military meeting. If you stay, you will be treated as leaking military secrets. Damn. Gray realized that there was nothing he could do here and needed to consult with Pete. So he limped away. I didn't expect this. Ike glanced at the various captains and majors. At such a critical moment with the front lines under pressure, you were drinking and reveling in the camp, completely unmotivated. Have you forgotten that the Albert Army is still at the front? Grand General, we had no choice. It was Burl General forcing us. Yes, if we didn't drink with him or make him happy, he'd find ways to make trouble for us. We were truly helpless, Grand General. Please understand? Please understand, Grand General. Begging voices rose continuously. They shifted the blame onto Gray. Without him present, they felt safer. Hold your tongues. Ike, upon hearing this, suddenly slammed the table and coldly laughed. Do you think I don't understand your intentions? You're just trying to exonerate yourselves. Grand General, there is quite a lot of military equipment. One of the officers couldn't help but speak. If it's a unified, am I not clear enough? Ike raised an eyebrow. A glint of coldness flashed through his eyes. Now I want to reorganize the entire Luoyang army, which includes the military equipment. It's beneficial for you too. Of course, if he found someone playing tricks, they shouldn't blame him for being unfriendly. Who is the officer in charge of the Ping camp? At this moment, Ike opened his mouth meaningfully. From the military camp signature, it could be seen that this was part of Pete's private army. Chapter 27 Threat. Li was feeling rather uneasy in the government office, always sensing that something big was about to happen. He had been in his position as the governor of Luoyang for nearly 10 years, but he had never intended to seek promotion. Although he was only a governor, Luoyang was a secondary capital. Moreover, he was not just the governor of Luoyang. He was also the chief secretary of Pete's mansion. Therefore, his power was greater than that of any ordinary governor. More importantly, in Luoyang, everyone except Pete had to give him some respect. Lord Lianalu. Just as he was contemplating how to respond, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. This startled him immediately, and he quickly turned around with a forced smile to greet the visitor. Prime Minister Monroe, you are up quite early. He bowed and then gestured for tea to be served. I have already visited the military camp. Ike showed no reaction to the smiling fox before him and sat down directly, saying, here is a roster. Take a look. This is. Lee had already guessed about 80% of it. Yet he still pretended to be puzzled and walked over to open the roster, flipping through it casually. Then he saw several familiar names on it. These were all officers of the Riping Regiment, among whom there were several close associates of Pete. Prime Minister, may I ask where this roster comes from? He asked cautiously. These are soldiers I've discharged from the army. Ike took a sip of tea handed by a servant nearby and said, I thought you should have noticed by now. Yes, indeed. Lee felt himself stuttering and sighed inwardly. This general's boldness was truly unparalleled. Prime Minister, these soldiers are still serving. Why did you suddenly discharge so many at once? Lee couldn't help asking, and have you discussed this matter with Pete? This is a big deal. Luoyang is Pete's fief. If you don't consult with him, it might not be proper. The downsizing of the army was entrusted to me by Manny. Why would I need to discuss this with a prince? Ike put down the teacup and said expressionlessly, moreover, these soldiers are far past their service age. They're too old and weak to fight. But, Prime Minister, there should be about 30 to 40,000 people in total. Lee was getting anxious, which was a significant issue for a governor like him. Not to mention other matters. How could these people be accommodated? I have already planned for you. Ike glanced at him and slowly continued. The butler has approved land reclamation. You can start in Luoyang. Moreover, these men make excellent laborers. By reclaiming wasteland in the north, not only can we increase national revenue, but also solve their issues. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? That shouldn't be a problem, but at that time, the Ministry of Revenue can allocate some grain and money. Don't tell me you're broke. Lee was about to speak when the latter interrupted him without hesitation. You can gather them along with disaster victims, which won't cause trouble. They are ex-military personnel, so they will have combat capabilities even if fighting breaks out. Since Prime Minister put it this way, I shall comply. The governor felt helpless, yet every word made sense, making it impossible for him to refute. All right, I'll write a memorial after returning. Ike stood up and prepared to leave. He still had to inspect the counties below. The Ministry of Revenue will supply you. If you feel anything is lacking, report it. Prime Minister. After hesitating for a moment, Lee cautiously asked, have you seen the last few pages? What's wrong with them? I discharged soldiers according to each regiment situation. Ike stopped and looked back at him. These are all soldiers and officers from the Ping Regiment. Lee could not help but remind him, if you discharge other regiments, it would be fine. But they belong to Pete. Won't this? I act according to regulations. If he has any issues, he can come find me or the butler directly. Ike replied emotionlessly, this is my decision. It has nothing to do with you. Lee breathed a sigh of relief. This outcome would prevent the prince from venting anger on him. It's you that this king wants to see. At that moment, a harsh cry suddenly sounded. Cary Ping stormed in with a group of people. These were his personal retainers who usually bullied others under Cary Ping's command. They immediately surrounded Ike as they stormed in. Really, this king never would have thought. Cary Ping's Feipeng body nearly burst through the door of the government office as he scrutinized Ike from top to bottom and then immediately started to curse. I thought you were just acting all high and mighty with empty bravado, but I didn't expect you to actually have the guts. You dare to downsize my army? Aren't you tired of living? Your Highness, I acted according to orders. Ike did not take these retainers seriously. He had faced countless battles and was unafraid of a few thugs like them. The butler has already given clear instructions. How could I dare to disobey? Stop trying to scare me with the butler. Cary Ping was so enraged that he pointed at Ike and scolded. What kind of relationship do I have with Manny? What are you compared to me? Humph, if I don't teach you a lesson, do you think I'm here for nothing? Give him a harsh lesson. He then roared at his retainers. I'd like to see who dares. Ike shouted fiercely, his eyes full of killing intent. I am the Prime Minister and Grand General of the court. Whoever touches me will face severe consequences. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, striking fear into the hearts of those present. The retainers, used to bullying common folk, were now silenced by this overwhelming pressure, hesitating to make a move. Who dares to lay hands on the Grand General? Suddenly, Dylan appeared with a group of royal guards rushing in, their intimidating presence causing shivers down everyone's spines. Ike, what are you trying to do? Cary Ping felt a chill down his spine, his face pale. I am the Prince of Great Cary. Are you planning to rebel? Chapter 28. The Mass Impeachment of Ike. Your Highness, that's what I should be asking you. Ike glanced at those servants and then said without hesitation, don't forget, I represent the butler on inspection tours, and to reduce troops in various states. As an imperial envoy, plotting against me is treason by Davidic law. Although Cary Ping was a prince, pampered since childhood, he knew little about the law. He could not help but look toward Li. Yes. Li was inwardly shocked but remained calm-faced. He had not expected Ike, who had only just entered the state of Cary for less than a month, to have thoroughly studied the entire country. This made him even more wary. I, as a prince, all are equal before the law. Just as Cary Ping was about to argue, Ike interrupted, seize them all. Send them directly to the imperial city. You dare. Upon hearing this, Pete, nearly jumping with anger, pointed at Ike and shouted, I am the son of the late butler and brother of the current one. Who dares lay a hand on me? Seize him. Dylan harbored no particular fondness for princes and nobles, especially during these unprecedented times. Hearing this, the imperial guards took immediate action. The servants were too scared to move, while the corpulent Pete was easily restrained by the imperial guards. Prime Minister. Seeing this, Li understood he must intervene. Stepping forward, this is Pete's fiefdom. According to propriety, can you try his case? Ike raised an eyebrow and swept out of the room, saying, only the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court can handle this matter. Privately, he knew even these places might not be able to, but his actions aimed to set an example. He didn't believe these people could lose face completely. Ike, wait until I get my hands on you. I'll never forgive you. I will kill you. I swear it. For a moment, the official residence resounded with Pete's yelling. Ike was indifferent, having already reduced the army in Luoyang. Next would be the neighboring states. He left Dylan and some imperial guards behind, taking the remaining guards and white feather soldiers to other regions. With the lesson from Luoyang, the other states dared not resist, submitting to Ike's orders without resistance regarding troop reductions and garrison farming. While these officials showed no outward reaction, they secretly drafted memorials to send to the imperial city. Grady sat on the dragon throne, looking at the pile of memorials on his desk, his face turning pale. His fists clenched tightly inside his sleeves, barely suppressing his rage. Ministers filed into the hall, led by Nate Cary Ping. After being brought to the imperial city by imperial guards, Pete was not taken to the Ministry of Justice, but immediately detained by Shepard. As a regional prince, he held substantial power compared to royalty like Shepard, and had personal military forces. Your Majesty. After performing the rituals, Pete stood up straight away, shouting, your younger brother wishes to impeach someone. Speak. Grady looked at the crowd of ministers, and naturally knew whom Fu was referring to, yet kept his composure. As the butler, he had endured much. Now, he couldn't afford to lose such a capable officer. Ike's audacity knows no bounds. Pete gritted his teeth, exclaiming angrily, he reduced my army and my fiefdom and replaced the Luoyang commander. What does he think he is? A mere exile from Joaquin. How does he dare swagger around our country? Not to mention, he dared to bind me and insult me all along the way. Such acts deserve death. Your Majesty, we must kill him. He longed to take vengeance personally, or else could not quench his wrath. Your Majesty, I also wish to impeach Ike. Cornelius followed suit, joining the chorus as others joined in. Speak. Grady was unperturbed, staying calm. Since leaving the capital, wherever Ike went, he arbitrarily changed officials. He beats and insults those who disobey him and has even executed some, Cornelius reported bluntly. Worse still, he relies solely on the butler's trust, acting arrogantly and ruthlessly. There is no trace of a minister's demeanor. Yes, Your Majesty, I too wish to impeach Ike. I join this call. Me too. For a moment, more than half of the officials in the Grand Hall stood up, all looking agitated as if they had irreconcilable enmity with Ike. Grady raised an eyebrow and glanced around with narrowed eyes. He noticed that most of those who stood up were civil ministers, while the military generals remained completely silent. Moreover, the crucial point was that these ministers were mostly students or former subordinates of Nate Shepard. Have you all said your pieces? He nonchalantly picked up a petition and scanned it. Is there anything else you want to say? Your Majesty, I hope you can uphold justice for your younger brother and give me fairness. Cary Ping, feeling confident of victory, said, otherwise, I cannot swallow this bitterness. Humph, fine. Grady suddenly gave a cold snort, throwing the petition onto the imperial desk with icy eyes. From what you're saying, if I don't do this for you, you will blame me? Your Majesty, your younger brother dare not. Cary Ping clearly hesitated, then hurriedly waved his hands. You have dared. Grady abruptly slammed the imperial desk and roared. The court ministers instantly became as quiet as cicadas in winter, each lowering their heads in silence. As a vassal king, you have the largest and wealthiest fiefdom. Grady, who had long been dissatisfied with this younger brother, spoke bluntly, but you are insatiable. According to the law, a vassal king's private army should not exceed 3,000, yet your forces already number over 30,000. What are you planning? Do you want to force a palace coup? Your Majesty, your younger brother dares not? Cary Ping's legs went weak with fear, and he knelt down directly, trembling. Your younger brother merely guards the capital for your Majesty without any ulterior motives. Please see through my intentions clearly. Humph. Grady stood up, one hand on the imperial desk, the other pointing at him. Why didn't you report this? And where did all the weapons and armor in your arsenal come from? Still claiming no ulterior motives? You should have been sent straight to the Ministry of Justice when escorted to the capital. Now you appear openly in the court. Isn't this forcing a palace coup? Chapter 29. Dominant Yuan. Grady's words were like sharp swords, chilling people to the bone. The ministers below were drenched in cold sweat. Ever since this butler sent the prime minister away, they understood that although young, the butler remained unpredictable and formidable. Now with Ike around, It was even harder for them to oppose the butler. But people like Cornelius did not think this way. They believed that the more the butler trusted Ike, the harder their days would become. So, at this moment, they absolutely could not back down. There is no need for you to remain in court any longer. Grady raised an eyebrow and said frankly, go to the Ministry of Justice now. Once you recognize your crimes, you can come out. Your Majesty, away with him. Cary Ping had wanted to plead his case, but the palace guards on either side immediately took him away. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Cornelius stepped forward again and said, I believe that treating Pete this way is unfair and cannot be justified to all present here. What did you say? Grady couldn't help raising his eyebrows, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he ground out with a cold laugh. Do I still owe you an explanation? Your Majesty, we who assist your Majesty must fulfill our responsibilities as ministers. Cornelius did not waver, saying directly, if there is anything wrong, we naturally have to point it out and correct the mistakes. Only then can the nation thrive, and the people live in peace. Good. Grady couldn't help but laugh in anger, then looked coldly at the ministers below and said, is this what you all think? If anyone believes I have done something wrong, speak up. I give you this chance. Your Majesty. Although the other ministers did not speak, their attitudes clearly showed their stance. Well, truly unexpected. Grady knew well that he could not retreat, so he sat firmly back on the dragon throne. From the beginning, I said that when Ike entered Cary's state, he was both Prime Minister and Generalissimo, authorized to handle officials. As for the humiliation and abuse of officials you speak of, there is no evidence at all. What do you say, Cornelius? If it were just one person, perhaps it could be a misunderstanding. Cornelius raised his head and said seriously, but this is not an isolated incident. With so many impeachments, how can it be wrong? Then tell me, is there any evidence? Grady raised his eyebrows, showing no intention to yield, then turned his gaze to Canon. General Cary, what do you say? Your Majesty. Canon glanced at the present ministers and spoke frankly. Based on the land data Ike has submitted these days, only in the northern part of Cary State, over 10,000 acres of wasteland have been reclaimed. Including the south, more land could be obtained. Based on the current data, at least the treasury would be filled. Pausing for a moment, he continued. As for Ike arbitrarily abusing or humiliating officials, this matter is simple. Let those officials come directly to the capital and confront him face to face. That way, it can be resolved. That is indeed a good idea. Grady nodded and turned to the Ministry of Personnel. You should collect all the official lists immediately after returning. Since Ike has done this, I believe he is a brave man and would not dare deny it. Let all the officials come to the capital to confront him. Yes. The Minister of Personnel had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Your Majesty. Enough. Cornelius was about to speak again when Grady immediately interrupted. Don't forget, you are the Minister of War, not a censor. These matters don't concern you. With such behavior from Ike, he doesn't respect us colleagues at all. Your Majesty, if we stay silent, it will only allow problems to fester. Cornelius stood firm. Your Majesty, I fear that in the future. Silence. Grady clearly understood what he wanted to say but still held back, rising and shouting. Lionelston carefully. From now on, whoever dares to bring this up will regret it. Court dismissed. He left after delivering these words. In the Great Joaquin Dynasty, the imperial capital, Abigail had been in a very good mood recently. The troops and provisions in Suzhou and Jingzhou were rapidly mobilized, with tens of thousands of soldiers heading south. If she could successfully reclaim Jiaoji, she believed her strength would match Ike's. There was nothing much to say about her previous actions by the ministers. Ellison, you did a fine job this time, Abigail remarked. The Kinley glanced at the chief minister, saying approvingly, rest assured. Once our army returns victorious, I will certainly reward you generously. Then I thank your Majesty. Ellison's face, lined with wrinkles, showed a hint of a smile as he bowed and said, these are all due to your excellent leadership. We just cooperate with you. All the credit goes to your Majesty. Hearing this, Abigail felt greatly pleased. Albert Donglu, in this aspect, you still need to learn more from your father. She looked at Ellison's son kneeling on the ground and added, if you also have this capability by then, I will appoint you to the cabinet. You should seize this opportunity. I, the servant official, thank your Majesty for your appreciation. Albert Donglu didn't show much excitement on his face when hearing these words. He knew well that this butler was particularly ungrateful. If it weren't for Ike back then, how could she have ascended to the throne? Now, things were smooth, so she wasn't too harsh. But if something went wrong, thunder would strike immediately. Report. At this moment, an official holding a military report rushed into the hall and knelt down in panic. Your Majesty, there's a military report from Jiaoji? Oh. Abigail's expression turned excited upon hearing this. So the report came so quickly? You don't need to present it. Just read out loud. Yes. The official began without hesitation. Our army arrived at Jiaoji on the 15th. Burl's army took advantage of our unsteady position and launched a surprise attack. We lost over 10,000 men. The next day, we engaged them again, but unfortunately, we lost another 5,000 men, with thousands injured. Bang! Before he finished, Abigail slammed her hand on the table, her face turning livid. The official saw this scene and fell silent like cicadas in winter. Your Majesty, victories and defeats are common in warfare. There's no need to be so upset. Moreover, while our army has suffered losses, Burl's army might have also sustained casualties. Seeing this, Ellison stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Chapter 30. Kane the Minister. Don't try to fool me. Kinley Amaya's face was still ashen, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent as she said coldly, why did we never suffer such a defeat when Ike led the army? His troops were invincible and had few rivals. Now that I have dispatched the army, we suffer such a great defeat. How can I command respect in the future? What do you say? She was clearly shifting all the blame onto her ministers, considering herself completely blameless. By this alone, she could not command respect. Your Majesty. Albert Donglu originally wanted to take the opportunity to rebut, but Ellison silenced him with a glance. Stepping forward now would only invite humiliation. Given Kinley Amaya's obstinate nature, it would be good enough if she even listened to any opinions. What? None of you dare to speak up now? You were all boasting just moments ago. The Kinley slapped the imperial desk hard and stood up, raising an eyebrow. Now you're all cowards. What happened just now? Her voice sounded harsh and shrill, full of hostility. Most importantly, apart from officials like Albert Donglu who belonged to the second generation, a large part of the officials had supported her ascension to the throne and thus held significant merit. At this moment, she embodied mercilessness fully. Your Majesty. Just as Ellison was about to speak, he suddenly saw an old man with white hair stand up. Seeing this scene, his heart couldn't help but feel delighted. This old man was none other than the censor-in-chief Dayton. This minister had served under 3 dynasties and was deeply beloved by previous butlers. He was known for being upright and incorruptible, having a strong sense of justice and responsibility, and would point out the butler's mistakes without hesitation. What do you want to say? The Kinley frowned, her pretty face clearly impatient as she asked coldly. I believe, Your Majesty, you bear some responsibility in this matter and should not place all the blame on the ministers. Dayton raised his head, speaking solemnly. Otherwise, it will inevitably make the ministers feel disheartened. You are saying that I also bear responsibility? As soon as these words were spoken, Amaya's face darkened, her teeth gritted, and her eyebrows raised. Fine, then tell me, what is my responsibility? She wished she could immediately drive this old man away. First, Jiaoji already belongs to Burl, so seizing it again by Your Majesty would seem unrighteous. Dayton did not hesitate and spoke frankly. Second, Your Majesty acted too hastily in dispatching the army before provisions were ready. Yet, you kept urging the deployment, leading to insufficient preparation among frontline soldiers. How could they not fail? So you're saying it's all my fault? Amaya clenched her fists, her face contorted as she shouted. They had no faults at all? Is that what you mean? Your Majesty, I believe. Be silent. Dayton, seeing this, intended to speak again but was cut off by the Kinley who pointed at him and scolded. I once respected you as an old minister, but you turn out to be so arrogant and brazen, daring to criticize me directly. Have you had enough of life? Such audacity. Your Majesty. Ellison understood that this was the moment for sowing discord. Minister Xiao does not mean this. He is merely thinking of the state. Moreover, this military campaign has indeed suffered losses. Bang! Hearing the word losses, the Kinley slammed the imperial desk hard. Excellent. So you all secretly criticize me behind my back. Well done, very well done. Amaya, naturally unable to accept this, immediately ordered, guard, drag Dayton down and cane him 50 times? Your Majesty, Minister Xiao is elderly. 50 strokes may be too much for him. Yes, Your Majesty, Minister Xiao remains loyal to the nation. He has no ulterior motives, please forgive him this time. Please have mercy, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the ministers knelt on the ground, pleading for leniency. Some tried to exonerate themselves while others stoked the fire further. Humph, truly enlightening. Amaya, wanting to establish her authority, coldly hummed upon seeing this scene. I didn't expect Dayton to have so many supporters. Excellent, since you all support him, I cannot let him go unpunished. Drag him away. With a wave of her hand, she remained expressionless. A gentleman does not form cliques. As a scholar, Dayton still had his principles. He pushed away the guards and walked towards the exit on his own. But with 2 agonizing cries, silence followed. The ministers' faces turned pale, and they exchanged glances, many feeling a sense of sympathy. Ellison, answer me, how can we turn the tide of the war? Kinley Amaya gave no indication, only staring at the minister kneeling on the ground and asked. I believe the most unfavorable reason for this battle is due to Riko's improper command. Ellison looked up at the Kinley, his expression serious as he analyzed. Although he is the governor of Suzhou, he has no experience in leading troops into battle. It would be crucial to replace him with someone else. These words were naturally nonsense. After all, that governor of Suzhou was trained by Ike himself. The main reason for the defeat, as Dayton had said, was the haste and the Kinley's eagerness for victory. Then who do you suggest to send to the front line? Amaya had calmed down a bit internally, but after sitting down, she felt somewhat regretful. Dayton was not only an old minister of 3 dynasties, but also held another important identity, as one of her mentors. But as the butler, once the words were spoken, there was no going back. I think it would be most appropriate to send Arnie to the front line. Ellison pretended to think for a long time before putting on a serious face and saying, although Arnie resides in the capital, he is quite familiar with the Monronan region, and more importantly, he has been studying military affairs since childhood. You say he can lead troops? Seeing this, Amaya clearly hesitated for a moment, then frowned. I have some understanding of him. He does have some skills in playing the qin, calligraphy, chess, and painting, but leading troops into battle? I fear it won't work. There was also the simplest concern. She was afraid this prince would be difficult to control in the future. Your Majesty, what I say is true. To confuse the butler, Ellison explained, when Ike was here, they were in close contact. The prince learned a lot of military strategy from him. Now, it's the time to use talent, and there should be no doubt. There's Ike again. Hearing that familiar name, the Empress obviously felt somewhat angry, then half believed and half doubted. Is it true? Has Arnie really studied military strategy? Of course. Seeing the situation, Ellison knew the butler had already taken the bait. Moreover, there might be no better choice. Chapter 31 Counterattack. As Ike left the vicinity of Luoyang, it greatly relieved those ministers, especially Li. Originally, he thought that with the status and identity of the native Fu, he could easily drive Ike away. However, he had underestimated Ike's ability. This was not someone to be compared with ordinary ministers. Therefore, he obediently instructed the officials below him to follow Ike's commands. It was merely a bit more tiring for them. But if those wastelands were completely cultivated, it would boost their state treasury, making their political achievements better as well. When Ike left Dikuyu, it was early winter, and by the time he returned to the capital, it was already snowing heavily. He had only transformed the northern part of Cary territory, leaving a vast southern region still untouched. The urgency of his return to the capital was entirely due to the butler's confidential letter, saying there were important matters to discuss with him. Generalissimo. He had just stepped out of the carriage at the city gate when he saw Tate coming towards him. You're back too? Glancing at his trusted general, Ike felt a lot more reassured and asked, how is the front line holding up? Not as you might have imagined. Tate shook his head and looked around before continuing, this time, Zhao has led troops into Hashi, so it seems Manny summoned me back for this very reason. After pondering for a moment, Ike glanced at the people around him and quietly instructed, go ahead to Hashi with the Tiger Leopard cavalry and the Bai soldiers and arrange your forces accordingly. No problem. Tate nodded, clearly excited because, to him, leading troops into battle was all that mattered. Let's go. Watching Tate leave, Ike brushed the snow off his shoulders and proceeded directly toward the imperial city. Grady sat in the warm chamber of a side hall, his expression uneasy as he reviewed the military report on the table. He hadn't expected Zhao to make its move so soon. Previously, both sides had been in a standoff along the border, neither taking action, and even Albert had been left unattended. But just a few days ago, an urgent report came from Hashi stating that Zhao's cavalry had already entered the area. It was clearly targeting them. Your Majesty, the Chancellor seeks an audience. At a loss about what to do, the eunuch next to him hurriedly bowed and announced, quickly, bring him in. Hearing this reassuring name, Grady immediately stood up to welcome him. Your Majesty. Just as Ike was about to bow, he was interrupted and pulled up by the butler. You've returned just in time. Relieved, the butler couldn't help but say, there have been too many recent events for me to handle effectively. I can only rely on you. You honor me, Your Majesty. Both settling into their seats, Ike gathered his thoughts and said, on my way back to the capital, I heard quite a bit of news. Zhao's actions must have been premeditated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to mobilize their troops so quickly. They might have arranged this months ago. Joaquin Burlingwang wasn't the type to take a loss lightly. I've considered that too. Grady nodded, handing over the military report and looking anxious. Hashi is crucial for our defense against Zhao. We cannot afford to lose it. Besides, Zhao looms like a sword over us, always keeping me on edge. Cary's geographical location made it susceptible to attacks from all directions. With limited resources and small population, it needed to carve out a path to strength. Perhaps we should do this. After thinking for a while, Ike replied, I'll lead the troops myself this time. In addition to the Tiger Leopard cavalry and Bai soldiers under my command, please allocate another 30,000 troops to me. Currently, after his reforms, only around 80,000 elite soldiers remained in the north. Part of these had to defend against Albert and Muruxi, so these 30,000 were already significant for Cary. Is that not too few? Grady expressed concern. Zhao's army alone is at least 80,000 strong. Generalissimo. As I mentioned earlier, quality over quantity. Ike shook his head and added nonchalantly, besides, we also have Korean reinforcements. On my way back, I wrote to Kinley, Korea, inviting her to join me in advancing into Hashi. In that case, I feel much relieved. Grady exhaled, visibly less tense. If we can hold on to Hashi, we will have a buffer zone between us, Zhao, and Korea, protecting Dikuyu from direct attack. This matter isn't that simple. Ike shook his head and glanced at the heavy snowflakes outside the window. Compared to Joaquin, Cary was located further north, and such a snowy scene was indeed rare, evoking poetic sentiments. This time, besides holding the line in Hashi, I also plan to launch an attack into Zhao's territory and capture its 6 most critical cities. He said with a serious expression, Your Majesty needs to be ready. Once my military reports arrive, immediately dispatch officials and troops for defense. Chancellor is turning defense into offense? Grady couldn't help but express his surprise, feeling somewhat shocked. In his view, Cary was already struggling to defend itself, let alone go on the offensive. But he had no doubt about this man's abilities. Still, he wondered how Ike would carry out such an ambitious plan. He kept these thoughts to himself, understanding that one should trust their chosen leaders without reservation. Yes. Ike nodded. He had been in Cary for nearly half a year and understood that many of the ministers did not fully submit to him. This was an opportunity to prove himself. More importantly, this battle would test his reforms. Not only did he intend to fight, but also to ensure that Zhao could not retaliate. He needed to make the neighboring countries wary, showing them that Cary was no longer the same as before. Those wolves must retract their claws and fangs and behave properly. Good. Grady stood up and immediately spoke. Chancellor, you just focus on your plans. If you need more money, grain, or troops, just ask. I will arrange everything for you. Let the prefects of nearby provinces stand by. Thank you, Your Majesty. This was exactly what Ike wanted to hear. As long as the king understood the importance of initiative and cooperation, there would be no worries for him. Attendant. Grady was clearly pleased. Bring tea, no, bring wine. I want to drink a few cups with the Chancellor. Yes. The servants and eunuchs beside him hurried off to prepare. Chapter 32. The Salt Selling Incident. A good snow promises a rich harvest. Ike held his wineglass, feeling the warmth it conveyed, and slowly said, with the development of wastelands, next year's overall treasury revenue will more than double. One must know that under his policy of land reclamation, the overall strength of Cary's state would skyrocket. This point was beyond question. All this is thanks to Chancellor Darun. Grady put down his chopsticks, then, with an agitated expression, lifted his wineglass and said, I propose a toast to you. Once the Chancellor returns victorious, I will host a welcoming banquet for you and throw a victory feast. He knew very well that this move was extremely important for the whole of Cary's state. This was his first battle since ascending the throne, against the Zhao state, which boasted well-trained soldiers and abundant provisions, once the hegemon in the north. Your Majesty. After finishing the wine in his cup, Ike glanced at the butler and, with a serious look, said, this trip will take at least 2 or 3 months. but the southern regions have yet to fully implement the land reclamation policy. I hope your majesty can send confidants to the south to carry out this policy. If only the north were developed, there would certainly be resentment from some people. Both the north and south must be developed equally to gain the trust of the people. Regarding this, unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, the butler hesitated, looked at Ike, and fell silent for a moment. Does your majesty not have suitable candidates? Seeing this, Ike immediately understood. What troubled the butler was undoubtedly this matter. To speak of it brings shame. Grady drank a cup of wine by himself and then, with a gloomy face, said, Since I ascended the throne, most state affairs were handled by Uncle 3. There are no trusted officials in the court. If he had been devoted to the country, this matter could have been easily entrusted to him. After all, Shepard's former subordinates were spread throughout the nation, leaving him without worries. But now, they became his greatest concern. To tell you the truth, someone from the Ministry of Revenue has been gone for over a month, but not a single ledger has been submitted. Grady felt some frustration deep in his heart and gritted his teeth as he said, I am well aware that Uncle 3 must be causing obstacles. Otherwise, how could the ledgers not come in? Surveying all the land in the country is indeed a huge project. But even so, wouldn't it be completed within a few months for even one commandery? Upon hearing this, Ike did not say anything, only nodding his head. If so, I will solve this issue after I return. He set down the wine glass and slowly chewed on a piece of beef. No, I cannot leave all the worries to the chancellor. Seeing this, Grady shook his head, gripping his wine glass tightly and said, As an butler, I should also contribute to the country. Otherwise, I would feel guilty before the ancestors buried underground. You can go ahead with your mission assuredly, and I will handle the rest. In that case, I can rest easy. Ike nodded and looked into his wine glass, saying, Your Majesty, do not rush things, or else there will be trouble. I understand. Grady looked up at the chancellor, his eyes filled with gratitude. After all, the entire Cary state was incredibly grateful to him. They were chatting when suddenly a eunuch rushed in. Your Majesty, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue Anatoly has returned. He reports that he has urgent matters to discuss with your Majesty. Quick, let him in. Hearing this, Grady felt a wave of joy. Anatoly was tasked with selling refined salt. His return meant he must have successfully completed his mission, bringing additional revenue to the treasury. Minister Anatoly pays respect to your Majesty. A short while later, a visibly thinner and weather-beaten man entered slowly. Compared to before, he looked less fair-skinned, his face bearing the marks of hardship. Rise quickly. Grady handed him a cup of wine with a smile. Drink this wine to warm yourself up. This journey must have been tiring. Thank you, your Majesty, for your concern. Anatoly drained the wine in one gulp, then glanced at Ike and nodded. Not tired at all. Just missed your Majesty and Chancellor greatly. Ha ha ha. Grady couldn't help but laugh, raising his wine glass again. I propose another toast to you. You are a meritorious official, and I will reward you shortly. Thank you, your Majesty. Anatoly nodded, and finished the second cup of wine. Seeing this scene, Ike admired the butler's ability to win people's loyalty. Indeed, Grady was a diligent and competent ruler. How much revenue did you bring back this time? The butler settled back into his seat and gestured for a nearby eunuch to fetch a stool. Your Majesty, this trip has been fruitful. Anatoly gave a bow and then sat down beside them, with a serious expression. We went all the way south, disregarding the state of Chu or the states of Burl and Anakine. They were extremely satisfied with the refined salt. Most importantly, they even paid a deposit, ready for us to send the goods over as soon as we have them. At this point, he pulled out silver notes and ledgers from his sleeves and placed them on the table. The income from selling refined salt and the deposits total up to 23 million taels. After deducting labor and costs, it should be around 20.5 million taels. He looked at Grady and Ike and explained, as for the detailed accounts, they need to be rechecked by officials from the Ministry of Revenue. There's no need. The butler didn't expect such a substantial profit and immediately waved his hand, speaking without hesitation, I trust you. The accounts will be correct. Your Majesty, verification is necessary. Anatoly was about to sit down but upon hearing this, stood up again and said, This money needs to enter the treasury. Without an account, how can it be deposited? In case any problems arise in the future, it would be easier to verify, wouldn't it? You make a good point. Grady nodded right away after hearing this and put the silver notes and ledgers aside. Wait until tomorrow's court session. I will arrange for officials to check the accounts. However, as the Deputy Minister of Revenue, you will be fully responsible for this. Subject obeys. Anatoly did not oppose this and sat down nearby. Traveling this distance, you must have seen various customs and traditions? Ike, who had been silent, now smiled and asked, Tell us, what interesting stories did you come across? The state of Joaquin and the state of Burl are at war. Anatoly replied solemnly, Moreover, up until 2 days ago when I returned to court, the state of Joaquin has already lost 2 battles. Although they haven't lost many troops, it seems unlikely they can reclaim Jiaoji now. They went to war over Jiaoji? Hearing this, I couldn't help but ask. Yes, at least that's what I heard. Anatoly replied solemnly. Chapter 33, Institutional Issues. Looks like Amaya really has messed up. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but shake his head and commented while gazing at the snow outside the window. She thought she could rival the Burl state. What a pity. The reason he had handed over the territory of Jiaoji back then was mainly due to Burl's strong national power. At that time, the Joaquin state was far from being able to compare with it. There was another reason too. His target was actually the Albert state. Compared to Burl, which boasted well-equipped troops and ample grain supplies and prosperous southern Monronan, Albert presented a better choice. The 2 primary reasons were as follows. First, although Albert had vast lands, its population was sparse, significantly lagging behind Burl in terms of military strength. Secondly, Albert had natural advantages for raising horses. If they could seize control of Albert, they could assemble an elite cavalry. Once they crossed the Albertsa River, the entire southern region would be undefended. What he hadn't anticipated was that Amaya not only altered his original strategy but also attempted to reclaim the Jiaoji territory. It should be noted that while this province is large, it remains sparsely populated and barren. Even if they reclaimed this area, disregarding the need for troops to garrison there, what practical significance would it have? I think their defeat is justified, Anatoly said gravely, rubbing his hands together. Jiaoji borders the Albertsa River below it. Their warships are tiny compared to Burl's, leaving them almost no advantage in naval combat. Not to mention, they already suffered a previous defeat. Ike nodded. He had never prioritized the navy in his plans. Whether fighting against the Cary state or the northern Albert state, infantry always took precedence. A pity, Grady remarked with a slight smile. If Amaya had continued to rely on the great general, Joaquin might have long been unmatched among all rivals by now. If she had relied on me, I probably wouldn't have come to Cary state. Ike chuckled lightly, looking at the wine in his cup. Speaking of which, it seems fate brought me closer to Manny. Had it not been for repaying Emil's kindness from the past, he wouldn't have assisted the Kinley in ascending to the throne. However, as his influence grew, her suspicions deepened. He never intended to rebel, for with system assistance, seizing power wasn't easy. Why go through secret efforts? The general makes a valid point. Grady raised his wine glass solemnly. As long as you and I work as one, what fear can stand in our way? Cheers. Ike promptly finished his wine at once. I'll take my leave first. Anatoly stood up and looked at the two men. I hope Manny will expedite the supervision of the Ministry of Revenue to increase the production of refined salt. Moreover, I've already received deposits. If we can't deliver on time, we risk losing trust. I believe the matter should be left entirely in your hands. Grady glanced at Anatoly and said slowly, you are the great general's trusted subordinate, and I trust you wholeheartedly. Besides, the people in the Ministry of Revenue tend to be lazy and must be supervised by you personally. Your Majesty, I have something to say, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate. Anatoly laughed hesitantly, recalling the conversation with Ike earlier. Go ahead, speak your mind. Grady showed no hesitation. Now more than ever, I need advice from people like you. If it benefits the country, I will agree. With your permission, I'll speak frankly. Anatoly raised an eyebrow. The current speed of refining salt in the Ministry of Revenue is too slow. If assigned to me, you want to replace everyone? Grady's face turned serious, immediately interrupting him. Not exactly. Anatoly shook his head. Currently, these officials lack motivation since they gain nothing from it. Workers receive fixed monthly pay, and thus aren't fully committed. So, I suggest recruiting new personnel. By increasing their salaries and sharing 5% of each profit as dividends, they would become more engaged and dedicated. When this process matures, salt fields can be established nationwide, assigning key roles to them. Providing them with dividends or official positions will ensure loyalty. Grady remained silent, gazing out at the snowy landscape. Salt, iron, tea, and horse trading have always been state monopolies. Handing over these rights would pose certain risks to the nation. Otherwise, other states wouldn't keep suppressing illegal salt trading so persistently. For now, let's start with the first suggestion. After a long silence, the butler finally spoke. As for the latter suggestion, we can consider it after the refined salt production matures. Everything will be as your Majesty commands. Anatoly heaved a sigh of relief at this and promptly left. In the capital of the great Joaquin, after seeing in sell-off, Amaya immediately felt some regret. After all, to her, being able to ascend to the throne entirely depended on Ike's top-level assistance. Now that this man was gone, it would be hard to effectively control the other princes. Once these individuals made any move, she might have to unleash a great slaughter. The dishes prepared by the imperial kitchen today are quite good. She picked up a bite of food and couldn't help but praise. Could it be that they've changed the chefs? She had always had very high standards for food, mainly because during those years when she went through thick and thin with Ike, his cooking skills left her in awe. Sometimes, she even thought that if Ike hadn't opposed her, how much better it would be. This old servant is not sure about that. The chief eunuch saw this scene and shook his head, saying, should I call the chefs over to ask? Good idea. Amaya couldn't resist eating 2 more bites and nodded. They must come over for questioning. A few moments later, an imperial chef rushed in, trembling with fear, and fell to his knees with a thud. Since Ike's departure, the Empress's temper had become increasingly worse, making them all tiptoe around, fearing her every summon. Are you the chef for today? Amaya paid no attention to the terrified man, picking up a bit of food with interest and asking, today's taste is excellent. Why couldn't you make such delicious food before? Well. The chef breathed a sigh of relief and then paused for a moment before answering. It might be due to the change in seasoning. Chapter 34 The Might of the Kinley. Changed the seasoning? What exactly was changed? Amaya's face was grim, but her hands did not stop. You must explain clearly otherwise. Your Majesty, the change in seasonings was all done by the procurement officer from the Internal Affairs Office. It has nothing to do with me, Your Majesty. The imperial chef's face turned pale with fright and immediately began to explain. You can order him to come over for questioning? The Kinley was too terrifying, making him tremble inwardly. Bring all the procurement officers up here. Only then did Amaya put down her chopsticks. For some reason, she felt that something wasn't quite right. Yes. The eunuch, upon hearing this, quickly ran out. Your Majesty. After about half an hour, the procurement officers from the Internal Affairs Office were kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. I've heard that the seasonings have been recently changed. Tell me, what specifically was changed? Amaya, who was naturally suspicious, became even more wary after hearing this and asked coldly. This? The officials lowered their heads and exchanged glances. Weren't you the one who recently changed the salt? One of them immediately pointed at another and asked, why don't you explain clearly to Manny? Your Majesty, it's like this. That person, startled, quickly explained, earlier, a merchant from Cary entered the palace. I saw that his salt was quite good, so I bought some. I originally wanted to buy more, but he only sold 1 dough, saying it was all he had. Seeing how good the salt was, I replaced it, asking the imperial chef to prepare a dish for your majesty to taste. Bring all the salt you purchased here. Amaya frowned, her beautiful eyes flashing with doubt. Why would such a simple change in seasoning result in such a significant difference in flavor? It shouldn't be. Understood. That official didn't dare linger and rushed directly to the warehouse. You may leave. Amaya glanced at the other officials, speaking harshly. Yes. The officials and the imperial chef left hurriedly, feeling as if they'd been granted a reprieve. A moment later, the procurement officer returned to the hall with the salt. When the Kinley saw the salt, her eyes widened. The salt was translucently white, free of impurities, with fine grains resembling ice crystals. You say this salt was sold by a merchant from Cary? She grabbed a handful and sniffed it before asking coldly. Unlike other nobles, she had once accompanied Ike to the grassroots level, and thus had some basic knowledge of everyday things. She fully understood the true value of this salt. Yes. The procurement officer dared not hide anything and raised his head to explain. There were quite a few merchants from Cary, but the amount of salt they brought was limited, and the price was very high. 7 taels of silver per dough. Normally, we wouldn't need to pay such a high price, Of course, he lied. It was actually 6 taels per dough. You may go. Before he finished, Amaya interrupted, obviously irritable, then turned her gaze to the eunuch. Send for the Minister of Revenue. Bang! As soon as the two left, the Kinley slapped the table. Your Majesty. The eunuchs and maidservants inside the palace shivered and knelt down. Amaya's face was ashen. She clearly knew that whoever could produce this had to be that person. Ike, why didn't you help me manufacture this salt? She gritted her teeth, her anger raging while also feeling regret. He comes to Cary and produces this. This kind of refined salt could bring immense benefits to the great Joaquin dynasty if sold to other countries. With a full treasury, she could accomplish many things. Your Majesty, you summoned me? Minister of Revenue Murray hurried in, preparing to kneel. There's no need to bow. Take a look at this. Amaya interrupted him and handed him the bag of salt. This? Murray looked at it and was instantly stunned by its exquisite craftsmanship, speechless. I'm asking you. Amaya sat back in her seat, eyes narrowed. If this matter were given to your department, could you replicate this salt? Your Majesty, this level of craftsmanship is unprecedented. Murray placed the salt down and truthfully replied, it might be difficult for us to achieve this. This thing is already given to you. Can't you at least copy it? Amaya's face darkened, gritting her teeth coldly. What are you officials in the Revenue and Works departments eating? What made her feel reluctant was that she did not want to be outdone by the state of Cary and Ike. She wanted to win. Although this task seems simple, there must be complicated techniques behind it. Murray could only respond helplessly and truthfully. Unless we can find the seller, it would be difficult to replicate the formula and manufacturing process. I don't want to hear such excuses. Amaya slammed the imperial desk and then said coldly, I give you 2 months. If you cannot produce this salt, all officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works will have to resign. Your Majesty, get out. Cary Kingdom, Imperial Hill. Compared to the bustling Chancellor's mansion in the past, the entrance of Duke Shepard's residence was now virtually deserted. It had only been about 3 months since he lost his position as Chancellor, but fewer people were coming to visit him these days. Now, apart from Cornelius and a few other confidants, no one else came around. Of course, he still had many supporters in other regions. Heard that Ike has already led the troops into battle. Shepard wore thick cotton clothes and held a cup of hot tea. Despite the brazier nearby, perhaps due to his advanced age, he still felt the chill to the bone, making his voice tremble slightly. Yes, master. Another disciple, Albert Cary, nodded and answered truthfully. He took 30,000 troops from the capital, and Manny trusts him completely. Attacking the state of Zhou with this move is like an egg hitting a rock. Cornelius did not think highly of this, saying, previously, he was able to win battles because the Joaquin army was well-trained and powerful. Although our great Cary is not bad either, facing the state of Zhou would still be a hard fight. Absolutely not encourage others' morale while discouraging our own. Shepard raised his eyebrows, somewhat indifferent. Since he has taken on the responsibility, it means he has some confidence. Last time, he made an agreement with the Kinley of Han, promising mutual military support. This indicates that this time, he also has Korean troops helping, so there might be a chance for victory. Chapter 35. Haeong Predicament. Master, I don't quite agree. Cornelius used an iron tong to turn the charcoal in the brazier, and then could not help but speak. He's become more and more arrogant. The mobilization of army funds should logically be scheduled by the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue together. Now that he has the trust of Manny, he doesn't care about our colleagues at all, and never consults us. After all, he was the Secretary of War for the Kingdom of Cary, yet he did not even know about troop movements. What was the point of having a Ministry of War? Yes, Albert Cary nodded and sipped his tea. Take the simplest thing for example, how many officials has he replaced in the north? The Ministry of Personnel dare not say much about it. If this continues, we're bound to have more difficult days ahead. Master, when you were in the imperial court, everything was harmonious, Cornelius said coldly. But nowadays, officials are worried about their safety, fearing that one day they will be dismissed because he's displeased. These words made Shepard feel very pleased. After all, he's just a hot-headed young man. He put down his teacup, stood up and walked 2 steps, and slowly said, thinking that with the butler's trust, he can act as he pleases, without realizing that this will bring disaster upon himself. But Manny trusts him greatly. Thinking about what happened in the imperial court last time, Cornelius grew angrier. If it weren't for the advice of all ministers, I would have been punished with cudgeling in court. As leaders of scholars, they considered such treatment a great disgrace. The North has been reformed almost entirely by him, Albert Cary spoke grimly. In recent days, many officials from prominent families have complained bitterly. If his actions succeed, it will likely do more harm than good for the entire kingdom of Cary. Shepard's face darkened when he heard this. After all, as a member of the royal family, He owned more land than any other family. If all the land in the country were measured and then redistributed, wouldn't this be worse than killing him? We cannot let him succeed no matter what. He looked at Albert Cary and said coldly, "Go now and join forces with each prominent family. Make it clear to them that I'll back them up. Let them make a fuss and stop those officials." "I understand." Albert Cary got up immediately after hearing this. "Also, this fight may take a long time." Shepard glanced at Cornelius and warned, "Tell the officials tomorrow not to regularly supply troops with funds and grain. Once he suffers defeat on the front lines, we will impeach him. With this, even if Manny wants to protect him, it will be impossible." "I understand." The Hushi region is located in the west of Cary, containing 6 cities and 3 prefectures. As a strategic buffer zone, the rich land and tens of thousands of people here are coveted by the states of Han and Zhou. Capturing this place would greatly enhance national strength. For nearly a century, the 3 countries have been fighting over this. The reason why Cary could occupy this fertile land largely stems from the state of Qin to the west of Han and Zhou. This formidable army keeps them from acting rashly. Once there's a war, Qin would certainly attack their rear. When Ike arrived at Haiyang with his troops, only 2 of the 6 cities in Hushi remained. The Zhou cavalry was less than 100 miles away. If they attacked under cover of night, they could soon break into the city. Tate immediately dispatched the Huobao cavalry to scout the Zhou army. Ike reminded his close general, "Remember, only observe their movements. Do not act recklessly until you receive my orders." Understood. Tate had arrived 3 days earlier. If it weren't for the military order, he would have already led the troops out to charge. Finally getting a task, he left the city happily. "Where is the Haiyang commander?" As Ike headed for the city tower, he asked coldly. "This commander reports to General. Haiyang Commander Jason is present." Then a middle-aged man stepped forward and bowed. "Now tell me, how many troops can be mobilized in the city? How many days of provisions do we have?" I glanced at him and looked toward the outside of the city. All around was desolate. Looking far and wide it was flat terrain. What made him worry was that Haiyang City was small and could hardly defend against cavalry charges. Although cavalry isn't skilled at attacking cities, how could Zhou not have infantry? "General, there are now only a little more than 5,000 infantry and cavalry in the city," Jason replied somewhat helplessly after taking a look. "How many?" Ike was clearly stunned and asked again, "Hushi is so important. How can there only be so many troops?" Previously, to assist in the defense of the other 4 cities, I had already dispatched 30,000 troops, but I didn't expect the Zhou army's offensive to be so fierce. Jason then replied somewhat helplessly, "So, how many days can the city's grain supplies last?" Ike shifted the topic to provisions without further ado. "Up to 10 days at most." Jason responded somewhat reluctantly, "I sent letters several days ago urging for more provisions, but the Ministry of Revenue hasn't made any moves. Now listen carefully." After hearing this, I paused for a moment before saying, "Arrange immediately for soldiers to reinforce the city walls, thicken them by 3 feet and raise them by 2 feet. It must be completed within 2 days. At your command." Jason had long heard of this great general's reputation and did not doubt him. "Also, bring out all the food and alcohol from the city, and let them feast these next 2 days." I turned to look behind him. Apart from the soldiers he brought, most of the Haiyang garrison were visibly malnourished, clearly not having enough to eat. "General, but our food stores are insufficient. If we distribute these provisions now, we might not last through the coming days." Jason naturally did not want to see his soldiers go hungry, but his priority was to hold the city. "You don't need to worry about that." I glanced at the soldiers and said, "When I came to Haiyang, I had arranged for the supply convoy to arrive 3 days ahead of schedule. By then, after we finish these provisions, the subsequent supplies will follow immediately." "Fine, I'll follow the general's orders," Jason promptly said with a serious expression. "I will notify immediately to ensure the soldiers have a good meal. Leave this matter to them." Ike turned and walked down from the city tower, giving orders as he went. "Go now and inform all officers above the rank of camp commander to gather at the military camp immediately. I have important matters to arrange. Anyone who doesn't come will be executed on the spot." Chapter 36, Strategic Deployment. That night, the Zhou army was about 10 miles away from Haiyang City but did not take advantage of the darkness to launch an attack. Instead, they settled down outside the city and camped. Heavy snow fell, blending Haiyang with the earth and sky in a single color. Inside the military camp, under Jason's lead, all the soldiers came to the main tent. Ike was reviewing a map at that moment. "Greetings, great general." The soldiers bowed deeply, their expressions serious. "You have all arrived." Ike turned his head to glance at everyone before gesturing for them to be seated. "Thank you, great general." The camp commanders sat down one after another. "I just reviewed the maps of the 6 cities west of the river. Do any of you have strategies to defeat the enemy?" He turned his head, looking at each person before asking slowly. However, everyone exchanged glances, none willing to speak up. Facing the momentum of the Zhou cavalry moving south, they felt powerless to stop it. More importantly, much like the previous conflict with the Wen Kingdom, the Cary Kingdom had suffered more defeats than victories. "Jason, as the commander, please share your thoughts first." Seeing this situation, Ike then directed his gaze toward Jason. "Yes, great general." Hearing this, Jason stood up stiffly and said, "In my opinion, this battle seems unfavorable for our troops. For one thing, we are not numerically superior. For another, it's the dead of winter, so it would be better to wait until spring and then decide the outcome. It's quality, not quantity that matters." Ike frowned slightly before replying, "If we relied on numbers to win, I could bring all the elite forces. But we must guard against the Albert Kingdom in the north and the Wen Kingdom in the east. Secondly, as you mentioned earlier, winter is inconvenient for us, but wouldn't it also be difficult for the Zhou troops? Moreover, most of the Zhou troops are cavalry, making this battlefield even less advantageous for them." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help nodding. To break the enemy on the front line might not be easy due to the disparity in numbers. Ike turned back to the map and continued slowly. "Now the Zhou troops have already entered the western bank area, leading with their cavalry. This means that their supplies should be following closely behind. Given their large number, if we can cut off their supply lines and disrupt their coordination, they will undoubtedly be defeated. Are you suggesting we use this opportunity to ambush their supply lines? One of the officers quickly caught on. Yes. Ike nodded approvingly and then looked at him. Our supplies are also insufficient, so capturing theirs would not only help us repel the Zhao troops, but also replenish our own. But, Great General, the man looked somewhat puzzled and asked, currently, the Zhao army has set up camp about 10 miles away. To capture their supply lines, we need to bypass the Zhao army. They are followed by infantry and supply trains, totaling tens of thousands of troops. How could we accomplish this easily? Although there were guards in the city and Ike brought 3,000 elite soldiers, the numerical gap still existed. Moreover, how could they bypass the Zhao army? I reviewed the map just now. There's a narrow path leading north from Heiang City, allowing us to directly insert ourselves behind the Zhao army. I pointed at the map and explained solemnly, moreover, there is a mountain named Albertling Mountain behind the Zhao army. Ambushing there would be perfect. The path hasn't been traveled for years, and the mountain road is treacherous. This matter doesn't require your involvement. I will take my white feather guards and the tiger leopard cavalry. Before Jason could speak, Ike interrupted and ordered, your mission here has two parts. First, when I go out to set up an ambush, you should devise plans to challenge them, merely to distract the attention of the Zhao cavalry. Second, when the fire below Albertling Mountain lights up, immediately charge into the Zhao army, pushing them back, understand? We will follow the Great General's orders. Everyone responded promptly, bowing again. Great General. At this moment, Tate hurriedly ran in, covered in snow, looking like a snowman. Well? Ike asked immediately. Great General, everything has been investigated. Tate brushed off the snow from his body, walked to a seat, and picked up a teacup to drink. The vanguard cavalry of the Zhao army totals about 30,000 men, all elites, led by Nate Halston, the third son of Rusty. Following them, the one in charge of escorting provisions and supplies is Jamar, the commander of this operation. There are about 50,000 troops in total, including transport soldiers and infantry. According to their marching speed, they will reach the city walls within 2 days at most. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim, realizing that the Zhao army had an absolute numerical advantage. Good. Ike, upon hearing this, made up his mind instantly. He looked at Tate and instructed, Lionelston carefully. You are to order the white feather guards and the tiger leopard cavalry to stand by immediately, then follow me along the narrow path into Albertling Mountain to set up an ambush beforehand. General, I observed that narrow path on my way here. It might not be easy for the horses to pass through. Tate immediately voiced his concerns. Then we won't ride horses. Everyone will be equipped with the gear of the white feather guards. And then we'll also take 2,000 Imperial guards. Ike frowned slightly. This was indeed a tricky issue for him, but no matter what, the tiger leopard cavalry were physically superior to regular infantry. I obey your orders. Tate responded without hesitation, even showing a flash of excitement in his eyes. Great. Finally, we can have a real fight. General. Jason, seeing this, stood up right away and said, your two private armies, though combat effective, are still too few in number. The Zhao army has 50,000 infantry, which must be extremely formidable. Isn't this plan too risky? Shouldn't we bring more Imperial guards? No need. Ike shook his head and gave stern instructions, Lionelston closely. After our troops leave the city, you must challenge the enemy immediately and hold back the Zhao cavalry. Moreover, do not leave the city unless there's a fire blazing from Albertling Mountain. No matter how the Zhao army provokes us, you must defend the city. If there were too many people, it would easily expose their whereabouts. Moreover, although 4,000 people were few, under the terrain of Albertling Mountain, the Zhao army's 50,000 troops could not effectively deploy their forces. He did not necessarily have to lose. Besides, he had the white feather guards who excelled in mountain warfare. I obey your orders. Chapter 37. Breaking the enemy on a snowy night. At the Zhao army camp, Halston was now looking at the military map in front of him, his expression less than pleasant. Although he was a prince of Rusty, the command of this expedition rested in Jamar's hands. That fellow was merely a collateral branch of the royal family. He truly did not understand why his father the butler had entrusted such important authority to someone else. Along the way, he had virtually won every battle, capturing 4 cities west of the river in just a few days. With only 2 cities left, he could claim the entire western region. Then he would be at the peak of his power, perhaps even contending for the position of crown prince. Someone. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted toward outside the tent. Your Highness, Third Nate. A major rushed in, bowing deeply and asked, what are your orders? Immediately send scouts to urge Jamar. Is he a turtle? Why hasn't he brought his troops yet? Halston stood up, pacing back and forth with irritation and exclaimed, must I wait here for him before attacking the city? It's unbearable. Replying to your Highness, General Zhao previously sent scouts saying that reinforcements will arrive within 2 days. The major cautiously glanced and then replied with clasped hands. 2 more days? Does he not understand that speed is crucial in warfare? Halston looked at the map, enraged as he pointed at the major and scolded. You immediately replied to him that I give him 1 day at most. If he doesn't arrive, I'll attack the city first. Your Highness. Your Highness, the Cary army has suddenly rushed out and is now provoking us outside the camp. The major was about to respond when a soldier rushed in with a panic-stricken look, saying, my brothers ask whether we should engage them now. What is there to ask? Upon hearing this, Halston instantly became animated and went to put on his armor, ordering, pass the order to each camp to mount their horses and follow me into battle. To him, this was a rare opportunity. Since the other side had provoked first, he had to retaliate. And if he could take advantage of this chance to capture Heiang, he would gain great credit. Your Highness, this seems quite strange, the major advised promptly. The defending forces of Heiang amount to no more than 10,000. How can they dare provoke us outside the city? There may be an ambush. The iron cavalry of the Zhao Kingdom is invincible. How could we fear them? After equipping his armor, Halston drew his sword and ordered sternly, quickly pass the order to all camps to charge on horseback and follow me to fight. Yes. The major and another soldier didn't dare disobey, turning around and leaving the main tent immediately. However, what they didn't expect was that after leading the troops out of the camp, the Cary army refused to engage them and directly turned back into the city, shutting the gates. Furious, Halston attacked twice, but although their cavalry was fierce, lacking siege weapons meant they couldn't break through the city walls. Reluctantly, he led the troops back to camp. Unexpectedly, while preparing to rest, the cries and insults from the Cary army echoed again outside the camp. Enraged, Halston led the troops out once more, but like before, the Cary army didn't dare fight and retreated back into the city. Repeating this twice, Halston stopped responding. Meanwhile, Ike arrived at the foot of Albertling Mountain. The mountain paths were extremely narrow, allowing no more than 5 people side by side or 3 riders abreast. On both sides were steep mountains, which provided a significant advantage if attacked from above. You listen carefully, block the road and create several large pits. With heavy snow over the past 2 days, it's easy to cover them up. After analyzing the terrain and glancing at Tate and others, Ike continued, prepare huge rocks and logs on both sides of the mountain. Once Xiao's troops fall into chaos, immediately launch an attack. And how many rockets do we have? Heiang City has limited supplies, Tate said, about 5,000 arrows. The number of arrows is indeed insufficient. Ike nodded, stroking his chin and said, once the battle starts, these arrows must be handed over to the archers in the army. When we rush down, shout my name to cause psychological pressure on them. Rusty was also defeated by him before. At your command. Tate immediately agreed upon hearing this. Subsequently, 2,000 Imperial guards began digging holes on the mountain path, laying dry grass. After being covered by heavy snow, they soon became invisible, while the White Feather soldiers and Hubao cavalry mined giant stones and made logs. Thanks to their astonishing stamina, they managed to produce plenty in just 2 days. After everything was completed, Ike immediately began waiting with his men. Perhaps fortune favored the prepared, or perhaps Jamar was concerned about the front lines. Not long after they were ready, they saw Zhao infantry and supply units appear within their sight. Ike immediately signaled his men not to act rashly and then arranged for Tate to lead the White Feather soldiers down the mountain quietly. Maybe due to the quiet journey, Jamar and his men did not detect any abnormality and entered their ambush circle directly. Bang! At that moment, a group of men from the vanguard vanished suddenly in front of the rear forces. As the rear forces were puzzled, the pit on the ground spread rapidly, causing hundreds of men from the vanguard to disappear instantly. There's an ambush. A major immediately noticed something wrong and shouted loudly. General, it seems there's an ambush ahead. The general beside him also spoke after witnessing this scene. Order the vanguard not to panic and immediately form up to meet the enemy. Jamar remained calm, looking at the messenger beside him. How many troops can be hidden on such a small mountain? Don't panic. Thud, 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 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, countless rolling stones and huge logs fell from both sides of the high mountains, accompanied by those rockets. Ah, ah, ah. In no time, surrounding soldiers began to fall one after another. There's an ambush. Run. Run quickly. Don't go forward anymore. Retreat. The soldiers had no time to react, and the formation became disordered instantly. Many soldiers fled backward, trampling many people to death. Tell them not to panic. Seeing this, Jamar could not help but become extremely angry and immediately looked at the messenger. Order them to adjust the formation. Grand General of Cary State, Duke Xianxia, Ike, is leading troops to confront the enemy. Grand General of Cary State, Duke Xianxia, Ike, is leading troops to confront the enemy. Suddenly, shouts filled the entire mountain. Chapter 38. Bountiful Spoils of War. Heiang City remained impregnable. Previously, Ike had ordered Jason to reinforce the city walls. Although Halston later led troops to attack twice in succession, both attempts were futile, costing him hundreds of cavalrymen. For 2 days, the Zhao army camp was eerily quiet, with no signs of movement. You must not slack off. Follow the original plan and arrange for 5 units to patrol. Report any unusual activity immediately. Jason looked at the military camp outside the city, feeling uncertain. Though the heavy snow had stopped, the air outside the city still bristled with a palpable aura of killing intent, sending chills down one's spine. Yes. The adjutant general beside him promptly responded. General Governor, look, isn't that the direction of Albertling Mountain? At the moment those words left his lips, he cast a glance into the distance, only to see flames raging toward the sky from the direction of Albertling Mountain, almost dyeing half the sky red. Yes, it's indeed there, Jason said. His heart suddenly filled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Could it be that Generalissimo has succeeded? What are we waiting for? Give the order, General Governor. The adjutant general bowed, eager to engage. Now is our chance to earn credit and distinction. Shouldn't we send scouts to investigate first? Another colonel hesitated. What if Generalissimo suffered defeat? It won't happen. Jason interrupted immediately, clenching his fists. Our Generalissimo is undefeated in battle and will never suffer such a defeat. Moreover, he wouldn't attack unless he was absolutely sure of victory. Saying this, he drew his sword and raised his voice. Lion Elston up, all soldiers will charge together. Not a single man will remain within the city. This battle must be won. Yes. Without delay, the adjutant general went to pass on the orders. About half an hour later, Heiang City's gates swung open wide, and Jason personally led over 40,000 troops out of the city in a furious charge. War cries reverberated through the sky, making hearts tremble. Your Highness, Your Highness. Inside the Zhao army camp, Halston was asleep when a colonel rushed in, reporting, the Cary army launched a counterattack and is already outside the camp. Quickly, organize the troops to respond. What did you say? Startled, Halston shook his head and laughed nervously. Impossible. How could they? With their inferior numbers. Your Highness, the Cary army has breached the encampment, and our soldiers are fighting fiercely. Another soldier rushed in, bowing, please lead the troops against them quickly. Damn it. Only then did Halston realize the gravity of the situation. He leaped up, put on his armor, and glared at the men. Their forces are far weaker than ours. We must repel them. What is Jamar doing? 2 days have passed, and there's been no word from him. Report. Report. Suddenly, a scout burst in and knelt on the ground. Reporting to your highness, our rear guard was ambushed and is now in disarray. General Zhao asks you to abandon the camp and retreat back to Zhao territory immediately. What did you say? Halston staggered slightly, nearly falling over. What the hell is that idiot doing? Your highness, your safety comes first now. Seeing the situation, the colonel disregarded protocol and advised, please lead the army to break through the siege. Once we return to Zhao, we can reorganize and come back stronger. I will not retreat. Infuriated, Halston slashed a table in half with his sword, cursing, that bastard Jamar, what the hell? The Grand General of Cary, Duke of Pacification, Ike, leads troops to meet us in battle. Halston, surrender quickly. The Grand General of Cary, Duke of Pacification, Ike, leads troops to meet us in battle. Halston, surrender quickly. Before he could respond, he heard shouting coming from behind. They were now facing battles on 2 fronts. Ike is here. That damn trickster must have used some cunning scheme. Hearing that name, Halston couldn't help but shudder. Your highness, nothing is more important than your safety now. The colonel hugged Halston tightly, pleading, we must return to Zhao first, then we can regroup and come back. Please, retreat now. Retreat. With great reluctance, Halston closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them, gritting his teeth before barking the command. Retreat. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the Zhao army camp. Jason led his troops in a fierce charge, then triumphantly met up with Ike. Ha ha ha. The governor of Hayang City looked at the spoils of war scattered all over the ground and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Generalissimo. This great victory completely relied on your divine military strategy. Honestly, I never thought we could win this battle. Yes, Generalissimo. You are truly amazing. Now I am utterly convinced. Using troops like this was beyond my imagination. Everyone spoke up, their admiration for Ike growing to an extreme. All right, enough of this talk. Ike, nonchalant, glanced into the distance and asked, let's get down to it. How much loot did we gain from this? This was what he cared about most. Report to the Generalissimo. Upon hearing this, an official responsible for tallying came forward and said, we killed 13,000 Zhao troops, captured over 20,000 soldiers, seized 25,000 horses, and obtained approximately 1 million dan of grain and supplies. The exact numbers still need verification. Our casualties include about 3,000 dead and over 10,000 wounded. Ike nodded, satisfied with the outcome. After all, given the disparity in forces, achieving this much was no easy feat. Jason, let's do this. After a moment of silence, he slowly continued, all captured horses and supplies will be under my command. You choose 3,000 elite cavalry from the army to hand over to me. I plan to retake the remaining cities immediately. Generalissimo, have our troops fought long enough? Shouldn't we rest for a few days? Jason couldn't help but suggest, after all, the Zhao troops have lost their fighting strength. Recovering lost territories is just a matter of time. What I want isn't just the 4 cities west of the river. Ike chuckled, patting Jason on the shoulder and said, besides reclaiming our original territory, I also plan to advance deep into Zhao territory and capture 6 more cities. Apart from expanding our gains, I hope to acquire UN points through this. Right now, whether it's enhancing our generals or the army, significant improvements are needed. Generalissimo, if that's the case, should we request reinforcements? That's natural. You must also petition the court to dispatch troops to follow us. Chapter 39. Great Victory in Hushi. Imperial Capital, Dichio, State of Cary. The snow had just stopped in the capital city. As far as the eye could see, the entire capital was covered in a silver blanket, an exceptionally beautiful sight. Yuan Karyong had just settled into his imperial throne when he saw a group of ministers looking at him with hesitant expressions. What is it? If you have something to say, speak up. Am I going to stop your mouths? He frowned. Ever since the last incident, all the ministers seemed quite wary of him, as if the slightest misstep would invoke his wrath. Your Majesty. A minister carefully stepped forward, bowing deeply. According to the letters sent from the southern provinces, is someone trying to impeach the chancellor again? Before the minister could finish, Yuan Karyong cut in without hesitation, his eyes flashing coldly. The matter from last time isn't even over yet. If not for the chancellor's magnanimity, preventing those officials from confronting us in the capital, they probably wouldn't dare come here. This hasn't been long. What are you fussing about now? Although Ike didn't want to argue with them, this did not mean he could endure this affront. After so many years, this was a rare opportunity to revive the nation. How could he possibly let it slip? Your Majesty, there seems to be some misunderstanding. The minister bowed immediately and explained, due to the heavy snowfall and the damp cold weather in the south, many land measurements have been delayed. The officials have petitioned your Majesty for more time. Moreover, this cannot be completed overnight. Humph. Yuan Karyong snorted coldly, scanning the assembly, and slowly stood up. Pacing, he said, if my memory serves correctly, it has been over 4 months since the Generalissimo entered our state, and about 3 months since the order to measure all the lands. As he spoke, he raised his voice, but until now, I haven't received a single report on the progress of land measurement, not even from nearby areas. At this remark, the prefect of Jingzhou turned deathly pale, while the other officials felt like thorns piercing their backs. What do you people at the Ministry of Revenue do all day? Don't you know how to follow up? Yuan Karyong sneered, or do you refuse to act? Afraid of offending people? Your Majesty. At this moment, Cornelius stood up again. The officials who had mentioned this earlier and the prefect of Jingzhou were all close associates of Nate Shepard. Now that they were in trouble, he naturally stepped in. Your Majesty previously mentioned that this task cannot be completed quickly. Therefore, patience and meticulousness should be expected. He looked at the butler calmly. Furthermore, we are now in the midst of winter, with heavy snowfall, making any task even more difficult. Your Majesty should show some understanding. When did your Military Affairs Bureau start meddling in these affairs? Wen Kingdom frowned. This man relied on the backing of Nate Shepherd and always acted arrogantly, showing no respect for the butler. If not for concerns, he would have taken action against this person. Your Majesty. Cannon stood up at this point, bowing respectfully. The military report of yesterday's great victory in Hushi has already reached the Military Affairs Bureau. Your Majesty should first review the military report before meeting with the scouts. A great victory in Hushi? Wen Kingdom was initially surprised, but then couldn't help but burst into joy. Excellent, simply excellent. This was his first battle after ascending the throne, and it was against the former northern hegemon Zhou. To achieve such a victory with fewer troops against stronger forces was indeed a tremendous piece of news. Ever since Ike led the army out, he had been extremely anxious, constantly awaiting military reports. The great victory in Hushi. We can finally have a good New Year's. It's unbelievable that we managed to win against such a formidable opponent as Zhou. This must be thanks to the Chancellor's brilliant command. He truly lives up to being the victorious general, the state protector. With Zhao's defeat, we will now have a breather. Hearing this, the court ministers were also filled with jubilation. After all, this battle was crucial for them. It wasn't that they couldn't accept Ike, but such a great victory was enough to ease their reservations temporarily. Only Cornelius had a somewhat uncertain expression. He never imagined that Ike could achieve such a significant victory within a month against the powerful Zhou. According to previous military reports, Zhou had nearly twice as many troops. This left him puzzled. Cornelius, as the Minister of War, did you forget the rule that military reports should not be delayed overnight? Wen Kingdom was happy inside but maintained a cold exterior. Or do you think this important military report means nothing to you? Not at all. Cornelius, seeing this, immediately explained, Your Majesty, after I returned home from court yesterday, I was unaware of the military report. It seems other officials did not inform me. In truth, he had gone straight to Nate Shepherd's residence after leaving his office and did not return to the Ministry of War at all. Today, he came directly to the court without checking any documents at his office. Humph, what an excuse. Grady did not hold back, directly rebuking him. Bring in the military report from Hushi and the scout. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch beside him followed the order. Soon, the eunuch brought in the military report, with a scout in armor following closely behind. Read the military report first. Grady sat on the dragon throne, his face filled with joy as he spoke. At that moment, his heart was filled with ambition. Winning the first battle meant that if he could expand the territory in the future, he could certainly achieve dominance for the state of Cary. With Ike by his side, he believed this would be no problem. In the 4th year of Tianqi, on the 3rd day of the 12th month, our army inflicted a major defeat on the Zhou army at Haiyang. In this battle, we killed over 20,000 Zhou troops and captured 25,000. We seized countless supplies, including 23,000 horses. Our casualties were just over 2,000, with 10,000 injured. The eunuch read the report in a high-pitched voice, equally excited. Wonderful, truly wonderful. A great victory. This is a rare victory for our country. Since the founding of the dynasty, we've hardly seen such a triumph. The ministers were all extremely moved, their faces glowing with joy. Excellent, excellent. Grady slammed his hand on the desk, pacing back and forth in excitement. He then looked at the scout at the entrance and said, Quickly, bring the scout forward. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Hearing this, the man hurriedly approached the golden steps and fell to his knees with a thud. Long live the Yuan, long live. May Your Majesty reign forever. After all, only at moments like these would someone of his rank have the opportunity to meet the butler. Chapter 40. Unyielding Attitude. Rise. After his excitement, Grady resumed the imperial demeanor befitting a ruler of a nation, speaking with an authoritative tone. Tell me, how is the battle situation on the front lines now? Your Majesty. The scout immediately clasped his hands in salute upon hearing this. After our army decisively defeated the Zhou forces, we reclaimed all of the territory west of the river under the leadership of the Great General just a few days ago. The Great General requests instructions from Your Majesty as to which officials should be appointed. This matter will be handled by the Ministry of Personnel. Grady stroked his chin, feeling very pleased. At least it appeared that Ike still regarded him, the butler. Is this the Great General's decision? Grady's expression grew serious. After some contemplation, he looked at the scout. Earlier, when Ike led the troops to war, he had already hinted at this plan. At first, he did not pay much attention because he thought the campaign was far from over, and it wouldn't be easy to attack Zhou. Moreover, he was now hesitating somewhat. Yes. Seeing this, the scout pulled out a letter from his chest and held it above his head with both hands. This is the personal letter written by the Great General, endorsed by the various colonels of River Albert. Ike's actions might have the air of coercion, Your Majesty. Just then, Cornelius jumped out, saying agitatedly, Please do not agree, otherwise, if he uses the pretext of being away from court to defy orders, what would Your Majesty do? Upon hearing these words, Grady's face darkened instantly. After some hesitation, a eunuch standing beside him finally took the letter from the scout. You don't need to show it to me. Grady waved his hand to signal the eunuch to put the letter down, then looked at the scout. Wait until the court adjourns, then ride back to the Western River at once, and tell the Great General that I will immediately dispatch reinforcements. Let him rest assured. Your subordinate will comply. Hearing this, the scout felt elated. For soldiers like him, constant warfare was the path to promotion. Not to mention, they were following an invincible commander. Your Majesty, please think twice. Seeing this, Cornelius immediately blushed red with urgency and couldn't help but say, Our present military strength is insufficient to contend with Zhou. This action by Ike is clearly leading our nation towards disaster. If we lose, it will be irrecoverable, Your Majesty. How many soldiers are still available for mobilization in the capital now? Grady said sternly, looking straight at him. Your subject does not know. Cornelius gritted his teeth and shouted, as a minister of the state, your subject must prioritize the entire country. Fourth uncle, what do you think? Hearing this, Grady turned his gaze to the military officials and spoke expressionlessly. Your Majesty. Cannon stepped forward and bowed. Originally, the 3 major camps guarding the capital had a total of 100,000 troops. The great general downsized 5 of them and took away another 3, leaving only about 20,000. How many can be mobilized? Grady was taken aback. He hadn't expected Ike to make such large-scale moves, but now it was too late. At most, 40,000 from the capital and surrounding regions can be mobilized within a short period. That's the limit. Cannon paused, then looked up at the butler. If we deploy too many more, it could be disadvantageous for us. Moreover, if the Joaquin or Albert states intervene and we cannot respond quickly enough, there may be danger. Who will guard the capital if you deploy these people? Cornelius shook his head and immediately turned to the butler. This move is inappropriate, extremely inappropriate. If chaos ensues, our nation, the Ministry of War shall proceed immediately, and the Ministry of Revenue will prepare provisions. Grady stood up and interrupted Cornelius. In short, everything reaches the front lines within 3 days. No, your subject cannot agree. Cornelius, obviously determined to stand his ground, raised his head with a livid face and said, Your Majesty, given the current situation, it is simply impossible to mobilize so many troops. If other countries find out that our nation is vulnerable and send forces to attack, how will we handle it? There are more than 40,000 imperial guards in the capital, and there are also several 10,000-strong armies in Luoyang. Cannon, hearing this, frowned and replied, Lord Lionel, aren't you exaggerating a bit? General Cary, I'm just preparing for potential problems, Cornelius insisted, not willing to back down. Both Joaquin and Albert are far more powerful than us. If something happens, who will defend? Who will take responsibility? What Lord Lionel says does make some sense. Yes, preparing for potential issues is indeed necessary. Why don't we recall the great general to the capital and let him devise a foolproof plan? The officials chimed in. Some were Cornelius's supporters, while others genuinely had concerns. If something goes wrong, this matter will be borne by me. What do you think? Grady understood that indecision at this moment would surely lead to chaos. Moreover, the most important point was that he could not afford to worry about too many things right now. Although there was a suspicion that victory had clouded his judgment, he truly wanted to show strength this time. Why, Your Majesty? Hearing this, Cornelius clearly staggered, never expecting the butler to speak like this, which made it hard for him to accept. Enough, let me ask you. Can you mobilize the troops? Grady, growing impatient, raised an eyebrow and coldly asked, If you can't, then hand over your position as Minister of War to someone else. Your subject obeys. Cornelius gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed, feeling extremely unwilling. This development was bad news for him. It meant the butler trusted Ike even more, which brought no benefit to his faction. Besides, as long as the power to mobilize troops remained in his hands, whether he could gather so many people depended on his mood. Chapter 41. Unquenchable Rage. In Handan, the state of Zhou. As the leading metropolis in the north, Handan had a population close to 1 million, with flourishing commerce. At this moment, Rusty was enjoying the mesmerizing dance performed by the dancers. Ever since he heard that Ike had left the Joaquin state, he felt a great relief and naturally decided to relax. Come, Grand Chancellor, let's drink. He turned to look at Giles, only to see a stern expression on his face and an air of discomfort around him, which made him burst into laughter uncontrollably. Thank your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the Grand Chancellor immediately picked up his wine glass and finished it in one gulp. Not bad at all, really not bad at all. King Burling tasted the roasted meat from the table and couldn't help but praise. This roasted meat is more delicious than before. Giles, why don't you try some? Does your Majesty know why? Giles put down his wine cup after hearing this and asked with a smile. Could it be because we changed the chef? But that doesn't seem right. King Burling shook his head. Such delicacies are clearly beyond their capabilities. No. Let me tell you then. Giles chuckled, then picked up a piece of roasted meat and said, Because this time, the chef used refined salt. It's this refined salt that made the roasted meat more delicious. Refined salt? King Burling looked at the roasted meat upon hearing this, feeling puzzled and frowned. What makes it different? These refined salts were obtained by our spies in the Burl state as arranged by us. Giles then spoke solemnly. According to the intelligence they brought back, this refined salt was produced by Ike. This type of salt is more delicious and purer, free from impurities compared to what we used previously. Of course, it's also more expensive. Nevertheless, the nobles and prominent families of various states are clamoring for it. This guy, Ike again. Upon hearing this name, King Burling was evidently frustrated and tapped the table in dissatisfaction. Then why isn't he selling it to our state of Zhou? After all, Zhou is relatively stronger in terms of comprehensive national strength compared to other states and wouldn't lack funds either. Well, Giles said with a bit of embarrassment, it's self-evident that Ike is wary of us. You bastard. Hearing this, King Burling slammed the table in anger, causing the dancers to be frightened and stop their dances. Go away, all of you leave. He glanced at them and shouted fiercely. The dancers hurriedly left, feeling as if they had been saved from a calamity. How dare this accursed Ike underestimate our state like this? King Burling's frustration grew as he thought about it. He then kicked over the table and declared, I will definitely capture this man alive. Let him taste my might. Why should your Majesty get angry over this? Seeing this scene, Giles stood up immediately, bowed and said, Our army is ready for this battle. It won't be long before we receive news of victory. Then there will surely be even more benefits. If Ike is truly captured, how would your Majesty deal with him? King Burling calmed down upon hearing this and replied, I haven't thought about it. After all, he had always been on the defensive against Ike. Now thinking about it seriously, he hesitated. If I could capture him, I will certainly humiliate him thoroughly, so as to avenge myself. He clenched his teeth and said with an iron-gray face, he forced my state to surrender continuously. Now if I have this chance, if your majesty can use him wisely, it would be the best choice for us. Seeing this, Giles bowed and said, facing such great talent, your majesty should show the magnanimity of a true ruler. That's just something I said offhand. King Burling looked at the roasted meat on the ground and sighed. He took a sip from the wine pot nearby and said, if that boy had chosen our state of Zhou first, how wonderful it would have been. Report. Just then, a guard rushed in excitedly and reported, your majesty, military report. A military report from the front line. News already? King Burling couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, good. Let me see what victories we've won in this battle. Please read it, your majesty. The guard handed over the military report, looking anxious and uneasy. Giles, seeing this scene, suddenly felt a premonition of misfortune. Sure enough, Rusty's face turned iron gray as he read the military report for a moment, and then he gritted his teeth and cursed, idiots, real fools. Your majesty, more than 10,000 troops, and now nearly half have been lost. The remaining half are ragtag soldiers, with many deserters on the road. Giles was about to speak when King Burling turned and handed him the military report, continuing, tell me, even if I sent them 10,000 pigs, they would take a month to catch. Now, after one battle, they've lost like this. In the future, they might not even have the courage to lead troops. Your majesty. After glancing at the military report, Giles couldn't help but bow and say, I don't think it's as simple as it seems. Although Nate San is leading troops for the first time, Jamar has always been calm and steady in commanding. It shouldn't be like this logically. There may be some hidden reasons. I don't care about all that. King Burling immediately shook his head and said, they lost, plain and simple. There's no need for so many excuses. When they return, I will deal with them severely. Your majesty. Just then, another official walked in. It was Errol, the Minister of War. There's another urgent report from the south. Speak. King Burling had no mood left and snapped. Did Han State launch another attack? That woman Felicia, I knew she had no good intentions. Precisely. Errol, taken aback for a moment, then bowed and replied. According to recent military reports, Han State has dispatched 50,000 troops to attack our Shandong, and this time, Felicia is personally leading the troops. What? King Burling thought he had misheard and frowned. You mean that woman came herself? Precisely. Errol nodded, having initially thought there was a mistake too, but after multiple confirmations, it was indeed Felicia leading the troops personally. Chapter 42. Military reports in rapid succession. Fine. Upon hearing this, Rusty could not help but laugh in anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He couldn't resist shouting, it would be fine if it were just Ike. But now even the tiny state of Han does not take me seriously. Good. Lane, listen to me carefully. Immediately issue orders to have all southern states and counties launch a joint attack on Susanna. You must capture her alive for me. He didn't believe that the small state of Han could stir up much trouble. Your majesty, don't do it. Hearing this, Giles immediately stepped forward and advised, given the current situation, Han is only a minor ailment, whereas Ike is the greater danger. Your majesty, I agree with Chancellor. Seeing this, Lane nodded and added, although Han has more territory than Cary, their military strength is comparable. Most importantly, it's about Ike. This man is a brilliant military strategist who is determined to oppose us. If this person were not removed, they would never have peace of mind. No, both countries must be properly taught a lesson. King Burling shook his head without hesitation and shouted, then paced back and forth, becoming increasingly angry. Otherwise, they will think our Zhao state is soft clay for everyone to trample. As an old hegemon, apart from a previous defeat by Joaquin, Zhao had never retreated even when facing powerful states like Qin. Your majesty, since they have so insulted Zhao, they naturally cannot be let off easily. Giles promptly expressed his stance and then shifted tone, continuing, however, we must first deal with Ike at this moment to boost morale and spirit. Would you just let Susanna act arrogantly? King Burling glanced at the wine and dishes on the ground, feeling more irritable. Why should your majesty care about such a minor figure as Susanna? Giles smiled slightly, unperturbed. Why did she personally lead troops here? It shows that her position at home is already precarious. She urgently needs military merit. If not for the old King Han's decision against public opinion, how could she, Susanna, ascend the throne? So, as long as we write to Han's Prime Minister Ellsworth and promise him benefits, it can be expected that Susanna will retreat on her own before long. Upon hearing this, Lane could not help but admire inwardly. Indeed, the Chancellor was reasonable and convincing. You do make some sense. King Burling's face eased somewhat and he steadied himself, saying, then handle the letter. Lane, mobilize the troops immediately and ensure a heavy blow to Ike. Yes, your majesty, your majesty. Just then, a eunuch suddenly ran into the palace, wiping the sweat off his face. The plane. There's an urgent report from the plane. The scout is outside. You, what? King Burling and the other two ministers froze, then looked towards the door doubtfully. Let him in. The butler sensed something was wrong and said sternly, Your Majesty. Covered in dust, the scout knelt down upon entering and reported, Your Majesty, an urgent report from the plane. He immediately pulled out the report from his sleeve and handed it over via the eunuch, then continued, Ike suddenly led troops into our territory 5 days ago, consecutively capturing Juyang and Charlesloo cities. Now, he is vigorously attacking the plane. The plane is in grave danger. We hope Manny sends reinforcements. What did you say? King Burling felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing as he snatched the report to read. Lane and Giles exchanged glances, their hearts pounding with shock. It had only been a few days since they lost control of their troops, and now Ike was counterattacking Zhao. His ambition and power were terrifying. What about Jamar and Halston? What are they doing? After quickly reading the report, King Burling threw it to the ground angrily and shouted, "We barely held the 4 cities of Hudong for half a month, and now not only have we lost Hudong, but also my Zhao state cities have fallen. Report to your majesty, General Zhao and Nate 3 hold the plain firmly. They asked me to tell your majesty that if the city falls, they will destroy themselves with the enemy." The scout explained promptly. They should have died in Hudong. How can they still come back with any dignity? King Burling couldn't help cursing, then pointed at the scout. "Go back and tell them, I won't send one more soldier. Let them prepare for self-destruction. If the plane is lost and they do not commit suicide, I will take their heads myself. Your majesty, quickly return to the plane." The scout originally wanted to say more, but was immediately frightened by this sentence and quickly retreated, leaving the palace. Waste of space. Both of them are waste of space. Rusty felt increasingly furious, then said coldly, "I don't know what they've been doing. Your majesty, although that's true, considering the current situation, we must resolve the crisis in Pinyuan." Errol immediately advised, "If we lose these cities, there will be no more natural defenses against the state of Cary. Moreover, if we let I keep advancing, how will the other states view us?" Minister Han is right. Giles also nodded, stroking his beard. "Although they may suffer heavy losses, such a small force cannot really harm our nation's foundation. At present, Ike's military momentum is strong. Even if we can't defeat him, we must ensure he can't advance any further. So what do you suggest?" Although King Burling was angry inside, he was aware that losing cities and territory would bring even more troubles. Immediately dispatch troops to rescue Pinyuan. Seeing this, Errol frankly said, "For now, let's put other matters aside. We can assign this task to Goring. He has always fought against the Xiongnu in the north, so his overall strength is solid. Besides, he gets along well with Jamar. If they cooperate, they should be able to win." "I won't accept should." King Burling spoke without hesitation. "Issue the decree immediately, ordering him to lead 50,000 cavalry and 100,000 infantry to reinforce Pinyuan day and night. Not only must they lift the siege, but they must also severely damage Ike. If they fail to achieve victory within a month, don't blame me for being unfriendly."
"Yes."
Errol nodded in agreement upon hearing this. This was already the majority of Zhao's troops. If they still couldn't solve Ike's problem, it would be very troublesome. "Giles, expedite the letter as well. Susanna has now become a nuisance." "I understand. Once I return to the government office, I will immediately arrange for messengers to enter the state of Han." Chapter 43. Outside Plain City, the Cary Kingdom's army had besieged this small city tightly. It should be noted that this small city had a population of no more than 30,000, with its city wall barely over 2 zhang high, making it very tiny indeed. However, it had a naturally advantageous geographical position. On either side of the city were high mountains, and only the central gate could be used for entry. The north and south gates faced each other, while sheer cliffs lay to the east and west. Entering the city would not be easy. The city walls were now lined with archers and siege crossbows. Should the Cary army get too close, they might end up riddled with arrows. Even so, panic spread inside the city. Jamar and Halston led their ragtag troops on a northern retreat, originally thinking that once they entered Charleslium they could catch their breath. But on the third morning, they were astonished to find Cary cavalry already attacking the city, leaving them no time to react but to flee directly from the city. They ran all the way into the territory of Plain before they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "General, give the order to attack." Jason rode his horse, gazing at the nearby city, and couldn't help speaking up. "Although our forces number only over 30,000, capturing this small city will definitely be enough." A string of victories had boosted his confidence, making him feel invincible. Wait a little longer. I glanced at Plain, where snow still covered the mountains on both sides, stretching out endlessly white. He understood in his heart that if they attacked now, even though they might take the city, it would cost a heavy toll on manpower. Moreover, he was still halfway from his target city. To ensure he achieved victory, he needed to plan carefully. "General, let me lead a charge." Tate looked excited at the scene before him and spoke up. "From the current situation, they can't hold out much longer. This is a perfect opportunity for us. This place must be taken by wit, not force." Ike shook his head and then reined his horse toward the camp. Seeing this, Jason and Tate hurriedly followed. When the generals entered the military camp, Ike's personal soldiers immediately served tea. Everyone then sat down holding their teacups, all looking towards their top general. They had shifted from defenders to attackers, feeling very satisfied. After all, the current favorable situation could bring glory to them if they advanced deep into the Zhao Kingdom. "Jason." Ike sipped his tea, then thought of something and said, "When we captured the prisoners earlier, weren't the Zhao army's armor and flags intact?" "Report to General, everything is still there." Jason nodded with a smile. "Frankly speaking, their equipment is far better than ours. We've lacked weapons and armor in our camps for years. If we modify theirs, we can still use them." Lionel stood carefully. Ike stood up and pointed to the military map behind him, saying, "Choose 2,000 elite troops from the camp, have them change into Zhao army armor and banners, then approach Charles Albert under the cover of night. We'll pretend to chase them. Following General's plan, we lure them into the city?" Jason and others immediately understood, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "If that happens, entering the city will be much easier. We might even do it without bloodshed. Whether we can enter depends on their cooperation." Ike put down his teacup and looked at them. Given that they are like frightened birds, any slight movement will make them tense. "I'll handle this." Tate stepped forward and said, "Since I lead cavalry without issue. They know your face too well. You won't get in unnoticed." Ike shook his head. This guy was too conspicuous on the battlefield, impossible to forget once seen. "Jason, find someone among the Zhao prisoners you took earlier to go in." "General, isn't this too risky?" Jason felt worried, thinking for a moment. If he turns against us at the last minute, it will be trouble for our troops. Besides, 2,000 isn't a small number. Losing such an elite force would be heartbreaking. "That's precisely what we need." Ike smiled and said without hesitation, "Then it will be more convincing. Once he gets in, the plan is halfway done." Turning to another camp captain, he continued, "You're Jared, right? You pretend to be a soldier, mingle with them, and signal with fire once inside the city. At your command." That company captain, upon hearing this, immediately became somewhat excited, saying that this was absolutely a great opportunity to achieve success and establish a career. Jason and the others, seeing this, then reacted and understood Ike's intentions. It has already been 5 days. After arranging the plan, I came down and looked at the others, saying, "Why haven't the reinforcements and supplies arrived? It still takes some time to come from west of the river." Jason, seeing this, also frowned in confusion, opening his mouth to say, "But logically speaking, military affairs are urgent. Dispatching from other places shouldn't take this long either." I felt something was not right. Could there be a problem with the court? However, the butler had always been supportive of this matter and shouldn't have caused such delays. Should we write another letter to urge them? Jared couldn't help but look at the others. Although we intercepted part of the Zhao army's money and supplies, at this rate of consumption, it won't last a few more days. After all, Ike was extremely generous, doubling the daily provisions for the soldiers. Sooner or later, they would run out following this pattern. Could someone in the court be causing trouble intentionally, withholding resources from us? Tate did not hesitate to speak up. If that's the case, sending as many letters as possible won't work. Dusty, don't think like that. Ike raised an eyebrow, signaling him to stop talking, then looked at Jason. You go and select the elite soldiers now. Remember to keep them absolutely alert. Also, I will personally choose the Zhao prisoners. He was confident in his ability to judge people. General-in-Chief, leave this to me. Jason patted his chest without hesitation and said, I'll make sure everything goes well. Ike nodded without further words. Cornelius was the Minister of War, handling troop dispatches, while Anatoly in the Ministry of Revenue should ensure no shortage of supplies. Chapter 44, Turning the Tables. At this moment, the city of Pingyuan was in a state of heightened alert. In the past few decades, only one person had led troops into the territory of Zhao, and that was Ike. No one could have imagined that the man who once again brought his army here would breach what was thought to be a secure Zhao border. If not for the reliance on the surrounding mountains and dangerous terrain, the city might have already fallen to Ike. Inside the military camp, Jamar and Halston stared at the map with grim expressions, silent. Both sides were evenly matched in terms of troop numbers. If anything, they even outnumbered the attackers by over 10,000 men. However, due to the defeat at Haeong, their soldiers' morale had plummeted almost to its lowest point, leaving them almost defenseless against Cary's forces. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamar addressed the generals below. Make sure patrols are strictly maintained. Any suspicious activity must be reported to me, or the third Nate immediately. Losing Pingyuan would mean leaving the path wide open to further attacks. At Ike's speed, taking down the other cities would just be a matter of time. Yes. The generals responded listlessly, utterly lacking any fighting spirit. Lionelston up, Halston said through clenched teeth. If we lose Pingyuan, none of you will get away unscathed either. I've made my vow. The city stands, I stand. If it falls, your heads will be the first to go. Yes. Hearing this, the officers grumbled inwardly, but dared not voice any objections. The Yuan's reinforcements should arrive in a few days. Jamar looked at them and tried to boost their morale. Don't forget, defending this city is also an opportunity to build our glory. Once the reinforcements arrive, we can counterattack and capture Ike, achieving unparalleled merit. This lifted the spirits of the generals. Indeed, General Ike's reputation as the ever-victorious Marquis of national stability loomed large over them. Achieving such great merit would ensure their family's prosperity and honor for generations. Report. Suddenly, a captain rushed in. General, there are large numbers of Cary troops appearing outside the city walls. Have they attacked? Halston was taken aback and asked immediately. The others stood up quickly as well. Not yet. The captain explained. A unit of our troops suddenly appeared from the southeast, pursued by Cary troops. General Lionelu has asked if we should open the gates to welcome them. Are these the reinforcements? Jamar looked at the military map in confusion. By right, the Yuan's reinforcements should enter directly through the north gate. Why delay then? Without waiting for an answer, Halston grabbed his sword and headed out of the camp. Since they are our troops, they should be allowed inside. Your Highness, we shouldn't act rashly before confirming their identity. Jamar, fearing a trap, knew Ike often played unconventional strategies. Ignoring him, Halston followed the captain toward the city gate. Seeing this, Jamar sighed and hurried after him with the rest of the officers. Upon reaching the city wall, they saw as described. Nearly 2,000 men clad in Zhao armor were indeed at the foot of the wall, pursued by Tate's Cary forces. Open the gate, hurry. A voice called from below. Nate, General Zhao, it's Bowden. Bowden? Recognizing him, Halston became excited. Yes, it's him. Open the gate quickly. Don't do it. Jamar interjected sharply. We don't know if this isn't part of Ike's deceit. Also, wasn't he captured during the Haeong battle? That proves his loyalty to the Zhao dynasty. He's seized an opportunity to rejoin us. Halston argued back. Bowden was one of his trusted officers. Attack. Suddenly, Tate led his troops to charge at Bowden's unit. Nate, General Zhao, please open the gate. Bowden cried out. We escaped from the Cary army to show loyalty to the Yuan. Please don't let us down. Trust me, open the gate. Hearing this, Halston no longer cared about Jamar and shouted at the soldiers on the city tower. Archers, take position. Do not let the Cary troops rush over. Yes. Following the military order, the gates of Pingyuan opened wide. Arrows from the city tower rained down like locusts toward Tate's forces, finally stopping them outside the city. Your Highness, General Zhao. Once Bowden entered the city, he immediately ran up to the city tower and knelt before the two men with a thud. This officer deserves punishment. After being captured, I originally wanted to end it all, but thinking I had not served Manny, I remained hidden among the Cary troops. Let me ask you, how did you escape? Jamar always acted cautiously. He knew that given Ike's abilities, how could they have escaped so easily, and even brought so many troops along? I must inform the generals. Bowden looked up at the two men and explained, we originally planned to start a rebellion, but unexpectedly, last night Ike found me and said he wanted to give me an opportunity for glory. He wanted to use me as a spy, signaling once inside the city to let them in and conquer Pingyuan together. I took this chance to escape with my men. Many are my trusted confidants, naturally reliable. Unbeknownst to him, besides those 100-odd men, most were elite Cary troops. Good, you've done great service. Upon hearing this, Halston felt instantly elated. Seeing Tate leave dejectedly, he felt renewed hope. As for the Cary army's arrangements, speak up now. No problem. Ike told me many secrets of the Cary army to gain my trust. Bowden nodded and declared confidently, moreover, their food supplies are far from sufficient. If we can delay for some time, they will surely retreat. No, this is an opportunity. Let's turn his plan against him. Halston was quite confident. Chapter 45, Dividing More Power. The sky did not cooperate. As Tate led his troops back to the camp, it had already started snowing heavily. Looking out, the entire northern region was now covered in white, making it impossible to distinguish directions. Finally, we managed to drive him back to the plains. Upon entering the main tent, Tate removed his helmet, blew out a breath, and rubbed his hands with a laugh. I was really afraid those guys wouldn't open the city gates. If that happened, we couldn't attack or retreat. I also worried about that, Jason said, handing over a teacup, then turned to look at Ike, who was studying the map. General, your predictions are truly divine. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Ike kept his eyes on the map. I fought them before and understand their nature. Jamar is cautious. If he were in charge alone, Bowden wouldn't be able to enter the city. But he has Halston above him, and he can't make the final decision. That's good then. Tate took a sip of tea, feeling warmer. Mainly because once we enter the plains, how can the subsequent cities resist our army? But what about supplies and reinforcements? Jason still showed some concern, looking at the others. Now that we've entered Zhao territory deeply, if they cut off our supply lines, it could be disadvantageous for us. Report. At this moment, a soldier came in. Reporting to General, Undersecretary Anatoly requests an audience. Here he comes. Ike breathed a sigh of relief, stood up immediately, looked at the others, and said, send someone to open the main camp and welcome the envoy. Yes. The group quickly dressed neatly and left the main tent, heading outside the camp. General. Anatoly, looking like a snowman, nearly fell off his carriage due to his bulky figure, hurriedly bowed. Greetings, General. No need for formalities, please rise. Ike saw that iconic smiling face and couldn't help but say, you must have had a tough journey. Not too bad, just some bad luck. Anatoly chuckled. He wasn't about to mistreat himself, but his luck was indeed poor. Initially, after passing through 2 cities, I rested for half a day, only for the snow to get heavier and heavier. If it weren't for concerns about delaying supplies, I would have waited for the snow to stop. That could have starved us all. Jason couldn't help but laugh. Lord Shun, our military supplies won't last a few more days. Let's go into the tent. I glanced at everyone and pulled Anatoly into the main tent. Each person sat down according to their position, and soldiers immediately served tea. Phew. Anatoly took off his robe soaked by snow, drank a sip of hot tea to warm up, and looked at Ike. General, on my way here, I discovered several pieces of good land suitable for military or civilian cultivation. Being a businessman, he didn't want to miss such profitable opportunities. These places aren't connected yet. I clearly understood his implication, pointing to the military map behind him. Even if you cultivate them, they might be trampled by Zhao's cavalry, making it all for nothing. Let's not talk about this. How much grain did you bring this time? Upon hearing this, the other commanders looked over. The Ministry of Revenue was quite generous. I asked, and they provided 500,000 stones. Anatoly held his teacup. This was mobilized from the nearby cities west of the river. If needed, more can be brought from the vicinity of the capital. Barely enough. After a moment of thought, Ike slowly replied. Once they broke through the plains, they wouldn't have to worry about supplies. What about reinforcements? Jason couldn't help but ask, how many did you bring this time? This? Anatoly smiled awkwardly, poking the charcoal in the brazier. Less than 2,000, estimated to arrive in 3 days. 2. Less than 2,000? The group froze, thinking they misheard. How is that enough? It's barely enough to defend a city. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no use staring at me. Anatoly poured himself a cup of tea. The Ministry of War only mobilized this much. They gave me no choice. Why did I personally escort the supplies? Wasn't it because I feared they would withhold resources? If not for General Ike, he wouldn't have made the trip himself. Fine, 2,000 it is. Ike didn't want to dwell on this issue, glancing at Anatoly. Don't stay too long in the camp. Once you return, report directly to Manny and clarify the situation. Although he was unclear about the situation in the court, based on the current circumstances, Grady would not fail to send him troops. Report. At this moment, a soldier suddenly ran in and addressed them. A letter was just shot out from within the city of Pingyuan. The generals exchanged glances and then handed over the letter to Ike. Didn't expect Bowden to be quite fast. After a brief look, the general passed the letter to the others and said, it says they will signal us with fire tomorrow night and for us to lead our troops into the city. This doesn't seem accidental, does it? Tate sensed a hint of danger, looking at the others and slowly remarked, he shouldn't act so proactively. They might be setting a trap for us. Jason also picked up on this, stroking his chin thoughtfully. We should wait for Jared's move. In that case, let's give him a chance to prove himself. I chuckled, then looked at the others and said, all right, Zhang Gong, follow his scheduled time tomorrow, take a decoy force into the city, and the rest proceed as planned. Yes. The other generals quickly agreed and began their respective tasks. The general left the military camp with Anatoly. The court depends on you. I glanced at the nearby grain convoy and said calmly, I'm sure you know how to handle those people. There are still many willing to follow Shepard in the court. Anatoly paused, serious-faced. To split them apart will require some effort. For you, the god of wealth, it should be simple, right? Ike had no doubts about his capabilities. It will take some time. Anatoly grinned and rubbed his hands. If Manny could delegate a bit more power, it would be even better. But alas, salt, iron, tea, and horses are all national monopolies. He's already done well to give you part of it. Don't be too greedy. Chapter 46. The Kinley greatly stimulated. General, I didn't mean it that way. Anatoly shook his head and then turned solemn. As a merchant, I naturally know which silver can be earned and which cannot. However, the court has been somewhat chaotic lately. If your majesty genuinely wants to help the general, she should offer all-out assistance instead of hesitating. After all, he had experienced the imperial tactics under Zhou and Kinley. Ike felt warmed by these words and looked at the chubby man with much appreciation. I think he might not be fully aware of the maneuvers of the Ministry of War for now. He focused his gaze on Pingyuan City and said to Anatoly, you need to remind him as much as possible upon your return. With your skills, you should be able to make things clear to Manny. Just rest assured, General. I've already figured out how to present my report. Anatoly nodded seriously. Otherwise, it would become harder for me to engage in trade later on. Who knows if those guys will shoot cold arrows at me. They continued chatting for a while before parting ways. In Dazhou's capital, Kinley Amaya sat on the dragon throne, glancing at military reports continuously sent in from her desk, which eased her face a bit. Undoubtedly, Ansel had found some means after going to the front lines. Not only did he stop Burl's army's assault, but also reclaimed considerable land over these 2 days. This relieved her mind, and if she could take this opportunity to recover Jiaoji, her reputation in martial prowess would be greatly enhanced as a butler. However, what followed made her hesitant. Ansel was using this chance to ask for financial aid and hoped the Yuan could send additional troops. Ellison. After putting down the document, the Kinley shifted her eyes to the chief cabinet minister and motioned to the eunuch to hand over the document. Slowly speaking, your recommendation is indeed excellent. Not only did they reverse the situation, but also recovered substantial Jiaoji territory. That's all due to your majesty's wise command and Logan's hard work on the front lines, Ellison replied after looking at the document, feeling relieved, and added, I dare not claim any credit myself. Without your majesty's direction, it would have been impossible. Enough, don't play games with me here. Amaya picked up her teacup, skimming off the floating tea leaves, and said coldly, you should know I'm not talking about that. Tell me, what do you think about supplying Logan with more funds and troops? Hearing this, Ellison couldn't help but touch his beard and cast a glance at the Minister of Revenue. Lately, I've been unwell and not very informed about the Ministry of Revenue. You should ask the relevant officials. If the treasury is sufficient, adding a little wouldn't hurt. Murray, what do you think? Indeed, Amaya took a sip of tea and turned her eyes toward the official from the Ministry of Revenue. Your Majesty, Murray responded frankly, bowing respectfully. The current stockpile of grain and supplies in the National Treasury is more than enough to support the front line. Moreover, since the 3rd year of Shenglong, the annual income of the National Treasury has increased manyfold, so this is not a problem. Hearing this, Amaya's face darkened. The 3rd year of Shenglong, that was when she ascended the throne and appointed Ike. Could it be these officials were intentionally reminding her to never forget that guy? Murray, do you remember the task I assigned to you the other day? She put down her cup, looking grimly stern. How are the efforts to find craftsmen to produce fine salt progressing? At this remark, the court officials all cast their gazes upon the Minister of Revenue, clearly aware that Kinley was deliberately making things difficult for him. Your Majesty. Murray's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, yet he still mustered the courage to reply. I have arranged for artisans to research it, but it will take time. It isn't something that can be done simply. This has been more than half a month. Amaya slapped the table hard, standing up and glaring at everyone, yelling, how much longer will it take? Until I die? Your Majesty. The ministers were frightened into kneeling. No one dared speak further. Murray, listen well. The Kinley paced back and forth, bellowing. I'll give you another half month. If you still fail to produce fine salt, don't blame me for removing your position. Remember, my patience is running thin. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a young eunuch appeared at the entrance of the hall, the scene frightening him to kneel right away. What are you babbling? Speak up directly. Amaya shot him a sharp look, sneering. Military reports. From the Zhao Kingdom. The eunuch held the letter above his head with both hands, his face full of fear. Read it. Upon hearing this, Amaya was momentarily astonished, but then recomposed herself and sat back on the dragon throne. The Zhao army first attacked Cary, capturing 4 cities west of the river. King Cary appointed Ike as the general, who decisively defeated the Zhao army at Haiyang. The eunuch swallowed hard, then cautiously began to speak. Afterward, Ike personally led troops into the territory of Zhao, capturing 3 cities. Zhao. Bang. Before he could finish, a loud noise echoed nearby, scaring him so badly that he trembled and fell flat on the ground. Ike, Ike. Amaya seemed to be bewitched, repeatedly muttering these 2 names. She never imagined that even in Cary, a country far smaller and weaker than Dazhou, Ike would lead an attack against Zhao. Annoying. Ellison, draft an edict. She stood up immediately, raising her eyebrows. Please specify, Your Majesty. Ellison felt a shock. He had already sensed the butler's intense anger. Issue an edict to Ansel, ordering him to capture Jiaoji by the end of the year. Otherwise, don't blame me for holding him accountable for failure. Amaya's eyes were cold. Gritting her teeth, she barked, understood? Your Majesty, the situation in Jiaoji has just been reported by Arnie. Ellison frowned and immediately spoke. In the short term? Silence. Amaya interrupted him instantly, sneering. The troops I gave him are several times more than Cary's. Can't he even deal with Burl? Truly laughable. Now he still wants more soldiers and supplies from me. Tell him if he fails to supervise effectively, don't blame me for being unyielding. Yes, I understand. Ellison was secretly delighted. He hoped everyone in the Joaquin dynasty would now despise the Kinley. Murray, you focus on producing fine salt. As for Arnie's financial and supply needs, leave them entirely to me. Chapter 47. Capturing the plain. The snow in the entire north showed no signs of stopping, perhaps because the new year was approaching. It only fell more heavily. If this were an ordinary city, such snowy scenes would add a lot of festive cheer, but on the plain, it made everyone jumpy and wary. Have we confirmed that they are on the same page? Though the city of Pingyuan was pitch black at the moment, with not a single light visible, on the city wall, Nate Halston personally led elite troops looking towards the enemy camp opposite. He was neatly dressed, his face showing a hint of excitement. The defeat at Haeong had cost him everything, and now with a chance to fight back, he did not want to miss it. Your Highness, the time has been agreed upon, said Bowden immediately after hearing the question beside him. Yesterday, I received a personal letter from Monroching, stating that a signal fire will be set at 2 tonight. Great. Halston turned to look at the carefully selected soldiers beside him, lowering his voice. Line Elston up. As soon as the city gates open and the Cary troops enter the city, wipe them out completely. Whoever performs poorly won't get off easy with me. Of course, whoever can capture Ike alive will be heavily rewarded. Yes. These soldiers were carefully chosen by Halston. After all, his army had already lost its spirit after the defeat at Haeong. These were the last cards he had left. Your Highness. However, Jamar hesitated. Should we wait another 2 days? The butler's reinforcements will arrive in 2 days, and our chances of winning will be greater then. The time has already been set. If we change it now, it might raise Ike's suspicions. Halston was unhappy. If the reinforcements arrived, how could he prove his strength? He needed this opportunity. Jamar, this is a chance for both of us to make amends. He glanced at those around him and said, don't forget, do you think the censors will let you off after giving so many supplies to Ike? If your Highness wants to take the troops out, I will not stop you. Jamar's face darkened as he spoke, but the city of Pingyuan cannot be left without an army. At that time, I will leave some people behind to guard the city. Halston quickly interrupted him and looked up at the dim sky. It should be time. Pass down the order to light the fire immediately. Lionel to the fire. As soon as the military order was given, several places in the city suddenly burst into flames. Then, a large group of people outside the city suddenly began moving towards them. They're here. Halston immediately became excited and ordered in a low voice. No one is allowed to act first. Wait until they are in the city, then shoot arrows. General Burl, quickly open the city gate, and let us enter the city. Tate's voice came from under the city wall immediately after. Our general is coming right away. Open the city gate. Bowden was also very excited, ordering the ambush troops hidden on both sides of the city gate. Creak. With his command, the city gate slowly opened. However, with the gate open, Tate took no action. General Lionel, why aren't you entering the city? Bowden, seeing their lack of movement, immediately became suspicious. General Burl, surely this city is filled with hidden troops? Tate couldn't help but laugh loudly. Your plan was seen through by our general long ago. Trying to deceive us is just wishful thinking. Shoot. Halston realized something was wrong immediately after hearing this, yelling, follow me off the city and slaughter all these enemy troops. Kill. For a moment, the Zhao army and the ambushing soldiers rushed forward. Ha ha ha. Tate laughed heartily and turned to lead his troops back to the camp. Although Halston and his men charged for a while and had some gains, it was only a few. Moreover, as a fierce general, Tate didn't fight back, only retreating all the way. Really hateful. Halston gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. What a great plan. There may never be one like it again. Originally wanted to use it against them, but they saw through it. Your Highness, I feel something's wrong. Bowden spoke up immediately. We should return to the city early. If we lose the city, then, not good. A sense of unease flashed across Halston's mind. He immediately turned his horse towards the city of Pingyuan. However, when he reached the city walls, he saw fires everywhere inside. Open the gate. He couldn't help shouting, quickly, open the city gate. Halston, your plan was seen through by our great general long ago. Standing on the city wall, Jared held a crossbow and shouted fiercely. While you were just leaving the city, I led my troops to ambush Jamar. That guy fled without fighting. Come quickly to accept your death. You. Bowden stared at that familiar face, so shocked that he couldn't speak. Damn it. Halston was shaking with rage. He couldn't believe that he had failed twice in Ike's hands. This was something he simply couldn't accept. Attack the city. Roar. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, there came roars from behind him. It turned out that Ike, Jason, and Tate brought their armies forward again. Halston, you're not fit to lead an army. Ike, riding his horse and holding the reins, said, I give you a chance. Go back and tell King Zhao Berling. If he agrees to cede 6 cities peacefully, I will stop fighting. If he refuses, when I break into Handan and capture him alive, I won't be so merciful. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? You dare make such demands to my butler father. Seeing this, Halston drew his sword coldly and sneered, Lion Elston up, all of you, capture Ike alive. Your Highness, run fast. Bowden immediately pulled Halston upon seeing this. The situation is very unfavorable for us now. Let's take this opportunity. Before he could finish his sentence, Halston cut him down with a sword strike. Charge with me. Whoever dares to flee in battle, I will behead them. His eyes were bloodshot, like those of a hungry wolf. Kill. However, the soldiers around him had already lost all morale and ran away in terror one by one. Kill. I gave a cold order, capture this guy alive. I want to use him as leverage. Kill. Tate and Jason showed no hesitation after witnessing this scene. Follow me and charge. Seeing that the city was basically under control, Jared inside the city opened the gates wide and charged towards Halston and his men. Chapter 48. Reunion with Felicia. After an intense night battle, the Cary army successfully captured the plain. Ike examined the military report on the desk, confirmed it carefully, and then handed it over to a nearby soldier, instructing him to deliver it to the Ministry of War as quickly as possible. There were quite a few casualties this time, mostly Zhao soldiers who had surrendered. What made him somewhat worried was how many troops should be left to defend the plain. General. After a while, Tate walked in, dressed neatly, and greeted with a bow. We have taken Charleslium without spilling blood. Good. You deserve first credit for this victory. Upon hearing this, Ike felt relieved, knowing that only one more city remained to meet the system's goal. Though he did not know how much UN value would be awarded, it should be enough to exchange for an army or a general. He only hoped it wouldn't be too stingy, as both were crucial for him. General. At that moment, Jason entered the government office, shaking off snow from his body. I just counted the remaining money and grain in Zhao's treasury. There's enough to support us for about 10 days, plus what Lord Shun sent us, enough to last another month. But according to frontline scouts, reinforcements from Zhao have reached Chongyang. If we don't take Lionelyang within 5 days, we'll face 15,000 Zhao soldiers. Considering they currently had no more than 6,000 troops, a head-on confrontation would be hopeless. Tate, immediately lead out the White Feather Army and Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Seeing the situation, Ike said firmly, have them eat right away and depart with me at noon. Yes, General. Tate saluted without hesitation and turned to leave the office. General, isn't this risky? Jason was alarmed, immediately saying, Lionelyang may be small, but it has over 20,000 defenders. The news of our victory here has already spread there. They will definitely refuse to engage us. Moreover, though unspoken, using only 2,000 elite troops against 20,000 seemed overly optimistic. General Feng, now you must not only hold the plain but also allocate some troops to defend Charleslium. Ike understood his concern. However, he still had 1,000 black swordsmen at his disposal. These highly skilled swordsmen could execute covert operations excellently. Once inside Lionelyang, they would eliminate the commander, allowing the White Feather Army and Tiger Leopard Cavalry to enter. I understand. Jason agreed but expressed concern. General, perhaps it's better if I lead the assault. As the commander, your safety is paramount. With you in the rear, I can act more confidently. Though they hadn't known each other long, Jason admired this general greatly. Don't worry, it won't be easy for them to deal with me. Ike shook his head, adding seriously, besides, I assure you we will break through the city. Once we succeed, bring reinforcements immediately. Although these 6 cities weren't deep into Zhao territory, they required significant defenses along the border. In the future, if Rusty intended to attack Cary, he would have to pass through these 6 cities. Oh right, how is Halston? Thinking of the prisoner, Ike chuckled. He's under guard. He tried to kill himself a few times, but was stopped. Recalling Halston, Jason laughed, admirable in a way. If he really wanted to die, no one could stop him. Ike didn't care much since dying in battle was preferable to being captured. General. Suddenly, Jared rushed in, panic-stricken. A large number of Han troops appeared south of the plain, numbering several 10,000s. Should we? Don't panic, they're probably here to reinforce. Ike, unfazed, dressed formally, and instructed, stay and defend here. I'll go check. Even with Han's help, it wouldn't be a tight spot for him. However, theoretically, Han troops shouldn't be here. Leading a few hundred cavalry, he arrived at the Han encampment. There, he saw Felicia, wearing golden armor, looking every bit a heroine. General Monroe, it's been a while. Recognizing him, Kinley Jean rode forward with a smile. Is Manny here to assist me in the military operations? I glanced not far away, where he saw that although the Han army looked well organized, there were no flags, not even a commander's banner. Leading the troops, I have been attacking Shandong for a long time without success. Now, with no money or grain left, I can only retreat. Upon hearing this, Felicia's beautiful face was filled with helplessness as she sighed. I heard that the great general has consecutively captured Zhao cities, so I came especially to congratulate you. Seeing this scene, Ike understood. The situation of this Kinley within her own country wasn't good either. There must be many ministers hindering her, after all. Considering the current circumstances, it was quite unusual for the butler to be on a campaign outside and lack supplies. It was just lucky. He chuckled slightly and then said, moreover, I should thank Manny for restraining the Zhao troops at Shandong, otherwise, it might not have been so easy. Alright, stop comforting me. Felicia obviously seemed disheartened. Her tone changed, sounding a bit resentful. I thought too simply that once military power was in my hands, everything would go smoothly. Sadly, those old rascals actually. Your Majesty, it's unnecessary to feel this way. Seeing her state, I consoled. Controlling the court isn't something that happens overnight. Besides, with your Majesty's capabilities, I believe it won't take long to achieve. You sure know how to speak nicely. Felicia laughed softly, her expression turning smug again, then spurred her horse forward directly. This time I came to find you because I have something to discuss with you. If you're willing, listen to what I have to say. Please, your Majesty, speak your mind. Ike raised an eyebrow, his face expressionless. This time out, I brought 3,000 private troops. Felicia glanced towards the direction of the troops, lowering her voice. It wouldn't be good to take them back, so I'll entrust these people to you for safekeeping. Chapter 49. A gift. Huh. Upon hearing this, Ike was taken aback for a moment. Then he looked at the Kinley in front of him with disbelief and could not help but lower his voice. Your Majesty is really not joking with me? Do you think I would joke about something like this? Felicia, upon hearing this, immediately pouted with some dissatisfaction and said, you should know how much effort it takes to train so many soldiers daily. If not for the fear of the Ministry of War discovering these troops if we return without success, do you think I would be willing to hand them over to you? But how can your Majesty be sure that I can hold on for you? Seeing this, I couldn't help but ask curiously. Now, among all 16 nations, who besides you and Cary June can tolerate an outsider leading more than 3,000 private troops? But as if she had Ike under her control, Felicia replied. And I believe that even if you told Grady everything, he wouldn't disagree either. As for the funds and supplies, don't worry. Just write a list, and I will have people send them over. Rest assured, I won't let you work for free. When Cary State has any demands, I will try my best to fulfill them. Since your majesty puts it that way, I will follow accordingly. Ike thought for a while and then agreed, saying, but one thing. The funds and supplies must reach me as promised. After all, maintaining Bai soldiers and Hubao riders already cost him a considerable amount, and adding another 3,000 would be too much. Furthermore, he was never stingy with expenses and training troops, often leaving him short of funds. Don't worry about this point. Upon hearing this, Felicia felt relieved and responded with a raised tone. I am the Kinley of Korea. Would I deceive you over this? Rest assured. Yes. Ike didn't mean anything by it. He was now more concerned about the Kinley's situation. The ministers cutting off her food supplies were pushing her towards an impasse, signaling the potential for a change of ruler. No ruler would ever allow such subordinates unless they lost control over the political situation. All right, I have already arranged for them to move towards the plain. Felicia waved her riding whip and spoke sternly. After your training, I believe their combat strength will be even stronger in the future. Of course, if you need them in the future, you can use them as you wish. Your Majesty, there's something I'd like to say, but I'm unsure if it's appropriate. I glanced over and rode forward, looking serious. You and I have no need for formalities between us. Speak your mind. Felicia did not care and continued solemnly. Besides, given the current situation, it should be I asking for your help. The Korean court is unstable. Your Majesty should act decisively. Ike looked at the nearby Korean army, noting several generals watching them intently with cautious expressions. What do you mean by this? Felicia's beautiful face slightly changed, revealing surprise in her eyes. If actions are delayed when decisive measures are needed, chaos will follow. If your Majesty doesn't want to be controlled by others, you must act first. Ike's expression grew grim, his voice filled with a killing intent as he coldly said, otherwise, the one being replaced next might be your Majesty. These words were like a sudden slap of awakening, causing Felicia to shudder, looking at him with complex emotions. How could she not understand what these words meant? Yet beyond indecision, the greater problem was the lack of dependable personnel. Otherwise, recruiting private troops wouldn't be necessary. In the entire world, which butler recruits private troops? If, hypothetically speaking, Felicia looked seriously at Ike and slowly said, if a rebellion occurs within Korea, would Cary State lead troops to assist? Naturally. Ike nodded calmly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Our two states support each other like lips and teeth. The principle that if one falls, the other follows should be clear to Cary June. Good. Felicia nodded and said earnestly, I hope General Monroe understands that the reason why I trust Cary State isn't because of Cary June, but because of you. I hope you won't let me down. Leaving these words, she struck the horse's flank with her whip and rode away. Back to the plain. Seeing this scene, Ike opened his mouth expressionlessly. A group of riders slowly returned to the plain where Jason and Jared had been waiting outside the city for a long time. General, a Korean army came from the north, numbering around 3,000, led by a general who says he wants to see you. The two rode up and asked after glancing at Ike, will you see them? Let's go. Ike nodded and rode toward the north. When he saw the army before him, he couldn't help but frown. Kinley Felicia's situation was more difficult than he had imagined. The troops in front of him numbered only a few hundred fully equipped soldiers. Most were practically weapon-only experimentees without armor. Sending them into battle would likely mean certain death. Moreover, it was clear that they hadn't undergone any systematic training. Their formation was chaotic, and they probably didn't have much combat ability at all. Are you General Monroe? At this moment, a neatly dressed general stepped forward, saluted respectfully, and said, this humble officer, Desmond, pays respects to the great general. General Jean, please don't be so formal. What's your relationship with the Kinley? Ike immediately perked up upon hearing the name. If he wasn't mistaken, those surnamed Jean in Korea basically belonged to the imperial family. I am the Kinley's younger brother. Desmond replied without hesitation. By the Kinley's command, I have come specifically to join the general. From now on, if the general needs anything from us, just let us know. Good. Now that you are under my command, you must follow my orders. Ike nodded and then pointed to the troops behind him, saying, during this period, you don't need to do anything else. I will arrange for a commander to guide your training. Lionel Stonewell, this training is extremely important, and those who fail to complete it will be dismissed. Great general, just give your orders. Desmond seemed very confident in his troops and solemnly said, I believe they will complete the great general's training. Jason, arrange a military camp for them, and have the commanders I brought along train them. Ike didn't hesitate either and directly ordered, supply them according to our army's standard. Great general, yes. Jason originally wanted to say something more, but seeing Ike's firm attitude, he could only agree. Chapter 50, The Might of Ike. Goran personally led 50,000 cavalry into Qingyang, leaving the 100,000 infantry far behind. He deeply understood the principle that speed was crucial in warfare. Therefore, it took only 5 days to travel from Handan to Qingyang. It was fortunate that he led the most elite cavalry of the state of Zhou. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to arrive within such a short time. Immediately issue the order to rest for an hour, and then proceed directly to Lionelyang. Entering the government office, he glanced at his deputy general beside him and immediately instructed, then relay the order to the commander of the infantry behind us to catch up within 2 days. Otherwise, don't blame this general for being unforgiving. General, should we delay for half a day? The deputy general's face showed difficulty as he responded, even if the soldiers can endure it, the horses cannot. Over the past 5 days, we've barely rested or slept. Even the strongest war horses might not hold out. If you wish to stay here, do so. I will lead the troops myself. Goran said expressionlessly, you must understand. We are not facing the Xiongnu or any other states this time. We are facing Ike. His military strategy is far beyond ordinary men. Any slackness before him will invite disaster. Unless we enter Lionelyang now, we dare not rest. I understand, sir. Hearing this, the deputy general hesitated no longer and agreed. I will immediately issue orders for all soldiers to change their mounts and depart as quickly as possible. We must enter the city of Lianyang by dawn tomorrow. Very good. Gorin picked up the teacup on the table and sipped. Bring me a bowl of oil-drenched noodles, with extra chili. General. At this moment, a soldier rushed in, looking panicked. Bad news, General Jamar requests an audience. Why has he come? Gorin's hand holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the deputy general. Prepare first, then let him come in immediately. Yes. As the two retreated, Jamar entered the government office with disheveled clothes, plopped down on a chair, and gulped tea from the teapot. He had lost all semblance of a commanding general. Don't tell me Pingyuan has fallen. Gorin gripped the teacup tightly, his face turning pale as he coldly asked. Manny was already furious after Haiyang's defeat. If Pingyuan falls too, you needn't see the butler. Commit suicide and I'll take your head back as penance. Huff. After gulping a large mouthful of water, Jamar finally put down the teapot, staring lifelessly at Gorin. Now you can take my head back. Oh, and if you remember our old friendship, please protect my parents and family. Has Pingyuan really fallen? A sense of dread rose in Gorin's heart. He shouted towards the entrance. Issue the order immediately. The entire army shall march without rest to Lianyang at top speed. Anyone who delays, executed without pardon. There's no need to go to Lianyang. Jamar slumped in the chair, eyes unfocused on the ceiling, muttering. If you have enough troops, recapture Lianyang. If not, fortify Qingyang immediately to prevent Ike's attack. All right. Gorin hadn't expected to be a step too late despite hurrying, wondering how he could face King Burl Lianyang's trust. How could he explain to the entire army? In less than half a month, you retreated from Hudong and lost 6 cities one after another. In the entire state of Zhou, you are truly incompetent. Unable to hold back, he berated furiously. How do you have the face to meet the butler? How do you face the people of Zhou? I fully realize my grave sins. Jamar replied helplessly. However, if it weren't for Nate III's overambition, would I be in this predicament? Had he listened to me, how could Ike have divided and attacked? Gorin fell silent upon hearing this. The princes competing for the throne through battle achievements was clear to the entire court. Expecting the third prince to obey Jamar's commands was perhaps too much to ask. So tell me, how did Pingyuan fall? He sat back in his seat, looking at the tea leaves in the cup. Reclaiming the city within a short period seemed too difficult now. The primary task was to analyze Ike's strategy and prepare defenses accordingly. That was the most important thing. The loss of Pingyuan was primarily my fault. I should have prevented it more forcefully. Upon hearing this, Jamar sat up straight, his expression serious. He briefly recounted the events. Such tactics are indeed rare. Hearing this, Gorin couldn't help but sigh inwardly and also understood Jamar's predicament. If he had been in that situation, it probably wouldn't have been easy to dissuade Nidhogg either. Besides, even he would have found it difficult to tell whether it was a ruse or if the surrendering soldiers were genuinely seeking refuge. After all, there were more than 2,000 people. It was impossible to check each one individually. What about His Highness the Nate? Although Gorin had already suspected that Nate Zhang might have been captured, he couldn't help asking. He has already been captured by the Cary army. Jamar shrugged and replied, given the current situation, Ike seems likely to use the third Nate as a trump card, so we need to be prepared for that. While the third Nate isn't the butler's favorite, his capture still affects the honor of the entire state of Zhou. Gorin stood up and began pacing back and forth. You haven't sent a military report yet, have you? This matter must be handled with utmost caution. It would be best if we could rescue him. What I want to talk about is precisely the most critical part. Jamar sighed and rubbed his temples, saying, when I first fled to Lianyang, I arranged for the troops to defend during the day and planned to write a military report at night. But what I didn't expect was that the whole city of Lianyang fell into chaos suddenly. Did Ike advance so quickly? Gorin seemed somewhat incredulous and couldn't help but ask, but his foundation in Pingyuan isn't even stable yet. How could he launch a major attack on the city? I think the instability of our army's morale played a big role. The number of troops Ike brought is estimated to be less than 10,000. Jamar sighed, his face full of helplessness. At that time, I didn't even know the specific situation before seeing the entire city fall into chaos. Due to the scattered morale, we couldn't organize an effective counterattack. Helpless, I could only lead my personal guard to flee Lianyang. To be honest, it's not funny, but the frontline troops' morale has completely collapsed. Now, hearing Ike's name or the Cary army makes them timid like mice, unable to put up any resistance. They can't possibly win. Chapter 51, Troubled Heart. In the Cary Kingdom, at Dichio, military reports from the Ministry of War piled up on the desk like falling snow. The surrounding officials, witnessing this scene, could not help but wear expressions of helplessness. After all, in all other states, it was a strict rule and law that military reports should be processed before nightfall. But faced with Secretary Cornelius's actions, everyone felt helpless and dared not offend him in any way. Sir, you should report. One confidant looked at the seated Secretary Cornelius, then after some deliberation said, given the current situation, this matter can't remain hidden. Not to mention, once Anatoly transports grain back from the front lines, when that time comes. As these words were spoken, Cornelius's expression changed. He glanced at the military reports on the desk, then outside at the heavy snowfall, his heart unwilling to accept it. He originally thought that by not sending reinforcements to the front line, he would surely halt Ike's military advances. Who would have known that even with inadequate troops, Ike had consecutively captured 6 Zhou cities and now advanced the frozen front to Qingyang. To think that even during Cary's most prosperous founding days, such achievements were never reached. Many people were already informed of the battle situation, and their hearts leaned towards Ike. If this continued, it was certain that King Shepherd would have no chance of returning to court, and even his position as secretary might be lost. He now had to prepare for multiple scenarios. The Yuan is here. As he hesitated, the sharp voice of a eunuch suddenly rang out from the doorway. The officials at the office immediately rose and kneeled on both sides. Grady wore his dragon robe with an outer white cloak, his mood seemingly quite excellent. However, seeing the officials from the Ministry of War made his expression turn grave. Everyone rise. He glanced at the kneeling Cornelius, then sat down directly in the main seat and coldly said, "If this butler is not mistaken, those military reports arrived days ago? Why haven't they been submitted? Is handling reports before nightfall such a difficult task that needs reminding?" "Your Majesty." Hearing this, Cornelius broke into a cold sweat, stepping forward. "These past few days have been busy with troop deployments. Numerous tasks kept me from noticing the military reports. This subject?" "Silence." Grady slammed the table, eyes coldly staring. "Military reports under any circumstances must be delivered to the butler immediately. How could you forget this basic rule after serving in the ministry for so long? This butler sees your deliberate concealment." "It's not like that." Cold sweat drenched Cornelius's forehead, panic evident in his voice. "This subject wanted to give your Majesty a surprise. Given its national affairs, and general has won successive victories. That's enough. Stop wasting my time with nonsense." Grady waved his hand and looked at the other officials in the Ministry of War. "Leave now. Let others present this matter." "Yes, yes." Relieved the position of secretary was still his, Cornelius quickly left the office. "Read them out loud." Grady turned his gaze to the remaining officials and commanded sternly. Immediately, the entire courtyard filled with reading voices. "Our army captured Lianelniang on December 31st, successfully accepting the surrender of over 30,000 Zhao soldiers while losing only 131 men. As the official read aloud, Grady's eyes abruptly opened. Previous reports were rather unremarkable. With Ike's godlike military tactics, the repetitive nature of the military dispatches started making him feel sleepy. But he did not expect that in this final battle, only more than 100 soldiers were lost while capturing over 30,000 enemy troops. While feeling shocked, he also felt an inkling of fear. Such military prowess combined with the respect within the military. Now he understood why Amaya sought to eliminate Ike completely. Just as Manny ordered, General Cary seeks an audience. Just then, an official rushed in and bowed before the butler. "Let him enter." Grady straightened up and then instructed the rest of the officials. "All of you may leave. Nobody shall enter without my permission." "Yes." Officials withdrew, leaving the Yuan alone with Grand Uncle Cannon and accompanying eunuchs. "Greetings, Uncle. No need for formalities. Please sit down. We are just family." Cannon, who was about to bow, was interrupted by the butler and sat aside. "Hand the military reports over to Uncle and bring tea." Grady took off his cloak, feeling somewhat cold, then stoked the charcoal in the fire pot to warm himself. Truly remarkable military skills. Simply remarkable. After taking the teacup, Cannon did not drink tea at all, but directly picked up the military reports and started reading. After going through 6 of them, he couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Ike's strategy, we seem too rigid. If someone could learn his military tactics, they would be invincible. "Fourth Uncle, if you were to lead the same number of troops, could you win against the Zhao state?" Grady sipped his tea and asked with a serious face. "It's impossible." Cannon shook his head without hesitation and put down the report, saying, "Putting aside other things, even to reclaim the land west of the river, I need more troops. And it would take several months to accomplish that. Ike led his army from the capital to Haeong in less than 10 days. He touched his beard and continued, "This speed of marching is unmatched by ordinary people. Although he brought only elite soldiers, such a pace is almost unendurable for most of our current troops." Upon arriving at Haeong, when facing an Orient force many times larger, he actually chose to attack first. Remember, the garrison of Haeong is less than 5,000. Besides 2,000 private troops, he only had 3,000 imperial guards left. If used for city defense, with advantageous terrain, they could hold on, but launching a frontal assault is extremely difficult. He just read the detailed battle processes on the reports and admired this person even more. "I also felt deeply impressed while listening to their readings just now." Grady casually flipped through some other documents and said, "Just for his use of troops, it's worth my lifelong study. Unfortunately, I don't understand military affairs." "Your Majesty jests." Cannon naturally didn't notice the butler's changing expression, and he laughed. "Although your Majesty may not know military strategies, you have such strong generals like Ike, which is better than having thousands of troops. With him, you can focus on governing the country." "Do you really think so, Fourth Uncle?" Grady heard this and threw the document aside, asking with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "So, it might work this way." Chapter 52. A challenging court situation. "I naturally think so too, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Cannon was evidently taken aback for a moment before he looked somewhat puzzled and said, "Does Manny have other thoughts?" He carefully pondered over the Yuan's words and suddenly realized something. "Fourth Uncle, I also mean this." Grady let out a light laugh. Of course, he could not let others see through his thoughts. Then he sighed and said, "It's a pity. If Third Uncle could have such a broad mind as you do, I wouldn't be in such a difficult position. After all, putting aside other issues, depending on Shepard's influence and reputation in the court, if he were completely loyal and fully devoted to the country, many things would not be so difficult to implement. I don't understand Third Brother's thoughts either." Cannon picked up his teacup and gulped it down, spitting out the tea leaves. "In theory, regardless of how Ike behaves, just looking at the current situation, our army has won successive victories on the front line and can even penetrate deep into Zhao territory. This is almost unprecedented. Let's not talk about this for now." Grady, with a weary expression, rubbed his head and said, "Just recently, Ike submitted a petition stating that he intends to return the 6 captured cities along with Nate Halston to the state of Zhao." "Why?" Upon hearing this, Cannon sat up straight, somewhat agitated. "If we do this, it will be like showing weakness to the state of Zhao, and all our previous victories will be lost. Ike has 2 considerations." Grady took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to the eunuch, continuing, "Firstly, his vanguard does not have enough troops to garrison the 6 cities. If he wants to occupy them, more troops need to be sent. Secondly, although he defeated Jamar and Halston unexpectedly without directly confronting the main Zhao forces. Once. Good, this Cornelius. Before he finished speaking, he saw Kenan stand up abruptly, looking quite angry. When he was asked to send reinforcements, it has been nearly 2 months, and only 2,000 soldiers have arrived? What a bastard. Fourth uncle, there's no need to get so worked up. Grady waved his hand and said, according to Ike's intentions, now would be a good time to use these conditions to negotiate with Digby. Ideally, obtain some warhorses and other resources from him. They just want face, but the benefits we gain will make Cary stronger. Ah, what a boring thing. Cannon, understanding the logic, then slapped the table. If we could stabilize the front line, at least he would be much safer, and Dichio would not be exposed to the cavalry of Zhao. Fourth uncle, I told you these because I hope you can discuss this thoroughly with third uncle when you return. Grady changed the subject, his expression somewhat helpless. No matter what happened before, we are still family. No matter what happens to Cary, ultimately, it's a family affair. If she agrees, I can appoint him as Taifu and involve him in politics. I'll tell him. Cannon stood up, finished his tea, wiped his mouth and said, he always has that stubborn temper. Honestly, I can't persuade him. You try to convince him as much as possible. Grady stood up, glancing at the red-hot charcoal fire. Regardless, I am now the ruler of a nation. If I can't handle this, how can I rule the court in the future? I understand, your majesty. Hearing this, Cannon couldn't help shiver and immediately replied. In Handan, the capital of Zhao, bang. The ministers had just knelt down when they heard Digby fiercely pound the desk, his voice shaking, making everyone's scalp tingle. Giles frowned and looked up at the butler. Very good, this is truly shameful. King Burl Lionong paced back and forth angrily, pointing at his ministers and scolding. In just 2 short months, not only did we lose the 4 cities in Heshi, but now Ike has reached Lionel. My reinforcements haven't even arrived yet, and they abandoned the city and fled. Looking across the entire Zhao, who has ever lost so completely. Of course, he didn't say that his son was captured. If he had died on the battlefield, it would be different. He wouldn't feel so conflicted. Now, Ike has set terms, leaving him torn between 2 difficulties, unsure of how to proceed. Your Majesty, could it be that Gorin also suffered defeat? Giles gathered his courage and asked. In his view, it shouldn't be that bad. He hasn't lost, but he cannot escape blame this time. When Digby heard him speak, his expression eased slightly, but he still said coldly, however, if he could have arrived in Linoyang earlier and blocked the Cary army's attack, it wouldn't have led to such arrogance from them. Your Majesty. Errol straightened his posture and said, but speaking of this matter, it probably can't be blamed on Gorin. He set out from the capital with troops and managed to reach Qingyang in such a short time without resting or changing horses. Even if they could resist, the horses would have been exhausted and collapsed. If you say so, then no one is at fault for this defeat? King Burl Lionong was infuriated, gritting his teeth and pointing at the 2 men before cursing. Is everything my problem? Your Majesty, not at all. Giles understood that he must follow the butler's lead. The defeat in Heshi, neither Jamar nor Halston can escape blame. As for Gorin, at most, his relief effort was inadequate. He wasn't the main culprit. From what I see, this battle's loss was due to Jamar underestimating the enemy's strength. With our nation's strength, this battle has not injured us fundamentally. As long as your Majesty adjusts the strategy promptly, we can turn the tide. After these words, King Burl Lionong's expression softened somewhat, and he slowly sat down in his seat. So, according to your opinion, how should we adjust? He asked, his face still grim. Can I look at the military report? Giles thought for a moment, then spoke solemnly. Hand it over. King Burl Lionong threw the military report to the eunuch. Giles took the report and began reading, his expression turning more serious, especially when he saw that Halston had been captured alive, nearly losing his grip on it. Noticing that no one else had noticed this yet, he passed the report back to the eunuch. Your Majesty, from my perspective, the Cary army is only a spent force now. They are only talking terms because they lack sufficient manpower. After pondering for a moment, he continued, in my view, since they are willing to negotiate, let's give them an opportunity to show our magnanimity and strength. Chapter 53 Compromise. Errol, speak. The Zhao Burl Lionong Wang did not immediately agree to what Giles had suggested, but instead turned his gaze toward the Minister of War. Your Majesty, may this minister see that military report? After some thought, Errol spoke. As a seasoned official, he knew well that this defeat was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. At the butler's indication, Giles handed over the military report and gave him a meaningful look. Your Majesty, I believe the Chancellor's words make sense. With just a quick glance at the report and seeing the 4 characters stating, Halston captured, Errol felt cold sweat trickle down his back. He immediately bowed and said, now that the Cary army has proposed peace talks, accepting will not only show our nation's grace, but also your Majesty's benevolence towards the people. Then he changed his tone. Moreover, in such cold weather, it is unsuitable for our cavalry to launch large-scale charges. We can plan for a full military campaign once spring arrives, ensuring we will be invincible. Good. This reassured the Zhao Burl Lionong Wang significantly, and he specially instructed the 2, after court adjourns, come to the side hall. We'll discuss the peace talk details there. Yes. Errol and Giles exchanged glances, finally breathing a sigh of relief. After half an hour of the court meeting, the butler couldn't wait to dismiss the assembly, and the 3 gathered at the side hall. Bang! Upon arrival, Zhao Burl Lionong Wang slammed his fist on the table, angrily saying, these 2 incompetent fools not only disgraced us, but Halston was also captured. If word of this gets out, how will other states view me? Wouldn't I become a laughingstock? Your Majesty, the Cary army proposing peace talks now means their subsequent troop supplies have failed to arrive. After some thought, Giles continued, peace talks present us with an opportunity. Although victory is only a matter of time if we continue fighting, now we must face not only the Cary army but also the armies of Han and Qin. Errol nodded after hearing this. Your Majesty, among these states, the fierce Qin is our primary enemy. He bowed and said, take the previous situation at the Hanggu Pass. Even with ambushing troops, if Qin were to mobilize their forces, those troops would be insufficient to stop them. Do we really have to hold peace talks? Although Zhao Lionel Wang found it unpleasant, facing Ike previously meant dealing with Joaquin, which had a strong national power. But now, they were facing the weak state of Cary, which almost got conquered before. Your Majesty, since they initiated this request, it isn't a disgrace to our country. Giles paused and advised further. Besides, we should focus on redeeming Nate III. Leave this matter to you. Hearing this, Zhao Lionel Wang felt increasingly displeased and looked at Giles. Remember, regardless of what demands they put forward, try to minimize the conditions. In the worst case, let Halston die there so I can use this chance to invade Cary. Yes. Errol and Giles couldn't help but laugh bitterly upon hearing this. After chatting for a bit, the two important ministers left the side hall. Although the heavy snow had stopped, the bone-chilling wind still made them shiver. Chancellor, it's troublesome for you to go ahead. Errol gestured an invitation, smiling apologetically, though the Yuan says one thing, deep down he worries about Nate III. I understand very well. Giles returned the humility, stroking his beard. However, we face Ike, fearing he might ask too much. Although resources aren't lacking, it wouldn't be easy to give an account. Though I've never met this person, his military tactics are indeed cunning. Errol couldn't help but stop walking, looking serious. If only he could serve us, perhaps we wouldn't fear the powerful Qin. It's truly a pity. Don't talk about this. Giles frowned, silent for a while. Someone must step up due to this defeat. Jamar cannot stay. We'll ask for an imperial decree to bring him back to the capital for arrest. I think the same. Errol nodded and sighed. Though he lost this battle, he did have past merits. I'll ask the censor to try to protect him. Lionel Young. As one of the key northern cities, it held more population than the plains and boasted stronger defenses. Had Jamar not been terrified then, he wouldn't have fled without resistance from the black-cloaked Cary guards, nearly capturing the city without spilling blood. Additionally, quite a few defending troops joined them, making this a brilliantly won battle. After taking control of Lionel Young, Ike did not rest at all. He immediately ordered Jason to relocate all the civilians from the 6 cities on the plain to various locations in Hushi and Cary. Even if peace talks were held, he still intended to move all the civilians away, leaving only empty cities for the state of Zhao. Moreover, he arranged for all the captives to be returned. These people could stay in Cary to cultivate wasteland as military farmers. In ancient times, wars were largely fought for the sake of population and productivity. After all, what good was acquiring more cities if there was no population? Without people, the country could not develop. The territory of Albert was almost twice that of Joaquin, yet its population was less than 1/3 of Joaquin's. Its productivity was low, and its national strength lagged far behind. Ding. Congratulations, host has completed the task of capturing 10 cities. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Ike's mind, now rewarding the host with 100,000 imperial points. Since it was completed within a short period, an additional reward of 50,000 imperial points is granted. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, he could not help but feel delighted. This was incredibly important to him. Does the host wish to exchange now? The system asked again. Exchange immediately. Ike did not hesitate at all because, for him, what mattered most right now were the army and talents. Please choose what the host wishes to exchange. Army, civil minister, or general. The system spoke up after seeing his reaction. I want an army. Specifically, I would like to exchange for a powerful crossbow unit. Ike responded without hesitation. Currently, he had elite cavalry from Chao Cary, the Leopard Riders, and Lionel Bay's personal guard, the White Feathered Soldiers, as well as the black-cloaked Cary guards who lurked in the shadows. However, he needed a complete range of troop types. If he had to face other states soon, these would be crucial. Additionally, he hoped the cost would not be too high. After all, he was considering exchanging for another civil minister or general, even if their quality wasn't top-notch. Chapter 54, Monroe AY Crossbowman. Please make your choice, host. The system's emotionless voice sounded afterward. Immediately after that, 6 elite crossbow and archer units appeared before Ike. These included the SR-ranked Anakinenrong Crossbow Corps and Burldang Flying Army, the S-ranked Xianding Suicide Squad and Monroe AY Crossbowmen, and the A-ranked Dawan Archers and Hengjiang Shooters. Given his current level of A, Ike didn't consider them yet. He still needed elite troops, but even these tiered archers would utterly dominate the 16 kingdoms. As for the first tier SR rank, he couldn't consider it since his UN value wasn't enough. So, he focused on the second tier. Both the Xianding Suicide Squad and Monroe AY Crossbowmen were among the finest bow and crossbow warriors. Harrell once wiped out Dash's most elite cavalry, the White Horse Volunteers, with just 800 Xianding Suicide Squad members, giving Anakin and Xiao an advantage in the northern power struggle. The Monroe AY Crossbowmen, on the other hand, were the most elite archers of the late Tang Dynasty in the Monroe AY region. Ebert relied on this elite force when dealing with various military governors in the south upon becoming butler. Compared to the Xianding Suicide Squad, the Monroe AY Crossbowmen had a longer range due to the advancements in bow and crossbow technology over time. However, the Xianding Suicide Squad also had their advantages. They were proficient not only in archery but also in long pikes and siege warfare. Choose to exchange for Monroe AY Crossbowmen. After some thought, he chose the latter. He already had white feather soldiers for sieges and conquests. The main point was, he couldn't afford to lose anymore. Although he could exchange soldiers, it cost 1,000 UN values per soldier. Even losing one made him feel like bleeding from the heart. And after exchanging, he had only 50,000 UN values left, meaning he could only get one civilian official or general. Ding, congratulations on a successful exchange. The system prompt rang out, followed by, soldiers will appear to the direct south within an hour. Please hold the troop token and proceed to take command. With the sound, a Monroe AY Crossbowman token appeared in Ike's hand. Does the host wish to continue exchanging? The system prompt came again. Choose to exchange for a general. After a moment of consideration, Ike spoke slowly. Please make your choice, host. The system screen changed, showing a batch of A-rank generals. Ike felt somewhat speechless. This guy wasn't even pretending. At least give higher-level generals to tempt him. Jensen. After some thought, Ike chose the early Tang Dynasty famous general. Compared to purely military generals like Anakin when Albert, or Kevin, Jensen had independent command capabilities. If the Monroe crossbowmen were under his command, he'd be more at ease. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the general, deducting 50,000 yuan values. Remaining yuan values, 0. The system's voice sounded again as Jensen appeared behind him. Clad in silver armor, wearing a silver crown and a white tiger armor, holding a halberd, Jensen looked mighty and awe-inspiring. Your subordinate Jensen pays respects to the great general. He immediately bowed deeply. General Shui, please rise. Ike was naturally quite satisfied with this new general. Compared to Tate, Jensen could independently command troops, which would save him from being stretched thin. Besides, this man once shot 3 arrows in succession to stabilize the situation at Tianshan and shattered the 9 surnames of the Tiela tribes with unparalleled archery skills. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Just as he was feeling self-satisfied, the system prompted again. Continue your mission. Capture 15 cities of the Albert Kingdom within a year and force the Albert Kingdom to sue for peace. Upon completion, reward 30,000 yuan values. This is quite generous. I couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. The neighboring countries of Cary, Zhou and Joaquin were powerful, and the current situation did not allow for action against them. Han and Anakin, one was an ally, and the other was in the south of the Albertsa River, so Cary lacked naval forces to use. Indeed, only Albert, the soft target, remained. But even this soft target possessed nearly 300,000 troops, making it difficult to act swiftly. After assigning the task, the system vanished. Ike wasted no words, taking Jensen to oversee the Monroe crossbowmen. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find that this time, the Monroe crossbowmen's configuration numbered 1,500. Compared to the previous white feather soldiers and tiger leopard cavalry who each had only 1,000, this was half more. It had to be admitted, the system showed some fairness. But spending 10 times the yuan values compared to the last exchange, it was almost 10 times more. This malicious middleman, however, it was sufficient for him. Apart from the blackguards who could not be used openly, he now had 4,500 private troops at his disposal. If they coordinated well, even facing an army of 20 to 30,000, they could certainly annihilate them. When he returned to the military camp, Jason hurriedly ran over. General, the envoy from the state of Zhou for peace talks has arrived. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and glanced over. It's said that their prime minister has come. Should we bring out Halston? There's no need. We should still give him some face on such occasions. Ike shook his head, then looked at Jensen behind him. You arranged the encampment for them first? Yes. Jason glanced at the additional troops, feeling secretly astonished but also a bit worried. At this rate, resources would be exhausted soon. Arriving at the central command tent, Ike looked at the 2 men before him. Leading the group was Giles, with Gorin standing behind him. There were no personal guards accompanying them. Giles remained calm, while Gorin held his sword, filled with killing intent. Please take your seats, Ike said, glancing at the nearby soldiers. He then signaled for tea to be served and seated himself in the main seat. It seems that the state of Zhou is coming with great sincerity. General Monroe. Giles looked at the man before him, nodding slightly and chuckling softly. Indeed, heroes emerge young. Your exploits are widely known among the states, but who would have thought that the general is so young? Prime Minister flatters me. Ike smiled indifferently, then became serious. Since both sides are here for peace, I think it's better if we speak plainly without beating around the bush. What do you think? I agree. Giles sat down, with Gorin standing behind him. General, please state your terms. Everything can be discussed. Chapter 55. Negotiating terms. Since the Chancellor is so courteous, I won't waste more words. Ike took the teacup from the orderly and placed it directly on the table, then handed him a piece of paper, saying, the specific terms and quantities are all written here. Take a look. If there's no significant issue, we can finalize it like this. Giles put down his teacup and couldn't help but tremble as he received the paper. Because the first item was 30,000 warhorses. Looking at the subsequent items, his whole body shook, wanting to slam the table in anger. Ike, you're asking for far too much. We absolutely cannot agree to this. Gorin felt somewhat humiliated. After all, his troops were stationed in Chengyang. Although Jamar described the situation dramatically, both sides had never engaged in battle. Negotiating peace outright seemed too cowardly. General Zhou, right? Ike sipped his tea, expressionless, and said, why be so anxious? There's still room for discussion. Moreover, your crown prince is still in my hands. No matter what, he's worth this price, isn't he? General Monroe. Giles gripped the note tightly, suppressing his dissatisfaction and drank some tea before coldly saying, your country's demands are excessively harsh. Not only would I not agree, but our butler also would never agree. Please reconsider the terms. If that's the case, how does the Chancellor think we should negotiate? Ike raised an eyebrow and stood up. Since we are negotiating, let's discuss it. He didn't expect them to agree. After all, they weren't fools. Warhorses can be at most 5,000. As for silver and military rations, you mentioned 1 million dan. Now the maximum we can offer is 200,000 dan. After pondering for a moment, Giles coldly said, if not for the crown prince being in your hands, we wouldn't give you anything. Has the Chancellor heard this saying? Hearing this, Ike laughed slightly, walking up to the 2 men. In business negotiations, people typically have their demands to show sincerity. Cutting by 80% is a bit too much, isn't it? What's General Monroe's opinion? Gorin raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Should we follow your unreasonable demands? Not exactly. Ike stretched lazily and yawned. My suggestion is 10,000 warhorses, not a single horse less. As for money and supplies, nothing less than 400,000 dan will do. Then there's nothing left to talk about. We'll meet on the battlefield. Goran waved his hand and said without hesitation, that works for me. Facing this threat, Ike wasn't bothered at all, maintaining a serious face. Let's do it your way, but don't blame me for speaking frankly. Once the war starts, I'll use Halston's head as an offering. Other countries will know about this. General Monroe has already relocated all civilians from Lionelniang and several nearby cities. Giles's face turned pale with suppressed rage. Nearly 100,000 people. This is a huge loss for the Zhao nation. Making such outrageous demands is excessive. I gave the Chancellor an appreciative glance, understanding the severity of the situation. So what does the Chancellor suggest? 8,000 warhorses, 250,000 dan of supplies. If General Monroe can't agree to this, there's nothing left to discuss. Let's fight. As soon as Giles finished speaking, he added without hesitation. Agreed. Ike didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the terms. After all, he expected Zhao to push the terms further down. This already met his expectations. Moreover, he had reclaimed Heishi and completed the system task perfectly. These were just additional conditions. If Zhao didn't send anyone to negotiate, he would eventually send Halston back anyway since he had no use for him and might as well do a favor. In 5 days, let's complete the exchange at the city gates. I hope General Monroe keeps his word. Giles glanced at Ike, turned around, and left the camp with his people. Wen Kingdom, capital city. Amaya had been in a terrible mood recently, perhaps stimulated by Ike's consecutive victories, or maybe because she hadn't received any military reports from Zhaoji. Emerson, the Ministry of War has received no reports from Zhaoji? She checked the documents on her desk, eyes blazing with anger, slamming her hand on the desk. There's no activity at all? What have you all been doing? Your Majesty. The Undersecretary of the Ministry of War felt a headache, coming on and stepped forward. This? I have arranged many. Enough. What about the Ministry of Revenue? How's the fine salt production going? Amaya felt her anger rising as she read on. If Ike were here, he would have conquered Zhaoji long ago. No, even without that man, she could still do it. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has arranged for workers to start research and development these past few days. I believe there will be results soon. Murray felt a headache coming on and hurriedly explained. These few days have been, it's already been over 10 days, and you haven't made any progress. The Kinley cut him off without hesitation, her voice sharp. What are we paying you for? Nothing works with you. What use are you to me? She should not have let Ike leave. No matter what, she should have made him hand over those things. Your Majesty, something's wrong. Just then, a eunuch rushed to the entrance of the hall, his expression panic-stricken. Zhaoji. An urgent report from Zhaoji? An urgent report? Hearing it was not a military report, Amaya's face darkened. What? Did we lose a battle? Bring the person in quickly. Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, a general rushed into the hall, holding an urgent letter, and stuttered. Yu Wang has rebelled? What? This statement was like a bolt from the blue. The entire court was stunned. How can this happen? Why would Yu Wang rebel? Recently, the report said Yu Wang had been winning one after another? Must be a mistake. How is this possible? The ministers looked at each other, clearly unable to process the news. Ellison's face turned pale. He dared not speak, only glancing at the Kinley. It was he who had strongly recommended Incel to lead the troops, and now he had rebelled. He had misjudged completely. He thought that man could be used for his own ends, but instead, he was being used. Damn it. Amaya's face turned green with fury. She descended the golden steps quickly but stumbled and fell straight down. Your Majesty. Chapter 56 Urgent Report. Your Majesty, are you all right? Your Majesty, you must hold on. At this moment, the palace maids, eunuchs, and ministers below were in chaos. The hall is noisy as a market. Shut up, all of you shut up. Just then, a sharp cry sounded, and the entire hall fell silent instantly. Kinley Esmeralda stood up with the support of 2 palace maids, her eyes wide with anger and a murderous intent in her beautiful eyes. I'm not dead yet. There's no need for your weeping. She gritted her teeth and struggled back to the dragon throne, staring at the general below and shouting. You've brought an urgent report. Read it now. I dare not. Upon hearing this, the man could not help but shudder, feeling like he was being stabbed by thorns. If you don't read it, that will be treason, and I will cut off your head. Esmeralda was now thoroughly enraged, barely suppressing her anger. If not for the presence of the court officials, she would have exploded already. The general trembled as he pulled out a letter from his chest, swallowed hard, and said in a trembling voice, by the decree of heaven, to punish the rebels, Mu Ci, a traitor who had no rightful claim to the throne, under the assistance of the treacherous Ike, cruelly harmed the crownate and the princes. Bam! Before he finished, Esmeralda's delicate hand slammed onto the imperial desk, enduring intense pain as she stood up again. Your Majesty! The ministers below, upon seeing this, were startled and knelt down with a thud, not daring to speak. Well. Esmeralda trembled all over, fierce light appearing in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and glared at the ministers below. Now, I have become a usurper. Fine. He wants to punish me on behalf of heaven, demanding justice for the people. Your Majesty, drag him away and execute him in public. The general was terrified, about to open his mouth, but the Kinley did not give him the chance and pointed directly at him. Your Majesty, drag him away. Originally, the ministers wanted to plead, but the Kinley did not give them the chance, shouting sternly. The imperial guards on both sides feared getting involved and did not hesitate to take the person away. Ellison. Watching the man being dragged away, Esmeralda took 2 staggering steps and turned her gaze toward the old fox who had been silent. If I'm not mistaken, it was you who recommended Incel to lead the troops initially. Ellison was frightened, immediately kneeling and feigning terror. I ask you. Esmeralda's tone grew even colder. her eyes filled with murderous intent. Were you working inside to help Incel prepare for a coup in the capital, forcing me off the throne, and supporting that traitor? Yes or no? Your Majesty, I am innocent, Ellison replied, banging his head on the ground loudly. Recommending Anakin Wong to lead the troops was entirely due to his loyalty. Still loyal? He is leading troops against me, and you call this loyalty? If this is loyalty, what's left of treachery in this world? Esmeralda interrupted him immediately, pointing and scolding, Ellison, answer me, have you colluded with Incel? I have not. Ellison raised his head immediately, looking at the Kinley with flushed cheeks and solemnly saying, please believe me, my loyalty is true. Heaven and earth can bear witness, Your Majesty. I don't want to hear this. Esmeralda arched her eyebrows, sneered, and said, now that Incel has rebelled, no matter how eloquently you speak, you still can't clear your suspicions. Now you must give me an explanation, otherwise, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Please instruct, Your Majesty. Seeing the situation, Ellison did not hesitate, raising his head and looking at the Yuan. What must I do to prove my loyalty? Simple. Esmeralda sneered and turned her gaze to Julian. Julian, I've heard you have good relations with Incel. Now, I give you this opportunity to earn merit. Line Elston carefully, leave the capital immediately, and go to Jiaoji to negotiate with Incel. Ensure he repents and surrenders to the capital. This, Your Majesty. Julian turned pale, trembling as he opened his mouth. This matter may be difficult. After all, this was rebellion, an open revolt, which couldn't be resolved with just a few words. If it were that easy, what would armies be needed for? Why, you don't want to? Esmeralda's eyebrows furrowed, and she coldly shouted. It seems you two really are connected to that rebel. Don't blame me if I don't treat you kindly. Your Majesty. Julian understood that regardless of his intentions, this matter couldn't be avoided now. I will go. If he did not leave this place, sooner or later he would be executed. Now, if he left the Kinley's side, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. Since that's the case, this shows your loyalty. Esmeralda sneered and then pointed at Julian. I give you 1 month. If you can persuade Incel, I will trust both you and your father. Otherwise, HMPF. Although she didn't finish her words, the killing intent on her face was unmistakable. I obey your command. Julian knew clearly that if this matter succeeded, it would be fine. But if it failed, he wouldn't be able to escape execution. After all, even I couldn't escape the Kinley's wrath, let alone him. Excellent. Esmeralda gave a light laugh with evident satisfaction, then looked at the Minister of Rights, Jalmer. Ministry of Rights, listen well. Now bestow the title of Imperial Envoy and Governor of Monronan to Julian, who will go to Jiaoji for negotiations. I obey your command. The other ministers, seeing this scene, naturally dared not say more and agreed unanimously. Your Majesty, I believe that doing this is not enough. Just then, Ellison suddenly raised his head and looked at the Kinley with a serious expression. Oh. Hearing this, Esmeralda couldn't help frowning and asked, then what should we do according to you? Mobilize troops. Ellison immediately clasped his hands in salute. Incel has rebelled and might likely join forces with Burl State. We must now defend the Monronan region. Otherwise, it will harm the North and be detrimental to the country. You're right about that. Hearing this, Esmeralda couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, finally realizing that she had been blinded by anger and forgotten the most crucial task. Emerson, which armies are available for mobilization now? The Kinley turned her gaze to the military official. Your Majesty, currently, Alberjo, Shuzhou, and Jingzhou have over 100,000 troops. Emerson stepped forward and replied immediately, troops can also be mobilized from the areas near the capital. Chapter 57, Ministerial Response. Dispatch immediately. Upon hearing this, Amaya immediately and unhesitantly ordered, remember, you must command the generals leading troops this time to quell the rebellion within 2 months. Understand? 2 months? Emerson's face changed abruptly. After hesitating for a moment, he said, the rebels led by Incel carry over 80,000 soldiers, not to mention Burl Kingdom's forces. Isn't this too short a time? He felt somewhat helpless inside. After all, the Kinley never had experience in leading troops into battle. Moreover, these past years, military affairs have always been handled by Ike. Many matters simply couldn't be completed with just a few words. Now she demanded 2 months. How could this be well managed? Can't accomplish it? Hearing this, the Kinley expression turned ashen instantly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold light as she shouted, what do you eat for? These past years, whenever Ike undertakes something, he acts swiftly without fail. Whether it's quelling rebellions or conquering territories, hasn't he always achieved success in a matter of months? Giving you the same time frame, can't accomplish it due to insufficient ability? Or do you lack the will? Are you really inferior to Ike? Her words left the ministers momentarily speechless. They were truly baffled. What kind of confidence allowed the current Kinley to view Ike as so ordinary, someone everyone could easily rival? Your Majesty, the time might be tight. Ellison, hearing this, immediately looked up and advised, I suggest giving them half a year. If they still can't complete it then, take appropriate measures. This time the enemy force is formidable. It may not be quelled quickly. Moreover, judging from the present situation, both sides are evenly matched, and it won't be easy to determine victory soon. That's fine as you say. Seeing this scene, Amaya's attitude softened slightly. With a cold face, she commanded, but this battle must be won. Whoever performs poorly will not blame me if I don't treat you kindly. If she lost to Incel, she would become a rebel. Historians would then record her plotting to usurp the throne, resulting in eternal condemnation. Thus, this battle could only be won, not lost. We understand. The other ministers could only respond like this, for any slight displeasure of the Kinley could result in execution and extermination of their clans. Retreat. Feeling somewhat irritable, Amaya swept her sleeve and entered the back hall. At this moment, she could only think of other solutions. Your Majesty. Just as she entered the back hall, she saw a middle-aged man approaching. paying respects and saying, "There has been an urgent report from the front." Humph. The Kinley glanced at him and said with a mocking smile, "So? You should have heard everything earlier. Now is a perfect opportunity for you. Don't miss it. Does your majesty mean I should seize this chance to find Ike or Arnie?" That person smiled calmly and sat down. "Oswald, you still dare call the rebel prince? Do you want to die?" Amaya exploded in rage, cursing, "Don't think I won't dare kill you." This person, during her enthronement, contributed like Ike. However, unlike the latter who wielded great power, he remained in the palace organizing books. Who dares oppose your majesty when she wishes to act? Who in the world would dare go against your majesty? Oswald was unperturbed, speaking calmly, "But I must remind your majesty, Julian should not leave the capital." "You dare comment on government affairs? Don't you care for your life?" Amaya raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, "Don't forget, you're merely a scholar editor now. Whether your majesty listens or not is one thing, whether she acts is another." Oswald continued without stopping, "Also, besides me, there is no better candidate to lead the troops this time. No, you must stay by my side. Apart from you, I cannot trust anyone else." Amaya shook her head, her face ashen as she spoke. "Your majesty probably doesn't mean it that way." Oswald frowned, earnestly saying, "The enemy force is powerful, and with their strength alone, victory is impossible. I've learned much from being close to Ike, and only I can quell this rebellion." "No, absolutely not." Amaya stood up, enduring sudden pain by gritting her teeth. "It's not that I don't trust you, but if you leave, who will I consult for important matters? In that case, your majesty shouldn't allow Ellison's confidants to lead the troops." Oswald sighed, looking at the darkening sky. "If Ike were here, how could it come to this? Don't mention that traitor in front of me." Amaya gritted her teeth, her slim figure trembling slightly, eyes cold as she said, "Don't think I dare not kill you." That traitor left the great Joaquin and immediately went to the state of Cary. He only did so because your majesty made the first move. He could have rallied troops easily in the military. He had already shown his utmost loyalty by not becoming Arnie. Oswald sat upright, looking grave as he continued, "If he had wanted to rebel back then, he could have stormed the capital in an instant. Do you want to be the next Ike?" Seeing this, Amaya drew the sword from a nearby guard, pointing it at him. "I'll kill you right now. Julian will never return to the capital." A hint of disappointment flashed across Oswald's face as he straightened his clothes and stood up. "Therefore, we absolutely cannot let Ellison command the troops personally." When the Kinley first ascended the throne, she treated scholars with respect and enforced laws with leniency. But as imperial power grew more secure, everything seemed to change. Power truly does drive people mad. He can't choose not to come back. Amaya clenched her teeth and threw the sword on the ground, saying, "His family is still in the capital. If he dares not to return, I'll kill Ellison immediately." But if Ellison commands troops personally, what if he unites with Arnie in the Burl Kingdom? Hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be overwhelming. Oswald turned to look at the Kinley, warning coldly, "By then, with Julian and Incel commanding outside and Ellison consolidating political power inside, they might force your majesty to abdicate. What would you do then?" "This?" Amaya's face instantly paled, almost losing her balance. "So your majesty must listen to me. Under no circumstances should Ellison's confidants lead the troops. It would be like nurturing a tiger for future troubles." Oswald turned and headed in another direction. "The military power must remain in your hands." "Ike." Amaya looked up at the sky, noticing it was raining. Chapter 58, Planning Lionel's and Man. At the Albert Mansion. After the court session ended, Albert Song's confidants all arrived at the Albert residence as if on cue. It was nearing the new year, and the common people were completely unaware of the political situation, so the capital remained abnormally lively. The Albert family was no exception. The steward had already begun preparing for the new year. "Father, aren't you trying to kill me?" Albert Sherfu plopped down into a chair, picked up his teacup, and started drinking. "Now I'm ordered to go to Jiaoji to negotiate with the honored king, yet you want me to have the butler arrange troop movements. By then, they'll think I deliberately delayed things. Isn't this sending me to my death? You're oversimplifying it." Albert Song stroked his beard, his face full of wrinkles but smiling. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. If we succeed, wealth and honor will be endless." The others watched as well upon hearing this. "To be honest, I didn't expect Nico to rebel at this time." Albert Song tapped his fingers lightly on the table, remaining calm. "I thought he only wanted to use this chance to leave the capital and escape the butler's control, but who would have thought he would directly ally with Burl? Now for us, this is an opportunity to gain control over the military. Whether it's allying with Muru Chun or occupying territory to establish our own domain, this will be more than enough." Lionelu Albert. He turned his gaze to the Vice Minister of War. "Speed up the troop mobilization this time to ensure the Kinley doesn't have time to react. This isn't a problem." After thinking for a moment, Lionelu Albert said, "In the current situation, the fastest troop mobilization will take around 5 days. We can fully mobilize troops from near the capital. As for places like Alberjo, we can arrange trusted men to take over. This will be simple for us, especially since the generals there are already dissatisfied with the Kinley." He hesitated briefly before stopping. "Just say what you need to say." Albert Song immediately sensed something and laughed dismissively. "Minister, aren't we taking too much of a risk?" Lionelu Albert was still somewhat worried. No matter how Muru Chan and the Kinley fought, it was their internal affair, but for them, involving themselves could put them in an awkward position. Moreover, history would remember them as rebels if they acted. No, given the current situation, now is not the time to worry about that. Albert Song interrupted him. "Judging by the present circumstances, the honored king should be the one chosen by fate. Over these years, you've seen what Esmeralda has done, eliminating the royal family and loyal officials. Handing the nation to her will surely lead to chaos sooner or later. Let's not mention how troublesome the situation in Jiaoji has become. Some of Ike's policies now benefit the state. Following his methods will definitely work. The country needs a ruler to maintain stability, and the Kinley certainly isn't the best choice. The others nodded in agreement after hearing this. As for what this old fox truly thought, that was up to him. Father, what you said makes perfect sense. Albert Fu understood the old fox well, and straightened up immediately. We should proceed just as planned. Dean, you'll handle the logistics and resources when the time comes. To Albert Song, money and soldiers were most important. Other matters were fleeting. I'll take care of it. Unlike Lionelu Albert, Dean felt no psychological burden, as he was personally groomed by this Grand Secretary and thus followed orders without question. Fu, once you reach the front lines, explain our plan clearly to the honored king. Albert Song stood up, scanned everyone, and focused on Albert Fu. Do not let this secret out. Leaking it will mean extermination for our entire clan. Whoever dares speak recklessly, don't blame me, understand?
Yes.
The others readily agreed without hesitation. After all, they were all in the same boat. Leaving might cost them a leg first. In the Cary Kingdom, Dichio City. After concluding peace talks with Giles, Ike led all the spoils back into Hushi following a brief rest and reorganization of his troops. Using the horses acquired, he expanded the Tiger Leopard cavalry to 2,000 men. Much of this owed thanks to Halston. After all, the captives he took were among Zhao's elite cavalry, making them perfect additions to his mounted forces. Then, he left a part of his troops to guard Hushi, while he led the other forces back to the capital in victory. Ewan Grady bestowed extremely high honors upon Ike, the greatest contributor to this victory. Not only did he arrange for the civil and military officials to welcome Ike outside the city, but he also personally led them to greet him 100 miles outside the city. More importantly, upon returning to the city, the butler himself drove the carriage for Ike. This was the highest honor possible. Even looking at the entire history of the Cary Kingdom, no minister could compare with Ike. At the celebration banquet, the butler personally toasted and served wine to all the heroes of this campaign. Ewan Grady was truly elated. Facing Zhao, the former northern hegemon, they had never achieved victory before. This time, not only did they repel Zhao's invasion, but they also advanced deep into Zhao's territory, forcing Zhao to negotiate peace. All this credit went entirely to Ike, and his previous choice was proven right. General, your bravery is unmatched, and your majesty is wise and martial. Yes, under the leadership of General and your majesty, our kingdom will soon become prosperous and strong. More importantly, this great defeat of Zhao has greatly enhanced our nation's prestige. The ministers were immensely excited by this victory and began praising the butler and general profusely. Your majesty. Ike responded respectfully, if it weren't for your majesty's full support, I might not have been so successful. Ultimately, all credit goes to your majesty. General, I dare not take any credit. Grady shook his head and laughed. Speaking of governance and military prowess, how can I be compared to you? If I could lead troops into battle, we wouldn't have had to endure Zhao's aggression these past years without achieving anything. To be honest, ever since General entered the Cary Kingdom, I felt much more at ease. However, there is one thing that still weighs on my heart. The Ministry of Revenue has yet to submit the land registry. Chapter 59 Provoking an Incident. Ike frowned upon hearing this, feeling that Grady's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Your Majesty, as I mentioned before when discussing the matter, this is not something that can be completed overnight. Moreover, it's now the depth of winter, and officials have their difficulties. After a moment's silence, he continued, measuring after spring arrives would not be problematic. Currently, Zhao would not instigate another war in the short term, so he had to ensure the stability of the court before implementing the next plan. The general makes a good point. Grady nodded and raised his wine glass. However, compared to your trust, I feel guilty in my heart. More importantly, it stemmed from the lack of cooperation among the ministers, so he wanted to use this opportunity to warn them. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach someone. At this moment, a stern shout rang out, silencing the lively banquet instantly. The ministers looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the censor Booker standing up with a look of righteous indignation. Booker, today is a celebration feast. Any issues can be discussed in the court tomorrow. Grady was originally in a good mood, but seeing as it was disturbed, his expression turned cold. Your Majesty, whether today or tomorrow, I cannot impeach him unless I do it now. Booker stepped forward and knelt, looking up at the butler. Why not take advantage of your Majesty's current joy to speak these things out? I give you this chance now. Grady raised an eyebrow, already guessing the outcome, and said coldly, if you don't clarify everything, I will not forgive you. Your Majesty, the ones I wish to impeach are the Chancellor, General Ike. Booker glared at Ike, who remained calm, gnashing his teeth. What? Everyone present reacted differently at this statement. Tate initially wanted to pound the table but was held back by Jensen, signaling him not to act rashly. Do you know what you're saying? Grady's face turned livid as he put down his wine cup and pointed at him. For that alone, I could have you killed. The general is a key minister who just repelled Zhao on the front lines. By saying this now, you're defaming him. I did not. Booker retorted stubbornly, glaring and raising his voice. Why won't your Majesty let me finish? Speak, speak. The butler stood up angrily, pacing back and forth while pointing at him. If you are spreading rumors without evidence, you will pay for it. According to our ancestral customs, apart from the feudal kings guarding various regions, no department ministers shall have more than 100 personal troops. Booker shot a cold glance at Ike and rose, saying solemnly, however, if I recall correctly, the general came to Cary with 2,000 private troops. Of course, they contributed in the battle against Zhao, making them part of our nation's army. Pausing here, he changed tone. But now that the general has returned to the capital, excluding the regular troops, there are still 7,500 private soldiers. I'd like to ask the general, where did these extra 5,500 men come from? And why wasn't this reported to the Ministry of War? Why so many extra troops? If these troops enter the capital, by general's conduct, this should have been reported to the court. Hearing this, the courtiers set down their cups and began whispering to each other. Grady was startled inside but kept a poker face. Earlier, when he went outside the city to welcome Ike, he also noticed something amiss and intended to ask privately. However, since Booker brought it into the open, it could help clear his doubts. The general must have his reasons for doing so. Why ask unnecessarily? The butler, however, responded coldly. Besides, I believe the general will provide a reasonable explanation. Your Majesty. Ike set down his cup and looked up. I originally planned to discuss this privately with your Majesty. Since Lord Lionel wishes to know, I'll speak frankly. During this victory over Zhao, I expanded the elite forces by 1,000 cavalry and 1,500 archers. Naturally, he included the Huai River archers in the expansion, knowing that explaining their origin from the system wouldn't be believable. As for the 3,000 additional private troops you mentioned, these were given to me by Goryo's Kinley America. These troops are led by her brother, Kim Sang-hyuk, and have nothing to do with me. Ike chuckled lightly and then glanced towards the end of the hall. I, General Kim Sang-hyuk, pay respects to the Yuan of Cary. Seeing this scene, Kim Sang-hyuk didn't hesitate. He rose and knelt on the ground, holding the military token in both hands. General Monroe speaks the truth, and I swear by my head. Moreover, the reason why our butler is willing to hand this force over to the Grand General is not only to support Cary but also to foster a better relationship with you and Cary. Of course, some things should be left unsaid. If America were to fear being discovered by powerful ministers, it would be too awkward. Grand General's victory in this battle justifies the expansion of his forces. Grady gestured for Kim Sang-hyuk to rise, then smiled indifferently, though he was very cautious inwardly. After all, according to this, Ike already had as many as 4,500 private soldiers. Even if they were on temporary loan, these troops were no small force. As for the 3,000 men supported by the Kinley of Goryo, they will also be placed under the command of Grand General. He thought for a moment and decided not to show any change in expression. Given the current situation, Ike was still loyal to him. Besides, they had always been open and honest with each other. There was no need for conflicts caused by someone's instigation. Your Majesty, this is just one side of the story. Booker, hearing this, became anxious and immediately interjected. Moreover, even if so, why didn't he explain this to your Majesty at the first opportunity? Instead, he waited until I revealed it. Enough. Grady cut him off without hesitation. Although I do not know why you are trying to provoke discord between me and the Grand General, considering it is your first offense, I will not pursue it. However, if you continue to defame the Grand General, do not blame me for being unforgiving. Your Majesty, I drag him away. Booker was about to argue further when the butler sternly ordered. Yes. The guards on either side saw this and dragged him away without hesitation. Gentlemen, today is a celebration feast, and we must enjoy it heartily. Grady raised his head to look at the other officials. Whoever disrupts my enjoyment will not be spared. Tate watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 60 Heart to Heart. After Booker was dragged away, the Grand Hall instantly buzzed with activity again, especially with the group of generals cheering and egging on, causing the ministers to get thoroughly drunk. They were eventually carried out by eunuchs as night fell. Grady, however, led Ike, Anatoly, and Cannon to a side chamber, instructed the eunuchs to place a brazier and prepare tea. Everyone, have some sobering tea. Grady, in an exceptionally good mood with his face flushed red, pointed at Ike with blurred eyes. Prime Minister, General, your triumphant return has lifted a great burden from my heart. Your Majesty, let me finish what I'm saying. Just as Ike was about to speak, the butler interrupted him and sat up straight. Ever since I ascended the throne, we've always been on the defensive against our neighboring countries. Aside from insufficient national strength, it's largely due to my lack of confidence. But this battle you fought was superb. Now, even when handling other matters, I feel confident. At that, he turned his gaze towards Anatoly. Tomorrow, I will issue an edict through the Ministry of Personnel for you to serve as Minister of Revenue and be fully responsible for the land survey. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Anatoly gave a faint smile, his pale face betraying no other emotions. Uncle C, how are things going with the matter I entrusted to you a few days ago? He finally looked at Cannon, who had remained silent. Your Majesty. Cannon bowed and paused for a moment before saying, I have spoken clearly with Shepard, but he claims poor health and finds it difficult to comply. It seems he still harbors resentment over past events, Grady said with a cold smile, then took a sip of tea. All right, tell him then, if he still harbors such thoughts, I am willing to give him the opportunity. If he is unwilling to contribute, then he should not meddle in anything. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing familial affection. I understand. Cannon immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Ike, what did you want to say earlier? Putting down his teacup, Grady couldn't help but chuckle. Your Majesty, our victory over the state of Zhou largely depended on your Majesty's support. Ike poked at the charcoal in the brazier, unperturbed. Military strategy is one aspect, but it also benefited from Zhao's underestimation. Winning this battle was a combination of time, place, and people. It was not the work of just one person. General, you needn't dwell on those scoundrels' actions. Grady, thinking that Booker's earlier words might have made him uncomfortable, smiled and said, I will surely investigate thoroughly and bring the mastermind to justice to clear your name. Hearing this, Ike fell silent for a moment. After chatting for a while, they all left. Master, you're finally back. Having arranged accommodation for Jensen, Ike finally returned to the main courtyard, dragging his tired body. Marion rushed over and hugged his neck. How much did you drink? She shot him a slightly reproachful glance and began to take off his armor. You should rest well now that you're back. The butler really should not have kept drinking from noon till now. Don't say too much. After all, this involves state affairs. Ike chuckled and held her close, feeling her supple body in his arms, which momentarily distracted him. Moreover, what does it matter about state affairs? Marion, cheeks flushed, paid no mind to this. I just know that Master should take care of himself. I bought a lot of vegetables, but you didn't come back for dinner. It's fine, let's cook tomorrow. Ike laughed, then kissed her lips. Marion's eyes became dreamy, Then she complained, "Master hasn't bathed yet." Then let's bathe together. Ike picked her up and headed toward the bathtub, saying, "This journey has really been tiring. Please wash me thoroughly." Soon enough, the room filled with springtime warmth. When Ike woke up, it was already morning. Fortunately, Grady had agreed yesterday that he didn't need to attend court today, or else there would surely be all sorts of rumors. "Master, you're awake?" Marion opened the door, carrying a basin inside and helped Ike dress. "Wash your face and then you can have breakfast. I specially cooked lotus seed soup for you. It tastes quite nice." "Okay, since I'm free today, let's take a stroll around Dicho later." Feeling warm-hearted, Ike got dressed and went to wash his face, catching sight of a letter on the table from the corner of his eye. When did this arrive? "Oh, just now, delivered by the blackguard." Marion handed him a towel and changed the water. Seeing Master was still sound asleep, "I didn't disturb you." "All right." Ike wiped his face haphazardly, threw the towel back into the basin, and opened the letter to read. His expression grew increasingly grim as he continued reading. The letter reported on the internal turmoil in Joaquin Kingdom. Arnie allied with Burl Kingdom and had now broken through Suzhou, advancing straight towards Alberto. In just about a month, Ansel had taken over Jiaoji and Suzhou, controlling 1/10 of the entire Joaquin Kingdom's territory. And he still had the most elite troops from the reforms. "Master, something big has happened?" Seeing this scene, Marion couldn't help but ask. "Yes, Joaquin Kingdom is in chaos." Ike placed the letter back on the table and spoke calmly. "At this rate, Amaya will likely suffer a great defeat. Unless that woman can hand over military control to Oswald, but he doubted that would happen. Because Amaya feared the emergence of another Ike. It would be best if that Kinley could step down." Marion, hearing this, rubbed the towel and said, "How did Master treat her back then? And how did she repay Master? Such an ungrateful person should fail." "True as that may be." Ike looked out the window. The snow was melting, yet a biting cold wind still swept through Dicho, instantly sobering him up. After all, Joaquin Kingdom was also his creation. If Amaya could give him 10 more years, no, even 5 years, Joaquin Kingdom would definitely have the strength to unify the entire continent. Unfortunately, while Joaquin Kingdom was now the strongest country in the East, internal troubles and external threats, coupled with instability, would make its downfall just a matter of time. "Why? Is Master unwilling to let go?" Marion saw this and couldn't help but look up and ask, "That woman? What are you thinking?" Ike laughed, shook his head, and stroked her black hair, smiling. "I just feel sorry for that country. After all, it embodies my efforts. Shouldn't I feel regret?" Chapter 61. Confrontation between Monarch and Minister. Compared to the state of Cary, the geographical location of Han was even worse. While both were surrounded on all sides, Han faced the old Hejim and Zhao to the north, the now colossal Qin to the west, and Chu and Anakai to the south, both of which aimed to expand northward. Any one of these states was enough to give the rulers of Han a headache for generations. Although the western state of Cary no longer possessed much strength nowadays, it was important to note that this was due to its continuous defeats by Ike. Before relocating its capital, Cary's power had been on par with Han's. Han's successive monarchs could not be accused of incompetence, yet despite their efforts, they were never able to change the status quo. The previous ruler of Han was King Felicia's father, who diligently governed and employed Garner to implement reforms during his reign. However, he was unable to withstand the pressures of the old aristocracy. Garner was torn apart in public, and the old butler passed away in despair. Logically, as a daughter, Felicia should have never ascended the throne. Yet, the old butler handed over Han's most elite forces to her before his death. Unexpectedly, after Kinley Felicia took power, Prime Minister Dom and General Marcos conspired together, effectively rendering her a puppet. Though she led troops northward to support Cary, what she took with her were merely a group of the weak and sick, and due to her lack of military knowledge, she couldn't breach the gates of Shandong after nearly 2 months of siege. Dom cut off her supply lines while Marcos secretly ordered the generals to deliberately fail her. Thus, Felicia had no choice but to return to Han with her army. In Xianxia, the capital of Han, "Your Majesty, please do not act so rashly again." Prime Minister Dom, at 63, showed no signs of aging. His eyes exuded fear and an occasional menacing intent. "This campaign has only drained our national strength and damaged relations with Zhao." He looked arrogantly at Felicia seated on the dragon throne, showing utter disrespect. "Think about it. Is offending the powerful Zhao for an insignificant Cary really worth it? Furthermore, your Majesty's military actions have angered both heaven and people, causing widespread discontent among the common folk." "I see. It's you, Prime Minister, who harbors resentment." Felicia's face turned ashen, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. Through gritted teeth, she retorted coldly, "Besides, the so-called powerful Zhao that you speak of has just suffered a defeat at the hands of Cary. With significant losses and even the Nate fallen, doesn't this indicate that Cary is no longer the same as before?" She knew very well that the setbacks were orchestrated by these men. Had she stayed a few more days at Shandong, perhaps she could have taken the city. Humph, winning by sheer luck can prove nothing. Marcos's scarred left cheek twisted into a grimace. "Zhao remains stronger than Cary. If I'm not mistaken," Felicia responded with another cold laugh, a flash of frostiness in her eyes. "General Heim lost to Gorin multiple times during the battles at Shandong." "Your Majesty." Dom interrupted sharply, his tone cold. "Even if Cary won this time, what benefit does it bring us? Not to mention, the food supplies we've expended will take considerable time to replenish. If not for your obstruction, I might have already conquered Shandong." Felicia slammed her hand on the table, rising abruptly. "Why would we come back empty-handed?" "Your Majesty, I think you're mistaken." Dom spread his hands with a laugh. "We, as court ministers, should naturally support you on the front lines. How can this be considered obstruction?" "You." Felicia trembled in anger, her face pale, but dared not openly accuse them, knowing they wouldn't admit to anything in this situation, and she had no evidence. 2 months on the front lines, 15 days of delayed supplies. At this moment, a young general stepped forward. It was Callan, who accompanied Felicia to Cary previously. According to military law, this warrants execution without pardon. But the commissary officer, being the prime minister's nephew, disregarded the military laws entirely. May I ask how we should deal with this person? There's such a thing? Upon hearing this, Dom feigned a look of surprise and immediately declared with pretended indignation. That must be dealt with according to military law. General 1, how about this? I'll personally bind that fellow and send him to your residence for punishment. What do you think? Humph. There are state laws and military laws for dealing with people. How dare I privately inflict punishment? Callan turned away. He knew this old man was deliberately setting a trap. If there's nothing else, let's dismiss. Felicia understood that no matter how much they debated the court affairs here, nothing substantial would come of it. She didn't wish to continue being upset either. Most important matters, big or small, were discussed by Dom and Marcos in their mansions and then handed over to her for approval. The court officials saw this and all knew what was going on, withdrawing one by one. Most of the officials in the court were either Dom's disciples and former subordinates or Marcos's men, leaving very few trusted advisors for the Kinley. This little brat. Marcos walked out of the grand hall, gripping his sword hilt coldly. If it wasn't for me putting her in that position back then, would she be where she is today? Why can't she just sit there quietly? Must she get entangled in Zhao's affairs? The current Kinley has changed her mind. Dom adjusted his clothes, breathed out, and rubbed his hands together. I think it's related to her trip from Xianxia to Dichio last time. And most importantly, her private treasury now has a significant amount of silver, which I suspect comes from refined salt. You mean the high-priced refined salt is coming from her? Marcos frowned, looking at Dom. Impossible. How could she possibly have that technology? Don't forget, she met Ike last time. Dom's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he spoke coldly. You haven't figured out yet just how capable that guy really is? It's always this guy. Marcos felt increasingly agitated upon hearing this, speaking in a heavy voice. Is there any way to deal with Sai? He caused chaos in Joaquin, and it's the same story in Cary. Chapter 62, Ambitious Plans. It seems that our current Kinley has also become involved with Ike. Ellsworth stroked the beard on his chin, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he said, following this situation, she will surely slip out of our control sooner or later. What can be done about it? Hyman strolled up the steps and said boldly, after all, whether military power or political power ultimately rests in our hands. Can she fly to heaven then? You mustn't underestimate Ike and Felicia. Upon hearing this, Ellsworth quickly caught up with him and said gravely, as her resources increase, she will inevitably recruit a group of loyal followers. That will be troublesome for us. Moreover, these past few days, Prime Minister Desmond hasn't returned from the front line, which makes me secretly worried if he might have gone to Cary country. Upon hearing this, Hyman couldn't help but stop where he stood, his left hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. So according to you, is the Kinley planning to move against us? His gaze hardened as he gritted his teeth, saying, if so, let's take the first step. At worst, we replace the one sitting on the throne. I don't believe a mere girl could overturn everything. Do not act rashly. A trace of disdain flashed across Ellsworth's eyes as he gestured with his hand. Now we have no evidence. Removing someone arbitrarily would certainly provoke dissatisfaction among other ministers. After all, there were still some loyalists to the Kinley in the court. Come what may, major affairs in the court are controlled by you and me now. Who dares say more? Hyman turned his head and glanced back at the palace hall, not minding it at all, saying, moreover, even if we did it, what more could they say? We cannot. Everything must be justified. Ellsworth shook his head and frowned in reply. If our actions are too reckless, it will certainly cause discontent among other officials. Besides, Felicia hasn't made any big mistakes yet. We can't act recklessly. But we can't let things develop like this either. Hyman forced down his anger and said, starting today, I'll rotate the palace guards, placing all of our confidants in charge. If anything happens, we'll be better prepared. That makes sense. Ellsworth felt slightly reassured and continued, I will contact other ministers in Cary immediately to see if they have a way to drive Ike out of Cary. No, if this guy leaves Cary for Han, it will cause even more chaos. Hyman immediately interrupted him, reminding him, why don't we just kill him directly and save ourselves future troubles? Upon hearing this, admiration flashed across Ellsworth's eyes as he responded, you're right. We should make him die in Cary. This guy caused turmoil in several countries when he was in Joaquin. If he dies, it would also benefit those other countries. This should have been done long ago. Hyman pursed his lips and said while walking, we should have sent assassins after him when he left Joaquin. It's a pity that he's now established himself in Cary, making things difficult. Don't worry, money talks. As long as we pay a suitable price, there will naturally be someone willing to act. Ellsworth showed no concern, giving a cold smile. Besides, I think those in Cary want him dead as well. Imperial capital of Cary, Dichio. With the new year approaching, the entire capital city was incredibly lively. Firstly, Ike's great victory brought joy throughout Cary. Secondly, the butler specially decreed that he would celebrate the spring festival with the people this year. Looking through Cary's history, there had never been such an event. Moreover, celebrating with the people meant generous rewards. The prefect ordered his subordinates to start preparations and arrange guards. After all, if anything happened to the butler during the new year, it wouldn't matter how many lives he had. Prime Minister, here are the arrangements for New Year's Eve. Please review them. At the Prime Minister's residence, Ike was reviewing documents with a few officials. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in these tasks, but since he entered Cary, Grady had handed over both the powers of Prime Minister and General to him. He could establish his own office and approve these memorials. Previously in Joaquin, these tasks were handled by Ellison's cabinet, making his life easier. Now, seeing these documents, his head ached, and he somewhat regretted not using the system earlier to exchange for a civil official. There's no need to mobilize so many Imperial guards and constables. I glanced over and couldn't help but frown slightly before speaking up. Half the personnel will suffice. I will arrange for the rest. With the Black Robe Guard around when he and the butler are together, Even a regular army would not be a threat, let alone a few assassins. Well, yes. The Chief Justice looked over, seeing the Prime Minister agree, and said no more, turning to leave the residence. Anatoly, you look through these petitions. Ike stretched lazily, moving his limbs as he spoke. If there's anything you can't decide, hand it over to me. Prime Minister, if you really don't want to handle state affairs, why don't you just leave them to Manny? Anatoly put down his pen, opening a resigned smile. After all, if this keeps up, even iron would wear out. Moreover, besides civil duties, there's military affairs too. Recalling something, he sifted through some petitions and approached with two of them. These are two military reports from Jason and the North. A report from Hushi? On hearing this, Ike's interest piqued, and upon glancing at it, found that Jason had discovered several Zhao troops moving toward Hushi while on patrol. I didn't expect Digby to remain undeterred. He placed the report aside, unsurprised by Zhao's actions. Naturally, the entire state of Zhao despised him. Given the chance, they would certainly seek retribution. The Albert state is also sending troops towards Joaquin? His brow furrowed upon reading the second report. Considering the current situation, this was bound to happen. Anatoly nodded. Now that the south of Joaquin is in chaos, Albert wishes to take advantage of the opportunity. Chapter 63, Secret Message. Ike frowned as he read the military report. The current situation was largely due to Amaya's actions. He knew that with the Kinley's means, she could not intimidate those people. More importantly, given the present circumstances, it was likely that the morale within Joaquin Kingdom had already crumbled. Albert Kingdom might truly take this opportunity to move south and gain something substantial. Now, approve this immediately. He handed the military report to Anatoly beside him and said, instruct the governor of G. Albert to closely monitor Albert Kingdom's movements. Any signs of movement must be reported truthfully. Then gather the armies from the two nearby cities. Prime Minister, are you planning to take this chance to attack Albert Kingdom? Anatoly understood his implication and took the report, then slowly replied, but after just fighting Zhao Kingdom, wouldn't an immediate attack now provoke objections from other ministers? Just do as I instructed. Ike remained unperturbed and replied solemnly, as long as the UN agrees in the end, the rest of the ministers won't say much. At most, they'll gossip privately. Besides, if we win this battle, the entire court will be pleased. Yes. Seeing this, Anatoly nodded without further words. Are there no other military reports? Thinking of going out to stretch his limbs, Ike looked at Anatoly and asked, none for now. Anatoly placed the report on the table. If any more arrive, I'll send them over immediately. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Relieved, Ike left the hall. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed Desmond standing in the courtyard. Due to the cold weather, the boy's face was pale white, and he kept stomping his feet. General Jean, you're here to see me? Ike looked around and smiled. Why not come inside? General Monroe. Upon seeing him, Desmond immediately bowed respectfully and smiled as he walked closer. I intended to inform someone, but thinking of General's busy schedule, it's better to wait outside. Let's go have a cup of hot tea then. Realizing Desmond never came without a reason, Ike turned toward a nearby room and indicated for his soldiers to bring tea. They sat down accordingly. This letter is from the Kinley to you. Please take a look. After sitting, Dom pulled out a letter from his chest and passed it over. Per the messenger's instructions, please reply as soon as possible after reading. I'll take a look first. Ike furrowed his brows subtly and started reading. It contained Samara's analysis of the Korean situation and requested Ike to offer a solution. Given the current urgency, if no action were taken soon, she might be replaced by Dom and Marcos. Moreover, at the end, she mentioned Dom's intention to join forces with Cary Kingdom ministers against Ike. What's the relationship between your Prime Minister and General Marcos? After a brief analysis, Ike asked Desmond. Their relationship isn't very good. Putting down his teacup, Desmond replied, Marcos helped the Kinley ascend the throne after taking control of the military, perhaps finding her difficult to manage, hence the collaboration with Dom. Though outwardly friendly, they've been secretly competing. Despite not being at the core of power, their relationship was known throughout Korea. Tell me more about their situation. Ike pondered for a moment and paced back and forth. Try to be detailed. Even personal grievances can be shared. Yes. Dom cleared his throat after sipping some tea. Compared to Marcos, who rose from the lower ranks, Dom has always been in the center of power. As the 10th brother of the previous butler, he belongs to the royal family. Initially, he thought he could become butler after the previous butler's death. As for Marcos, originally a common soldier, he rose from captain to left general under the late butler's favor. Before dying, the late butler, fearing harm to the Kinley by other royals, promoted him to Grand General, Burl Kingdom Duke. Unforeseen, however, was his immense ambition. After the butler's death, he attempted to monopolize political power. Prime Minister Dom and the other ministers were naturally unwilling, and with the Kinley having her own principles, Marcos had no choice but to cooperate with Dom. Even after their cooperation, Dom always looked down on the coarse Marcos. He often secretly consulted his confidants on many matters without paying any attention to Marcos. Oh yes, at one point, Marcos wanted his son to marry Dom's daughter, but the latter rejected it without hesitation. This incident left Marcos humiliated and resentful. Ike nodded as he listened. These two individuals controlled military and political power. They needed to be separated. Dealing with both simultaneously would be too difficult. With this thought, he immediately came up with a plan and then picked up a pen and began writing. Desmond held the teacup silently, knowing he shouldn't disturb the general at this moment. All right, deliver this letter to the messenger immediately. After finishing the letter, Ike sealed it with wax and handed it over, saying, remember, the content of this letter must not be known by anyone. If it falls into the wrong hands, make sure to retrieve it at all costs. Yes, General. Desmond secured the letter and replied solemnly, rest assured, there will be no issues. Even if I die, the secret letter will not fall into the wrong hands. Ike nodded and asked again, how have the soldiers been training recently? The Kinley has entrusted you to me, and I cannot disappoint her. No problem at all, General. Hearing this, Desmond immediately showed admiration. Through this period of training, the soldiers' combat effectiveness has improved significantly, though compared to your troops, there is still some gap overall. He now admired Ike immensely. Apart from other things, push-ups, sit-ups, parallel bars, triathlon training methods were simply brilliant ideas that greatly enhanced the physical fitness of the soldiers. Chapter 64, Chaos. During this period, you must not slack off. Ike raised an eyebrow and glanced at Desmond, reminding him, remember that the Kinley entrusted you to me in hopes that when you return to your country, you can lend her a hand. Lionel-wise, this is also your opportunity to achieve great deeds. I understand. As soon as these words were spoken, Desmond immediately responded with a solemn expression. Please rest assured, General. We will not disappoint the Kinley or the General. There's no need for promises or guarantees to me. Ike waved his hand and then asked, have there been any shortages in military provisions or other supplies recently? Although Felicia had promised to deliver some supplies initially, he hadn't seen anything yet. From this situation, it was evident that Ellsworth held absolute authority in Korea. Otherwise, the Ministry of Revenue would not be unable to provide any funds or supplies. We have received some supplies from Cary June during this time, so there's no shortage yet. Seeing this, Ellsworth couldn't help but explain, if there is really a need, it would be for weapons and armor. Our equipment is rather rudimentary. After all, most of the people he recruited were essentially thugs and vagrants from Xinjiang streets, and without resources from the armory, those people could hardly be called an army and had no real combat capability. This was his concern because sending these people to battle would be equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Even if they were well trained, they couldn't withstand a few blows. Has the Kinley visited you? Upon hearing this, Ike's expression changed slightly, still feeling surprised. After all, given the current circumstances, he had no way of knowing about these matters. Yes, last night Cary June inspected our camp and brought us grain and winter clothes. Ellsworth nodded and replied frankly, we are deeply grateful for this. Allies help each other. It's only right. Ike didn't elaborate further. Since Grady didn't plan to tell him about this, it must have been the Yuan's intention. As for the armor and weapons you mentioned, I still need to discuss it with the Kinley. These items were not like grain or money. Every country was extremely short on such resources, which were under national control. Private possession was not allowed, and opening the armory without discussing with the butler would be akin to treason. Thank you, General. Desmond understood that under the current circumstances, the generosity of Cary June and Ike was already giving face to Korea. In other countries, accepting them might be difficult. After chatting for a while, both left. In Wen Kingdom, imperial capital. At this moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire Wen Kingdom. Although the new year was approaching, there was no festive mood at all. The capital was completely on lockdown, and anyone without urgent business was not allowed to enter or leave. What made the Kinley even angrier was the continuous defeat reports from the front lines. What is going on here? Inside the palace hall, Amaya looked at the military report on the desk, grinding her teeth and shouted, why did we lose Alberjo within half a month? If this continued, Ansel and Burl Kingdom's allied forces would reach the capital in less than 2 months. Jalmer. Her eyebrows arched, and she pointed at the Minister of Rights, asking, where is Julian? He has been gone from the capital for half a month. Why is there no news? Could he have died over there? Your Majesty. Jalmer stepped forward with a headache, bowing. Officials from the Ministry of Rights went with Julian to Jiaoji, but there has been no news. Perhaps they are still in negotiations. Nonsense. The Kinley slapped the table fiercely, scolding loudly. I ask you, if they are still negotiating, why is their army advancing? At this rate, they will soon besiege the capital. Your Majesty, the Ministry of War has mobilized nearby troops. Just then, Murray stepped forward, saying, according to logic, the army should already be near Alberjo, so why haven't they engaged the enemy? That's true, Ellison. Hearing this, Amaya finally reacted and turned her gaze toward Ellison's direction. To her surprise, Ellison wasn't in court today. Where is Ellison? A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes as she shifted her gaze to the eunuch beside her. Report to your Majesty. The young eunuch was taken aback and then stammered in response. Minister Albert took leave last night, saying he wasn't feeling well. Rubbish. Amaya immediately grew restless, standing up from her seat. She paced back and forth while gritting her teeth. This old fox, why choose to fall ill now of all times? Instantly, she recalled Oswald's words. Could it be? Send someone immediately to Ellison's residence. Even if you have to carry him, bring this old man here to the Yuan. She ordered right away. Yes. Seeing this, the Imperial guards on both sides turned and left the hall. Who is commanding the troops? Why are there no military reports? Amaya clearly couldn't stay still, but she still gritted her teeth and asked. Your Majesty, the commanders leading the troops this time are Hu Anakin, Luo Wanlong, and Du Chung, Murray responded immediately. Amaya's mind instantly went blank. She didn't hear a word after that. If she hadn't misremembered, the first two were generals promoted by Ellison. As for Du Chung, although she wasn't clear about his true identity, concerning the other two. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At this moment, Jalmer's calls finally brought her back to her senses. I think we should send an envoy to urge them on, make them move faster. Urging them. Suddenly, Amaya felt an inexplicable rage rising within her. She slammed the desk and yelled, "Aye!" But she then realized she had lost composure. Dismissed. Biting her silver tooth, she turned and entered the rear palace directly. The court ministers, seeing this scene, were baffled, each clueless. What is going on? This is truly strange. Could it be that the army at the front has been defeated? If that were the case, there should be military reports as well. The current situation is really... Gentlemen, don't speculate too much. In a couple of days, we will have news. Everyone should just perform their duties. Murray frowned and interrupted their discussions. Chapter 65. Harsh and Ungrateful. As Amaya entered the rear hall, the originally attending palace maids and eunuchs saw the butler's ashen face and each trembled with fear. retreating to the side, too scared to speak. Your Majesty. At that moment, the Imperial Guards who had left earlier entered the side hall, kneeling to pay respects and reporting, Grand Secretary Ellison is not at home. According to his steward, Grand Secretary Albert left Beijing at midnight last night, destination unknown. What did you say? The Kinley, who had just sat down, suddenly stood up, her face full of disbelief as she spoke. He left the capital? When? She originally wanted to ask when he would return but reconsidered instantly, who is still in Ellison's residence now? Besides his steward and servants, his wife, children, and elders have all left with him, destination unknown. Seeing the situation, the guard immediately looked up and truthfully replied, arrest them all. Hearing this, Amaya's expression darkened. Gritting her teeth, she barked, behead these people at the Lamp Market Street immediately. Yes. The guard, hearing this, turned pale but could only agree. Which gate did they exit from yesterday? Who was on duty? Amaya clenched her fists inside her sleeves, her brows furrowing, and spoke with a cold, murderous intent. I do not know, Your Majesty. The guard, meeting her gaze, quickly lowered his head, feeling drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly replying, this matter needs to be clarified by the commander of the 9 gates. Then clarify it. Amaya turned around and glanced at her teacup, saying, after finding out, behead all the officers and soldiers who were on duty last night at the Lamp Market Street without leaving anyone alive. If the commander of the 9 gates is unclear, kill his entire family. Your Majesty, what does this have to do with them? Who in the court could stop Ellison if he wants to leave? At this moment, Oswald entered the side hall and immediately advised, don't you dare go yet. Amaya paid no attention to him, glaring at the guard, who promptly scrambled out of the side hall. Your Majesty, this incident is merely the doing of the Albert family. Why must you punish those innocent people? Oswald frowned. Since the Kinley ascended the throne, she had become increasingly heartless, killing without consideration or discussion. Bam! Amaya grabbed the teacup and threw it directly toward Oswald, pointing a finger at him with menacing eyes. If you dare say another word, I'll have you killed too. Do you believe me? I am your subject, and if the ruler orders my death, I cannot refuse. Oswald, hearing this, showed no fear, looking straight at the butler with a serious expression. But one point, if your Majesty wants to kill me, I will speak the truth. To tell the truth, are you here to mock me? Amaya's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as she gritted her teeth, speaking coldly. When I didn't listen to you then, weren't you feeling particularly triumphant? Humph. Everyone, retreat. She turned her head to look at the palace maids and eunuchs, sternly ordering. Yes. They left the side hall like they had been pardoned. Your Majesty, remember how I told you here? Oswald picked up the teacup beside him and passed it over, saying, we must not use Ellison's confidence. But what? Amaya, after receiving the teacup, calmed down slightly, raising her head. When I issued the order, I clearly instructed the Ministry of War not to appoint. It's Emerson. She slapped the table, realizing it instantly, speaking coldly. It must be this guy using his power to replace those people. Well done. Guards. Your Majesty. At this moment, an Imperial Guard entered. Lionelston carefully. Arrest the entire Emerson family and put them in prison. No, behead them where they stand. Confiscate all their assets. Amaya stood up, staring at the man. All officials from the Ministry of War shall come to the side hall. I will interrogate each one. Yes. That guard clearly hesitated for a moment before getting up and leaving. Your Majesty, this will inevitably cause panic among everyone. Seeing this scene, Oswald immediately advised, currently, with the front line suffering defeats, if disorder erupts in the capital, it might lead to. What might it lead to? Amaya shot him a glare, sipping tea, speaking coldly. I despise traitors the most. This is their own fault. If they hadn't betrayed me, how could they end up like this? But, there are no buts. Before the latter could speak, the Kinley interrupted again. I am the Kinley, the ruler of this country. Don't I even have this power? Besides, if they are gone, can I not still wage war? Nonsense. When I had no troops at my command initially, did I not still ascend to this throne? That was because of Ike. Don't you dare mention that name to me. Shut up. Oswald furrowed his brow. Amaya seemed as if her tail had been stepped on, jumping up abruptly and pointing at the other's nose, cursing, that traitor. If he hadn't betrayed me back then, I wouldn't have treated him like this. Do you still have any connection with him? So you want to betray me too? As she spoke, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, tears glistening in her reddened eyes. Your Majesty, Ike is not that unfeeling person. Oswald sighed and tried to persuade her. Now he holds a key position in Cary country. If your Majesty writes to him, shut up for me. Amaya threw the teacup on the ground and pulled out the sword hanging on the wall. If you dare mention that name again, I'll kill you. Seeing this, Oswald felt a chill in his heart. He finally understood why Ike once said the Kinley was the most heartless and ungrateful person in the world. Have you nothing more to say? Amaya couldn't help but laugh wildly with anger. Ha ha ha, sure enough. You also want to be a shameful traitor. Your Majesty, what is most urgent now is to gather nearby troops to Alberto. Oswald sighed helplessly and bowed. If we cannot stop Burl Kingdom and Arnie's combined forces in Alberto, what will we do when they reach our gates? Moreover, according to reports from the north, Albert Kingdom is eager to act. We must take it seriously. I'll leave this matter to you. Amaya seemed suddenly drained of all strength, collapsing into her chair, staring at the sword. From now on, you will be the Minister of War with full authority over military matters. Obey your order. Hearing this, Oswald immediately agreed without hesitation. After a moment's hesitation, he added, please, Your Majesty, stay strong. Don't worry, I won't let anyone see my downfall, especially Ike. Chapter 66. Each has their own difficulties. Oswald couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Although the Kinley appeared to speak in such a manner, he understood that the Yuan was likely already regretting his decision. Your Majesty, perhaps we can take this opportunity to approach the state of Cary. Do you still have Ike on your mind? Before Oswald could finish speaking, Amaya's beautiful eyes flashed with coldness, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the sword hilt. Was what I said earlier not clear enough? Must you go against me? Sigh, I will take my leave. Oswald sighed helplessly and then bowed before exiting the side hall. Start preparing funds and supplies from the Ministry of Revenue immediately. Leave the capital with troops in 2 days. Just as he stepped outside, the Kinley's icy voice echoed behind him. Remember, if you cannot quell the rebellion, come back with your head. Oswald felt a chill in his heart but did not say anything more. He had watched the Kinley grow up from a young age. Even if it weren't for the country, at least it would be for the Yuan. Order the Minister of Justice to convene, instructing him to cooperate with the High Court to interrogate all officials from the Ministry of War. Anyone who dares to protect another will face execution without pardon. As he descended the steps, the Kinley issued her second order. Another bloodbath awaits. Oswald gazed at the dim sky, feeling dazed and nearly falling to the ground. Minister Lionel. At this moment, Murray hurried toward him. Is Manny? Minister Sue. Looking at the Minister of Revenue, Oswald bowed and replied, the Kinley is currently enraged. You'd best not provoke her. Also, Her Majesty has appointed me as Minister of War. I hope you will assist wholeheartedly to quell this rebellion. The reason for my visit today is precisely to discuss this. Murray glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then lowered his voice near Oswald's ear. This time, Emerson almost emptied the entire treasury of the Ministry of Revenue. Grain and fodder are severely insufficient within a short period. How much is left? Oswald was startled inwardly but feigned calmness. Can it support an army of 10,000 for 3 months? If we can endure this winter, by spring, grain shipments from various regions can arrive timely. We can barely sustain 1 month, and additional supplies must come from nearby the capital. Murray sighed with helplessness. It's my responsibility. When Emerson sought my signature, I thought he was only requisitioning part of the funds, never expecting he would. Now is not the time for that. Even if you went to the Kinley, you'd only incur her wrath. Oswald interrupted him and sternly stated, do this. Mobilize from several nearby granaries and gather 1 month's worth of provisions within 2 days. The rest can be slower. 2 days might be too tight. Murray glanced at the side hall and hesitated. And keeping this from the Kinley seems unwise. Minister Sue, Emerson is probably already dead. Reporting this now would be meaningless and might anger Her Majesty against you. Oswald earnestly advised, only by winning this battle will there be peace. Remember, these 2 days depend on you. That's the only way. Murray shook his head. Events had unfolded too quickly, leaving the entire capital in unrest. In the state of Cary, at the imperial capital, the capital was bustling today. It was New Year's Eve. Ewan Grady, together with Duke of State Ike, Uncle Cannon, and other nobles, walked among the people to celebrate. Crowds filled the city streets, creating a lively atmosphere. To mark this grand occasion, the Yuan specially donated 50,000 taels of silver from his personal treasury to reward the commoners. After this great victory and the Yuan's benevolent actions, Ewan Grady's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Contrasting with the festive scenes outside, Prime Minister Shepard's residence remained desolate. Though just a wall separated his uncle's mansion from the bustling street, taking 1 step out seemed incredibly difficult for him. Inside the study, Shepard looked at the few people before him, furrowing his brows. Last year in this very place, the study had been filled with scholars and noblemen, so lively. But how things change once one falls from grace. Shepard sipped his tea and glanced out the window. Though winter still lingered, the moonlight tonight was exceptionally beautiful, illuminating the land like daylight. He even had the illusion of hearing laughter and joy from next door, evoking deep feelings of melancholy. Master! Cornelius paid his respects with a cupped hand salute and sat up straight, saying, why bother paying attention to those ungrateful wolves? This is a 1,000-year-old ginseng I specially brought for you. Wishing my revered teacher a happy new year, good health, and everything goes well. Revered teacher. The others also stood up one by one, presenting their gifts. You are all too kind. Shepard saw this scene and felt reassured. Then he frowned, saying, last month, I achieved a great victory. It was truly impressive. Teacher, we have to admit that this kid does have some skills. Former Minister of Revenue Biff gritted his teeth, revealing a hint of reluctance on his face. He completely crushed Zhao, leaving them no choice but to agree to peace negotiations. It's absolutely unbelievable. When the fourth Nate was still around, we could at least compete with him in the army and the Ministry of War. But now, his influence in the military is unparalleled, making it much harder to challenge him. Vice Minister of Rights Glenn sighed. Now if we want to compete, it can only be within the court. I am still the Minister of War. Cornelius was not bothered at all, replying sternly, I command the entire Cary army, so what if he is a Grand General? As long as he is on campaign, he has to follow my orders. Afraid you won't be for long. Biff sighed, looking up at the ceiling with helplessness. Ever since Xian Wansan came, I was demoted from Minister to Vice Minister. It's just a matter of an imperial decree. It's all because of me. Shepard stood up, holding a teacup. If not for delaying the land survey, things wouldn't have come to this. Teacher, don't say that. Upon hearing this, Biff was startled and hurriedly stood up, showing utmost respect. Without you back then, how could I have reached this position? Moreover, now that I don't need to deal with land matters, it's actually easier. Even if the butler has other thoughts, it's not my fault anymore. Chapter 67. Enfeoffment. Isn't this too undetermined of you? Upon hearing this, Cornelius's face darkened and he retorted coldly, this matter is not as simple as just measuring land. Clearly, Ike is doing this to target us. Biff gave a somewhat awkward smile while Glenn shifted his gaze towards Cornelius. When he first proposed this, I sensed it was no simple matter, Shepard nodded. using the lid of the teacup to push aside floating tea leaves, his expression cold. His first step of measuring all national lands will likely be followed by refinement location of land resources. If that happens, forget about those aristocratic families. Even we few here would barely have a few meager acres left. The rest exchanged uneasy glances. He'll end up offending everyone by doing this. Biff glanced at the others, frowning. Isn't he afraid the aristocratic families might unite against him? He did implement this in the Joaquin Kingdom, but faced strong opposition. Just then, Amador, who had been silent, crossed one leg over the other and spoke up. Compared to the Joaquin Kingdom, our Cary Kingdom has less territory and fewer aristocratic families. The resistance might be smaller. But precisely because we have limited land, if he takes action against us, it's like declaring open war on us. Cornelius stared at them, eyes wide, and said, "Are you willing to give up your land? This would rob us of our livelihoods and force us to beg." The others nodded involuntarily, knowing they had substantial land holdings, which would be the first to be affected. Especially Shepard, the butler's uncle, who had the most land, much of it from land consolidation, with the remainder granted by the previous butler. "So, what do you suggest we should do?" After a moment's silence, Biff asked. With Anatoly now handling this, he's Ike's loyal confidant. If he proceeds, the land could be measured within 2 years. "I don't think there's anything worth discussing about this." Amador nibbled on some pastries on the table, then sipped his tea. "It's clear he's targeting us. Since there's no room for negotiation, we must go down fighting." He paused as if recalling something. "I should tell you all, Manny has been hinting at infeffing him as king. He's secretly ordered us in the Ministry of Rights to discuss it properly." "No way." Shepard's face changed dramatically, gripping his teacup harder. According to Cary tradition, non-royals cannot be infeffed as kings. There's no way Manny would dare defy our ancestors' laws. "Teacher, please don't take it personally," Amador calmly continued. "Since he came to Cary, Manny has bestowed many privileges on him. Not just the authority to execute, and the right to establish offices equal to 3 high-ranking officials. This time, nearly all of Cary's resources were mobilized for his campaign, regardless of consequences." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the favor Ike enjoys stands unparalleled across Cary. This man must not be allowed to live. Shepard sat back and looked at the others. "No matter what, we must get rid of him." "Teacher, we should have done this long ago." Cornelius spoke without hesitation. "We hesitated before. But now that you've made up your mind, I'll contact an assassin immediately to eliminate him in the capital. He has many capable people around him." Seeing this, Biff warned, "We must proceed cautiously. Don't worry. Once we're determined to kill him, we won't hold back." Cornelius sneered, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. "Moreover, can his guards really surround him day and night? There will be opportunities. I'll take charge of contacting the other major clans." Amador stood up seriously. "Whatever it takes, we can't let him succeed. And I believe the major clans can't watch their interests slip away either. Let's do it." Shepard looked at them grimly. "This boy wants our lives. We can't let him live." "Yes." The others answered loudly. Following this clandestine meeting, each person left Shepard's residence, and thus, the bustling atmosphere within the capital city dissipated. The butler was particularly delighted today, so after celebrating with his subjects, he led Ike and Cannon back to the palace. "Come, I would like to toast with all of you. Prime Minister Monroe, do you truly feel this way?" Grady's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he asked, "This time, you led troops to quell the Zhou invasion and established unmatched merit. To you, being conferred as a king is not too excessive a reward. Only a royal title can highlight your status. This victory was not achieved by one person, but by the collective efforts of the soldiers from Haeong and the Imperial Guard." Ike shook his head and responded solemnly, "If your majesty insists on rewarding me, please bestow the rewards upon those brave soldiers. I dare not claim undue credit." For some reason, he felt this matter was too peculiar and did not want to accept it. Chapter 68, 3 Steps of Land Reform. "Since that's the case, I won't force it." Seeing this, Grady lifted his wine glass again and chuckled lightly. "But Premier Monroe has achieved such great merits. It wouldn't be right not to reward him. Therefore, let's appoint you as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Nate. What do you think?" "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ike readily accepted it because it was merely an honorary title without causing any harm. However, if he were to be infeffed as a king, it would inevitably draw attention from all sides. "Your Majesty is wise." The other ministers also praised upon hearing this. "Premier, there is still one thing on my mind that troubles me," said Grady after looking at a few people present. "I hope Premier can help me alleviate this worry." "Just speak your mind, Your Majesty." Ike picked up some dishes from the table, ate a bite, and replied nonchalantly, "It's like this." Grady stood up and glanced at the ministers below before slowly saying, "Ever since you came to serve in Cary, we've been discussing the land survey issue. Yet half a year has passed, and no progress has been made. This worries me greatly. This matter cannot be accomplished overnight." Seeing this, Ike spoke immediately. "Moreover, Anatoly has been accelerating the process recently. I believe it won't be long before we have news. Premier, this might not be your true thoughts." Grady smiled unconcernedly and then raised his wine glass. "Those who can sit here today are all my heart's closest ministers. They will never divulge what happens today. Please feel free to speak." Ike frowned. Judging from the butler's expression, things might not be simple today if he did not speak up. He glanced at the ministers below. Apart from himself and Anatoly, it was Cannon, Tate, and Jensen. As for the other 3, they were secretaries of various departments. Thus, this gathering truly consisted only of Manny's confidants. "Your Majesty, since you ask, I shall speak frankly." After rapid contemplation, Ike finally raised his wine glass and began slowly. "Land reform is difficult on 2 fronts. 1. Measuring all the land across the country is challenging, given that Cary spans vast territories. This cannot be completed overnight. The second point lies with those executing this policy. Even though decrees originate from your majesty, how this task specifically should be carried out rests entirely on these ministers. At this point, he ceased talking. So, much of the difficulty comes down to those ministers. They haven't exerted themselves wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Grady frowned and tightened his grip on his wine glass. What Premier speaks of isn't that simple, hymenancing. The Minister of Personnel bowed and explained, apart from their idleness, it's also because they are part of this land reform system. They are beneficiaries of the existing system and obstacles to this reform. So asking them to revolutionize their own interests is not easy. This statement caused everyone present to change expressions, except for Ike, who continued eating by himself. Do you mean they hold a lot of land? Grady quickly understood, and with a cold smile and flashing eyes, said, so, it makes sense that nothing has happened for 6 months. Don't mention them. Even the 3 of us hold considerable amounts of land. Hymenancing calmly chuckled, noticing the butler shifting his gaze to them. Only a small portion of our land comes from your majesties and the previous butler's rewards. But there's mostly come from land acquisitions in various regions and illegal activities. Hence, the land reform proposed by Premier significantly harms their interests. Many of them belong to aristocratic families. People from these prominent families hold offices or govern local areas. They collude with local officials. Therefore, making them enforce the policy is not easy. They had known about these issues all along, but tackling this interest group faced substantial resistance. Does this mean it's extremely hard to accomplish this? Grady put down his wine glass and lost his appetite for the exquisite dishes on the table. I believe that since Premier proposed the idea of land reform, there must be feasible policies, said Hymenancing, turning his gaze to Ike, who was still eating, and earnestly added, please speak directly, Premier. Yes, Premier Monroe, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us specifically how it should be implemented. Realizing this, Grady immediately got up and walked over, taking the wine pot from the eunuch beside him and pouring wine for Ike. Your Majesty, you are too polite. Seeing this, Ike hurriedly got up to salute and took the wine glass, saying, I have said before that this matter cannot be accomplished overnight. Therefore, this task must be divided into 3 steps. Which 3 steps? Hearing this, Grady instantly became alert and couldn't help but ask. The first step is to measure all the land across the country. Everyone already knows about this. Ike finished his drink in one go and then continued. The second step involves reforming a part of it, which includes all the commoners, landlords, aristocratic families, as well as temples and Taoist monasteries under our jurisdiction, not including officials and the imperial family? Hymenancing asked cautiously. Although aristocratic families own considerable amounts of land, officials and the royal family also hold substantial amounts, a fact known to all. I said before that someone must do this. Ike nodded and then looked at the rest of them seriously. Though there are many sincere officials who are willing to work diligently, they are still a minority. Moreover, if we carry out comprehensive reforms directly, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among officials and nobles. This is not impossible either. Lionel Hui, the Minister of Works, spoke up. Although many officials come from aristocratic families, this can at least ensure that most officials do not oppose it, making the implementation much simpler. But how does Chancellor guarantee that these officials won't pay lip service during the third step? The successful implementation of the first 2 steps ensures the third. Ike responded with confidence. Once the aristocratic families, commoners, monks, and Taoists have accepted the reform, if the officials resist, it will surely arouse their discontent. After all, officials make up only a small portion. Would they dare to defy public opinion? I doubt they would risk angering the masses. Chapter 69. Methods. Everyone couldn't help but nod at this. In their view, this was the thorough implementation of the plan. After all, it wouldn't be easy to achieve everything at once. In this way, even if those officials have reasons on their side, they won't have much to say. Once the officials thoroughly execute this plan, we can say that after this, the land redistribution across Cary Kingdom will not only solve the plight of the common folk having no land to farm but also greatly increase the national treasury. Hymenancing couldn't help but praised. Undeniably, Premier's strategy is excellent. But I still have a concern. Lionel Hui looked at Ike with some worry in his heart. If after the noble families and commoners' lands are fully distributed, what if these officials, cornered into a dead end, refuse to comply? After all, although officials are a minority, they wield power and command the army and constables. Could this lead to national unrest? His concerns were certainly not unfounded. That depends on Manny's resolve. Ike did not speak much on this, only glancing at the butler seated in the main position. Any reform comes with its fair share of sacrifices. If Manny has made up his mind, then there would be no obstacle. Besides, officials were earlier beneficiaries and have already taken their share of benefits, so their resistance isn't firm. Furthermore, since the noble families and common people agree, even if they resist, they won't stir up too much trouble. Historically, rebels have primarily been peasants and generals. Rarely have merchants or civil officials revolted. No need for worries, Premier. Grady stood up firmly, raising his wine glass as he spoke to everyone. Just like when Premier joined Cary, I wish to declare my determination here. The land reform is now imminent and must be carried out. No one should obstruct me. Anyone who dares to resist or impede, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing this scene, I felt somewhat relieved. Why his policies didn't take root in Wen Kingdom before largely stemmed from the Kinley's lack of resolve. Colin believed the imperial throne wasn't stable enough, so had to compromise with noble families and the royal family. Thus, land reforms were shelved. Premier, I still have one final question. Lionel Hui asked again. I understand your promotion of reform among officials and noble families. But how many lands do Taoist temples, Buddhist monasteries, monks, and Taoists hold? Minister Lionel may not know much about them. Ike smiled nonchalantly and explained. Among the 16 kingdoms, haven't you heard of the White Horse Temple in Burl Kingdom? I just visited last month. Anatoly immediately responded. Indeed, the White Horse Temple deserves its reputation as the greatest temple in the southern kingdoms, occupying over 1,000 acres with lavish decorations. Moreover, it houses many monks. Other officials nodded silently, as the head monk often traveled among the kingdoms to exchange wisdom with local monks. Monks, Taoists, and nuns have never had to pay taxes. Ike paused to gather his thoughts, then continued. But have you thought why, amidst such turmoil, there are more and more monks and Taoists in these temples? It's because temples are exempt from agricultural taxes, personal taxes, and even military service. Take the White Horse Temple I mentioned earlier. It not only has thousands of monks, but also owns thousands of acres of land. Some of the land was donated by others, while some were bought when they were laymen. Think about it, in such turbulent times, with so many able-bodied men not serving in the military, and so much land tax-free, how can a nation thrive? This remark shook everyone. Though they handled daily state affairs, not everyone could be as meticulous as Ike. These words hit them hard. Precisely, Premier. Hymenancing stood up and bowed. Your foresight and insight far surpass ordinary officials. I admire you immensely. In that case, I believe we should start with the temples near the capital. Grady gazed at his empty wine cup, his face darkening. When I was still a prince, the late butler often sent me to donate to those temples. Quite a few officials have donated large tracts of land there. After hearing Ike's words, he couldn't help but suspect whether those officials truly intended to donate land, or simply wanted to use this method to evade taxes. If it's the former, only means they seek some peace of mind. If it's the latter, it can only be said that their intentions are utterly condemnable. If your majesty has this intention, then executing other policies in the future might be much simpler. Upon hearing these words, Ike nodded and then couldn't help but say, whether it's land surveying or redistribution, both can be carried out simultaneously. Grady put down his wine cup, placed his hands behind his back, and with a serious expression said, give the order for the Ministry of Household officials to start investigating the land around the capital tomorrow. Once this matter is settled, immediately redistribute the land across the entire imperial city. Understood? Yes. The officials immediately nodded upon hearing this. They all knew that the butler was ready to implement sweeping reforms. Then they discussed specific implementation details for a while before each left the palace. General. After leaving the palace, Ike, Tate, and another rode horses towards their residences. Tate's face was flushed as he said, for some reason, I feel like the butler isn't as respectful as before. Am I just imagining things? Changgong, you shouldn't say such things. Jensen quickly interrupted. Changgong, don't discuss such matters outside from now on. Ike also frowned in response, understand? He knew that as they displayed more strength, naturally, it would raise suspicions from the butler, especially an ambitious monarch like him. Without even mentioning anything else, Grady was far from the seemingly amiable figure he appeared to be. Compared to Abigail, he had more means and power. What if things turned sour between them? How would he handle it? It seemed he must also prepare for any eventuality. With his strength and tactics, achieving greatness and power wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 70, Night Banquet and Marcos. General, I think this concern is not without merit. After a brief silence, Armand spoke solemnly, even if the general does not have such thoughts. As the saying goes, great accomplishments may threaten the sovereign. If other scoundrels, after all, he has experienced this deeply. You mean? Ike shook his head upon hearing this, then slowly said, I will definitely not betray others first. And there was another main point. Even in the current situation, he found it difficult to secure a foothold. I think with our elite soldiers, what should we fear? Lionel Xiao said indifferently, moreover, if Mutsishi's behavior happens again in the future, wouldn't we just be making things easier for others? Ike fell silent for a moment, then slowly rode back to the mansion. Master! The three had just returned to the mansion when they saw Marion walking over from one side, holding a letter and handing it over, saying, this was delivered by the blackguards earlier. It is reportedly a letter from Wen Kingdom. A letter from Wen Kingdom? Ike dismounted, then handed the reins to Lionel Xiao and quickly walked to Marion's side. Opening the letter, he found it was an urgent message from Oswald. Dear brother Ike, greetings upon seeing these words. Nowadays, the court faces internal and external troubles. First, Arnie of Burl allied with Burl Kingdom to attack various prefectures in Alberto. Then Ellison and Emerson betrayed the country, taking away tens of thousands of elite soldiers and supplies. I couldn't help but frown. The situation seemed worse than he imagined. Now the whole court is in panic. The rebel army has already broken through various prefectures in Alberto. If they enter Jizhou, the consequences will be unimaginable. I hope that you can persuade King Cary to lead troops into our territory to help solve the current predicament. If so, I would be eternally grateful. Oswald prostrates himself. Reading the content, Ike raised an eyebrow. He and Oswald had a good relationship. Despite their age difference, they were like old friends. Moreover, he understood that given this friend's abilities, solving this dilemma would be very difficult. As for Muxia, as he had said before, she was the most ungrateful person. Though he was willing, he did not intend to send troops now. Firstly, he had no interest in relieving the siege. Muxia got what she deserved, and he could take advantage of the situation. Secondly, the system tasked him with attacking Albert Kingdom. Apart from this, moving troops and transporting supplies would take considerable time. With only 1 year to complete the task, he must prioritize finishing it. If Oswald can hold out for this period, perhaps he might consider helping. General. Lionel Xiao and Armand approached. Is it that bitch Muxia seeking your assistance? Just as you expected. Ike handed over the letter and turned towards his room. Let them continue fighting. This gives us more time to develop. As for whether their country falls, it depends on how long they can hold on. Humph, that bitch finally gets her comeuppance. Lionel Xiao clenched his teeth, excitedly saying, when she attacked us, she should have thought of today's retribution. General, as the saying goes, when two tigers fight, the third one benefits. Armand hadn't read the content, but understood the general idea. This benefit is not at its peak yet. Ike glanced at the two men seriously. When the opportunity comes, I won't let it slip. Han Kingdom, Xinjiang. At this time, the entire capital was bustling. Today was the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, and both inside and outside the city were filled with joyous atmosphere. Plus, the Kinley issued a new order allowing all military personnel within and outside the imperial city to receive a New Year's gift from the Ministry of Revenue. Though the rewards were modest, it greatly boosted morale. Why did the Kinley summon me at midnight? Is there something important? Marcos dressed neatly, looking sternly at the guards, his face dark. Did she tell you anything? General, who am I? How could the Kinley possibly inform me of anything? The head guard laughed. However, the Kinley seemed quite happy. Maybe there is a reward for the general. Oh. Marcos touched his sword hilt, his face uncertain. He has always been suspicious, and the Kinley summoning him at night made him uneasy. Only after hearing this did he feel somewhat reassured. They then arrived at Dajing Hall, where the palace gates were wide open. Besides Kinley Jinsu Albert, there were also a dozen maids. After seeing this scene, Marcos finally felt completely at ease. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. After handing over his sword to a nearby guard, he entered the hall and bowed respectfully without showing any emotion. General, you have arrived. Jinsu Albert stood up from her golden dais as soon as she saw him and smiled. I invited you to the palace late at night because there's something I want to discuss with you. Your Majesty. Seeing the butler treating him so respectfully, Marcos felt a bit smug. He arrogantly said, why can't we discuss this matter in the morning during the court assembly? Why did your Majesty insist on summoning me at this hour? If I discuss this with all the ministers, it might not be beneficial for you, General. Jinsu Albert laughed lightly and then turned her gaze to the maidservants. What are you all waiting for? Aren't you going to invite General Heim to take his seat? Hearing this, Marcos noticed that the table had already been set with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Yes, your Majesty. The maidservants immediately stepped forward and gently took hold of Marcos, their eyes sparkling with smiles. General Heim, please take your seat. Good. Marcos was a man who loved wine and women, and this scene made his heart flutter. He readily sat down with everyone's help. General Heim, the other day when I held a feast for the officials, I didn't get to drink with you properly. Here's to us. Jinsu Albert seated herself in her place of honor and greeted him with a smile. Let's share this cup together. If your Majesty insists, I would be rude to refuse. Marcos looked at the beautiful women around him, then back at Jinsu Albert, feeling lightheaded. He raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Excellent wine indeed. After finishing the drink, he couldn't help but exclaim, such exquisite wine is rare. Isn't it wasteful for your Majesty to drink alone? Chapter 71. Drinking from the golden cup together. I usually don't like drinking much. Since the general thinks this wine is good, I'll have someone deliver 50 jars to you right away. A trace of annoyance flashed in Persia's beautiful eyes but soon subsided as she smiled indifferently and said, if the general needs more in the future, just send someone to the palace. Thank you, your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Marcos laughed with satisfaction. He put his left arm around a palace maid on the left while his other hand reached for another maid's bottom. As the saying goes, nothing comes for free. You invited me so late, there must be something on your mind. Just say it. Hearing such absurd words and seeing his behavior, Persia gnashed her teeth. Well, it's not a big deal, she replied with a gloomy expression. I mainly want to discuss the land issue in the southern part of the city with you. Just 7 days ago, on the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, a garden in the south of Xinjiang collapsed. According to regulations, the Ministry of Works should manage and handle the matter. But unexpectedly, both Marcos and Jean's Taesang showed interest in this land and dismissed the officials from the Ministry of Works, then started discussing how to divide the land. One should know that this place originally belonged to the Imperial Scenic Garden. Even if it had been neglected for years, it still belonged to the royal family. These two powerful ministers didn't even consider the Kinley when they began dividing the land. Although this garden wasn't huge, it covered several hundred acres. To hand it over like this would make her reluctant. When she was at a loss, a letter from Ike arrived, which relieved her greatly. Your Majesty, it's really no big deal. I think there's no need to make it a serious issue, Marcos said after finishing the wine offered by a beauty, burping loudly. Once the Prime Minister and I reach an agreement, all you need to do is approve it. No, General, you misunderstood. Persia gave a forced smile and waved her hand. That's not what I mean. There's no need for you and the Prime Minister to discuss this. Your Majesty, what exactly do you mean? Marcos's face darkened immediately, and he asked coldly, do you refuse? After all, the land isn't vast, and with the empire under your rule, there's no need to quibble over a piece of land with us. If you say so, then you misunderstand my intentions. Persia couldn't help but sigh, looking somewhat depressed. My intention is that this land can be directly given to the general. Why bother discussing it with the Prime Minister? What? Marcos was stunned, thinking he had misheard, then sat up excitedly. Are you joking, Your Majesty? The word of the butler is not a joke. Would I joke about something like this? Persia shook her head and lifted her wine glass solemnly. If you don't believe me, I can issue an imperial edict immediately, and the general can take control tomorrow. Oh, thank you so much, Your Majesty. There's no need for the edict. Marcos released the maidservant, filled a cup of wine, and said excitedly, this cup is to express my gratitude. If there's anything I can do in the future, just tell me. That's where you're wrong, General. Persia shook her head, putting down the wine glass. You are one of my trusted ministers, and rewarding you is only natural. Honestly, if there were any spare fields nearby, I'd reward you even more. After all, the Prime Minister and you are different. The tax revenue he controls far exceeds what you do. You're right. Marcos nodded, expressing dissatisfaction. That old miser has so many estates, but insists on competing with me over this little bit. It infuriates me. Don't mention this now. You can take control tomorrow. Seeing this, Persia signaled the maidservants with her eyes. Drink this cup together. The maidservants quickly poured wine and kept feeding Marcos until he was almost unconscious before arranging for someone to escort him back to his residence. Someone come here. Persia looked at the empty hall and stood up. Your Majesty. Then Callan appeared and said, please give your orders. Now lead some people to the south of the city and have them raise the flag of the general's residence in the garden. If anyone from the prime minister's residence approaches, attack them. Persia instructed coldly, best let these two groups fight each other. I understand. Callan took the hint and left the palace with his men. The next morning, as soon as Persia settled down during court, she heard a commotion outside the hall. The land has been completely granted to me by your majesty. What do you have to complain about? Even if you were given the land, you didn't have to let your men attack my household staff. This is outrageous. If it's mine, what right do you have to send people over there? This is entirely your own fault and not someone else's responsibility. Accompanied by the argument between the two, Prime Minister Jason and General Marcos led the civil and military officials into the hall. What was all that commotion just now? Seeing this, Persia felt a thrill in her heart but kept her face expressionless as she asked. Nothing, just a minor dispute. Jason naturally did not want to bring this matter up for discussion at court and immediately shook his head. Then, they began discussing state affairs according to routine. Persia was secretly astonished. She never expected this old fox to be so tolerant, which was indeed surprising. Just when she thought there had been no effect, Jason came to the rear hall after the court session ended. Your Majesty, you promised this old minister that the land would be handled by both of us. Why did you privately reward it to Marcos? Jason immediately confronted her. Even if you were to grant it to him, shouldn't you have consulted with this old minister? Isn't this too disrespectful towards me? Prime Minister, how could I have such intentions? Persia then pretended to sigh helplessly and said, originally, you two could have discussed this on your own, but what I did not expect was that last night, the great general brought troops into the palace and forced me to agree. I dared not refuse. Is there really such a thing? Jason clearly doubted it, as no matter how daring that fellow might be, he wouldn't dare bring troops into the palace Sanzu. But based on today's morning behavior, it seemed Marcos might have done something like that. Could it be true? If the Prime Minister doesn't believe it, you can confront him directly. Persia spoke with a determined look. No need, this old minister will take my leave. Although Jason said this, he still felt uncomfortable inside. Chapter 72. Land distribution begins. Cary State, capital Dichio. After the new year passed, the entire city seemed quieter than usual. However, officials familiar with the court affairs noticed something. Recently, many officials started to measure land around the capital. They realized that changes were about to happen. Ike still went to and returned from court on time every day. Whenever he had spare time, he would visit the military camp to check on the soldiers' training. Normally, he wouldn't have any interest in such matters at all. With winter gone, it was now the season of drizzling spring rain. On the first day of the second lunar month, the rain was heavier than in recent days. The busy streets were now empty except for a few citizens waiting under eaves for the rain to stop. A carriage arrived rapidly at the gate of Nate Shepard's residence. To everyone's surprise, the person who got off was a bald senior monk. He looked about 40 years old, dressed in a kasaya, and held an oiled paper umbrella as he stepped out of the carriage. Venerable Master Albertui. The servants guarding the door recognized the senior monk and immediately opened the door for him, leading him inside. Master Albertui was familiar with this residence and went straight into the inner study from the outer courtyard. Speak of the devil. Cornelius couldn't help but laugh when he saw the visitor while sipping tea. My master and I were just discussing visiting you tonight for a game of chess. I didn't expect your monk to come knocking. Ha ha ha, we are really on the same wavelength. Now isn't the time for chess. Something big is happening. Master Albertui bowed to Nate Shepard standing by the desk and then grabbed a teacup on the table, drinking 2 gulps directly. Don't tell me you don't know anything? That shouldn't be. All present exchanged glances, their eyes eventually focusing on the monk. Sit down first and explain slowly. Nate Shepard frowned, motioning for him to sit. What happened? After the Lantern Festival, a group of officials from the Ministry of Revenue suddenly arrived. Without a word, they started measuring the land around our CN temple. Sitting down, Master Albertui wiped the rain from his face, his voice heavy. When my novices asked them why, they didn't answer. This morning, I saw an official document posted at the city gate upon descending the mountain. The Ministry of Revenue has issued an edict. All land around Ichio belonging to commoners, aristocratic families, temples, Taoist observatories, and nunneries will be redistributed according to population. As for our CN temple, land will be allocated based on the number of monks. Their temple has thousands of disciples. If each could receive 2 acres of land, this situation was unacceptable to the abbot. What? Upon hearing this, Cornelius, Biff, and others stood up, unable to believe their ears. You have no idea what's going on. Master Albertui frowned, clearly displeased. How can you not have heard about such a huge matter? As a deputy minister of revenue, you received no information? Cornelius turned to look at Biff across from him. I really can't be blamed. Biff spread his hands, saying helplessly, since Sean took over the Ministry of Revenue, only trivial matters have been assigned to me. Regarding this major event, even other ministers might not know. The rest nodded imperceptibly. Ministries had their respective duties. Unless the butler decreed otherwise, how many would have heard of this? In the imperial court, besides the 3 ducal ministers, 9 ministers, department heads, and vice ministers, most officials probably couldn't even see the butler. No matter what the situation, we need an explanation. Master Albertui was worried, looking at them. According to the document, redistribution begins on the 15th of this month. Though it excludes officials and royalty, for CN Temple, this would be a catastrophe. These people had received numerous benefits from him. How could they remain indifferent in this situation? How should we handle this matter? Shepard understood that this was just the first step, with more significant moves to come. If this happened, things would get complicated later on. This matter has become evident. Amador, who had remained silent, said, gazing at them. Not touching us is just to ensure our cooperation with the butler's reforms. After dealing with that part, they will sooner or later raise the sword against us. So, let's not hope for the best. Biff initially felt relieved, but upon hearing these words, he instantly tensed again. Brother Burl is right. Cornelius glanced out of the window, gritting his teeth and said, This is the ingenious part of Ike's plan. He wants to divide and conquer step by step. This guy is indeed vicious. What should we do then? Master Alberthui's face darkened, and he spoke up, obviously. This man is trying to destroy us. These assets were painstakingly accumulated by generations of abbots. Can they just take them away with a word? It's absolutely impossible. This is merely their first step. Amador had cold eyes as he looked at everyone. And this is the most crucial step. If they take this step, the rest will follow easily. So, we must make them understand that there will be a price to pay. Do you mean you're preparing to confront the officials from the Ministry of Revenue? Upon hearing this, Biff's expression changed slightly. He has always been timid and cowardly, so he hesitated even more after hearing this. Are we still at a time for words? If it could be solved with just talking, then it would have been simple. Cornelius naturally agreed and immediately chimed in. They want to distribute land, don't they? Master Alberthui, while the Ministry of Revenue has constables, your Xian Temple also has warrior monks, and he believed those constables would definitely not be a match for the warrior monks. Do we really have to resort to confrontation? Master Alberthui was taken aback upon hearing this, then hesitated and asked, would this cause unnecessary trouble? How can you still worry about this at this critical moment? Hearing this, Amador immediately showed dissatisfaction. You came to us because you didn't want to give up without a fight. Since that's the case, there's no need to hesitate. Besides, if anything happens, we'll back you up. Prime Minister Cary, do you think this plan is feasible according to you? Master Alberthui was unsure and finally turned his gaze to Shepard, who remained silent, hoping for some reassurance. Chapter 73, A Fight to the Death. So you mean to say that this matter has already become known to everyone in the capital? Shepard furrowed his brows. He hadn't stepped out these days, partly to lay low and partly to await changes in the political situation. But he hadn't expected that things would change so quickly, leaving no time for a response. If people still had doubts before, now that the official policy has been issued, I'm sure there's already underground unrest everywhere. Cornelius took a sip of tea from his cup, his face cold as he said, I didn't think I could actually persuade Manny. It caught us completely off guard. We need to respond quickly. Currently, we can only make up our minds to burn our boats. Amador stood up, looking grave. Just like I said before, if his first step isn't well taken, trouble will certainly follow. Furthermore, we can shift all the blame onto Ike. Once things escalate, if we target him directly, I don't believe he'll dare defy the world. If the situation worsens, Manny might not be able to protect him. After all, if things really got that far, it would be extremely hard to resolve. Master! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes toward Shepard. Now, his word was all they needed for support. It's settled then. You must prepare individually and join forces with major temples and clans, telling them I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Shepard slapped the table, speaking without hesitation. We'll follow Master's instructions. The others heard this and felt a spark of excitement. I'll organize the martial monks right away. Master Alberthui spoke eagerly. We must use our strength to defend the temple. If that Monroe fellow dares to come, I'll ensure he won't return alive. That sounds great. Cornelius immediately looked at him, lowering his voice. If we can take advantage of the chaos to dispose of him, then we'll regain control and remove a threat to Great Cary. Saying this, he made a gesture across his throat. The others nodded in agreement. To them, the root of all chaos came from Ike. Once he was dead, there would naturally be no problems left. Then leave it to me. Master Alberthui, seeing this, spoke resolutely. Since that man is after my life, how can I let him continue wreaking havoc? We'll entrust this to you, Master. The others perked up upon hearing this. After a brief discussion, they left Shepard's residence one by one. Though the next few days seemed calm on the surface, those in the know realized it was merely the calm before the storm. Moreover, several powerful families around the capital united, adding more guards to their estates. On February 15th, an edict was promptly sent out from the palace, ordering Prime Minister and General Ike to personally allocate lands around the capital to commoners, families, and temples. All family heads, abbots, and masters had to provide land deeds for cooperation or face severe penalties. This news didn't cause much disturbance since they had been notified beforehand and were currently clashing with Ike behind the scenes. The weather wasn't too good, overcast and seemingly about to rain. Xian Temple is no simple place. Under the grace of successive butlers, its scale has grown larger, and its incense offerings have flourished. Dylan led the way, followed by Ike, Anatoly, and others, with clerks from the Ministry of Revenue trailing behind. In recent times, some have even called it a national temple, which shows its importance in people's hearts. He said this to remind Ike and others that targeting Xian Temple first might invite discussions from ill-intentioned people and create unnecessary trouble. One can see its importance from its size. Anatoly chuckled, stroking his beard. If land division truly occurs, the nearby villagers might get a share too, which would indeed be a good deed for them. Lord Sean. Dylan frowned slightly, hesitating before speaking. Did the Ministry of Revenue previously consult with Xian Temple's abbot? If not, General Joaquin, why have you started to hesitate? Anatoly was unfazed. Being a merchant originally, he always prioritized interests over rumors. Now we are executing the Yuan's decree. Are we to negotiate before carrying out the imperial order? Wouldn't that be reversing natural law? He raised his head and glanced at the mountain gate, realizing they had already arrived at the entrance of the temple. Prime Minister, let's go in. Ike nodded indifferently. Have their abbot come out for a proper discussion. Try to avoid any conflicts or confrontations as much as possible. He also understood that it would be difficult to handle this matter smoothly and satisfy everyone. However, as long as those people didn't make the first move, he wouldn't either. But there was one thing. If those individuals persisted in their stubbornness, he wouldn't hesitate to use drastic measures to bring them into submission. Moreover, after reclaiming all the land deeds here, the land could be given to nearby farmers for cultivation. Additionally, following last year's battle, many people were captured from Zhao's 6 cities, which could solve the issue of land allocation for these people. Although developing new farmlands and military farms was an option, compared to other countries, Cary Kingdom's territory was limited and how much barren land could be cultivated. Halt! Just as they were about to ascend the hill, they saw a group of people emerge. The leader was a towering man 8 feet tall, wearing thin monk's robes and wielding a staff, with nearly 100 martial monks behind him. Each of these men held weapons, showing no intention of backing down. What are you trying to do? Anatoly couldn't help frowning when he saw this scene, coldly saying, "Let me tell you, I am acting on the Yuan's decree to allocate land at Xian Temple. Have your abbot come out to meet me." "Our abbot is not here." The leading martial monk immediately retorted, "We haven't received any imperial edict, so we can't cooperate. The document was issued half a month ago. It's impossible you didn't receive it." Seeing the situation, Anatoly stepped forward without any sign of retreating. "Since you haven't seen the imperial decree, then I'll give you one. Bring out the edict."
"Yes."
One of the bailiffs immediately came forward, holding the imperial edict in both hands and presenting it to the martial monks. Chapter 74 Mutual Confrontation. "We don't care about any imperial edict." To everyone's surprise, the leading martial monk did not hesitate to shout, "What right do you officials have to divide our land? These lands have been accumulated by generations of abbots and have long become private farmland of our Xian Temple. The deeds are all in our hands. You have no such right." This scene took both the Ministry of Revenue officials and Dylan by surprise. Knowing that an imperial edict is like the butler's presence in person, it was clear that these people were resolutely set on resistance. "Looks like you gentlemen do not intend to take Manny seriously. As monks of Xian Temple and citizens of Great Cary, can you not understand the 4 words of loyalty and patriotism?" Anatoly wasn't surprised by this scene. He had anticipated it would be so. "Our lordship belongs to Manny naturally. There's no question about it," the leading martial monk immediately retorted. "But what's even more detestable is Ike. He was originally an outsider who came to Cary as chancellor and a general. It's one thing that he doesn't know gratitude, but he dared to bewitch Manny into such regressive acts. He is truly a great scourge." Hearing this, Anatoly nearly burst out laughing and couldn't help but look over. "So you think I, Ike, am an irredeemable sinner in your eyes?" I couldn't help but smile slightly and step forward 2 paces. "You Buddhist monks always preach salvation for all beings, yet many of Great Cary's homeless farmers lack land to cultivate. They can't even achieve the most basic subsistence. You talk about compassion. Why won't you give up some of the land so they can survive?" "You." Seeing it was Ike, the martial monk clenched the staff in his hand tighter, with a deeper murderous intent in his eyes. Yet for the moment, he found himself unable to refute the latter's words. "There are thousands of monks in your temple who spend their days praying, meditating, and never cultivating the land." Ike sneered, knowing the monk's thoughts all too well. He pointed to the farmers plowing nearby. "Instead, those landless peasants have become tenant farmers for your temple, working year-round just to scrape together a living. Humph, in the end, you are the real exploiters reaping the benefits. Stop babbling nonsense here." The monks behind the leading monk were clearly angered and immediately scolded him. "This is an internal matter of our temple. What does it have to do with you? If it were just within closed doors, then it would indeed be an internal matter of your temple." Ike's gaze turned cold, pointing at them and shouting, "But this is within the borders of Cary. As Chancellor of Great Cary, I must act for the country and the welfare of the people. The Yuan personally issued an order to redistribute the land. Are you planning to defy it?" "We will not defy the edict, but we won't give up our land for nothing. If you want to redistribute, then step over us." The leading martial monk immediately exclaimed with agitation, "Step over us! Step over us!" Upon hearing this, the monks behind him were all agitated, prepared to stake their lives in this confrontation. "So you want to defy the imperial decree?" Seeing this, Anatoly immediately signaled the bailiffs behind him to step forward. "Whoever leads the disturbance will be arrested and thrown into prison. Let's see who dares to lay a hand on me." At this moment, Braden suddenly appeared from a path below, leading a group of monks rushing up to surround Ike and Anatoly on the mountain path. "Master! Abbot!" Seeing this, the martial monks were visibly agitated. "Master Donghua, what are you trying to do?" Dylan drew his sword to protect Ike. "We come with the Yuan's edict. What is the meaning of your actions?" "Gentlemen, this humble monk has no other intentions." Braden certainly wouldn't dare defy the imperial edict. Stepping forward with his robe, he said, "Xian Temple's lands partly come from gifts of successive butlers, while the rest are donations from worshippers. If it must be returned, then it should be given back to the imperial family and the donors, not let you distribute privately. Who knows what you really want? Especially you." He pointed at Ike and scolded, "Manny treated you kindly. Why do you spread such evil rumors, putting Manny in an unrighteous position?" "Master, if it follows what you say, these lands should be handed over to Manny." Ike smiled mockingly, his eyes flashing with sharpness, gritting his teeth. "Since that's the case, could you please show us around and record the lands granted by the previous butlers? I'll send it to Manny to redistribute again." He knew all too well what this fat monk was thinking. "What do you think, master?" "You." Hearing this, Venerable Alberthui's face immediately changed, but he quickly rebutted, "Don't try to confuse people with lies here. Who knows if you will hand these land deeds over to Manny or keep them all for yourself? I think you are the biggest villain in the court. If it weren't for you, how could there be so many disturbances in the court?" "Venerable master, that's quite a big accusation you're making." Ike's expression turned grave, his eyes gleaming with cold light as he clenched his fists and said, "So, by your words, you're planning to eliminate a threat to the nation? Though I am of the Buddhist order, it is my duty not to shrink from it." Venerable Alberthui understood that it would be too difficult to turn back now. If he could eliminate Ike, Duke Shepard could protect him, and also safeguard the entirety of Xian Temple's property. "If you leave peacefully and stop bewitching Manny, I will let you off this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He waved his hand, signaling the monks behind him to step forward. "Alberthui, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Dylan became anxious. After all, the bailiffs behind him were few and might not be a match for the martial monks. The Chancellor and Lord Shun are imperial envoys. I don't want to do anything. Venerable Albertui sneered, his face filled with murderous intent, saying, but someone wants our land. If you leave now, it's fine. If not, don't blame us for being impolite. Very well, truly excellent. Seeing this scene, I actually felt more relaxed inside. He looked calmly at the surrounding monks. What is happening? Are we still in the territory of Cary? Are you still subjects of Cary? Am I still the Chancellor of Cary? Who am I? I am Ike. Upon hearing this, everyone around couldn't help but change their expressions. After all, these two characters were revered across the 16 states. Even the butlers of each state were both surprised and fearful of him, not to mention them. Chapter 75 Thunderous means, no matter who you are. Master Albertui was well aware that the situation had reached an impasse. If he backed down now, Jian Temple would definitely be seized by Ike. This was his hard-earned legacy. How could he possibly give it up? Do those peasants deserve to share in his land? Moreover, if just one person stood up, the rest would surely follow without hesitation. If Ike were eliminated during the chaos, he would be a hero and might even receive rewards from Nate Carysher. The aristocratic families would obey him as well. You have misled many and disregarded our lives, so you deserve death. With hardened resolve, Master Alberthui's eyes flashed menacingly as he pointed at Ike and cursed. Unless you retract your message today, you're a scoundrel. This is an imperial decree issued by Manny personally. Could it possibly be false? Seeing the situation, Anatoly grabbed the decree from the bailiff and raised it, shouting, if you wish to rebel, say so directly. At the mention of rebellion, some monks present showed signs of unease, stepping back a few paces. After all, for these monks who lived on vegetarian diets and recited Buddhist scriptures, those two words struck fear into their hearts. Who knows if the imperial decree in your hand is genuine or not? Seeing this scene, Master Albertui immediately shouted, it might just be a ploy under the Yuan's name to deceive us. Hand over the decree, so we can verify its authenticity. This is an imperial decree. If you don't believe it, fine, but dare you seize it? Dylan was taken aback. These monks, usually gentle and kind, now had bloodshot eyes as if ready to fight to the death. Why haven't you dispersed? A hint of coldness flickered in Ike's eyes as he stepped forward, pointing at Master Albertui. We come with the Yuan's command. Do you know what you're doing? Humph, the temple's property belongs to us. If you don't leave, we can't comply. Master Albertui stiffened his neck, clearly intent on standing firm. After all, there was no way back at this point. Good, very good. Ike had lost patience. He knew that these monks were obviously prepared for this confrontation. If he didn't show them something, they wouldn't stop. We are imperial envoys. Your attempt to harm an envoy is tantamount to rebellion. Ike snatched the sword from Dylan's hand and pointed it at the warrior monks. Do you intend to rebel? Ike, don't pin a cap on me. Master Albertui brandished the staff in his hand and shouted, I know your thoughts too well. You're just using this opportunity. Humph. Before he finished speaking, Ike slashed his thigh with the sword, blood pouring out instantly. This, Albertui and the warrior monks were dumbfounded. No one expected the prime minister to be so ruthless. The monks of Jian Temple dared to assassinate an imperial envoy, intending to rebel. Suppress them. Biting his teeth, Ike's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his sword. Those who surrender on the spot will keep their lives. Those who resist to the end will be executed on the spot. By the order of the Grand General, execute the rebels on the spot. As soon as he spoke, Tate and Jensen led the white-feathered soldiers up from the foot of the mountain. What are you waiting for? Fight them. Master Albertui finally reacted, realizing Ike was well prepared. If he didn't want to be captured, he had no choice but to fight to the death. Ah! 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 In an instant, screams filled the air throughout the gate. Dikwiyu, Chongren Hall. Your Majesty, what Ike did cannot be allowed. Cornelius stepped forward, bowing, leaving aside other issues. Once the nearby farmland is redistributed, what will happen afterward? Isn't it unreasonable to redistribute all the lands? These lands were painstakingly accumulated by previous generations. How can they be evenly divided? In my heart, I agree with you. Grady smiled subtly, yet disdain showed in his eyes, saying, if these lands were indeed accumulated by previous generations, they naturally wouldn't want to give them away. But I asked the ministers, how fair is it for a small landlord with only 10 family members to own nearly 100 acres of land and employ dozens of tenant farmers, while those tenant farmers, hundreds of them, have no land at all? Is this fair or reasonable? This left Cornelius speechless. Your Majesty, it's not that simple. Amador stepped forward, saying, such cases are rare. How many commoners and landlords are there in Cary Kingdom? It's not as if everyone has no land to farm. Exactly what I wanted to ask you. Grady raised an eyebrow and stood up, saying coldly, yet it is these major families and landlord magnates you claim are few that occupy most of the land in Cary Kingdom, leading to refugees everywhere and people losing their homes. Is this fair? Upon hearing this, Cornelius and the others finally realized the butler was clearly determined to redistribute the land. It was not just idle talk. Furthermore, due to the previous policies where officials' lands were not to be redistributed, this led to most people in the court not opposing openly, making the few who did seem rather passive. Your Majesty, this phenomenon has been accumulated over generations in all countries. Cornelius thought for a moment, and it seemed only invoking ancestral rules would work, so he said, if your Majesty wants change, it is possible, but it will not happen overnight. Please think carefully. If this matter goes wrong, the entire country might become unstable. You don't need to worry about that. Grady was now firmly resolved. If action was to be taken, it had to be thorough. Hesitation would only allow these ministers to hold him back. Besides, I am aware of the efforts made by each minister who diligently serves the country. Your lands will not be touched, rest assured. As long as they didn't oppose, there wasn't much else to say. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At this moment, a eunuch suddenly ran to the hall in trance with a panicked expression. What is it? The butler raised an eyebrow, his face as calm as water, and asked. Just now, officers from the Ministry of Revenue reported. The eunuch steadied himself and answered truthfully. The monks of Xian Temple attacked the imperial envoy, intending to rebel. The Prime Minister has already executed the ringleaders and accomplices one by one. Should we seize Xian Temple, Your Majesty? Hearing this, Cornelius felt a chill run through him and almost fainted. Chapter 76, Shocking the Capital. The sudden change at Xian Temple instantly sent shockwaves through the imperial capital and nearby major clans, temples, and Taoist observatories, as if a thunderclap had erupted. As the national temple of the entire state of Cary, Xian Temple was not only historically significant, but also held a revered position. Now, even such a behemoth had collapsed. How could they not be shocked? Moreover, Ike moved extremely fast. After resolving the martial monk's issues, he immediately appointed a new abbot and began distributing the temple's land deeds. Word spread quickly to the surrounding landless peasants, who flocked to claim their share. The Ministry of Revenue promptly registered these transactions and submitted them to the Jingzhou Prefecture office. Within a day, over 1,000 acres of land were redistributed. Soon after, impeachment petitions against Ike began pouring into the butler's desk like snowflakes. However, Ewan Grady's stance remained consistent, holding the memorials back without issuing any official response or indication of how he intended to deal with the matter. Yet all officials could see that the butler harbored no ill will towards this prime minister and general. In fact, his favoritism grew even stronger. You did an excellent job handling the Xian Temple incident. Inside a side hall of Chongren Palace, Ewan Grady kept Ike and Anatoly behind for a private audience, looking at them and saying, as long as things proceed smoothly from here on out, there should be no problems. Given the current situation, matters ahead will progress much more smoothly. Anatoly couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. In just 2 days, many nearby temples and Taoist observatories have voluntarily handed over their land deeds, allowing our officials to redistribute them. And I believe it won't take long before the prominent families will also start submitting theirs. Your Majesty should consider delegating these tasks to the Ministry of Revenue, so they can begin measuring land in other prefectures. After all, actions must be swift. Any hesitation might invite a backlash. They must seize this opportunity and expedite the process. Your point is well taken. Grady nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This matter shall remain in your hands. Proceed as you see fit, and I will handle any issues that arise. Your Majesty. Ike set down his teacup, straightened up and bowed. We've already set a precedent. The rest can be left to our subordinates without us having to go personally. Besides, significant changes are occurring in Joaquin now, an opportunity for us. It was late February now. Gathering troops and supplies would likely take until the end of March, leaving less than 9 months for military operations, a rather tight schedule. Therefore, no matter what, they needed to accelerate their actions during this period. I've heard about this matter, and indeed military reports have arrived. Grady perked up at this statement and searched through documents on his desk, handing them over to the eunuch beside him. According to Prime Minister's suggestion, we could use this opportunity to enter the state of Joaquin. This would truly be a chance for him to achieve greater glory and further elevate his status, especially after the counteroffensive against Zhou had significantly boosted his standing. If he could expand territories at this juncture, the ministers would no longer dare question his authority, allowing smoother land reform. At present, invading Joaquin isn't the best opportunity. Ike shook his head, his expression grave. While internal strife rages within their country, their overall strength still surpasses neighboring states. This was largely due to previous reforms, which greatly enhanced the combat capability of Joaquin's army. Furthermore, gaining part of Joaquin's territory wouldn't provide much strategic advantage for us. It would merely increase our population. He glanced at the two men before continuing. We've received recent military reports indicating that the state of Albert is taking advantage of the chaos by attacking Joaquin from the north. We could instead seize this opportunity to attack Albert from the south. This way, we not only capture people but also acquire excellent horse breeding grounds. This was his true intention. Cary lacked cavalry, and this move would allow them to bolster their cavalry forces. So, Prime Minister is after war horses, huh? Grady, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped his intent and nodded in agreement. I share the same thoughts. The northern powers of Zhou and Albert have always posed a formidable challenge with their cavalry. Thinking about it, he spoke decisively. Very well, follow your plan. As for troop movements and logistics, I'll leave that entirely in your hands. I will not interfere. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not let you down. Ike needed an butler who trusted him completely, unlike Amaya who meddled in every affair. Anatoly, you're now the Minister of Revenue. Overseeing the allocation of funds and supplies falls under your purview. Grady stood up, picked up his teacup and sipped. Lionelston carefully. If the funds in the treasury are insufficient, submit a petition directly. I can allocate some funds from my private reserves to support you. Remember, don't be as stingy as Biff. I obey Your Majesty's command. Anatoly readily agreed, with a serious expression on his face. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. As for the Ministry of War, Grady was still hesitant to remove Cornelius rashly, knowing that this group had deep roots in the court. Pulling one hair could move the whole body, especially considering his uncle Shepard. The matters concerning the Ministry of War need not concern you, Your Majesty. Ike immediately spoke up. I believe they will be preoccupied with land reform and won't interfere for now. With the military token I hold, I can mobilize troops sufficiently. Very well, if you say so, then I am at ease. Grady nodded, put down his teacup, and slowly said, the land reform must not be slackened either. Anatoly, after the Prime Minister leaves the capital, this matter will be entrusted entirely to you. You must ensure there are no mistakes. Your Majesty, Anatoly cannot remain in the capital. Upon hearing this, Ike immediately stood up to remind him. He must continue to sell refined salt to various countries and expedite the expansion of the workshops under the Ministry of Works. This is a time when we need money, and the treasury absolutely cannot lack silver. This man was his financial godsend. Placing him on these trivial matters would surely be a waste of talent. That's true. Grady nodded solemnly, almost forgetting this point. Thus, I shall select a new vice minister to handle this. Now that spring has begun, we can arrange caravans, and this matter must be prioritized. I obey your majesty's command. Anatoly naturally enjoyed this leisure. For being a merchant by origin, he had no interest whatsoever in the struggles within the court. Chapter 77. The Albert state enters the stage. In the Wen Kingdom, imperial capital, compared to its neighboring countries, one could say that no one in the entire Wen Kingdom had a good year. Nadensel's rebellion and the attack by the Burl Kingdom caught the whole nation off guard. Although Kinley ordered General Oswald to lead troops, they barely held on to Ji province while failing to defend Albert province. Moreover, the most critical point was that after Ensel failed to take Ji province, he split his forces, assigning Julian to lead an army to attack other prefectures. Due to having few elite soldiers and a severe shortage of military provisions, Oswald could not spare troops for relief efforts, thus could only watch helplessly as several other prefectures fell one by one. Ensel also led his troops to forcefully attack several prefectures under Ji province, but under Oswald's counterattack, Ensel not only suffered heavy losses but nearly got turned into a pincushion, which infuriated him. Inside the imperial palace, officials in the Grand Hall were now reduced by half. Kinley Amaya had imprisoned all the officials from the Ministry of War, executing those who had closer ties with Emerson and Mass, nearly paralyzing the bureaucratic system. Fortunately, thanks to Murray's pleading, the remaining officials were spared from execution. As for the faction of Ellison, Kinley did not hesitate at all, executing all their subordinates or former students without mercy. Officials who received advance news fled to other countries overnight. Bang! Holding up the military report, Kinley Amaya looked livid and gritted her teeth, saying, Ensel, you treacherous wolf-hearted thing. You even attacked Anakin province. Despicable. She should not have been lenient after her ascension to the throne and should have eliminated these people completely. Your Majesty, mobilizing troops from various prefectures is quite difficult right now. Murray, seeing this scene, thought for a moment before speaking. General Lionel's forces are insufficient to support division, so it's normal that he couldn't hold the defense. I hope your Majesty can give him more time. He had been busy preparing provisions since the end of the previous year, without a restful day, finally breathing a sigh of relief when the battle situation stabilized somewhat. I can give him time, but do ask Ensel and those fellows from Burl Kingdom whether they would give me time? Kinley Amaya stood up angrily, eyes full of murderous intent, coldly speaking. Didn't he send several military reports indicating some victories earlier? If that's the case, it means he has the ability to defeat Nate Moo and his allies. Lionel Stonewell, immediately issue orders for him to initiate an offensive and confront the enemy. He must achieve victory within 3 months. This statement startled the entire court. Maintaining the current stability was already extremely challenging. Being able to hold onto half the country's territory could be considered fortunate, but if they rashly attacked, they might easily fall into an ambush. After all, the enemies held the initiative. Your Majesty. Jalmer could not help stepping forward. Though I am not knowledgeable in military affairs, it is clear our troops do not have numerical superiority. If we act rashly, we risk defeat. We have already lost Albert province, allowing them an easy path to enter the capital. Now we should steadily build up strength. Kinley Amaya frowned and snapped. What do you mean? Are you suggesting further delay? How much time do we have left? I believe Minister Wen has a point. Murray also felt uneasy but could not directly oppose the Kinley, only indirectly suggesting, we should stabilize the current situation. Perhaps General Lionel has come up with strategies to break the enemy, and soon there will be good news. Moreover, Burl Kingdom's army has penetrated deep into our territory, stretching their supply lines. Once they lack provisions, we can seize the opportunity. Therefore, your Majesty only needs to wait and see. Though not well versed in military matters, this was how he could comfort the Kinley. Unknown to them, Burl Kingdom's navy was unparalleled globally, and the dense river network in Monronan made transporting supplies very convenient. However, given Wen Kingdom's former strong national power, dragging out the conflict might still put Burl Kingdom in a provision shortage. Humph. Kinley Amaya could not find words to refute, only sneering coldly and sitting back on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, a military report from Zhou. At that moment, a small eunuch holding up a military report appeared at the Grand Hall entrance and knelt down. A military report from Zhou? Could something happen in the north? It's highly possible that the Albert Kingdom took advantage of our domestic troubles and external pressures and moved southward with their troops. Ministers on the imperial court began to whisper among themselves, all looking towards the small eunuch. After all, given the current situation, only the Albert Kingdom in the north might take the opportunity to launch a military campaign. What exactly happened? Kinley Amaya's mood had slightly improved, but upon hearing the words, military report, her nerves tightened again. She pointed at the little eunuch and shouted, no need to present it, just read it out loud. Yes. The little eunuch, frightened, hurriedly stood up and began reading from the military report. On February 18th, the Albert army gathered around Langya Mountain, attacking our troops in Anakinyang. The city's defenders fought to the death, holding the enemy outside the city walls. On February 20th, the Albert army regrouped, and due to insufficient grain supplies within the city and vastly outnumbered without reinforcements, they were forced to abandon the city. Albert army? Feeling the gaze sharp as a sword, the little eunuch started stuttering. The Albert army has been advancing rapidly, breaking through 10 cities in succession. Now they have reached Lunu. Bang! Kinley Amaya could no longer contain her anger, slamming her hand on the table and pacing back and forth. Who is the governor of Zhou? Half of Zhou is almost lost, and now you are only thinking about submitting reports. Damn it, absolutely damn it. Your Majesty, this is not the time to assign blame. Murray immediately spoke up. The Ministry of War must issue orders immediately to mobilize forces from other provinces to Zhou for defense, and the court needs to arrange a general to command from the front lines. After all, if Zhou falls, at the speed of the Albert Kingdom's cavalry, it would only take a few days for them to be at the gates of the capital, putting the entire imperial city in grave danger. Yes, yes. Though Kinley Amaya was extremely angry, nothing was more important than this right now. The Ministry of War should immediately mobilize armies from all states to head north. How many troops did the Albert Kingdom bring this time? Is it recorded in the military report? Replying to your majesty, this time the Albert Kingdom brought at least 50,000 elite cavalry and about 100,000 infantry. Chapter 78. The Yuan's personal expedition. 15,000 troops? When Amaya heard this number, she couldn't help but furrow her delicate eyebrows, and her face turned grim. It was important to note that after the previous defeat in Suzhou, nearly half of the approximately 200,000 troops in the southern part of Joaquin had been lost, with most of the remaining surrendering. And the rebel army took away several tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Now Ellison led another 13,000 elites, while Oswald's 10,000 were barely scraped together from various sources. Currently, all the Joaquin nation could mobilize were only a few tens of thousands of troops at best. How could they withstand the enemy? Your Majesty. Murray naturally noticed the butler's worry and immediately stepped forward to pay homage. In my opinion, we can mobilize the elite troops from Bingzhou, in the capital. This part could be considered the last reserves of the entire Joaquin kingdom. If this force were to be lost, the fate of the country would be at risk. Well, then follow your advice. Amaya felt somewhat undecided for a moment, so she looked at the ministers below her, somewhat hesitantly asking, then, who should be assigned for this task? The commanding general on the front line will depend on your majesty's decision. Murray looked up, hesitated for a moment, and said, this old minister knows nothing about military affairs. Who among you is willing to lead troops to resist the invasion of Albert? Amaya understood that it would indeed be difficult for this minister of revenue to go to the battlefield. Moreover, he was quite old, which could lead to his death on the front line, which was undesirable. Furthermore, since the previous purge of Ellison's faction, there weren't many officials she could rely on, also as a way to protect her confidence. Your Majesty, I think under the current situation, perhaps General Wang could be arranged to lead the troops. Zhao glanced at the Empress and bowed respectfully, saying, General Wang has achieved numerous victories alongside Ike before, and this time he is expected to achieve victory again. Edmund, can you take on this heavy responsibility? Upon hearing this, Amaya shifted her gaze to the general standing beside her. This is a great opportunity for you to establish credit and fame. You should cherish it. Why, Your Majesty? Edmund's face turned pale, and he spoke in a seemingly difficult manner. I must not hide from Your Majesty that I have been unwell recently. Leading troops in such an important mission might be beyond my capacity. This is a matter concerning the military. I hope Your Majesty assigns someone more competent. Illness? Upon hearing this, Amaya's expression immediately darkened, clenching her teeth. If I remember correctly, you just married your third concubine before the new year and even hosted a banquet for your son on the 6th day. Now when it comes to a major event, you claim to be ill? Majesty. Edmund shuddered, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, immediately explaining, recently? Silence. Amaya stood up angrily, pointing at him and scolding. At such a critical juncture for the survival of the nation, you're still making excuses, obviously intentionally doing so. Since you've made your choice, I won't force you. Thank Your Majesty for your understanding. Dismissed from the position of Deputy Minister of War and Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Garrison, return to your hometown to retire. Before Edmund could express gratitude, the Kinley cut him off directly. The other courtiers were startled by this scene, yet none dared speak up for Edmund, fearing being implicated. Your Majesty, I've realized my mistake. Please give me a chance to redeem myself through meritorious service. Edmund fell to his knees abruptly, banging his head on the ground repeatedly. Drag him out. Amaya's disdain grew even deeper, almost wishing to execute him immediately, and shouted fiercely, I've always treated you well, yet you dare to act like this. The guards immediately grabbed him upon hearing this. Who is willing to lead the troops against Albert? Seeing the person being dragged away, Amaya raised her eyebrows slightly and looked around. For a moment, all the courtiers remained silent, each feeling as if pricked by needles, no one daring to speak. Given what happened to Edmund, everyone was reluctant to volunteer, for fear of meeting a similar fate. After all, the disparity in troop numbers for this battle was huge. Without a sure chance of victory, no one wanted to go to certain death needlessly. Very well indeed. Amaya watched this scene and couldn't help laughing bitterly, pointing at the ministers. Whenever there are benefits to gain, each of you rushes ahead eagerly, afraid of missing even a bit. But now when faced with a real challenge, you all turn into turtles pulling their heads in. Fine, I don't need any of you. I'll lead the expedition personally. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Murray hurriedly stepped forward to persuade, given the current turbulent times, you should stay in the capital to maintain stability. Assigning a general for this task will suffice. You must not move lightly. No. Yuan Amaya was now enraged and would not listen to these appeals. She waved her hand and said, I can't believe it. Without you people, I cannot wage war. Besides, if these useless materials are sent, they will surely suffer heavy losses and casualties. It's better for me to lead the troops personally. Even if we lose, it won't be ruined in your hands. Your Majesty, please think carefully. Murray felt somewhat helpless. The main reason he opposed so much was that the Kinley had no experience in leading troops into battle. Even in state governance, she still fell short. Previously, with Ike around, everything had a fallback plan. Now, however, they were retreating step by step. If not for the previous national strength, they might have collapsed long ago. You don't need to dissuade me, my mind is made up. Amaya said irritably. She didn't believe she was inferior to Ike. Moreover, having been influenced by him while being by his side, she believed she had some ability. Murray was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Your Majesty, can we invite assistance from other countries at this time? Zhao did not lead troops, but he understood that with the Kinley's strength, defeating Albert would be difficult. Are you suggesting inviting Cary? The image of Ike immediately surfaced in Amaya's mind, and her expression darkened. She could not help but say coldly, I don't think it's necessary. As the Kinley, how could she let those traitors mock her? Your Majesty has misunderstood. Jalmer sighed inwardly. If Ike really agreed to assist, even without sending troops, his past prestige would be enough to make the enemy wary. I believe Burl and Anakin have always been hostile. Sending an envoy to promise benefits to Anakin, getting them to attack Burl from behind, making it impossible for them to take care of both ends, can alleviate some pressure. Then, people like Ansel and Ellison will definitely not be able to match General Lionel. Thus, the crisis can be resolved. Chapter 79, Hidden Threats. Compared to the chaotic situation in Joaquin, the entire Cary Kingdom was now abuzz with activity. Ike swiftly seized control of Xian Temple and distributed the surrounding lands. Seeing his decisiveness, the once defiant large families and landlords promptly surrendered all their deeds without further resistance. After all, wealth could be regained, but losing one's head would cause irreparable trouble. The land reform started off with great momentum, spreading from the capital to nearby regions, eventually reaching several neighboring prefectures. Ike remained in the capital along with Anatoly to observe the conditions in surrounding counties. Once the Ministry of Revenue had gathered sufficient provisions, Ike planned to lead troops northward. He had received intelligence a few days ago that the Albert Kingdom had already launched an attack on Zhou, giving him an opportunity to strike against Albert. If this offensive went smoothly, he could take advantage to advance southward, seizing parts of Joaquin's territory and expanding his domain, thus completely dashing Zhao's hopes of expansion to the east. Although winter had passed, the weather was still chilly, with a crisp coolness lingering in the air. Sir. In private, Anatoly preferred to address him as young master. Wrapping his cloak tighter around himself, he looked at the supply convoy not far away and remarked, the tax revenue from last year wasn't as good as the previous year. It seems Shepard and his officials still harbor considerable hostility towards us, observed Ike with a carefree smile, stretching his body. It doesn't matter. After this military campaign, I will find a way to eliminate their hidden threats thoroughly. After all, if there were people cutting off his supply lines while he was leading troops forward, it would put him in a precarious position. But with the completion of the land reform under your leadership, I believe next year's tax revenue should increase significantly. Anatoly nodded in agreement. With a fuller treasury, we can expand our territory. You're thinking too simplistically. Ike shook his head, refocusing his gaze on Anatoly. On the surface, this land reform has been very smooth. Except for some officials, both large clans and temples have handed over their lands, which were then equally distributed to every commoner. But have you considered that the power of these influential families cannot be eradicated overnight? Anatoly frowned, seemingly not yet grasping the implications. A typical peasant household consists of 4 to 6 members, at most. Ike explained seriously, however, these large families originally had many members. When divided equally, the amount of land they receive far exceeds that of ordinary households. If they collude and forcefully seize the land of commoners again, what will happen? Only then did Anatoly realize how difficult it would be to resolve land consolidation entirely. Moreover, how can you be certain that the land deeds they provided are genuine? Ike, having implemented similar reforms in Joaquin before, knew well the tricks of these people. They can easily transfer their lands to stewards and servants. On paper, everyone receives land, but in reality, a feudal-like relationship already exists between masters and servants. They wouldn't dare withhold anything. It's just going through the motions. Therefore, this land reform is not thorough. It only achieved partial success. To change the current situation fundamentally, the only solution is to use force against these influential families. These aristocratic families had accumulated power over generations, and perhaps only someone as ruthless as Finley could truly bring about change. But he couldn't apply too much pressure or risk driving them into a corner. After I lead the troops to Albert, hurry up and refine more salt. Ike turned to Anatoly and instructed, the military campaign requires substantial silver, so it's up to you, my god of wealth. Rest assured, young master. Anatoly replied respectfully, I have ample experience in generating wealth. Besides the existing orders, I plan to target Qin and Chu, among other Western countries. Good. Ike nodded as he watched Tate and Jensen ride up. He immediately mounted his horse, holding the reins and said, before you leave the capital, ensure another batch of supplies is transported. Enough to last me 8 months. 3 months had already passed, and if he didn't capture a city in Albert by year-end, this system task would fail. Once this god of wealth left the capital, aside from Dylan and Cannon, there wouldn't be anyone else he could fully trust, so he needed to prepare Anatoly in advance. Understood. Anatoly immediately agreed. Master. At that moment, Tate handed him a package with a light laugh. This is from Miss Xiao, saying it's a set of clothes for changing. Cut the jesting. Ike was inwardly delighted as he glanced back and saw that Marion was waving at him from the crowd. However, this was not a time for sentimentality. Lionelston carefully, Ike fastened the package to his horse and looked at the few men. Our target is Anna Kinley in the Albert Kingdom. We must catch them off guard. While cutting off their vanguard troops, we must also surround the city. So, besides the follow-up infantry, the White Feather Guards, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, and the Huaijiang crossbowmen must arrive by the end of the month. Got it. After all, they were fighting on foreign territory and speed was essential. Understood. Jensen and Tate promptly agreed. Let's move out. With one last look at Marion, Ike spurred his horse forward, leading the army away. The 3 Special Forces units followed Ike into the Albert Kingdom. Since the Albert Kingdom's attack on the Joaquin Kingdom had gone exceptionally smoothly, they had redeployed most of their rear troops to the front lines. What they did not expect was that, just before the end of March, a Cary army suddenly appeared in Anna Kinley with lightning speed. The defending troops in the city barely resisted before being swiftly overwhelmed by Tate and Jensen. Immediately afterward, more Cary soldiers entered the city over the next few days, fully occupying Anna Kinley. For a moment, shock rippled through the entire Albert Kingdom. They knew their vanguard troops had already entered Zhou in the Joaquin Kingdom, and Anna Kinley, as a critical supply transfer point, would cause significant trouble if its grain supply line was cut off. If the army in Joaquin now turned to attack Anna Kinley, They could easily get caught in a two-front battle, an unacceptable situation. Moreover, with Albert's elite forces deployed elsewhere, mobilizing other troops would take time. Chapter 80. The Belligerent Natus. In the state of Albert, Zhou. At this moment, military reports from the front lines were flying into the capital of Albert like snowflakes. Yuan Albert soon immediately convened princes and ministers to discuss strategies. Your Majesty, in my opinion, we must prioritize domestic security. A minister stepped forward, saluted with clasped hands. So it is imperative to expel Cary's troops. Perhaps we should recall our frontline forces for defense. No. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Dominic stood up right away with a serious expression on his face. Given the current situation, our troops have already advanced deep into the territory of Joaquin. Moving troops now would be difficult. Furthermore, if Joaquin takes advantage to counterattack, our army will be caught between two fronts, which is absolutely unacceptable. So, according to you, Prime Minister, what should we do? Yuan Albert soon had great trust in this Prime Minister and could not help but ask. Your Majesty, even though we have dispatched the main force to Joaquin, we still have around 50 to 60,000 troops available within the country. After pondering for a while, Dominic looked at the butler and replied, although Ike has seized Kinley, Cary's army is unfamiliar with us. As long as we mobilize our troops for resistance, that will suffice. As for the subsequent supplies, retaking Kinley would naturally solve the issue. Even if we cannot take it quickly, we can simply bypass it. After all, capturing Joaquin's territory brought significant benefits to Albert. Your Majesty, I disagree with the Prime Minister. The minister who spoke earlier stood up again, with a grave look on his face. Ike led the troops here this time. Previously in Joaquin, we fought with him multiple times and lost every battle, costing our country greatly, Your Majesty. When these words were spoken, Yuan Albert soon couldn't help but hesitate. Taking the previous attack on Cary as an example, they were pursued by just hundreds of tiger leopard riders. The honorable minister's words are truly too discouraging for us and encouraging for them. At that moment, a harsh shout rang out. Then, a woman dressed neatly walked directly onto the hall. With an oval face and arched eyebrows, she exuded heroism and was indeed no less capable than men. This person was none other than Albert Soon's daughter, the Princess of Albert, Vicky. The number of troops Cary has brought into Kinley does not exceed 70,000. She looked up at the butler and saluted. Father, your daughter only needs 80,000 troops and will certainly ensure Ike never returns. He's not invincible. There's nothing to fear. The princess speaks very well. Dominic stood up immediately and saluted. I am willing to lead the troops with the princess and ensure success. But what if the troops in Joaquin lose their supplies? At this point, another official asked anxiously. We have over 100,000 soldiers in Joaquin. This is no trifling matter. They've already carried tens of thousands of supplies and won't run out anytime soon. Moreover, after breaking through Zhou, they must have gained something. Vicky countered promptly. Moreover, once they withdraw and Joaquin counterattacks, our losses will be greater. If we can capture Kinley within a short period, it will solve our worries. Gentlemen should not be worried about this. What gentlemen should consider is how to gather supplies, mobilize troops. Ike isn't undefeatable. Most of our troops are in the north, and they are elite cavalry. We have a natural advantage over their infantry. Since childhood, she had studied military books extensively and believed she could match Ike. Fine. Let it be as you say. Albert soon agreed immediately, feeling the fire of war reignited in his heart. Standing up and looking at the officials below, he said, officials of all departments listen carefully, mobilize troops and gather supplies immediately. Everything must be ready within 10 days. Vicky, I hereby appoint you as chariot and cavalry general and grand commander of the southern expedition, overseeing all military operations. Yes, I will not disappoint your majesty. Hearing this, Vicky immediately saluted. I will definitely capture Ike alive and present him to your majesty. While Albert was making frantic preparations, Cary's troops remained completely silent. Since capturing Kinley, Cary's entire army retreated into the city and began reinforcing the walls, ceasing all military actions. This made the Albert troops who entered Joaquin's territory breathe a sigh of relief. They originally thought Cary and Joaquin's forces would surely ally against them, but more than 10 days passed without incident. After leaving some troops behind for defense, the Albert troops in Joaquin continued southward, and Vicky, after 10 days of preparation, gathered troops and supplies, leading her army into Albertcheng to stand against Ike. To her surprise, for 3 consecutive days, the Cary army remained completely silent. On the 4th day, the princess, who was eager to engage in battle and achieve military glory, could no longer contain herself. She led her troops out of the city, marched for a day, and arrived at the foot of Kinley city to challenge them. Lionel stand up, you soldiers inside. Vicky rode her horse, brandishing the whip in her hand and shouted. You launched a surprise attack on Kinley with your troops. Now that I have brought my forces here, you've become nothing but cowards. Where is Ike? If he's a true hero, let him lead his troops out for a decisive battle. Wow, I didn't expect it would be just a little girl leading the troops. At this moment, Tate climbed up to the city wall. Looking down, he saw a woman riding a horse, which made him burst into laughter. Well, it seems Albert has no capable men left. Otherwise, they wouldn't send a woman to challenge us. Pa, you lecherous scoundrel, how impolite you are. Seeing this, Vicky seized an opportunity and snatched a bow and arrow from one of her attendants. Drawing the bow, she fired an arrow directly at Tate. Whoosh! The arrow was incredibly fast, flying past Tate's left cheek and embedding itself in the pillar behind him. Hiss! Tate couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He touched his left cheek, feeling intense pain. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he might have been dead by now. You little vixen, you've got some skill. He licked the blood off his hand and couldn't help but compliment her. I will surely capture you alive when the time comes. Cut the crap. Confronted with such vulgar words, Vicky clenched her teeth in anger. If you have the ability, let I come out and fight. Otherwise, Retreat and spare yourselves the humiliation. If you're so capable, why don't you breach the walls and storm in? Tate was also furious inside, but orders were orders, so he had to suppress his anger. Dream on if you think we'll come out to fight. Chapter 81 Cloud-Piercing Crossbow Cart. Why you? Are you all cowards in the Cary country? Vicky was so angry that she gritted her teeth and couldn't help but start scolding. Let me tell you, if you do not come out to fight, we will attack the city forcefully. Then, none of you will be spared. If you can manage it, attack directly. Why so much nonsense? Tate clenched his fists, yet felt helpless. After all, military orders were like mountains. He could not engage in battle without permission. Seeing the situation, Vicky was somewhat at a loss. She cursed with her soldiers for almost an hour, seeing no movement from the opposite side. In the end, she had to lead her troops back. Tate gnashed his teeth in frustration. After leaving the city tower, he arrived at the parade ground, where he saw Ike discussing something with a group of captains. As Tate walked closer, he discovered that they were examining a cart-type crossbow design for city defense. It seemed this crossbow cart had been dismantled from the city wall, though he wasn't sure of its exact function. General. Tate suppressed his frustration and couldn't resist asking, how long must we defend? That woman just challenged us right under our walls. Charging out wouldn't fit our style. Why are you in such a hurry? Once I finish making this cloud-piercing crossbow cart, it won't be too late to fight the Albert army. Ike wasn't anxious. He glanced at Tate and said, moreover, their frontline supply lines have been cut off. They're more worried now. We don't need to panic. But staying here like this is no solution either. Tate was burning inside, complaining aloud. If it were before, General would never hold onto the city defenses. You're talking about the past? Ike patted dust off his clothes and stood up. Back then, Joaquin had well-trained soldiers and sufficient supplies, so we didn't worry about logistics. But Cary's current situation can't be compared to the past. We must act more cautiously. Besides, with such a powerful weapon, why would we need to confront them head-on? General, here's what you asked for. At this moment, Armand came over with some carpentry tools. Need any help? No need. I'll call you when necessary. Ike took an axe from the tools and started working. What's General doing? Tate felt confused, scratching his nose as he asked. He's building a cloud-piercing crossbow cart. Armand also looked curious at Ike. According to General, this thing will be the bane of cavalry. With this weapon, we will gain a significant advantage against Albert or Zhou cavalry. The other captains watched Ike, eager to see how amazing this cloud-piercing crossbow cart would be. Once everything was prepared, the blueprint instantly appeared in Ike's mind. He had intended to make this in Joaquin, but Amaya never gave him the chance. He immediately transformed the original battering ram into a new structure by adding an adjustable pole so that it could change angles to avoid friendly fire. In addition, he added stabilizing devices on the wheels, ensuring the vehicle maintained balance after firing the crossbow arrows, allowing faster operation. Next, he removed the wooden battering ram and replaced it with the large bow originally from the city defense crossbow cart. To adjust the height more conveniently, Ike also added a lifting rod. This made it versatile whether for anti-cavalry operations or future siege warfare. Finally, he attached an iron plate to the front of the cloud-piercing crossbow cart to shield against enemy archers who might try to kill our soldiers. Remember, the defenders have a natural height advantage and can cause great damage from a higher vantage point. Without delay, he took a spear and installed it on the cart. All generals held their breaths, watching General intently. Swoosh! With a loud sound, the spear instantly shattered a huge stone not far from the parade ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Such immense destructive power could even breach city walls, let alone impact cavalry. Knowing that in ancient combat, besieging a city was incredibly difficult. Even if you outnumbered the defenders significantly, breaching the city walls quickly was nearly impossible unless the enemy intended to abandon it. Otherwise, with unity inside and outside, breaking through the city was extremely hard. Brilliant! Upon witnessing this, all generals were thrilled, gripping their fists tightly. Take a look. Ike looked at the surrounding officers and said, this cloud-piercing crossbow cart not only has a long range but also other advantages. It can adjust its angle, is lightweight and easy to move compared to the city defense crossbow cart. It can also be loaded with different types of arrows. Whether for attacking cities or field battles, it's incredibly effective. Such a great treasure. Why didn't General bring this out before? Yeah, hiding it isn't good. Tate and others came forward to observe closely, feeling excited. With such a powerful weapon and their special forces, they could virtually conquer any fortress and win every battle. Moreover, there's an arrow box inside. After firing an arrow, the equipped arrows can drop automatically. Soldiers just need to pull the bow to the designated position and shoot again. Ike walked to the side of the crossbow cart, pointing at the box on it. This way, reloading becomes much easier. That's really wonderful. Armand couldn't help but ask, that saves a lot of time. General, can we use this on the city defense crossbow carts? As defenders, it wouldn't be bad either. Ike glanced at the group, but if we focus too much on defense, it won't be beneficial for our entire nation of Cary. At present, we should expand our territory. There's nothing more to say then. General, get the craftsmen to start production right away. Tate was already eagerly anticipating it, his face brimming with excitement. We'll catch them off guard when they attack next time. Most of Albert's main forces have now entered Zhou and Joaquin territory. Ike rested his hand on the cloud-piercing crossbow cart, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The force facing us now is almost all that remains of Albert's main army. We won't just catch them off guard. We must annihilate their main force on the Kinley battlefield. Then we can advance deep into their territory. He didn't want to fight defensive battles like in Zhou before. This time, he aimed to strike directly at the heart, and ideally, capture most of Albert if possible. Tate, I'm here, General. Go recruit craftsmen now. I give you 2 months to produce 500 cloud-piercing crossbow carts, along with the necessary arrows. Understood? Yes, General. Chapter 82. Confrontation in the Court. The state of Han, Xinjiang. As the imperial capital of Han, since the New Year festivities concluded and entering the 2nd and 3rd months, The entire capital had been enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. The conflict between Marcos and Dom had escalated to an almost irreparable state. If the initial marriage scandal and the farmland issues were merely minor frictions, then by early March, a serious incident occurred. Marcos's cousin, Haim Hui, along with his attendants, passed by the residence of Prime Minister Dom without dismounting from their horses. They were stopped by the servants of the Prime Minister's mansion, leading to a confrontation. In his rage, Haim Hui killed several servants of Dom's mansion and rode away. How could Dom, as the Prime Minister, easily swallow this insult? He immediately instructed the Metropolitan Governor to arrest the person involved. In the prison, Haim Hui was subjected to cruel tortures and ultimately died there. Marcos couldn't tolerate such humiliation and promptly mobilized 3 camps near the capital to surround the Prime Minister's residence. Dom did not yield either. He mobilized armies from nearby prefectures under the pretext of coming to the aid of the butler, actually preparing for a showdown with Marcos. Upon hearing this, Felicia originally thought they would fight to the death. However, if this happened, it would lead to internal conflict among Han's military, damaging the nation's strength overall. Moreover, some malicious individuals might take advantage of the situation. She immediately led the palace guards to the Prime Minister's residence to mediate. Seeing the butler personally intervening, Marcos and Dom each found a way to back off. However, the rift between them widened significantly, almost turning into enmity. Felicia increasingly admired Ike. If it weren't for his suggestion to break them apart one by one, matters would be far more complicated. Indeed, Marcos and Dom were only superficially united. Without political interests, they wouldn't cooperate. Eliminating one of them would simplify the situation. Axton, how many troops can you mobilize now? Felicia looked at the documents on the table, and then glanced at her trusted general, asking. Only about 5,000 palace guards can be mobilized by me. After a moment's thought, Axton replied, and part of these must be under the command of the Grand General. If within the palace, could you ensure that outside troops don't enter as long as they can get inside the palace? Felicia's face turned serious as she stood up and looked at Axton, saying, just holding them off for a short while will do. Your Majesty. Axton instantly realized the butler was planning a significant move. I can guarantee it, but if the plan leaks, those outside, I am still considering. Felicia frowned, somewhat uncertain, and then continued, now, issue an edict immediately to the Grand General's residence and the Prime Minister's residence, ordering Marcos and Dom to come to the palace immediately. Tell them I need to see them. Is your Majesty planning to restrict the Grand General's troops? Axton responded quickly, concerned, but the Grand General has many confidants. If anything happens to him? No, I plan to control all the troops in the country. Felicia's eyes turned cold, clenching her teeth. This matter must succeed. No failure allowed. Go set everything up immediately, and make them both come to the palace right now. As for the troops outside the city, I have a way to handle them. At your command. Axton immediately bowed respectfully. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Dom immediately questioned Axton but found no obvious flaws. He then entered the royal city with some personal soldiers. When Marcos heard that Dom would also enter the palace, he moved 1,000 troops from the camp outside the city into the royal city. For a time, Xinjiang City was filled with anxiety. Everyone knew significant events were about to unfold, but everyone was also worried that common people would suffer if a coup really broke out. In the Dajing Hall, both of you are dressed so formally. Are you here for a farewell banquet? Felicia looked at the two who entered the hall, noticing Dom, as a civilian official, wore armor and a helmet, ready for battle. Your Majesty. The two bowed to the Empress, each facing the other with icy glares. There's nothing too important today for gathering both of you here. Felicia sat in her dragon chair and gestured to the eunuchs and maidservants to bring in food and drinks. You too, please sit down. Dom glanced at Marcos and then sat down in a nearby seat, as did the latter. The incident from the other day, I have also considered it. Felicia couldn't help but frown at this scene, but then she smiled. Ultimately, it's due to my fault. If I had known it would lead to such consequences, I should have handled it earlier. I apologize to both of you here. With that, she picked up her wine cup. Both of you are pillars of our great Han. Don't let trivial matters harm your amity, nor do things that would grieve our friends and please our enemies. However, it was as if these two hadn't heard the Kinley's words. They kept staring at each other, their faces cold. Are you saying, Prime Minister and Grand General, that you're unwilling to give me this face? Felicia's expression turned cold as she put down her wine cup. If so, I have something to say too. As things stand, the longer we drag on, the more it will harm our great Han. Both of you have been in officialdom for a long time. How can you focus on minor issues and neglect major ones? Your Majesty, you speak wisely. Marcos, who usually enjoyed wine, found the Yuan's words heartfelt and drank his wine in one gulp. I'm not petty like certain people. Humph. Hearing this, Dom also raised his cup and drank. That's right. Felicia's expression eased somewhat as she lifted her cup for a sip. Whatever the matter, let's maintain our harmony. Speak openly about any issues, exchange thoughts with each other, as fellow officials, naturally prioritizing state affairs. If today's gathering is just for this, there's nothing much to discuss. Dom stood up and bowed to the butler. Regardless, this incident started because Marcos mobilized troops to attack my Prime Minister's residence first. He mobilized troops without authorization and attacked a high-ranking court official. His crimes cannot be forgiven. Chapter 83, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Nonsense. Hollis, seeing the situation, became immediately annoyed. He stood up, slamming the table and yelled, What do you mean I started it? It was clearly you who ordered the governor of Jingzhou to arrest my cousin, and he was literally tortured to death in prison. How can this be blamed on our Pugu family? Humph. Dom, upon hearing this, his gaze turned cold. Narrowing his eyes, he scolded, Stop slandering me here. If not for Arlen relying on your family's power to kill a servant in my mansion, would he have been arrested? Moreover, killing must be repaid by death. It has always been righteous and reasonable. Humph, what a joke. Hollis dropped all pretenses and spoke directly. It ultimately boils down to your people abusing their power. Just a little servant. Yet because my cousin didn't dismount from his horse at your doorstep, he got verbally abused. Anyone who doesn't know better might think he's the old master of the Jean family. What did you say? You dare to insult the royal family like this? Dom's face turned pale with anger, his whole body trembling as he shouted, you really have some nerve. Let's settle things calmly. Why make it so difficult? Jean Sue Albert raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress her sneer when she saw the scene before her, but continued to mediate. General-in-Chief, please talk less. This incident cannot be entirely blamed on the Chancellor. Chancellor Jean, it's just 2 servants died. There's no need to force someone's cousin to death. The hundreds of acres of good farmland in the southern city, originally said to be distributed, were privately occupied by you, and you arranged for Xiongnu to beat the people of my Prime Minister's mansion. Did I complain? Dom, disregarding these words, felt angrier the more he listened. I am the Prime Minister, the head of all officials. You should listen to me. Nonsense. Hollis also grew angry, rushing to the center of the hall from his seat, pointing at the former and scolding. This was clearly bestowed by Manny to me. What does it have to do with you? I indeed did not inform the Chancellor about this matter. It was my fault. Seeing this, Jean Sue Albert stood up and said, there's no need to resort to violence over this piece of land, General-in-Chief. Don't hit anyone. Chancellor, why don't you step aside first? Let me talk to the General-in-Chief for a moment. Why should I step aside? Dom glared at the Empress, then pointed at Hollis and cursed. Who do you think you are? A mere military background. If it weren't for the previous butler recognizing you, could you have become a General-in-Chief? What a joke. To think you want to ally with my family, dream on? You shut up. Hollis, his face turning livid with rage, approached the former, gritting his teeth and cursing. My accomplishments and position were earned on the battlefield with sword and spear. Do you think you're the same? If it weren't for your family connections, could you become Chancellor? Nonsense. In my opinion, being a magistrate or prefecture governor would be generous enough for you. You fine. You truly wish to defy heaven. Dom trembled with fury, shouting, just wait. I'll mobilize troops right now, to show you my power. He stormed out of the hall after saying this. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing this, Hollis wasted no time and followed immediately. However, just as they reached the door of the hall, Callan appeared with more than 10 Imperial guards, blocking their way. Callan, what do you think you're doing? Dom suddenly calmed down, realizing something was off, then turned to look at the Empress. Your Majesty, you said you would mediate our conflict, but now? Is this a trap? Could this be a banquet with ulterior motives? Your Majesty, are you planning to kill us? Hollis also caught on, pressing his hand on the hilt of his sword. We hope your Majesty won't act rashly. My only demand. A hint of coldness flashed in Jean Sue Albert's beautiful eyes. She adjusted her imperial robe and stood up. Dom resigns from the position of Prime Minister. Hollis surrenders the military authority of the General-in-Chief. If you agree, I can ensure your lifelong prosperity. Ha 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 ha, your Majesty. I am one of the ministers entrusted by the previous butler. Dom was about to laugh loudly, but suddenly felt a chill in his chest. He saw a sharp blade pierce through his chest. He fell to the ground instantly. Callan, how dare you? Hollis was startled, preparing to draw his saber, but several Imperial guards suddenly rushed forward, pinning him to the ground. Your Majesty, do you want to kill me? Despite being held down by the guards, Hollis, as a soldier, still struggled loudly. Outside this hall are over 1,000 of my personal soldiers, and hundreds of the Jean family soldiers. If your Majesty kills us, you might not get out either. I will not kill you. Kinley Jean Sue Albert looked at the fallen corpse, her expression slightly changing. She hadn't expected Callan to act so decisively. After composing herself, she glanced at Hollis and said, but you must surrender your military authority. As long as your Majesty allows me to leave the hall, I will resign immediately and return to my hometown, never stepping into the court again. Hollis struggled and shouted, but if your Majesty intends to kill me, I refuse to accept it. General, with your glorious war achievements, how could I let you leave the court? You still need to serve our great Han. Jean Sue Albert knew clearly that letting this man go now would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountains. Then she turned to Callan, threw Dom's head outside and announced that he attempted rebellion and was executed by the general himself. Understood. Upon hearing this, Callan did not hesitate for a moment. He chopped off Dom's head, opened the door of the hall, and threw it out, shouting, Dom intended to rebel and has been executed by the general. Line Elston up, soldiers of the general's personal guard outside the hall. The UN orders you to slay all the rebels in the Prime Minister's residence immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, silence prevailed outside the hall. Rebellion, rebellion. Brothers, follow me into the hall. We must get answers from the UN. There must be some conspiracy here. Brothers, attack? Slay these rebels. A moment later, cries and shouts erupted outside the hall, mixed with sounds of fighting and clashing metal. The faint smell of blood seemed to permeate the air inside the hall. Protect the UN. Hundreds of Imperial guards rushed in from both sides of the hall, blocking the entrance firmly, wary of the soldiers outside storming in to ambush the UN. At this moment, Kinley Jean Sue Albert's face was pale, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves, staring fixedly at the door of the hall, her body trembling slightly. Chapter 84. The Bloody Coup. Kill. 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 The shouts and cries outside the grand hall never ceased, growing even more intense. Eventually, the incessant screams of agony and the clang of metal striking metal turned the faces of the Imperial guards inside ashen, each one standing on high alert. When had such a brutal battle ever occurred within the Korean Imperial Palace? Marcos, who was being held down, his face had turned from flushed to deathly pale. He struggled fiercely at first, but gradually gave up resistance, feeling an inexplicable fear. He glanced sideways at the Kinley standing beside the imperial desk, whom he had personally supported to the throne. Once just a weak woman, she had never been in his eyes, treated merely as a child. But now, Fallon filled him with fear from the bottom of his heart. Her iron-blooded tactics and the art of rulership were far more ruthless than any butler before in Great Korea. Was this still the weeping girl who ascended to the throne at a spiritual memorial? Facing such a scene, her expression showed no change, as if everything were perfectly normal. Meanwhile, despite her seemingly unchanged demeanor, Fallon was drenched in cold sweat behind her back. She was extremely worried deep down, because no one could be sure that the soldiers outside wouldn't storm in. If those people were driven mad by killing, they might include them all. Bang! 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 At this moment, someone suddenly pounded on the door of the Grand Hall several times. Clang! Without hesitation, the Imperial Guards immediately drew their swords. Who? Fallon's voice trembled, her beautiful face pale, yet she calmly called out, wishing to assassinate your butler? Your Majesty, it is your younger brother, Hobart. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from the doorway. I heard that a minister was holding your Majesty hostage and specially brought troops here to punish him. All the rebels outside the palace have already been killed. Please deal with it, your Majesty. Hearing all have been killed, Marcos instantly fell to the ground, no longer moving. Although he held military power, he ultimately only had a little over 1,000 personal guards. This included his Heim clan's brothers and nephews. This battle effectively eliminated all his allies. Even if he was still the Grand General, the troops he could mobilize were far less than before. Your Majesty. Callan turned and looked at the Kinley with a serious expression. Should we open the door? Phew. Fallon finally exhaled, her tense body relaxing, almost falling to the ground. Supporting herself on the imperial desk, she said clearly, Hobart, I now order all your troops to guard the palace gates. Without my command, no one may enter the palace. Those who violate this order will be executed. Yes. Immediately, Hobart's voice was heard outside. Commanders, listen. You are now divided into 9 groups to guard the various palace gates. Without the Yuan's order, no one may enter the palace. Violators will be executed on the spot. Yes. The soldiers quickly responded. Fallon then let out a sigh of relief and slowly walked down the golden steps, each step heavy, because this was not what she wanted to see. Both sides fighting outside the Grand Hall were Korean troops, citizens of Great Korea. Deep down, she did not wish to witness this scene. However, things had already gone beyond her control. Fortunately, Hobart returned from Cary country as agreed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the same time, a strange excitement arose in her heart. From this moment on, she was no longer the nominal supreme ruler of Korea. She was the supreme Kinley of Korea. All decrees issued from her mouth, with life and death in her hands. Your Majesty, this minister deserves the gravest punishment. Seeing the Kinley descend, Marcos immediately broke free from the other guards, kneeling down, bowing his head repeatedly, please grant me my due punishment. The Grand General jests. Fallon, expressionless, looked at the kneeling Marcos and smiled slightly. Earlier, the Chancellor attempted rebellion, and the Grand General led troops to suppress it. This is great merit, and I shall reward you greatly. What crime do you speak of? To kill Exiled, she needed to consider the power behind him. It was impossible to eliminate the entire Jean family at once. They must be dealt with gradually. This current Grand General was the best scapegoat, transferring all conflicts to him. Your Majesty, that's enough. There's no need for further words. My decision is made. Just as Marcos was about to speak, Fallon interrupted him without hesitation, saying solemnly, starting today, you shall be the Grand Tutor of our Korea, titled Marquis of Yiling. This was akin to elevating him to a lofty position, but although he was highly placed, he had no military power left. Stay here in the palace for the next couple of days to recuperate. Once everything is settled, you may return to your residence. Rest assured, I will inform your family so they won't worry. Kim Soyeon glanced at him, then walked straight to the entrance of the Grand Hall. The heavy scent of blood continuously assaulted the Kinley's nostrils, making her feel nauseous. Your Majesty, open the door. As the massive doors slowly opened, a scene of crimson met their eyes, with the air thick with the scent of death and blood. The steps of the entire Grand Jung Hall were already dyed red with blood. Looking around, there were limbs, dismembered bodies, and corpses scattered everywhere. Blood flowed like a small stream. The hundreds of personal guards originally brought by Exiled into the palace, along with Marcos's 1,000-odd men, had all been completely slaughtered. This was partly due to mutual combat between the two sides, while the remaining soldiers from either side had been entirely exterminated by Hobart without any hesitation. Your Majesty. At that moment, Hobart was drenched in blood, his golden armor now completely crimson, his sword dulled. I apologize for arriving late. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. He knelt down with a solemn expression. You did well and did not disappoint me. Kim Soyeon retracted her gaze and sized up her cousin standing before her. From today on, you are the Chariot General of Great Korea, temporarily assuming command. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Hobart couldn't help but smile broadly and immediately paid his respects. How is the situation in Cary? A gleam flashed in Kim Soyeon's beautiful eyes as she spoke. Reporting to Your Majesty, General Ike of Cary led troops into Albert territory a month ago, preparing to enter within its borders, Hobart replied, understanding the Kinley's deeper concern. They have likely engaged the Albert army by now. The distance to Albert is too great for us to intervene. Line Elston carefully. Starting tomorrow, mobilize and prepare our military. We must be ready at any moment. Chapter 85. Rumors are more ferocious than tigers. Cary Kingdom. Compared to the earthquake-like upheaval in Han Kingdom, the Cary Kingdom was much more tranquil. Ike had swiftly completed land reform throughout the capital, and the surrounding regions naturally did not dare to resist after seeing the capital's transformation. Furthermore, since officials and the royal family were not targeted this time, the implementation went relatively smoothly. Although there were still a few stubborn individuals, the overall reform proceeded without major issues. Most importantly, with Grady supporting Ike, the people of the entire Cary Kingdom praised the butler greatly. The rollout in Luoyang and the southern regions needs to be accelerated. Grady glanced at the petition in his hand and addressed the officials below. Ministry of Revenue officials, listen carefully. In a few days, Anatoly will lead the trade caravan south, so the land reform will be overseen by you, Minister Biff. Understood? Yes, Your Majesty. Biff felt somewhat unhappy but still agreed. After all, being demoted from Minister to Vice Minister of Revenue was already a laughingstock in the officialdom. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Just then, Cornelius stood up. Speak your mind. Grady did not particularly favor him, but could not dismiss him as he controlled the Ministry of War and lacked a reason to replace him. It has been a month since General Monroe led the troops into Albert Kingdom, Cornelius said seriously. In this month, he has remained stationed in Kinley without any signs of advancing. Should we issue an imperial decree to urge him to take action? Or should we recall the army if no action is taken? What do you mean by that? Grady felt uncomfortable and puzzled upon hearing this. Ike was known for his military genius. He had reclaimed the Western River region from Zhao Kingdom in less than a month, and now it seemed unusually delayed without reporting reasons. And Your Majesty, there are no petitions explaining the delay. Cornelius added with a smile, looking around at other officials. Given the current situation, our army staying outside consumes an enormous amount of grain each month. Although the treasury is wealthy now, it can't sustain such expenses indefinitely. Furthermore, if General Monroe's campaign fails, he should return promptly to avoid affecting morale. His words made sense and were hard to refute. Anatoly, can the current treasury support the army? Grady asked, offering subtly that if needed, he would use his private funds to back Ike. This showed his willingness to support Ike. Upon hearing this, Cornelius and others looked visibly uncomfortable. Your Majesty. Anatoly bowed and replied, I have already allocated 3 months' worth of provisions and will send another month's supply before leaving the capital. According to current estimates, supplies should last until July, and I predict the war will end within 4 months. That sounds simple enough, Cornelius retorted disdainfully. But warfare is unpredictable. What if the conflict extends beyond that? Would we continue regardless? Such prolonged military efforts could harm Your Majesty's reputation. Cornelius. Grady frowned, coldly replying, what is your intention? Why are you targeting the general? And remember, I approve the military actions. Do you doubt my decision? I dare not. Cornelius laughed inwardly, feigning fear while addressing the butler. However, I've heard some rumors recently. Though they may be unfounded, they raise concerns that must be considered. Speak directly. Grady grew impatient, hating how ministers often schemed against each other. Your Majesty, I have also heard similar things. Amador stepped forward, bowing and reported. Rumors suggest that the general is secretly negotiating peace with Albert Kingdom. Bullshit. Grady lost his composure, slamming his desk and standing up. Do you have any evidence? If not, this is slander. Don't think I won't punish you. Your Majesty, if it were baseless, why would you react so strongly? Cornelius, seeing the situation, couldn't help but raise his head and say, moreover, General Monroe captured Kinley with lightning speed a month ago. According to his usual speed and combat style, he should have already invaded Albert Kingdom by now. Why would he stop in Kinley? Furthermore, according to reports from our spies on the front lines, General Monroe has been in close private contact with the natives of Albert. I fear he might have disloyal intentions. Upon hearing this, the entire court burst into uproar. After all, who was Ike? He was the military god that made all 16 countries tremble in fear. If he truly had disloyal intentions, Cary Kingdom would be in grave danger. Grady's expression turned extremely grim. Naturally, he did not believe these words, but since witnessing Ike's abilities, he had a faint sense of worry deep down. He just didn't want to believe it now. Your Majesty. At this moment, Cannon stood up with a serious look on his face. It's actually quite simple to verify the truth of this matter. Your Majesty only needs to send an envoy to Kinley, and once there, they can investigate thoroughly. Yes. Grady finally came to his senses and then said seriously, when the truth is uncovered, the rumors will naturally stop. Your Majesty, the matter may not be that simple. Cornelius, naturally, wanted to stir up trouble and continue to embellish. Kinley is now entirely under Ike's control. Even if Your Majesty sends an envoy, it might not be easy for them to investigate. Furthermore, he now has command over 80,000 elite troops, along with several previously battle-hardened forces. If he has disloyal intentions, Your Majesty might be at a loss as to what to do. Therefore, the current plan should be to immediately recall him to the capital for a direct confrontation to clarify matters. Your Majesty, let me go personally. Cannon couldn't hold back any longer. He understood that if this continued, rumors of Ike rebelling might soon spread throughout the capital. As a senior minister of the court, I believe he wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. By then, we can uncover the truth. Chapter 86. The Anxious Kinley. After the Albert army in Zhou confirmed that Ike had no intention of cutting off their retreat or pursuing them south, they concentrated their forces to attack Luno. However, at this moment, Kinley Amaya, leading reinforcements, also arrived at the front line. Upon arrival, she realized that commanding an army was far more complicated than she had imagined. Helpless, she could only entrust the arrangement of troops and all military affairs to Governor Hyman of Luno. But her presence at the front line did have its advantages. It greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers. Seeing the butler personally present, the soldiers were immensely encouraged, and their combat effectiveness increased significantly. The Albert army, unable to breach the city walls within a short period and worried about their supply lines being cut by Ike, found themselves in a dilemma, especially since their supply lines had indeed been severed. In the Luno government office. At this moment, while Hyman was discussing strategies with his subordinates on how to repel the enemy, Amaya, dressed in full military attire, entered the government office. It had to be said that wearing this military uniform gave her a certain air of a valiant heroine. Your Majesty. All the generals stood up and paid their respects upon seeing her, shouting, Long live the Yuan, long live, may you reign for 10,000 years. Please, everyone can sit down, Amaya replied casually, then took her seat at the head of the table. After glancing at the sand table on the desk, she asked, "We've held out against the Albert army for about a month now. Is there really no strategy to defeat them?" "Your Majesty." Hyman immediately bowed and replied, "Considering the current situation, the Albert army is overwhelming. Their main force on the front line exceeds ours by over 50,000 men. If we engage in open battle outside the city, they have a numerical advantage, and their cavalry poses a significant threat to us. It would be difficult to defeat them. Our advantage lies in holding the city. Moreover, recently, the Albert army's attacks have become less frequent. We estimate that they might withdraw soon." Although he wasn't as brilliant in strategy as Ike, he still had a good understanding of the battlefield and the situation. "In that case, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity and launch a surprise attack?" Amaya's interest was immediately piqued. After all, she wanted to prove herself on the front lines. "If we can defeat the Albert army, it will greatly enhance our empire's prestige." "Your Majesty, this?" Hyman looked somewhat hesitant. Given the current situation, they were capable of defending but not initiating an offensive. Most importantly, if they failed, the Albert army could directly enter Lunu and advance deep into our territory. "Why? Are you afraid of battle?" Seeing this, Amaya frowned. "Didn't you just say the Albert army has intentions of withdrawing? Are you deceiving me?" "Your Majesty, General Zhang is not like that." Unable to hold back any longer, one of the subordinates stood up and bowed, saying, "Given the current situation, we can only defend. If we launch an offensive, we might not stand a chance against the Albert army in the open field. In case of failure, the Albert army might counterattack, leading to the loss of the city, and possibly putting your Majesty in danger." "So you mean we should continue defending?" Amaya felt somewhat stifled upon hearing this. She recalled how, when Ike was around, the Joaquin army was invincible. Unexpectedly, without him. No, even without that person, she must prove her own capability. "Your Majesty, our scouts have reported." Just then, a scout entered the government office and bowed. "Read it aloud." Amaya replied indifferently. "On the third day of the third month, the Cary army has already captured Kinley, cutting off the Albert army's supply lines and retreat route. The Albert army in Zhou is now isolated and trapped." The scout promptly spoke. "There's such a thing?" Amaya perked up immediately, turning to look at the military map behind her. "Where is Kinley?" "Your Majesty, it's here." Hyman was equally surprised and quickly walked to the map, pointing to a city on it. "So based on the current situation, aren't we now in a position to trap the Albert army like cornered dogs?" Although Amaya didn't fully understand Ike's intentions, this was undoubtedly a huge help to her. "Yes, that seems to be the case." Hyman nodded, then suddenly realized something seemed amiss. If the Cary army was trying to relieve them, why had they delayed action for over a month? Therefore, there was only one possibility. This was the Cary army strategy to force the Albert army into a decisive battle, then reap the benefits. Then what are we waiting for? Kinley Amaya looked at the sand table excitedly, pointing to the Albert army's position. Now that their retreat is cut off, we should immediately march out and crush them in one fell swoop. In her view, this move was a surefire victory. "Your Majesty, it's not that simple." Hyman interjected immediately. "Although the Albert army is now in trouble, they still hold advantageous terrain and manpower. If our troops act rashly, we might fail. Moreover, the Cary army broke through Kinley back in March. Why have they delayed action until now? Clearly, they want to force the Albert army into a decisive battle with us and then reap the benefits." Upon hearing this, Amaya's expression turned grim. "So according to you, our army should keep waiting?" She had lost her patience. Since the Albert army was already in a double bind, she should strike hard while they were down, making them know her strength. "Your Majesty, the Albert army's supply line has been cut off. They won't last long." Hyman nodded and explained, "So if we just wait a bit longer, once they run out of ammunition and supplies, they will be disarrayed. Then we can take the initiative to attack, and we will definitely defeat them completely." "So how much longer do you think we need to wait?" Amaya stood up, her face looking extremely displeased as she gritted her teeth and asked. "Well, I can't be certain." Hyman felt helpless and could only reply like this, "I'll send out scouts to gather information. Once the time is right, we will march out immediately without missing the opportunity." "No, I can't wait any longer." Amaya wished to lead the troops into battle immediately, looking at Hyman and ordering, "I'm giving you 15 days. If you haven't marched out by then, I will personally lead the troops myself. We must not let anyone look down on our great Joaquin." Chapter 87. Decision. Vicky, outside of Kinley City, was in the same state of mind as Amaya. She had completely abandoned her previous strategy, no longer defending Xinjiang, and directly surrounded all her troops outside Kinley City. Anyone who didn't know better would think she had brought her army to attack Kinley. At this moment, she was like an ant on a hot pan. Over the past month, Ike had almost taken no action. No matter how much she cursed under the city walls, the defenders remained steadfast and did not come out. But for the entire Albert state, the situation wasn't that simple. The Albert troops entering Zhou had already run out of provisions. Although they could still communicate, each military report had to cross half of the Albert state before it could be delivered. Moreover, they wanted to bypass Kinley to deliver provisions, but once their supply convoy set out, the defenders would always obstruct them. This made Vicky fly into a rage, but feel utterly helpless. "Ike, if you're a coward, then continue to be a tortoise in its shell. If not, lead your troops out and fight a decisive battle." Vicky ordered again to have someone continue to insult. "If you keep doing this, how will you stand among the other states? Come out." "Natus, I believe we can't afford to delay any longer." Aiden looked at Kinley with a grave expression and said, "Based on the current situation, the main force in Zhou will soon run out of food. At that time, those tens of thousands of soldiers and refugees will be no different from civilians. If they surrender, then... So what do you suggest?" Vicky was inwardly startled, but showed no sign of emotion on her face. "I keeps hiding in the city, and we are out of options. The 2 previous attacks cost us many soldiers. Kinley City has been reinforced several times, and attacking it directly would result in heavy casualties. At present, there are only two outcomes. First, our troops retreat to Qingyang and negotiate peace with Cary. Then, using the supply route through Kinley, we can send supplies to Zhou. That's where our elite forces are, which must not be lost. Aiden's eyes shone with resolve. After all, over 10,000 elites, including 5,000 cavalrymen, were vital to the entire Albert state. Whether they die or surrender, it would deal a significant blow, leaving Albert potentially weakened indefinitely. The second option is to immediately dispatch scouts to write letters to the frontline commander, instructing him to abandon Zhou and return to attack Kinley. Once both armies join forces, capturing Kinley and re-entering Zhou is just a matter of time. He continued, in my opinion, the second option is the best. Based on Ike's current attitude, he won't negotiate with us. So recalling the forward army is optimal. After all, the army was the foundation of national strength. Without those elites, future problems would arise. If so, what about the losses over the past few months? Upon hearing this, Vicky's delicate face flashed with reluctance, but she clenched her teeth and said, then follow the Prime Minister's advice and write the letters. After all, that part of the army must not be lost. Your Highness, a few Cary State cavalrymen have suddenly appeared nearby and are heading towards Kinley. Just then, a soldier reported. We must intercept them. Seeing this, Vicky became instantly energized. These guys must have intelligence. Hurry up. Yes. The soldier quickly gathered all the troops to encircle the cavalry. Despite their swift encirclement, a small group still managed to enter the city. Too close. This group included Cannon and his confidants. After observing the situation outside Kinley City, he couldn't help but say, had I known it was like this, I should have brought more troops. General Cary. At this moment, Ike approached with his men and greeted with a bow. What brings you here personally? Not much. Manny merely sent me to visit the great general. Cannon naturally wouldn't reveal the real reason and smiled. Looking at the dead guards outside the city, he shook his head helplessly. Who knew things would end up like this? It seems even a great general has challenges. It's not as difficult as General Cary thinks. Ike chuckled lightly and led his people into the city. Our army has been resting and recuperating these days, which gave them an opportunity. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare besiege us. Since the great general has an opportunity, why the delay? Cannon frowned, becoming serious. Could it be true, as Cornelius and others suggested, that this great general has other intentions? Our army has been making weapons recently. Tate added beside him, that's why we've been delayed. Otherwise, the troops outside couldn't have besieged us for so long. We would have wiped them out long ago. Making weapons, could they be for attacking the city? Upon hearing this, Cannon became interested and glanced over. Why don't you take me to see them, so I can gain some insight? Brother Cary, I think there's no need for us to hide anything from each other. Ike naturally did not refuse and then asked, has something happened in Dicku? Although I haven't sent military reports during this period, Anatoly knows the overall situation. If nothing had happened, Manny probably wouldn't have sent you here. As expected, nothing can be hidden from the great general. Cannon smiled awkwardly after hearing this, then recounted what had happened in the court and added, neither Manny nor I believe these things. It's just that we're constrained by those court officials, which is why I was sent to check. Doesn't Manny trust us enough? Tate couldn't hold back upon hearing this and frowned, saying, we've been fighting outside without any selfish intentions. What's the difference between his suspicion of us now and the previous Kinley? Not to mention, if the great general really had rebellious thoughts, he would have declared himself king long ago. Hold your tongue. Ike's expression changed. This guy really spoke without restraint, saying whatever came to mind. Great general, you don't need to be angry. Honestly, my thoughts are the same as General Lionel's. We are both very upset about their rumors. Cannon looked at everyone and said, logically speaking, with all the contributions the great general has made to the state, Manny should not have suspicions. But the ministers in the court act like this to justify themselves. Please, great general, do not take it to heart. It's normal. Ike's face darkened but didn't say much more. Let them have their suspicions. I will only prove myself through actions. Chapter 88. Battle outside the city. I also believe that Generalissimo will have no disloyal intentions. Cannon glanced and said accordingly. He was well aware that setting aside other factors, with just the name Ike, whichever country they went to would certainly treat this Generalissimo with the highest courtesy. With his outstanding abilities, even if he had disloyal thoughts, others might not necessarily be able to stop him. Speaking of talents in the state of Cary alone, how many could compare with him? Most could only look up to him. General, I am deeply grateful for your trust. Ike looked at Cannon and couldn't help but say. Previously, while he was in the state of Joaquin, if anyone had trusted him once, the situation might not have escalated to this point. Moreover, although he did have the ability to rally the masses, he never harbored such intentions. Earlier, I heard that the Generalissimo is manufacturing machinery. Could you take me for a tour? Cannon, greatly admiring both Ike's civil governance and military prowess, couldn't help but ask. General Cary, I must say you've come at an opportune moment. Tate, seeing the situation, finally couldn't hold back and laughed. We were just preparing to check on the quantity, so your arrival is perfect for us to go together. It has been over a month now. How much progress have you made with the target I set for you? I glanced at him and asked. Reporting to the Generalissimo, the 200 units you mentioned were completed 3 days ago. Tate, upon hearing this, immediately bowed and replied. And in the last 2 days, another 15 units were completed. Should we continue? That's enough. Ike nodded expressionlessly. If there hadn't been any invoice, he might have used up the entire 2 months. But since there are now discussions in the court, it's time to prepare for battle. Has Anatoly already departed south with the trade convoy? How much refined salt has been transported this time? Leading the way ahead, Ike took the rest toward the arsenal and continued asking as they walked. When I left Dicku, the Ministry of Revenue was preparing everything. I estimate they have already left the capital. Cannon thought for a moment and replied, as for how much refined salt was prepared, I'm not sure, since that's the ministry's affair and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to inquire too much. However, based on their appearance, it should be significantly more than last time. How is the land reform proceeding? Ike nodded and asked again. There's basically no opposition in the court. Talking about this, Cannon felt even more admiration and said excitedly, I must say, this move by the Generalissimo is truly ingenious. Moreover, according to reports from below, the entire North has implemented it completely. In the South, apart from a few families, most areas have successfully reformed. Following this pace, by the time the Generalissimo returns victorious, the next phase of land reform can commence. Hearing this, I couldn't help but pause. This is the cloud-piercing crossbow cart right here. He pointed forward and explained, it still needs about a year. Although the first two phases have proceeded, things are far from settled. Besides, this final step is the most critical. Following his hand, Cannon then saw rows of cloud-piercing crossbow carts not far away, his eyes wide with astonishment. How do these work? He looked at the other generals and couldn't help but ask. Let me demonstrate. Upon hearing this, Tate volunteered and ran over, starting to load the arrows. When one of Cannon's arrows penetrated a huge stone, he couldn't contain his excitement. The power is immense, and it can adjust its direction. Against cavalry, this is undoubtedly a natural weapon. He couldn't help but praise repeatedly, indeed, the Generalissimo lives up to his name. To create such military equipment is truly impressive. This is what the Generalissimo uses against the Albert and Zhao cavalry. Jensen, upon hearing this, explained, and after this battle, it will surely cripple the entire Albert Kingdom. Then, the great Cary will no longer have northern concerns. Alas. Seeing this, Cannon sighed with a hint of helplessness, bowing to Ike. The Generalissimo is exerting all efforts on the front lines, yet there are villains meddling in the court behind him. Fortunately, Manny is wise and sent me here to investigate. If the Generalissimo is ordered to return now, wouldn't it be a missed opportunity? General Cary, there's no need for this. Ike understood that every word spoken was heartfelt. However, as for the butler's true intentions, that was unclear. Also, if Nate Grady really trusted him, why send an envoy? Attention, all officers. He turned and glanced at the generals behind him, saying, immediately pass down the order. All soldiers will have a hearty meal today and carry about 3 days' worth of dry rations. 10,000 troops will remain in the city to protect the supplies and baggage, while all other soldiers will follow me out of the city to fight the enemy. Yes. The generals had been eagerly awaiting this moment, filled with excitement. After all, establishing merit was within their reach. General, let me join you in battle. Cannon took this opportunity to request, since I've come, I can't just watch from the sidelines. I must fight alongside the soldiers. No problem, General Cary, you'll be with my squad. Ike readily agreed without hesitation. As dusk fell, Ike immediately arranged for all the soldiers to start cooking. Open the city gates. Following his command, the gates of Kinley City swung open wide, and Ike led his men out of the city gates. Although the Albert army was somewhat weary, they were still commanded by Vicky herself, who dared not relax in the slightest. Upon hearing that the Cary army had left the city, they were immediately excited and came out to engage in battle. Whoa! Vicky, fully dressed and holding the reins, led the charge. With her sword in hand, her beautiful eyes blazed with fury. Ike, why has your Cary Kingdom invaded our Albert Kingdom without any cause? She clenched her teeth and shouted angrily. Taking advantage of our main forces being away, you launched a surprise attack on Kinley. What kind of hero are you? If you have real skill, dismount and challenge me one-on-one. If you can defeat me, we will retreat. Ha ha ha. Tate couldn't help but laugh aloud. You, little missy, are quite amusing. Let me ask you. When your Albert Kingdom attacked our northern territories, did you uphold any righteousness? Now, facing our counterattack, you expect us to abide by rules? Isn't that funny? Chapter 89. Defeat comes Lionelk a collapsing mountain. Rascal, have you forgotten the arrow I shot at you last time? Vicky heard that man calling her girl repeatedly, which made her shiver with anger. She shouted fiercely, when we engage in battle next, I will surely kill you. Then we'll see if you have what it takes. Tate naturally wasn't afraid of a woman. He shouted, I will definitely capture you alive. You can be the concubine of our great general from then on. How does that sound? Ha ha ha. The other generals couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard this. Ike, if you really have the guts, dismount and fight me to the death. As a princess of the Albert Kingdom, Vicky had never been humiliated like this before. Her teeth clenched in anger. Your Highness, this is the decisive battle between our two armies. It's about the fighting power of soldiers and the commandability of the main general. Ike responded with a faint smile and said indifferently, if it's just for personal heroism, your Highness should find martial arts masters instead of coming to the battlefield. Besides, winning against a weak woman would not be worth praising anyway. Then let us decide victory in one battle. Seeing this, Vicky waved the whip in her hand. Generals, listen to my order. Prepare yourselves. Whoever captures Ike's head will be rewarded 1,000 pieces of gold and infeft as a marquee. Kill. 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 Hearing this, the Albert Kingdom soldiers became excited and could hardly wait to charge forward to slay Ike. Aiden was in the center of the army at this moment. The sudden attack by the Cary troops aroused a vague sense of foreboding within him. Logically, having won more than 2 months, why did they suddenly decide to engage in a decisive battle now? Lionelston to orders. With a stern face, Ike raised his hand and ordered, when both sides clash, our army must fight until none are left. We must capture the princess of the Albert Kingdom. Yes. All generals answered immediately. Kill. Having endured outside the city for over 2 months, Vicky wouldn't give up easily on such a rare chance for a decisive battle. Seeing Ike issuing orders, she immediately led all her troops into battle. The leading cavalry of the Albert Kingdom charged towards the Cary Kingdom's formation upon hearing this. However, when they were only 2 feet away, they saw the Cary Kingdom's army change formations instantly. The front row turned into the rear, and the back split into 2, leaving an open space in the middle. Just as Vicky felt curious, she saw over a dozen cloud-piercing crossbows rush out from within the city. Soon after, dozens more emerged from both sides of the city. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers of the Albert Kingdom had never seen such equipment before. They thought it was just ordinary siege engines and didn't take them seriously, continuing their charge without hesitation. Shoot. Seeing the scene, Ike immediately gave the order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows rained down like locusts, flying directly toward the Albert Kingdom's army. In an instant, Albert's soldiers began falling in droves. Those specially made arrows could penetrate even huge rocks, not to mention the soldiers. Immediately, chaos broke out among the Albert Kingdom's army. Seeing this scene, Vicky's face turned deathly pale. Although she had led troops before and considered her command skills equal to any general, this situation far exceeded her expectations. Your Highness, we cannot let the soldiers continue charging. We must withdraw quickly. Aiden remained relatively calm and rode up beside her, persuading her. Damn it. Biting her lip, Vicky felt extremely unwilling but helpless. Beat the drums. Order the soldiers to withdraw. Dong dong dong. Hearing this, the signal officer immediately arranged for the drummers. But with a large number of soldiers already rushing forward, maintaining formation while retreating was no easy task. Moreover, the speed of the cavalry horses was very fast, and the front ranks were already largely fallen. Hearing the drum sounds, the soldiers at the rear began to retreat. Yet with nearly 10,000 troops, chaos ensued during the withdrawal, resulting in trampling between the front and rear ranks, increasing casualties. All troops listen. Seeing the confusion among the Albert troops, Ike knew it was the best time for pursuit and shouted, engage all troops, completely annihilate the Albert army. At that time, I will personally lead the Tiger Leopard cavalry, the White Feather troops, and the Huaijiang crossbowmen to chase and kill. The remaining forces will stay behind to clean up the battlefield and collect war spoils. Yes. Following Ike's order, the entire Cary army moved out. They charged into the Albert Kingdom's formation like ferocious tigers descending from a mountain. The special forces such as the White Feather troops, the Tiger Leopard cavalry, and the Huaijiang crossbowmen played a critical role on the battlefield at this moment. They led the charge, each one fighting 10 men. The Huaijiang crossbowmen were all master archers, never missing their targets. Natus retreat. Aiden saw the soldiers retreating step by step and knew that defeat was inevitable. If they continued fighting, it would cause greater losses for the Albert Kingdom. Since the main force was in Zhou, these 100,000 troops were the last reserve of the Albert Kingdom. If they all perished, they would truly be at others' mercy. No, I won't stop until I kill that guy. Vicky's face was flushed with anger. Her features almost contorted as she gritted her teeth and said with a sob, I absolutely won't let him off. Natus, now is not the time for rash actions. Aiden immediately advised, our defeat is certain now. Continuing to fight offers no chance of victory. Moreover, we don't have many soldiers left to mobilize. If this group is wiped out, how can we explain to Manny? Besides, we've already sent letters to the troops in Zhou. As long as we retreat and hold Xingyang, we can wait for our reinforcements to come and encircle them from both sides, thus turning the tide of defeat. We must not act rashly, Natus. Damn it. Although Vicky felt extremely unwilling, she knew that what Aiden said was true. More casualties would put the kingdom at risk. Retreat. Retreat. She could only shout, all soldiers retreat to Xingyang and choose another day for battle. As the signal officer gave the order with drum beats, the Albert army began to retreat in disorder, suffering even greater losses as they panicked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Cary army started to pursue them. Ike personally led the pursuit. Chapter 90. 1,000 Lionel Pursuit. Vicky led her troops back in retreat, directly arriving at Xingyang. Spread the order. Let the three armies rest for 1 hour, then immediately prepare to defend the city. Back at the government office, Vicky took off her helmet and gave orders to the deputy general beside her. I estimate that with Ike's military strategy, he would not give up so easily. He might take advantage of this situation to chase us. I obey your command. The deputy general felt extremely vexed, saying, if that guy dares to come after us again, I will surely leave him nothing but ashes. To let him know our army is not easy to provoke. Go ahead. Only then did Vicky breathe a sigh of relief and sat down on the chair. But she was already pondering how to win this battle. Prime Minister, what is the extent of our loss? Seeing Dominic entering, she couldn't help asking. The losses are too great. Dominic looked quite wretched, having been tossed around on horseback, feeling as if all his bones were about to disintegrate. Just now I did a count. There are estimated 2,000 dead and over 30,000 injured soldiers. Moreover, many soldiers ran away on the way. Now only about 40,000 remain in the city. Less than half? Upon hearing this, Vicky stood up instantly, shocked, murmuring, how can I report this to Father Yuan? Now isn't the time for despondency, Your Highness Natus. Dominic steadied himself and comforted her. Considering the current situation, our army must rally morale immediately. I estimate that within the next few days, the royal guards will attack again. We should be ready immediately for any emergencies. You're right. We can't be confused in such times. Vicky nodded, then said, in this case, you must send another letter to Yozhou's army immediately, ordering them to return within 5 days. Only then will we have a chance to defeat the royal guards. And most crucially, we must capture Ike alive. This guy is really too hateful. If he doesn't die, everyone in the Albert Kingdom will find it hard to rest. Fine, I'll do it immediately. Dominic immediately agreed upon hearing this. Your Highness Natus, Prime Minister. At this moment, the deputy general rushed in hastily, saying, bad news, the royal guards are attacking the city again. Since we haven't had time to adjust, our army wasn't prepared in time, and they have entered the city. What? Vicky's face turned pale, exclaiming, how could they be so quick? Hurry up, immediately organize the army to fight back. After losing Anna Kinley earlier, it would be a serious problem to lose Xingyang at this moment. Your Highness Natus, the morale of our army is low, making it impossible to organize an immediate defense. I've already ordered each commander to lead their troops away. Your Highness should evacuate with us. The Deputy General glanced at Vicky and advised, otherwise, it may be problematic. You really have a lot of courage. Seeing this, Vicky gritted her teeth in anger and retorted. Who gave you permission? Our army still has 40,000 soldiers. The royal guards are at most 70,000. It's entirely possible to defend based on the city walls. Why withdraw? Your Highness. Dominic couldn't help but interject, Lionelston to General Burrell's advice. Let's retreat. Most of our army consists of wounded, and since the royal guards have already entered the city, it's impossible to organize a defense. Moreover, continuing like this will only cause greater losses. But Vicky felt very reluctant. There is no need for hesitation. Dominic understood that if they delayed further, Ike might storm into the government office, turning them into prisoners. General Burrell, you protect me and the princess and immediately leave Qingyang for Charlesyang. Arrange scouts to proceed to Charlesyang first, letting them organize a defense immediately. Yes. As soon as they left Qingyang, the royal guards stormed in. The battle lasted 2 hours, leading to the fall of Qingyang. Ike continued pursuing with his troops, leaving the conquered city to others while personally leading the tiger and leopard cavalry as well as the white feather troops to chase down. By the time Vicky arrived at Charlesyang, before catching a breath, news came that Ike was bringing troops to besiege. Since Charlesyang had very few troops, coupled with many fleeing soldiers along the way, they couldn't mount effective resistance. Reluctantly, they had to abandon Charlesyang and continue fleeing north. At this moment, Ike had been leading his troops in pursuit for 2 days and 2 nights. During these 2 days, they rested on horseback when tired and ate some dry rations when hungry, almost without any break. When Vicky entered Burleshan with her defeated soldiers, Ike's cavalry had caught up with him again and immediately broke through the city defenses without hesitation. Immediately spread the order. Let the 3 armies rest for half an hour, then continue the pursuit. Riding his horse, Ike surveyed the surrounding terrain and once again gave orders. General, can we allow the soldiers to rest for a day? Seeing this scene, Jensen could not help but ask, our army has been chasing non-stop for 3 days. Even if the men can endure it, the horses may not withstand it. Moreover, we have successfully captured 2 cities, achieving our strategic goals. Could we? Not possible. Ike interrupted him without hesitation with a firm expression, for you, the goal might have been achieved. But for this general, the mission is not yet complete. This battle is not about expanding territory. It's about completely eliminating the northern threat of the Albert Kingdom. If we don't crush them thoroughly, we haven't met the objective. Furthermore, if we relax, the Albert troops from Yuzhou will take the opportunity to advance north. Therefore, we must eliminate the enemy here and now, understood? General, I understand your feelings. Even Cannon was struggling to keep up, admiring Ike even more. But if we push forward alone, and they set up an ambush, it could lead to casualties among our troops. And more importantly, exhausted men and weary horses won't be able to fight effectively. If you want to rest, then stay behind. Ike responded coldly upon hearing this. I will personally lead the tiger and leopard cavalry in pursuit, and I won't give the enemy any chance to catch their breath. Chapter 91. Panic in the court. I will risk my life to accompany you, and I will follow the general-in-chief to the end. Cannon gritted his teeth upon hearing this and looked around at the others. You must go back and tell the following troops to arrive within 2 days. If there is any delay, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Go after them. Ike did not say much when he saw this, and then directly led his troops in pursuit. Seeing this scene before them, the rest no longer hesitated, but rode their horses to follow along. Thus, the Cary army pursued relentlessly, leading its forces deep into the heartland of the Albert Kingdom, with Ike all the way to the city of Burliang under the Albert territory. By now, it was only about 500 kilometers from the capital of Albert. Had it not been for the exhausted soldiers and horses, and concerns over pursuing enemy forces, Ike might have breached Burliang already. The task assigned by the system had just this last city remaining for him. Moreover, with more than half a year left, it was more than enough time for him. Inside the government office of Burliang, the generals had all gathered. Have the defenses behind the city been arranged? Ike first cast his gaze on Jensen and said gravely, our army has plunged deep into enemy territory. We cannot afford any slip-ups. Once the enemy cuts off our supply lines, it would be catastrophic for us. Just rest assured, General. Our army is fully prepared. The supply lines are secure, and the city of Kinley has 50,000 defenders. As long as there's any slight unrest along the route, the defenders will report to us immediately. Also, Jensen stood up and saluted. I've set up patrols all along the way, so there won't be any issues. Good. Ike was quite satisfied with these arrangements and then turned to Tate. What's the situation inside Burliang City now? This is too easy for us. Tate replied somewhat nonchalantly, there are at most 20,000 defenders inside the city now. We've decimated them completely on our way here. Unless they mobilize reinforcements from various places, they stand no chance against us. The Albert Kingdom doesn't seem to have many other troops left to mobilize right now. Cannon added, unperturbed, considering the past 10 days of pursuit, apart from their original force, have there been any reinforcements? The Albert Kingdom finds it hard to mobilize troops now. They will likely focus their defense on their capital. Breaking through Burliang should be very simple. Pass the order down. Upon hearing this, Ike stood up and glanced at the seated generals. Let the 3 armies rest here for 5 days, then attack the city immediately afterward. General, should we take more rest days? Cannon couldn't help but interject, judging by the current situation. The people inside the city are almost spent. Taking the city will be like taking candy from a baby. There's no need to rush, especially since our troops have been chasing continuously for several days. Without rest, the morale of the troops might wane. Yes, General. Even Tate, who was fierce in battle, felt somewhat drained. I think we should let the soldiers rest a few more days. Burliang is besieged tightly. Taking the city is just a matter of time. All right, I'll give you 5 more days. After a brief moment of thought, Ike agreed without hesitation. But understand this, if we fail to take the city within the stipulated time, military law will be enforced. Do you understand?
Yes.
The others immediately responded. They knew well that their general wasn't joking. Military orders were paramount, and Ike's commands were notoriously strict. No one was exempt from execution if they violated military law. In the imperial capital of the Albert Kingdom, Yuan Albert Sun was restless. Since the defeat at Kinley was reported to the royal city, he hadn't slept peacefully a single day. Subsequent military reports in the following days kept him awake night after night. He understood that the troops he dispatched were all the last reserves of the Albert Kingdom. Certainly, he could issue an order to conscript more soldiers, but how could these hastily recruited civilians possibly match the elite Cary army? It would be sending them to their deaths. Nevertheless, as an butler, he had to ensure the stability of the nation. So early in the morning, he summoned his officials to court. Currently, the Cary army is overwhelmingly powerful. If we still have no plan to repel the enemy, it will soon threaten the imperial city. Yuan Albert Sun's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the ministers below and could not help but ask, according to your opinions, what should we do now? Your Majesty. At this moment, the official who had previously opposed sending troops with Vicky and Aiden stood up, his face solemn. When your Majesty agreed to send troops, I strongly advised against it. We are facing Ike, whom we have lost to multiple times before. How can we easily win against him? Your Majesty should have listened to me and focused on negotiation. Your Majesty, I don't agree with that. Another official stood up at this point. This was the butler's third brother, Nate Albert Chung. Considering the current situation, even if our country had negotiated previously, who could predict how insatiable Cary's appetite would be? He glanced at the previous official and argued. If we show our sincerity and their demands grow, what would we do? As the saying goes, greed can lead one to swallow an elephant. Who knows what they might demand next? Continual compromise would only encourage their arrogance. Ultimately, this war was inevitable. Not wrong. However, before he finished, the official interrupted him without hesitation. I do not agree with your highness's view. The repeated defeats have already cost us many soldiers. Now, without any respite, starting another war is highly disadvantageous for our country. Therefore, we should first rest and regroup before seeking opportunities to fight. Moreover, even if they continue their advances, would we just let them develop unchecked? When the time comes, we can ally with Zhou or other countries to deal with the small Cary state. Besides, even if we wait until our vanguard captures Zhou, then turn back, it won't be too late. Chapter 92. The Kinley suspicion. Isn't it a bit like crying over spilt milk, Minister Joaquin? Prime Minister Albert sneered, then pointed at the latter and said, when our troops were engaged in battle previously, we also acted after just a few words of instruction. Why didn't you argue based on reason? According to your logic, you could have easily persuaded Manny. Wouldn't things have been much simpler then? Nate, back then, both Natus and Beat agreed, and most of the ministers in court sided with them. Had I spoken up then, how many would have heeded my advice? Minister Joaquin saw this and immediately responded. Moreover, almost half of our nation's elite troops were conscripted initially. Who could have foreseen that within just 3 months, everything would collapse so utterly? This was something beyond anyone's expectation. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Albert was momentarily speechless since everything he mentioned was indeed true. I think there's nothing more to be said about this. Seeing this scene, Minister Joaquin added, when chaos arises, whoever caused it must take responsibility to clean it up. Back then, when Manny didn't listen to me, I naturally had nothing else to say. So according to you, if Manny had listened to you back then, wouldn't our Albert Kingdom have one? Prime Minister Albert continued to press him. Even if we couldn't win, at least we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Now, our kingdom has practically no troops left for mobilization. Is this not the fault of the Chancellor and the Natus? Minister Joaquin clenched his teeth and retorted, leaving other matters aside, they must take full responsibility for this defeat. You, enough. As Prime Minister Albert wanted to continue arguing, the butler interjected angrily. I summoned you to court not to hear your arguments but to find solutions. Given the situation, Earl Albert will fall sooner or later. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, pride precedes a fall while an aggrieved army prevails. Prime Minister Albert quickly turned to bow and said, now is the time to mobilize additional forces to defend Earl Albert. Our troops originally stationed in the state of Joaquin should return soon, and together with our forces here, we can trap and defeat the Cary army. Now where do we find troops to mobilize? Isn't what Nate said too simplistic? Minister Joaquin rebutted. Moreover, even if we begin conscription now, can these new troops stand against the elite Cary army? Surely not. Do you wish to see every family in Albert draped in white cloth? You and Albert soon looked rather displeased upon hearing this. After all, if it came to that, national extinction might not be far off. You're exaggerating. Prime Minister Albert's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth, pointing at Minister Joaquin and scolding him. Are you saying we have no chance of victory? What a joke. The Cary army, although formidable, isn't invincible. In our current state, we still have the strength to fight. That's enough. The butler stood up, his face livid, and declared, issue orders. The troops in Burl Albert are to hold their position and not leave the city lightly. Minister Norris, I appoint you as my special envoy. Go negotiate with the Albert army camp immediately and try to secure some of our soldiers' lives. I obey your Majesty's command. Minister Norris bowed and slowly walked towards the door. Your Majesty, you needn't speak further. I know very well. In Yuzhou Lulin, Hyman, it has been days since I gave you the plan. Can we go into battle now? In the government office, Kinley Amaya asked the general seriously. It has been half a month. The Albert army likely has little grain left. Now is the perfect time for you to establish yourselves. For her, the opportunity to establish military merit couldn't come soon enough. After all, as the Empress of a nation, she needed to earn her minister's heartfelt respect. Your Majesty, can we wait 2 more days for observation? Faced with the butler's repeated orders, Hyman felt helpless. According to reports from scouts sent out a few days ago, while the Albert army indeed lacked grain, their overall morale hadn't collapsed. Under the pressure of the Cary army behind them, the Albert troops were actually highly motivated and ready for battle. If they launched an attack now, they risked putting themselves at a disadvantage. Most importantly, his troops were outnumbered. Fighting outside the city would give the Albert cavalry a significant advantage. Still waiting? Kinley Amaya, upon hearing this, became somewhat angry immediately. She bit her silver tooth and said, "So according to what you say, how much longer do we need to wait? You should know that both sides have been confronting each other for more than 2 months now. If we continue like this, our army's morale might be eroded as well." Most importantly, she had already received military reports indicating that Oswald lived up to everyone's expectations and had reclaimed the entire Albertjo. At this pace, it was highly possible that she could defeat the allied forces of Ansel and Burl. "Your Majesty, some things cannot be considered in such a way." Hyman felt rather helpless. The Empress before him simply did not understand military affairs, and yet was still interfering with the command of the troops, giving him quite a headache while he dared not directly contradict her. A confrontation between the two armies lasting several months is nothing unusual. Some even remain at an impasse for half a year, or even a month. Without a definite opportunity, it's very difficult to determine whether we can win, he explained. Moreover, compared to our army, the Albert army should be more anxious at this moment. They can't advance forward against Lunu, and they are also coerced by the Cary army behind them, so they are even more anxious than us. Are you afraid of battle? Kinley Amaya's face darkened after hearing this. She then coldly asked, "If you can no longer serve as the commander of the front army, I can replace you immediately. Do you think I don't know how to lead troops?" Previously, whenever General Ike led troops, battles were always concluded within a few months. Does it really take this long? Your Majesty, the situation previously cannot be compared with the present. Hearing this, Hyman couldn't help but bitterly laugh in his heart. How could they be mentioned in the same breath as the great General Monroe? He could only explain, in this current situation, even if it were a great general. But seeing the butler's expression, he didn't dare to continue. "If you believe you're inferior to Ike, I'll replace you with someone else. In any case, there must be a decisive battle within these 2 days." The reason Amaya was so urgent was entirely due to the advantage gained by the male side. To her, although Oswald was strong, deep down she was not reassured. Military power must be firmly controlled in her hands. Chapter 93, The Battle of Luno. At the same time, the Albert army outside Luno City was also facing a dire situation of running out of ammunition and food. Originally, the more than 100,000 troops consumed an enormous amount of provisions every day during their journey. They had plundered quite a bit of supplies along the way. If the supply line had not been cut off, they could have sustained for at least another 2 months. But now, not only had Kinley been occupied, but the Cary army, riding on their victory, had pushed directly to Burliang City. Under this situation, even the capital was in imminent danger. Bang! Inside the tent, General Arnold of the Albert army looked at the message sent by Vicky requesting reinforcements, his face turning grim. He started pacing back and forth uneasily. The soldiers below saw this scene and became curious. They knew that the great general was always extremely steady, and now, there must be a significant issue. "Great General, is there a problem in Kinley?" One of the junior officers couldn't help but ask, "If it's like that, once our supply lines are cut off, we won't have any food." "Yes, Great General." Another junior officer added after hearing these words, "Moreover, given the current situation, with no grain arriving, the soldiers' morale has become unstable. Let alone asking them to fight. It might lead to a mutiny." "Great General." "Enough." Arnold immediately interrupted them without hesitation, saying coldly, "What kind of spectacle is this? Don't forget you are commanders leading troops, not peddlers in a market." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After all, Arnold's military command ability was evident throughout their journey, and they held him in high regard. "Let me tell you what's really going on." Arnold sat down, looking gravely at them. "Currently, not only has Kinley fallen, but Chengyang and Charlesyang as well. The Cary army has penetrated deep into our territory and reached Burliang City." "What? When did this happen?" "Great General, are you joking with us?" The officers were stunned. Standing up, their expressions panicked. After all, their families were still within the borders of the Albert state. Who knows what extreme actions the Cary army might take? Now isn't the time for jokes. Arnold slapped the table angrily, gritting his teeth. "The war report arrived a few days ago. I kept it from you to maintain morale." However, Ike's advance was too rapid, and Vicky had already sent several letters. He had no choice but to consider retreating for support. The others exchanged glances. "Great General, we should retreat to defend." The first officer to speak had a serious expression. "Since they've already reached Burliang, the capital is not far away. If our troops don't return in time, if the capital falls, it will be troublesome." "Indeed, Great General." Another junior officer added, "Moreover, considering the current situation, our stockpiled grain is far from sufficient. The daily ration for soldiers has been reduced by more than half." Hearing this, Arnold didn't respond, staring intently at the military report on the table. Now, Yuzhou only had one city left, and it wasn't necessary to mobilize all 10,000 plus troops. The Cary army numbered no more than 70,000. As long as he led the cavalry back to reinforce, they could work inside and out with the defenders of Burliang, catching the enemy off guard. Lionel stood up. Arnold stood up and said, "Order all the reserves of grain to be distributed, so the troops can have a good meal. Then tell them, we will decisively engage the Joaquin army today. Once we capture Luno, we will cease advancing. Everyone returns home immediately afterward." "Excellent." The officers were elated. The news of the defeat at Kinley must not be spread. Arnold rose, drawing his sword solemnly. "Anyone who spreads rumors will not be spared by General Fawn." "We obey, sir." Everyone agreed. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers in the camps were also filled with excitement. For them, this was akin to returning home eagerly. Hearing they could return after capturing Luno naturally boosted their morale. After preparing meals, Arnold gathered all the soldiers, lined them up, and headed towards Luno City. Great General, Luno City will not be easy to breach. One of the officers couldn't help but suggest, why don't I lead the cavalry for a charge first, and then attack the city? No, I think they are as eager for a decisive battle as we are. Arnold waved his hand when he saw this, his eyes surprisingly looking towards outside Luno City. Outside the city, the Joaquin army was already in battle formation, with Hyman on horseback leading a neatly dressed force. They are crazy. The officer looked at the soldiers and couldn't help but sneer. With just those troops, they dare to fight us in the open field. They completely disregard their soldiers' lives. I think they assume I will retreat, so they want to take this opportunity to launch an attack, another officer said. Whatever it is, we must show them our strength. Arnold understood that the success or failure of this battle was crucial. Pass down my order. When the time comes, there's no need to chase the retreating enemy. Focus only on capturing the city. The supplies within the city were enough to sustain them for some time. Hyman. Saying this, he spurred his horse towards Luno. Having played the coward for more than half a year, you finally came out. Now you have the courage for a showdown? Humph. Enough talk, let's fight if you dare. Hyman felt helpless inside but didn't show it on his face. After all, he couldn't dampen the morale now, especially with the butler overseeing the battle from the city wall. Good. I admire your bravery, but alas, you can only become my defeated foe. Arnold didn't waste words, immediately signaling with his hand, charge, kill, kill, kill. The Albert army's vanguard cavalry charged like tigers descending a mountain directly at the Joaquin army. Loose arrows, kill. Seeing this, Hyman was determined to die if necessary, drawing his sword to personally lead his troops into battle. The soldiers behind him immediately rushed forward. Meanwhile, Amaya on the city tower tightly gripped her sword hilt, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 94, Peace Talks. As the Cary army delved deeper into the territory of Albert, panic and uncertainty gripped the entire nation. People were fleeing from towns near Burliang City. Ike naturally didn't waste this opportunity. He captured all these civilians, thus adding another 100,000 or so people to the population of Cary almost instantly. Moreover, the land reform policy he had initiated garnered significant support among the populace, with many willingly choosing to enter the borders of Cary. The weather is starting to get a bit hot. Ike changed into a robe that Marion made for him, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, not only was the girl beautiful, but her skills in sewing were commendable as well. General, you left the capital at the beginning of March, and now it's already mid-June. Naturally, it's going to be hotter. Cannon had been stationed with the army for nearly half a month. Over this period, his admiration for Ike grew ever stronger. As the commander-in-chief, Ike would rise early each morning to train alongside the soldiers, completing every exercise with them. After morning drills, there was no difference in the meals. Whatever the officers and soldiers ate, he ate too. Many commanders found such consistency difficult to achieve. He also understood why the troops under Ike's command displayed such formidable combat effectiveness. Is General Cary not planning to return to the capital to report? Ike glanced at the butler's fourth uncle in front of him and chuckled. Following this situation, there might still be some complications. By then, hearts will have shifted. General, you jest? Cannon knew that Ike was intentionally teasing him. He replied, with the military reports sent back to the capital one after another, I believe Manny has made up his mind. Since there hasn't been any imperial decree yet, it must be on its way. He naturally kept one thing unsaid, that Ike was already beyond any further rewards and could only be infeft as a king if promoted further. Currently, Ike held the authority to act as an envoy and enjoyed privileges equivalent to those of 3 senior ministers. If granted the 9 imperial gifts, his status would become second only to the butler. Yet even the current prime minister held considerable power. It doesn't matter. Ike smiled nonchalantly. As long as Manny understands my intentions, the rewards can go to the troops. General, your words are amiss, said Cannon with a slight smile. Speak your mind. Ike walked outside the government office, the sun now high in the sky. General, you indeed treat your subordinates well, Cannon said, following behind. However, as the supreme commander, you should maintain your dignity. Military orders must be strict. Otherwise, the soldiers may grow pampered, leading to potential disasters. That makes sense, Ike nodded, acknowledging this perspective for the first time. General, Tate approached with a contingent, accompanied by an Albert official named Norris. What is it? Ike raised an eyebrow at Norris. Is this person the governor of Burliang and Albert? Technically, the highest-ranking commander in Burliang City should be Vicky or Dominic. This fellow claims to be the special envoy of the Albert Yuan, here to negotiate with you directly, Tate said disdainfully, disliking these scholars. Negotiate? Ike's interest piqued, considering the remaining task was merely capturing Burliang City. Moreover, negotiation was a possible option according to the mission requirements. Fine, let him in. Ike nodded and looked at Cannon. General, let's head back to the office and hear what this envoy has to say. Agreed. Cannon nodded in agreement. They sat down in the office. Shortly afterward, Norris swaggered in. Are you Ike? He glanced at both men, looking over the latter, raising an eyebrow. During wartime, messengers should not be harmed. Yet, General, you seem to hold little regard for me as an envoy. How so? Ike asked, intrigued. As the supreme commander, you receive foreign envoys in casual attire. Isn't that disrespectful? Norris sat down solemnly. It is impolite. Perhaps you are unaware, Ike smirked inwardly, dismissing the servant pouring tea. Coldly, he said, you probably haven't heard the saying the weak have no diplomacy. You've been retreating continuously before our army. What qualification do you have for me to treat you with respect? If you want to enjoy the treatment of a strong nation and expect me to respect you, then your Albert Kingdom should show the corresponding strength. With just your mouth, do you think you can compete with me at this table? Do you deserve it? At these words, Cannon's eyes flashed with admiration. You Norris's face turned ashen with anger but did not dare to react further, managing only to say, General Monroe is being too unreasonable and arrogant. Although the Cary army has been victorious on the front lines, do not forget that our Albert army still has a force in Zhou. At this moment, they are heading to Kinley at full speed and will arrive in about 10 days. By then, we will attack from both sides, and the Cary army will surely be defeated. He was unwilling to let Ike look down upon him. Oh, so you think your Albert Kingdom still has a chance of winning? Seeing this, Ike stood up, glanced at the guard by the door and said, if that's the case, why negotiate with this general? Guards, escort this special envoy out.
Yes.
The guards at the door stepped forward immediately to carry out the order. Hold it. Norris struggled and shouted. I have something to say. Isn't it too impolite to treat a foreign envoy like this? Didn't you understand what I said just now? Ike gave a cold snort and continued without hesitation. Now, I'll give you 2 conditions, which you should discuss well with your butler. We can withdraw if, first, you hand over Burliang City. Second, your Albert Kingdom must cede these 10 cities, pay 1 million taels of silver, 100,000 gold ingots, and 1 million dan of grain. Otherwise, there's nothing more to talk about. You're asking for too much. Hearing this, Norris was clearly taken aback and immediately shook his head. That's impossible. Manny would never agree. If that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Let's meet on the battlefield and see how long your Albert Kingdom can hold out. Chapter 95 The Debate at Court. Zhao State, Handan. Since the last defeat in Huxi, where the enemy had pushed all the way into Zhao territory, Rusty had issued a strict order that the military must undergo reform again, and all generals must be replaced. Thus, the court was thoroughly refreshed. What, Dom is dead? Upon hearing the news of the coup in Han, Rusty cast an incredulous look at the officials below him, then couldn't help but ask, when did this happen? Your Majesty, according to intelligence from Han, it should have been about a month ago. Giles stepped forward and saluted. The fact that Han managed to keep this secret for so long indicates they've probably purged their entire court. Otherwise, it would not have remained hidden. After all, nothing can remain secret forever. It seems I underestimated her. King Burling narrowed his eyes, killing intent evident, his expression dark. Although I managed to manipulate Dom with just a letter before, I didn't expect Felicia's methods to be so decisive. Well, it looks like we now have another formidable enemy. Father, considering the current situation, although Felicia has seized control of the state, it will take some time before she consolidates power fully. Halston stood out and saluted. Our main threat remains the Cary state. As long as Ike lives, our army cannot rest easy. After all, he vowed revenge for being captured alive in Haeong last time. You make a good point. King Burling was somewhat pleased with his son's response. After all, acknowledging one's shame leads to courage. But now that Huxi is united like iron, do you believe we stand a chance if we attack from here? Your Majesty. Seeing the moment, Gorin immediately stepped forward and bowed. Ike has already led his troops deep into Albert territory. Without him holding Huxi, capturing it should be a walk in the park for us. Please grant me this opportunity to atone. Your Majesty, I too wish to atone for my past failures. Seeing this, Halston hurriedly expressed his stance as well. Your Majesty, Minister Albert Chung from Albert State, seeks an audience outside. At that moment, a eunuch spoke up from the door. Bring him in quickly. King Burling cast a triumphant glance at the officials below. This fellow must be seeking aid. It appears only our Zhao state can truly challenge the Cary state. As soon as the words left his mouth, Albert Chung entered hastily. This vassal pays respects to your Majesty. He bowed to King Burling and acknowledged the surrounding ministers with nods. Minister Albert, are you here to request our Zhao troops to assist you in your current crisis? King Burling stroked his beard, smug. It seems your domestic situation is dire. You must have rushed all the way here. Not quite. Unexpectedly, Albert Chung shook his head and chuckled. I am here by imperial decree to propose an alliance with Zhao and to jointly campaign against Huxi. Nate, aren't you speaking nonsense? Halston rebutted immediately. Given the present situation, reclaiming Kinley is uncertain for you. Even if you do, attacking Huxi would require taking cities like Luoyang from Cary state. Given your current forces, do you really stand a chance? It appears everyone has received military reports. Albert Chung remained calm. However, what you haven't considered is that we still have 15 elite battalions in Zhou, Joaquin state. They have taken control of the entire region, completely defeating the Joaquin armies. Now they're returning to Kinley and can launch coordinated attacks on Albert within 10 days, surely defeating Ike. Is that so? Perhaps I underestimated your Albert state. King Burling glanced at the War Ministry, noticing no military report from Joaquin, indicating they had not yet received the news. I didn't expect you to advance so swiftly in Zhou. Impressive. Considering how Abigail once dominated under Ike's support, it's satisfying to know she's been defeated by your Albert state. Capturing her would certainly bring satisfaction. Now that our forces control Zhou, the combined armies of Imochan and Burl state have moved north into Albert state, reducing Joaquin state's territory to only a third. Joaquin is no longer a threat. Albert Chung looked around and continued. What remains critical is Cary state. We must crush them and capture Ike to resolve any future concerns. That seems simple enough. If you want our assistance, what benefits does it offer us? Rusty smiled. After all, he never acted without a clear advantage. There must be some benefit before deploying troops. Once the time comes and we attack the state of Cary together, all of the Huxi region will belong to Zhao. The remaining territories of Cary will be divided between us for governance. Prime Minister Albert knew that now was merely an opportunity to persuade Zhao to send troops. Solving the current crisis of national peril was the most critical issue. As for the subsequent promises, they could be made however necessary. That sounds reasonable. King Burling nodded, then got up and paced back and forth, saying, Go rest for now. Tonight, I will personally host a banquet for you, while I discuss the military plans with my ministers first. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Prime Minister Albert felt somewhat reassured and hurriedly turned to leave the hall. To all of you, what do you think about the matter of deploying troops now? Only after watching him leave did King Burling turn his attention to the ministers below and ask slowly. Your Majesty, in my view, we can agree verbally but not actually send troops. Giles was the first to stand up. The situation in Yuzhou is still unknown as no military reports have come in yet. Even if they truly won against the Joaquin state, it's uncertain whether they can defeat Ike. I disagree with the Chancellor's opinion. Halston, preoccupied with thoughts of revenge, interjected. Considering the current situation, Cary has few main forces left within its borders. Our army holds an absolute advantage in numbers. Controlling Hushi is crucial to our strategic interests. Whether or not we assist Albert, we must take the 6 cities of Hushi. Nate Third's words are wise, Gorin agreed immediately. Moreover, given the current situation, Cary's domestic strength is depleted. This is precisely the right time to deploy troops. If we wait until they finish dealing with Albert, we may miss our chance. Chapter 96. Bestowing title on Dylan. Cary Kingdom. With the implementation of Ike's land reform, by June, the entire north has been thoroughly reformed, and most of the south, except for some remote areas and regions bordering Burl and Anakine, has also completed the reform. It is estimated that this year's autumn tax revenue could increase the national treasury by more than half. Which prefectures and commanderies have not yet submitted their documents? Grady lowered his head to glance at the memorials on the desk, then shifted his gaze to the ministers below. Biff, now that you oversee the entire Ministry of Revenue, how come this final task can't be completed? Your Majesty, matters might not be as simple as they seem. Biff sighed helplessly and stepped forward, saying, those remote areas are manageable, but the regions bordering Burl and Anakine are problematic. He felt uncomfortable inside. After all, he used to be the Minister of Revenue, but ever since Anatoly came, he became a Vice Minister. His workload hasn't decreased, but his power has diminished significantly. The border regions, if mishandled, may lead people to flee to Burl or Anakine, resulting in significant losses for our Cary Kingdom. Biff naturally had his reasons. Minister Lionel makes a valid point. Cornelius stood up at this moment, as they belong to the same faction. The policy is already being implemented too hastily. If they become resentful, ultimately it will harm our kingdom. While your words are reasonable, considering the current situation, it must be done this way. Grady saw this scene and felt slightly impatient but suppressed his anger. Now that the entire Cary Kingdom has undergone land reform, if these stubborn areas remain unchanged, what would others think? Are we going to destroy previous achievements? As an butler, he couldn't accept that. Your Majesty, that wasn't my intention. Cornelius, noticing the butler's displeased expression, explained, just looking at the current situation, some things. Enough, I have my own plans. Grady didn't want to talk further and picked up another memorial. Biff, why haven't my orders from a few days ago reached the Burlbo cities? The civilians recently relocated from Albert must be settled immediately. Even if they can't get farmland immediately, allocate funds for them to settle down and transform them into farming communities, opening up barren land. He said irritably, do you have any objections or thoughts? Your subject dares not. Biff turned pale with fright, kneeling down instantly and explaining, there have been too many tasks recently, so I couldn't handle them all on time. It was an intentional delay. Why did such problems not occur when Anatoly managed the ministry? Grady sighed inwardly, recalling Ike's words. The execution strength of officials in a vast country was indeed crucial. Documents that should have been delivered days ago were still piling up in various departments. It seemed the bureaucracy needed serious rectification. Cornelius, let me ask you. Grady glanced at Biff and focused on Cornelius. I ordered you to mobilize troops to defend the 6 cities west of the river, but you only mobilized half? Jason has reported losses and now recruiting new soldiers isn't enough. Why haven't you mobilized more troops? Your Majesty. Cornelius was resolute, replying firmly, the great general has already mobilized half of our elite troops for the campaign against Albert. If Burl or Anakine attacks, we might not have enough forces to defend the capital. If the 6 western cities fall, Zhao's iron cavalry will reach Dichio. What are you hesitating about? Grady interrupted him without hesitation, coldly ordering, if one city falls in the west, I'll hold you accountable. Send military orders to the Ministry of War and mobilize troops. Yes. Cornelius's face darkened, but he could only agree. After court adjourned, Grady took Dylan out of the city. He hadn't left for quite a while and wanted to conduct an inspection. Also, the tense atmosphere in the court displeased him, so he intended to relax. Most gratifying was the people's satisfaction with the land reform, offering him some comfort. Along the way, he heard nothing but praise from commoners. Your Majesty, it seems the policies of the great general are indeed effective. If this continues, I don't see the overall national strength not increasing significantly within 3 years. Dylan rode his horse, feeling very pleased. It's all thanks to you. Grady's expression was extremely complex. He wasn't particularly happy or unhappy but rather calm. If it weren't for your personal welcoming of Ike back then, perhaps he wouldn't have joined our Cary Kingdom and might have turned to another country instead. Now that our strength is growing, it's time for us to expand our territory. Yes, for so many years, we've been in a defensive position. With the current opportunity, we must fully showcase our ambitions. Hearing this, Dylan was also quite excited. Dylan, I plan to bestow upon you the title of Chariot General, to guard the 6 cities west of the river. What do you think? Grady halted his horse, turned around, and asked the person behind him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Dylan felt overjoyed, dismounted swiftly, knelt down, and said, however, the 6 cities west of the river are crucial. I believe they should be entrusted to Jason. He is more familiar with the terrain there and closer to his soldiers. Besides, he made significant contributions during this battle. I have already rewarded him for his efforts. Grady replied expressionlessly and continued, looking at the person in front of him. You were instrumental in recommending the great general, and I haven't rewarded you yet. This shall be your reward. Additionally, after the battle in the west, Jason and other generals from the west consistently petitioned for Ike to be appointed as the guardian of the 6 cities, given his high prestige. This made Grady wary, especially as Ike had now invaded Albert and had already reached the pinnacle of rewards. Any further reward would mean granting him a fiefdom and a princely title, something Grady couldn't accept. The land of Cary was already small, and creating a state within a state would lead to unclear command structures. He could not allow such a situation to arise. Chapter 97. Alarmist words? What? Are you unwilling to accept the butler's reward? Seeing that Dylan remained silent, Grady felt a heavy drop in his heart. Grady knew that although he was somewhat familiar with state affairs, he had no understanding of military matters at all. Most of the generals in the army were Cannon's people previously, and Dylan could be considered one of his trusted subordinates. Seeing this general's silence now, he thought Dylan's loyalty might have shifted to Ike, and his face darkened immediately. It's not like that. At this scene, Dylan raised his head instantly and said rather agitatedly, "The butler has bestowed such great kindness on me. I am at a loss as to how to repay it. I can only pledge my utmost loyalty even if it costs me my life." Previously, he was merely a nominal general, but now directly promoted to Chariot Cavalry General, which is essentially third in command in the army except for the Grand General and the Flying Cavalry General. "General Joaquin, you are too kind." Grady dismounted to help him up, saying, "As long as you serve our Cary state faithfully and dedicate yourself entirely to its growth, these rewards are what you deserve." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Dylan prostrated again immediately after. After remounting their horses, the two continued talking while riding, only parting once they reached inside the city. Grady always felt uneasy and then rode to Shepard's residence, entering directly. "Your Majesty." Maids and servants bowed respectively when they saw the butler arriving. He did not hesitate and went straight to the study. "Your Majesty." Shepard was discussing issues with a few intimates at the time. Everyone stood up, kneeling on the ground upon seeing the butler enter. "Your Majesty." Contrary to the others, Shepard remained calm. Having served as Prime Minister for 40 years, such occurrences no longer fazed him. "Please rise." Grady glanced and noticed Cornelius leading Biff, Amador, and Glenn. "Looks like my visit is untimely and disturbs Uncle 3. He sat down in the main seat and chuckled. "You jest, Your Majesty." Shepard gestured for tea to be brought forward and leisurely sat down. "What brings Your Majesty here?" Since his dismissal last year, half a year had passed without any visit from the butler, making this sudden appearance intriguing. Not much of a big deal. Grady accepted the teacup offered by Biff, cleared some floating tea leaves with the lid, and began. "Uncle 3 didn't visit the palace during New Year to greet the Empress Dowager, who asked about it today, so I came specially to see you. How is your health?" The other ministers exchanged looks, clearly suspecting deeper motives. "Thank you for asking, Your Majesty." Shepard took a sip of tea and replied, "I feel healthier, free from concerns after retirement, eating better." "That's good to hear. With Uncle 3 in such fine health, it eases our minds." Grady nodded and put down the cup, initially wanting to speak candidly but faltered mid-sentence. "Biff, how's the task I assigned going? Don't blame me if those documents don't arrive soon." Glancing at Biff, whose complexion paled, Grady raised an eyebrow. "Understood? I have already arranged for officials to dispatch them. They should arrive within 5 days." Terrified, Biff answered quickly. Insulting the butler was something he dared not do. "Good." Grady nodded, approvingly. "If you had acted earlier, there wouldn't be trouble." "Your Majesty, I heard about the land reform." Shepard spoke up. "Now that commoners have farmlands, it benefits the whole country. Congratulations." "Uncle 3, I've told you before, Ike is beneficial for Cary. Why can't you tolerate him?" Grady smiled towards the elder. "If both of you worked harmoniously, it would benefit the entire Cary even more." "Speaking of Cannon," Shepard's expression turned grim. "Don't mention that, brother. Let me tell you this now, Cannon is entirely fixated on Ike. I'm sure, should anything happen, Cannon will side with him." "Uncle 3, you might be exaggerating." Grady responded. The smile on Grady's face instantly froze. He put down the cup in his hand and couldn't help but frown, saying, "Your Majesty, I am not joking at all." Seeing the butler's expression change, Shepard immediately intensified his tone, looking grave as he said, "I believe Your Majesty has already noticed that nowadays the entire army probably only knows of the Grand General, not Your Majesty. The Grand General's orders are likely more effective than Your Majesty's imperial edicts." Grady's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He had discussed this matter with Cannon before, but the latter had always advised him to be calm. However, as Ike's military exploits grew larger, he felt a momentary apprehension deep inside. "Third uncle, you're overthinking it." Even so, he still dismissed it somewhat lightly. "All of Ike's previous military achievements have been for the benefit of our great Cary. Therefore, we should not doubt him. Moreover, treating such a meritorious official like this would invite contempt from the other states. Your Majesty, even if no action is taken, we must still be prepared." Cornelius, hearing this, immediately added fuel to the fire, saying, "Just take the current situation. The simplest precaution now would be to prepare fully, to prevent any mishaps when it comes to Ike. Hold your tongue." Before Cornelius could finish speaking, Grady's expression darkened, and he rebuked sternly, "Is this how you treat a fellow minister who served in the same court? Guarding against him everywhere. How evil-minded you are." Upon these words, Cornelius's expression turned sour. "Your Majesty, I do everything for the sake of our great Cary's empire." He showed no fear and continued straightforwardly, "Look at the present situation. The 6 cities of Hushi now only recognize Ike, which is why I did not send troops there, afraid that even if troops were sent, they would only follow Ike's military orders and not the imperial edict. I have good intentions, please understand me, Your Majesty." Chapter 98, A Breach in Relations. "Are you still daring to spout nonsense here?" When Grady heard this, his face immediately turned ashen, and he could not help but bang on the table and roar, "I can tell you right now, no matter how much you defame Generalissimo Ike, I will not easily trust any of you. Instead, all you people do is engage in factional strife instead of considering how to serve the country. Your Majesty, see clearly." The rest were startled. After all, once the term factional strife was mentioned, it signified serious trouble. Your Majesty, why must you speak so gravely? At this moment, however, Shepard spoke again, saying, considering the current situation, why did I oppose Ike's entry into our state? The main reason is this. He has now grown too powerful. One day he will affect your Majesty's reign. I think third uncle speaks too harshly. Hearing this, Ike raised an eyebrow and said, judging by the current circumstances, I absolutely have no ambitions. Otherwise, why would I report everything when I command a great army? But may I ask your Majesty, back then, he had no credit yet received exceptional treatment upon entering Cary. Shepard knew that once these words were spoken by the butler, it meant mistrust had taken root. Now it was time for him to play his role, Duke of Pacification, Chancellor, Generalissimo, holder of special envoy power, governor with equal rights of the 3 ducal ministers. He conquered Zhou before, and when your Majesty returned, you wished to enfeoff him as a king. Fortunately, he refused, or else now he is pushing Albert into retreat after defeat. What reward shall be given when he returns? Grady frowned, unable to reply momentarily. To enfeoff as a king with 9 honors and imperial carriage display? Without hesitation, Shepard asked further, then the next step is just a formality. But if the state of Cary has a country within a country, how can your Majesty issue orders? What worries me isn't him replacing me, but not knowing how to reward him. Previously in Joaquin, Esmeralda took action because of this. Unless your Majesty acts like the Kinley of Joaquin, otherwise, you'll be sidelined eventually. Silence. Grady's face darkened, standing up abruptly and roaring, I do not allow you to make such baseless speculations. However, as Shepard said earlier, once suspicion took hold, it would be hard to restore full trust. Your Majesty, I'm not making wild guesses but must guard against the possibility. Shepard's expression became agitated, turning red. I simply cannot bear to watch our Cary family's efforts fall into the hands of someone surnamed Monroe. Please remain clear-headed, Your Majesty. Humph, when Ike entered Cary, I stated that I treated him as a national hero. He surely wouldn't betray me. Grady's eyes flashed with coldness. If you continue trying to sow discord between us, don't blame me if I am not gentle with you. Your Majesty, let's assume he harbors no ambitions. Despite the situation, Shepard did not give up and continued. But how can you ensure the same about his subordinates? Yes, Your Majesty, setting other things aside for now, every single person under him is not willing to remain inferior. Biff seized the opportunity, raising his head. Take Anatoly, for example. He may not even be loyal to Your Majesty. He thinks only of Ike. Previously, when he transported grain supplies, he left nothing for the capital, sending everything to assist Ike. This was entirely my intention. Grady immediately retorted. But what about those generals? Tate, Jensen, even Jason, they are loyal to Ike? Cornelius added fuel to the fire, shouting, even if he refuses rewards, what about those generals? Even if he understands Your Majesty, what about them? Grady's expression was no longer as firm as before, since he already started pondering this half a year ago. I do not wish to say more. Glancing at them, he sternly said, now that the Generalissimo is commanding troops outside, I forbid anyone from slandering him. If anyone dares to speak out, don't blame me for being unkind. Leaving that remark, he headed toward the study's exit. Your Majesty, even if you don't take immediate measures, you should at least write to Ike to bring his troops back soon. Delay brings change. Shepard watched as the butler walked away, and reminded at the door. Outside Burliang City, the Cary army was launching an assault on the city. Due to the lack of fighting spirit among the defending forces inside and low morale, the outer city had been fully breached. At this moment, the Albert army had retreated to the Wangcheng, and it was only a matter of time before the Cary army broke through the city defenses and completely occupied Burliang. Ike sat in the central military tent, examining the military map on the table. Now that they just needed to capture Burliang, the system task would be complete. Then he would earn more Yuan points again. This time, he planned to exchange for an all-rounder with both civil and military talent. Generalissimo, those Monroe Huai crossbowmen are truly divine, almost hitting every shot. Cannon walked in excitedly with his helmet under his arm, plopping down and saying, how do they achieve that? How are they trained? And their range seems greater than ordinary archers. Well, I'll tell you later. Ike was equally satisfied in his heart. Although there were fewer Monroe Huai crossbowmen, their quality made up for it. Besides their excellent archery skills, each of them possessed formidable combat power. You're being so mysterious. Cannon drained the cup of tea from the table and said, I'll ask them myself when the time comes. By the way, have you seen Natus Vicky and their chancellor? Ike stood up and asked. I saw the princess. Cannon thought for a moment and replied, but not Dominic. However, considering the current situation, I think they won't be able to escape. Our troops surround the city on all sides. Even a fly can't get out. Generalissimo. Just then, a scout rushed in and reported, urgent news from Anna Kinland. They exchanged glances, and Ike immediately approached. Really didn't expect this. Ike scanned the report and handed it over. The Albert army in Yuzhou defeated the Joaquin army and completely took control of the 18 commanderies of Yuzhou. Now they've brought their troops to the outskirts of Anna Kinland City. Chapter 99. A letter from the capital. General Joaquin was defeated? Cannon heard this and clearly froze for a moment, then opened his mouth with some disbelief. This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, although the Albert army advanced rapidly before, they stayed outside Yuzhou Lun for almost 2 months. How could they have breached within just less than 15 days? This matter seems suspicious. Ike nodded upon hearing this and slowly said, we can't make judgments based on ordinary thoughts. Since the Albert army has already reached the outskirts of Anna Kinland City, there's not much more to say. General-in-Chief, how about handing this matter over to me? Cannon glanced at Ike and continued, after all, regardless of what happens, if Anna Kinland falls, once they cut off our supply route, it would greatly impact the morale of our troops. All right, I'll trouble you with this task. Ike also nodded and then instructed. When you arrive in Kinley, stay put and hold your position. Wait until I deal with the Albert army here, and then we will rendezvous with you. General-in-Chief. Cannon saw this, looked at the map, and spoke up. The territory of Albert stretches for thousands of miles. If things continue like this, even if our forces capture Burliang, we might not be able to hold it. Moreover, as our combat distance continues to extend, logistics will be a significant issue. Moreover, most importantly, Ike has always been generous with his soldiers, providing them wine and meat in every meal. Thus, their consumption of supplies is far greater compared to other regular armies. I've also considered this, and after capturing Burliang, I plan to negotiate peace with them as soon as possible. Ike nodded, pacing back and forth and said, based on the current situation, continuing the fight will be a huge drain on our nation's military resources. Most importantly, we're not ready to completely conquer Albert. After all, surrounding states were closely watching. Even if they managed to annex Albert, it would certainly provoke hostility from other neighboring countries. It must be understood that among these states now, although national strength varies, no one has attempted to obliterate another country yet. If Cary leads the way, it would definitely cause apprehension among the rest, leading them to possibly unite against us. Report. General-in-Chief. The report from the Western River Army and a personal letter from Manny. At this moment, another scout rushed in urgently and said, please have the General-in-Chief review them. He was covered in dust, indicating how urgent the matter was. Western River Army report? Zhao State has made a move again? Upon hearing this, Ike frowned and hurriedly went over, opening the report. It indeed matched his predictions. Who would have thought, after half a year of ceasefire negotiations, Zhao has shown its true colors once again. Behind him, Cannon clenched his teeth upon seeing this scene. The Western River area is crucial to our three states, Cary, Zhao, and Han. General-in-Chief, perhaps we should retreat our troops. No need. After the last ordeal, Jason can surely hold his ground. We only need reinforcements sent by the War Ministry. Ike shook his head, put away the report, and picked up another letter. Indeed, it was a personal note from Ewan Grady, seeking advice on matters in the Western River and whether to recall troops. It seems Manny shares the same thought. Cannon took a look and then spoke. General-in-Chief, should we respond to Manny? The report travels faster, meaning Manny wrote this letter before any battles started in the West River. Ike shook his head. He had a vague sense of foreboding, unsure why he felt something was wrong. Since General-in-Chief has no intention of withdrawing, let's inform Manny about the situation. Cannon was indifferent but solemnly suggested, moreover, I believe although Manny doesn't understand military affairs well, generals abroad don't always adhere strictly to imperial orders. For now, we'll delay replying to the letter. Ike shook his head, stroking his chin and said, this is what we'll do. You head straight to Kinley and organize all actions there. No matter what, remain steadfast without engaging in battle. I'll try to negotiate peace as soon as possible. It seems things are more difficult than I anticipated. Ike glanced at the few men and said, everyone, fall back. Have a good meal and ensure that Burliang is taken by tomorrow. He was already preparing to withdraw the troops. Once Burliang fell, Albert would certainly negotiate peace. Understood. Tate saw this and immediately turned to find the orderlies, pulling all the troops back. After several failed assaults, the Cary troops were exhausted. Upon receiving the order, they promptly withdrew. However, just as Ike was about to return to camp, he suddenly saw the gates of Burliang open wide, followed by two riders galloping out. Leading them was Vicky, with Norris by her side. So, they couldn't hold on any longer? Seeing this scene, Ike lifted an eyebrow slightly, then said, let's return to camp and wait for them. Yes. Everyone returned to the camp and soon saw the other two approaching. General Monroe, it's good to see you again. Norris and Vicky entered the main tent, bowing in respect. Compared to Norris, Vicky's face was rather grim. After all, for her, this defeat was extremely bitter. Almost all the main forces of the Albert army had been lost. In her view, if not for Ike's peculiar weapons, she would never have been defeated. Chapter 100. Weak nations have no diplomacy. This time, I suppose you've come with sincerity. Ike raised an eyebrow at the scene before him and gestured for his generals to take their seats. He then said, if not, please turn back. We have already planned to break through your city tomorrow, giving you one night to escape with your lives. Ike, aren't you being too arrogant? Seeing this, Vicky could no longer hold back her anger. She clenched her teeth and spat out, do you think I'm truly afraid of you? Our reinforcements have already arrived in Kinley. If we attack from both sides, you will surely be defeated. What's there to talk about then? Upon hearing these words, I couldn't help but sneer. Then, please go back now. I'll be waiting for you any time. Bitch. Tate burst into laughter. You're pretty bold now, huh? Just don't forget how we crushed you all the way from Kinley. After chasing you for thousands of miles, you managed to escape to Burliang. If my steed hadn't been exhausted, you would have been captured a long time ago, instead of sitting here talking to us. You. Vicky's face turned red with anger as she clenched her fists. If you are real men, come out and duel me one-on-one. If you can win, I. And what can you do? Tate laughed aloud at her pouting expression. With your delicate appearance, I'm afraid just one strike from my sword would scar that pretty face of yours. General Monroe, the princess was just speaking out of anger. Norris sighed inwardly. He knew it was only a matter of time before Burliang fell if the battle continued. Once the Cary army broke through, they could reach the capital within half a month. By then, it would be a true embarrassment. We've come here with sincerity this time. After some deliberation, he spoke up. As agreed, we will provide all the money and grain promised. But there is one point. These territories must be returned in full. After all, General has already evacuated most of the residents. Taking over these empty cities would be meaningless. He brought the highest instructions from Albert's son. No compromise on territorial matters. So this is your sincerity? Ike raised an eyebrow and scoffed. It holds no meaning at all. If we only wanted money and grain, Cary is not short of them. What we want now are the dozen cities from Burliang to Kinley. If you refuse, don't blame me for not showing mercy. General, isn't there room for negotiation? Norris hesitated. After all, these few cities. Since you came here to seek peace, you shouldn't have any conditions. Jensen sneered. Look at the situation now. How can you set terms with us? If our side had lost, would you allow us to make demands? The general already made it clear. Weak nations have no diplomacy. Unless you can defeat us, go back quietly. Is this also your wish, General Monroe? Norris sighed inwardly and reluctantly said, since so, I will report truthfully to Manny. Lionel Stinwell. Now, I give you 5 days, not 10. Ike watched him stand up and said without hesitation, if there's no reply by then, our army will capture Burliang on the 6th day and directly breach your capital. Humph. We'll see if you have that capability. Vicky believed she had gained some time, enough for strategic arrangements. Perhaps they wouldn't lose. If you think you can delay time with this, better think again. Ike coldly humphed. Even if you have tens of thousands of troops in Kinley, breaking through the city walls is like a fool's dream. By then, I might already be in your capital while your reinforcements are still struggling outside Kinley. Farewell. Norris's face darkened, knowing the harsh reality, and left immediately. Humph. Vicky also followed with a cold snort. Pass down the orders. Watching them leave, Ike instructed promptly, all soldiers should remain in combat readiness. At any sign of movement from them, attack the city immediately. Yes, sir. In the state of Joaquin, Alberjo, Dong Commandery, the news of Yojo's defeat had spread like wildfire throughout the nation. Everyone now knew about it. Moreover, its impact on the entire north was immense. After all, Amaya led the last remaining elite of China. Oswald was now mobilizing his troops. After completely securing Alberjo, his forces had firmly established themselves in this region. Based on the upcoming military strategy, he decided to march southward towards Jingzhou and Suzhou to drive out all of Burl's armies. However, when it came to dealing with Incel's rebel forces, he felt somewhat conflicted. After all, both sides were citizens of Joaquin, so fighting each other seemed somewhat unseemly. More importantly, he hoped that this prince would reconsider and join him in expelling Burl's forces. I have given you instructions, repeat them back to me. Oswald glanced at the deputy general before him and ordered. Yes, general. The deputy straightened up and began to repeat. First, immediately arrange for envoys to meet with Anakin, Incel. After he reads the letter, we will appeal to him with emotion and reason. Second, send envoys to meet with the governor of Jingzhou. If we can persuade him to change sides, let him turn back from the wrong path. Third, mobilize the troops from Huayan and Huayang to come to Dong Commandery immediately to prepare for a decisive battle against the rebels. Having finished, he looked at Oswald expectantly. Very good. That is everything I need you to do. Start making arrangements immediately. Oswald nodded in satisfaction and added, also, these 3 matters are top military secrets. You must not leak any information, or there will be severe consequences. Understood, General. With that, the deputy hurried out the door. Phew. Seeing him leave, Oswald finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped into his chair. For the past few months, he had been extremely cautious, walking on eggshells without the slightest slack. Through his efforts, he had finally expelled the rebel forces. His next task was to reclaim the remaining territories, fulfilling the Kinley's trust. Chapter 101. Retreat to the south. Report. General Lionel, we have received urgent military dispatches from Lunu. Just as Oswald was about to close his eyes and rest, he suddenly heard a startled cry. Immediately after, he saw a scout rush in. Military dispatches. Upon hearing this, Oswald's drowsiness vanished instantly. He stood up immediately and walked to the door, picking up the dispatch to read it. However, upon seeing the first few words, his face turned deathly pale, and his body started trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? Finally, unable to suppress his rage, he glanced down at the scout. Hyman, why did Hyman launch an unauthorized attack? I specifically told him to hold his position and wait for reinforcements. Once I dealt with the southern rebels, I would lead troops north to assist. Why didn't he listen to me? Why? Reply to the great general. The scout, clearly terrified by these words, stammered, This humble servant also does not know. But according to the accounts of fleeing soldiers, it appears that Manny personally led the campaign and gave General Zhang an unconditional order. Under duress, General Zhang had no choice but to engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Oswald's face turned ashen. He almost lost his balance and barely managed to support himself against the door frame. Why did he lead the campaign personally? Why didn't the court ministers try to dissuade him? Where is Murray? As Minister of Revenue, why didn't he counsel Manny? I do not know. The scout felt utterly helpless inside. He knew nothing about the situation. Moreover, given his rank, he likely couldn't even enter the palace. General Zhang died on the battlefield, and Lunu has already fallen. Is Manny currently mobilizing forces to go north? Oswald sighed inwardly with frustration. He understood that even if he killed this scout right now, he probably wouldn't gain more information. What mattered now was stabilizing the northern front. After all, Jingdu, the capital, was already under Albert Army's ironclad control. They could march south and attack anytime they wished. At that point, even gods would find it hard to save them. Reporting to General Lionel, after capturing Lunu, the Albert Army left some troops behind to garrison while the rest moved north. It seems that the Cary Army has reached the capital of Albert, so they are currently unable to advance south. After a brief moment of thought, the scout added, Moreover, the court ministers have already dispatched other generals to reinforce the northern border. Upon hearing this, Oswald finally breathed a sigh of relief. For him, the situation wasn't completely hopeless. All right, write a letter now. You will take it back to Manny immediately. He carefully put away the dispatch and instructed the scout. Remember, deliver it to Manny as fast as possible. There's no need for him to relay it to me. Say whatever you want directly. At that very moment, a familiar voice sounded. Then, Alessia appeared at the door, dressed in full attire and accompanied by 2 guards. But the Empress looked rather disheveled, her face covered in dust, her armor stained with blood. Your Majesty. Seeing her, Oswald hesitated for a moment before swiftly kneeling. Long live the Yuan, my lord. That's enough with the formalities. Alessia stood up and glanced at him. Get up. Oswald signaled the other soldiers and scouts to withdraw. He then rose and poured a cup of tea, placing it beside the butler. You've done well this time. Alessia sipped her tea and appraised him. It seems appointing you as commander was a wise decision. However, since you've reclaimed Alberjo, why didn't you take advantage of the momentum to capture the remaining cities to the south? Your Majesty, we can't afford to act rashly. Oswald sighed, explaining helplessly, considering the current situation, though we have the upper hand, the enemy numbers are still overwhelming. If we advance too hastily, it might be disastrous for our troops. Furthermore, most importantly, I wish to use this opportunity to bring Logan back to our side. If we can merge his army with ours, it would be immensely beneficial. After all, they were all citizens of the Joaquin Kingdom. What did that man say? Hearing Logan's name, the Empress' expression darkened immediately as she tightened her grip on the teacup. No response yet, but given our string of victories, I believe the king will make the right choice. After a moment's thought, Oswald replied, moreover, given the current situation, I don't think he has a reason to refuse. Then raise the stakes. At this moment, Alessia could no longer afford to be delicate. She had to stabilize the domestic situation and said, in this case, as long as he is willing to come back, we will not make things difficult for them at that time. Also, tell him that after he returns, I will give him a higher position. I will write this matter into the letter. Oswald knew clearly in his heart that although Kinley Alessia was saying this now, once the conditions were added, she might not remain so kind, and it was likely that her attitude would change. That's good. Alessia nodded and then put down her teacup, saying, arrange accommodation for me and prepare some incense. Your Majesty, there's no problem with that. Upon hearing this, Oswald nodded without hesitation and then said, however, there is something I do not understand. Speak. Alessia already had a rough idea of what he might ask, so she said, if you have any questions, just say them. Why did your Majesty personally come to Alberjo instead of staying in Jingdu to command from afar? Oswald couldn't help but ask when he saw this. Logically speaking, the northern situation being unstable, your Majesty should have stayed in the north. I was worried about potential problems in Alberjo, so I came here specifically to check. After hearing this, Alessia explained immediately. However, the true situation was different from what she described. Considering the current situation, after her defeat, she fled southward without hesitation, passing by Jingdu on her way. When she heard that the Albert army had intentions to move south, she immediately continued fleeing south without a second thought until she reached this place, finally feeling relieved. What she didn't realize was that when she fled south, many nobles assumed that even Jingdu was unsafe, and they immediately followed suit and fled. If it weren't for Murray's steadfast command, Jingdu would have turned into chaos by now. But for this highly self-respecting empress, she simply didn't care about those matters. All she cared about was the victory at hand. Chapter 102, A Foolish Decision. Your Majesty, the province of Alberjo has long been pacified by this minister. Oswald, upon hearing this, could not help but frown. He was well aware of the butler's intentions. She claimed to be here to observe the situation in Alberjo, but it was just an excuse to seize control over its military power. Even if he gave up his military authority, what worried him most was that Kinley Abigail might act rashly. After what the scouts had reported earlier, he couldn't help but worry. If the Empress put more pressure on them again, the South would likely fall into chaos once more. Of course you can, but now, state affairs must come first. Oswald did not retreat in attitude and responded. If anything happens in the north, how will I justify it to everyone? You will be silent. Abigail's face turned iron gray as she gritted her teeth and shouted, don't forget, while you are now the Minister of War, you were previously nothing but a minor editor in the Hanlon Academy. I promoted you to this position not to have you block me. Every word I speak is true. Oswald frowned and replied without fear. If another problem arises in the north, should the capital fall, the consequences would certainly be quiet. Abigail was instantly furious, believing he was mocking her about the defeat at Lunu. I'll tell you right now, if you don't want to continue leading the troops, you can go back to the Hanlon Academy to be an editor. Don't assume that without you, I can't conduct war. Hearing this, Oswald's face fell, and he dared not say more. These tens of thousands of troops under his command were the last elite forces of Joaquin. Without them, the entire nation would be doomed. Hurry and arrange a place for me to bathe. Seeing him not speaking, Abigail felt slightly relieved and coldly commanded. As long as you listen obediently, I will still trust and use you. Remember to behave properly. There's one more thing I hope your Majesty will agree to. Oswald sighed inwardly, then bowed deeply. Go on. Abigail turned to leave the government office, paused, and asked, General Hyman died for the country. I hope your Majesty could honor him. Not possible. Before Oswald finished, Kinley Abigail interrupted him firmly and said without expression, Hyman lost Lunu in defeat and now wants rewards? That's a joke. I haven't punished his family yet, which is already lenient. Don't mention it again. Watching Kinley Abigail's departing figure, Oswald stumbled, almost collapsing. He always had a question. Having watched this empress grow up, why had she become so harsh and ungrateful since ascending the throne? In Burliang, Ike examined the military report in his hand and raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the battle at Lunu to end so tragically. Furthermore, Hyman was someone he had personally promoted. Although Hyman hadn't disgraced himself, losing such a capable general was indeed a pity. This report should have arrived a few days ago, but it only arrived now. What a shame. Ike sighed. He wondered why Abigail insisted on being on the front line. It seemed the Empress lacked a clear understanding of her military capabilities. Who? Suddenly, a chill swept past him from behind, followed by intense murderous intent. Ike quickly spun around, narrowly avoiding the ambush. Behind him stood a black-clad assassin, eyes filled with murderous intent. You're quite skilled. I glanced outside the tent. With such tight defenses, this person had still managed to silently infiltrate his central military tent, indicating no small amount of capability. Most importantly, the black-clad guards had not detected any disturbance. Humph! The black-clothed figure gave a cold snort and lunged again with his sword. You're Vicky. Recognizing those familiar eyes, Ike immediately exclaimed. Nonsense. Don't spout rubbish. The black-clothed figure was clearly startled, but quickly regained composure and struck again with the sword. Indeed, who would have thought that the esteemed natus of Albert would become an assassin? Hearing this, Ike felt no fear. Instead, he drew his own sword from its scabbard beside him and said, In that case, General must treat you seriously. I wouldn't want to die at the hands of a woman. Courting death. Realizing her identity had been exposed, Vicky knew that if she failed this time, it would implicate the entire Albert Kingdom. More crucially, if Ike were dead, they might turn their defeat into victory. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing filled the air. Natus seems rather impatient. Ike deflected several strikes in succession, stepping back multiple times, all while calmly remarking, Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to assassinate me personally. Stop your nonsense. Vicky gritted her teeth in anger, saying, I'm no princess, just a killer here to take your head. The noise comes from the central military tent. There's an assassin. Gather the guards immediately. Hurry, hurry. Following the commotion, Tate rushed in with his personal soldiers. Seize this assassin. Execute on the spot. Tate unsheathed his sword and barked out orders. Attack. Hold. Seeing this, Ike waved his hand. All of you, leave. Chapter 103. Proving one's loyalty with death. General, this might not be a good idea. Tate looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but frown. This guy is clearly prepared. Who knows if he has accomplices? No matter. Even the enemies on the battlefield don't frighten me. How could I fear this little assassin? Ike smiled indifferently and gestured for several people to leave. Fine. Seeing this, Tate glanced at the guards beside him. All of you step out. Guard the entrance well. If even a fly escapes, I won't forgive you. After saying that, he led them out of the tent. I have given you a fair chance. Ike raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You must seize this opportunity well, or else you should know the consequences. Humph. Although Vicky didn't understand why Ike was doing this, it was now her last chance. If she failed, she probably wouldn't leave alive. Prepare to die. She immediately rushed forward with her sword, straight toward Ike's face. Clang. What she hadn't expected was that Ike effortlessly deflected her sword, and then his own long sword lunged at Vicky like a ghost. You. Vicky was startled by this scene, and just as she prepared to block with her right hand, Ike moved closer and kicked her in the abdomen. Ah. She felt an unbearable pain and retreated several steps. Her Highness, the Natus, seems somewhat inferior in skill. Without taking advantage of the situation, Ike flicked his sword and said, with such skills, there's no need for an assassination attempt, I think. You asked for death. Feeling humiliated, Vicky swallowed her anger and rushed at him again with her sword. But before she reached Ike, he struck her wrist with his sword. Snap! Her sword fell to the ground, and she stared at Ike in disbelief. Humph! Taking the opportunity, Ike pointed his sword at her neck. Natus, aren't you too ungrateful? Do you want me to kill you? If you want to strike, just do it. Why waste words? Vicky responded, if I wince, I'm not worthy of being a princess of Albert. Indeed, the lands of Albert and Zhou produce many courageous and tragic heroes. Seeing this, Ike put away his sword and tore off her veil. The princess bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent, her pale face showing a determined look. There was no denying the fiery spirit in those phoenix-like eyes. What are you going to do? Vicky stepped back coldly. How can I hurt such beauty? Ike laughed lightly, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Tell you what, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will let you go. How about that? Never. Vicky replied without hesitation. If you want to kill or torture, just do it. Killing you would only give you an easy way out. Ike smiled and rubbed his chin. To me, holding a princess of Albert hostage is very beneficial, whether for negotiations or attacks on the Great Cary. Don't count on it. At this moment, a hint of resolve flashed in Vicky's eyes, and she rushed toward him, gripping the sword and stabbing it into her abdomen. Ugh. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and blood gushed from her abdomen. You. Ike was taken aback. Although he had caught Vicky, he hadn't intended to use her for any benefit. Given his capabilities, he really didn't need such means. I will never let you get what you want. Vicky's eyes were filled with madness as she slowly spoke. Someone, quickly bring the doctor. Seeing the beauty close her eyes, I couldn't help but shout, hurry, bring the doctor. Tate roared outside the tent and rushed in, thinking the general was injured. What happened? When he saw Ike holding the blood-soaked Vicky, his mind went blank. Lionel stood up. Ike handed the unconscious girl over, ordering, tell the doctors that if this woman dies in our camp, they will all join her in death. Yes, yes. Tate, clutching Vicky, rushed away without another word. I couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. He had to admit, this Princess of Albert was indeed very interesting. An hour later, Tate came back to report that Vicky was out of danger, though she still needed a few days of rest. Only then did Ike feel reassured. Regardless of the princess's intentions, if she were to die in his camp, it would be hard to explain to Albert. Moreover, he did not wish to completely sever ties with Albert for the time being. The next morning, Tate brought along Jensen and several generals to the main tent early. General, now that 5 days have passed and Albert has made no move, it is clear they lack sincerity. Tate glanced at the generals and said, and according to reports from the front, Albert troops have intensified their attacks on Kinley these past few days. We can't wait any longer. Yes, General, Jensen agreed with some worry. If this continues, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us. We should launch an attack. Fine. Ike stood up and looked at everyone. Issue orders for the 3 armies to prepare for a siege immediately. Once we breach the city, send envoys to the Albert capital.
Yes.
The generals nodded upon hearing this. Report. At that moment, a soldier rushed in. General, a Albert envoy is outside the camp, requesting an audience with you to discuss important matters. They sure picked the right time. Hearing this, Tate scoffed. They come now, just as we are about to march. They must have accepted the general's terms. Jensen also nodded. This is advantageous for us, avoiding unnecessary casualties and allowing us to swiftly reinforce Kinley. That's no fun. We must give them a good beating. Chapter 104. A pleasant conversation. Commander Schwer is right. Ike stood up and glanced at Tate with a serious expression. Given the current situation, if we successfully negotiate peace with the Albert army, their troops outside of Kinley City will naturally retreat. Right now, the most important thing for our country Cary is the 6 cities west of the river. After all, if that territory were to be lost, he would have no way to explain it to Grady. Pass down the order, immediately open the main gate, and welcome the envoys with all soldiers.
Yes.
As the main gate of the camp opened wide, Norris and Dominic approached the military camp with trepidation and then met Ike and other generals of the Cary army. General Monroe, we meet again. Norris looked at this commander and respectfully bowed, saying, honestly speaking, enough with the pleasantries. Seeing the situation, Ike interrupted him without hesitation. Come straight to the point. Can your butler agree to our terms? If not, our army has already prepared to attack and can enter the Albert Kingdom anytime. General Monroe. Dominic felt quite helpless. He had strongly advocated for military action initially, but never expected the defeat at Kinley to leave no room for a comeback. More importantly, another Albert troop was trapped in Kinley. If they couldn't return in time, they would face an even bigger problem. Foreign invasion. To their west, the Goguryeo and Fuyu tribes were eyeing them like tigers ready to pounce. If it were any other time, the Albert cavalry wouldn't think twice about these foreign tribes. But now, with the entire northern border of Albert practically defenseless, if these 2 tribes managed to breach the city walls, wouldn't it invite ridicule from all the nations? Our butler agrees to all the conditions set by the general. Dominic bowed and said, however, we have 2 requests, hoping the general will agree. Do you really have the right to make demands now? Tate laughed coldly. We explained everything beforehand, but it's just because you failed yourselves. Just say it. Ike wasn't particularly surprised. He knew very well that Albert would surely propose some conditions at this point. For him, as long as they weren't too outrageous, it wouldn't be an issue. Our first request is for the general to return our captured soldiers. Hearing this, Dominic breathed a sigh of relief and continued. After all, they are originally. That's fine. Ike immediately interrupted him, nonchalantly replying, they were Albert soldiers after all. With our advantages, we don't need these captives. Thank you, General. Our second request is that the promised supplies and money be handed over only after the handover documents are exchanged. Dominic was delighted as he spoke the second condition, preventing Cary from possibly going back on their word. There had been similar incidents before, so caution was necessary. Not a problem. As long as Albert didn't change the original terms drastically, Ike was willing to accept. Excellent. We can sign the documents now and complete all garrison exchanges within 10 days. Tate, Jensen, you must immediately lead the troops to recall all soldiers from the original positions.
Yes.
Cary Country, Dichio. In the Imperial Palace, Grady looked at the letter in his hand with a somber expression. After reading through all the letters, his expression slightly eased. So according to the letter, it seems that the general still needs about half a month to return and reinforce Hushi? He stood up and stared uncertainly at the kneeling messenger. Your Majesty, that is indeed the case. The messenger, kneeling, couldn't see the butler's expression but could tell from the emotionless voice that the dragon was enraged. Now it's July. Another half a month means early August when he arrives. Grady's voice carried a hint of anger, gritting his teeth. By then, the Zhao army might have already broken through Hushi. What good is returning then? Your Majesty. At this moment, Dylan reminded cautiously, our available troops still number more than 100,000, fully capable of reinforcing Hushi first. When the general's army arrives, we can surround the Zhao army and destroy them. He was puzzled why the butler suddenly flew into such a rage. Just half a month ago, I already wrote to the Grand General, instructing him to arrange a small number of soldiers to hold the captured cities and then return quickly. Yet he ignored it completely, not taking my letter seriously. Ewan Grady's anger was barely contained, grinding his teeth as he thundered, should we listen to the Grand General or to me? Your Majesty, naturally everything in Cary should be under your command. Dylan was startled. Realizing the butler wasn't joking, he immediately bowed and replied, however, with the army far from here, battlefield situations change in an instant. A single misstep could lead to mistakes. I believe the Grand General must have his own concerns. And now that peace talks with Albert have been reached, I think there shouldn't be any more issues. Hearing this, the butler's expression eased somewhat, and he realized his momentary loss of composure. You may leave first. I will write to the Grand General immediately, and you can take it back to the camp. Grady glanced at the kneeling messenger on the ground, his tone softening. As you command. The messenger, relieved, got up and hurriedly left the palace. Dylan, do you think my attitude was too strict? Grady watched as the person left, then turned to Dylan. It might be because of the recent hot weather, which has made me irritable. Your Majesty, the Zhao troops in Hushi have been attacking continuously for nearly a month. Jason has written several letters urging the Ministry of War to send reinforcements. Shouldn't you issue an imperial edict? Dylan then spoke with concern. After all, the Hushi region is crucial and cannot be lost. I shall draft the edict immediately. Grady nodded upon hearing this, then looked out the window where it had been raining heavily all day. By the way, how is the recruitment of soldiers progressing? Minister has recruited 30,000 new troops, and they are being trained accordingly. Dylan immediately cupped his hands and replied, I estimate that by next spring, these new recruits will be able to serve. That's too few, recruit more. You can consult the Grand General about training them. Chapter 105. Myriad armies avoid the white robe. Your subject complies. Upon hearing this, Dylan nodded and was about to speak when he suddenly saw a young eunuch quickly enter, holding a letter with both hands. Your Majesty, Kinley of Han Kingdom, Ayana, entered Cary 3 days ago. This is her letter of credence. The young eunuch knelt down and respectfully handed over the letter of credence. Kim Soo-hyun? Grady's face showed a hint of surprise as he took the letter and flipped through it briefly, his expression turning serious. Your Majesty, could it be that there's also military movement from Han? Dylan sensed the solemnity in the Yuan's expression and couldn't help but ask. As you speculated, Han now has troops moving towards Hadong. Kim Soo-hyun mentions in her letter that she sent troops to lift the siege on Zhou. Grady nodded and handed the letter over. What do you think of Han's troop deployment this time? Dylan took the letter almost timidly, glanced through it, and his expression turned equally solemn. Han actually mobilized so many troops this time? He asked in surprise. I previously heard that Kim Soo-hyun was just a puppet. Why can she mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops to the north? You might not know everything. Grady picked up the paperweight on his desk and played with it, his expression somewhat cold, saying slowly, 2 months ago, this Empress eliminated Chancellor Nick and dismissed General Marcos. Now she controls all of Han's military power. Being the absolute monarch, it's not surprising that she can mobilize such an army. To be honest, back when Kim Soo-hyun first came to Cary, he couldn't see this woman had such decisiveness. Now it seems people cannot be judged by their appearance, nor can the sea be measured by a bucket. Indeed, excellent tactics. Hearing this, Dylan felt secretly astonished. Then his expression became serious as he immediately responded. In that case, we must not let Han's army enter Hadong at all. If they really can lift the siege, fine. But if they have ulterior motives, it would be troublesome. With Jason's forces, it will be impossible to stop them. After all, for the 3 kingdoms of Han, Zhou, and Cary, Hadong is too critical. I think so too. Grady nodded, then put down the paperweight, gazing out at the heavy rain outside. But in her letter, she mentioned the general and said it's due to Ike's grace that she agreed to send reinforcements. Do you think we should ask the general's opinion first? Not at all. Dylan shook his head, put away the letter, and replied earnestly, putting aside other matters, Hadong must not be lost. No matter what reason she gives, we mustn't yield. As for her entering Cary territory, your Majesty still needs to arrange envoys to welcome her properly without losing decorum. What you say makes sense. Let's proceed as you suggest. Grady withdrew his gaze and looked appreciatively at Dylan, ordering, now go to the Ministry of War and issue orders to dispatch troops to reinforce Hadong immediately. If they lose even an inch of land, I will demand their heads. Your subject complies. Dylan bowed, then turned and left the palace hall. Summon Nate Shepard from the 3rd Nady's palace immediately. Yes. In Albert, Burleon. After several days of waiting, Grady successfully took over 10 cities of Albert. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host completed the mission and earned 500,000 sovereign points. Additional reward, 100,000 points. Does the host wish to start the exchange? As soon as he signed the agreement, the next morning, the system's emotionless voice rang in his mind. Begin. Ike was momentarily very happy. After more than half a year, he could finally activate the imperial system. What does the host wish to exchange for? Generals, scholars, commanders, armies, or beauties? The system's voice sounded again. Seeing the last option, Ike was somewhat tempted. However, given the current situation, exchanging for a commander was most urgent. After all, putting aside other matters, he needed a capable general to lead his troops right now. Moreover, the value required to exchange for Marion last time was higher than that of ordinary generals, and now he didn't have many sovereign points. Exchange for a commander. Ike promptly said, please choose, SSR, by Chi, exchange value, 2 million. SSR, Che, exchange value, 2 million. SR, Cary Ching, exchange value, 1 million. SR, Lionel Shurji, exchange value, 900,000. S, Han Shurjong, exchange value, 650,000. S, Honest, exchange value, 500,000. A, Zhao Kua, exchange value, 200,000. To Ike's surprise, this time the exchange offered a top-tier SSR, but upon seeing the required 2 million sovereign points, his heart sank. After all, over nearly a year, and including the previous mission reward, he had only accumulated around 1 million sovereign points. If he saved it all up, he could get Cary Ching, one of the dual pillars of Han. Cary Ching, as the most famous general of the Han Dynasty, was undeniably formidable. However, he currently only had about 600,000 points. Even for Han Shurjong, he fell short by 5,000. Therefore, he had to focus on Honest. As for that A-level option, he didn't consider it at all. In theory, Zhao Kuo wasn't weak. Despite having no reinforcements or supplies, he managed to hold out against Bai Qi, the strongest commander at the time, for more than 40 days. His strength shouldn't be ranked this low. Honest, the White Robe general, once led 7,000 men and achieved an absolute victory, directly assaulting Luoyang. He even managed to withdraw without any losses. His prowess was unquestionable. Indeed, renowned generals should not be taken lightly, and 10,000 armies avoid the White Robe. Exchange for Honest. Ike promptly chose his option. Honest was cheaper by 50,000 compared to Han Shurjong, probably because he appeared to be a frail scholar. After all, the White Robe general seemed less imposing compared to those invincible warriors. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. Remaining sovereign points, 100,000. The system's emotionless voice rang out. Immediately, a figure slowly materialized beside Ike. Wearing a white robe with delicate features, he looked like a scholarly gentleman, holding a feather fan. General Honest, reporting to you, General. The man bowed respectfully before Ike. Please rise. Seeing this general, Ike was very satisfied. With him by his side, there would likely be no issues even in a multi-front war. Chapter 106, New Objectives. Would the host like to continue with exchanges? At this moment, the system's notification sounded again. No more. After all, with the butler points he currently had, he could basically exchange for A-class civil and military officers, which he did not consider at all. After all, now that his troops were strong, what he needed was more useful talent. Would you like to choose to exchange for an army? The system then spoke again. Based on the host's current achievements, it only takes 500 butler points to redeem a soldier. So cheap. Previously in Haeong, exchanging one soldier required 1,000 butler points. Now it was reduced by half. Exchange for white feather soldiers, 2,000. He gritted his teeth and exchanged all the remaining butler points. His Monroe AY crossbowmen originally outnumbered the previous two forces. The leopard cavalry expanded significantly after dealing with the state of Zhou. As for the white feather soldiers, who required higher difficulty, there were only 1,000 men from start to finish, but now they had doubled in number. They would be able to assist in future southern expeditions or invasions into Berlanakine. Oh no. As soon as these words were spoken, he felt somewhat regretful. He didn't yet have a navy. If he could exchange for some elite naval troops, that would be very useful indeed. Ding. Congratulations, host. The exchange is complete. The system's emotionless voice rang out again, not giving him any time to reconsider. Forget it. Ike looked at the exchange token for the white feather soldiers without saying much more. After all, they weren't urgently needed right now. He'd take on more missions later, and perhaps earn more butler points this time. Please accept the next mission. The system's voice rang out again. There will be no other missions until this one is completed. Upon completion, the host will unlock a larger treasure trove, where you can redeem even more weapons, including firearms. Firearms. Hearing these words stirred excitement within Ike. In this era, even gunpowder had not yet appeared. If he could exchange for red-coated cannons, wouldn't that make him invincible? Even just simple large cannons would be enough to give his opponents a hard time. I accept the mission. Ike immediately agreed without hesitation. The host has the power to compete in the chaotic era. Please declare your state name and begin the struggle for hegemony. The system promptly reminded him. Until you initiate the competition, the system will provide no butler point tasks. Once you start competing, 1 million butler points and the firearm arsenal will be provided. Damn, you're forcing me to rebel. Ike spat, recognizing this as deliberate pressure. But for him, it also presented an opportunity. With his current strength, becoming a regional hegemon, or even unifying the continent was just a matter of time. However, he was concerned about his troops and generals. 3,000 white feather soldiers, 2,500 Monroe AY crossbowmen, 4,000 leopard cavalry, barely 10,000 in total. Though they were highly combat effective, their advantage couldn't withstand overwhelming numbers. Furthermore, he controlled only 10 cities in the state of Albert. This required preparation. Additionally, Grady treated him well, at least so far, and he had no reason to rebel. One step at a time. Ike put away the token and, carrying the signed documents, prepared to return to Hadong. Following his order, all soldiers moved out, returning to Cary territory. This was a joyful occasion for them. It had been over half a year since New Year's Day, and it was a good time to reunite with their families. His army traveled north through Luoyang, heading toward Hadong. General. Just before reaching Haeong, a soldier rushed into the main tent and bowed before Ike. A group of people are outside insisting on seeing the general. He says he is the general of Han State, Desmond. That kid. Tate perked up upon hearing the name. Since last time when we took control of him, this guy stayed in the capital. Why is he suddenly in Hadong? You don't know yet? Desmond returned to Han with his army long ago. Didn't you hear him called the general of Han State? Jensen couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, stop chattering. Ike glanced at a few people, then focused his gaze on Honest. Qingji, you outline our plan for Haiyang's operation. When the time comes, we'll proceed according to your layout. Yes, great general. Upon hearing this, Honest immediately stood up and saluted. I will not disappoint you, great general. Ike nodded, then left the main military tent with the soldier. Upon reaching outside the camp, he saw Desmond accompanied by several bodyguards waiting. Salutations, great General Monroe. Seeing the arrival, Desmond immediately advanced to salute. I departed without farewell from Dikwiyu earlier due to urgent tasks. I hope the great general will not hold it against me. No harm done. I assume there were important matters within the state. Ike immediately returned the courtesy, unfazed by the explanation. Moreover, by that time, he had already led troops to Kinley and only had partial understanding of what occurred in the capital. Indeed. Desmond nodded, glanced at Ike, turned his head to look back, and said, Great General, Kinley has requested an audience. Please follow me. All right. Ike inwardly was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Felicia to be here as well, and looking at the entourage, they seemed well prepared. They then walked while chatting, arriving directly before a tent. Dozens of bodyguards surrounded the tent tightly. Great General Monroe, Her Majesty wishes to see you alone, so I won't enter. Desmond stopped at a distance and spoke. You two talk. If anything requires my assistance, just let me know. Agreed. Ike momentarily wasn't clear about Felicia's intentions, but since she came, there was no reason to go back. Ike pays respect to the Kinley. He then saluted and called out toward the inside of the tent. The great general has arrived. Please come in directly. Immediately afterward, a somewhat lazy voice rang from inside. Between you and I, there's no need for such formality. Chapter 107. The Kinley's Grace. Such an ambiguous statement left Ike feeling puzzled. Seeing the peculiar expressions of the royal guards, he scratched his nose and entered the tent directly. Inside the tent, Felicia was sitting cross-legged with a table in front of her, on which some teaware was placed. The Empress wore a long white robe made of genuine silk, which was cool and comfortable. Despite the loose fit, it could not conceal her curvaceous figure. You're here, please sit down. Felicia merely glanced up briefly before continuing to brew tea. I heard your troops are almost at Haeong. I had already arrived at the Imperial Mound but came back especially for you. Your Majesty is very thoughtful. Ike was momentarily confused by the Empress's words. He then gave a salute and sat opposite her. This is pre-rain Malfong tea that I just had someone bring over. Felicia picked up a teacup with her delicate hands and handed it to him. If you like it, I can have 2 caddies sent to you. Seeing his reaction, she smiled proudly. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Ike took the teacup and sipped, nodding in approval. Excellent, excellent. You've practically crippled the Albert Kingdom this time. Felicia lifted her own cup, looking at the tea inside as she slowly said, I heard you captured the Albert Princess? Hardly capture. Ike shifted into a more comfortable position and explained, I didn't catch her on the battlefield. He then recounted how Natus Vicky attempted to assassinate him in the middle of the night. She sounds like a fierce woman. Felicia nodded, took a sip of tea, and asked, what happened after that? She escaped. Ike was curious. Although Natus Vicky wasn't skilled in leading troops, her ability to come and go without a trace was impressive, especially considering the tight security around military camps. I think she may not let you off easily. Felicia put down her teacup and chuckled, teasing him. She might be lurking somewhere, ready to strike you fatally. Don't say that. Ike shook his head, feeling a headache. You wouldn't understand. She's insane. If it weren't for her status, I would have sent her straight to the Imperial Mound. Why don't you keep her to serve you? Felicia smiled suggestively. With your status, having a princess as a personal attendant wouldn't be bad. Your Majesty, I haven't asked why you came here yet. Ike felt something amiss and quickly changed the subject. This time, my visit is specifically to thank you. Felicia became serious when discussing business. Thanks to your advice, I successfully resolved the issues with Dom and Marcos. One is dead, and the other is nearly a mascot. She then briefly recounted the process. Your decisive actions are truly admirable. Ike was secretly amazed. Initially, he suggested using divide and conquer tactics, expecting it would take at least 1 to 2 years given the domestic situation in Korea. However, within just 2 months, everything was accomplished. The speed and ruthlessness were indeed commendable. In any era, powerful ministers posed a significant threat. Many butlers fell victim to them, but Felicia's iron fist command was genuinely admirable. If not for your guidance, I couldn't have achieved this. Felicia shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. This time, I specifically invited you to join me for a few days in Korea. You cannot refuse such an invitation. I didn't ask you to stay in Korea permanently, only a short trip. She understood that some things required gradual progress. Recently, Zhao has attacked the Western River region again, and I've been ordered to suppress the rebels. Ike remained uncertain about the Empress's true intentions and replied, before the troops withdraw, it's unlikely. I've already arranged for the army to march north, and we will defend together. You can command the Korean troops. Felicia added indifferently, with your capabilities, driving away the enemy is only a matter of time. Your Majesty. At that moment, Desmond's voice came from outside the door. Ambassadors from Cary have arrived. I understand. Felicia instantly regained her imperial demeanor. Let him wait outside while I entertain our distinguished guest. Since the ambassadors have arrived, I won't linger further, Your Majesty. Ike understood that if they were to witness this scene and some ill-intentioned people spread it, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Moreover, he was unwilling to give others leverage over him. You. A hint of disappointment flashed across Felicia's face, then she shook her head and said helplessly, forget it, then you should go back first. I will still stay in the Cary Kingdom for a while, and visit Haeong to see you later. In Wen Kingdom, Alberjo. The atmosphere in Alberjo was very strange at this moment. Despite the previous string of victories, the mood had become increasingly solemn. Since Amaya arrived here, not only did she show no intention of leaving, but now she even asked local officials to transport and purchase timber for her, as if preparing to build a temporary palace. Local officials had no choice but to come to Oswald. After all, Alberjo had just experienced the ravages of war, and the various prefectures and counties below were still recovering, unable to provide enough labor to transport timber. More importantly, for some reason, the Kinley became increasingly irascible. Any slight dissatisfaction would result in her verbally or physically abusing these officials, causing everyone in Alberjo to live in fear. Secretary Lionel, you must help me. If things continue like this, I won't be able to keep my position as governor of Alberjo. Governor of Alberjo, Bram, looked at Oswald with a troubled expression and pleaded, apart from other matters, consider that we are clansmen and help your brother. The Kinley demanded he gather 10,000 caddies of timber within a short period, but even if he could obtain the timber, it was impossible to recruit enough laborers, let alone within 1 month. Originally, Alberjo was relatively prosperous compared to other regions, but after the war, 9 out of 10 households were empty, and the population was less than half of what it was before. Mostly, they were elderly, weak, sick, women, and children. How could he gather so many people? Don't worry, I will definitely report this matter to Manny. Oswald felt somewhat helpless but tried to speak tactfully. For these few days, bear with it and put on a show. Chapter 108 Flexible Application. Brother, although that's what you say, I am not you after all. Bram made a bitter face and said helplessly, although I'm the governor of Alberjo, it's good in this region. But before Manny, I don't really weigh much. It's hard to even have the chance to step on a scale. If these few days can get through it will be good, but what if we can't gather enough timber? Oswald could do so since he held military power at hand. However, as for him, a provincial governor, the butler might not give him such a face. Brother, I think it's better like this. Oswald pondered for a moment, then began to advise, if you are truly unwilling, then I'll arrange a position for you. There is just an opening for a grain transport officer. You're more familiar with the situation here. At that time, I'll request from underground and transfer you to the front lines for grain transportation. How about that? Good. Upon hearing this, Bram immediately livened up, expressing his gratitude. If I could really leave this place of trouble, I would be endlessly grateful. After all, Asking him to gather so much firewood was really quite difficult. Moreover, he didn't have that capability now. Alberjo had lost most of its population. Where could he find so many civilian laborers? Plus, it was a thankless job. If it incurred widespread resentment, he would still be the one getting blamed. Well, go back and prepare yourself. I will speak with Manny. Oswald raised his hand to indicate, however, I need to remind you that transporting grain is extremely important now. I will be marching south soon, so you must prepare the supply line in advance. If you delay military supplies, I will demand your head. After all, this concerned the security of the court. This battle could influence the country's fortunes. Please rest assured, brother. If there's any delay, I'll take responsibility without your prompting. Bram immediately guaranteed, patting his chest. I'll take my leave then. Watching the person leave, Oswald promptly got up and prepared to head for the camp. Now, personnel arrangements needed to be made. With Alberjo basically stable, they could proceed to Jingzhou. Oswald. At that moment, Abigail strolled in confidently, having regained her imperial majesty compared to when she first arrived in Alberjo. Your Majesty. Seeing the Kinley, Oswald felt something was off, but still paid respect. It's been a while. Is your Majesty feeling well? Though Alberjo is somewhat poor, it's still barely livable. Abigail sat down directly, with a nearby soldier quickly serving tea. I saw Bram pass by just now, heard you appointed him as a grain transport officer. Is this true? As your Majesty asked, it indeed is. Oswald nodded upon hearing this, saying straightforwardly, transporting grain concerns the success or failure of this campaign. We must find someone familiar with Alberjo who can manage the entire operation. As the governor of Alberjo, Bram is eminently suitable. I have no objection to your redeployment. Abigail lifted her teacup, using the lid to clear the floating leaves, then asked, but if you transfer him, who will procure the timber for me? The palace construction has already begun, and without timber, progress will stall. Your Majesty, with Alberjo mostly deserted, only the elderly, weak, women, and children remain, making it very difficult to muster laborers. Such a large quantity of timber can't be gathered within a month. Oswald frowned and frankly said, furthermore, with so many palaces in the capital, why does your Majesty? Do you mean I can't build? Abigail raised an eyebrow, a hint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Speaking coldly, the capital is one thing, but can't I build a temporary palace here in Alberjo? Or do you think I'm misusing manpower? Your Majesty, the current situation differs from before. Oswald clenched his teeth and spoke firmly. Even if Alberjo can muster laborers, they should focus on supplying grain and weapons to the front. Moreover, your Majesty understands that national affairs come first now. Once we defeat Burl's army, your Majesty can build palaces anytime. Upon hearing this, Abigail's expression darkened, sipping her tea in silence. Your Majesty, it has been a month. Nothing has happened in the north. Seeing this, Oswald sighed inwardly with relief, knowing the Yuan had listened. I believe your Majesty should return to the capital and oversee everything. Murray sent 2 letters urging me to persuade your Majesty to enter the capital as soon as possible. Many important matters await your Majesty's decisions. He was still somewhat worried. If the butler stayed here and interfered with military affairs, he might repeat Hyman's mistakes. What? I've only stayed for a little over a month, and you're already this anxious? Kinley Abigail put down her teacup, giving a cold snort. Or do you think my presence here is an obstruction? I dare not. Oswald sighed inwardly, then explained somewhat helplessly, in about 10 days, the main force will set out, and I have to go south with the army. Your Majesty should not stay here for too long either. At that time, many things need to be discussed by your Majesty back in the capital with the ministers. Murray has been presiding over the court affairs for a month now, and it seems there are no issues so far. So, he can continue presiding over it. Abigail waved her hand impatiently, looking at the person before her. As for some matters, I don't necessarily have to consult with him. When you receive military reports from the south, they can be sent directly to Alberjo without being forwarded to the war ministry in the capital. This way, I can give you approval immediately. With the Yuan not in the capital, the entire court was still operating smoothly thanks to the system left by Ike. Otherwise, in most dynasties, everything would have been in chaos. I know what you mean. It's just that you believe my building palaces is a misuse of manpower and extravagant waste. Abigail stood up and continued, fine. I won't build any. You have nothing more to say now, right? As for other matters, you need not meddle anymore. I obey your command. Seeing this scene, Oswald sighed helplessly. But since the Kinley had already made concessions, he naturally didn't want to say anything more. After moving south, I hope to hear news of your victories. Abigail turned around and headed toward the door with her entourage. After all, with your abilities, dealing with Burl's troops and Incel should pose no problem. If this battle is won, I will reward you greatly. But if you fail... She didn't finish speaking. The result was self-evident. I understand and will not disappoint your expectations. Oswald nodded. Chapter 109. The Sowing Discord Strategy. Jingzhou, Xianxia. Ever since native Anakin, Incel, led his army southward, he swiftly recaptured the entirety of Suzhou and Jingzhou within a short period of time, along with parts of other previously lost territories. Originally, officials throughout the Joaquin dynasty cheered, believing that Incel could lead the army to drive out all Burl forces. However, shockingly, just 10 days later, Incel announced cooperation with the Burl army and then led his troops north to attack Amaya. Although officially it was under the pretext of restoring the court, discerning people could see through this. It was merely for his personal desires. But what no one had expected was that Incel, alongside the Burl army, swept through like an unstoppable force. In less than half a year, they directly seized control over Alberjo, Suzhou, and other regions, causing ripples throughout the entire court. Amaya, helpless, activated Oswald, who did not disappoint, quickly recapturing the lost territories while leading the army south. Though Incel was reluctant, turning the tables was not easy. Out of options, he had to retreat back to Xiangyang, planning his next move slowly. Inside the government office of Xiangyang, Incel sat in the main seat, while others including Ellison stood below. I assume everyone has seen the military reports. Ansel held a teacup but didn't drink from it, instead stating gloomily, Oswald recently assembled a large force to march south. It's clear he's targeting Jingzhou and Suzhou. We can only muster about 80,000 troops now, and most of the new recruits aren't battle-ready. After losing the battle in Albertzhou, his army suffered significant losses, and many soldiers defected. Originally having over 100,000 troops, fewer than 80,000 remained. I think we should ask the Burl army for assistance now, suggested Julian, waving his fan indifferently. Even though Oswald has a numerical advantage, if our army combines with the Burl army, that advantage would be negated. Yes, and the intricate water networks in Jingzhou and Suzhou are disadvantageous for northern soldiers, who mostly can't swim, added Ansel's confidant. Will? Minister Albert, what do you think? Instead of replying, Ansel turned to Ellison, who had been silent. They both have valid points. Ellison straightened up and stroked his beard slowly. However, even if we win this battle, if Oswald continues to hide in Albertzhou, it will still be difficult for us to advance northward. Given that Ike left a strong foundation behind, as long as there is a capable general and someone managing the rear, capturing the capital will require significant resources. It should be known that when he and Ansel defected, they nearly took away half of Joaquin's resources. Yet despite this, Hyman managed to resist the invasion from the Albert Kingdom, and Oswald could even spare the time to attack them. So how should we approach this battle according to you? Ansel put down his teacup, asking intently. Warfare at its highest level is waged by disrupting the enemy's plans. If we want to eradicate future threats, we must eliminate Oswald, replied Ellison, leaning back in his chair and looking at the ceiling calmly. Now the Kinley has lost the support of her people, relying solely on Oswald. If we remove him, not only can we win this battle, but our northern advance will face no further resistance. An even more crucial point is that if the Kinley kills Oswald, it will likely cause unrest among the Joaquin court and even provoke public outrage. True. Ansel became excited immediately. We've almost lost every battle because of Oswald. He has learned much from Ike and is now a major threat to our forces. We must eliminate him. Ellison's expression turned somewhat grim upon hearing this. That guy had fortunately been expelled by the Kinley. Had Ike been around, no matter how daring they were, they wouldn't have dared rebel openly. How can we eliminate him? Ansel looked at the group, serious-faced. He has Amaya's complete trust. After all, he and Ike had a good relationship in the past. His survival is purely due to respect for Ike. This is simple. Julian smiled dismissively and said, a single letter can surely make Amaya cut off her own arm. Use a letter to sow discord? Ansel realized and shook his head slightly, uncertainly saying, isn't that too simplistic? Based on Amaya's temperament, she won't fall for such a trick easily. After all, anyone could see through such a scheme. How much more so for Amaya? Your Highness, if it were about ordinary matters, Amaya could indeed be considered extremely intelligent. But her intelligence is merely limited to some petty tactics. Ellison shook his head and then said with a smile, she is competent in dealing with those ministers at court, but once it involves herself, or the imperial power of the royal family, she becomes suspicious immediately. At that time, we just need to mention in the letter about the imperial throne and the Geisu of the dragon chair, then hint at Oswald's betrayal. I think she will replace Oswald without hesitation, and might even eliminate him. After all, he knew the Kinley too well. Once this ruthless butler began to suspect, she would lose her rationality. All right, let's do as you say. Ansel immediately agreed without any hesitation and said, the letter will be handed over to you for writing. By the way, besides delivering it to the Kinley, it's best to spread it around Albertzhou. This way, the court and the public will all know, and Amaya will have no choice but to believe it. Leave it to me. Julian closed his fan and immediately said with some pride, I guarantee that once the letter arrives, Oswald will be summoned back immediately. Fine, if this succeeds, you will get the credit. Ansel was in high spirits and then lifted the teacup to savor the tea carefully. Your Highness. At that moment, a soldier suddenly ran in and saluted. General Fabio from Burl State has arrived, requesting an audience with your Highness to discuss military plans. Let him in. Ansel put down the teacup and said indifferently, also, arrange someone to serve tea quickly. Your Highness. Seeing the soldier leave, Ellison immediately looked serious and warned. When he comes, no matter what he says, don't agree immediately. Let's discuss after he leaves. In the previous battles, we suffered huge losses while Burl troops had fewer casualties. We cannot be their vanguard. Chapter 110, Breaking the Stalemate. Outside Haeong City, Jason was inspecting the city defenses with his subordinates, but his expression was far from pleasant. The Zhao army had been besieging the city continuously for nearly 2 weeks, completely cutting off his communication with other cities. This made it difficult for him to gauge the situation elsewhere. More importantly, he had received more than a dozen letters from the Ministry of War, yet no reinforcements had arrived. Damn! Seeing this situation, Jason couldn't help but curse out loud. What are those people at the Ministry of War doing? Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? It's already been so many days. If this continues, the city will eventually fall. The last time they weren't defeated was entirely due to Ike's timely arrival. But based on the current situation, they might face a similar outcome. General, as long as we can hold on to Haeong, I believe holding the other cities won't be a problem, said the adjutant beside him. Moreover, these soldiers have all been carefully selected by the great general. Their combat effectiveness is much stronger than before. Dealing with them shouldn't be an issue. But under this situation, morale will become a huge problem. Jason shook his head and pointed at the Zhao army outside the city walls. Look, the number of Zhao soldiers keeps increasing. If this continues for too long, breaking through will be difficult for us. Even the reinforcements outside may not be able to get in. If he could die on the battlefield, that would be one thing. But if it were due to lack of reinforcements and running out of food supplies within the city, it would be troublesome. General, let me lead the troops to charge through for a while, Jared said seriously. Aside from that, it will also boost morale. It's not as simple as you think, Jason shook his head. The number of Zhao soldiers outside was more than 10 times theirs. Charging out now would be suicide. At that moment, a crossbow bolt suddenly flew over from a distance. Watch out. Jared quickly tackled Jason to the ground. There's a letter attached to this arrow. The adjutant promptly removed the letter and handed it to Jason. This is the great general's personal letter. Jared glanced at the letter and said without holding back. Yes, it's indeed his handwriting. Jason nodded after seeing it. I've seen his handwriting several times. It can't be wrong. The great general has already reached the west of the river. The generals behind couldn't help but ask. That's right, Jason then said seriously. He personally led the troops from Kinley, and not far behind the Zhao army, there are Korean troops. We owe a lot to the great general, Jared couldn't help but say. We sent letters to the Ministry of War a month ago, and still haven't seen any reinforcements. The great general coming from Albert is much more reliable. What can those officials at the Ministry of War do besides talk? The adjutant couldn't help but speak up. After this war, I will definitely submit a petition to impeach them. Enough, now isn't the time to discuss this. Jason felt a wave of excitement and immediately said, everyone listen up, pass down the order immediately, let the soldiers have a hearty meal. Then when it gets dark, we'll lead the troops out and fight our way through. The great general will personally lead reinforcements to meet us. No delays allowed. Yes. The soldiers behind immediately agreed without hesitation. Hearing that Ike was leading the troops personally gave them great excitement. After all, to them, the confidence given by Ike was immense. They no longer hesitated, believing that no matter what, the great general would come to their rescue personally. As night fell, silence descended upon Hayang City. Inside the Zhao army camp, Gorin and Nate Halston stared at the map in silence. How much longer must we wait? Nate Zhaozhan, unable to hold back any longer, pointed at Hayang on the map. We've been besieging the city for almost a month now. Logically speaking, even if we attacked a few days ago, the city should have fallen by now. What are we still waiting for if we continue this siege? For reinforcements, Gorin simply sat down and said, waiting for reinforcements? Halston was puzzled. Are you waiting for Cary reinforcements? Impossible. If there were any reinforcements, they would have brought troops here long ago. Now that a month has passed, they've already abandoned the west of the river. That's impossible. Gorin shook his head, his expression serious. The area west of the river is too important for all our nations. If we lose this place, there will be no barrier left for Dikwiyu. Cary would never give it up easily. This land was filled with over 100,000 soldiers by the previous butlers of Cary. How could they abandon it so easily? Moreover, the combined forces of the 6 cities west of the river only amount to a few tens of thousands. Such an important location cannot possibly lack reinforcements. We should besiege and attack any reinforcements that arrive. As long as we eliminate the main force of Cary, won't we be able to advance straight through then? Halston found his words reasonable, but couldn't help feeling impatient. So, where have you arranged your ambush? He immediately asked. When the time comes, I will personally lead them, and we will surely crush their reinforcements. If your highness insists on going, I can hand over part of the command to you. Gorin knew this but spoke helplessly, but if this plan fails, it might not go well with Manny. It's impossible, how could I fail? Halston immediately shook his head, with a serious look on his face. If I lose this battle, I won't return. I will atone with my life. Fine, then I report. Just as Gorin was about to speak, a soldier rushed in quickly and knelt down. Reporting to 3rd Nate and General, Cary's army has directly penetrated from our western side, splitting our forces into front and back. The left flank has already fallen apart. What did you say? Gorin thought he had heard incorrectly and immediately asked, is it the Cary army from Hayang City? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. The Cary army inside the city only numbered 10,000 or so, and they wouldn't dare charge out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed inactive for so long. No, it's Cary's reinforcements. Based on their banners, it seems Ike is personally leading them. Chapter 111 Retreat the Enemy. Ike. Hearing these 2 words, Gorin felt a chill in his heart and cold sweat trickled down his back. This shouldn't be the case. I have nearly 60,000 troops lying in ambush at the rear. How could they break through so quickly? Gorin, what is going on here? Didn't you make all the preparations? Why did they breach our defenses so effortlessly? Halston was furious upon hearing this and couldn't help but ask. I find it strange too. Ike traveled from within Albert's territory. If there was any reinforcement, it could only be cavalry. Infantry absolutely wouldn't be able to keep up with his army's speed. Gorin calmed himself down and then immediately turned to the soldier and asked, explain clearly to me what is going on. The general, this time Ike brought no more than 10,000 men. It was mainly Han troops. The Han army arrived at Hishi God knows when, blocking the ambush forces. Seizing the opportunity, Ike led his troops straight in. The soldier promptly answered seeing the situation. Han army? Upon hearing these 2 words, Gorin felt his heart sink. Unable to resist, he cursed aloud. Why do they come forward at this time? Annoying. Why panic over this? Halston, witnessing this, said without hesitation, even if Ike has brought troops and rushed over, there are only about 10,000 of them now. We have 30,000 troops stationed here, and can still summon soldiers from other cities. As long as we eliminate him now, everything will be fine. Yes. Gorin nodded immediately and added without hesitation, he is always a potential threat. If we don't eliminate him, it will definitely impact our future plans. Bring in troops immediately to attack Ike. Yes. The rest of the generals responded unhesitatingly. Kill, kill, kill. Just as they stepped out of the tent, they suddenly heard cries of battle rising from Hayang. It turns out Jason saw flames outside the city, knowing that it must be Ike bringing reinforcements. He promptly rallied the city's army to charge out. How good, rushing out without considering their lives. Seeing the scene, Halston, who was already twisted with anger, became even more infuriated. He shouted fiercely, I'll go stop Ike. You deal with this guy. Your Highness. Gorin wanted to hold him back because Ike was undoubtedly the priority. However, Before he could finish speaking, the man charged off with his men. Kill. At this moment, Tate was seen leading the tiger leopard cavalry charging in. Tate looked like a deity descending among the troops, wielding his spear through enemy lines as if nobody were there to challenge him. Stop him. Goran didn't care and immediately ordered his surrounding warriors.
Yes.
As the soldiers charged forward, what they didn't expect was Jensen leading the white feathered army to storm in on the other side. Coordinating perfectly, the duo caused the Zhao army to retreat continuously. Hold the line. Goran was startled and immediately drew his sword, shouting, "Whoever dares to retreat will be executed. Archers, form your ranks."
Yes.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, arrows shot out like flying locusts, felling his troops in large numbers. Even Goran's shoulders were hit by 2 arrows. General. A deputy general seeing this rushed over to support him. Darn. Grinding his teeth, Goran pulled the arrows out from his shoulder. When did the Cary army's archers become so formidable? He hadn't seen any archers on the opponent's side, yet half his men had already fallen. General, should we retreat? Most of our troops have been lost, and morale is low. Also, our scouts report that the Han army defeated our ambush troops and is now heading towards us.
What?
Goran almost choked on hearing this. His face turned pale as he muttered, "Forget it. We retreat." Pass down the order for an immediate retreat. The previous battle had already cost them many soldiers, and even though this one didn't allow him to take Hishi, he also couldn't afford to lose too much strength. Most importantly, he dared not gamble with his soldiers' lives. If the Han army presses forward at this time, they might die here as well. At this moment, preserving strength is the priority. Retreat. Retreat. The herald officers quickly sounded the retreat signal. After repelling the Zhao troops, Ike drove them back to the border of the Zhao Kingdom and did not pursue further. After all, the number of troops he brought was not large, and it would be troublesome if they encountered an ambush. Moreover, this time it was only to lift the siege. The objective has been achieved. Once he confirmed that all the Zhao troops had retreated completely, Ike then led his forces back to Dichio. Grady was overjoyed and immediately summoned all the ministers to wait outside the city. However, when he saw the military report, his expression turned somewhat grim. "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" Dylan couldn't help but ask upon seeing this. "Would you like to rest in the palace first? We can wait here for you." "Why don't you just wait here?" Grady then handed the military report to Dylan and turned toward the imperial city. Seeing this scene, Dylan was puzzled, unable to understand why the butler was so upset. But after reading the military report, his face also turned grim. It turns out that the military report mentioned that the Han army had joined in this campaign, which was a big taboo for the butler. "General Joaquin, I didn't think you'd have expected this." Cornelius moved a few steps forward and said, "Our Grand General not only commands our Cary army, but now even commands the Han army. Which country's Grand General is he exactly? Can Manny still command him in the future?" "Lord Lionel, I don't think you need to worry about this matter." Dylan, hearing the underlying meaning, immediately responded seriously. "The Grand General is devoted to the state and will never have any ulterior motives. I think Lord Lionel shouldn't make wild guesses, lest it cause discord among the people." Chapter 112 Suspicion. When Ike returned to the capital with his troops, Kinley Felicia's carriage also arrived at this moment. For such a coincidental event, Grady felt even more uncomfortable. However, he still personally welcomed the Kinley and then held a banquet for all in the palace. "Ike, you have repelled the Albert army and established great merit for our country, and you personally drove back the Zhao army. I propose a toast." Grady looked down at Ike and raised his wine glass. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ike immediately stood up and drank the wine in one go. "Your Majesty." Seeing this scene, Felicia sitting on the other side of Grady smiled. "If there is no reward for such great achievements, it's likely that no one will be willing to fight for Your Majesty in the future." Upon hearing this, the ministers present looked rather uneasy. After all, they were well aware that there was nothing left to reward General Monroe now, unless land was divided and he was enfeoffed as a king, but for the Cary Kingdom at present, it was impossible to allocate any part of its territory. There must be rewards. Grady smiled awkwardly and said, "Thus, I reward the general with 10,000 taels of gold, 500,000 taels of silver, and 50,000 pieces of silk." To Ike, these rewards were insignificant, just external possessions. However, Grady naturally didn't want to give him anything else. If he had considered enfeffing Ike as a king before, now that idea was completely gone. After all, he already felt wary of Ike. "Your Majesty, I do not need rewards." Ike stood up and said seriously, "If it weren't for Your Majesty's acceptance of me back then, I would probably have no place to settle now." "General, you jest. With your talent, who wouldn't employ you?" Grady felt rather satisfied upon seeing this scene and replied, "Moreover, given the current situation, the Cary Kingdom cannot afford to lose you." Seeing this, Felicia couldn't help but frown. She only intended to test the waters by saying those words earlier. Now it seemed that the relationship between Ike and Grady was still quite good. It appeared she would need to find another way. The banquet was lively. The ministers drank and chatted until night fell, and then each departed. After the banquet, Ike was retained by Grady, and the two went to the rear hall for tea. "This is the new tea from the south." Grady instructed someone to pour tea for Ike and laughed. "If you like it, you can take a few pounds back. Thank you for Your Majesty's favor." Ike, who was not drunk, sipped the tea and said, "Indeed, it is good tea. With Your Majesty's permission, I'll take some back." "Of course." Grady nodded, then changed the subject. "I heard you recently received a military officer named Honest? Why haven't I heard of him before?" Replying to Your Majesty, Ike answered honestly, "This officer was discovered when I was in Albert. He is talented, so I kept him in the army as a colonel. Your subordinates have indeed made significant contributions this time." Grady smiled indifferently. "I think their ranks are not high enough. How about this? Let's promote them to dukes governing various provinces. Do you agree?" Ike understood the butler's intentions but wasn't sure if it was the butler's true intent, or if someone was inciting trouble. If it was genuine, it meant the butler already suspected him, which could lead to conflict. If someone was inciting trouble, it would be easier to expose them later. Your Majesty's generosity is unparalleled. After thinking for a moment, Ike said slowly, however, I need to consult the soldiers first and see what they think. Do they still need to consider my rewards? Grady's face darkened at this, recalling the words of Shepard. Or is it that the general doesn't want them to leave the camp? Your Majesty jests. I quickly explained. They have long lived in the camp and lack experience as provincial governors. Consulting them is simply to respect their opinions. All right, since the general says so, we will proceed as you suggest. Grady did not say much about this. After all, he was well aware that Tate and the others were loyal supporters of Ike. If the relationship became too tense in the future, it would not be beneficial for him either. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ike put down his teacup and then stood up to pay his respects. General, you are too polite. There's no need for so many formalities between you and me. Grady gave a sly smile, waved his hand, and then sat up straight, asking again, I feel that your relationship with Kinley Felicia is quite close. Even this time, her army came out on General's account. Your Majesty, there isn't much of a relationship between Kinley and I. Ike naturally understood the implication in his words and explained calmly, her decision to send troops this time also caught people off guard. In my view, she probably intends to set her sights on the 6 cities west of the river. But after repelling the Zhao army, the Han army withdrew immediately. It doesn't seem like what General said. Grady was still troubled by this matter, and this time, the Han army was under your command entirely, and the Kinley places great importance on you. Your Majesty, things are not as you think. Ike felt somewhat helpless. He understood what the butler meant, but he had no special ties with Felicia. The Han army merely cooperated with our forces this time and had no other intentions. Probably, seeing our overwhelming strength, they decided against their original plans. General, I have no other meaning. You don't need to explain too much. Seeing this, Grady did not want to sour their relationship too much and smiled. All right, the Kinley will stay in Dicho for a few more days. You will personally entertain her. If she has any needs, just let me know, and I'll make sure everything is allocated from the household. Your will be followed. Chapter 113, Midnight Visit. Upon leaving the palace and returning to his residence, the sky was now full of stars, the moonlight as bright as day, illuminating the entire earth. Ike dismounted from his horse and returned to his residence. He saw Marion waiting by the gate, who excitedly ran over upon seeing him, embracing him tightly. Master, you have finally returned. I missed you so much. Marion rested her head on his chest, a hint of shyness in her expression but her eyes full of joy. You little girl. Ike gently patted her back, feeling her delicate frame, a subtle fragrance invading his nostrils, arousing some impulses within him. After all, I've only been gone for half a year. Truly. Marion lifted her head, speaking with a trace of resentment. Does Master not know that a single day apart feels like 3 autumns? I waited so long and could not even share my thoughts with you. All right, I missed you too. Hearing this, Ike chuckled and stroked her dark hair, replying softly. Humph, I don't believe you. Marion turned away, biting her lip angrily, replying, if you truly missed me, would your attitude be so casual? It's nothing but consolation for me, humph. Truly not consolation, I really did miss you. Ike laughed again, then scooped up the beauty in one swift motion, saying, let me see if you've gained weight during these 6 months. You. Marion blushed immediately, then wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering, I have prepared hot water for you. Wash your feet first, let me take good care of you. All right. Ike wasn't overly formal about it. After such a tiring journey, meeting the butler had exhausted him. He was ready for a rest. Back in the room, he took off his armor, stretched, and sat down on the bed, while Marion brought over a basin, removed his socks, and began washing his feet. I heard they say Master captured the natives of Albert Country. As she washed his feet, she couldn't help but ask, why didn't you bring her back to the capital this time? The princess managed to escape. Ike felt curious, lowering his head to ask, this is quite strange. Who told you this? Could it be that someone fabricated a romantic story between us? Master is too suspicious. Marion shook her head, dismissing the thought. It's nothing special. They merely told the truth. I just worry. Could she follow and seek another chance after attempting to assassinate you within the military camp? Let her come. Ike didn't mind. With his 1,000 blackguards and having already confronted Vicky, he knew the princess was no match for him. One must always be cautious, better safe than sorry. Marion appeared concerned, her face grave. She, being a princess, willing to personally attempt assassination, surely has resolved to die. Hearing this, I couldn't help but ponder. It was indeed rare for someone of such high status to risk everything for an assassination mission. Yet, he was unafraid and found it somewhat amusing. Master. At this moment, a servant stood at the door. There's someone outside requesting an audience, saying he's Desmond from Han, here to visit specially in the middle of the night. Who? Ike thought he might have misheard, reconfirming, Desmond? Yes, the person said he specifically came to visit Master. The servant nodded, confirming confidently. All right, make preparations. Ike instructed and then muttered to himself, bring me a towel. Perhaps this visitor isn't Desmond but Felicia. It seems Master's charm is quite extraordinary. Hearing this, Marion got up and fetched the towel, saying, even Kinley herself has been captivated by you. Are you jealous? Ike dried his feet, laughing as he said, if so, wouldn't that prove my appeal? Even the Kinley can't resist me? Why should I be jealous? I am happy for Master. Marion blushed slightly, then turned to leave. How could I possibly compare with her? All right, forget what I said. Ike put on his shoes, standing up to walk over, consoling. But I think she's here for state affairs. Being in Digu right now, her every move is watched closely. She wouldn't choose this critical time to visit. Just go quickly, don't keep people waiting. Marion pursed her lips and turned to take the foot basin. Without further ado, Ike went straight to the hall. Sure enough, Felicia was sitting in the hall drinking tea, but Desmond was not there. Has your majesty changed your identity and become the General of Han at this moment? Ike bowed and then sat down beside her. If not, why would you resort to such deception? I haven't lied to you. Felicia couldn't help but laugh. He's waiting outside the door right now. If you want to see him, I can have him come in. But on such a beautiful night, wouldn't it be a pity to let others interrupt our conversation? Your majesty, such remarks may lead to misunderstandings. Ike shook his head. You should be careful with what you say. Walls have ears. So what if they do? I am the Kinley of Han. What can they say? Felicia didn't take the matter seriously. Anyone who gossips will regret it. Why has your majesty come here tonight? Ike didn't want to discuss this further, for fear of causing misunderstanding, so he asked directly. It's nothing much. Felicia put down her teacup and raised an eyebrow. I just didn't get enough chat with you today, so I came for a midnight visit. General, you wouldn't mind that, would you? Ike looked at the supreme ruler of Han, momentarily speechless, unsure how to discern the truth in her words. Your majesty, given our special positions, we should be cautious to avoid misunderstandings. He could only respond cautiously. Moreover, this is Dichio, where many eyes are watching. Weren't my words clear enough just now? Felicia raised an eyebrow and sat up straight. What I said was all true. If the general wants to avoid suspicion, I'll leave immediately to avoid disturbing you. Chapter 114, Grievance. Your majesty, please finish this cup of tea before you leave. Hearing this, I felt somewhat helpless and could only say, just to avoid people saying I did not treat my guest properly. Now isn't that fine? Seeing this, Roxana picked up the teacup with a smug look and sipped it. I have to admit, the tea from the Grand General's residence is indeed good. How about giving me some? If your majesty likes it, you can take several pounds. Ike nodded, speaking generously. This tea was also given to me by our butler, and it does taste great. It's clear you and Cary really trusts the Grand General. Roxana sighed, putting down the teacup and said softly. But this makes sense. Anyone faced with such talent would want to gain their loyalty. How could they bear to lose it? If your majesty wants to meet me privately in the future, don't say things like that, or there might be no chance for it. Seeing her demeanor, I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. These are troubled times. Do you mean you and Cary now suspects the Grand General? Roxana immediately became interested, as if she were an ordinary townsfolk enjoying gossip, and laughed lightly. So tell me, what's really going on here? At that moment, she didn't appear decisive at all, unlike when she dealt with Bryce and Marcos back in the palace. Not much really. Ike then explained how Grady planned to transfer a few people around him, but didn't mention anything about moving Korean troops. After all, he had no authority over Braden. The notion came from when the Korean army suddenly appeared to assist him in repelling Zhao soldiers. You seem unwilling to tell me. Roxana pouted, saying, what does this matter? They just want to promote your subordinates. Though she spoke this way, deep down she knew that cracks had appeared in their relationship. This could be an opportunity for her. Perhaps she could exploit this rift and win over Ike. If it were as simple as your majesty says, it wouldn't matter. But things aren't so simple. Ike shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. He planned to discuss this matter thoroughly with Tate and others. Even if these few were transferred, it wouldn't affect his control over them. They were obtained through the system and would only be loyal to him. No one else could interfere. As for his army, without his military token, no one could command them. Mulan Cixi set such a large trap years ago and failed to eliminate him, let alone him now, more seasoned than ever. I think it's better like this. Roxana chuckled, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. If you and Cary truly can't tolerate you, why not come back with me to Korea? Not to mention, whatever he can offer you, I can too. Even bestowing you as king is possible. Your majesty, there's no need to discuss this. Ike waved his hand immediately. As I've told your majesty before, I cannot betray anyone first. Humph. Upon hearing this, Roxana's face darkened instantly. She pounded the table and scolded. How can you be so ungrateful? I, as Kinley of Korea, am humbly asking you. Can you not change your mind? You're infuriating. She pointed at Ike, but couldn't utter any insults, stomping her feet in frustration. Braden. Yes, your majesty. At that moment, Braden entered with a few guards. Escort me back. Roxana glared viciously at Ike and turned to leave. Farewell, Grand General Monroe. Aware something was off, but not daring to speak, Braden merely bowed and hurried to arrange the escort for the Kinley. This? Ike touched his nose, feeling utterly confused. He wasn't sure why Roxana was so angry. Could it be true, as Marion suggested, that this Kinley had feelings for him? If so, that would make things interesting. However, he wasn't thinking about that. He focused on completing his mission. The next morning, after dressing neatly, he headed to the court. But soon he noticed something was amiss. Everyone seemed to be discussing something. Grand General. Other ministers greeted him as he arrived. Ike reciprocated the greetings one by one. He did not know much about this group of ministers. Except for Dylan and Cannon, he had no deep interactions with the others. After all, he spent most of his time fighting wars abroad, and he never liked to socialize with ministers. Ultimately, he disliked the duplicity in the official circles. Gentlemen, it's been a long time. Just then, a hearty voice suddenly rang out. Everyone stiffened, then turned to look behind them. They saw Shepard leading Cornelius, Glenn, and other confidants walking over. At this moment, he looked jubilant as if returning victorious from a campaign. Minister Cary. The ministers bowed one after another. They were all puzzled. Logically, Shepard had already been stripped of his position and lost the chance to enter the court. But it seemed things were not as they previously thought, estimating he must have returned to power. Gentlemen, it's been a while. I've been idle at home for so long. Didn't expect to see so many new faces. Shepard smiled and returned their greetings one by one. Then he shifted his gaze to Ike and walked over. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Chancellor, General Monroe? That's right. And may I ask who you are? Since entering the state of Cary, Ike had never seen Shepard. Even during the previous incidents, he knew little about him. but he could clearly sense that this guy was not an easy opponent. General, let me introduce you. Cannon, standing beside him, afraid that this elder brother would say something unpleasant, immediately spoke. This is the butler's third uncle, Minister Shepard. So it's Minister Cary. I have heard much about you. Seeing this, Ike bowed and said, I've long heard of your great name. It truly resounds like thunder. Hearing this name, he immediately connected the dots, understanding why someone was acting against him. Old man, I too have heard much of General Monroe. After all, your deeds on this continent are extremely famous. Chapter 115, Power Distribution. Lord Cary is too kind. It's just a matter of empty fame. Nothing really. Ike responded with a smile that didn't reach his eyes but said no more, as he sensed the visitor was not here with good intentions. Third brother, aren't you supposed to be idle at home? Why are you here today? Cannon also felt something was amiss. After all, it was the butler who personally ordered him to resign and return home. Yet now, he appeared so openly. Perhaps this was by Grady's will. Yesterday, Manny suddenly issued an edict ordering me to return to the court to serve as Grand Tutor. Shepard spoke with a somewhat proud look on his face after hearing this. I initially refused, but Manny invited me repeatedly. As a subject, how could I defy the Imperial command? So here I am. So that's it, then I must congratulate third brother. Cannon immediately sensed something was off, suddenly recalling Shepard clearly meant to balance Ike. However, from the current situation, this general seemed to have done nothing wrong. Such meticulous intent might backfire. Moreover, he had just achieved great merit, and this move might cause other officials to lose heart. General. Just then, Anatoly came over from not far away and greeted Ike. We haven't seen each other in half a year. Seeing you in good health reassures me. Were you just back in the capital? Seeing this, I couldn't help but smile. Looks like you were in quite a hurry. I've just returned from Qin State. Selling premium salt this time yielded considerable profit. Anatoly nodded and then said, compared to last time, this trip brought in 3 million taels, and they were extremely satisfied with this batch of salt in Qin. That's expected. If you go again next time, take a larger amount. Ike replied nonchalantly. The land of Guangzhong and Qin mostly consists of heavy laborers, naturally requiring more salt. Furthermore, Qin is wealthy. Establishing trade relations with them would greatly benefit the entire Cary state. The only downside is that the two countries don't share borders, which would make logistics a bit troublesome. Manny has entered the hall. At this moment, the eunuch guarding the door called out, and under Ike's lead, all the officials entered the grand hall. Grady was currently enjoying a successful tenure as the nation prospered under his leadership. Both external wars ended in victory, especially the 10 cities taken from Albert, significantly expanding Cary's territory. He started with some formalities. Ike bowed and replied, since your majesty wishes to give them an opportunity, that's excellent. For them, serving the country is the same whether in or out of the army. Good. Chancellor's words indeed show consideration for the state. Grady relaxed upon hearing this, originally worried. If the general refused to let those people go, he wouldn't know what to do. After all, they were loyal to Ike, and forcibly separating them could cause unnecessary trouble. Cornelius, discuss with the Minister of Personnel right away. He immediately shifted his gaze to Cornelius and spoke in a serious tone. Arrange appropriate positions for generals like Tate, Jensen, and Honest. These people have established great merits. They must be greatly rewarded. We cannot just handle it carelessly. Make sure the positions arranged for them are at least commander or above. Also, their salaries should not be given as per normal official ranks. Each of them should receive an additional 300 taels annually. He was well aware that this reward meant little to them. Now, his main intention was to separate these few individuals and divide their influence. I will follow your command and handle it immediately after court. Cornelius was suddenly quite excited upon hearing this. After all, this was a great opportunity for them. Perhaps they could use this chance to undermine Ike's power. Good. Grady then turned his gaze to the other ministers and said, if you have anything else to say, speak up now. I'll resolve your issues right away. However, the ministers below exchanged glances, seemingly having nothing to say. Your Majesty, I have handed over everything to the Ministry of Revenue upon my return. All the silver has been accounted for. You can reconcile with the officials from the Ministry of Revenue. Just then, Anatoly stepped forward and spoke solemnly. I will leave this matter to you, and will not interfere. I trust you to handle it well. Seeing this scene, Grady replied indifferently. There wasn't much he could say about this god of wealth. After more than a year, he had come to recognize Anatoly's capabilities. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Anatoly bowed respectfully and stopped speaking. Your Majesty, I have something to report. At this moment, Ike stood up. I wonder if I should speak about it. Speak freely. Grady smiled. There is nothing we cannot discuss. Chapter 116 Disappointment. I returned to the capital and observed many areas undergoing land reform. May I ask how the current progress is? I cupped his hands in respect, not able to hold back from asking. He always felt a touch of regret about this matter. Initially, with Amaya's assistance, he worked diligently to redistribute land in Joaquin, but to his surprise, after gaining power, Amaya began compromising with the aristocracy and powerful clans, leading to the complete failure of his efforts. Ah, that matter. Grady nodded upon hearing this and turned his gaze toward Biff beside him. Previously, Anatoly left the capital, and you managed all aspects of the land reform. Tell the Prime Minister now. How has it gone? Any obstacles? To Manny and Prime Minister. Biff immediately bowed and responded, following your guidance, since New Year's Eve, the entire North has successfully completed the reforms. All land has been evenly distributed. As for the southern lands, despite encountering setbacks, everything was finalized by early June. After distribution, records were made. If the Prime Minister needs to inspect these records, they can be reviewed at the Ministry of Households after court ends. Of course, matters were far from as straightforward as he described. Ensuring no lingering issues was extremely difficult, and he simply gambled on Ike not investigating further. Since Minister Lionel has completed the task, I have nothing more to check. I trust Minister Lionel. Ike wasn't overly concerned about this issue. What mattered most was the butler's attitude, given the numerous matters still needing resolution. Your Majesty, now that the initial reform is complete, may we proceed further? He shifted his gaze to the butler, asking. Last year, he strengthened the reforms in 3 steps. The first 2 are done, and the final step, the most crucial, awaits. Grady seemed hesitant after hearing this. To him, things were far more complex than they appeared. Prime Minister, land reform is not as simple as it looks, Grady reflected briefly, then shook his head. Let us discuss this matter further later. There's no need to rush. How does that sound? If that is what your Majesty wishes, I shall comply. Ike sighed inwardly, realizing their relationship had indeed grown strained. Restoring it would likely prove difficult. All right, ministers. If there are no other matters, you may all retire. Grady nodded and addressed the rest. If any issues arise, submit petitions. Uncle, with your return, do take care of state affairs. This old minister will not disappoint your Majesty. Shepard promptly bowed. Dismissed. As the eunuch's sharp voice rang out, the ministers slowly exited. Though Ike held the title of Prime Minister with authority over administration, he hadn't established an office, thus handling no physical affairs and directly returning to his residence. Lionelston carefully. Once we arrive, do not cause trouble. He warned his subordinates. These are tumultuous times. If any mistakes are seized upon, it will complicate matters, especially for you. General, why has everything become so troublesome again? Tate, noticing everyone's attention on him, frowned. Must we leave the state of Cary once more? General, serving loyally without gaining the butler's trust, perhaps leaving is better, Brenton suggested calmly. With your abilities, wouldn't you fare better elsewhere? Matters are not as you think. Ike understood his predicament. Apart from Jean Sue Albert's territory, entering any other state would invite opposition from its officials. Many already resented him, and post-land reform, the noble families would certainly oppose him. Rebellion seemed his only path, yet he didn't wish to provoke conflict. General, Honest, however, was calm and composed, saying slowly, I think we can consider how to handle the aftermath. I estimate that you and Cary will make a move against you before long. Our departure won't diminish your influence. If they find us hard to control, they'll hesitate no longer. The others nodded upon hearing this. This was also what they were worried about. Don't worry, it won't be easy for them to deal with me. Ike waved his hand indifferently and said, you don't need to worry about me. As long as nothing happens to you, everything else is fine. General, rest assured, nothing will happen to us. We won't give them any handles, Tate replied carelessly. I don't think it's necessary to be so tolerant. With the general's strength and abilities, how could they possibly defeat us? You're simplifying things too much. I couldn't help but smile and said seriously, what we face now is just the enemy of one country. Although we win every time, it's largely because someone is backing us up. But have you thought about what would happen if 2, or even 3 countries unite to attack us? They can mobilize tens of thousands of troops, while we barely have 10,000 people. Upon hearing this, Tate scratched his head, realizing their bravery couldn't withstand such overwhelming numbers. All right, go back and prepare. Ike raised his hand indicating dismissal and said, I expect the appointment letters to come down within 2 days. Then take up your posts with peace of mind, but let's not lose contact. Understood. The 3 rose and left after hearing this. General Monroe. At this moment, Kinley Jean Sue Albert entered again. Seeing no response from anyone, she frowned. Why? Is the general unwelcoming? Your Majesty, I welcome you. Chapter 117. Joaquin State Military Mutiny. All right, your face tells me everything. You're clearly not happy to see me. Felicia strutted in and said, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to take the tea leaves with me. Have it ready. I'll return to Korea tomorrow. Your Majesty is leaving in such a hurry? Ike signaled a nearby guard to fetch Marion, then asked curiously, if I stay, you wouldn't treat me any better anyway. Sitting down on the stone bench, Felicia raised an eyebrow. Your butler told me he originally wanted you to show me around, but you didn't react at all. So, I'm not making myself unwelcome. Your Majesty jests. I couldn't miss her teasing tone. He poured a cup of tea with a smile. Things have just been overwhelming lately. I heard about that. Felicia took the teacup, her expression softening slightly. It seems like you and Cary has realized your power threatens him. That's true. Given your abilities in governance and warfare, which butler could tolerate a minister like you? Of course, I would welcome you. Ike was silent for a moment. When he first arrived in this chaotic era, without Esmeralda's help, he might have starved on the streets. He had done everything to assist Kinley Esmeralda's ascension to the throne, always loyal. Yet as Kinley, Esmeralda grew wary. Even so, he chose to leave rather than rebel. Now facing this situation again, he had to consider a different survival strategy. Just then, a guard placed a canister of tea on the table. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ike pushed the canister toward her. If ever I am cornered, I hope you will offer refuge. Sure, since you put it that way, I will keep my word. Felicia pocketed the tea, smiling proudly, but I hope you come willingly before you have no choice. General. Suddenly, a scout rushed in, kneeling and reported, there's a military dispatch. This caught both their attention. From where? I thought it might be from Zhou or another state. It's from Joaquin. The intelligence we gathered there has now come through. The scout stood and handed over the dispatch. Ah, that place. Not particularly concerned. Ike took the report. He had nearly forgotten about it until now. After securing Albert Force's retreat to Kinley, he believed problems were settled, only to receive this dispatch. However, his face darkened after reading it. This dispatch concerns Joaquin. Why are you looking so grim? Seeing this, Felicia asked, puzzled. Esmeralda made a terrible move. Annoyed, Ike tapped the desk and handed her the dispatch. Despite having the upper hand, she changed generals mid-battle. Against Burl? After reading the content, Felicia's expression changed. 5 days ago, Oswald led troops south, preparing to battle Burl and rebel forces led by Ansel near Xianxia. But Esmeralda abruptly replaced the general with a close ally, leading to low morale and ineffective command. The Allied forces defeated Joaquin's front line, allowing Burl and rebels to advance north, taking half of Alberto, causing panic within Joaquin. So that was your prediction. See, Esmeralda lacks any real military or governing skills. Placing the dispatch on the stone table, Felicia teased, though she's quite adept at getting rid of people. Stop joking. Shaking his head, Ike sighed. It looks like she has failed completely. The troops led by Oswald should be the last reserve of the entire Joaquin state. Even if she returns to the capital now and recruits new soldiers, it would be impossible for her to match the Burl forces and Incel. Defeat is only a matter of time. This is good news for me. Felicia stood up, looking calm. It can prove that her decision back then was wrong and you were right. Of course, assuming you also believe so. Ike didn't say much. When he left Joaquin state, he had anticipated this outcome. But what he hadn't expected was that she could be this foolish, completely ruining the once mighty Joaquin state in just about a year. Such stupidity would be catastrophic for any last butler. All right, I'll go back first. Felicia smiled, then turned toward the door. If you need help, just send a messenger. She had realized that Ike's split with you and Cary was only a matter of time. She needed to use this time to prepare well. When the opportunity arises, she would also want a share of the spoils. Farewell, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Ike bowed and saw the Empress off. Master. At this moment, Marion walked out with a smile. You seem somewhat reluctant. Why not just express your feelings? You girls, always making fun of this matter. Ike sighed, walked over, and glanced at her. Do you think Master is someone who flits from one love to another? I have never thought so, but as for what Master thinks, that's entirely up to you. Marion raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but cover her mouth to laugh. But if Master goes to Korea, remember to stay wealthy and don't forget old friends. Definitely, I'll make sure to send you as a court lady to the Kinley then. Pa, who do you take me for? I serve only Master. Chapter 118 The Angry Kinley. The state of Joaquin, Alberto, Dongjun. When the news of the defeat in Xiangyang arrived in Alberto, the place which had been calm for just over a month instantly descended into chaos. The people who had just returned to their hometowns were once again forced to pack up and leave. Moreover, it was even more disgraceful that the local officials, upon receiving the news, immediately fled with their subordinates. As the mastermind behind all this, the greatest manipulator, Amaya had already packed her belongings and was preparing to return to the capital. Hurry up and pack everything quickly. We need to prepare to return to the capital. She could not help but command the palace maids and eunuchs, leave behind what's unnecessary. Anyone who delays the journey will have their head chopped off by me. Hurry, hurry. These maids and eunuchs turned pale upon hearing her words and sped up their movements. Your Majesty. At that moment, a general trembled as he ran in and fell to his knees. This subject pays respects to Your Majesty. You. Amaya laughed bitterly as she recognized him and then kicked him down to the ground. Well, you still have the audacity to come back? Why aren't you dead in Xiangyang? This man was precisely her confidant, Isaias. It was his replacement of Oswald that led to the defeat in Xiangyang. This defeat is my fault, and I deserve death a myriad times over. On my way back, I wanted to die. But, without seeing Your Majesty one last time, I felt unresolved and must commit suicide in front of Your Majesty. Isaias knelt down and sobbed profusely. Having seen Your Majesty, my final wish is fulfilled. Very well, since you put it that way, I'll give you the chance. Amaya sneered, drew the sword from a nearby guard, and threw it on the ground. Now die to atone for your sins. Given this act, I might spare your family. Thank you, Your Majesty. Isaias shivered in fear, then nervously grabbed the sword. However, when he felt the coldness of the blade, he couldn't bring himself to do it. What? Are you afraid now? You realize the consequences of death now. Amaya's beautiful eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she scolded fiercely. If you feared death, why didn't you fight or die alongside the soldiers on the battlefield when given the opportunity? As a commander, you failed in battle and even fled mid-battle. You truly deserve death. Your Majesty, please forgive this subject's crimes. Her words cut through Isaias like swords, causing him to bow his head repeatedly in desperate plea. I am guilty, but please give me another chance. Your Majesty, allow me to redeem myself. I've already given you chances. Amaya frowned, obviously impatient, and shook her head. You didn't cherish them, so don't blame others. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Isaias lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, body trembling uncontrollably. Just give me 20,000 troops now, and I'll march back immediately. I promise to crush Arnie's rebel forces and drive out the Burl army. 20,000? Seeing how foolish this man was, Amaya couldn't help but laugh, scrutinizing him as if looking at a pig. She wondered why she had trusted him in the first place. Send them to their deaths with you? Clearly losing patience, she bent down to pick up the sword from the ground. Since you lost, you've no second chance. Your Majesty, please show mercy this time. I don't want to die. I am willing to serve Your Majesty for eternity. Feeling the Kinley murderous intent, Isaias pleaded desperately before a flash of cold steel passed before his eyes, plunging him into darkness. Humph! Blood splattered onto Amaya, who wiped it off her face. Without hesitation, she pulled out the sword and slashed at Isaias's corpse again. Several swift slashes resulted in gushing blood, spreading a heavy stench of death in the air. Those maids and eunuchs had never witnessed such a scene before, turning pale and kneeling down in fear. All of you get up, pack quickly and return to the capital. Amaya turned around, her eyes red with anger. Whoever delays will be killed by me. No one dared delay. They immediately resumed packing upon hearing her words. The Kinley then returned to her room, changed clothes, and promptly left the city with her guards. However, just as she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something. Your Majesty, is there anything else that needs to be dealt with? Seeing this, the captain of her personal guard couldn't help but ask, shall we? Lionelston carefully, Go to the dungeon and bring Oswald out now, quickly. Amaya sat in the carriage, her expression unpredictable, lightly tapping her fingers on the armrest. Are we taking Minister Lionel back to the capital with us? Aye. The captain originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but seeing the butler's grim face, he didn't dare to inquire further and turned ahead for the dungeon. When Oswald reappeared before Amaya, even the Kinley's face changed involuntarily. Oswald, who was still in his middle years, had half of his hair turn white in just a few days. His face was ashen, a stark contrast to the spirited commander he once was. Oswald, I am preparing to return to the capital. Looking at the dazed man before her, Amaya frowned, a flicker of pity crossing her eyes. She spoke, if you wish, I will take you back with me. Back? To where? Upon hearing these words, Oswald finally lifted his head somewhat blankly and looked up at the Kinley. I don't know where to go back to. Back to the capital. Amaya said coldly, you are fully aware of it. Why do you need to put on an act with me? Just answer. Do you want to go back? You can also choose to stay in the dungeon. What difference would it make if your majesty returns to the capital? What no one expected was that Oswald now acted completely differently, lifting his head and looking coldly at the Kinley. Can your majesty resist Arnie's elite troops with those scattered soldiers and new recruits in the capital? Can your majesty resist Burl's navy? If all these cannot be resisted, then where is there to run? Since there's nowhere to run, why should your majesty bother going back? Chapter 119. Heart as dead ashes. Oswald's words instantly froze the atmosphere in the room. The soldiers and ministers, already anxious to return home, all turned pale, momentarily stunned where they stood, at a loss for what to do. The palace maids and eunuchs hung their heads, afraid to anger the butler by this development. Good, very good. You've finally spoken your mind. Ewan Bridget's face was livid, her teeth clenched, fury blazing in her beautiful eyes. Aren't you particularly pleased with yourself now? Did you harbor resentment when I replaced you before? Are you delighted now that we've suffered a defeat on the front lines? Deep down, she knew Oswald did not think so, but as an butler, she could not admit her mistake. Furthermore, given the current situation, as an butler, she could not lower herself to apologize. Moreover, her previous actions proved she lacked the ability to command troops or discern capable men. That single act of sowing discord had ripped away all pretenses, stripping her of any dignity. Therefore, she now resorted to using the most venomous words to cover up all failures. Even so, it was impossible for her to keep Oswald alive. After all, if he lived, wouldn't it further highlight the butler's failure? Your Majesty, if you see me like this, then I have nothing more to say. Upon hearing this, Oswald's body shook uncontrollably. No matter how wronged he felt before, he never complained. But now, just these few words from the Kinley brought him profound pain. But you must understand, as a minister, I have been loyal to the nation, but I have failed your Majesty. He struggled to his feet and knelt before the butler, saying coldly, at this point, I cannot blame others. I can only regret not insisting more strongly at the time. I should have stood firm with your Majesty and not allowed Isaias to replace me. Now, there's no need for more words. Good, very good. Seeing this scene, Bridget felt some discomfort in her heart. She fixed her gaze on him. So, you don't think you're wrong? That it's my fault? Could you not lower yourself even now? What she wanted most was for Oswald to admit his mistakes and apologize. Then she could gracefully climb down from this step and reinstate him later. After this incident, she would entrust military matters solely to him. I am not wrong. Oswald raised his head and looked at the Empress. I have already made it clear earlier. Isaias is the one who is wrong. Fine, then stay here. Bridget had completely lost her temper. Pointing at Oswald, she shouted, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This is your own chosen path to death. If you want to stay here, fine, from now on, you will be in full charge of Albertzau's affairs. But let me tell you, if Burl Kingdom's army and Nico's rebels cross Albertzau, you will be guilty of high treason. As soon as she spoke, everyone present blanched. Everyone knew that the Burl army and the rebels were only 1 or 2 days away from Dongjun, maybe even closer. Leaving Oswald here now with no troops was tantamount to sending him to his death. I thank your Majesty for your grace. Yet Oswald knelt straight down, showing no fear. Leave him your sword. We're leaving. Bridget's expression darkened. Then she instructed the commander of her guards. If you do not wish to suffer endless humiliation, fall on your sword. Having said this, she gestured for the carriage driver to go. Thank you, your Majesty. Oswald paused, looking at the sword handed to him, unable to hold back 2 streams of tears. Your Majesty. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Looking at the departing carriage, he couldn't help shouting towards the sky. There's only one strategy left to save the Joaquin dynasty. Bridget didn't respond, merely signaling the driver to stop. Please, your Majesty, beg Ike. Oswald saw the halted convoy, and couldn't help but cry out hoarsely. Only he can rescue the Joaquin dynasty from this crisis. Please put aside your prejudice and beg him. You dare defy me again. Originally hoping it was a sound strategy, but upon hearing this, Bridget instantly flew into a rage, jumping off the carriage and scolding fiercely. Are you trying to make me lose face even more? Beg him? How could you even suggest such a thing? Your Majesty, isn't the fate of our ancestors' empire and the lives of Joaquin citizens more important than your Majesty's face? Oswald felt a wave of despair wash over him, his face void of emotion as he asked, Does your Majesty not know the value of enduring hardships? Humph, listen carefully. Bridget scoffed coldly. If you weren't a man facing death, I would have killed you myself. Speak those words again, and I'll surely kill you. Your Majesty. Silence. The Kinley did not give him another chance to speak, immediately boarding the carriage and driving away. The imperial guards, ministers, palace maids, and eunuchs all hurriedly followed after her, for fear of being left behind and becoming prisoners of the rebel army. Brother Lionel, run quickly. At this moment, a man suddenly ran out from the crowd. It was Bram, the former governor of Albertzau. He had already changed into tattered clothes, disguised as a refugee. It's you. Seeing this person, Oswald suddenly became spirited, grabbing his arm with delight. Bram, in return for my help earlier, can you do me a favor? Speak. Facing that ardent and earnest gaze, Bram could not easily refuse and could only nod. If it's about trying to change the Kinley's mind, I hope you abandon that thought. After all, although he had been responsible for transporting grain on the front lines, and this military defeat wasn't largely his fault, the Kinley's temper would likely still hold him accountable. So he had no choice but to disguise himself and prepare to leave at an opportune moment. You go to the state of Cary now and see Ike. Tell him I hope he will intervene for my sake. Oswald said with excitement, given the current situation, apart from him, no one else can save the Joaquin dynasty. Bram was somewhat helpless upon hearing this. After all, although he was a high-ranking official, he had no personal connections with Ike. It might be hard to even enter the general's residence. Do you refuse? Seeing Oswald's expression darken and disappointment set in, he asked, forget it, if it's too difficult for you. What kind of person do you think I am? Bram immediately shook his head and explained, I can't stay here. The Kinley won't forgive me. I'm afraid if I go to Cary, I won't even get to see General Monroe, let alone ask him to send troops. Chapter 120 The End of a Loyal Minister. Oswald, upon hearing this, could not help but be stunned, then he nodded. What Bram said was true. Even back when Ike was in Cary, he had received no support from anyone. Due to the land reform policies he implemented, most people in court were against him. Nowadays, one could not help but admire his courage and determination. Well, it seemed as if he thought of something. He untied a jade pendant from his waist and handed it over with both hands. Back in the capital, my relationship with Ike was fairly good. This is my token. You should be able to meet him with it. I'll leave everything to you at that time. All right. Bram seemed to have made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and replied, Brother trusts me so much, I definitely won't let you down. Actually, there was more he wanted to say. After all, humans make plans, but success depends on heaven's will. More importantly, given the current situation, considering how Kinley treated Ike back then, if he does not come or remains aloof, it would also be understandable. Good, with these words, I am reassured. Oswald's gaze turned cold. Then it seemed like he had made up his mind. If the rebel army is repelled at that time, you must inform me by burning paper. Lionel, brother, what do you mean? Upon hearing this, Bram was clearly startled, then could not help but respond. You must not commit suicide. Only you? No. Oswald is already dead? Oswald slowly stood up, looked at the empty street and the already ruined city wall, shook his head blankly, and replied, I can neither stop the rebels outside nor prevent villains inside. How can I face Manny? How can I face the ancestors of the Lionel family? Brother Lionel, if you die, how can you live up to the ancestors of the Lionel family? Seeing this, Bram quickly grabbed his arm and advised, why don't we go to Cary together? With your talent, you will surely receive the heavy reliance of the Yuan of Cary. Forget it, forget it. Bram shook his head and said firmly, as a minister who cannot gain the butler's trust, even if I went to Cary, how could I face the people of Joaquin? Chariots, chariots, chariots. Soldiers, listen well. Just then, they suddenly saw dust filling the sky outside the city walls, followed by hoofbeats. It seemed the rebel army allied with Burl troops had arrived outside the city. Lionel, brother, hurry up and leave. Oswald's expression changed, then hurriedly pushed Bram away, looking anxious. The rebels are definitely coming. You must go now. But, leave. If you don't leave, I will take you along with me to death before I die. Before Bram could say anything, the latter immediately picked up his sword lying on the ground, pointed it at him, and ordered, leave. Lionel, brother. Unable to suppress a feeling of sorrow, Bram fell to his knees, kowtowed twice, and ran out through another gate. Oswald's gaze turned cold. Then he directly climbed onto the city tower with his sword in hand. Wherever he looked, he saw only dust covering the sky and banners waving. Arnie's vanguard cavalry had arrived below Dong Prefecture. Halt! Seeing only Oswald on the city tower and the gates wide open, Ansel looked up and felt puzzled. Immediately, he signaled everyone to stop. Lord Lionel, it has been a long time. He shouted loudly towards the person on the city tower. Amaya's tyranny has caused public resentment and her downfall is inevitable. Yet I have always admired you. If Lord doesn't mind, you can join me in recreating the prosperity of Great Joaquin. Nate, those words sound too ridiculous coming from your mouth. Oswald could not help but curse aloud upon seeing this. Originally, Great Joaquin had entered its golden age, strong and prosperous, with wealthy citizens. Even if Burl attacks us, we could still drive them out. But for your own selfish interests, you collaborated with Burl to rebel. Can you face the ancestors of Great Joaquin? How can you face the previous butler? You are a traitor and an insurgent. Shut up. Ansel's face turned livid after these words, grinding his teeth and retorted. This prince did this all under duress. There was no way the throne would fall into Amaya's hands. If not for Ike aiding her, the throne should have. That would have belonged to Nate Jean, not you. Oswald interrupted him fiercely, biting his teeth. And in a predetermined situation, you insisted on rebelling. You are a traitor, a fugitive whom everyone deserves to punish. Do you want to die, Oswald? Ansel's face was almost contorted from anger. He gripped the reins and drew his sword. A defeated general like you, dare lecture this prince? Although I am a defeated general, after all, I never lost when facing your allied army with Burl. Seeing this scene before him, Oswald's face revealed a hint of disdain as he spoke. The ultimate failure was at the hands of Isaias. If it weren't for your treacherous plots, the outcome would still be uncertain. But you are still a defeated general. Ansel then said smugly, I see that your abilities are indeed impressive. Why don't you consider joining me? Once we capture the capital and Amaya abdicates, you will become my loyal subject. Indeed, a jest. Oswald couldn't help but burst into laughter, looking down at Ansel and the others. You are all rebels, yet you dare talk about loyalty here. Isn't that just a farce? He then picked up his sword, laughing heartily. Even if you ascend the throne smoothly, so what? Let me tell you, historians won't recognize you as a rightful successor. You're nothing but a rebel who usurped the throne. In the future, your lineage will all be known as rebels. You. Hearing these words, Ansel's face turned pale instantly, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Oswald, cursing, "Good, very good. I will now lead my troops in and knock out every single one of your teeth to see how tough you can be. No need, there's no point in you coming in personally." Oswald's expression turned solemn, gritting his teeth, speaking coldly. "Not being able to exterminate you, this rebel, is my failure to the ancestors of great Joaquin. Since I cannot kill you, I have no face to meet our ancestors in the netherworld. Today, I will watch how you enter the city." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and killed himself, falling headfirst under the city wall. Bury him properly. After all, he can be considered a loyal minister of great Joaquin. Chapter 121. Falling into the trap. Carigua, Dichio. Since returning to Dichio, Ike has been living a rather relaxed and easygoing life every day. Because compared to his time in the army, he has almost nothing that needs tending to, even though officially he is the prime minister, overseeing national affairs. However, ever since old fox Karasai returned to the court, those officials who acted on rumors seem to have sensed something and handed over most of the matters to him. Thus, this powerful prime minister was less influential than a nominal grand tutor. But for him, it wasn't much of an issue. After all, he had no intention of engaging in political intrigue with these officials. Yet, one thing was clear. His bottom line could not be touched. If a system task were to start, it would mean the end of his leisurely days. Taking advantage of the current respite, he must enjoy it to the fullest. This is quite unusual. While brewing tea, Marion couldn't help but speak up. "I find it somewhat hard to adapt to such a tranquil life. I think you like those nerve-wracking days." Ike stretched and yawned, then said, "By the way, did you make preparations for fishing rods as I asked yesterday? Is my lord really going fishing?" Hearing this, Marion frowned slightly and replied, "But where should we go fishing? A few days ago, I saw a nice river in Huai City, and many people fish there." Ike stood up immediately and suggested, "Let's go there. Since there's nothing pressing, now is the rare chance for a peaceful life. When the time comes to want to fish again, this opportunity might be gone." "I see, that sounds fine." Marion got up accordingly. "All right, let me pack clothes first. If we're going, we should stay for 2 days." "Sure, prepare more things. It's almost late August, so the weather will get cooler." Ike looked up at the sky. Regardless, he indeed became increasingly idle. People like Tate have been assigned to various regions as military governors, and training soldiers fell to Dylan. It seemed Grady was intentionally sidelining him now. Although he had no heart for contention, he grew somewhat anticipatory. If they made their move against him, it would mean new tasks were about to begin. Marion packed quickly and set out in the carriage with Ike. "My lord, there's an assassin." Just as he sat in the carriage, the coachman, a member of the black-robed guards, warned immediately. "No problem, let's see what he wants." Ike waved indifferently and said, "Pretend you didn't notice and watch how he plans to attack." "Yes, my lord." The black-robed guards remained silent and continued driving as if nothing happened. Unexpectedly for Ike, from Dichio all the way to Huai City, the assassin never appeared. Even when he stopped to rest purposely each time, the person stayed hidden. He began to wonder about the assassin's identity and why they could be so patient. Upon entering Huai City, the local governor welcomed them immediately. Though seemingly sidelined, his status commanded respect. Anyone dared not take him lightly due to his immense influence. Most importantly, provoking him might lead to unnecessary trouble. After arriving at the inn, Ike and Marion put down their belongings happily and headed for the river with their fishing rods. To Ike's surprise, it seemed like all the fish were fished away, and he spent almost the entire afternoon with no catch except for a tiny carp. "If you're hungry, go fetch some food." When Marion expressed hunger, Ike responded without much ado, adding, "Oh, by the way, I want some crab. Can you cook some for me?" "Ah, you want to keep fishing?" Seeing her master insist, Marion's face fell. She found it hard to bear sitting idly, unlike Ike, who sat steadily. "You should come back. We shall return now." "No, I must catch a big fish, which will become soup for you." Whether from stubbornness or proving himself, Ike decided to stay, thinking the lone assassin would surely act upon seeing him alone. "All right then." Marion reluctantly agreed. Marion felt warmth in her heart and then got up saying, "But if I need to prepare the crab dish, I have to go buy some on the street, which may take time." "No problem. It's still early. Take your time." Ike was not bothered by this, speaking indifferently. "All right, I'll be off then." Marion nodded, yet showed some concern. "Young master, please take care of your safety." "Don't worry." Ike waved his hand casually, showing no concerns. However, to his surprise, even after Marion left, the assassin never showed up. He waited until he felt drowsy, nearly falling asleep. Suddenly, he sensed a coldness behind him, accompanied by waves of murderous intent. "You sure have patience." Fortunately, he had been vigilant all along. Otherwise, he might have been in grave danger. He then swung the fishing rod in his hand and turned around, throwing it directly at the assassin. Bang! The black-clad figure slashed with a sword, splitting the fishing rod into two, then relentlessly struck towards his chest. Ike tensed up inside, rolled on the ground immediately, and quickly dodged to the side. Humph! The black-clad figure let out a cold snort, withdrew the sword, and charged at him again. "Vicky!" Ike took a few steps back and shouted immediately. "You, how did you know it was me?" The black-clad figure clearly paused for a moment, but the movements did not stop and charged at him once more. Whoosh! At that moment, a dart suddenly flew towards her face. Clang! Vicky blocked it with her sword, retreating several steps. Just as she prepared to strike again, she noticed a group of black-robed guards surrounding her. How is this possible? Vicky had confirmed earlier that there should be no hidden guards around, but the sudden appearance of so many made her startled. Chapter 122. request. Disperse. Ike watched the scene before him with interest and then gestured for the black-clothed guards to leave. She's no match for me at all. Yes. Hearing this, the black-clothed guards left without any hesitation, vanishing like phantoms. I must say, Your Highness, you are indeed very persistent. Ike stretched lazily and yawned. In all fairness, I can be considered lenient towards your Albert Kingdom. Otherwise, those Albert soldiers outside Kinley City would never have returned to their homeland unscathed. And now that both sides have signed an agreement, if you attack me now, it will be a deliberate breach of peace. Can you take responsibility for that? What could such a girl do with so much patience, rather than coming after him in this manner? How did you find me? Vicky showed no reaction to his previous words. She only looked puzzled at Ike before her, clearly surprised. Natus, with your attire, anyone with eyes can tell you're a woman. Ike chuckled, feigning lewdness. Apart from that, there's hardly a woman who harbors such intense hostility toward me. Shameless scoundrel. Vicky blushed deeply, grinding her teeth and spat. I'll kill you. Shouldn't I be the victim here? You've attacked me multiple times, yet I've never tried to take your life. Last time at the military camp, even when you escaped, I didn't consider pursuing you. Ike shrugged helplessly and continued. Besides, shouldn't someone with your temperament find better things to do? What I want to do now is kill you, evil villain. Vicky, visibly enraged, tore off her face mask and said indignantly, This time you caught me, but it's not over. One day, I will take your life. Then I await your grand visit. Ike sighed, but let me warn you, if you get caught by me again, I won't let you go. You. Now, if I could command the Princess of Albert, that would be quite amusing, Ike interrupted with a satisfied smile. Don't dream on it. As a princess, how could she possibly stoop to serve others? General Monroe. General Monroe. At that moment, a figure was seen running quickly towards them, instantly capturing their attention. Looking at the approaching person, Ike felt somewhat curious, unsure who this person was. The man was dressed in rags, with unkempt hair almost covering half his face, making it hard to identify him immediately. General. When the man reached Ike, he knelt down with a thud, trembling all over. I finally found you, General. Who are you? Ike sized up the person, unable to recall who it was. Please rise. I'm Bram, Inspector of Alberjo Prefecture. Only then did the man raise his head. After fumbling through his chest, he produced a jade pendant, ordered by Lord Oswald to seek your aid, General. Oswald. Ike took the jade pendant engraved with the characters, Cold Mountain. Oswald was known as the Immortal of Cold Mountain. When he served as a general in Joaquin, this person was appointed as his monitor. Although considered the Empress's spy, they had an exceptionally amicable relationship, becoming intergenerational friends. Because of this, Amaya was directly sent to the Hanlon Academy by Oswald to serve as a minor editor. Please rise, what has happened? Ike put away the jade pendant and asked. The Joaquin army suffered a major defeat at Xiangyang Ferry, losing 12 myriads of soldiers. The rebels led by Logan and Burl Kingdom's navy have taken control of Alberjo and are advancing towards Jizhou. Bram said helplessly. As he left Alberjo and entered the territory of Cary, more than half of Jizhou had already fallen, leaving only the area near the capital under Amaya's actual control. Regarding Anakinshao and Bingzhou, she couldn't order the troops there anymore. And originally about to leave, Vicky paused upon hearing this news, realizing it might be significant intelligence. So it seems Logan intends to seize the Joaquin Kingdom. After hearing this, Ike's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly. Yes, with Logan's forces and the allied Burl troops, they now number nearly 250,000. With just those remnants, we can't hold out. Bram nodded, then said solemnly, At this rate, I fear that. Enough, I already know the situation. Ike nodded and sized up Bram for a moment before speaking. Go take a bath first, then have a good rest. Does the general refuse to send reinforcements? Seeing this, Bram could not help but frown and said, This? The current situation isn't something either of us can decide. Ike understood his concern and replied seriously, Even if I can mobilize the army, what reason do I have to intervene? After all, his relationship with Grady was currently so tense. For national affairs, it might be different, but he had no reason to save Amaya, especially someone who had once tried to eliminate him. Yet, General, if you don't act, the Joaquin Kingdom will fall. At this point, no other nation is willing to help. Bram, growing anxious, couldn't help but say, Moreover, the stability of Joaquin today is entirely due to you, General. You don't need to say more. Ike raised his hand to interrupt him, then said with a stern expression, Don't you see that Logan's reign is not as good as Amaya's? Yes, Manny did make mistakes, Bram admitted, nodding seriously. But given the present circumstances, you acknowledge Amaya's faults, yet you still come here. Ike, hearing this, flashed a look of admiration and chuckled. Do you aspire to be a loyal minister immortalized in history? I wouldn't call myself a loyal minister. If it weren't for Oswald, I'd probably be dead at the hands of the Kinley. Bram shook his head. But this was Oswald's final wish, and as a friend, I must fulfill it. If the general refuses to send troops, I can only kneel here until death. Chapter 123 Resolution. So it seems you're trying to put me in a difficult position. Ike looked at the person kneeling before him and said expressionlessly, Bram, though we haven't interacted much, I believe you should know that I respond better to gentle persuasion rather than coercion. This tactic won't work on me. General, this is my only way. Bram frowned and replied helplessly, I understand your difficulties, General, but there's no other choice. All right then. Ike observed the scene before waving his hand and instructed, Carry this man back directly. Huh. Both Bram and Vicky, who had been watching from a distance, were momentarily stunned. Bam! Suddenly, two figures in black appeared behind Bram, striking him with a chop, knocking him unconscious. Take him to the inn for a good rest. Ike watched as he ordered the two men, and changed his clothes. Yes, sir. The two black guards immediately carried Bram away. Oh. Vicky, who had been observing like an onlooker, couldn't help but ask, do you really intend to help him or not? Your Highness, you seem very interested in this matter. I turned to Vicky, raising an eyebrow. So, are you planning to intervene too? However, this might be a great opportunity for your Albert state. It's time to mobilize troops. Himph. Vicky pursed her lips, responding, why should I listen to you? Besides, whether to mobilize troops isn't any of your business. Fine, just don't follow me. Ike raised an eyebrow again and said, if I catch you again, next time I'll treat you like a maid, making you experience the pain of life without hope for death. Do you think I'm easily scared? Vicky placed her hands on her hips defiantly. I'll tell you, the outcome is still uncertain. You've got some spirit. Ike left this remark and didn't waste more words, turning to leave in another direction. Master, you're back? Upon returning to the inn, he saw Marion preparing food. She explained apologetically, sorry, I had to buy the ingredients fresh, so it took longer. No problem, once it's ready, place it in the hall. By the way, add one more set of chopsticks. Ike was indifferent, then entered the hall. A short while later, Bram, dressed neatly, rushed over anxiously. General, you don't need to say more. As Bram was about to speak, Ike interrupted him bluntly. I understand what you mean. Given the current situation, even if I want to help, I may not have the power to do so. If the general feels helpless, then I must return. Bram shook his head and continued. I told them earlier that regardless of whether I can borrow troops, I must report back to Oswald. I always feel like you're deliberately provoking me. Ike rubbed his nose and then watched Marion bring in the food. He nonchalantly asked, Fian, could you get a bottle of wine? Sure, you start eating first. I'll go buy it. Marion, being perceptive, understood his intentions and left immediately. Sit down. Ike glanced at Bram and poured the wine. Care for a drink? Thank you, General. Bram, famished from the journey, sat down hastily and began eating messily. I'm starving. Just tell me the truth. How many troops does Arnie command? Ike sipped his wine and asked slowly. Probably around 10,000. Bram drained his cup and grabbed a chicken leg from the table, saying, initially, he had 15,000 when he left. After the defeat in Alberjo, less than half remained. Then after winning at Xiangyang, he managed to gather a few thousand more. I didn't expect you, as a civil official, to be quite knowledgeable about military matters. Ike looked at Bram and laughed. I don't know anything. The soldiers along the way told me all of this. Bram gnawed on the chicken leg, took 2 more bites of rice, and continued. Moreover, I estimate that after this matter, he will surely muster even more troops. By then, it will certainly be a big trouble. No more than 150,000 at most. Ike stroked his chin and analyzed carefully. After all, regardless of how things turn out, if Oswald dies, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. If he can recruit Oswald, he will proceed like an irresistible force. After all, Oswald had accumulated great prestige after the previous 2 incidents. Does the great general not consider the Burl army? While speaking, Bram finished 1 chicken leg and grabbed another, continuing, after all, their numbers are considerable. Most of them are navy, virtually useless when they reach the northern part of Joaquin. However, Ike was unconcerned, saying slowly, furthermore, given the current situation, they are not united at the moment. We can divide and conquer them. Is the great general preparing to dispatch troops? Hearing this, Bram immediately perked up, standing up involuntarily, dropping the chicken leg on the ground. Even if I have this thought, whether to send troops or not depends on you and Cary's decision, which is beyond my control. But Ike shook his head and warned, so, you'd better not set your hopes too high. As long as the great general is willing to dispatch troops, there won't be much of a problem. Seeing this, Bram immediately picked up the chicken leg, blew off the dust and said, besides, for the benefit of Cary, certain advantages can also be obtained at that time. I will go to Dicho tomorrow, and you follow me back. Ike stood up and glanced at Bram, saying, remember, I will persuade you and Cary, but you must also provide certain conditions. After all, this wasn't something he could decide alone anymore. For them, this was already a major national affair. Please rest assured, great general. Bram put down the chicken leg and replied seriously, I will not disappoint the great general. Chapter 124, Debate in the Court. The next morning, Ike set off for Dicho with Marion and Bram. Since this was something he had promised, he felt obligated to follow through. Based on his judgment, Ewan Grady would likely agree to his request for military action. As Bram had said, for the ambitious Ewan Cary, this move could not only establish his nation's status, but also bring substantial benefits. Throughout the journey, he could still sense the presence of Vicky. The woman never gave up, which was not a bad thing for him. By capturing the natus of Albert, whether she served as a maid or not, he might be able to leverage this opportunity to get Albert to join forces. Due to his urgency, it took only 2 days to reach Dicho. On the 3rd morning, he accompanied Bram to the palace, preparing to speak with Ewan Grady during court. Who do we have here? It's General Monroe. Just as they arrived at the palace gate, a mocking laugh echoed, followed by Shepard leading a group of loyalists approaching. In the fog, I almost thought I saw wrongly. The Grand Tutor jests. With your health, surely your vision isn't failing, Ike replied with disdain. For you, this matter shouldn't be a big issue. I'm merely curious. Shepard chuckled and stroked his beard, asking, General, you haven't attended court for nearly 10 days. What brings you here today? Then he shifted his gaze to Bram. This official looks unfamiliar. Who might you be? This is Joaquin's governor of Alberjo. Ike introduced immediately, Lord Lionel. This gentleman is Shepard, Chancellor of Cary. Greetings, Lord Cary. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation, Bram said respectfully. It's an honor to meet you. You are an official of Joaquin? Shepard glanced meaningfully at Ike after hearing this. Strange, General Monroe. Why do you still associate with officials from Joaquin? According to what we know, that relationship should have ended. My purpose is unrelated to meeting General Monroe. Bram quickly clarified. I specifically came to petition the butler. Ah, now it makes sense. Shepard finally looked away and then at others, laughing. But this seems simple enough. Surely you're here to ask for our troops? We've heard rumors that your country is in turmoil, interjected Cornelius proudly. For us, aiding or not depends entirely on Manny's will. Going directly to the general might not achieve anything. I am here to see you and Cary. Bram understood their implication, responding firmly. And I have no connection with General Monroe. He sensed these officials were clearly targeting Ike, which wasn't favorable. Court is in session. A eunuch suddenly emerged from the grand hall, announcing loudly. Officials trailed behind Ike into the hall. Ike, you finally returned to court, Ewan Grady remarked from the dragon throne, teasing, I thought you'd gone missing. He had spent 2 days looking for Ike, feeling relieved when he found him fishing in Hwai City. Ike's influence was considerable. Any call to action from him could cause trouble. To the butler, these past 2 days I was in Hwai City. I hope to find some leisure time, but coincidentally met this minister from Joaquin while fishing. Ike bowed, feeling a mix of emotions. Once, he and the butler shared everything, but now they guarded against each other. Is being in butler always so lonely? Oh. Grady turned his attention to Bram. What brings you here? I greet your imperial majesty. Bram saw this scene before him, then directly gong hand and paid his respects, speaking solemnly. This minister has come from afar to specifically request reinforcements from Manny. I hope that your majesty will consider my sincerity and lend us a hand. Regarding your current situation, the butler has long been aware of it. Ewan Grady then replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. But you should also understand that the relationship between our two countries is not something that can be resolved with just words. Bram, do you really think it's that simple to ask our butler to send troops based on just a few words? The first one to oppose was Cornelius, who spoke sarcastically. You must know that our two countries have been long-standing enemies. Back then, your great general led an army against our Cary state, reducing our territory by half and forcing us to relocate our capital in pursuit of peace. If not for that, our previous butler would not have died from depression. Now you expect us to send troops. Aren't you underestimating us too much? Though he said this, anyone with clear eyes could see that he was merely using this opportunity to ridicule Ike. Your Majesty, what the gentleman just said does hold some truth. Bram's expression turned serious. He did not expect to face opposition from other ministers right away. He immediately explained, but considering the present situation, the past has passed. Is it not true that if Cary falls now, Albert will suffer as well? Don't you understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold? Did you think about these things when you were attacking us? Glenn also spoke disdainfully. Now that you are almost at the brink of losing your country, thinking about these things seems too late. Has your butler finally realized their mistake? If your Majesty is willing to send troops, our butler can agree to any conditions. Bram understood that continuing to argue with them would lead to no results. What mattered now was gaining Ewan Grady's approval. As long as the butler agreed, no one else would dare say anything more. Chapter 125. Each holding to their own words. Is what you say true? Grady couldn't help but ask immediately after hearing these words. Is your Kinley willing to agree to any condition? Or is this just an excuse? The current situation is extremely critical for our great Joaquin. Now we can only beg Her Majesty for assistance. Bram said with a somewhat helpless expression. Moreover, no matter what the conditions are at that time, our Kinley will certainly agree. In that case, you should temporarily step back. Grady then looked at the others and said, we will notify you once we reach a decision. All right, I'll trouble your Majesty. Bram sighed in his heart, then glanced at Ike. Now he could only place his hopes on this great general. Ministers, please share your opinions, Grady said immediately after seeing the person leave. Your Majesty, I think this is an excellent opportunity for us. Ike did not hesitate. Speaking frankly, our troops are strong. If we take advantage of this chance to expand eastward, it would be beneficial for our country. Moreover, since the land settlement system has already been implemented, we have enough provisions for backup support. Currently, Joaquin is vulnerable, and we can reclaim the lost territories during this time. Weren't those original territories captured by the great general? At this moment, Shepard spoke in a sarcastic tone. I do not agree with the great general's opinion. This war isn't advantageous for our country. Oh, Grand Tutor, what do you think? Hearing this, Grady curiously asked. Firstly, we must confront 3 forces. Shepard started to elaborate confidently, with a proud look on his face. Although Kinley Amaya has lost most of her territory, she still holds 2 large states and has at least 10,000 soldiers under her command. Secondly, since Incel's rebellion, many people have rallied behind him, so he commands a significant number of troops, probably between 15 to 20,000. This force might occupy all of Joaquin territory and should be considered the strongest opponent. As for Burl, they've mobilized over 10,000 troops this time, which shouldn't be underestimated. But on our side, although the 6 cities west of the river have 5,000 troops, they still need to guard against Zhou, so we can't really move them. The maximum number of troops we can mobilize from the capital and its surroundings is also 10,000. But your Majesty, don't forget Albert in the north watching us like a hawk. Moreover, if we launch an attack without permission, we'll offend both Incel and Burl. If we can't fully annex Joaquin territory, there's no point in offending them. He said this mainly because he was afraid that Ike would gain more credit, which would give them no advantage at all. He couldn't accept this. Grand Tutor makes sense. Our army doesn't have any advantages right now. Yes, the country has finally stabilized. We can't easily provoke another conflict. If we continue down this path, and Incel and Burl attack us together, it will be troublesome. After hearing this, the court ministers began discussing it heatedly, with most siding with Shepard. Great General, what do you think? Grady felt conflicted, then focused his eyes on Ike. I think what Grand Tutor says is exaggerated. Ike smirked indifferently and replied solemnly. First, Amaya is currently fighting a desperate battle. Even if she gathers 10,000 troops, most of them are new recruits and farmers who lack combat power. As for Incel, he has a maximum of 8,000 men, including wounded. With his leadership and military capabilities, he can be captured in one battle. Burl has many troops, but most are navy forces. They may perform at their best in rivers and lakes, but their navy strength will significantly weaken in the north, which is nothing to worry about. In his view, unless other forces join in, there's no reason to fear. What the great general says makes sense. Cannon stepped forward at this moment, bowing and saying, if we manage to subdue and sell, Burl is nothing to be feared, and moreover, they each harbor ulterior motives, so they may end up in internal strife first, making them not formidable opponents at all. So, according to Uncle's idea, we can launch an attack this time? Seeing this, Grady couldn't help but ask. Of course we can deploy troops, and it will be a sure win. Cannon was clear in his mind that if the command of the troops were given to Ike this time, it would definitely result in a certain victory. Well, Your Majesty, military affairs are matters of great importance to the country. You must be cautious, said Shepard abruptly and solemnly just as Grady was about to speak, adding, don't end up working for others' benefits. With these words, the butler instantly hesitated. All right then, go back and consider it. Write down your thoughts and submit them tomorrow, said Grady after he stood up and addressed the ministers below him. I will also think about it again. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He understood that he no longer had any say now, and the butler ultimately still trusted the Cary family. After the court dispersed, Grady gathered his confidants together to discuss how to deploy the troops. Your Majesty, I believe that unless they hand over the land first, we absolutely cannot agree under any circumstances, said Shepard straightening up with a serious face. My previous concerns were not unfounded. Taking the current situation into account, although our army strength has increased significantly compared to before, we must always prepare for unexpected situations. Fourth uncle, what do you think? Grady, playing with the jade pendant on his waist, couldn't help but look at the others. Your Majesty, anyone with common sense would never accept such conditions, Cannon frowned and remarked. If you haven't done any work, why would they give you benefits first? That would be crazy. If they cannot achieve this point, it means the situation is not particularly urgent yet. Otherwise, why wouldn't they agree? Shepard immediately tapped on the table and countered, this is a matter of great importance to the country and must not be treated lightly. We cannot suffer any loss. I think Grand Tutor makes sense. Cornelius naturally sided with his mentor. Chapter 126, Making Up One's Mind. You people just talk big here. After all, have you ever been to the battlefield? Cannon, after that argument with his third elder brother, looked down on these few people more and more. Commanding troops in battle is not just about numbers. There are superb commanders who can win with fewer troops. Don't always make things too complicated. This is beneficial for our Cary state. Third brother, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Shepard jumped up immediately, his face ugly as he said, are you saying I don't know how to lead an army? When we were young, we led armies to attack Zhou together. Did you forget that? Third brother, if I recall correctly, weren't we also defeated then? Cannon gritted his teeth angrily, and at that time, I told you it wasn't a good idea to set up the troops like that under such circumstances, but you refused to listen. If not for you, that battle wouldn't have ended so badly. You. Shepard's chest heaved violently, his face flushed red, pointing his finger at Cannon as he cursed. All right, you are really looking down on me more and more. If it is so, there's nothing else to say. Let's each lead a troop to Joaquin and see who is the coward. Master teacher, please do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Cornelius quickly stepped forward, gently patting him on the back to calm him down. That's enough. You two should stop arguing over this nonsense. Grady, with a headache, interjected. What we're discussing now is whether or not to send troops to the Joaquin state. Moreover, even if they had to deploy troops, he would still choose Ike as the chief commander. Your Majesty, I wonder if it's proper for me to speak my mind? Just then, Dylan, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Speak. Grady was still willing to hear everyone's opinions. Your Majesty, I think it is indeed an opportunity for us right now. After some thought, Dylan continued. Because once either Incel or Burl controls the entire Joaquin state, it will be very difficult for us to intervene again. Now that Joaquin is still in chaos, we can still take advantage of the situation. If they settle down first, then trying to seize an opportunity later will only be a daydream. What you say makes sense, continue. Grady perked up instantly, looking pleased at Dylan. So, regarding the current situation, sending troops is definitely the right decision. Dylan felt encouraged and went on, more importantly, if we help break Joaquin's siege, they simply cannot go back on their word. General Joaquin, don't make promises too easily. Shepard, hearing this, immediately retorted with displeasure. Countries often break their words. Why are you so sure Abigail won't? First, they asked us for help voluntarily. If they break their promise, how would she face other countries? Maybe encouraged by the butler, Dylan raised his voice slightly and continued. Second, if we relieve the siege of Joaquin, our army will already be deep inside Joaquin territory. If they renege, do they have the strength to fight against us? Well said, what a great speech. Cannon couldn't help but clap his hands. This analysis is logical and reliable, compared to those who just talk without basis. The general flatters, I'm merely analyzing the situation. Dylan blushed and laughed. All right, let's act according to what you've said. Grady nodded after listening, agreeing with the analysis. The Ministry of War shall prepare orders tomorrow. Mobilize the available armies from various regions. Your Majesty, even if we deploy troops, this old minister has 2 sentences to add. Seeing the scene, Shepard stood up again, with a sinister look on his face. While using Ike, we must preserve our own strength. We can have him lead the vanguard first, followed slowly by our main force. When they're exhausted, we'll dispatch our troops. No, I disagree with your method. Cannon immediately objected. Do you know what the consequence will be? Once the front line is defeated, it will affect overall morale. Worse, if it leads to panic and trampling, many more lives will be lost. Did you understand what I meant? It's just letting their troops take the lead, and then our army will follow. It's not like we're sending them to certain death. Shepard naturally had this thought, but wouldn't admit it, retorting through gritted teeth. Are you being fooled by that, Ike? Don't forget, You bear the Cary surname. Commanding an army has its own rules. What does it have to do with my surname? Cannon, unable to hold back his anger, immediately rebuked. If it affects morale in the end, would the following troops not be ours? Enough. I will make arrangements. Grady, annoyed by the arguing, waved his hand. Both of you can leave for now. Someone, bring Ike here and tell him I want to personally host a banquet for him. Yes. These people then left the hall with various thoughts on their minds. When Ike entered the palace, it was already completely dark. He did not know why the butler summoned him at such a late hour, but he was sure this might be their last meeting. Ike, quick, come sit down. By the time he reached the rear hall, it was lively inside, with many palace maidens dancing gracefully. Grady sat on one side, not occupying the main seat. Ike was a little stunned at this scene, not understanding the butler's intentions, but still sat down obediently. Ike, just now I discussed with several other ministers and decided to deploy troops this time. Grady glanced at him and couldn't help but smile. Now you can rest assured, right? Your Majesty, war is a matter of great importance to the state. Ike was somewhat surprised inwardly but replied calmly, since your Majesty has made up your mind, as ministers, we only need to follow your decision. Good, I'm glad you agree. There are a few things I need to discuss with you. Chapter 127, Minister and Sovereign in Conversation. Your Majesty, please speak freely. After Ike confirmed that Grady would dispatch troops, his heart felt much more at ease. He couldn't help but ask. He chose this moment to dispatch troops not because of Amaya. After all, he had no good feelings towards the Empress. If it weren't for repaying her kindness from back then, he wouldn't have done those things for her. Too many times he'd seen people die after being used and cast aside like a dead rabbit. According to General's judgment, how many troops should we bring if our army is to launch an attack? Grady looked at him and asked, what do you think? In my opinion, this time, we don't need too many troops, replied Ike, his expression serious. The Wen Kingdom can only mobilize and Cell's rebel army, and Burl's army is nothing to fear. Therefore, about 80,000 soldiers will suffice. Moreover, I can assure you that casualties won't be heavy. If so, that's best. Grady nodded and said, based on the current situation, I can mobilize these troops for you now. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ike nodded, then fell silent, gazing quietly at the butler, knowing the butler still had something else to say. Secondly, in your view, how long will it take to assist Amaya in quelling the rebellion? What benefits can we gain from it? Grady adjusted to a more comfortable sitting posture and asked again, and what benefits can we get from this? It's hard to say how long it will take. Ike shook his head with a grave expression. Battlefield situations change in an instant, making it impossible to predict timing. However, I am confident that matters can be resolved by next year. As for the benefits, Your Majesty could write to Amaya and negotiate in advance to prevent her from going back on her word. I plan to take Bingzhou and Izhou. How does that sound? Grady waved his hand, signaling the dancing palace maidens to leave. He raised his wineglass and asked, these two places are crucial for the entire Wen Kingdom. Grady nodded upon hearing this, as he had always been a general of Wen and knew well their importance. If Your Majesty can control these areas, you can constantly threaten the capital of the Wen Kingdom. Indeed, Your Majesty has far-sightedness. This doesn't quite count as foresight. Grady took a sip of wine, somewhat proud, then stood up. It was merely studying the map. These two places not only have abundant resources, but also richer mineral deposits, especially copper and iron. If we can get these two places, controlling the whole Wen Kingdom in the future won't be a problem. Your Majesty is wise. Seeing this, Ike also raised his cup and drank it down, then said, Your Majesty, I have two requests, and I hope Your Majesty will agree. Go on. Grady seemed indifferent as he responded. The first request is that Your Majesty brings back my original generals. I need their assistance. Ike glanced at them and continued, after all, assisting the Wen Kingdom involves facing two armies. With just me, it would be too difficult to handle. Well, Grady frowned, pacing a few steps, uncertain. Those few people were now completely separated from Ike. Although he had tried to split them apart over the past 2 months, he hadn't succeeded. He believed that given some time, he could make them less loyal to Ike and eventually use them for himself. At present, they all hold key positions. Grady probed, if we recall them now, officials will need to be reassigned, which would be troublesome. Is there no one else besides them that the general can use? It's not that simple. Ike clearly understood his implication and shook his head. They have followed me for years, and our Moachi understanding is better. Moreover, they lead my tiger leopard cavalry and white feather infantry more skillfully, achieving unexpected effects. So you mean, none but them will do? Grady's face darkened upon hearing this. As an butler, he dreaded this most. If the generals became too close-knit, they might obey only the commanders and not the imperial edict. That was absolutely what he didn't want to see. Exactly. Ike also nodded without hesitation, his expression serious as he said, only with them can I resolve the situation immediately and return home as soon as possible. All right, this request is granted. Grady, after hearing this, thought for a moment before agreeing and then asked, what is your second request? He agreed so readily because he had a strategy in mind. Hopefully, Anatoly will be responsible for escorting supplies to the front lines when the time comes. Ike sighed in relief internally and presented his second request. Can't anyone else do it? Grady's expression soured at this suggestion. After all, he had seen Anatoly's capabilities during this period. This money god possessed absolute abilities for the entire Cary Kingdom, and losing him was something he did not wish for. Your Majesty, if someone else could work, that would be fine too, Ike responded promptly. But it must be guaranteed that the army's supplies reach the front lines as quickly as possible. Otherwise, morale will become unstable. I believe Your Majesty is aware that during this period, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue have been highly irresponsible towards frontline affairs. Just take the recent Zhao Kingdom incident for example. Cities like Hayong have been under siege for nearly 3 months. The Ministry of War never dispatched troops, and the Ministry of Revenue provided no supplies or reinforcements. If it weren't for the preparations made beforehand, how could they have held out for 3 months? Grady fell silent at this statement, pouring himself a glass of wine and refilling Ike's cup as well. This matter has already been reprimanded. The butler slowly said, his face also showing signs of displeasure. I thought such incidents wouldn't happen again. Yet, he couldn't guarantee it wouldn't occur again. Your Majesty, military matters are of utmost national importance. Ike stood up, looking into his cup of wine, and continued, while Cary is stable now, the loss of several thousand soldiers in one go is a cost that even Zhao or Qin cannot afford. Chapter 128 Preparations to Leave. What you say makes sense. I will take this matter seriously. Grady couldn't help but nod upon hearing these words, just as Ike had pointed out. Any country would struggle to recover after losing so many troops in such a short time. Even when Zhao state was defeated in Hushi last time and lost about 100,000 soldiers, most of the injured managed to escape back, and moreover, Ike also returned 4,000 prisoners of war. That was why he could rebuild his army for the second battle, without much loss in the first one. However, it was different for Abigail, as all Oswald's 100,000-strong army was lost. She no longer had the capital for a comeback. Even if she could muster another 100,000 new recruits now, they would stand no chance against Incel's rebels and Burl State's naval forces, scattering at the first touch. So, rest assured that I will ensure the supply of military provisions on the front line. Grady looked at Ike with a serious expression, saying, if anyone fails in delivering supplies on time, I will have them beheaded. In that case, I entrust it to your Majesty. Ike felt helpless inside. If the butler insisted on not letting Anatoly come, he had no choice. But he could ensure at least one person left Ikuyu. He wasn't fully prepared to break ties completely, yet he wouldn't lead his troops back either. There was too much suspicion between both parties now, making it hard to return to the old state of affairs. General Monroe, we must rely on you again. Grady glanced over and slowly said, given the current situation, besides you leading the troops, I can trust no one. Please rest assured, your Majesty. Ike responded solemnly, your Majesty shows such trust in me, and I won't let you down. I'll certainly achieve success and bring back benefits for your Majesty. Good. Grady breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He knew he hadn't been entirely honest before, constantly guarding himself. Yet now when he needed people, he could only plead for their help. As in butler, he could only balance the two sides this way to avoid unnecessary troubles. By the way, I've ordered the Ministry of War to start mobilizing troops, which should be completed in about 10 days. Grady drained his cup and continued. In the next few days, oversee the mobilization of military rations, see how much we need. There shouldn't be much of a problem with the rations. I've arranged quite a bit recently. With the current arrangements, the required provisions will be sufficient. After some thought, Ike replied earnestly, however, if we want to deploy our forces quickly, it might be too late by then. Do you mean to advance early? Seeing this, Grady couldn't help but ask. If we wait until then to engage, the rebels may have already besieged the capital, and it's highly likely they'll breach the city walls. Ike stood up and said seriously, for Incel, the desire to become butler is too strong. He'll spare no effort to capture the capital. Given the current situation, we must find a chance to strike now. You make a valid point. Hearing this, Grady nodded in agreement. And if he captures Abigail, it would be difficult for us to negotiate terms. Since they were assisting, they were officially supporting Abigail now. Negotiations with Incel later on would be problematic. So, I will issue an order immediately to send Tate and others as soon as possible. If possible, you go ahead with your personal guards to slow down their advance. Grady then added, seemingly recalling something. Also, I will instruct the Ministry of Revenue to provide you with provisions immediately. Which direction do you plan to attack from? Considering the present situation, I plan to head directly to the capital. Ike said seriously, Bram has already reached Albertjo. The front line could reach Jizhou within a couple of days. If we don't move quickly, his army might already be at the front lines of the capital. We must reduce the threat during this period. Also, your Majesty, please arrange messengers to negotiate with them during this time. Agreed. I'll send express couriers immediately. Grady nodded, knowing this affected the outcome of this campaign. Saying this, he seemed to think of something else and looked at Ike seriously. I've reflected a lot lately. It seems I've been overly cautious around you. He deliberated for a moment, then could not help but say, I hope you don't misunderstand. I have no other intentions. Your Majesty is overthinking it. Ike subsequently laughed somewhat nonchalantly and said, considering the current situation, I have no ulterior motives. I only hope that your Majesty can properly manage state affairs and the country. As for other matters, there's no need to consider them. Fine, if you think this way, nothing could be better. Grady knew clearly that in terms of rallying power, this person before him probably rivaled any individual in the Cary state. Moreover, from previous events, it seemed that if Ike governed, he wouldn't be inferior to him. Any butler facing such a minister would inevitably be cautious. Let's do this. Grady suddenly didn't know what to say for a moment, then said, you may return first. Once the military provisions are arranged in the next day or two, you can set out. If there are any other matters, come directly to me. Understood. I shall take my leave then. Upon hearing these words, Ike immediately headed toward the palace gate. After leaving the imperial palace, he rushed straight back home without delay. Fian, quickly pack everything up. Once Tate and the others return here, we will immediately leave Dichio. Back at his residence, Ike immediately instructed. All right, I'll start packing. Upon hearing this, Marion did not hesitate and began packing clothes and jewelry right away. These things can be left behind. Ike, seeing what she was packing, immediately interjected without hesitation. We can buy new ones after we leave. Anything you like, we'll buy. Why such a rush? Marion, puzzled by his words, couldn't help but ask. Chapter 129. The mansion is empty. This is the best time for us now. Ike was extremely excited at this moment. For him, this mission was like a dragon diving into the sea and a tiger descending from the mountain. He had already repaid Grady's kindness twice through wars, so they were even now. The next time they met might be on opposing sides. Alright, I'll pack up quickly. Although Marion's face still showed some reluctance, she knew that this opportunity was particularly rare for them. As for what we can't take with us, we'll leave it all behind for them. Rest assured, once we are settled down after this, I will give you twice as much. Seeing the beauty seemed somewhat downcast, I patted her back gently and consoled her. After all, these are just material things. Sir, I understand what you mean. Marion responded indifferently. Once this is done, I will naturally stay behind too. Besides, in this situation, the priority should be on you, sir. Alright, I will take the military token and go mobilize the troops now. The three main camps under Ike's command, the White Feather Infantry, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, and the Huaijiang Archers, were mostly outside the city. Previously, Grady had placed strict precautions to prevent any problems, but if not for this urgent need, it would have been troublesome. Leaving the mansion, he went straight to mobilize the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, the White Feather Infantry, and the Huaijiang Archers. The other troops, having received the butler's seal, were also fully mobilized by Ike. Early the next morning, Tate, Jensen, and Honest returned from their respective stations. How did all three of you return so quickly? Ike was quite surprised. To him, it seemed impossible for them to return simultaneously. It would take at least 3 days for each to arrive. General, did you know? Tate couldn't help but laugh. Just 2 days ago, Anatoly sent us a secret letter, instructing us to return immediately, so we left earlier than planned, and received the messenger's letter on the way back. I see. Ike felt relieved. He feared that Grady might think they were privately collaborating, which could be problematic. So, you pack up quickly and set off immediately. We must leave the capital today. He gave the order without hesitation. Remember, speed is crucial. General, I believe there's no issue if we leave now. Honest reminded him. Considering the current situation, Manny still has some suspicions about us. Leaving early is more advantageous and, given the present circumstances, they aren't prepared yet, making this a perfect opportunity. You make sense. Ike nodded in agreement and ordered, let's follow your advice and set off immediately. Yes, sir. The three returned to their camps and left the capital under the dim light of dawn. Meanwhile, Grady and the ministers were still unaware of the developments. Shepard arrived early in the morning with his ministers and entered the palace. Long live the Yuan. The ministers bowed and then stood up one by one. Anatoly. Grady sat up straight, looking at the Minister of Revenue and said, you will immediately requisition grain and supplies from the Ministry of Revenue to support Ike. Ensure everything is delivered to the front lines within 2 days. Yes, Your Majesty. Anatoly felt slightly relieved, knowing the butler still intended to send Ike into battle. This meant sending letters to Honest and others wasn't an issue. Your Majesty. Suddenly, Shepard stood up and asked, did Your Majesty agree to deploy troops yesterday? Why were we not informed? The butler's expression darkened. Shepard, do I need to inform you every time I use my troops? Grady frowned. Don't forget, you are the Grand Tutor. Military matters are not under your jurisdiction. He suddenly felt that entrusting this old man to check Ike might have been a mistake. Even he found it unbearable. Your Majesty, I had no ulterior motives. Shepard realized his words might have been inappropriate and quickly responded with a smile. You mentioned yesterday that this matter was still under consideration, so I had this question. Yesterday, after summoning Ike, I discussed the deployment with him. Grady explained. Grady picked up the memorial on the Imperial desk and glanced at it, then said indifferently, let's take the simplest scenario. If we don't deploy troops now, what if Incel's rebel army captures the capital of Joaquin? If Carissa is captured by them, what will we do then? Won't we lose all these interests? Your Majesty, how should the army be arranged? How many troops should be mobilized first? Cannon immediately asked upon hearing this. Which city should the troops be deployed to first when the time comes? With these words, Grady was momentarily at a loss for an answer. After all, he and Ike hadn't discussed this matter yesterday, leaving him unsure of what to say. The Grand General isn't here for court today? He looked down and realized Ike wasn't present, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Bring someone over to invite him from the Grand General's residence. Due to Ike's semi-retirement status for over a month, they had grown accustomed to his absence. Yes. The eunuch beside him immediately agreed. Let's discuss other state affairs first. Grady then picked up another memorial and slowly spoke. What is happening in the southern provinces? Didn't I already tell you that the Grand General's policies must be implemented? Why is this still an issue? Your Majesty. The ministers deliberated for about an hour before seeing the eunuch quickly run back. Your Majesty. Breathless, the eunuch said, the Grand General's residence is now completely empty. Huh. Everyone present was astonished, not understanding the reason why. Explain clearly. What exactly happened? Grady also sensed something amiss and couldn't help but ask. Yes, the Grand General's residence now has no guards left, and there is no one in the mansion. Moreover, most of the items have been moved out. Chapter 130. Explaining the situation. He must have fled with his men without a doubt. Shepard immediately responded, Your Majesty, you must order someone to pursue and bring Ike back now, or it will certainly become a major problem in the future. At this remark, the ministers present all changed expressions abruptly. After all, they were well aware of the prowess of this undefeated war god. Grand Tutor Cary is exaggerating. Cannon expressed a different opinion. He glanced at the eunuch and asked, did you inquire from the city gate officials how they responded? I did ask. The eunuch was evidently intimidated, quickly bowing and replying. They said that early this morning, Generalissimo used the military token to open the city gate and then left Dichio with his close aides and bodyguards. Moreover, they claimed it was under Your Majesty's command for military deployment. What else can be said? Shepard turned sharply towards the butler and bowed. Ike obviously left without taking leave, hurriedly and surely hiding something sinister. Your Majesty, we must immediately dispatch people to bring him back, or there'll be trouble. Your Majesty, did you discuss military matters with the Generalissimo last night? Was it arranged for them to leave in the dead of night? Cannon, on the other hand, was more calm, solemnly asking. I did indeed discuss military strategy with him last night. Grady nodded after hearing this. But as for when he would depart, we didn't fix any time. However, following his suggestion, an early departure was better to avoid changing circumstances. In that case, it makes sense. Cannon had doubts but wasn't willing to openly antagonize Ike, since they would inevitably suffer no matter what. Generalissimo must have rushed out of fear that situations might change. Why didn't he bid farewell to your majesty? Even if it was urgent, saying goodbye was still possible. At worst, the army could leave first, and he could catch up on a swift horse. Shepard was determined to retrieve Ike. Such haste surely means he's guilty, afraid to stay behind. Your majesty, in my opinion, we can send someone to catch up and inquire without being overly hasty, Anatoly interjected nonchalantly. Taking the current situation into account, if the Generalissimo deploys troops, logistics must also follow. Without grain supplies, how can they sustain themselves? Yes, that's true. Grady felt relieved, responding solemnly. Without moving the grain supplies, even if they cannot go through right now, their army still needs provisions. Dylan. Minister is here. The cavalry general promptly approached upon hearing this. Ride out of the city swiftly and catch up with the Generalissimo as fast as possible. Grady understood. Although logistical constraints applied, Ike's sudden departure might indicate ulterior motives. Tell him not to worry about supplies. I will provide full support. Furthermore, allocate 50,000 taels of silver from the Ministry of Revenue as rewards for him and his troops. He could only adopt a conciliatory policy to avoid direct confrontation. Yes. Dylan agreed directly. Your Majesty, it's imperative he returns. Shepard remarked. If he doesn't return now, he must have some other intentions. Too much time outside will likely cause problems. That's enough. Grady felt a headache coming on. He intended to reprimand this man, but softened the words on his lips. Let it be for now. I've treated him generously, so he won't betray me. AI. Shepard sighed helplessly. The ministers dared not speak further, merely lowering their heads. Grady dismissed the court at the sight of this scene. Dylan, having received the imperial order, rode swiftly to chase after Ike. To his surprise, despite leaving only half a day earlier, even after relentless riding until dusk, he hadn't caught up with him. Forced to rest overnight, he pursued again early the next morning. He continued riding without respite and finally reached outside Luoyang City on the evening of the third day. Generalissimo. Upon seeing the stationary army, Dylan dismounted hastily, rushing over. General Joaquin, what brings you in such haste? Seeing him alone, Ike felt relieved, smiling. Is there something important? It's not a big issue. Seeing no hostility from the people before him, Dylan felt relieved. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty sent me to inquire about the arrangements for the grain supply route. After all, the movement of a large army always requires supplies. I left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to discuss it with Manny. Ike then pulled Dylan aside and sat down, saying, With you here, I don't need to write back with a report. You can tell Manny directly. I've decided to head first to Xiang City near the capital of the Joaquin Kingdom. Then, I'll station the army nearby, using it as a base. That way, transporting supplies along this route will be more secure, at least free from other forces' infiltration. Moreover, stationing the army nearby will serve as a deterrent to Encel's rebels and Burl Kingdom's navy. This was also one of his objectives, as rescuing them was the top priority regardless. Generalissimo's arrangements are very appropriate. Dylan had previously led troops into battle and understood the logistics of the grain supply routes. I will return and clarify this to Manny now. In about 3 days, all the provisions will be arranged. The Generalissimo should not move too fast. The Ministry of War has already started mobilizing troops, and I will catch up in the shortest time possible. With your assurance, I'm reassured. Ike nodded, stood up, and said, Tell Manny that I will resolve the situation in the shortest time possible. Please reassure him and hasten negotiations with the Joaquin Kingdom. Yes. Dylan then took out a silver note from his sleeve and said, This is Manny's reward for the soldiers. Distribute it as directed, and there will be additional rewards later. All right, please thank Manny on my behalf when you return. Hearing this, Ike did not hesitate and directly put away the silver note. Chapter 131. The Degenerate Kinley. The Kingdom of Joaquin, capital city. With Alberjo being entirely occupied by Encel, apart from Zhou, Kinley Amaya now possessed no other territories at all. Even though only Zhou remained, the entire region was already in turmoil. Numerous members of the imperial family and influential clans had begun devising ways to leave this chaotic place. After all, for them, staying any longer would likely endanger their lives. It was better to seize this opportunity and flee as soon as possible. In the imperial court, many officials were now absent, feigning illness. In truth, they were merely trying to escape Zhou before it was surrounded, or to surrender to Encel. Since returning to the capital, Kinley Amaya had lost all confidence. She ignored state affairs, entrusting everything to Murray and indulging herself almost madly in alchemy. Your Majesty. Murray seemed to have aged a decade overnight. Ever since becoming the Grand Secretary, he finally understood the pressures once faced by Ellison and Ike. This was an ungrateful position. Yet, he had no choice. The rebels are near Zhou, preparing to attack Xianxia, he sighed. Your Majesty must not sink further into despair. Military deployment is essential. Why should I bother? Isn't it the War Ministry's job? Amaya said listlessly, Do you expect me to deploy troops myself? Perhaps due to days spent on alchemy, she appeared lethargic and weak. Your Majesty, while the War Ministry has made deployments, your personal visit to the front lines would greatly boost morale and restore confidence among the soldiers. Murray advised, For our army, victory is now imperative. If we fail, our nation is in grave danger. I won't go. To everyone's surprise, Amaya refused outright with a grim face. There are generals at the front lines. Why do I need to be there? If they fail, I will punish them. But, Murray hesitated, then sighed, Your Majesty, the court is already in disarray. Many ministers are absent. If this continues, it will only get worse. Let them not come. Why should I beg them? Amaya sneered disdainfully. These opportunistic cowards, what difference does it make without them? I hope they don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, they'll be killed. Your Majesty. Zhao couldn't hold back anymore, stepping forward and bowing. Zhou can barely muster 30,000 troops, mostly conscripts. How can they resist the rebels and Burl Navy? Is this sending them to die? What else do you suggest? Amaya didn't even raise her eyelids, asking indifferently, should we retreat and surrender? Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. Zhao replied angrily, but if this continues, resistance will collapse. I believe we should seek aid from foreign nations. Isn't that your Ministry of Rights job? Why ask me? Amaya tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand. If you've decided, just act accordingly. That. Zhao turned red, nearly choking. Your Majesty, Zhao means that if we seek aid, certain conditions must be met. Murray sighed helplessly. What should those be? Fine, do as you please. Amaya yawned, stretching lazily. I'm tired. I'll rest. Handle matters yourselves without reporting back. Murray was stunned. He hadn't expected such apathy after her return. Had he known, he might have preferred her absence. Your Majesty, someone outside the hall wishes to see you. A eunuch suddenly knelt outside, saying, he claims to have secured reinforcements. Murray, I entrust this matter to you. Before he could finish speaking, Amaya waved her hand and directly entered the rear hall. Lord Su, what does this mean? Zhao, usually so temperate, could no longer hold back and immediately raised his voice. All our hard work, fussing about, just for whom? She. Let it be, let it be. Murray sighed helplessly, then waved his hand. Who are we that we should end up with such an butler? Now sitting in this position, I finally understand General Monroe's difficulties. This is by no means a seat for ordinary people. You first take the envoy to the Ministry of Rights, and Lord Wen and I will come over shortly. He then turned his gaze to the eunuch. Thus, after making some arrangements, they went to the Ministry of Rights. It's you? When Murray saw the person seated inside, he immediately spoke in surprise, because this person was none other than Bram. Greetings, Lord Su, Lord Wen. Bram stood up and saluted them, saying, it's been a long time. He had left after Ike departed from the capital. However, while Ike went straight to Xianxia, he brought the letter from Grady's court to Ji province. It has indeed been a long time. Murray nodded. As the governor of Albertzhou, he would return to the capital annually for reports, so they had met before. I heard you secured reinforcements? Is this true? At these words, even Zhao looked over expectantly. Of course it's true. Bram sighed, then took out the letter from his sleeve and placed it on the table. This is the letter from the Yuan of Cary for Manny, clearly stating the conditions for dispatching troops. Moreover, Ike and General Monroe have already stationed their troops in Xianxia, ready to provide support to Ji province at any moment. In that case, it's truly excellent. Chapter 132. Ansel's concerns. Let me see it quickly. When Murray heard that Ike was personally leading the troops, he was already extremely excited. In his view, only Ike could now save the entire Great Joaquin dynasty. No one else would do, even if the founding butler were still alive. He probably couldn't deal with this mess either. Do they want us to hand over Bingzhou and Izhou? After a brief look at the national letter, Murray's expression was not particularly pleasant. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, Zhao remarked indifferently after taking the national letter. Given the current situation, apart from Jizhou, which other places can we control? The northern Yuzhou is now completely in the hands of the Albert Kingdom, and Bingzhou is beyond our control. Otherwise, with the wolf cavalry of Bingzhou, we could have held out for some time. As for the southwestern and southern regions, they are currently controlled by the rebels. Let them take it if they have the capability. At present, maintaining control over central China and half of the territory is the best outcome they could hope for. Fine, let's settle on that. Murray nodded reluctantly. Although he was reluctant to give up these territories, he had no other choice. I will take the national letter to meet Manny immediately. Sir Lionel, please take a seat. After watching Murray leave, Zhao handed over a cup of tea and said, you still think about the state at such a time, truly admirable. To be honest, I have no particular fondness for the Kinley, Bram replied candidly after receiving the teacup. The main reason I went to the Cary Kingdom to request aid was due to General Oswald's request. When General Lionel was dying, he asked me, considering the bond between colleagues, to make a trip to Cary Kingdom. If it weren't for General Lionel, I probably wouldn't have gone. Zhao, seeing how straightforward he was, did not know what to say and could only nod. The Yuan has recently neglected state affairs. Bram glanced at the others and spoke bluntly. If this continues, I fear you all won't be able to save this country. Many things are beyond the control of you and Murray. After hearing this, Zhao sighed helplessly. But given the current situation, some things must be done this way. At this rate, Murray and I might also be powerless. After saying this, both fell silent again. After all, they weren't very familiar with each other, especially under such circumstances. Anyway, I must thank you this time. After pondering for a while, Zhao added, but I wonder when the general will deploy his troops. He is now in Xianxia, just 2 days' journey from the capital. He should be arriving soon according to reason. On this matter, I'm not entirely sure. Hearing this, Bram shook his head. By right, the general entered Xianxia 3 days ago. If he wants to send troops, they should have arrived by now. Sir Lionel, I suggest you go to Xianxia directly, Zhao proposed. Ask the general when he will dispatch troops. The court's situation is urgent, and the rebels may attack any time. All right, I'll go now. Bram nodded in agreement. After all, he did not wish to stay in the capital. For him, this place was full of trouble. Leaving would be beneficial. Thank you, Sir Lionel. Zhao stood up and walked over. Once Murray delivers the national letter to Manny, the decision should come within 2 days. Then I will personally deliver the letter. Outside Changshan City, Ji Prefecture. Just as the Joaquin ministers had anticipated, Ansel's rebel forces and Burl Kingdom's navy advanced to Changshan after capturing Albertzhou. They promptly arranged personnel deployment and swiftly controlled the entire region. In the central command tent, Ansel convened a meeting. Dean, tell us about the situation in the capital first. He turned his gaze to a minister. This man was originally a close confidant of Ellison, Minister of Revenue Dean. When he saw the court in peril, he immediately brought his family to join the rebel forces and brought along several ministers and generals. Now, the entire G prefecture has hardly any soldiers left for mobilization, except for the Imperial Guard. There are no more than 30 or 40,000 troops, most of whom are new recruits without any combat capability. Seeing this, Dean sat up straight and said with a serious expression, "Now, these new recruits have basically all been moved to Changshan. The rear is practically empty. If your highness can take Changshan, you can then advance directly. This is truly a good opportunity for us." Hearing this, Julian couldn't help but laugh. "I think we can launch the troops right now. There's no need to worry about anything else." "It's not that simple yet." Will shook his head, his expression serious. "Although things are basically stable behind us, we still need to leave some troops here to prevent any trouble in the rear." "I thought the same thing," Ansel replied, tapping on the table slowly. "Now the entire south has been stabilized, and most of central China has fallen into our hands. But I'm still concerned about the southwest. If they cut off our rear, it would be a big problem for us. I don't think they have the guts." Dean shook his head and continued, "In the end, they are still observing. Once your highness unifies Great Joaquin, they will definitely surrender. These guys are just fence-sitters like those in Bingzhou." Everyone discussed this point, one after another. "Your highness, I don't think these matters are important." At this moment, Ellison, who had been silent, spoke up. "What we should consider now is how to deal with the Burl Kingdom." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this seemed to be the real concern. "This matter seems difficult to resolve immediately." Ansel's face darkened upon hearing this, and he frowned. "Advisor Albert, what do you suggest? How does your highness think now?" Ellison didn't answer directly but asked seriously, "We dare not make decisions for your highness." Chapter 133 Negotiation. Grand Secretary Albert, we're all in the same boat here. There's no need for you to put on airs. When Ansel heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He then closed his fan and said, "Let's just speak your mind directly. We can consider it together. How about that? Considering the current situation, our troops taking over the capital is merely a matter of time." Upon hearing this, Ellison replied without hesitation, "However, at present, the Burl army still holds Zhou and Jiaoji. This poses a significant threat to our southern region. At the beginning when we launched the joint offensive, how did His Highness discuss matters with them? This matter was extremely crucial now. After all, if they had to hand over these two places, apart from Jiaoji, Zhou was vast and resource-rich, and could not be relinquished easily. At that time, we only discussed the joint military action without deliberating on the territorial division afterwards." Ansel truthfully replied. After all, back then, he only thought of carving out a territory and declaring himself king. But who could have thought that Callie would be foolish enough to cut off her own arm and almost entirely give up resistance afterward? "I think it's necessary for us to discuss this matter." Julian sat up straight and could not help but interject. "The Burl state's ambition has been clear to everyone. If they voluntarily withdraw just for Jiaoji, it would be fine. But if they demand more, it will be troublesome for us. Indeed, after we've just fought against the Kinley, fighting Burl again without any respite will be difficult." Will deeply agreed. "I think it's better to summon Fabio now and talk things through face to face, lest we fall out because of this." Seeing this, Dean immediately suggested, "All right, let's do as you say." Ansel nodded upon hearing this. In fact, he was equally looking forward to it. After all, unifying the entire Joaquin Kingdom except G province was within reach. Once everything was secured, he could rightfully ascend the throne. As for the other two regions which were still watching, they would likely surrender. "Your Highness Anna Kinwang, long time no see." At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked in. He was well dressed with a sword on his waist, smiling at everyone. Who could this be? "It's General Fan." Ansel stood up upon seeing him, clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. "I was just about to arrange someone to invite you, but you've come. Sit down, quickly sit down." "Thank you, Your Highness." Fabio did not hesitate and sat beside Ellison. "I wonder why His Highness summoned me?" Ansel hesitated for a moment, glanced at the others, and then spoke. "It's like this. Our troops are invincible now, leaving only G province unclaimed. I basically control the entire Great Joaquin. Now, I'd like to ask your Burl state, when will you withdraw your troops?" "Withdraw?" Fabio was clearly taken aback for a moment, then understood what Ansel meant and laughed. "Your Majesty, as you said, G province is yet to be conquered. Would it appear too hasty if we withdrew now?" "General Fan, let's not beat around the bush." Ellison stroked his beard and said, "Currently, all the troops in G province barely amount to 30 to 50,000, mostly composed of old, weak, sick, and new soldiers, unable to withstand our iron cavalry. Reclaiming G province is only a matter of time. 1 month at the fastest, 6 months at the slowest. Once His Highness enters the capital and ascends the throne, he will be the new butler of Great Joaquin. Although our two countries cooperated sincerely this time, ultimately, it wouldn't look good for the Burl army to stay in our territory, right?" He almost spelled it out, waiting to see how Fabio would respond. "I understand what Grand Secretary Albert means." Fabio could not help but smile slightly and said, "So, it seems you want to drive us away? Isn't this a bit too opportunistic?" "General Fan, that's not what we mean." Dean smiled apologetically. "We didn't say you should leave Great Joaquin altogether. But logically, how will other states view it if you station troops here? It just won't make sense." "Fabio, there's no need to play dumb." Will was rather blunt, saying outright without any courtesy, "Nowadays, once His Highness ascends the throne, he will be in butler. How can others be allowed to sleep soundly under one's bed? Your Burl state must give us an explanation. Either withdraw directly or declare war on us." "Will, who told you to speak out of turn? Stand down." Ansel saw that he had already voiced his thoughts and immediately shouted loudly, signaling him to step back. Then with a playful smile, he said, "General Fan, that's not what I meant. When your Burl state sent troops initially, wasn't it for Jiaoji? Now that the objective has been achieved, shouldn't you avoid further exhausting your troops? Arnie Wong, it's not as simple as that. Fabio understood now. They were prepared to completely sever ties with them. But since they were currently in another person's camp, he didn't dare be too presumptuous. At first, we captured Jiaoji and most of Suzhou was under our control. But after you led your troops here, we withdrew directly and handed over military provisions and supplies to you. Now that you have reaped the benefits, it seems you're preparing to kick the ladder away once you've climbed up. That's simply unjustifiable. Besides, we did contribute significantly this time. Back then, when you were defeated in Alberjo, it was our supply of provisions that sustained you, wasn't it? After all, every word he said was reasonable. General Fan, we absolutely have no intention of turning against you like kicking a donkey after grinding its help, nor are we demanding that you withdraw immediately. After all, your assistance this time was substantial. Ellison, hearing this, responded with utmost seriousness. Regardless, you should at least give us some explanation or represent your Burl State stance. Now that the Yuan of Great Joaquin is no longer Cali, surely you can't treat us as before, right? Is that not the case? I imagine you wouldn't want to have another country's army stationed on your own territory either. No one would feel at ease in such a situation, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 134. Irresistible Momentum. Since Minister Albert and Your Highness have made things so clear, I will also speak frankly. Seeing this, Fabio nodded and said, for our troops to withdraw, apart from Jiaoji, we demand that Albert Zhao and Jingzhou be ceded to Burl. This is the Yuan's will. You are being too greedy. Will slammed his hand on the table, shouting without hesitation. These two prefectures account for almost a quarter of our empire. This is outrageous. I absolutely won't agree. Here, you might not have the final say. Fabio snorted and continued, besides, we've already compromised. Otherwise, Suzhou would also be ours. General Fan, this seems unreasonable. Ellison frowned. Knowing these regions originally belonged to Joaquin, Jiaoji might be disputed, but these two prefectures were never in question. No one could possibly cede these territories to them. Minister Albert, as I mentioned earlier, we're open to discussion. If necessary, dividing the land along the river and each taking half is an option. Fabio knew if they were too forceful now, it could lead to trouble, so negotiation was crucial. This might be hard to agree on. Ansel furrowed his brows and stood up. General Fan, please convey to your Yuan that Jiaoji can be occupied by Burl, but other places cannot be ceded. If he insists, it may come to war. Your Highness, there's no need to argue over such small matters. Rest assured, I will report back. Though Fabio spoke thus, he had already resolved to resolve this through military force. I'll return to camp immediately to write the letter and inform you once there's news. Very well, General Fan. Ansel waved his hand, not making any move to escort him out. Bang! That fellow is awfully bold. Will pounded the table again, yelling. Does he really think having more soldiers allows him to challenge us? His navy isn't suited for warfare on mainland China. If they dare to fight, they'll end up utterly defeated. But we might not have an advantage in Jingzhou or Suzhou. Ellison frowned deeply, knowing their current situation was indeed difficult. Report. Suddenly, a scout rushed in. What's happening? Ansel gestured for everyone to sit while looking at the scout. Your Highness, the Cary army entered Xianxia 5 days ago, led by Ansel. The scout quickly handed over a letter. What did you say? Hearing this, Ansel hastily took the letter, growing restless. Others watched with grim faces. Is Ike here to help the Kinley? Impossible. Given how Carissa treated him, he wouldn't assist her. It's more likely he's taking advantage of the conflict to gain benefits. Everyone discussed among themselves. The reinforcements are considerable. After reading the letter, Ansel looked extremely displeased, then passed the letter to Ellison and others. His vanguard consists of over 20,000 men, and recent reinforcements bring the total to around 100,000. He frowned. If initially they were dealing with old and weak forces in G, his army of 80,000 would suffice. But with Ike joining, the situation becomes unpredictable. We can't hesitate any longer. Ellison stood up abruptly after hearing this. Your Highness, if Ike enters G or reaches the capital, it will be very disadvantageous for us. This general's influence within the army remains strong. If he sides with Carissa, it could drastically affect morale. Soldiers might even defect during battle. As per Minister Albert's suggestion, we must launch an immediate attack on Changshan and capture the capital within a month. Just as Ansel was about to speak, Ellison immediately and without hesitation said, Your Highness, time is extremely crucial for us now. Ike arrived in Xianxia 5 days ago. He hasn't provided direct support or moved his troops, which indicates he's currently observing the situation. This is an opportunity for us. We must seize this chance and attack Ji province. Catch him off guard. The minister speaks reasonably. Hearing this, Arnie immediately spoke with excitement, then looked at Will and the others, passed the order down. All 3 armies shall set out immediately. Prepare meals at the 3rd watch and attack the city at the 4th watch. We must capture Changshan within 2 days. Yes. The other generals, hearing this, agreed one after another. Ansel directly led the troops into battle, and seeing this from their prince, the soldiers were greatly inspired, pushing forward bravely. By early the next morning, they had successfully captured Changshan and swiftly headed towards the capital. In the following days, their advance was practically unimpeded, encountering almost no substantial resistance along the way. On one hand, the Joaquin dynasty had no remaining troops capable of resistance. Even some local officials hastily organized defenses that were quickly shattered. On the other hand, Ansel was still a son of the late butler. Even now, he could represent the royal family and offer high positions and rewards to local officials. Moreover, Carissa had lost the hearts of the people. With Dean and others persuading officials to surrender, those officials found an easy way out. Almost the entire region of Ji province fell under their influence in a short period. Only a small number of officials were still struggling to hold on. More disappointingly for them, the current court seemed to be making no moves. Ansel then directly led his troops to Yijing, only less than 100 miles away from the capital. Ansel could even use this opportunity to bypass Yijing and strike straight at the heart. Tell the officials of Yijing, if they surrender, I will treat them kindly. If they insist on resisting, I will not show mercy. Chapter 135. Awakening the Kinley with Curses. More than half of Zhou Kingdom had fallen into Ansel's hands, and his army was already at Yijing. The capital was in chaos. Most of the citizens had fled, leaving it nearly deserted, except for a few officials who remained. Most had left the capital. After all, for them, there was no longer any reason to remain loyal to the current Kinley. However, what made Zhao and Murray despair even more was that Abigail hadn't attended court for over half a month. Although they understood her previous actions to some extent, now that the nation was on the brink of destruction and Abigail still showed no movement, this ignited their fury. Your Majesty. Unable to do anything else, the two of them barged into the palace, where the Kinley was still attending to her alchemy furnace. Your Majesty, what time is this? Why are you still focused on refining elixirs? The rebels have reached Yijing. They might break through the city defenses at any moment. Murray spoke helplessly. We hope you can leave the city now and organize an army to fight the rebels to the death. Weren't we already in talks? Abigail didn't care about the matter, raising an eyebrow indifferently. Didn't Ike say he had negotiated with us? I've agreed to their terms. Could it be they are breaking their word at this critical moment? Your Majesty, this isn't the time for such talk. Zhao, with his short temper, couldn't hold back any longer, bluntly stating, even if we do have reinforcements, shouldn't we prepare ourselves as well? Relying on others? Shouldn't we depend on ourselves? All your capabilities are concentrated in both of you. Why don't you lead the effort to organize things? Such a simple task. Should we need my intervention? Abigail seemed entirely indifferent, instead picking up a fan next to her and began fanning the fire. I tell you, unless there's something more pressing, do not disturb me. Later. Your Majesty, are you truly confused or just pretending? Seeing this scene, Zhao couldn't suppress his anger any longer and immediately rushed forward, shouting, do you not understand the current situation? If things continue like this, it might end in your death and the downfall of the nation. Do you think Arnie will let you off so easily? Absolutely not. They'll surely take your life. Understand? These words sent chills down Murray's spine, finding the speech too harsh, but given the present circumstances, it seemed the only way to awaken the Kinley. Sure enough, Abigail's face turned pale instantly, trembling uncontrollably. After all, she hadn't truly considered this possibility before. But now faced with it, fear gripped her heart tightly, especially after Zhao brought it up again. It's impossible. It's not possible. Observing this scene, Abigail shook her head and said, I'm the Kinley. They wouldn't dare kill me. Absolutely not. Your Majesty, the times have changed. What's happening now? How can it compare to before? Seeing this scene, Zhao boldly added, if your Majesty still had an army under command, those people would naturally dare not harm you. But now, our troops are retreating continuously, and they're already here at our doorstep. How do you think Arnie will deal with you? Would they still acknowledge you as Kinley? That would be laughable. If they spare your Majesty, they'll fear repercussions. Therefore, your Majesty has no chance of surviving. This speech chilled Murray to the bone, and he couldn't help but glance at Zhao, admiring his audacity. You. Abigail trembled, glancing at Zhao with a white face. It's impossible. They don't have the guts. I'm the Kinley. No, it won't happen. That's enough, your Majesty. There's nothing else to say. Zhao gave a cold laugh and then kicked the alchemy furnace. At worst, it's just death. For us, dying is inevitable. So what's there to say? Murray and I have already discussed it. When the city is breached, we will jump off the city wall to die. That way, we can be worthy of your Majesty. But we hope that your Majesty can have the demeanor of an butler and never give in. Abigail, hearing this, felt her legs go weak, and she collapsed on the ground, shivering uncontrollably. This was a huge blow to her. Let's go. Zhao saw that it was enough. Then he directly took Murray and walked out. Zhao, you rest assured. If we don't spur the Yuan now, our nation and people will really be doomed. Lord Su, you wouldn't want to see this situation either, right? Murray was about to speak when Zhao immediately interrupted him. Zhao, Murray, both of you stay here for me. Abigail, seeing this, rose from the ground with a pale face and walked up to them, saying, all this mess is my fault. I hope you two can save me. Save my great Joaquin dynasty. Your Majesty, things are not under our control now. Seeing this scene, Zhao could not help but say, what your Majesty should do now is to pull yourself together and not let others look down on you. Yes, your Majesty, there are still 3,000 royal guards in the city. Even if we fight to the death, there's still a chance. Seeing this, Murray also advised immediately, and considering the current situation, we are fortunate to have a chance. Ike is less than 100 miles away from us and might come to rescue at any time. But that guy. Abigail, hearing this, still felt uneasy. It has been over half a month, and there's still no action. He must still bear a grudge against me. Otherwise, he wouldn't delay so long. Allow me to visit him personally. I'm sure I can persuade him to help. Seeing this, Zhao volunteered immediately, saying, please, your Majesty, don't worry. Just focus on dealing with the immediate matters. Chapter 136, Grand Blueprint. Xianxia. This place is only about 100 miles away from the capital. Originally, it was a small town with a population of not more than 10,000. However, after most of Joaquin fell, the residents here retreated almost completely. When Ike entered this city with his troops, except for some elderly, weak, sick, and disabled individuals, everyone else had already left. Moreover, Grady also arranged for the subsequent units to come into the city one by one. Currently, around 10,000 troops were gathered in the city, along with some support units. Ike looked at the combat map in his hand with a serious expression. After all, at this moment, he decided the future of the entire Joaquin Kingdom. Meanwhile, he was also somewhat conflicted. At first, he was unclear whether he should send troops or continue observing. In the end, he had no particular fondness for Amaya, but as Bram mentioned earlier, a significant part of the whole Joaquin Kingdom also contained his hard work. If it weren't for Amaya's stubbornness back then, they might not have fallen into this situation. General. At this moment, Tate and Jensen suddenly walked in. Now, Ansel's army has reached Yijing. Tate wiped the sweat off his face and said, "We must make a decision. If you don't plan to attack, we need to be prepared. According to this situation, it will only be a matter of time before that guy breaches Yijing. Yes, and according to discussions among refugees who fled here, that guy is said to have made preparations for his ascension." Upon hearing this, Jensen nodded and continued, "I reckon his ambitions have been out in the open. He's been waiting for the right time." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Ike just replied nonchalantly without saying anything more. Seeing this, everyone present couldn't help but frown, unsure what he was thinking. "General, what should we do next?" Tate, born a martial general, longed for achievements. After all, for them, being sent to various places to serve as officials instead of fighting would be worse than death. "Hold your positions." Hearing this, Ike shook his head and pointed to the map on the table, saying, "I think you should see this. Apart from Ansel, the other kingdoms are also eager to move. If we attack immediately, we will have to watch the moves of Burl, Albert, and Anakin kingdoms. After all the other kingdoms wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch a piece of the Joaquin kingdom, even if it was only a part. For them, this would be enough." "So, you mean letting them fight it out?" Jensen frowned. "But if we let them breach the capital first, it'll be much harder for us to enter later. I think we should reconsider." At this point, Honest opened the door and looked at the two others. "You don't understand General's thoughts. Have you figured it out?" Tate didn't look up to this scholar, still feeling uncomfortable with him leading the Huaijiang crossbowmen. "The current situation is, if we enter the capital first, we might provoke a joint attack from Burl and Ansel's rebels." Honest then approached the military map and pointed at the position of the capital. "With our current troops, we might not withstand 2 rounds of attacks. What matters now is our current situation." Qingji is right. Seeing this, Ike nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, you understand my heart the best. What's going on?" Tate and Jensen were clearly taken aback, confused by their silent exchange. General's current position is precarious. Honest sat down and looked at the map solemnly. "I asked the two generals, if we resolve the Joaquin Kingdom crisis, what should we do next? With General's achievements, there's nothing left to reward, and so many officials are watching. Some have already turned against the general. In this case, returning is impossible. So, there's only one way: independence." Upon hearing this, Tate and Jensen couldn't help but tremble. Indeed, the two of them had always been straightforward in mind and naturally did not consider so many things. Then there's nothing else to say. Upon hearing this, Tate immediately grabbed the hilt of his sword and said, "With the general's strength and capability, along with our current combat power, proclaiming ourselves king is not impossible. Moreover, we control Albert State's 10 cities in the north, which can serve as a base. Do you think it's easy to rely on just those 10 cities?" Honest shook his head, playing with a jade pendant in his hand. The civilians from those cities were already relocated by the general long ago. These 10 empty cities don't offer much use. Besides, they are too close to Albert State and Cary State, which is disadvantageous for us. What we need to do now is to take advantage when these states are eyeing Joaquin Kingdom, then sneak in and gain some benefits. Only with this foundation can we build an empire for the general." These words hit the core, refreshing their spirits. "No problem. As long as the general gives the order, we will face any danger without fear." Tate patted his chest and couldn't help but say, "Moreover, if we really establish independence, Cary State and Albert State definitely won't turn against us. Then we can expand our influence at this opportunity. So we must wait." Ike was highly satisfied with Honest's judgment. Most importantly, with their skills, taking over this territory would be quite simple. However, his only concern was the remaining troops. These tens of thousands of soldiers all belonged to Cary State, and he feared they might not follow him. In that case, their military strength would be significantly weakened, and their combat power wouldn't be as formidable as before. "General, there is an envoy outside requesting an audience." Chapter 137 Conditions. "Who?" Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but ask. The man said he is the Minister of Rights from the Joaquin Kingdom, specifically here to pay respects to the Great General, and he claims he and the Great General are old acquaintances. The guard then could not help but say after hearing this, "Jalmer." Upon hearing Minister of Rights, Ike reacted immediately, then laughed it off, then let him in. "Oh, and serve tea." "Yes." Hearing this, the guard quickly withdrew. "You all return to camp and train the soldiers. When the time comes, with you present, he might seek your pleas for mercy as well." He then shifted his gaze to the rest of them, saying, "During this period, also try to win over some of Cary Kingdom soldiers." Understood. After hearing this, the 3 people left the government office of Xianxia one by one. A moment later, Jalmer entered hastily, bowing immediately upon seeing Ike. "Greetings, Great General." He was clearly weathered from travel, covered in dust. This journey out of the city had been extremely perilous for him. Due to Yijing having already fallen, he encountered endless pursuit from Ansel's rebel troops along the way. If it weren't for nearing Xianxia, he would have likely been captured long ago. When Minister, there's no need for such formality between us. Ike had a considerable interest in this Minister of Rights. Most importantly, unlike Murray and Ellison who were mere opportunists, Jalmer, despite being the Minister of Rights, did not crave power or glory, dedicating himself solely to serving the country. This trait earned him great admiration. "Please be seated." He led the man to the side and smiled. "Have some tea." "Great General, I did not come here just for the tea." Jalmer, holding the teacup, said, "I hope the Great General can keep your word." "When Minister, what do you mean by that?" Ike understood naturally but feigned ignorance, asking, "What promise?" "Great General, surely you haven't forgotten?" Jalmer became anxious, then said, "When Bram brought the national letter to Xianxia, it was hoping you could dispatch troops to deal with Ansel's rebels. The Cary military agreed to this, which is why you're leading troops here. The situation is urgent now. I beg the Great General to send out troops promptly." When I arrived, Yijing had already fallen, and Incel's rebels are almost surrounding the capital. I might not even be able to enter the city if I return now. Ike felt startled. He didn't expect Incel to act so swiftly. At this rate, it might last no more than a month before Esmeralda can no longer hold on. So, when Minister speaks of this, Ike smiled unaffectedly, calmly replying, "Indeed. I saw the Kinley's national letter with my own eyes. But the letter has been taken by Bram to Dichio. Only he can present it to the king, and once the butler's order arrives, I will immediately lead the troops to lift the siege." This round trip would take around 10 days. Jalmer immediately became anxious, putting down the teacup and standing up. By then, the capital may fall, and Her Majesty the Kinley might become someone's prisoner. Great General. Then, this isn't up to me. Ike's expression darkened, raising an eyebrow. This is simply reaping what she sowed. If she had listened to me and proceeded methodically, it wouldn't have come to this point of national collapse. Now isn't the time for angry words, Great General. Jalmer knew that the Great General still harbored resentment and immediately said, "Regardless, I hope the Great General considers our past friendship and sends troops to save Her Majesty. If I didn't consider that, I wouldn't have brought troops here." Ike clenched his fists, coldly saying, "If I hadn't considered our past friendship, do you think you'd be able to enter our military camp now? But time does not wait for us." Jalmer was extremely anxious, saying, "Know this. If things continue like this eventually, if you only want to talk about these, there's no need to continue." Ike waved a hand, rising and saying, "Why should we talk about old grievances? Is the Great General truly here to mock Her Majesty the Kinley?" Jalmer felt a chill and said, "Will the Great General really be so heartless? Shouldn't the heartless one be her?" Ike sneered, then immediately retorted, "You should all be well aware of the hardships I endured in the capital. Even if I had disloyal thoughts, weren't the people in my residence innocent? Yet, he showed no discrimination and slaughtered them all without mercy. I want to ask, what wrong did they do? The Kinley has such a cruel heart. This is the punishment she deserves. I am willing to come here to save her already out of consideration for old ties. If not for Oswald and Bram, I wouldn't have come at all." Upon hearing this, Jalmer's expression instantly turned grim. Although he was already clear about the situation, he had guaranteed with his reputation before departure that if he returned empty-handed, it might disappoint the Kinley. "Great General, give me a definite answer." He then fell to his knees with a thud, looking grave. "What conditions would make you send troops? Even if you can't lift the siege on the capital, just your presence nearby would be enough to shock those who are plotting treacherously." "You." Seeing Jalmer kneeling on the ground, I couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect She to have such loyal ministers, or rather, that Joaquin Kingdom had such loyal subjects. "Fine, since you asked, I will speak frankly." Ike, seeing the situation, steeled his heart and gritted his teeth. "If that woman comes personally to beg me, I will definitely send troops to help her break the siege. If she's unwilling to come, don't blame me. Without the military order from the ruler of Cary Kingdom, I won't dispatch troops. Only if Kinley herself comes personally, will the Great General be willing to send troops?" Jalmer couldn't help but pause, but it was better than having no hope at all. "Yes." Ike raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, "She must kneel before me and bear Jing to atone for her sins. Otherwise, don't even think about me sending troops." Chapter 138. The Capital in Peril. Capital City. Inside the Grand Hall at this moment, apart from Murray and the commander of the Imperial Guard Benji, the rest were basically palace maids and eunuchs. Most of the remaining ministers had either fled or surrendered, while some simply did not attend court, hiding at home hoping to escape their fate. "Why hasn't he returned yet?" Amaya paced back and forth like a startled bird, saying, "It has been 5 days already. There's no reason for him not to come back." The person she was referring to was Jalmer. The distance from here to Xianxia is 100 miles. Even on horseback, it would take at least 4 days to go there and back. Besides, he still needs to persuade the general to march his troops, so I think 5 days is quite normal. Seeing this scene, Murray couldn't help but comfort her. "I reckon he might be coming with the general. After all, it does take time for him to bring the army over. But even if it's slow, logically speaking, he should have reached the outskirts of the city by now." Amaya's face paled slightly, fear flashing in her beautiful eyes as she said, "What if that man has already left the city and gone over to Incel? He sees that I'm about to fall and switch sides quickly. Is it possible?" "Your Majesty." Murray couldn't bear to hear this and immediately spoke in a serious tone. If Minister Wen wanted to defect, why would he wait until now? Does he not have opportunities on a regular basis? Furthermore, Incel had grudges against him previously. He has no reason to make himself unhappy. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." At that moment, a guard ran in and knelt down, saying, "Bad news, a few kilometers away from the city walls, there are large numbers of cavalry appearing. Judging by their armor decorations, they must be Arnie's rebel forces." Did Yijing fall? Hearing this, Amaya's face turned deathly pale. She shivered and exclaimed, "No, no, they must be marching towards us. Run, let's run fast." "Where can you run to now, Your Majesty?" Murray was furious watching this scene. He couldn't understand how the once powerful Kinley who toyed with her ministers could turn into this. Had he known she would end up like this, it would have been better to let Incel be the butler. He didn't realize that Amaya used to have Ike's assistance, which made everything smooth sailing. Later, although Ellison was far inferior to Ike in ability, this old fox managed to manipulate and please the Empress by reading her intentions. This led Amaya to believe that she had control over the world's affairs. When real trouble came, relying on her abilities alone, how could she cope? "We'll run east, then cross the sea." "Your Majesty, you're the Empress. If you abandon this country and your duties, how will you face our ancestors? How will you justify yourself to the citizens? How will people see you then?" Seeing this, Murray couldn't help but bite his teeth and shout, needing to wake her up. Otherwise, if she ran, the capital would really be lost. His current determination stemmed from his hope placed on Ike's arrival. "Although we've lost some cities, we still have 30,000 elite guards in our hands. Once Ike comes with reinforcements, we can win this battle and reclaim lost territory easily." Murray tried to persuade her patiently, but if you give up now, you'll only become a prisoner. Have you forgotten what Zhao said? There's no way out except death. I understand. Amaya finally calmed herself 勉强稳定的心神，随后就将目光放在了徐成身上。可眼下这情况，我们又该如何是好？关将军，现在敌军距离城池还有10几里。徐成心里叹了口气，随后就将目光放在了关喆身上。到时候布置城防的事就拜托你了，我和陛下不懂军事，城内的一切防务都由你来负责。末将遵命。关喆闻言，随后立马答应下来，紧接着开口道：“还望两位放心，我手上还有3万精锐，而且京都城防坚固，城内还有大量的粮草，哪怕防守半年都不是问题。”说完这句话之后，他直接就朝着大殿之外而去。陛下，陛下！就在这时，随后就看到风尘仆仆的温煦跑了进来。此时他身上满是灰尘，一张原本俊秀的脸现在疲惫不堪。He had left the capital a few days ago, traveling nonstop to Xianxia. Now, after receiving Ike's response, he was rushing back without rest. For him, this moment was utterly exhausting. The only reason he held on was not wanting to worry the Kinley. How did it go? As soon as she saw the person arrive, Amaya instantly became spirited and immediately stepped forward to ask, "Has Ike dispatched troops? Where is his army now? Can they reach the city in time for defense? Your Majesty, please don't be anxious." Murray, seeing the scene, understood the situation. He knew well that Ike had not dispatched any troops. Otherwise, Zhao wouldn't be in such a state. He would surely have come with the army. Your Majesty, I've let you down. After resting for a moment, Zhao sat down and said, "General Monroe is not unwilling to send troops, but he has one condition. If your Majesty can agree, he will dispatch troops immediately." He tried to phrase it tactfully. What condition does he have? Hearing this, Amaya's expression darkened. After all, the grievances between her and Ike were deep. To beg Ike now felt very reluctant to her, as it would severely damage her dignity. General Monroe wishes for the Kinley to personally visit Xianxia and apologize humbly. Zhao paused for a moment before slowly speaking. What are you saying? Amaya was clearly stunned, taking 2 steps back and could not help asking, "Are you joking? Who does he think he is? Why should I go personally?" Your Majesty, with the country in peril, we hope you can put aside these personal grudges. Zhao, seeing this, could not help but say, "To you, nothing is more important than the stability of the nation." Chapter 139, Humiliation. But if I have to beg him? At this moment, Kinley Amaya was unwilling beyond words. After all, there had been conflicts between them before, and more importantly, she found it too humiliating to lower herself in such a manner. Isn't the country and its people more important than your dignity, Your Majesty? Zhao saw this scene and could not help but advised, "Moreover, I don't think General's words carry any other meaning. Since you were wrong initially, facing the mistake now might prevent bigger troubles." And they had no other chances left. The rebels had reached the capital. If no action was taken, they would likely be doomed. "All right, I will go to beg him." Kinley Amaya gritted her teeth and said with much reluctance, "But how do we get out now? The enemy is still some distance away from us. I will escort your Majesty out while Minister Su stays in the city to manage the situation." Zhao steeled his resolve as he had no other choice. "Your Majesty, please be careful." Murray, witnessing the scene, felt lost and sad. His eyes reddened as he spoke, "Even if we cannot secure reinforcements, please." "That's not how it should be said." Zhao immediately interrupted Murray. He believed that if the Empress went personally, she would surely secure Ike's support. He always believed Ike wouldn't sit idly by, and indeed brought reinforcements into Xianxia. "Minister Su, we'll leave the city in your hands." He looked at Murray seriously. Given the city wall's strength, holding out for half a year shouldn't be a problem. Please don't lose hope. He feared that the city might fall before reinforcements arrived. "Rest assured, Minister One," Murray replied without hesitation. "The Su family has always been grateful for the nation's grace. No matter what, we will never surrender to the rebels. You must go. If worst comes to worst, I will die defending the country." Though he worried deeply if Ike refused to send troops, hearing these determined words, Zhao felt a lump in his throat. A year ago, Great Joaquin was the most powerful nation in the east. Who knew? Hurry, let's depart. Kinley Amaya now sensed imminent danger. Despite seeming indifferent recently, she was truly concerned and wished to leave this place quickly. Under Benji's imperial guard, Zhao escorted the Empress out of the capital, heading towards Xianxia. After days of travel, Zhao and Amaya finally arrived in Xianxia on the 6th day. "Your Majesty, you can't enter so openly." Seeing the Empress about to enter the city directly, Zhao quickly advised, "We need to show sincerity first. Otherwise, they might think you're insincere." "How? Can't make me kneel and crawl in, right?" Amaya wasn't pleased. Knowing the city was full of soldiers, she didn't want to invite ridicule. "Your Majesty, to save Great Joaquin, you must put aside all concerns and public opinion." Zhao sighed and earnestly advised, "If I could do it for you, I would. But the general only wants your sincerity." "So, what should I do?" Amaya asked helplessly. "Here." Zhao noticed scattered firewood nearby, gathered it up, and tied it onto Amaya using a torn strip of cloth. "I believe you've heard of carrying thorns for atonement. I hope you will prioritize the greater good." Looking at the Empress, he could not resist speaking. "Fine, I'll listen to you." Amaya felt the firewood digging into her back but ignored the discomfort, though she was still angry at Ike. She had no choice but to do as suggested. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the guards on the city wall, the two people entered Xianxia. Amaya felt like thorns were pricking her all over, but she could not afford to care about it, and only kept her head down as she rushed in. Upon reaching the military camp, they discovered that Ike had already been waiting with a group of soldiers. It turned out that scouts had reported their arrival at the city gate. "Ike!" When Amaya saw everyone present, her face flushed red. Feeling extremely humiliated, yet her strong pride made her lift her head. Amaya, why are you here now? Ike raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, do you really think I would lead troops to save you? It's a joke. Earlier, I was just playing a little prank on Minister 1. General. Hearing these words, Zhao felt as if cold water was poured over him from head to toe. Then he looked at Ike in disbelief. For him, this news was like a bolt from the blue, hard to accept right away. After all, he had pinned all his hopes on Ike. Ike, what do you mean by this? Hearing this, Amaya trembled with anger and couldn't help asking, are you mocking me? You guessed right, I am playing with you. Ike raised an eyebrow and replied with a cold laugh. What did you think? That I would really save you? Don't delude yourself. You monster. Amaya gritted her teeth and then turned around toward the outside, throwing the firewood off her back. Ike, we are now enemies. Take your time leaving, no need for farewell. Ike stretched lazily, then glanced at the soldiers beside him. Everyone back to camp. There's nothing more to see here. Chapter 140, Repentance. Your Majesty. Zhao watched as the Kinley prepared to leave and immediately stepped forward, grabbing her arm. He then spoke earnestly. We have come this far, Your Majesty. We must not act on impulse or give up halfway. But how can I swallow this humiliation from him? Amaya gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with rage. She could not help but shout. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have come here. To avoid being humiliated by such a person. Your Majesty, have you forgotten how you entered just now? Seeing the scene before him, Zhao quickly persuaded her. Everyone saw you when you came in, which means you've already suffered humiliation. If you leave now, will everything you've endured be for nothing? But I don't want to either. Amaya's expression turned extremely grim after hearing this. She glanced at Ike and bit her lip, especially the way he looks at me. Amaya, do you think I wanted to come here? Ike raised an eyebrow, took 2 steps forward and said, if it weren't for Bram bringing Oswald's jade token, I wouldn't have led my troops here. Do you really think I came to save you? Nonsense. I merely came to see how you would die at others' hands. You're a traitor. Amaya turned around and said angrily, don't forget that you were once our great Joaquin's Grand General. You betrayed us without a second thought and went to the state of Cary. Have you forgotten who bestowed you with such wealth and power? Humph. Then I ask, why did you attack my family back then? What did they do to deserve this, Your Majesty? I gave a cold snort, a flash of killing intent passing through his eyes. You issued orders to kill them. Have you forgotten all they did for you in battle? I. Amaya was speechless and could only furrow her brows. After all, the situation was indeed difficult for her. Her actions against Ike stemmed from fear that his influence might overshadow hers, leading her to eliminate all those close to him out of personal reasons. Do you have no words to say? I knew you would be like this. I never thought of helping you on this journey. Ike sneered, his face expressionless. You can return now and see how you've destroyed our great Joaquin. You ungrateful dog. If it weren't for the support from our Joaquin troops, do you think you'd be in this position now? Amaya, suddenly enraged, said without hesitation, I've never seen anyone as ungrateful as you. You wretched woman, shut up. Tate, witnessing the scene, could no longer hold back. He immediately cursed, what right do you have to call our Grand General ungrateful? When all you did was give our Grand General a steamed bun to keep him from starving. From then on, he supported your rise to the throne, helped eliminate your enemies, and pacified other states. Without our Grand General, how could you have ascended to power? Do you think our Grand General's loyalty to you was due to your outstanding ability, or because you're somewhat attractive? Or is there some other reason? Don't joke here. Upon hearing these words, Amaya was stunned for a moment before she finally understood. No wonder Ike left her a note when he left. A meal's worth of gratitude. So it was all because of that steamed bun? How ridiculous. Could all this truly stem from that? That's enough, Lord One. Ike didn't wish to argue further with them, waving his hand. If there's nothing else, you may take her away. Grand General. Zhao was also taken aback by the conversation, having not anticipated the underlying reason. Given the current situation, this matter couldn't simply end here. Otherwise, the great Joaquin might truly fall. No matter what, we hope the Grand General can dispatch troops. He immediately responded seriously, this time. No matter what, Bam. Suddenly, Amaya dropped to her knees beside him. Zhao was momentarily bewildered, unsure of Amaya's intentions. Just moments ago, she had been so resolute, yet now she acted like this. Ike, originally, all along it has been I who wronged you. At this moment, Amaya had already changed her tone and spoke solemnly. If you still have grievances in your heart, feel free to hit me or scold me. I only hope you can save the state of Joaquin. She never imagined that the reason Ike stayed back then was not for high-ranking positions and generous rewards, but for a steamed bun that seemed insignificant. It turned out that she had been wrong all these years, foolishly thinking that Ike just did not want to give up those high-ranking positions and generous rewards. Everything is my fault. Punish me as you see fit. But I hope you can save the people and the land of the state of Joaquin. Whatever conditions you set, I will agree to. She said with a pained expression, Ike, I beg you. Return to camp. Seeing this scene, Ike couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, speaking expressionlessly. He naturally understood what this Kinley was thinking, but given the current situation, he did not wish to send troops at this time. And he also did not know if she was sincere. Grand General. Zhao was momentarily stunned by this scene. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to chase after Ike, but seeing his Kinley kneeling made him want to help her up. Before he could move, Ike had already returned to the camp with his men. Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about me. Zhao was about to look at Amaya, but she waved her hand and said, if Ike doesn't agree to save us, I will kneel here until I die. After all, if she returned now, she would be nothing more than a deposed ruler. Rather than watching her country fall into others' hands, it would be more dignified to die here. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I'll go find him right now. Zhao steeled his resolve and rushed into the camp. Ike, General Monroe, please. Chapter 141. Prestige. Imperial Capital, Dichio, State of Cary. At this moment, the butler was convening a group of his confidants to discuss state affairs. Ever since Ike left the state of Cary, virtually all matters had been entrusted to Grand Tutor Shepard. This old fox was thoroughly enjoying the thrill of power and quickly realized that he was the backbone of the court after Ike's departure. Your Majesty. At this moment, he straightened his posture and said to the butler, given the current situation, if things continue like this, it will be very disadvantageous for our army. Yes, General has led the troops into Xiang City. It has been more than half a month now, yet there is no sign of any movement. Cornelius interjected, this makes me suspect whether he might be leveraging the troops for his own benefit. Don't speak rashly. Though Ewan Grady also had doubts, he could not discuss such unproven suspicions on an official level. He replied, do not forget, General has always been a pillar of our dynasty. If you have no evidence, then you are defaming him. Your Majesty, but at present, he is in a deadlock. This cannot continue indefinitely. Shepard did not care about this and continued, and most importantly, we should prepare for defense in case other states attack us. Tutor Cary makes sense. Glenn immediately echoed, moreover, the grain and fodder consumed over these past 2 weeks is no small amount. Dylan, what do you think? Ewan Grady, uncertain, turned his gaze to Dylan who had remained silent. Your Majesty, in my opinion, Dylan nodded and spoke. I think we should urge General to advance. It's not just about grain consumption. Ansel and Burl's forces have already reached the capital. If we don't act now, this campaign will fail. What you say makes sense. Ewan Grady nodded. Our main goal in sending troops is to gain some benefits. The Ministry of War should issue orders immediately to urge the advance. I obey your command. Cornelius felt a surge of joy and readily agreed. Regardless of other matters, if Ike doesn't act, Cornelius could seize this opportunity to report against them. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a eunuch approached the door. Minister Bram from the state of Joaquin has arrived with diplomatic letters. Should you receive him? No. Ewan Grady refused without hesitation. He is likely here regarding troop movements. I am already aware of the content of his letter. Tutor Cary, please meet him on my behalf and inform him that we agree to send troops. I obey your command. Shepard rejoiced upon hearing this. This opportunity was exactly what he needed. Who knows, he might get to say something damaging about Ike to Bram. There is one more matter. Ewan Grady then seemed to recall something. If Ike captures Bingzhou and Izhou this time, how should we arrange the officials? This was what he was most concerned about. If these territories were taken over by Ike again, they wouldn't get much benefit. I think we can immediately select officials from the Ministry of Personnel. Shepard suggested right away. Considering the current situation, taking over these 2 places is crucial. If the state of Joaquin stabilizes, they may not let go of these regions. Tutor Cary makes sense, Your Majesty. We can now assign the Ministry of Personnel's reserve officials to the surrounding areas. Once we take over, adjustments can be made immediately. Cornelius nodded in agreement. Let Dylan handle this matter. Ewan Grady sipped his tea and said sternly, remember, never be complacent. Yes. Shepard was slightly unhappy. It bothered him that this task wasn't assigned to him, hinting at the butler's wariness towards him. Your Majesty. Just then, a military official rushed in. Military report, from Heshi region. What? Everyone present was stunned. Is it possible that the state of Zhou is attacking again? Dylan was startled. He knew that if the state of Zhou intervened at this moment, it would cause some trouble. But logically, it shouldn't be possible, since they had just suffered a defeat previously and now hardly had any troops to deploy. Present it. Grady didn't waste time and stood up immediately to take the military report. After he read it, he felt slightly relieved. These are troops from the state of Han. He handed the report to other ministers and said, according to Jason's account, the army of Han is preparing to pass through the western bank of the river and then head to Xiang City. This is to assist Ike? Everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at each other in surprise. I think so. Dylan put the military baton on the table and said, otherwise, their army wouldn't possibly pass through to Xiang City. This clearly shows they intend to support the general. My goodness. Glenn's heart leapt into his throat, exclaiming in astonishment. What kind of magic does this general possess? How can he make the Kinley of Han so loyal? We shouldn't focus on this. Shepard frowned and said coldly, shouldn't we worry about how to handle him when the time comes? What do you mean? Grady understood the implication but didn't voice it out. Your Majesty, we must remove Ike. Shepard's face turned serious as he said, this person is too dangerous. If an butler of a country would risk everything for him, just think, how can we control him? If we can't control him and he rebels, what will we do then? Upon hearing these words, everyone's expression changed instantly. Grand Tutor, I believe you're exaggerating. Dylan responded slowly, the general would never rebel. Chapter 142, Schemes and Intrigues. Precautions must always be taken beforehand. Moreover, who can guarantee that he will absolutely never rebel? Shepard clearly wanted to take this opportunity to completely bring Ike down. To him, whether General Monroe would eventually rebel was not important at all. What he wanted now was just the Ewan stance. Then, he could use this opportunity to drag the latter off his pedestal. And for them, this was the best opportunity right now. I think this matter is open to discussion, Ewan Grady said after hearing those words, shaking his head with a serious expression. After all, for them, nothing was more important than national stability at this moment. Although Ike has led troops into Xianxia and Jeanette has agreed to send troops to assist, this does not prove that Ike has intentions of rebelling. Furthermore, there was a more critical point. He was unwilling to turn against Ike now. To him, everything seemed too abrupt. Though he was confident he could suppress Ike within a short period, it wasn't an ideal situation. Your Majesty is wise, Dylan promptly responded. He had traveled thousands of miles to welcome the general back. Now to accuse him of rebellion was something he couldn't accept. Your Majesty, even if we do not charge Ike now, we still need to guard against him. Unable to hold back, Shepard spoke up. Moreover, considering the current situation, we should make preparations. Well, according to your meanings, should we allow Han troops to cross our borders? Ewan Grady was still troubled by this point. No butler would allow such an event to happen in their territory. And importantly, this was about aiding Ike. To make an empress act so rashly, how many people in this world could do that? Absolutely not. Dylan disagreed with taking action against Ike, but this matter also concerned national defense, thus, he could not agree. That's over 100,000 Han troops. Who knows what their true intentions are? He said earnestly, if they really are here to assist General, fine. But if they're using us as a path to invade elsewhere, we'll be the ones suffering. And when so many people pass through our land, it will undoubtedly pose a threat to our national defense. If they discover our military layout and identify our strategic points, how can we ensure they don't have other intentions? Everyone nodded upon hearing this, finding it reasonable. So, it's settled. We absolutely cannot let them pass. Ewan Grady agreed, especially given the circumstances. You should inform Ike about this decision as well, Shepard suggested. Let him know what might happen. This suggestion was naturally a veiled threat. No butler would feel safe with such influence. The Grand Tutor speaks reasonably. Grady nodded, feeling it was reasonable. He then turned his attention to Cornelius and instructed, have the Ministry of War order the troops to proceed without writing this into military commands. Inform Ike to give an explanation to Jeanette personally. Understood. The Minister of War immediately agreed. If there's nothing else, everyone can withdraw. Ewan Grady yawned. I'm rather sleepy. Let's discuss any other matters tomorrow. Ministers withdraw. After hearing this, everyone left one by one. Master, it seems Manny still trusts the general greatly. Cornelius remarked as they left the palace. If we want to bring him down now, it will be difficult. Moreover, he still controls the military power. Things didn't get frozen in a day. If it were this simple, wouldn't it be too boring? Shepard smiled, stroking his beard. But now Manny is already suspicious of him. We can dig deeper from here. I quite agree with that. Cornelius, hearing this, also couldn't help but nod his head and continued to say, given the current situation, how should we start? Brother Lionel, why are you getting more confused these days? Glenn, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this and said, with the influence of the Grand General, which butler can truly accept it? Besides, not to mention other things, just the relationship between Jeanette and him. No one would accept that. Yes, we can indeed take this approach. Cornelius immediately spoke with some excitement, but then hesitated a bit. Wouldn't we offend Han if we did this? After all, Ike had already offended the states of Zhou and Albert. If they offended Han as well, combined with having Ike nearby, the state of Cary could become a battleground from all sides. Brother Lionel, you need not worry about this point. Glenn dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. What's so frightening about Han today? And Butler, for personal gains, actually agrees to send troops to aid Ike. What kind of combat capability can such a country have in the future? It's completely powerless. You are absolutely right. Seeing this scene, Shepard couldn't resist praising. To see through the matter so clearly, it's worth my daily guidance. Thank you, Grand Tutor. Glenn beamed with joy and responded immediately. Master, when I write this letter, should I embellish it further? Cornelius, wanting to showcase himself, asked again. We can use this opportunity to force Ike to consider how to respond. Absolutely not wrong. Shepard also couldn't help but praise. Best to make him doubt Manny. Chapter 143, Anxiety. In the city of Xianxia, at the military camp. At this moment, Abigail had been kneeling here for a whole day and night. For the usually pampered Kinley, it had drained all of her physical strength, but she was still holding on desperately, unwilling to see the country crumble in her hands. After all, at present, Ike was her last chance. If he refused to help, then the entire empire of Dazhou would be completely doomed. Due to not taking in any water or food, she was extremely weak now. Even a gentle breeze might knock her over. Your Majesty. Jalmer saw this scene and couldn't help but advise, even if you beg the general, you should also take care of your health. After all, for the entire Dazhou, if your Majesty falls, then, if that guy continues to refuse to deploy troops, what can I do if I return now? Abigail originally felt some remorse, but Ike's refusal to show up for an entire day and night made her increasingly angry. She couldn't help saying, moreover, if things continue like this, Your Majesty, don't say anything more. Just as Jalmer was about to speak, the Kinley interrupted him without hesitation, gritting her teeth. If you have time, go back and ask him again if he's willing to send troops to assist. Though she was very angry, she didn't dare finish the sentence. After all, offending Ike could ruin everything. Deep down, apart from her previous guilt, she hadn't realized the core of the problem. Had she not been so arrogant and failed to discern people properly, the Empire of Dazhou wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Please wait, Your Majesty. I'll go ask the general at the main tent. Seeing this scene, Jalmer sighed, turned around, and hurried into the main tent. At that moment, Ike was having breakfast with a group of officers. So, it's Sir One. Sit down quickly. We'll bring another set of bowls and chopsticks for Sir One. He smiled indifferently and indicated for Jalmer to sit down, saying, these are freshly made buns and porridge. I wonder if Sir One is used to eating them. General. Jalmer, seeing this, felt quite helpless and couldn't help pleading. Now that the Kinley has repented, we hope the general can consider our long-standing ties and send troops to help. Sir One, if that woman truly repented, she should come inside now. Tate took a sip of porridge, put the bun in his mouth and said, otherwise, why is she hiding outside? Isn't she deliberately making things difficult for us? Besides, given the current situation, is it the right time to deploy troops? But if it's not the right time now, then Kyoto will likely fall. Jalmer was extremely anxious, with no appetite, and couldn't help asking, moreover, once Kyoto falls, there will be no room left for resistance. Sir One, I don't think it's as serious as you say. Ike leisurely put down his bowl, burped, and stood up, saying, although Isaiah's rebel forces have reached Kyoto, they've lost a lot of troops along the way. Besides, my scouts reported they don't carry siege equipment, and even if they do, they need to mobilize resources from various places. That means Kyoto can hold out for half a year to a year. Why are you in such a hurry? Plus, with the grain reserves within the city, if the soldiers unite, they could even hold out for 2 years. After all, capturing a centuries-old capital city isn't easy. If the soldiers were resolved to fight to the death, they could hold out for a very long time. But this response left Zhao speechless. Sir One, if these foods don't suit you, you can give something to that woman outside. Ike, feeling somewhat restless, wanted to dismiss Zhao, considering her frail body. If she doesn't eat for another half day, she'll starve to death. Oh. Seeing this, Zhao sighed helplessly and headed toward the exit. General, are we really not going to deploy troops? Honest, watching Zhao leave, couldn't help asking, it's a good opportunity for us. It's just not the right time yet. Ike shook his head and then said somewhat discontentedly, furthermore, I'm still waiting for a message. Report. But at that moment, a scout suddenly ran in and reporting to the Grand General, the military order from the Ministry of War and the military report from Hashi have arrived. Military order and military report? Upon hearing these words, Ike's brows couldn't help but furrow. He then looked at the scout and walked over. Did you receive these 2 items at the same time? Yes. After handing over the items, the scout stood up and explained. An official from the Ministry of War handed these 2 items to me, and judging by their manner, the military report should have been delivered to the ministry a few days ago. All right, you may go now. Ike nodded, and the other generals also gathered around. The military report from Hashi. Ike opened the report and glanced at it, and his expression immediately turned serious. What reassured him was that this wasn't from the state of Zhao. What shocked him was that it was actually from the army of the state of Han. Grand General, what does it say? Jensen couldn't help but ask curiously, could there be any secrets inside? It's really quite unexpected. Ike passed the military report over, momentarily at a loss for how to explain, then opened the military order. This Kinley is really astonishing. After reading the contents of the military report, the 3 men were all speechless with shock. I didn't expect it either. Ike frowned. He couldn't understand what Felicia was thinking. This was no different from putting him on hot coals. To have such large-scale support for him at this time would inevitably make the other ministers and the butler think otherwise. Moreover, with him leading so many troops outside, which butler could endure it? Chapter 144, a favor done with the flow. This woman's actions are really incomprehensible. Tate, witnessing the scene before him, couldn't help but ridicule. This completely drives General Oral into a dead end. If the butler were to, do you think it's possible for the War Ministry's military report not to reach the butler? Ike then coldly retorted after hearing this. Furthermore, concerning the current situation, the reason they sent the military report here is mainly to inform me that I need to be extra cautious. If Manny has no other intentions, I don't believe they have any other thoughts about the general. Honest, upon hearing this, responded, moreover, judging by the present circumstances, it's unlikely they would have other ideas about the general. At least that was his belief. All the contents not reflected in the military report are noted in this order. I gave a bitter laugh. Misfortunes never come singly. He originally thought this matter was settled, but he didn't expect there to be other issues. Judging just from these military reports in his hands, it seems there are indeed numerous underlying implications. From what it looks like, the order must be urging us to launch an attack immediately. Brenton immediately caught on and spoke solemnly. In that case, we have no choice. It's not as simple as you think. Ike shook his head and said gravely, though this order reflects the butler's intention, I believe its content is all written by officials of the War Ministry. It must be Shepard and Cornelius. Seeing the situation, Tate commented, moreover, most importantly now, those fellows definitely have nothing good in mind for General, perhaps waiting for us to embarrass ourselves. After all, they knew too well those fellows' tactics. Most importantly now, they must seize this opportunity to gain territory for themselves. If we don't launch an attack now, it may arouse suspicion from Manny, and we also do not intend to fall out with them. Honest said seriously, General, why don't we do them a favor? That way, we'll give face to Joaquin officials while letting them understand our intentions. There seems to be no other choice. Ike glanced at everyone, then put away the military report in order and ordered. You should now pass the order down immediately, informing everyone to prepare for battle. Let the soldiers have a hearty meal. We move out tonight? Yes. Hearing this, the few did not hesitate to respond. Ike walked out of the main tent and looked towards Amaya and Zhao. You two can come in now. I have something to tell you. Manny, there might be an opportunity now. Seeing Ike return to the main tent, Zhao said excitedly, looking at General's intention, he may plan to launch an attack at this time. Help me up. Amaya was extremely weak now. She glanced at Zhao, gritted her teeth, and stood up, saying, this guy is truly detestable. Knowing she was physically weak, he had still dragged her for so many days. Zhao then helped the Empress into the main tent. As breakfast was not yet cleared, their stomachs growled uncontrollably as they entered. Look at your state. You must be hungry, right? Ike raised an eyebrow without changing expression and continued, eat something then. Wouldn't want you dying here from hunger, making me look unkind. Humph. Ike, how dare you humiliate me thus? Biting her silver tooth, Amaya could not help but grumble. Do you not think I wronged you back then? Why don't you just say it directly instead of humiliating me like this? Amaya, if you maintain such an attitude, I might revoke my previous decision. Ike raised his eyebrows and scolded. He simply did not like someone so impolite. You. Amaya fell silent for a moment, gritted her teeth, and did not dare speak anymore. Your Majesty, you should eat something. Yesterday, Zhao begged all day, and was also very hungry, then said to the Kinley, I might as well eat. I won't let this guy mock me. Amaya gritted her teeth, then sat down without hesitation, found a clean set of chopsticks and bowl, and started drinking porridge. According to the terms we discussed earlier, after helping you retreat the army, Bingzhou and Izhou will belong to Cary. I believe you have no objection to this, right? I glanced at the two, then focused his gaze on Amaya. Of course, I have no objections. As long as you can send out troops now, everything is negotiable. Although Amaya felt aggrieved, she still agreed. As for her, nothing was more important than restoring the great Joaquin dynasty at this moment. Alright, these are the terms you negotiated with them. Now, let's talk about the terms between us. Ike nodded and then sat opposite them, speaking solemnly. You still have conditions? Upon hearing this, Amaya couldn't help but widen her eyes and frown. Ike, don't take advantage of this opportunity to exploit me. On what grounds? Now that the military power is in my hands, do you think I have no basis to negotiate with you? Ike raised his eyebrows and immediately interrupted her, retorting, if you have any objections, I advise you to think carefully. Otherwise, I won't be in a good mood. You. Amaya, seeing this, could not help but feel indignant. But since she had to bow under someone else's roof, she had no choice but to comply, only to say resentfully, then what are your terms? Just speak up. First, the appointment of officials in Bingzhou and Ezhou must be left to me. Ike, seeing this, immediately said without hesitation, the arrangement of any official must be under my jurisdiction, and no one else shall interfere. But what if Cary has already arranged them? Amaya couldn't help but frown and complained. Who should I listen to when the time comes? Of course, you should listen to me. Don't forget, it's me who leads the troops here to rescue you. Chapter 145 Condition. Oh, now I understand. When Amaya heard this, a somewhat smug expression appeared on her face. Then she said, after all that talking, it turns out you had rebellious thoughts all along. Humph, don't spout nonsense here. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, I never had such intentions. But now the situation is beyond my control. That guy has the same idea as you, wanting to take me down. Shouldn't I make preparations in advance? Ike, let me be honest with you. Amaya took a sip of kanji, then grabbed a steamed bun from the table and started eating, saying, actually, this isn't anyone else's fault. It's because you're too capable. No one would possibly let you go. If you were content to remain a minister, it would be fine. But if you ever harbor ulterior motives, tell me, who could stop you? Heaven can bear witness. Did I have any ulterior motives when I was in the great Joaquin dynasty? I clenched his teeth and then coldly retorted, but just at that time, why did you try to harm me? I never thought of betraying you. Me. These words left Amaya speechless, almost choking on the bun. Yet, feeling unconvinced, she rolled her eyes and didn't answer Ike's question. You have nothing to say now, right? I gave a cold snort, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. If I had rebellious thoughts back then, when you carried out the massacre at my general's mansion, I could have raised a hand. And do you think your people could have stopped me? This is precisely why no butler can tolerate you. Hearing this, Amaya couldn't help grinding her teeth, her eyes nearly blazing with anger as she couldn't resist shouting. You are too powerful enough to instill fear in others. Do you understand my meaning? No one allows such a powerful person near them. So I decided that from now on, I won't serve anyone anymore. I will only be loyal to myself. Ike's eyes turned cold as he spoke solemnly. You'll understand the meaning of my words soon enough. I hope I can live to see that day. Amaya sighed after hearing this, then said melancholically, so it seems that I might become your first target. Not necessarily. Seeing this scene, Ike sneered, if you cooperate, I might consider letting you off. Of course, I doubt you'll behave obediently. Humph. Amaya snorted coldly. As in butler, at this moment, Xiaomer watched the confrontation between the two, unsure how to respond, only mechanically nodding. If you don't agree, that's fine. To me, agreeing or not makes no difference. Ike leaned back, spreading his hands indifferently. Speak. Amaya gritted her teeth, extremely unwilling, but she had no way to refute this, having already agreed to the first condition, so agreeing or not to the next two made no difference. Ike slowly stood up and turned to walk out of the camp. I won't give you too much time. My army has limited provisions. Once they run out, I will lead my troops back to Cary country. I agree with you. Watching that departing figure, Amaya gritted her teeth, angrily replied, but don't go too far. Now, she had no capital left for negotiation. Chapter 146, Defense of the Capital. In the Joaquin Kingdom, at the capital city. Now, this once bustling capital has become an isolated fortress, desolate and in ruins. It must be noted that just a year ago, this place was the political, economic, and cultural center of the entire Great Joaquin. But now, its former glory is long gone. Currently, within the city walls, there remain only 30,000 imperial guards and 60,000 elderly, infirm, or wounded civilians who couldn't flee in time. To defend the city, Benji has mobilized all able-bodied citizens remaining within the city walls to reinforce the fortifications. Moreover, to boost morale, with Murray's approval, he opened the treasury and took out all available gold and silver treasures to reward the soldiers. Outside the city, all villages and estates have been razed, and wheat fields cleared to leave no food for Ansel. However, this last strategy means nothing to the current Arnie as he already controls the southern resources, and supplies can be shipped endlessly to the north via water routes. At the Ministry of Revenue, Murray is now discussing food supplies with the few officials left. After several battles, combined with the supplies taken away by Arnie and Ellison earlier, they are almost depleted. Based on our current rate of consumption, we can hold out for about 7 months at most, an official said worriedly. Minister Su, if Manny does not bring reinforcements, then what will become of us? We can't speak such disheartening words now. Murray stroked his beard, glanced over the accounts seriously, and ordered, from now on, except for the military personnel guarding the city, the rations for the citizens and remaining officials should be halved daily. Minister Su, officials and commoners already have very limited rations. If we reduce them by half, famine will surely spread throughout the city. Another official immediately spoke up anxiously. Can we reconsider? There is nothing more to consider. Murray sighed, covered the ledger with his hand, and said, Manny and Xiaomer have been gone for nearly 8 days with no news. We must prepare for the worst. Has Manny and Lord Wen possibly already headed to Bingzhou? One official could not help but whisper at this moment. You shut your mouth. Murray slammed the table and shouted angrily, "This is not the time. Such divisive talk won't help unity. If you say it again, I'll have you executed." Minister Su. Just then, Benji rushed in from outside. Compared to before, he had visibly lost weight and had bloodshot eyes with deep sunken eye sockets. "What is it, General Guan?" Seeing this, Murray couldn't help but ask, "Do we still have no word from Manny and Lord Wen?" Benji sat down and drank tea from a cup on the table, then wiped his mouth and asked, "Not yet." Murray sighed and sat beside him, gesturing for other officials to leave first. "But I think it shouldn't be much longer, certainly no more than 3 days. No matter what, the round-trip distance is fixed. Manny's health is precious. Perhaps there was some delay along the way. The rebel army's attacks are growing more frequent, and our casualties have reached around 8,000. Once the other officials left, Benji lowered his voice and whispered, "The situation is truly dire. Even rotating shifts is becoming impossible. The casualty rate has reached 1 in 3 among the 30,000, a significant toll on the entire army, especially with no young men left within the city, meaning no reserve labor force for logistics." "Just hold on." Murray stood up and sternly replied, "Tomorrow, distribute all usable meat in the city to the troops. Tell the soldiers that if they endure just 2 more days, reinforcements will arrive, ensuring their safety." "All right." Benji clenched his teeth, then stood up and glanced at Murray. "Minister, isn't it possible to move troops from Bingzhou? If it were possible, they would have come by now. Why wait until now?" Murray shook his head, revealing a tired expression and sighed. "I'm sure you understand. In this situation, apart from Manny's route, there may be no other options." Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, sounds of explosions were heard. The rebels are attacking the city. As soon as Benji heard the sounds, he immediately dismissed all signs of fatigue. He turned around and saluted Murray, then dashed out with his sword in hand. Just as he had anticipated, the rebel army was launching a new round of attacks. The troops below the city tower surged upward like waves. If not for the well-equipped Imperial guards, how could they possibly withstand such an assault? Soon enough, bodies began to fall at the city tower. Push forward, push forward. Watching the rebels relentlessly charge forward, Benji's eyes were once again red with rage. He shouted, "Anyone who dares to retreat even a step, I will kill them with my own hands. Kill, kill, kill." All the soldiers, hearing these words, charged forward. For a moment, the shouts filled the sky. After several defenses, plus Benji's bravery in leading the charge, they finally managed to repel the rebel attack. Leaving over 1,000 corpses behind, the rebels retreated to their camp. Benji's side also suffered heavy casualties, but he dared not take any rest. He immediately arranged for the soldiers to adjust their defenses to prevent a night raid by the enemy. Outside the city, at the rebel camp, bang! Ansel's face was extremely grim, like someone who had just eaten something foul. Looking at the military report on the table, he gritted his teeth. What is going on here? He couldn't help but curse at Will and the other generals. It has been 8 days now, and we haven't even breached the outer defenses, while losing over 10,000 men. There are only 30,000 defenders in the city, and you have 11 times that number. Can't you take the city? What use do I have for you if you can't accomplish this? Your Highness, it's not our fault. One of the generals behind him replied hesitantly, "The walls of the capital are more solid than any other city. Without heavy siege weapons, breaking through would be very difficult. Moreover, the 30,000 Imperial guards inside are well equipped, making it impossible for us to capture the city quickly." Shut up. Chapter 147. Ike arrives. Faced with the sudden stern rebuke, every general present was too frightened to utter a word, merely lowering their heads. "Your Highness." Will, seeing the scene before him, gave a salute and said, "Brothers have spoken the truth. The city defense of the capital is indeed several times stronger than an ordinary city. Moreover, we are currently attacking the outer city. If it comes down to the inner city, it will undoubtedly be more challenging. Furthermore, just take the current situation. Only 8 days have passed. Give us a few more days, and we can surely break through the city." "So how long do you think it would take?" Ansel's anger subsided somewhat when he heard Will speak up, and he could not help but ask, "I humbly request your Highness grant me 10 more days. Within 10 days, I will definitely capture the capital. Otherwise, handle it according to military law." After hearing these words, Will hesitated for a moment, then bit his lip and replied immediately, "I hope your Highness can believe in me." "All right, this king will give you 10 days. Ansel responded without hesitation, "If you fail to capture the city by then, deal with it as per military law." At that point, victory was within arm's reach. Yet this very last step made him increasingly restless. Logically speaking, he need not have been so anxious, but the yearning for victory gradually clouded his mind, making him even more agitated. "Your Highness." Just then, Ellison, who had been beside him, finally could not hold back and spoke up, "In my humble opinion, there's no need to be so hasty. Go on." Only then did Ansel sit down, pick up the teacup on the table, take a sip, and coldly say, "Do you have any other suggestions? Based on the current situation, our army needs only to besiege the capital without launching attacks. In about half a year, the defenders will inevitably run out of resources and surrender." Ellison, with a serious expression, continued, "Although it will drain our provisions, it will also deplete theirs. Moreover, we have a constant supply line, while they may not. This could be a significant advantage for our army. But have you considered what would happen if reinforcements arrived? We face a difficult combat scenario, which might not be beneficial for us." Having led troops before, Ansel understood the potential pitfalls. The only countries capable of sending reinforcements now are Albert and Cary, while others cannot provide timely support. Seeing the situation, Ellison analyzed, Albert lost much of its strength after clashing with Ike, and the troops available are in Yuzhou, lacking combat effectiveness post-battle, posing no significant threat to us. As for Cary, especially if Ike is involved, I don't think they would come, given Colin's past actions against Ike. Grady would also not risk coming since Colin nearly destroyed Cary entirely. Hearing this, Ansel nodded, finding some sense in the analysis but still harboring concerns. Being trapped in a prolonged battle could lead to major complications. How about this? After some thought, Ansel suggested, leave part of the soldiers to continue the siege, while moving the rest to consolidate our remaining territories. That sounds right. Dean, who had remained silent until then, nodded and agreed, especially with Binzhou remaining neutral. It's a potential concern. Despite my letters to them, I've received no response. Ansel, slightly troubled, responded, I wonder what Binzhou's governor is thinking? This is indeed a significant threat. Ellison added, Binzhou's wolf riders are among the fiercest warriors. Getting them on our side could save considerable effort. It looks like I must make a personal trip. After some deliberation, Ansel decided, considering the current situation, they must declare their stance soon. If they intend to wait and see, I'll march in and wipe them out immediately. Report. Just then, a soldier rushed in, looking panicked and reported, Your Highness, cavalry has suddenly appeared behind our forces. Cavalry? Hearing this, Ansel was clearly stunned for a moment, then immediately asked, What cavalry? Which country's flag are they carrying? Logically, if another country had intervened, it should have been known much earlier. But now, after so long, there shouldn't be no news at all. Looking at their appearance, they seem to be the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, carrying the Menro character flag. The soldier hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Ike. Hearing this name, everyone present was startled, and then they looked outside the tent with some displeasure on their faces. Impossible. Ansel shook his head firmly after hearing this, saying resolutely, How could that guy possibly bring people here? And for Colin? Impossible. While fearing in his heart, he immediately dismissed this absurd thought. Ike had nearly been killed by Colin, who wiped out his entire family. How could he possibly launch an attack for her now? But, Your Highness, if Cary is here to get a piece of the pie, then it's not strange at all. Ellison reacted and couldn't help but say, If it really is so, we must take precautions. Ansel naturally felt some concern, as this matter would undoubtedly cause them enormous trouble. After all, this time, it wasn't just anyone. It was Ike. Immediately issue orders. Let the three armies prepare immediately and follow me to defend against the enemy. Ansel gritted his teeth and ordered. Now that things have come to this, even if gods and Buddhas came down from heaven, nothing could stop him from unifying all of Dawaki. He must slay any god or Buddha that stands in his way. No one could hinder his progress. Yes. The generals heard this and immediately left the central command tent. Minister Albert, I entrust everything else in the army to you. Chapter 148, Dual Chan Confrontation. As the scouts of Joaquin's army had reported, Ike was indeed leading his troops around to their rear. However, this was but a feint. Currently, he mainly led elite forces, including the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, the White Feathered Guards, the Huaijiang Crossbowmen, and the mysterious Black-Robed Corps. The 80,000 soldiers of the Cary army had already circled around behind the capital city, ready to rush in once the battle commenced at the front, thereby relieving the pressure on the capital. Look, they're coming. Tate was now fully geared up, gripping his long spear tightly. Nothing excited him more than being on the battlefield. And most importantly, this battle was critical for them. Even if we give them time, they may not necessarily breach our defenses. Jensen tightened his grip on his halberd, his expression showing slight disdain. Ike. At that moment, a harsh cry suddenly rang out. Then came Ansel leading several thousand cavalry as the vanguard, with the main force following closely behind. Ansel, it's been quite a while. Ike looked at the incoming person and then laughed indifferently. Their relationship had always been average. Even when they were in the Joaquin dynasty before, Ike did not hold any particular fondness for this prince, nor did the latter have any special regard for him. Ike, why have you brought your troops into our Joaquin territory? Are you planning to occupy our land? Ansel spurred his horse forward, tugging on the reins and shouted, If so, you are indeed despicable. Ansel, speaking such words, are you not afraid that your ancestors will loathe you from beyond the grave? Hearing this, I could not help but burst into laughter. If it weren't for your rebellion, would Catherine need to invite me to quell the unrest? Bullshit. Upon hearing these words, Ansel's face turned ashen. This statement was like a bolt from the blue for him. After all, rebelling was hardly an honorable thing. Moreover, it was crucial because, in the current situation, it could very well affect his soldiers' morale. Such matters were always detrimental. If you cause turmoil within the Joaquin Kingdom, you yourself are the culprit. Ansel's face turned sullen as he drew his sword and cursed, If not for you back then, how could Catherine have ascended to the throne? No matter what, the imperial position should have been passed down to the crown Nate, not her. It was your schemes that allowed her to seize power. I think events transpired differently from what you say. Ike chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly, Originally, the throne was passed to the second prince after the late butler's death, not the crown Nate. Later, the crown Nate died under mysterious circumstances. You princes probably played a role in this too. The infighting among you has plunged the entire court into chaos. That gave Catherine the opportunity. Since Kinley took the throne, the country has been stable and powerful. If she hadn't meddled, the great Joaquin would clearly be the hegemon among the eastern kingdoms. But only you harbored sinister ambitions and rebelled. These words caused a buzz among the Joaquin soldiers, clearly stirring dissent. Ike, don't spout nonsense. Who do you think you are to judge me? Seeing the scene before him, Ansel felt a sudden unease. After all, this matter had been kept secret, with very few people aware of the inside details. Moreover, he naturally could not admit to rebelling. This is to cleanse the court. He raised his voice again. It's not the same as what you're talking about. Ha ha ha, truly an excellent reason for cleansing the court. I couldn't help but laugh loudly, his tone carrying a hint of malice. You've muddled up a perfectly good country. In the end, who will suffer? Only the common folk. Yet you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoings. Isn't it just greed for that position? Speak frankly, is there anything wrong with that? Humph, say whatever you want. Seeing that he couldn't argue further, Ansel coldly sniffed and said, As far as this matter goes, I see no wrongdoing. For the long-term peace and stability of the state, can we let that woman continue to meddle recklessly? You truly try to have it both ways. Ike scoffed, however, no matter how eloquently you speak, in the end, you are just a rebel. You, Ansel, hearing this, could not help but tremble with anger all over his body. Then he could not resist opening his mouth to curse. Let me tell you, if you continue talking like this, don't blame me for not being nice to you. Let me tell you, I am not afraid of you unlike others. So why are you babbling? Just make your move. I'm curious to see how much you've improved in 2 years. I gave a cold snort, showing no regard for him at all. Charge for me. Whoever can capture Ike alive will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and in theft as a marquis. Ansel, upon hearing this, could not help but be enraged by shame and embarrassment. He looked at the soldiers behind him and barked out the order. Attack. The others, hearing this, immediately charged forward without any hesitation. Bowman, get ready. Seeing this scene, Honest immediately raised his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment these words were spoken, countless arrows flew towards the Joaquin army like locusts. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, many of the cavalry who were originally charging at the forefront fell to the ground despite being protected by armor due to their high speed which did not allow them time to evade. Where do these bowmen come from? Seeing this scene, Ansel's heart turned cold. He was unaware of the Huaijiang crossbowmen's range, which was beyond that of ordinary archers. Cloud-piercing crossbows. Then, another voice sounded, and a group of soldiers pushing crossbow chariots appeared on the hillside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These specially made crossbows combined with the powerful penetration of cloud-piercing crossbows left ordinary people unable to withstand it. Retreat. Suddenly, Ansel realized something. Sensing something amiss, he knew that if he led his troops forward, they might fall into an ambush. Charge. As Jensen and Tate spoke, the tiger and leopard cavalry and the white-feathered guards immediately began to charge. Instantly, the battlefield turned into a slaughter field. Chapter 149, Entering the Capital. This was the first encounter between Ansel and Ike, and the former could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. After all, Ike had only about 10,000 troops under his command at that time, far fewer than imagined. The reason why Ansel did not dare to engage in battle was twofold. 1, he feared Ike's reputation, and 2, he felt guilty because the act of rebellion was hardly an honorable name. After the tiger-leopard cavalry and the white-feathered troops charged forward, they did not linger for long, as advancing alone would invite trouble. So they retreated in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, the Cary Kingdom's army managed to enter the capital city smoothly due to Ansel leading the main force of the Joaquin army out. Ike then led the tiger-leopard cavalry to carve out a bloody path and also entered the city. Really didn't expect it. Things turned out much simpler than we thought. Upon entering the capital, Ike looked at the familiar city before him and couldn't help but feel emotional. He remembered being driven out earlier, and now he returned with his army in triumph, which stirred intense emotions within him. We didn't expect them to come in without any preparation for resistance. They just let us right in. Tate couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. I was preparing for a bloodbath. Who knew it would be so easy to get in? Their combat strength isn't impressive either. They don't even compare to the Albert army. A large part of this is due to the efforts of General. Honest analyzed with greater clarity, then added earnestly, perhaps next time we shouldn't underestimate them so easily. You must all be mentally prepared. We absolutely cannot underestimate our enemy. After all, underestimating the enemy was always a great taboo in military strategy, and more importantly, any lapse against these people could lead to unnecessary trouble. I agree with that. After hearing this, I cast a satisfied glance at Honest and said slowly, in the next engagement, both sides will spare no effort. Any slackness on your part will mean death at their hands. Remember, never underestimate them. Yes. Tate and Jensen immediately agreed upon hearing this. General. At this moment, Murray and Benji approached with a group of officials, bowing respectfully to the group. Don't be too formal, Secretary Sue. Seeing this, Ike waved his hand indifferently and said, I'm not your general anymore. I hope you two won't make a mistake in addressing me. You jest, General, Murray replied with emotion. If it weren't for you leading the army here promptly, the capital might not have been safe by now. Everything is thanks to you. Benji and the other officials nodded in agreement. That's enough. If you're going to say such things, it's not necessary. Ike shook his head dismissively, then turned his gaze to Benji. General Guan, I've heard you've been organizing counterattacks these past few days. Indeed, I saw the city defenses on my way in. Your work has been excellent. Thank you, General. Benji was visibly moved, knowing that he had only reached this position through Ike's support, having once been just a common soldier. Without your promotion, I wouldn't be where I am today. This is all thanks to you. No, this is due to your own efforts, and not really related to me. Ike smiled nonchalantly, then looked elsewhere. General, where are Manny and Minister One? Murray asked curiously, as they noticed Ike's army had already entered the city. However, they still hadn't seen Xiaomer or Amaya, which left them puzzled. Logically, Kinley and her entourage should have entered the city by now. I'm not sure where Minister One is. Ike replied nonchalantly, but I know where the Kinley is. Just as he finished speaking, Xiaomer was seen following Amaya closely, both walking toward them step by step. However, what was rather unexpected to everyone was that Amaya was now dressed in very simple clothes, without any makeup, and had removed all her jewelry. Xiaomer, who was behind her, wore an awkward expression on his face. He did not dare to speak much either, and could only follow obediently. This scene left several people stunned. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Everyone, let me introduce you. Ike pointed at Amaya beside him and said, she is now my personal maid, Amaya. If you need anything from her in the future, just say it. Your Majesty. Murray was dumbfounded by the scene, unsure of what was happening. Yet with Ike speaking, they didn't dare ask more and only frowned. Why are you still calling her Majesty? Upon hearing this, although Amaya felt extremely reluctant, She gritted her teeth and cursed. He has already said I'm just a maid, so you can just call me by my name. We dare not. These ministers did not dare to address her by her name. Immediately, they bowed and dared not say more. All right, let's not stay here. Ike, seeing this, directly said to them, we should proceed to the discussion first. Regardless, resolving the current predicament is urgent. Agreed. Murray and others couldn't help but nod. Considering your good performance these past 2 days, I allow you to join our discussion. Ike fixed his gaze on Amaya but warned her, but I want to tell you, you must serve us tea and water here. If you dare to speak out of turn, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, mistress. Amaya gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear the person before her into pieces. Chapter 150 Discussion of Troop Deployment. Everyone followed Ike into the conference hall. In order to reclaim the imperial throne, Amaya could truly swallow her pride and waited on them hand and foot. Ike took this calmly, while the officials felt extremely uncomfortable, as after all, she was their former butler. How could they treat her like this? All right, let's discuss the current situation. Ike glanced at Amaya, smiled indifferently, and then turned his gaze to the other ministers. Considering the present circumstances, with our defenders plus the troops brought by the general, we are fully capable of a decisive battle against the rebels. The first one to speak was Benji. With an excited expression, he said, after all, given our current numbers, we're equal to the rebels, and even in strength, we can crush them. There's nothing to fear. I agree with General Guan. Tate expressed agreement and said seriously, and given our recent skirmish, we've already given them a taste of our power. I doubt they would dare provoke another conflict. We are more than ready now. As for a decisive battle, it should be discussed further. At that moment, Murray, who had been silent, spoke solemnly. After all, both sides are citizens of the Great Joaquin, and our country's resources have already suffered significant damage. If tens of thousands more die, what will happen? They had experienced a major battle. Now there were barely enough mobilizable troops left. More deaths might take decades for the Joaquin nation to recover. Yet, neighboring countries were eyeing them eagerly. Who would give them so much time? By then, others might attack before Joaquin could recover. Everyone nodded solemnly, agreeing with this viewpoint. Amaya, please share your opinion. Ike turned to Amaya, speaking seriously. Me? Amaya raised her eyebrows, clearly resentful while holding the tray. Any butler would find this situation intolerable. Without orders from the general, how dare a servant like me give an opinion? She retorted sarcastically, feeling deeply dissatisfied, especially with how Ike treated her. I'm asking for your opinion now. Didn't you hear me? Ike frowned and picked up his cup. Can you add some water? I'm about to die of thirst. Yes, servant obeys. Amaya rolled her eyes and wished she could pour the teapot over his head, saying, actually, I agree more with Mr. Su. After all, the Great Joaquin cannot afford any more turmoil. What better options do we have now? Especially since she had no command over troops anymore. There's nothing much else to say here. Ike nodded. While he also agreed with fighting to the end, it was essential to preserve the strength of the Great Joaquin. Moreover, he wanted to retain some morale. Mr. Su, if you disagree with a decisive battle, are you going to negotiate personally? Suddenly, Honest asked, sipping his tea and frowning. I am indeed considering it. Murray nodded and continued. If negotiations succeed, perhaps we can save some lives and avoid. I apologize, but I do not agree with you. Honest set down his teacup and said earnestly, given the current situation, negotiation is impossible. If Incel could negotiate, he wouldn't have attacked this far. What do you mean by that? Amaya frowned, her face looking unhappy. Since falling to this plight, she had become highly sensitive to others' remarks. Kinley, I think you understand well, this is a time of desperate struggle. How could there be any room for negotiation? Honest also showed respect to Amaya and then spoke earnestly. Incel's rebel army now wants the position of butler and the life of Kinley. If they cannot get these two things, they will not withdraw their troops. Therefore, there is no need for negotiations. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked a bit uneasy. They had overlooked this issue and still hoped for negotiations, which now seemed like wishful thinking. Everyone, if we want to preserve our overall strength, we should choose a targeted attack, said Honest, seeing that others were not speaking. He continued, at that time, as long as we eliminate the main leaders, the lower-ranking clans will surrender without a fight, thus achieving our goals and solving all problems. What you say makes sense. Ike nodded in agreement after hearing this and responded appreciatively. Then where do you think we should attack? This is quite simple to explain. Honest nodded and then stood up, pointing at the sand table on the table, saying, our main goal is to catch the king to capture the thief. Once Incel is caught, his subordinates will be leaderless, and the rest can be captured in one battle. Your explanation sounds logical. Seeing this, Murray and others couldn't help but nod in agreement. For them, reducing casualties was undoubtedly the best choice. We are going to start deploying troops now. Ike stood up immediately and said solemnly, apart from leading your own troops, you must also take part of the guard. However, first rest for 2 days and act according to orders when the time comes. No one can act rashly. Yes. The rest listened and immediately agreed without hesitation. Chapter 151. Negotiation. After Ike made all the arrangements, he returned to the military camp, not allowing anyone other than the system summoned generals to follow. General, when those people follow us, we can seize this opportunity to expand our forces. Honest said as he walked, the situation in the world is extremely advantageous for us. I now have pretty much the same idea. Ike nodded seriously. We may not be able to control the armies of the Cary Kingdom. As for the rest, it depends on ourselves. So, if we can recruit the troops under Incel's command, that would be best. These were originally some of the great general's men. Seeing this scene, Tate couldn't help but say, if we can take advantage of this opportunity, perhaps we can recruit them. Moreover, I think with the great general's prestige, there should be no problem. Great general. At that moment, a scout suddenly ran over and said solemnly, just now, we received a letter which seemed to be shot into the city from outside. After saying this, he presented the letter with both hands. Seeing this unsigned letter, I couldn't help frown. To be opened by General Ike, personally. But as soon as he opened it, his spirits soared because he was very familiar with the handwriting of this letter. It must be from Lionel Feng, the inspector of Bingzhou. I am now leading my cavalry towards here and will arrive at the capital within 10 days. I hope the great general can wait a few more days, and I will definitely fight alongside you. Good. Seeing the content of the letter, Ike felt an intense surge of excitement and then said, excellent. Could reinforcements have arrived? Seeing this scene, the few behind him couldn't help but ask. Yes. Ike then handed the letter to the others and said, Lionel Feng has already brought his Bingzhou wolf cavalry for support and will arrive in about 15 days. That's great. Except for Tate, the rest did not know who Lionel Feng was, and he said with some excitement, this way, our chances of winning increase, and Incel's side will surely not be our match. This matter should not be spread around for now. Seeing this scene, Ike raised his hand and indicated, Lionelston carefully, everyone must train on schedule these few days, and nothing must be delayed. Additionally, everyone must stay vigilant. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Report. At this moment, another soldier rushed in and said somewhat urgently, report to the great general, the rebels have come and they say they want to see the great general. I fear there might be deceit in this. Seeing this scene, one of the others could not help but exclaim, no matter, even if I go, so what? Facing this scene, Ike spoke nonchalantly, besides, I think with my reputation in the army, they dare not make a move. Leaving these words, he led a few generals towards the city gate. When he reached the city wall, he noticed Incel bringing several guards. Incel, wasn't the lesson I gave you just now enough? Are you still seeking trouble? Ike smiled slightly and quite casually said, if so, let's see if you have the ability. Humph. Hearing these words, Incel gritted his teeth and retorted, you only won previously through tricks. Don't think I'm afraid of you. What a joke. What? Do you have any other skills? Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Let's line up our troops and fight again. How about that? I have no interest in war. After hearing this, Incel could not help but reply, I have something to discuss with you. If you have the guts, come down and talk. There may be deception in this. Seeing this scene, Honest reminded immediately, it's fine, I'm not afraid of him. Seeing this scene, Ike laughed without taking it seriously and then turned his gaze to Incel, saying, I'll come down now. You live up to being the great general. Indeed, you are courageous. Incel showed a look of admiration in his eyes and couldn't help but say, I came down from the city wall and rode his horse directly towards Incel. Great General Monroe, I truly admire you more and more. Incel looked at Ike beneath the city tower and could not help but say, let's find a place to talk properly. What do you think? I don't think this is necessary. Can't we talk right here? Ike raised an eyebrow. Although he was confident, he was still the great general, responsible for the safety of the entire army. If anything went wrong, it would be troublesome. He was not only responsible for the state of Cary, but also for the whole army. Great general, you may rest assured. I have no other intentions toward you. Incel glanced at Ike, then laughed nonchalantly. Moreover, what we need to discuss should not be known by others. In that case, I will agree. Hearing this, Ike stretched lazily, yawned, and said, but let me tell you this beforehand. Be careful, or you'll reap what you sow. That's what I wanted to say to you. Incel, after hearing this, spurred his horse and walked in a certain direction. Seeing this, Ike followed him. They found a quiet place and stopped their horses. Ike, why don't you put forward a condition? If I can agree, there will be no problem. Incel turned to look at Ike and said expressionlessly, you know very well that under the current circumstances, this should be the best condition for both of us, isn't it? I think differently. Ike raised an eyebrow and said seriously, what you're talking about doesn't make sense to me. Don't play games with me. Incel clenched his teeth and said without hesitation, just tell me what condition you want. I can agree to it now, guaranteed no problem. Chapter 152. Negotiations break down. You make it sound easy. If I ask you to withdraw now, would you be willing? I couldn't help but sneer after hearing these words, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If you're willing to withdraw your troops now, then I might consider it. Are you being too arrogant? Upon hearing this, Incel couldn't help but grip the whip in his hand tightly and retorted with a cold snort. Do you really think you can defeat my 100,000-strong army with just your forces? Don't be ridiculous. I've already coordinated with Burl's army. In 2 days at most, Fabio will lead Burl's army to the capital. By then, I'll have... After all, facing such deep enmity, they wouldn't possibly send troops. Incel, for a commander of 3 armies, haven't you forgotten the simplest truth? I couldn't help but laugh loudly, saying, there are no absolute friends, only absolute interests. Do you think, faced with these interests, Albert would not put aside all grievances and unite with us? If I give them enough benefits, do you think they won't come? You. Incel clenched his teeth and asked without hesitation, would you really push things to such extremes? That's what I should be asking you. Ike raised an eyebrow again and continued resolutely, when you rebelled, you should have anticipated this day. Isn't the nature of this event the same for you? Besides, Burl's army is primarily naval. If they cross the river by then, they'll likely be mere infantry. Do you think they can withstand our elite cavalry for long? After all, in the age of cold weapons, cavalry was the primary ace up anyone's sleeve. You. Incel felt a fleeting sense of powerlessness, frowning and saying, under these circumstances, you're actually willing to collude with Albert to snatch our territory from Great Joaquin. Aren't you the same as Burl? Ike snorted disdainfully, his eyes cold. Since it's all the same nature, there's no need to mock each other over it. Fine, if so, I can take another step back. Seeing this, Incel clearly gave up his plan and spoke without hesitation. Then we can divide Great Joaquin along the Taishan River. What do you think? This was the greatest concession he could make. He hadn't expected Ike to have gained no support from Albert. Humph, Incel. Ike spurred his horse forward, slowly moving towards the capital gates, saying, you're making things too simple. If I only wanted half the land, why would I have gone through all this trouble to come here? Wouldn't it be better to wait in Xianxia and reap the benefits? Since I've stepped into the game personally, it's not about this half land anymore. You want to declare yourself king. Upon hearing this, Ansel immediately realized the issue and couldn't help but say, I really didn't expect you to have such ambition. Well, when Cary finds out, do you think he will just stand by and watch? Hemph, in a world of great strife, what's at stake is power and territory. Now that I have the capability, why shouldn't I make a difference? Ike turned his head to look at Ansel and then slowly rode towards the capital, saying, I hope you can be a worthy opponent for me. You wait and see. Hearing this, Ansel's face contorted with anger, and he retorted without hesitation. I won't let you get away with it. At least, you'll pay the price you deserve. Then let's meet on the battlefield and see if you have what it takes. Ike raised an eyebrow, and then directly entered the city. Damn. Ansel wished he could storm into the city right now and challenge Ike. General. Seeing Ike return to the city, the others immediately gathered around him. They had been on edge, fearing that Ansel might suddenly attack Ike unfairly. However, this wasn't too troublesome for them, since there was still a way to resolve it. I think we should do this. Honest saw this scene and immediately suggested, General, why don't we just have the Black Guards eliminate him? After all, it would prevent trouble before it happens, and once he was dead, they might seize the opportunity to take over the troops. No need. Ike shook his head upon hearing this and spoke solemnly. What we need now is this very opportunity. After all, if Ike declared independence, he could use this chance to thoroughly deal with those people. Moreover, this opportunity could also be used to establish his authority, making them understand his power and preventing them from easily attacking him. After all, there were quite a few envious people around. Chapter 153, Negotiation and Strategy. After Ike instructed some matters, he immediately headed to the military camp. However, just as he entered the main tent, he suddenly sensed a wave of hostility. I knew you were here all along. Ike calmly sat down, occupying the main seat. He stretched lazily and said, Aren't you tired after following me all this way? At least I had a horse. It's impressive that you managed to keep up on foot. Humph. As soon as he finished speaking, an elegant figure appeared. Despite her black ninja attire, it couldn't conceal her well-proportioned figure. Vicky now wore no veil, her eyes coldly staring at Ike as if she wanted to swallow him alive. Didn't expect you to be so cunning. She gritted her teeth and could hardly restrain herself from speaking. In these past few days, you almost never moved alone and even left a maid with you. You mean her? Ike smiled, then poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, saying frankly, I guess you haven't met her, but I can tell you responsibly that her identity is far from ordinary. She is actually the Kinley of Joaquin, not just anyone like you said. She is a Maya? Upon hearing this, Vicky's beautiful eyes widened in shock as if she had seen a ghost, deeply astonished. Yes. Ike took a sip of tea, then watched her with interest and chuckled. Didn't I tell you before? If you were my maid, you wouldn't be mistreated. After all, look who's serving me, a country's empress. What do you think? Just daydreaming. All I need is to kill you. Then let's see who would still follow you. Vicky's pretty face twisted with anger, and she couldn't help cursing. Besides, looking at the current situation, don't you think you have no chance? It seems you're too angry to speak clearly. Seeing this, Ike stood up slowly, stretching again. If I'm dead, they would have no reason to follow me. Besides, do you really think you have any chance now? His demeanor was full of provocation, which made her clench her teeth even more. Just as he finished speaking, several black guards suddenly appeared like phantoms. Vicky froze at the scene. She had checked around thoroughly. There was no way anyone could hide in this main tent, except for Ike. How did these people appear? It was impossible for them to be hidden here, let alone so many. Why the surprise? I couldn't help laughing, slowly walking up to the beauty triumphantly. Technically, this isn't the first time I've caught you. Don't you learn from your mistakes? Looks like you only remember the beating. Saying this, he circled her once more, then continued. Or maybe, you're too focused on me that you didn't notice anyone else. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Vicky, furious enough to grind her teeth, wished she could kill him instantly. Who do you think you are? This princess will never. Oh, you can't be so uncivilized. Ike wiped his face where she had spit, then calmly replied. We had a bet, remember? If you lost, you'd serve me as my personal maid. Surely, you have no objections, right? Who says I? Vicky fumed and prepared to fight back, but the black guards quickly restrained her, rendering her immobile. All right, natus of Albert, I'm not a patient person. Ike raised an eyebrow and continued without hesitation. If you keep this up, I'll lose patience. And since we lack entertainment in the army, how about you become a court singer? Don't talk nonsense. Vicky turned red with fury. Do you think I'm someone who would do such a thing? Even if you kill me, I won't submit. Let's make a deal. If you agree, not only will I release you, but I'll also give you some benefits. Seeing the situation, Ike then raised his hand to signal the black guards to release her, before speaking with a serious expression. Speak your mind. After hearing this, Vicky stretched her limbs and couldn't help but frown as she said. So, write to Albert immediately, telling your father to arrange for 50,000 cavalry to move south, and then Daldong Yojo de Budoi Shalai. Ike, with a serious face, opened his mouth and said, if you can agree to this condition of mine, you can leave now, and when this matter is completed, the land we talked about between us can be returned to you. I see. Seeing this scene, Vicky immediately laughed somewhat smugly and said, it seems you are also in trouble? Is it because you can't deal with Ansel's army that you're seeking our help at this moment? You're making things sound too difficult. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh and said, do you think I can't deal with them with my capabilities? It's just that I want to give you a chance, so that there will still be opportunities for cooperation between us later on. What if I don't agree? Vicky frowned after hearing this, and coldly said, will you not let me go then? You don't need to consider this point. Hearing these words, Ike stretched lazily and said, if you don't agree, I absolutely won't let you return. I agree, but I have one more condition. Vicky spoke solemnly after hearing this. If you can agree to my terms, I will write the letter immediately. Tell me. Ike nodded in satisfaction and asked seriously. In addition to returning the original cities, all the civilians must also be returned, not one less. What do you think? Vicky immediately put forward her condition upon seeing the situation, speaking gravely. Chapter 154 Conflict. The condition you mentioned, I might need to think it over. Seeing the scene before him, Ike did not immediately agree. After a long silence, he said, since the commoners have already settled down in various places, I can only try my best to fight for more on your behalf, but whether they can come here depends on yourself. What's the difference between this and not agreeing at all? Vicky gritted her teeth after hearing this and replied, then I must have at least 50,000 displaced people. If it's less than this number, there's nothing worth talking about between us. All right, then I accept this condition. After thinking for a while, Ike agreed, and considering the current situation, there was no problem with this decision. After all, once this matter is resolved, everything will be solved perfectly, and a portion of the citizens can migrate into the Albert Kingdom. At that time, he could give them some benefits since some matters were just not up for discussion. When these displaced citizens were under his control, they could be used as military settlements. All right, let's settle on that. Hearing this, Vicky agreed, and then seemed to think of something. She immediately added, I have one more condition. Your Highness, we are at least in a cooperative relationship, even if you are currently at a disadvantage. After hearing this, Ike raised an eyebrow and said, if you set too many unreasonable conditions, I won't be able to agree either. There's no room for negotiation on this. I believe you understand what I mean. My condition is simple. Vicky said, I only need you to arrange a room for me. When I live here, facilities will be necessary. You can't expect me, a young lady, to stay in a military camp. This is easy. Ike laughed and said, don't say arranging 1 or 2 rooms for you. Even if you want to live with me, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, I'm an upright gentleman, so don't have any thoughts about me. Spit. Shameless rogue. Vicky bit her silver teeth in anger upon hearing this and immediately cursed. Who do you think you are? I wouldn't fancy someone like you. Okay, I'll leave it to you. I hope you write the letter immediately. Ike didn't argue much and added, also, considering the current situation, the sooner you act, the better. No need for your advice. Vicky clenched her teeth, and then suddenly thought of something else. Prepare some clothes for me as well, and also get me some good incense later. As long as the letter to your father reaches me, everything will be prepared for you right away. Whatever you want will be given to you then. Ike said without hesitation, is this arrangement acceptable? Let's do it as you say. Vicky nodded after hearing this, as she had indeed gained some advantages from negotiating with Ike. This was extremely beneficial for the recently troubled Albert Kingdom. In Xinjiang, the Han Kingdom. Upon returning to the Han Kingdom, Felicia immediately reorganized the military forces. Most importantly, she recruited a new batch of troops. Since Desmond had trained armies for Ike in Cary Kingdom before, she was also proficient in training soldiers. After reclaiming power, the strength of the Han Kingdom greatly improved, and a considerable number of renowned talents were recruited. What did you say? The Kinley frowned after listening to the Minister of War, anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. Didn't I make it clear in my letter? This time it's just passing through their territory. We haven't turned against them. How dare they refuse? Your Majesty. Hollis, who had been in the background since the coup, stepped forward. He admired the Kinley's tactics and abilities after experiencing that event. Borrowing a path through another country's territory would probably be hard for any nation to accept, he said slowly, stroking his beard. Moreover, our trust has always been lacking. After all, although the two countries didn't have major conflicts, there had been numerous minor skirmishes over the Hushi region. I forgot about that, the Kinley said. Upon hearing this, Felicia could not help but frown, a flash of displeasure crossing her face. Then she spoke. If that's the case, it will be difficult for us to assist Ike. She had just realized that her previous belief that the Cary Kingdom would agree was largely due to her preconceived notions. After all, it was only because of his good relationship with Ike and not much interaction with other Cary officials. It ultimately came down to self-interest. Desmond, what do you think we should do? She then shifted her gaze to the silent general, her expression serious. Your Majesty, if the Cary Kingdom does not lend us passage, it will be very difficult for our troops to reach the Joaquin Kingdom, unless we go through Anakin Kingdom. Desmond was not keen on this military operation as he saw no benefits and expected casualties, which would be hard for anyone to accept. Felicia fell silent upon seeing the situation. After all, for them, this matter was quite difficult, given their deep-seated grievances with Anakin Kingdom. Your Majesty. At that moment, one minister could no longer hold back. He stood up and said, I don't think now is the time to get involved in this conflict. It brings us no benefit and might even offend the Cary Kingdom. Why would I offend the Cary Kingdom by helping them? Felicia frowned. She knew many opposed her plan, but she had her own agenda. After all, she harbored some fondness for Ike and sensed his intention to declare himself king. If they cooperated, there would be more benefits. I think there's nothing left to discuss. Hollis then stepped forward and immediately said, this old servant is willing to be the envoy and visit the Cary Kingdom. Chapter 155 Discussion. Fine, just because you have this awareness and determination, I will arrange for you to go. Hearing this, the Kinley immediately nodded and then said solemnly, but you must be careful. She could vaguely sense that something was amiss in Cary's state. Although she couldn't say for sure if it was related to Ike, he was close to her, so she felt compelled to help him in any way. I only ask for your Majesty's peace of mind. This old minister would risk his life to accomplish this task. Marcos's face showed excitement. For someone who was practically retired, getting this mission was incredibly fortunate. If he could complete this task, perhaps the Kinley would consider reappointing him. Desmond, write a letter to Anakin State as well. If they agree to send troops, we can launch a coordinated attack, catching them off guard. Felicia naturally had a backup plan, as Cary State might not agree to cooperate, in which case they could still invade. I understand. Although Desmond wasn't pleased, he dared not defy the Kinley in this situation, especially since angering her could bring disaster. Felicia nodded and prepared to leave the hall, as she had other matters to attend to. Your Majesty. At that moment, Desmond seemed to think of something and immediately spoke up. I believe we should first send letters to Qin State and Zhao State, ensuring they won't suddenly attack us when we deploy our forces. Although their national strength had improved, they were still no match for these two former superpowers. If the other two countries learned of their plans and decided to take advantage, it would be disastrous. The thought did slip my mind. After hearing this, the Kinley nodded and promptly replied, I will personally write to them. These two states were still formidable, especially the Qin State with its Tiger Wolf army. Provoking them could cause unnecessary trouble. In Joaquin State, the capital city, after returning to the camp, Ansel remained unusually quiet, leaving others puzzled. After all, they were now one step away from capturing the throne. Quickly invite him in. Upon hearing it was Fabio, Ansel immediately became enthusiastic and said, Brother Mu, that guy really came? Just as he finished speaking, Fabio walked in with his sword, and Ansel asked, Yes, indeed. Seeing the arrival, Ansel spoke without hesitation, Now I count on you to lead your army north to support me. There's no problem this time. Fabio saw the scene and responded with enthusiasm. What kind of relationship do we have? Of course, there's no issue. Moreover, given the current situation, we are now staunch allies. Though there were small conflicts before, with a formidable enemy ahead, they had no choice but to cooperate. How many troops did you bring this time? Ansel was concerned about this. He hoped most of them were infantry. Even if they couldn't stop Albert State's cavalry, at least they could delay for some time. This time I brought a total of 50,000 infantry. Without hesitation, Fabio replied, I have mobilized most of my army. As for the navy, it will take some more time. After all, in the north, naval warships were virtually useless. He didn't want his main force to be decimated. All right, with these people, it should be enough. Ansel gritted his teeth and nodded. For him, there were no other demands right now. Your Highness, rest assured, if there's a shortage of troops, I can mobilize more for you. Chapter 156, Tempering. Inside the capital city. Compared to the tense atmosphere before, since Ike arrived in the capital, the tension within the city has eased. After all, with this great general here, they believe he can turn defeat into victory. Moreover, quite a few local officials have secretly contacted Ike's side, hoping to cooperate with him when the time comes. These officials are truly typical turncoats who would benefit greatly no matter whom they eventually align with, either Ike or Arnie. They suddenly stopped all actions at once, which is really quite unusual. Ike was inspecting the city wall at this moment. This is the most critical time, and there must be no mistakes. Any trouble would lead to an irreversible disaster. Yes, logically speaking, we should fight a decisive battle. Tate agreed after hearing this, nodding and saying, and judging from the current situation, if we could fight, we would definitely win. But don't think this matter is too simple. Hearing this, Ike shook his head and said seriously, if we charge out now, it's not certain we would win. Also, as you can see, Burl's army has suddenly attacked. I think we should wait for a bit. Although he now commands about 80,000 guards besides his private army, these people, although loyal to him, cannot provide much combat power. After all, they can't be compared to his own troops. Of course, they are still better than some other groups. But we must not let our guard down. Tate, you and Jensen must patrol continuously day and night. Ike then shifted his gaze to the others. Please rest assured, General. The two immediately agreed. Only then did Ike feel relieved enough to descend the city wall, looking at Honest beside him. Given the current situation, what do you think our chances of winning would be if we engaged in battle? He couldn't help but ask, and in the simplest terms, once this matter is completed, it will be very beneficial for subsequent developments. Since those officials wrote to him, it means that they can still occupy part of the territory later. Now, General has about an 80% chance of winning. Honest glanced around and replied, other factors aside, with general strength, he is far superior to Ansel. Furthermore, although their two sides have numerical superiority in troops, such an advantage alone isn't decisive. And both sides harbor ulterior motives, so on the battlefield, their cooperation will be far inferior to ours. If victory could be achieved merely by troop numbers, it would be laughable. You make a valid point, Ike nodded after hearing this, then smiled, but reinforcements are already on the way. If so, waiting a few more days is not a problem. And given the current situation, he isn't anxious. Rather, the others should be. General speaks wisely. Honest agreed with this view. I see you play chess well. Let's go back to my residence and play a couple of rounds. Ike stretched, having been under high pressure for a long time without relaxing. He might as well seize this opportunity to play some chess. Sure, I'll follow your order, General. Honest readily agreed after seeing this. He once played chess with Xiao Albert and even had the upper hand. They walked and talked, returning to the former residence. Kinley Amaya cleaned up the entire great general's residence but didn't destroy this place. So when Ikeg returned to the capital, he came back to his original residence. At this moment, Marian was talking with Amaya in the courtyard, and her expression didn't look particularly good. Master. Seeing Ike arrive, she immediately walked over. What happened? Did someone give you a hard time? Noticing her grim expression, I couldn't help but ask, is it because someone treated you badly? All because of that person. Marian, somewhat angrily biting her lip, looked at Amaya. She didn't sweep the floor clean enough. I just gave her a few words of advice, but she cursed me and even threatened to kill me. Amaya, haven't you gone too far? Ike saw this scene before him, then raised an eyebrow, and couldn't help but give a cold snort. Don't forget your current identity. If you keep acting like this, don't blame me for retreating now. You. Hearing this, Amaya couldn't help but become angry. As the empress of a country, how could she swallow such humiliation? But in the face of this situation, if she were to contradict him, it would certainly displease Ike, which would bring trouble. It's my fault. Amaya gritted her teeth, feeling furious inside, wishing she could charge forward to fight, but she still apologized honestly. Knowing you were wrong, what's the use? Seeing this, Ike immediately spoke with a dark face. In this situation, shouldn't you offer some practical benefits? Go make tea right away, and bring some pastries over.
Yes.
Amaya was so angry that her whole body trembled. Facing this situation, she felt utterly helpless and could only angrily turn to leave. Well, don't be upset. After watching that figure walk away, Ike patted Marion's back and consoled her gently. You know she was once an empress. Naturally, she can't be treated like a maid. Besides, everything has to be done step by step. I'm not blaming her for that. Marion sighed after hearing this, saying, I just wanted her to clean up better. Otherwise, I'll do these things myself. This is just tempering her. Ike shook his head. After all, he couldn't treat her like a real maid, as it might cause dissatisfaction among the former ministers. More importantly, he wasn't the type to hold grudges. I hope she can understand your painstaking efforts. Marion then sighed helplessly and turned to another direction. Mister, I'll go get you something to eat. General Chun can join too. Thank you, Miss Zhao. Chapter 157. Adjustment. After watching Marion leave, Ike and Honest sat down nearby and began to set up the chessboard. The game was a well-matched contest. After a while, Ike faintly sensed some pressure. Indeed, Honest was a formidable chess player, and winning against him would be no easy feat. Tea. Amaya came over with tea at this moment, placed the cup on the table, and was about to leave. Did you feel particularly Fuqi, unconvinced, when I mentioned those 2 points just now? Ike picked up the teacup, took a sip, and couldn't help but ask, if you feel especially wronged, then there's nothing else to say. You can leave now and return to the palace as your high and mighty Kinley. Ike, what do you mean by that? Upon seeing this scene, Amaya immediately turned around, gritted her teeth, and said impatiently, you can't possibly think it's over, right? I've been serving you for almost a month now. I've endured all kinds of hardships. Are you thinking of backing out now? She thought he was giving up on helping her and felt indignant, saying, don't think I'm afraid of this. At worst, we'll fight to the death. It seems you still haven't realized the problem. Hearing this, I couldn't help but frown, realizing where the problem lay. Amaya had always been someone who stood above others. How could she easily come to such an epiphany? He had indeed underestimated the situation and should not have come back in the first place if he knew things would be like this. What else is there to realize? Everything you asked me to do, I did as instructed. Is there still a problem? Amaya gritted her teeth and immediately questioned him. There's nothing much. You go on about your business. Ike frowned and let it go. For him, his primary goal was self-establishment, and other matters weren't significant. When the system mission reopens and he gains imperial value, he would use those generals to unify the land under one nation. Only one country would exist on this land. It seems this Kinley majesty isn't too friendly either. Just then, Vicky walked over, stretching lazily. She had changed out of her night clothes and looked quite charming and feminine. Without the usual aura of menace, she appeared more like a delicate lady than the usual high and mighty princess. Natus, are you settling in here comfortably? Seeing her, Ike smiled inwardly, feeling fortunate. Now, these 3 women lived quietly under his roof, and most importantly, they were extremely beautiful. Even if he didn't become butler, spending his life with these beauties wouldn't be bad. Thanks to your grace, I am managing to settle in. Vicky bit her lip after hearing this. She hadn't expected Ike to house them together, considering they usually wouldn't get along. It was just for their respective purposes. What surprised her most was that the mansion had no maidservants, so she had to handle everything herself. As for the Kinley, forget about expecting any help from her. If left to her own devices, she might starve to death. In recent days, this actually improved her practical skills significantly. As long as Natus feels comfortable living here, staying long-term won't be a problem. Ike laughed, stretching. Besides, from what I can see, you seem to be doing quite well already. Don't waste time with useless talk. Vicky sat down, sipped the tea, and coldly remarked, I've received a letter from the Albert Kingdom, agreeing to lead cavalry southward, but they have a condition. Tell me about it. Ike naturally disagreed with the Albert Kingdom raising demands unilaterally, but he had little choice given the circumstances. The condition is simple, probably not difficult for you. Vicky smiled somewhat dismissively, then continued, they only hope that after this victory, General can provide us with 1 million silver, 300,000 gold, and 1 million sure of military rations. This seems like an outrageous demand, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but frown. After all, if these things were to be taken out by himself, he definitely couldn't come up with them in a short period of time. But if he had to take them from his grandmother's side, Grady likely wouldn't agree. Since this concerned the entire state of Cary, he certainly couldn't easily consent. My you and father didn't ask for too much. Vicky immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Furthermore, for you, this shouldn't be difficult, right? You could just mobilize directly from the Zhou Kingdom when the time comes. Do you think she can still afford it now? Ike said helplessly. Moreover, considering the current situation, even if she could come up with it, she probably wouldn't be willing to. That's just being insincere. Seeing this, Vicky immediately put down her teacup and turned to leave. Consider I never mentioned this, but I also want to tell you that if it can't be obtained later, don't blame me. Let's discuss this again. Feeling helpless, Ike then grabbed her and suggested, why not try this? You talk to your you and father again and see if it can be reduced by half? Then it's settled. However, what neither expected was that Vicky agreed without any hesitation, showing no sign of doubt. Ike suddenly realized he had been tricked. Perhaps the Yuan of Albert hadn't set this condition at all, only Vicky herself had proposed it. You mustn't go back on your word. Vicky, seeing his expression, triumphantly remarked, moreover, there are others here who heard this. If you don't give it later, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Using such deceit is hardly proper. Ike frowned and couldn't help but say, it's quite lacking in grace. Not giving it when the time comes would be lacking in grace. Chapter 158, Reinforcements. Do you really think I would bother to use any tricks on a little girl like you? Ike nonchalantly replied, now that we're here, everything is up to me. As long as your demands are not outrageous, I'll do my best to fulfill them. However, There's one thing. You're not thinking of getting Zhou back for me, are you? Vicky's expression turned grim when she said, if that's what you're suggesting, I absolutely won't agree. After all, they had put considerable effort into capturing Zhou for the Albert army. If this were the condition now, she would never consent. We can negotiate. Once you set the terms, no matter what they are, I can agree. Ike needed this place. He didn't have many cavalry units at hand, and Zhou was an ideal location for raising horses, extremely crucial for them. Out of the question. Vicky did not even consider it, bluntly rejecting. Asking for this now will only get you criticized. Besides, no matter what conditions you propose, I won't agree. Not just me, even my father wouldn't. Alright, let's not talk about this now. In truth, Ike wasn't entirely sure yet. Mentioning it was just the first step. Zhou was indeed critical for him. Once he reclaimed all of Joaquin territory, other discussions could wait. Aren't you already planning this in your mind? Vicky, being sharp-witted, immediately sensed something and warned. I warn you, if you have any ulterior motives, don't blame me for not being lenient. Natus. Honest chuckled nearby. Even if the general has any intentions, they likely aren't toward you. Please rest assured. Do you think flattering him a bit will make me trust you? Vicky scoffed. His reputation is well known, with countless people hating him. I suggest you limit contact with him, or you might be dragged down too. Ike rolled his eyes. The girl certainly had a sharp tongue, but these criticisms meant nothing to him. Back then, he had offended many countries. Aside from Cary, probably only Han had accepted him. Now, however, his mission was different. He aimed to rebuild his own regime, and no one dared speak out against him. General. Suddenly, Benji rushed in and bowed, reporting to the general, Albert force of about 30,000 has arrived outside the city. It must be the vanguard from Zhou. Vicky became interested immediately. I'll go meet them now. Let's go. I gave Honest a look, and both followed her. Upon reaching the north gate, they saw a group entering. Leading them was Albert Sun's brother, Albert Chung, along with Norris. Though Norris was a civil official by origin, he came as a military supervisor. Apart from them, the main force was still about 5 days away. Natus. Albert Chung and Norris bowed to Vicky before turning their attention to the others. Minister Joaquin, what a coincidence to see you again after merely half a year. Ike looked at the two men and smiled. We truly seem fated to meet. If the general weren't our enemy, it would indeed be fate. Norris responded with a sardonic smile. After all, while peace existed now, who knew how future encounters would play out, given that relations between states were primarily driven by interests? I think things should be fine. Ike laughed, turning to gesture them inside. Please follow me into the city. Your troops will camp outside, and we'll provide supplies. Thank you, General. The Albert commanders agreed without hesitation upon seeing this. They entered the city together, where Ike held a banquet in their honor. Apart from them and the Cary generals, Murray and other ministers from Joaquin also attended. This time, Ike did not ask Amaya to come. Although she was the Kinley, her current status was quite awkward, and he did not want to embarrass her at this moment. Moreover, a more critical point was that when Zhou was lost, Amaya, as the former military commander, would certainly be well known to them. If she were to appear again now, it would only add another layer of humiliation for her. Come, although part of the reason for all of you coming here is to gain some benefits, ultimately you are guests from afar. Let me toast to each and every one of you. Ike lifted his wine cup and drained it in one go. Seeing this, the other generals also raised their cups and drank the wine. Nate Xiao. Murray then looked at Albert Chung, raising his cup with a smile. I heard there will be another reinforcement troop. Do you know when they will arrive? They had been besieged for several months, and they were eager to win this battle. This was not just about redeeming their pride. More importantly, it was crucial to restore their morale. It should not take more than a few days. Albert Chung also lifted his cup and said, once the reinforcements arrive, we can easily defeat them. After all, they were confident in their cavalry. This is just a matter of time. Ike nodded, and the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry was also coming to support them. However, he intended to keep this unit as a hidden force to catch and sell off guard. That's good. Murray couldn't help but sigh with relief. He had been under immense pressure these past few months, and if it weren't for Ike's arrival, he might have already collapsed. General. Albert Chung then turned his gaze to Ike and asked, I heard you negotiated terms with our princess. I must ask, are these terms still valid? After all, Ike was currently the Grand General of Cary, not the butler. Chapter 159 Suspicion. You don't need to worry about this. Ike smiled nonchalantly upon hearing this and said, while I was discussing with your princess, my messenger had already arrived in the Imperial Mound. He will definitely bring back the letter. Manny will surely approve this cooperation. Our military expedition has gained us many benefits this time, so for you, those conditions are nothing. Tate also replied, moreover, even if our butler doesn't agree, our general will not become someone who breaks promises. And given the current situation, everything is going smoothly. Since that's the case, we hope you can exchange as promised then. Norris wasn't particularly convinced. After all, he had dealt with Ike and Albert State before and suffered many losses, thus he needed to be cautious. You don't need to worry about this matter. Vicky put down her cup upon seeing this scene and said, after all, this deal was discussed between her and me. If this guy dares to trick me, don't blame me for being harsh on him. She waved her fist afterward. Although several assassination attempts have failed, she still believed there were opportunities. Lord Joaquin, all generals. Ike turned his gaze towards the Albert people and said, once this mission succeeds, even I, Ike, will owe you a favor. If your country faces difficulties, I will not turn a blind eye. I promise this here, if I renege, may I be punished by both heaven and man. Everyone present couldn't help but grow solemn at these words. Anyone knew what this promise meant. To gain Ike's word was like gaining a chance for Albert's prosperity. With that, thank you, General. The Albert officials thanked him accordingly. Vicky watched this scene with gratitude in her heart. After all, just as they had predicted, Ike kept his word. Cary State, Imperial Mound. Currently, The Cary state was enjoying a harmonious atmosphere as it was Grady's 30th birthday. Inside and outside the palace, from officials within the capital to those far away, everyone offered congratulations. Now, the Cary state was quite different from the previous Cary state. After defeating Albert, Joaquin, and Zhao states, Cary had become the hegemon of the East. More importantly, Burl and Anakin were wary of them. Even Chu, the southern hegemon, sent numerous gifts to Grady today. After celebrating with his ministers, Grady invited all his confidants to tea in a side hall. Dylan, how many troops have you recruited and retrained since I asked you last time? Besides the Imperial Guard and the previous army. Grady looked slightly drunk, lounging lazily on the main seat, looking proudly at his loyalists below. Your Majesty, besides the original army, this time I have recruited over 80,000 new soldiers, and now around 60,000 can go into battle. Dylan stood up immediately and replied respectfully, also, including some soldiers from the military colonies set up by the former general, we can mobilize more troops than that. Good, very good. Grady couldn't help but feel proud. Since I ascended the throne, no day has made me happier than today. Most importantly, our military strength has greatly improved. Once we take Bingzhou and Yizhou, we can consider expanding our territory. Long live the Yuan. Long live forever. With his words ended, officials led by Shepard all stood up to pay respects and shout praises. Please rise, all of you. Seeing this scene, Grady felt especially happy and laughed out loud. Our achievements are due largely to all of you present. Everyone has done great deeds, and there will be generous rewards. Thank you, Your Majesty. Those officials were all pleased. For as long as they could enjoy the benefits under the butler, there was nothing else to say. Oh right, how is Ike doing? Isn't he already in the capital? Hasn't he engaged Exiled yet? Grady sat up straight, drained his wine glass, and couldn't help asking. Although they have already entered the capital, Cannon, who had not been drinking before, spoke up. They don't have a significant advantage in terms of troops. More importantly, Exiled has reinforcements from Burl, which I estimate should be arriving soon. That's not quite how it is. Cornelius couldn't help but interject, emboldened by the alcohol. Leaving other things aside for now, they had already won their previous battle. Since that's the case, why not capitalize on this momentum? What do you mean by that? Cannon couldn't help but sneer, replying, the situation on the battlefield changes in an instant. Can such a minor victory determine the outcome of the war? But clearly, he had the upper hand then. Even if he couldn't end the war with one decisive battle, why not drive out the rebel forces? Cornelius retorted immediately, this doesn't seem like General's usual style. If he followed his usual tactics, he would have launched an offensive long ago. Why remain defensive? Grady's face darkened upon hearing these words. As his power grew, he no longer easily trusted others. Especially not Ike. Renowned as he was, no one could afford to trust Ike easily. The combined forces of Burl and Exiled total around 15 or 16,000 strong. Cannon added, with less than 80,000 men at the general's command, how could he engage them in a decisive battle? Besides, leaving other factors aside, he has only been inside the city for less than half a month. How can we judge that he is being overly defensive? He might be just setting up his troops. General Cary's words make sense. Dylan nodded in agreement. It hasn't been too long yet, so we shouldn't jump to conclusions now. Let's observe for some more time. Chapter 160, Outrage. We can continue to observe the situation. At this moment, Shepard, who had been silent all along, spoke up, stroking his beard slowly. But even if we keep observing, what if he still doesn't initiate a battle? We'll have no way out. Most importantly, considering the current situation, I'm afraid the Ministry of Revenue won't be able to hold on much longer. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but frown. Grady also nodded when he saw this scene, for in such a situation, even he felt uncomfortable. I think it's better to do it this way. Cornelius saw the butler's expression change and immediately suggested, we should take advantage of this opportunity and have Manny write a letter urging them to hasten the decisive battle. Besides, the Generalissimo was previously very confident. I don't think this will be a problem for him. The letter has already been sent long ago. Glenn, seeing the scene, could not help but laugh. If we wrote another letter urging him to launch an attack after the previous one, wouldn't it upset the Generalissimo? Although he said so, deep down he wished Ike would be replaced as soon as possible. What does his happiness or displeasure have to do with us? Seeing this, Cornelius's face darkened as he retorted, after all, these matters are related to national affairs for us. At the very least, such decisions should be made by Manny. He is just a general. In my opinion, the Generalissimo certainly has the capability to quell the rebellion. Shepard, seeing this scene, stroked his beard and said, it's just that he doesn't want this matter to end too soon, lest he has to hand over military power again. With this statement, the atmosphere in the side hall became somewhat delicate. Everyone naturally understood his implication, but none dared to speak first. Third brother, what do you mean by that? Cannon couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, are you suggesting that the Generalissimo harbors other intentions? That seems unreasonable, right? Fourth brother, I was just throwing it out there casually. Why are you getting so worked up? Shepard took a sip from his wine cup and asked, is this matter really so sensitive to you? Aren't you accusing Ike of deliberately allowing the rebels to strengthen themselves? Cannon's temper flared up, and he couldn't help but rebuke. Do you think you're judging a gentleman's heart with a small man's mind? To our entire country, I believe the Generalissimo has more merits than demerits. Apart from consuming some military provisions, there's nothing much wrong, right? If he has the ability to engage in a decisive battle, why didn't he act promptly? Shepard couldn't resist retorting, isn't that quite suspicious? Even if the butler asks a few more questions, shouldn't that be fine? But the butler never intended to do so. Cannon stood up immediately, third brother. Only a year has passed since the country stabilized. This hard-earned peace is important to us. Do you want to stir things up like before? That wouldn't benefit anyone. With this remark, Shepard's expression turned grim. What do you mean by that? The elderly man immediately retorted, I have no other meaning. I am merely thinking about the state. If you truly care about the country, isn't this stability now sufficient? Canon questioned again. Why must you constantly pressure the Generalissimo? Your Majesty, Canon's words are simply, oh, they're just drunken ramblings. Shepard had planned to seize this chance to rebut Canon, but the butler interrupted him, smiling. Today is a joyous occasion. Everyone needn't make each other unhappy. Please sit down and don't let minor matters hurt the harmony. The others reluctantly sat down upon hearing this. Of course, apart from Canon, hardly anyone sincerely supported Ike. Report. Just then, a eunuch walked in and exclaimed excitedly, Your Majesty, military reports from the capital of Joaquin have arrived. Oh. Hearing this, Grady sobered up instantly and ordered, Bring the report here immediately. The eunuch handed over the report. However, when the butler read the report, his expression suddenly turned peculiar. He clenched his fists tightly, and his body tensed. Seeing this, the ministers present were momentarily confused about what had happened, their expressions somewhat strange. Your Majesty, has there been a defeat on the front lines? Dylan finally could not contain his curiosity and asked impatiently. Not as you think. The butler then threw the military report over and said, It's that the reinforcements from Albert have entered the capital. Reinforcements from Albert? The rest of them looked at each other in puzzlement, finding it hard to process the information. How? Why would Albert arrange for reinforcements to enter the capital? Biff immediately expressed his confusion. I've never heard of this before. Do we even need to ask? It must be to support the Generalissimo. Cornelius promptly replied, It's truly beyond my expectations that the Generalissimo now wields such power. Not only can he mobilize Han's army, but now even Albert's army. I think there must be something suspicious here. Seeing the butler's face grow darker, Cannon finally interjected, How about we send an envoy to inquire right away, just to avoid any misunderstandings? What misunderstanding? Do you think with Amaya's strength, she could obtain reinforcements? Cornelius retorted, Albert's reinforcements didn't consult us, but went directly to discuss with the Generalissimo. This is clearly showing disrespect to your Majesty. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Grady slammed his wine cup onto the ground, making a loud noise. Your Majesty! All the ministers present fell to their knees, none daring to speak. Cornelius, I hereby appoint you as supervisor to immediately head to the capital and thoroughly investigate this matter, then report back to me. Chapter 161, Converging Forces. The Joaquin Kingdom, the capital city. The standoff between both parties continued. Neither dared to launch an attack first, and before they knew it, it was already late September. Compared to the defensive forces within the city, the morale of Ansel's army outside the walls was starting to waver. The prolonged confrontation and Ike's intimidating reputation might soon lead to unnecessary complications. It has been 1.5 months since we surrounded the city. Sitting in his command seat, Ansel said with a grim expression, If this continues, it will be highly disadvantageous for our troops. Though there was still grain supply support, at this rate, his men might falter before the defending forces inside the city did. The primary reason was that reinforcements inside the city had increased, possibly surpassing their numbers. Your Highness, Ellison spoke slowly after listening, in my opinion, why don't we take this opportunity to breach the city and engage them in a decisive battle? Yes, Your Highness, Will also spoke gravely, our morale is already somewhat dispersed. While we still have some fighting spirit left, let's seize this chance for a final battle. You make it sound easy. Ansel leaned back on his chair, his face heavy as he gazed at the tent top. Do you think I don't want to? However, the Burl army's promised grain and reinforcements haven't arrived yet. If this continues, it will certainly turn against us. I think we should send someone to urge them again. Dean was also getting anxious. He had left the Kinley seeing potential here. Unexpectedly, conditions had deteriorated day by day. Had he made a mistake? After all, staying by Callie's side could have led to promotions. You're right. Ansel nodded, sitting up straight with a serious look. Regardless, we are still cooperating. They must deliver what they promised. We'll go to them and urge them. If they refuse, tell them clearly that whoever doesn't hand over the supplies will bear the consequences of my retreat. Even if Ike refused to divide the river and rule, he could still secure a region and settle as a king, which wouldn't be bad. Yes. Will nodded without hesitation. Report. At this moment, a scout rushed in, looking panicked. Your Highness, another reinforcement force is approaching from afar. What? What? Hearing this, Ansel couldn't sit still, standing up to question. Another reinforcement? From where? One had to understand that this army was the elite force of Bingzhou. Although it only numbered 30,000, its combat strength was by no means inferior to the Tiger Leopard cavalry under his command. My name is Giles. The commander immediately knelt down before Ike and said seriously, Our governor passed away 3 days ago due to illness. He specifically instructed me to hand over the Bingzhou Wolf Riders entirely to the general and follow your commands. You mean he passed away? Hearing this, Ike was obviously stunned, then opened his mouth in disbelief. This can't be possible. Just a few days ago, he still received a letter from the former, who said he would personally lead the troops. It had been only a few days since then. How could this happen? In response to the general, every word I speak is true. Giles's face turned extremely grave upon hearing this, his eyes red as he said, When the Lord was on the road, his illness was already terminal. He wrote the letter mainly to stabilize the morale of the general's army. After all, if the truth were told, it would inevitably affect the morale. So, how exactly did he die? Tate was also puzzled. He and that man were old acquaintances, and logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. More importantly, he had never heard of any illness affecting him over the years. The Lord died from the recurrence of old wounds. Giles's face flushed red as he sobbed. He had been hit by several arrows in the back long ago, which left him in poor health. Recently, he hadn't rested well either, and his body couldn't take it anymore. I see. I couldn't help but sigh and slowly asked, was he given a proper burial? Chapter 162, Supervisor. Due to concerns about delays on the journey, we have already transported his body back. After hearing this, Giles couldn't help but sigh. He then spoke up, but please rest assured, General. Everyone in Bingzhou is one of us. I'm certain they won't delay the governor's funeral. After this battle ends, I must personally lead troops back. Even if not for anything else, it's to personally pay tribute to his soul. Ike gritted his teeth. Although there were still quite a few people who held opinions against him in the Joaquin dynasty court, many in the military had always followed him faithfully, and more importantly, these people never forgot him over the years. Thank you, General. Seeing this, Giles couldn't help but shed tears. They all knew that Ike had always cared for his soldiers like his children. For every military leader, following Ike meant security for their later years. General. However, at this moment, a commander suddenly ran over and knelt down before him, saying, someone from Diku has come and wishes to meet the general personally. This person is now outside the city. Should we allow him to enter? After all, not far away, Ansel's army was lying in wait outside. If too much time passed, those people might have already attacked. Who has come? Initially planning to let them in, upon hearing it was someone from Diku, Ike hesitated. If it was Anatoly, he would certainly let him in, as he was truly his god of wealth, exchanged for with 3,000 imperial coins. That can only be Minister of War Cornelius, and he's come as a supervisor. After hearing this, the commander thought for a moment and said so. Why has the butler sent a supervisor? Upon hearing this, Tate immediately spoke with an unfriendly expression. This obviously means they don't trust us. It's not as simple as that. Honest responded, logically speaking, assigning a general isn't unreasonable, but coming precisely at this time must indicate a problem. Indeed, it was now a crucial time for military affairs. Suddenly sending Cornelius here clearly indicated they wanted to supervise them closely. If our cooperation is smooth, it wouldn't matter, but what if problems arise? Anyone would find this hard to accept. I think there's nothing much to discuss. Tate immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, I will drive this guy back right now. Let's see what he dares to say then. No, I will go and handle this personally. Ike stopped him by raising his hand. After all, this fiery-tempered individual might anger the other party, resulting in trouble when he reported back. General, why don't you let me accompany you? At this moment, Jensen suggested, apart from them, Ansel's rebels are also outside the city. If any problems occur, it's good to have someone looking after you. No worries. They need some time even if they attack. Ike was confident about this, and most importantly, he didn't plan to waste words with Cornelius. He would explain the situation and send him off. If this guy dared to speak recklessly, he wouldn't be blamed for being impolite. With 2 personal guards, he opened the city gate and walked out. What's going on? Cornelius outside the city walls was already impatient, feeling both annoyed and afraid. Notably, Ansel's scouts were close, and he feared they would charge at him during this gap. Though he had hundreds of personal guards behind him, facing those skilled cavalry, he felt no confidence. I don't understand what Lionel Sir means. Ike raised an eyebrow and asked emotionlessly, could there be something else, or did Lionel Sir come for another reason? Don't act dumb with me. Cornelius gnashed his teeth and blurted out, I just ordered someone to report, yet you refuse to let me in. Remember, I am here as a supervisor, which means I will command alongside you for a while. After all, he was now an imperial envoy. Ike treated him like this, completely disregarding his presence. What made him even more furious was that Ike came down personally but did not let him into the city, clearly rejecting him and keeping him outside the city walls. Minister Lionel, please turn back. Ike waved his hand and then said expressionlessly, this is not a place you should come to. You, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Cornelius felt something was amiss and immediately said, I came here by imperial order, and you dare not let me into the city? Are you trying to rebel? Let me tell you, I can report you right now. Then just write your memorial. Ike raised an eyebrow expressionlessly and then turned around directly. Now is the critical time for military operations. Why would Manny insist on assigning you as a supervisor? This clearly shows he doesn't trust me. Ike, if you don't want others to know, you must keep yourself in check. Seeing that Ike was about to leave, Cornelius became frantic and could not help but say, if you have nothing to hide, why would you fear me, the supervisor? In the end, you've always had the heart of rebellion. So why speak such high-minded words? If I wanted to rebel, do you think you could stop me? Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Ike's eyes as he said, I can tell you now, if you keep talking nonsense here, I will not hesitate to have you driven out. By then, when the army opposite charges over, you will die amidst their assault. You. Cornelius's face changed upon hearing this, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if he had eaten something foul. Just as Ike said, if he faced those tens of thousands of cavalry now, he would have no chance but to die. Take this opportunity while they haven't emerged. You still have time to escape. Otherwise, there might be no chance. Chapter 163, Troop Deployment. Ike only returned to his residence after Cornelius left. Although he had no liking for this guy, if he were to die under the walls of the capital, it would be hard to explain to Grady. Looking at your face is worse than looking at shit. At that moment, Amaya suddenly walked over from the side, her expression smug as she said, what? You and Cary probably doesn't trust you now either. If you had just listened to me, things might not have turned out like this. After all, she felt particularly good about herself. Do you think with your capabilities, you can do anything outside? Seeing this, Ike didn't hesitate to pour cold water on her, saying coldly, moreover, when I left you with a decent base, right? To mess it up so much within a year, there's probably no one else besides you. You. Upon hearing these words, Amaya's face instantly turned ashen, almost wanting to fight Ike right then and there. Alright, I admit the previous failure. She could swallow this pride, then spoke bluntly. Now that reinforcements have arrived from all sides, logically speaking, the supplies in the city are sufficient. Why don't you attack yet? In this situation, aside from suspicion from Cary ministers, even I feel like you're plotting rebellion. No, she had thought earlier, This guy wouldn't be content being beneath others. He's currently building strength. When Joaquin regains power, it might also perish under Ike's iron hoof. Why did you stop talking? Ike raised an eyebrow, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of Amaya's thoughts, but wasn't planning to waste more words on her now. Humph, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Amaya clenched her teeth. Now, she didn't have the power to challenge the Cary army. When she reclaimed her throne, she would have to strengthen her rule. Just stay here, honestly. Ike stretched lazily, then said, in the coming days, I probably won't return. If I defeat Incel's rebels, I hope you can raise an army quickly. Once I leave the capital, Albert or Zhao might take advantage and invade from the south. Can't you leave some troops behind? Hearing this, Amaya was immediately worried. She didn't have many troops to use right now. Don't you still have 30,000 Imperial guards? Ike raised an eyebrow, adding without hesitation, they can definitely defend the city. After reclaiming lost territories, civilians will return, and you can recruit again. He actually mobilized only about 90,000 troops. The Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, although under his command, must ultimately return to guard Bingzhou. As for the Albert army, he planned to let them retreat into Albert territory after defeating Incel's forces. Although it might seem ungrateful, these guys were also an unpredictable factor. If they refused to withdraw, it would be a big problem. I understand. Amaya pursed her lips, then spoke unwillingly. After instructing the Kinley, Ike went straight to the military camp and gathered all commanders. I've decided that after the third watch, we will prepare meals. Once the soldiers are fed, we'll launch the attack. All troops must obey my orders. Sitting in the main seat, Ike continued, most importantly, nothing should go wrong. Yes. The other commanders responded without hesitation. General Giles. Ike looked at Giles, then ordered, after the third watch, you'll lead your troops out of the city carefully without revealing your presence. Stay hidden on the left flank of the rebels and only attack after the main battle begins. Take them by surprise and disrupt their formation. This unit was initially intended for reserve, but he hadn't expected the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry to arrive so soon. At your command. Giles immediately agreed. Jensen Tate, listen up. After arranging for the two individuals, Ike then looked at two of his trusted subordinates and said, you will also leave the city at the third watch. Take the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and the White Feathered Soldiers to ambush on the right flank. Once the battle begins, lead your cavalry charge out and catch them off guard. We obey your orders. The two generals stood up without hesitation, their faces solemn. Honest, listen carefully. You will lead the Monroe AY crossbowmen as reinforcements. As soon as the enemy starts to counterattack, you must suppress them immediately. Ike then addressed Honest. We obey your orders. Honest immediately agreed upon hearing this. General Monroe, you can't possibly forget about us? Albert Chung saw that everyone had been assigned tasks and couldn't help but ask. After all, they brought 80,000 troops and considered themselves strong, so they were naturally unwilling to play a minor role. You and I will be the main force to face them head-on. Ike smiled indifferently. In this decisive battle, we are the true protagonists. If the great general says so, then I will follow your orders. Albert Chung nodded upon hearing this. Good, do as I say when the time comes. Ike spoke sternly. All generals must listen carefully and ensure no mistakes occur. Any delay will be punished by military law. Yes. The other generals all responded. Minister Joaquin. Ike then turned his attention to Norris. Great General Monroe, please give your orders. Norris remained calm and responded formally. This battle will surely end in victory, and what follows is extremely important. Ike spoke seriously. I will personally lead the Wei Kingdom's army to pursue them. Minister Joaquin, please lead part of the Albert Kingdom's army to clear the battlefield. This? Norris was taken aback. Does the great general really mean this? Chapter 164. Charge. What? Does Darun Joaquin have any objections to my arrangements? Seeing this scene, Fenton couldn't help but laugh. Or are you Albert troops planning something else? Not at all. After hearing this, Norris couldn't help but shake his head and said, this official has no problem with the general's military deployment. It's just that the arrangement of letting our troops clean up the battlefield afterward might be inappropriate. It won't be. Ike then shook his head and said, I've already promised your princess before. Since we are going to give you a certain benefit, of course, we cannot let you down. Furthermore, attacking as the main force is sufficient for this battle. We have enough troops, so we don't need to worry about them, thus it's completely fine. Since the great general says so, we thank the great general. Albert Chung didn't find any issue with Ike's arrangement. After all, preserving strength was their primary concern now. There would still be friction between both sides later. Let's not talk about other things for now. Within this short year, Ike had led troops to attack Albert twice. Anyone would find it hard to accept such actions, especially a proud country like Albert. Alright, since everyone accepts this arrangement, there's nothing more to say. Seeing the situation, Ike immediately stood up, looking at the generals present and said, follow my instructions. If there are any questions, ask me immediately. Anyone who disobeys orders or delays military plans will be punished by death without mercy. Yes. Following his order, everyone went back to the camp to start preparations. Outside the city, Ansel finally found Fabio. The two hadn't seen each other for over half a month after their last meeting. General Fan, give me a straight answer now. Are you prepared to send troops or not? Why has there been no movement yet? Is this a deliberate threat against me? Ansel's face was grim as he gritted his teeth and asked, it has been over half a month now, and neither reinforcements nor supplies from you have arrived. Are you waiting until I am destroyed to reap the benefits? He seriously suspected that Burl intended to do just that. Why is the prince in such a rush? Hearing this, Fabio chuckled indifferently. Considering the current situation, our troops are already on the way and should arrive at the front lines within 5 days, and supplies will reach within 3 days. To prepare for my funeral? Upon hearing this, Ansel slammed the table in anger and stood up, shouting, now I can tell you clearly that Albert's reinforcements have already entered the capital. Even the Bingzhou Wolf Riders have become his pawns. How long do you think he can hold out? Why is the prince so worried? Fabio, upon hearing this, remained unafraid and stroked his beard, smiling. Given the current situation, they have been holding the city for more than a month without any action, which means they won't launch an offensive for at least another half-month. This gives our army ample time to reach. You. Ansel was momentarily speechless by this statement, staring blankly for a while before slowly asking, Fabio, tell me the truth. Have your reinforcements and supplies arrived yet? The reason he could hold out here was because he believed there were still troops behind him that could be mobilized. Otherwise, facing the far outnumbered defenders inside the city, he would have retreated into Alberjo or Anakintow long ago. Nate, you and I have cooperated before, don't you trust me at all? Fabio couldn't help but laugh. When I say there are reinforcements, there will definitely be. Then please urge them to move faster. Ansel finally couldn't suppress his inner fury and slammed the desk again, shouting, It's a matter of urgency now. I can't wait even one more day. Give me a clear answer. Is it because I assigned territories to you last time that you're harboring resentment? Nate, aren't you judging a gentleman by the standards of a petty person? Fabio felt relieved when he brought up the main point and laughed. Why think ill of our Burl Kingdom? You can write a letter now, immediately. Ansel clenched his teeth and said grimly, Tell your butler that I am willing to see Jingzhou, Suzhou, and Jiaoji. We will divide the territory along the Albertsa River. Let him arrange to send troops right away. Nate, are you sure about what you said? You're not deceiving me intentionally? Hearing this, Fabio couldn't help but laugh and said, Such significant matters cannot be spoken lightly, to avoid any misunderstanding later. I don't have the time or mood to joke with you now. Ansel gritted his teeth, almost wanting to confront Fabio directly. He sternly demanded, Now write a letter immediately. I can't wait any longer. Ike's army is inside the city and could launch an attack at any moment. What are you still hesitating about? Nate, with your confirmation, I am reassured. Upon hearing this, Fabio smiled and replied, All right, I will immediately arrange for them to advance, right away. Bang! At that moment, a loud sound suddenly came from nearby, nearly causing the entire command tent to shake. What on earth is going on? Ansel almost fell onto the ground and quickly turned to look outside the tent. Your Highness, it's bad. Suddenly, Will rushed in fully dressed and reported, The defending troops inside the city have launched an attack? What did you say? Hearing this, Ansel's heart shuddered as he couldn't help but ask, How many men are they sending out? No, immediately organize the troops for a counterattack. We must suppress them and push them back into the city. Yes. Will saluted upon hearing this and rushed out with his saber. General Fan. Ansel roared angrily, startling Fabio into a shudder. You heard that? The troops inside the city have attacked. I told you before, why didn't the reinforcements arrive at the first opportunity? I will go arrange it immediately, right away. Seeing the situation unfold, Fabio knew clearly that if Ansel fell now, there would be big trouble ahead. Chapter 165. Defeat comes crashing down. I hope you can move faster. Don't wait until I die in battle, and then come to collect my body. Seeing this scene, Ansel finally burst into anger, cursing loudly. What did you do before? Yes. At this moment, Fabio was genuinely scared. After all, he knew that once Ike deployed his troops, they would come like a landslide and tsunami. Moreover, he might not be able to escape this time either. The other generals, seeing this, all retreated. Tell the soldiers under our command that if they can hold off this attack, each will be rewarded with 30 taels of silver, and officers above the rank of sergeant will be promoted by 1 level. Ansel no longer cared about anything else, donning his armor and heading outside the tent. Unexpectedly, just as he rushed out, Will suddenly appeared again. What has happened now? Seeing this, Ansel could not help but yell. My lord, it's bad. Will, who had already been hit by 2 arrows, couldn't help but say, There are simply too many enemies. We can't withstand them. The front line has completely collapsed, my lord. We should retreat immediately. No way. Hearing these words, Ansel immediately refused, gritting his teeth and saying, You must hold them back for me. No matter what method you use, if you fail, I'll cut off your head. He knew too well that retreating at this moment would significantly dampen morale. Moreover, more importantly, he lacked the capital for retreat now. After all, previously there might have been room for negotiation with Ike. But now, since they had engaged in combat, it had become a fight to the death. How could there still be room for negotiation? Moreover, most importantly, he was only 1 step away from the position. He absolutely couldn't give up at this critical juncture. Understood, General. Having heard this, Will clenched his teeth and headed in another direction. Charge. At this moment, Ansel suddenly saw a squad of soldiers charge diagonally from nearby. They were the elite Bingzhou Wolf Riders, seemingly aiming directly for the central command tent. My lord. Suddenly, Dean ran over with his sword drawn, saying solemnly, Our forces can no longer hold on. We should retreat quickly. Yes, my lord. Albert Sherhan appeared from somewhere, looking terrified, and said, If we fail here, we will lose any chance to rise again. If we retreat now, we might still hold onto our rear territories. Don't talk nonsense. Ansel pushed the 2 aside without hesitation and said, Now is the time for a desperate battle. Do you think they will spare us if we run? It's foolishness itself. My lord, but our soldiers have no fighting spirit left. It will only get worse if we stay. We should conserve our strength while we still can, Dean reminded again upon seeing the situation. Yes, my lord. A burning forest can be saved if some trees remain, Albert Sherhan echoed. You listen carefully. Charge in and capture Ansel alive right now. Suddenly, a general charged through recklessly, wielding a long spear, slicing through their ranks like he was in an empty space. This person was Tate, whose murderous intent was clear. My lord, flee quickly. Just then, Will rushed over again. Our forces cannot hold the enemy's assault anymore. Worse, our troops' morale is low. They won't dare resist. We should conserve our strength and retreat. By this time, Will had been hit by 5 or 6 arrows, and even his warhorse had fallen on the battlefield. My lord. Others watching also voiced their agreement. Given the dire circumstances, retreat. Seeing how swiftly they were being defeated and feeling disheartened, Ansel could only lead his men to withdraw. Chase after them. Behind him, Ike saw this scene and ordered relentlessly. The Cary army then pursued for dozens of miles. After a brief encampment, they arranged for some officials to stay in Jiwaquin, while the remaining soldiers continued their chase all the way to the border of Albert Joaquin, Han Kingdom, Xinjiang. At this moment, Joyce was reviewing memorials in the hall. With the domestic situation stabilizing, she now focused on other countries. The most pressing matters were handling relations with the Qin and Zhao Kingdoms. The Zhao Kingdom was less of a concern since, after 2 defeats, it almost lacked the strength to advance southward. Even if it wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to move south, it would probably have to wait a few years. The only thing that worried her was the nearby Tiger Wolf army of Qin, as its combat power was widely recognized among all states. If mishandled, it could bring catastrophic consequences. Your Majesty. Just as she was pondering, Kim Sang-hyuk suddenly ran in, bowing and asking, "It is now autumn and winter. Could the Ministry of Revenue be instructed to arrange part of the military pay? This time we recruited quite a number of new soldiers, so indeed the military pay isn't enough." Hearing this, Joyce nodded in agreement and asked, "How much do you estimate you need?" "About 8 million taels." Kim Sang-hyuk paused for a moment before answering slowly, "So much?" Joyce frowned upon hearing this, clearly surprised by the amount, as previously all affairs were handled by Edsel. "Your Majesty, part of this money will be used to distribute military pay, and the other part will be used to buy winter cotton clothes for the new army," Kim Sang-hyuk explained quickly. "These expenses are necessary. There are others yet to be calculated, which may require even more." "Then go directly to the Ministry of Revenue to withdraw it." Joyce nodded. She did not want to waste too much time on this matter. Remember, some important tasks should be entrusted to trusted people. Don't let your subordinates deceive you. Chapter 166, Good News. I don't think they have the nerve. Anyone who dares to deceive me on this matter will have no reason to blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing these words, Desmond responded without hesitation. One must always be both lenient and strict when dealing with officials under one's command. Susanna nodded her head and then slowly stood up, saying, "If you just oppress them, it may backfire in the end. And more importantly, as I am planning to expand our territory, we will still need their help. Your Majesty is right. This subordinate will remember that." Hearing this, Desmond nodded, his face solemn as he replied, "As Your Majesty wishes, if we do decide to launch an attack, which direction should we mainly focus on?" Desmond asked rather excitedly. After all, as a military man, everything depended on military exploits for advancement. Though he now controlled all of Korea's military power, he was not yet a full general, only acting in the role. Despite his royal lineage, this very fact caused problems as many under him did not respect him fully because of it. "What do you think the main direction should be?" Susanna descended the golden steps and indicated for him to sit, smiling as she asked. "Your Majesty, if we truly plan to launch an attack, we should first establish peace with Qin. If they take advantage of our offensive and disrupt our rear, we could easily be trapped in a war on 2 fronts. After bowing to the Kinley, Desmond sat down, his expression serious as he said, "Our previous battles with Qin resulted in almost no victories, greatly damaging our morale. While we have trained new soldiers, we haven't tested their combat ability against Qin yet." Susanna nodded silently, agreeing with his assessment. "Moreover, considering the current situation, it's not necessary for us to provoke Qin." Desmond continued, accepting a cup of tea from a maid. "If Your Majesty insists on waging war, I believe Chu and Cary are the best targets. The navy of Chu has great strength. Ours is weak in comparison. We probably wouldn't stand much of a chance fighting them." After sipping some tea, Susanna focused her gaze on him. "You mean attacking Cary? Considering the present situation, Cary has grown incredibly powerful after Ike's reforms. Zhao and Albert are avoiding confrontation with them. Wouldn't it be rash for us to intervene now? Your Majesty, you understand this as well?" Unexpectedly, Desmond showed no concern and said, "Cary can really only rely on General Monroe. None of the other generals are worth mentioning. More importantly, Cary no longer trusts him. I didn't expect you to see through this so clearly." Susanna couldn't help but nod, quite impressed. Everyone knew that Cary's growth from a weak nation to its current state was largely due to Ike's efforts. Yet internally, Cary seemed to be distancing itself from him. "I believe Your Majesty rushed back precisely because you saw this." Putting down his teacup, Desmond laughed with satisfaction. "Your Majesty." At that moment, Marcos ran in from below and knelt before the Kinley. "This old minister has returned. Tutor, there's no need for such formality. Please sit. Tea." Susanna smiled and gestured for him to sit. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Marcos brushed off the dust and sat beside them. "General, what is Anakine's stance? Will they support us?" Seeing this, Desmond couldn't help but ask, "It's critical for us. This old minister has already inquired thoroughly." Marcos proudly answered, "And met with Anakine's butler. They have no objections to our actions and agree to lend us passage through their waters. In that case, everything is set." Relieved, Desmond looked at the Kinley. "Your Majesty, launching an attack now would be extremely advantageous. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait for another time. Have the Ministry of War prepare the details. Once ready, submit a report and I will approve it." Without any hesitation, Susanna responded. After all, she had no experience in military affairs and would not interfere with it. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Desmond spoke confidently without any hesitation. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." At this moment, a young eunuch suddenly rushed in, kneeling down with a thud and holding a folded document high above his head, saying, "This is the message from our scouts stationed in China." "What?" Hearing this, Susanna was clearly taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "You're sure it's from Joaquin?" "Indeed." The young eunuch nodded, placed the document on the table beside them, and then slowly retreated. Susanna took the document handed by a palace maid and started to read it. Upon reading, her face lit up with joy and a smile spread across her face. Your Majesty. Seeing this scene, Desmond instantly guessed the situation to a large extent and could not help asking, could it be that the frontline army has won? Exactly. Seeing the reaction, Susanna stood up directly, feeling extremely excited, and said, this time, it wasn't just a minor victory but a resounding triumph. She handed over the intelligence in her hand and walked back and forth excitedly as if they had just won a great battle. On the 18th of last month, Ike joined forces with the Albert army and decisively defeated the rebel forces led by Ansel in the capital of Joaquin. They killed more than 30,000 enemies and captured over 40,000. Ansel fled all the way with his routed troops and directly ran to Jingzhou. Now he only has about 10,000 troops left. Including the allied forces from Burl, there are barely 70,000. Susanna's face flushed red. She suddenly realized that another monarch might soon ascend the throne, feeling both excitement and some concern. Grady and Ike were eventually going to confront each other. Chapter 167. The Kinley's Thoughts. This is indeed a big event. After hearing these words, Marcos couldn't help but exclaim, the countries that were previously on the sidelines will probably take action now. After all, even though the original Chu and Anakin states didn't join forces with Burl in launching attacks before, more or less they had harbored intentions in this regard. Now that the Burl army and the rebels have suffered a complete defeat, it's obvious they would also want to seize this opportunity for some gains. After all, no one would willingly miss such a chance. I estimate we won't have much time either. At this moment, Desmond couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, don't overthink it. Alana nodded and then stroked her chin before saying slowly, I believe what Grand Tutor said makes sense. She thought it was too rash. A hasty attack might invite Anakin's opportunism once inside its territory, which they couldn't easily accept. What do you two think? What should we do given the current situation? Since both disagreed with the attack, Desmond wouldn't provoke further discontent. Also, holding military power himself, he wouldn't cause a rift over this minor issue. For now, I think we should send someone to investigate. After a brief silence, Marcos spoke slowly. Reports give us theoretical information. An investigation is necessary to assess the attitude of Cary's court. I'll go personally. Upon hearing this, Alana stood up seriously. Your Majesty, you don't need to go yourself. Seeing this scene, Desmond immediately stood up and said solemnly, why not let me and Grand Tutor make the trip? Unnecessary. This must be done by me personally. Alana replied without hesitation. Only by going to the front lines myself can I truly understand what's happening. Some things need personal observation rather than hearsay. Most importantly, she wanted to use this opportunity to see Ike in person and speak to him directly. Of course, she couldn't expose her true intentions entirely. As a ruler, she needed to maintain an unpredictable balance between benevolence and authority. If Your Majesty insists on going personally, perhaps a formal letter of dispatch should be prepared first. Marcos glanced at Desmond and signaled him before adding, this time we can't conduct an unofficial visit as before. It might appear we're spying, so formal procedures are necessary. Your thoughts align with mine. Alana agreed readily, stretching slightly. Drafting the letter will be handled by Grand Tutor, and I'll prepare gifts. In 3 days, Grand Tutor will accompany me, while domestic matters will be left to Desmond. Yes. The two ministers promptly agreed. This is quite strange. After watching the Kinley leave, Desmond stood up, stroking his chin and said, ever since Your Majesty went to Cary last time, it seems she has enjoyed meeting Ike. One must know that as an butler of a country, one cannot act easily. After all, any unforeseen events would shock the whole nation. No country could afford such significant losses. General Jean, haven't you noticed? Marcos couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. I think the Kinley is now quite interested in Ike. This interest is no longer just about exchanges or discussing state affairs. It has even developed into feelings between men and women. This is not very possible, right? Desmond was immediately surprised upon hearing this. But the Kinley and Ike have met no more than 5 times. How could they possibly? Some things are beyond our understanding. Marcos shook his head, for he didn't fully understand either, but he could tell from the Kinley's eyes that things were exactly as he imagined. If it is really like that, then it might be troublesome. Desmond frowned. After all, if other countries find out about this, won't it invite ridicule? I don't think that's likely. Marcos couldn't help but chuckle. Who dares to laugh at this? Moreover, Ike is at the peak of his power now. Who would dare have objections against him? I believe if both countries can achieve a union, it would be highly beneficial to our Han state. We can annex Cary and make our territories contiguous. At that time, there will be little difference between one country and two. Chapter 168 Suspicion. What you say does make sense, but I just feel something is off. In Desmond's view, the Kinley's methods and tactics were far beyond what an ordinary woman could compare to. This kind of situation shouldn't happen to her logically. However, he had overlooked one point. No matter how wise and mighty Felicia was, she was still human, and a woman at that. This sounds simple, but if you want to observe closely, it may not be as easy as you think. Marcos saw this and did not seem too concerned. He then spoke again. If this plan succeeds, it will benefit our army eventually. After all, if present-day Korea wanted to grow stronger, they needed alliances with other countries. But if they could cooperate with Ike, there would be nothing but benefits. These matters are hard for me to comprehend. Desmond shook his head. After all, he was still young and couldn't fully grasp many things. You'll understand once you're married. Marcos smiled and prepared to leave. He also had to prepare for his journey there, after all. Moreover, he was responsible for the Kinley's safety, otherwise, it would cause serious problems. Tutor. At this moment, Desmond could no longer hold back. He immediately said, you must ensure the Yuan's safety at all costs. If anything happens along the way, you must write back to the country immediately so we can arrange the army to come over. I know that even if you don't say it. Marcos shook his head, slightly dismissing the concern. Even if I die, I will guarantee the Yuan returns safely. Good. In Carigua, Deek. Bang. Inside the grand hall, the butler's face was distorted in anger. Through gritted teeth, he said, he really said that? Fine. This shows complete disrespect towards me. Your Majesty. Cornelius below was in tears, his face full of fury. This guy holds all the power and has begun disregarding your Majesty completely. If this continues, he will surely harbor treasonous thoughts. Your Majesty, we should summon him back immediately. Damn it. Grady slammed the desk fiercely and immediately ordered, draft the decree now. Regardless of the frontline situation or whatever happens, you must let Ikeg lead the troops back. Your Majesty. At this moment, Dylan knelt down immediately, bowed and said, shouldn't we investigate further? There weren't many who went initially, so no one knows exactly what General meant. Should I take this mission? Dylan, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Cornelius became unhappy, retorting, was everything I just said false? Or do you think I was intentionally tarnishing the General's name? Over 100 people witnessed his actions. What more can be said? Minister Lionel, it's not that I don't trust you. Hearing this, Dylan apologized immediately and explained, I just think under those circumstances, perhaps the General found it inappropriate to let you into the city. This battle is extremely important. Any misstep might lead to utter failure. After all, most of our main forces are still there. Upon hearing this, Grady's expression eased slightly. As the latter said, most of their main forces were indeed still in the Joaquin state. If they confronted Ikeg now, the losses might be too great. You have a point. His expression relaxed somewhat. We should send someone to investigate. No, I'll go myself. Your Majesty, isn't it unnecessary for you to go personally? Seeing this, Cornelius feared previous efforts would fail, and quickly added with a smile, I'll handle this. Why trouble your Majesty? Besides, if the General doesn't have such intentions, this matter need not escalate. You didn't say that before. Grady's expression darkened upon hearing this. Grinding his teeth, he asked, tell me, did you say what you previously claimed? Your Majesty, every word I said just now is true. Cornelius's heart trembled, but quickly defended himself. There were so many witnesses. Even if I dared to deceive your Majesty, none of them would dare either. Please believe me. If so, why can't I go personally? Seeing this, Grady adjusted his clothes and said indifferently, I'm afraid there's nothing much to worry about, right? Yes. Cornelius did not want to say much at the moment. Since no one else was around now, he also dared not speak too much for fear of inviting the butler's displeasure. All right, I understand your thoughts. Grady softened his tone and said with a serious expression, this matter might indeed be General Ike's fault, but I think his intentions were definitely correct. The current situation is indeed not good. It's too. Your Majesty. At that moment, a eunuch suddenly rushed in, knelt down directly, and presented a military report with both hands. This is a military report from Joaquin State. Oh, has the battle already started? Looking at the military report in his hand, Grady said somewhat indifferently, then picked up the report and began reading. Immediately after, an excited look appeared on his face, and his breathing involuntarily became rapid, as if he had just seen something extremely crucial. The other two people, seeing this scene, were all quite curious. Your Majesty, could it be good news from the front lines? Dylan couldn't help asking when he saw this. On October 18th, Ike, in conjunction with the Albert Army, launched a decisive attack on Ansel's rebel forces in the capital of Joaquin State, annihilating over 30,000 enemy troops and capturing more than 40,000. Ansel fled with his defeated forces straight to Jingzhou. Now, he has only 10,000 troops left, and even with the allied Burl forces, they only amount to 70,000. Compared to Felicia's excitement upon seeing the military report, Grady remained calm, without showing too much excitement. In that case, General has won a great victory. Seeing this, Dylan immediately became excited. That's wonderful. We have relieved the crisis of Joaquin State and can reap the benefits now. Chapter 169. Under the name of comforting the troops. However, what Dylan did not expect was that the other two were not particularly excited about this matter. Grady's eyes were fixed on the military report in his hand, while Cornelius's expression was unpredictable, making it hard to discern his thoughts. Your Majesty. Dylan couldn't help but frown and cautiously asked, should we issue an imperial commendation at this time? Commendation? Let me ask you how we should commend him. Upon hearing this, Grady's face immediately turned gloomy as he said, given the current situation, what else can we give him as a reward? Tell me directly. He has already reached this position. There seems to be nothing more to commend. Dylan was instantly speechless. He knew well that the butler had likely lost faith in him, and more importantly, Ike had truly become uncontrollable. But he still felt somewhat unwilling, considering that Ike was brought in by him. The current status of the Cary Kingdom and his own position were all due to Ike. He could not betray this favor now. After all, no matter who could wrong Ike, he alone could not. For this debt of gratitude must be repaid. Your Majesty, if we do not commend the Grand General and the frontline soldiers, you should personally go to comfort the troops. Dylan proposed another suggestion, thinking that under the pretext of comforting the troops, not only could they investigate the reality of the situation on Ike's side, but also use this opportunity to enhance the butler's prestige within the army, which was crucial at present. You make a valid point. How did we overlook this? Grady, having been in Butler for so many years, possessed an understanding of political strategy far beyond ordinary people. He promptly responded and then spoke solemnly, Dylan, listen carefully. Please instruct me, Your Majesty. Seeing this scene, Dylan immediately knelt down in salute. Now, you mobilize 30,000 palace guards towards the imperial capital to ensure my safety. Grady looked up at the palace, paused for a moment, and then said, then immediately order the Ministry of Revenue to transport 1 million silver taels and 10,000 gold taels from the national treasury to the front line as quickly as possible. I will personally go to comfort the troops. Subject obeys. Dylan immediately agreed, knowing that this arrangement was the most prudent way to avoid unnecessary trouble. Very good. Grady nodded, feeling relieved after making these arrangements. He then added, we are set to depart in 3 days. You shall accompany me. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dylan felt relieved, as he had been wondering how to bring up this topic. Since the butler mentioned it himself, his mind was now at ease. More importantly, he needed to find a way to mediate the relationship between both sides. Your Majesty. Cornelius, seeing that this matter had nothing to do with him, suddenly felt nervous and reminded, shouldn't we consult the Grand Tutor about this? Do we need to consult him on our decisions? Grady raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of disgust in his eyes, and reminded, don't forget, your position is given by us, not by the Grand Tutor. If you want to strengthen your relationship with him, why don't you become a servant in his mansion? With your abilities, perhaps becoming a steward would suffice. Subject was wrong. Cornelius trembled in fear upon hearing this and immediately shook his head, saying, that was just nonsense spoken earlier. Now, tell Shepard when you return that after I leave the capital, all matters in the court will be handled by him. And if anything goes wrong, I will demand your heads. After delivering this message, Grady turned and left the hall. Dylan and Cornelius exchanged glances, and then each left on their own. In Wen Kingdom, Jingzhou, Xianxia. Since September, the river water was no longer as turbulent as before, yet the surface of the river was now filled with Burl Kingdom's naval forces. Burl Kingdom had built its foundation on its navy, whose prowess was unmatched. Apart from the Anakai Kingdom and Chu Kingdom in the south, hardly any other country's navy could compete with it. Unexpectedly, despite such a formidable navy, Ike had pushed the battle line from Fancheng to Xiangyang. If it weren't for the sturdy walls of Xiangyang, it would have probably fallen long ago. Ansel was seated inside the government office of Xiangyang, his face dark and gloomy. At this moment, he had an unkempt beard and messy hair, with no sign of vitality left in him. The officials under him were also as deflated as frostbitten eggplants. Long gone were their previous airs of confidence. Your Highness. At that moment, a soldier suddenly ran in from outside the door, holding a letter in his hand, and said, this was shot over from the opposite bank's defense forces. They say it needs to be opened by your Highness personally. Present it. Ansel straightened up slightly and replied listlessly. The soldier then quickly walked in, placed the letter on the table, and left. To be opened by the Honorable Nate. Looking at the 4 characters, Ansel almost burst into laughter. Then he opened the letter unhurriedly. A force of 100,000 will soon arrive. The city's fall will surely result in great destruction and suffering. I hope you can see the situation clearly and act accordingly. There were only a few dozen simple words in the letter. Bang! Ansel slapped the table directly, grinding his back molars, coldly sneering, how detestable! Such audacity. Absolutely unbearable. He didn't need to think about who wrote this letter. It had to be Ike. Your Highness, you should remain calm at this moment. Ellison immediately advised upon seeing the scene. Calm? How am I supposed to stay calm? Upon hearing this, Ansel stood up instantly, pointing at several people and shouting, now, our defeat is like dominoes falling. With only 10,000 troops we can mobilize. Those officials who originally pledged allegiance to us are now changing allegiances to follow Ike. When the army arrives, all of you present here might flee faster than hares. If I wanted to run earlier, this old minister wouldn't have followed your Highness here. Ellison merely coughed, calmly saying, the reason I haven't left now is because I believe there's still a chance for a comeback. Your Highness, even if you don't consider yourself, you should consider us. Chapter 170. Hearts drift apart. Upon hearing these words, Ansel's expression turned somewhat awkward. After clearing his throat slightly, he prepared to sit down again. So what do you all think we should do next? We can't just sit here idle forever. He was now at a loss, with no plan coming to mind. After all, the pressure Ike had exerted on him was too overwhelming, making him feel utterly helpless for the moment. Most importantly, he had few troops under his command now. Considering that Amaya had returned to the capital and combined with the might of the forces Ike brought, he could hardly recruit new soldiers anymore. If conscription were resorted to, it would likely lead to widespread public resentment. Moreover, even if he did manage to enlist some new recruits and send them into battle right away, how could they possibly stand against Ike? Your Highness, the issue is not what we should do, but that your Highness needs to regain your composure. Ellison sighed, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. This guy was truly an incapable puppet who couldn't be propped up. No matter what, he should never have betrayed Amaya. Initially, he thought he could achieve something significant by leveraging this man's forces, but it hadn't even been a year, and now he was almost like a prisoner awaiting judgment. I wish I could reorganize the army and prepare for war, but alas, we lack soldiers, and there's no one willing to serve us now. Ansel sighed, continuing, even more crucially, we are short of funds. With enough silver, he could raise another army, but right now, they had nothing. Perhaps we could seize this opportunity to negotiate with Burl's state. At this moment, Julian, who had been silent all along, spoke up, after all, we are currently allies, so asking them for help shouldn't be a problem. If you had suggested this before our recent defeats, it might have worked. But now, bringing it up will only invite humiliation. Ellison disagreed, his face serious as he said, I'm sure you're aware that in reality, Burl is allied with us for their own benefit. They joined us to defend Xiangyang in name, but ultimately, it's about self-interest. Once Ike and Amaya reclaim all lost territories, Burl will gain nothing from this alliance. So we must seize this opportunity to explain the situation to them. Ellison continued seriously, Zhou remains neutral. We can use this as leverage to ensure their cooperation. I don't think they have any reason to refuse. This seems rather difficult. Ansel frowned, then said, given our current dire situation, who would believe us? So what do you propose now? Are you saying we abandon this idea? That's impossible. Seeing this, Ellison couldn't help but rebuke. Let's put aside other concerns for now. You need to make preparations. Well, let's do it your way. Ansel conceded, seeing no other option. Your Majesty, listen carefully to what comes next. Ellison then said sternly, you must regain your vigor during this period. As the Supreme Commander, your demoralization will greatly affect troop morale. Most importantly, everyone else can give up, but not you. Just like Kinley Burl showed, surrendering means certain death. You're absolutely right. Bancel immediately slapped his face and responded with a serious expression. In this situation, I won't lose to Amaya. If this plan succeeds, all of you will be founding ministers. I'll never forget you. Thank you, Your Highness. The others, upon hearing this, rose to bow. But as for whether their hearts were genuinely aligned with him, only time would tell. They left the government office, exiting from the side. Father, do you really think that even if we offer Zhou, Burl's people will believe us? After all, leaving aside other issues, most of Joaquin territory now belonged to Kinley, Burl, and Ike. Even if Zhou remained quiet, it wouldn't easily be handed over. It's merely a delaying tactic. Ellison heard these words and then glanced at the government office behind him, speaking with a gloomy expression. Given the current situation, if we continue to follow him, we will only end up dead. It seems father has already thought of a way out. Hearing this, Julian felt a bit excited and said, where should we go next? After all, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. Now they were part of Ansel's faction. Once the city falls, it would be impossible to escape death, so they could not go back. Given the current situation, we can only rely on Burl's state. Ellison sighed, with some reluctance in his expression, and continued. If I had known it would end up like this, I might as well have loyally assisted Kinley Burl. Back then, he was the chief cabinet minister. Now, he was almost like a prisoner. Which psychological disparity could anyone endure? I think we should do this instead. Seeing the situation, Julian immediately suggested, we should directly defect to Burl State and give up Xiangyang City. Anyway, I don't think we can hold it anyway. Your judgment isn't wrong, but if we abandon it now, it might cause misunderstanding. Ellison shook his head, took a few steps forward, and said, most importantly, if we want to leave now, we must retreat with the army. Elder Secretary, I wonder if I should say this. Dean couldn't help but speak up. I think we should just bind Logan and send him to Kinley Burl. Maybe she will reward us for that. Have you gone mad? Hearing this, Julian quickly looked around and couldn't help saying, do you really think we can bind him? Do you think we'll have a good outcome when we return? What kind of person is Amaya? I believe you are clearer about it than anyone else. It's best not to mention this idea again. Chapter 171. Fickle. What's the big deal? Dean immediately regretted coming out and casually said, although Kinley has not been very kind to us, I think you all know that if we can get in touch with General Ike, wouldn't this be more reliable than what we have now? These words made everyone somewhat shin-dong. After all, Ike always pardoned those who had wronged him in the past. If they could negotiate terms with Ike now, there might truly be a way out. And even more importantly, it doesn't matter now because even if we surrender to the Burl Kingdom, they might not take us in. The others nodded at this. Should we take action now then? Julian originally disagreed, but seeing a glimmer of hope, his thoughts started to sway again. After all, if things went well, he could at least ensure no worries for the rest of his life. If you act now, you're just courting death. Seeing this scene, Ellison coldly remarked without hesitation, we haven't contacted Ike yet. You'd be delivering yourselves right into danger. And besides, we have no leverage. Can just the few of us really capture anyone? The others nodded after hearing this. Let's write a letter first. Ellison, seeing everyone was still indecisive, spoke up, no matter their response, we need to do our part first. If it doesn't work out, we can't blame others. Yes. The others left after hearing this. On the other side, Ike had already prepared to march anytime. After this battle, our losses are not particularly heavy. However, the other two sides suffered greatly. Tate glanced at the group and said, currently, the Albert Kingdom has lost around 20,000 men, while our forces from the Cary Kingdom have about 10,000 casualties. Their losses were almost negligible to the rebels, but they would face even greater challenges moving forward. Has the Albert Kingdom's army retreated? Ike looked at everyone and asked, our provisions are already running low, so we probably can't continue to sustain them. Prime Minister Albert has taken back part of the troops. Norris's army is now stationed in the capital, Honest replied seriously. They only have the 5,000 elite cavalry led by Natus Albert left. If it's just these people, it won't significantly impact us. Ike nodded indifferently, but we should make it clear to them that if they wish to stay, they must provide their own provisions. This pursuit had already cost them much, and worse, the rebel forces had already plundered these regions, leaving little resources behind. I don't think it will be a big issue for them. Armand shrugged, and most importantly, they brought some provisions with them. I think they should go back directly, Tate muttered, displeased. The general let them clear the battlefield and they've gained enough benefits. Moreover, our conditions have been met, so there's no need to keep cooperating with them. Well, I've figured out your game. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, followed by someone walking in arrogantly. It was Vicky. The rest, seeing this, closed their mouths. Since they were discussing such matters, they couldn't say much. You asked us to send troops initially, but now that victory is within sight, you want us to withdraw immediately. Vicky sat down boldly and said, is it too much for you to change your attitude so quickly? Upon hearing this, everyone blushed, not daring to say more. Your Highness, I think there might be some misunderstanding. I pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. We're not asking you to withdraw immediately. It's just that our military provisions are severely lacking at the moment, making it difficult to supply your forces, so? I don't think you need to explain yourself. Vicky raised an eyebrow, then crossed her arms over her chest and said nonchalantly, even if you can't provide us with provisions, what we have now is more than enough. It all depends on when you will march south. After breaking through Xiangyang, food supplies shouldn't be a problem anymore, right? Since your Highness doesn't mind, I have nothing much to say. Ike sighed somewhat helplessly upon hearing this. He knew that directly asking others to retreat was unreasonable, but the current stock of provisions could only sustain them for a limited time. I don't think there's anything left to discuss. Vicky gave a cold snort and said smugly, initially, we captured a fair amount of spoils. If you don't mind, I can share some with you. As for what you owe us in the future, I can delay it for a while. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. We indeed acted improperly earlier. If we've offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart. Ike sighed helplessly again. It seemed like she had found a way to stick with them. Well, it didn't matter much as long as Albert Kingdom's army would follow his orders. General, both sides have been in standoff for almost half a month. Honest interjected. Can we start the offensive now? Our main concern now is the shortage of warships. Armand thought for a moment and then added, in recent days, we haven't requisitioned many boats. Chapter 172 Borrowing Boats. They burned all the boats along the way when they crossed Xiangyang earlier. It seems they never wanted us to have any chance of crossing the river. After a moment's thought, Honest could not help but slowly spoke. If we only rely on the fishing boats and dugout canoes we have requisitioned, it would be far too difficult to fight against the elite Burl Navy. Hearing this, Jensen replied with a serious face. After all, most of the Cary Kingdom soldiers were infantry, with only a small number of cavalry. There was no naval force available for deployment. As for Ike's original special forces, there was absolutely no naval force under their command either. If you want boats, I'm afraid I can't help with that. Vicky saw the scene before her eyes and said helplessly. The Cary Kingdom, situated in central China, had no navy at all, let alone the northern Albert Kingdom. I think there might be another way. At this moment, Benji, who had been silent until then, spoke up. Though it's cold now, there are still plenty of trees around that we could use. If we have time, we can fell trees to build boats. Building ships now is just a pipe dream. Vicky immediately shook her head at the idea. Given the current situation, there's simply no time to build boats. Not to mention, how many boats do we need to cross the river? Most importantly, even if we make boats now, how can you guarantee that we can defeat the Burl Navy? These words made everyone present fall silent. Indeed, as she said, building ships at this point was simply out of the question due to time constraints. More importantly, Burl, known for its naval power, made it incredibly difficult for them to gain victory on the water. I think we should consider this approach. At this moment, Honest suddenly interjected. It's probably too late to build boats now. Perhaps we can borrow? Borrow? Those present wrinkled their brows upon hearing this, each feeling puzzled. Moreover, where could they borrow from? Didn't he already make that clear? Vicky curled her lips and remarked, all available fishing boats around here have already been requisitioned. Where else can we borrow from? Besides, even if you go to borrow them now, it will likely be too late. Once the fighting starts, who can ensure the boats will be of any use? Natus, I don't think you understand what I mean. Honest calmly responded. The boats I want to requisition aren't from local fishermen. By borrow, I mean we can borrow from the Anakai Kingdom. What? Upon hearing this, many people looked at him in shock, clearly unable to believe what he was saying. After all, unless someone had lost their mind, which kingdom would willingly lend out their warships? Moreover, Burl and Anakai were neighboring states with a long-standing rivalry. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends in the world, only eternal interests. Seeing the scene, Honest continued calmly, considering the current situation, besides Chu and Anakai, no other state has such large warships. Rushing to build them now isn't feasible. At this moment, this opportunity seems right. What you say makes some sense. Even Ike nodded in agreement after hearing this. Indeed, this is currently the best opportunity. General, I believe that as long as we offer the right terms, Anakai will not refuse. Moreover, given the long-standing enmity between Burl and Anakai, we could certainly convince them by offering them some benefits. Honest had considered everything comprehensively. Some matters must be handled this way. We should send an appropriate person. Ike sat up straight at this. If Anatoly were here, he would be the perfect choice for negotiations. No one understood these things better than him as a businessman. This matter can be entrusted to Minister 1. Honest then thought of Jalmer, who as the Minister of Personnel, was indeed the most suitable candidate. Then let's write a letter and have him reach here within 2 days. Ike nodded, thinking of Anatoly, wondering how that guy was doing. If he could return soon, it would be perfect because many matters still required his negotiation skills. More crucially, if he were to declare himself king, he would definitely need civil officials. Although Anatoly was originally a merchant, he had served as the Minister of Household for some time, making him the most suitable choice for this task. Moreover, after obtaining the imperial value, he planned to exchange for a higher-level civil official. If he could get someone of the caliber of Guangzhou, Zhuge along, or Zhang Jujing, the entire country would surely flourish. I'll write the letter right now. Seeing this, Benji stood up immediately. Manny has arrived. However, at this moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from outside the tent. Upon hearing this, the others looked at each other in surprise, clearly taken aback, not believing it at first. Ministers, are you discussing military affairs? At this moment, Grady's voice sounded from the entrance. The others couldn't help but look over and quickly stood up to pay their respects. Long live Manny. May your reign be long and prosperous. Oh, there's no need for such formality. Please, sit down. Grady nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this scene and then sat down on the main seat, saying, I have come here to comfort the troops. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing these words, everyone finally sat back down in their respective seats. Your Majesty. I glanced at the butler and laughed. You can entrust such tasks to your ministers. Why must you make the trip yourself? If I leave it to them, I wouldn't be entirely reassured. Grady chuckled after hearing this, then spoke with deeper meaning. After all, who knows what they might do out here? As an old saying goes, when generals are away, they may sometimes disobey orders. Besides, I've brought a considerable amount of gold and silver this time. If those guys embezzle it, what should we do? It's better to keep an eye on them, so they don't deceive us. Chapter 173, Consoling the Troops. Grady's words clearly had a warning tone, and everyone present picked up on it. After all, when Cornelius attempted to enter the capital city previously, he was rejected by Ike. Given that man's nature, he would surely have exaggerated the situation upon returning. Now that the butler had arrived, it was definitely related to what happened back then. Your Majesty, entrusting certain matters to trusted people should not be too problematic, said Ike. Although he understood the implications of Grady's words, his expression did not change much as he spoke on. What you say makes perfect sense, Grady responded with a smile that betrayed no emotion. Then he looked at the other generals. There are a few faces here I haven't met yet. Could you introduce them to me? I am Benji, commander of the Imperial Guard of Joaquin, said Benji, rising solemnly and speaking naturally. I am Natus Vicky of Albert. Compared to Benji, Vicky's attitude was less friendly. Considering the ongoing frictions between their two countries, in the previous military campaign which seemed to involve Grady, this made her even more dissatisfied. So, you're the Princess of Albert, Grady replied with an insincere smile. Truly unexpected. Your country is also sending troops to assist us this time. Of course, there are certain conditions attached, said Vicky. If my memory serves, your general promised to return the 10 cities we originally conquered, and offered some form of compensation. I trust you wouldn't go back on your word, Your Majesty? Is this true, General? Grady wasn't sure about this, but he had heard rumors. Yet, he was reluctant inside. However, given the current situation, it didn't seem like he had a choice. Indeed, Your Majesty, confirmed Ike without hesitation. Considering the current situation, some things can't be avoided. More importantly, if Albert hadn't assisted in the battle for the capital, it would have been difficult to win. You could have simply submitted a memorial to inform me, said Grady, his face darkening. I could have mobilized troops from other regions. It shouldn't have been necessary for Albert to go to such lengths. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present furrowed their brows. Clearly, the butler was already getting upset. However, Ike had decided to distance himself from the state of Cary, so he didn't care about these things. If we keep mobilizing domestic troops, it might invite covetous attention from neighboring states, said Ike seriously. No one will sit idly by watching. If Chu or Zhao harbors ill intentions towards you at that time, how would you mobilize troops then? And by then, I won't be able to bring troops back to defend, as distant water doesn't quench immediate thirst. Grady was momentarily speechless. Your Majesty, Dylan suddenly appeared. All supplies from the Ministry of Revenue have arrived. Should we have the general gather the troops for your personal consolation visit? Yes, that's a good idea. Grady suddenly stood up with a smile, heading towards the tent's entrance. No one knew who exactly he was addressing, but they all stood up. General, please organize the troops. The butler turned and looked at Ike with a forced smile. Please handle the organization. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I'll take care of it. Ike rose immediately, directing his gaze at the other generals. Send orders now to assemble all 3 armies. Yes. The others responded accordingly. In no time, all the generals rushed outside to start gathering the troops. Once the soldiers were assembled, Grady walked onto the platform. Looking down at the assembled soldiers, he felt a surge of pride. Power was undoubtedly the best tonic for him. Anyone would become addicted to power, including himself. Men of the 3 armies. He then shouted, saying, You have been working hard on this expedition. I specially came from Cary and brought a great deal of gold and silver treasures for you. This is the special reward for you. And I also brought delicacies and fine wine. We will not return until we are thoroughly drunk. Long live the Yuan. Long live the Yuan. Long live the Yuan. For a moment, 3 cheers were heard, and the entire camp's morale was high. Seeing this scene, Ike was startled. He did not know the purpose of Grady's visit, but given the current situation, it might be difficult to take part of the troops away later. Moreover, the most critical thing was that these soldiers would likely become their burden under the present circumstances. It would be the best outcome if they didn't end up killing each other. Bring me some people. Grady then looked at the soldiers below and said, Distribute all the rewards. Yes. Then a group of Imperial guards ran out and started distributing everything. I couldn't help but admire this approach. It was undoubtedly a good strategy. General. Grady turned his gaze to the general next to him and said, How about we go to the central tent and have a hearty drink together? That would be wonderful. Ike laughed when he saw this. Let's go. Grady immediately went forward to support Ike, and both walked cheerfully toward the central tent. The people around were immediately stunned by this harmonious scene. After all, such harmony between the general and the butler was rare for the whole country. General, you've worked hard in this battle. After arriving at the central tent and taking their seats, Grady raised his wine glass and said, This cup is first offered to you. Your Majesty is too kind. Seeing this, Ike immediately raised his glass and said, Let's drink this cup together. Great. Both drank heartily. Chapter 174, Funpei Dangal, General Cary. After finishing his wine, Grady set down the cup. Seeing this, a young eunuch beside him quickly refilled it. How much longer do you think this battle will last? The butler did not pick up his wine cup again, but instead picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of food, asking seriously. In the current situation, I also can't give an exact timeline. Ike shook his head. According to Honest's suggestion, if they were to borrow warships from Anakin, even with these naval ships, victory was uncertain. After all, when fighting on the river, what mattered in the end was the navy. How could their infantry possibly match Burl's elite water army? With Your Majesty's view, now that you have already gained half of Joaquin's territory, perhaps there's no need to continue the fight. Grady then laughed indifferently and lifted his cup, saying, Your Majesty, we initially promised to completely eliminate the rebels. Wouldn't we be breaking our word if we stop now? Seeing this, though I couldn't fully understand the butler's intentions, he still couldn't help but ask. I believe, given the current situation, maintaining the status quo in Joaquin is sufficient. Grady looked at the wine in his cup, swirled it slightly, and slowly said, After all, Amaya now owns half of Joaquin's territory. If we let him completely unify Joaquin, he might become a formidable power for us in Cary. And with Ansel's army threatening him, he probably won't have time to advance westward, ensuring our eastern borders remain safe. Moreover, he may come to rely on us eventually. Isn't this a good thing for us? I couldn't help but admire this silently after hearing those words. Admittedly, Grady had mastered the art of imperial politics. No one would have thought it could be like this. But wouldn't we be breaking our promise to Amaya? Ike filled his own cup and slowly said, If he refuses to hand over Bingzhou and Ezhou to us later, it will complicate matters. Now she has many issues to handle. If she doesn't comply with us, who can she rely on? Grady wasn't concerned at all and continued, and I've already discussed with them. As long as we maintain the status quo, then Cell might join us. We would need your majesty's guidance then. This strategy was well calculated. After controlling all of Joaquin, Cary's influence would become unprecedentedly strong. Seeing this, I couldn't help but frown. Given the current situation, he didn't want to see this plan materialize. More importantly, he had his eyes on Amaya. Eventually, this territory should belong to him. General, you don't seem too happy. Grady took another sip of wine and asked, do you have other thoughts about this matter? No. Ike shook his head and said solemnly, with the current situation, Xianxia is controlled by Burl's army. If your majesty wants peace talks, shouldn't you negotiate with Burl? I'm just afraid they won't agree. Burl? Grady's face showed disdain as he responded, given their strength, how can they match us? Even if they had the capability, would I fear them? Your majesty, our elite navy isn't something we can easily deal with now. Ike understood the underlying meaning and replied immediately, given the situation, we are probably not their match right now. While that may be true, we don't necessarily have to fear them. Grady shook his head and said seriously, now, I have 10,000 new recruits under my command, plus your troops, totaling over 200,000. Apart from Zhao, who else can be my match? Of course, besides Zhao, none of the surrounding countries could rival them, but he shouldn't forget Qin either. Once Qin's fierce army moves east, all surrounding nations would suffer. Your majesty, don't say any more. Before I could speak, Grady interrupted, given the current situation, if you want to make further progress, we cannot consider so many things. With our present strength, which country in the east can challenge us? Seeing this, Ike remained silent. After all, given the current situation, Grady's confidence had probably swollen to an extreme, not listening to any words from anyone else. And with Joaquin's great victory, the other states had witnessed it as well, and now were likely worried in their hearts. There is nothing much to say about this matter, said the butler when Grady saw him not speaking and then reminded again, General, I will arrange for envoys to negotiate with them. As for how things will be handled next, we'll wait for my news. I follow your orders. Ike thought for a moment but still agreed. Whether he would do so was not something the butler could control, and he was sure that Burl would not accept such negotiations. After all, if Ansel established a new country in the south, it would pose the greatest threat to Burl. By the way, Cornelius told me after returning to the palace that you did not let him enter the capital. I would like to ask what the situation was back then. Grady indicated to the eunuch to pour wine and asked again, Your Majesty. Seeing this scene, Ike directly spoke with a serious face, given the current situation. If he had entered the capital at that time, he would have interfered with my command. Although he was nominally a supervisor, he never truly commanded an army. And most importantly, if he came in and disrupted the morale of the troops, things would have become complicated. So, there was no way I could let him stay here. Upon hearing these words, Grady's expression turned somewhat ugly. He did not expect Ike to speak so frankly about the matter, but he was assigned by me. Grady's face darkened, then intensified his tone and said, Do you not respect the people I assign? General. Chapter 175, Hearts Apart. Your Majesty, as you said earlier, a general far from the capital may not always follow orders. Ike responded with a serious expression. Moreover, the situation was extremely dangerous at that time. If I had let them in and the rebel forces took advantage of this opportunity to swarm in, who would have taken responsibility for that? This? Grady's face darkened after hearing this, and he couldn't help but say, General, aren't these words somewhat exaggerated? Furthermore, considering what happened later, it might not have gone as you described. That's because the trouble has been resolved. Seeing this, Ike didn't back down at all, still speaking seriously. Let's put aside other matters for now. If any problems arose at that time, the responsibility would be unbearable. After all, I still had troops under my command then. If they attacked the capital, our treaty with Joaquin would be over. At that point, everyone might regret it, but who could bear such responsibility? Unsure how to respond, Grady had an unpleasant look on his face. Your Majesty, everything I do now is for the future, said Ike. If your Majesty thinks I've made mistakes, I hope you won't hold it against me. The situation back then wasn't something anyone could prevent. Once Ansel led the army to attack the city, I had no defense prepared at all. Enough. Grady immediately stood up, pacing around while glancing at him. Let's put this matter behind us. Nobody should mention it again. I will follow your orders, Your Majesty. Ike agreed without hesitation since he thought everything went fine for him. What about the other issue? What do you have to say? After taking a few steps, Grady seemed to remember something and asked, You negotiated with the Albert Kingdom. Why did you not submit a petition about this? If I hadn't come here today, we might not even know about it. General, what explanation do you have for this? Your Majesty. Ike raised an eyebrow unconcernedly, replying, I've already explained this before. Don't you wish to mobilize nearby troops? Hearing this, Grady showed clear anger but forced it down. Isn't this reason not very convincing? Besides, shouldn't you consult me first under such circumstances? And regarding the territory you decided to give up, don't you think it needs my approval first? Or a discussion with court officials? Do you have the right to decide just because you conquered that land? Seeing this, Ike frowned. Indeed, as he had predicted, there would be friction between them. It seemed inevitable, yet he didn't wish for it to happen. But if Grady insisted, then it couldn't be helped. Your Majesty, I've already explained everything before. As for other matters, I don't want to talk much. Standing up, he spoke formally. If Your Majesty doubts me, consider I haven't said anything. You. Grady suddenly looked surprised, sizing up the man before him. He was at a loss about how things had escalated so badly, leaving him pale. Your Majesty, listening to both sides enlightens one, but listening to only one side leads to darkness. Ike bowed and said, I won't say more. I hope Your Majesty understands my hardships. Fine, very well. Grady narrowed his eyes. Since you've spoken thusly, I won't comment further. I hope you act according to my wishes. He knew deep down their relationship wouldn't be as close as before. After saying this, the butler left the tent directly. Ike sat down slowly, unsure how to proceed. There was nothing more to say between them now. Should ministers continue attacking him, it would cause more problems. After an unknown period, Jensen walked in with several bodyguards. General, the Yuan has left. Looking at the seated Ike, he paused before saying, he asked me to hand this item to you. Ike nodded and took the item, finding it was a letter. Without opening it, he placed it directly on the desk. Actually, there was no need to guess the content. It would only be some words of advice. But for him, such advice was useless at the moment. Since he had made up his mind to do something, nobody could change that. General. Suddenly, a soldier ran in, speaking with an agitated tone. General, someone is here to see you personally. Who? After collecting himself, Ike stood up and asked calmly. That person claims to be Korea's Grand Tutor, Marcos, saying he wants to meet the general personally and asks you to come out to see him. The soldier paused for a moment before adding, and it seems he's quite anxious. All right. Ike understood immediately. The real person who wanted to see him wasn't this Marcos, but Kinley Aurora. As for why the woman hadn't come herself, it was likely due to the ongoing celebration within the camp, which would cause unnecessary trouble if she arrived. He tidied up his clothes and left the camp directly. Due to the festive atmosphere in the camp, where soldiers were drinking and eating merrily, nobody noticed his departure. When he reached the camp gate, he saw a middle-aged man waiting quietly. You are Korea's great general, Marcos? Ike sized up the man before him and said, I've heard much about you. Your name is truly well-renowned. Ha ha ha, I'm nothing compared to General Monroe. Marcos remarked, honestly, I don't quite understand what makes the general so special that our Kinley can't stop thinking about you. He said this merely to save face, for indeed, anyone before Ike found it difficult to gain any advantage. Chapter 176 Heart-to-Heart Talk. General Heim, you were joking? After hearing this, Ike naturally understood the teasing in his words. He then said indifferently, considering the current situation, it may not be as you think, General. There is no connection between EUANIS and me. Everything is based on mutual cooperation interests among countries. Without these interests, I believe the EUANIS would not cooperate with me. Since Generalissimo has spoken so clearly, I believe it is as you say. Marcos chuckled, an odd glint flashing through his eyes. No one could tell how much of what he said was true or false, and no one dared to investigate. After all, even if he had the nerve, he wouldn't dare offend the Kinley. I think General Heim still has a basic ability to discern right from wrong. If you were to spread rumors without confirmation, that wouldn't be like you at all. Ike knew well that this matter only circulated among their own country's officials. It shouldn't spread to either side. Of course, whoever took this seriously would inevitably invite the displeasure of the Kinley. When that happened, they would likely feel the wrath of the Kinley. Please follow me, General. Marcos then smiled and said, don't keep our Kinley waiting for too long. Also, this matter is ultimately for your sake, so I hope you won't anger Her Majesty. As for this matter, I have it under control. Ike nodded. He also faced quite a headache over this issue. If he could leverage the power of the Kinley, it would be all the better. Please. Marcos nodded, then turned and spoke. The two walked one behind the other, neither of them speaking first, as this was their first meeting, and they were not particularly familiar with each other. Ike followed Marcos to a tent. Looking around, he noticed many hidden experts but found it puzzling that if they were part of the escort accompanying Yuan Karyong, they shouldn't be here. If they came alone, it might raise suspicion from the Cary Kingdom. After all, both he and the Kinley held extremely sensitive positions, which would certainly invite speculation. Please enter, General. Seeing him standing there looking puzzled, Marcos smiled and said, our Kinley has been waiting for some time. All right. Hearing this, Ike nodded and entered without hesitation. Inside, Felicia was sitting cross-legged on a rug, with food laid out on a table, looking quite sumptuous. You finally arrived, making me wait for quite a while. Seeing the arrival, Felicia stretched lazily and laughed lightly. I thought you didn't want to come. Kinley, you jest. Ike stepped forward 2 steps and bowed. You have come all this way? How could I ignore you? Besides, nothing happens without a reason. I'm sure your Majesty must have something important, so of course, I should pay my respects. You always find the right words, what can I say? Felicia smiled slightly, gesturing for him to sit. Kinley, did you come with our Yuan's escort, or alone? Ike just sat down when a palace maid quickly poured wine for him. I originally came with a state letter. Felicia raised her wine cup and replied, but I did not expect that by the time my carriage reached Dichio, your Yuan had already left ahead of me. I had no choice but to follow. So the Yuan was unaware of your Majesty's itinerary this time? Ike raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous feeling creeping up. Still, he drained the cup in one go, hoping no one would make a fuss over this, or it would be troublesome. What can I do? Though Felicia sighed, she still smiled faintly, resting her chin in her hand. The Yuan of Cary rushed ahead, and my guards couldn't catch up. Even if we had caught up, what more could we say? Ike frowned. Karyong traveled with 30,000 imperial guards, and a large amount of supplies from the Ministry of Household, moving very slowly. However, from Felicia's tone, it seemed intentional, though he knew this but couldn't comment much on it. Your Majesty, then our meeting seems unofficial. Logically, if the Kinley came, she should have gone directly to see the Yuan. What business could bring her to meet a general like him? If you don't welcome me, then I will return home immediately, and absolutely not cause you any trouble. Upon hearing this, Felicia straightened her posture immediately, with a hint of complaint in her voice. I came here after such a long journey and have only been seated for 2 hours, yet you are blaming me now. Your Majesty, you misunderstood. I felt somewhat helpless and couldn't help but think of what Marcos had said earlier. Could it be that the Kinley really has feelings for him? No, this was too dangerous. You must have something important to discuss this time? He quickly changed the subject and asked, or is there another reason? This visit is naturally to congratulate General on your great victory. Seeing his reaction, Felicia felt more at ease and turned to look at the palace maid beside her. After all, such a great victory should be celebrated. Not to hide from your majesty. Ike watched as the palace maid poured wine for him, then gestured for her to leave. He filled his own cup and said, "When are you visited to console the troops? I already drank some." "That's different." Felicia didn't mind and raised her wine glass. "His visit was for state affairs, but my invitation to drink is a gesture of personal sentiment between us. How can they be compared?" "Your majesty speaks wisely." Hearing this, Ike nodded and drained his cup in one go. "Apart from this, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." Felicia put down her cup, her expression turning serious again. "Do you have the intention to talk about it?" "Your majesty, please speak your mind directly." Seeing this, Ike nodded. Although he wasn't sure what the Kinley meant, he understood that, compared to others, they could speak more openly without much reservation or worry. Between them, it was more like friends. Chapter 177 Alliance. The main purpose of my visit is to explore the possibility of cooperation between the general and me. Felicia's expression suddenly turned serious as she said solemnly, "I wonder what thoughts does the great general have in mind? Cooperate with me?" Upon hearing this, Ike was clearly taken aback for a moment before repeating, "Manny wishes to cooperate with me? Do I have a problem? Or don't you understand?" Felicia raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. "Such a simple matter. I didn't think you wouldn't understand it. I just find it a bit strange." Ike shook his head and immediately spoke. "If your majesty wishes to discuss cooperation, you should talk to our butler. How can you bypass him and come to me privately? Could it be this woman has discovered something? This is unlikely." The Kinley heard this and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, laughing. "I believe that the great general's value in the future may surpass that of Manny, so I came directly to you, not him." "That might not work." Seeing the situation, Ike couldn't help but shake his head again and said, "If your majesty approaches me privately, it would certainly raise suspicion of overstepping your bounds, which would be very disadvantageous for the future." With these words, Felicia's expression turned unpleasant, then she frowned. "You're just too insincere." She seemed somewhat angry, gripped the wine glass tightly, and finished it in one gulp, saying, "From your previous military deployments, I could tell you've had ambitions of independence. You..." Before she finished speaking, Ike looked surprised and interrupted. "Your majesty is being overly hasty. How can you conclude that I have other intentions? Besides, given the current situation, your majesty shouldn't jump to such conclusions. If you say that, it means you don't trust me." Felicia became visibly upset, stood up straight away, and said, "Let me be honest. If you don't trust me, there's no need for us to cooperate. Don't blame me when things turn ugly later. Even though I sent troops to assist you several times, you even don't trust me now. It's truly despicable." There was obvious resentment in her tone as she glared at Ike and turned to leave. "Your majesty." Seeing this scene, Ike felt somewhat helpless. Bowing deeply, he said, "In all honesty, it's my fault for not explaining clearly from the start. Please do not be angry, your majesty." "You admit it then?" Seeing him back down, Felicia appeared slightly smug. "It would have been better if you'd admitted it earlier. Why make it so complicated? Just so you know, I've known about those intentions for a while." Ike was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. "I hope, your majesty, you can keep this matter confidential." After a pause, he honestly admitted, "Please don't let this spread. There are some things I don't wish others to know, at least not yet." "Rest assured." Felicia raised an eyebrow, sat down again, and continued, "Since I told you this much, I won't tell anyone else. Besides, given the unstable situation now, I wouldn't add trouble for you either. That's the best outcome." Ike breathed a sigh of relief. Considering the present circumstances, they still needed to see how events unfolded. "You can be sure." Hearing this, Felicia added, "When we cooperate in the future, feel free to be straightforward with me. And most importantly, I can dispatch troops directly." After all, with full control over Korea's military and political power, she no longer needed to operate under someone else's constraints. "There is something I want to ask of your majesty now." Seeing the opportunity, Ike asked frankly, "Would your majesty agree?" "I'm curious what it is." Felicia became interested at the prospect of his request and asked, supporting her chin, "Considering my current predicament, I believe your majesty understands." Ike stroked his chin and asked, "If we want to attack Xianxia, we will need naval warships. As it stands, we lack such resources. Most of the guard army consists of infantry, with only a small naval force. To counter Burl, this might be insufficient. Do you want me to mobilize the navy for you?" Seeing the situation, Felicia's expression also became more serious. Then she couldn't help but speak. "But considering the current situation, the number of naval forces I can mobilize now is also limited. After all, throughout the entire Korean territory, only about 30,000 naval troops could be mobilized, and this was their last aquatic force. By the time we transfer naval forces from your side, there might not be enough time." Ike, seeing this, couldn't help but shake his head and then said, "I hope your majesty can use this opportunity to persuade the kingdom of Anakin, hoping they can dispatch troops." What did you say?" Hearing this, Felicia obviously paused for a moment, then couldn't help but looked at Ike, thinking that she had heard incorrectly. "You mean asking me to persuade the kingdom of Anakin?" "Yes." Ike nodded immediately, his expression grave, saying, "If we mobilize from your side now, time would be insufficient. And it wouldn't be feasible in the short term because you also need to borrow passage through Anakin, which would take too long. Therefore, sending forces from Anakin would be the fastest and could catch them off guard. But the condition you mentioned might be rather difficult." Felicia shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with helplessness as she frankly said, "Last time when I borrowed passage, it was thanks to Marcos. Without him, it might have been more difficult. I think you should ask him to make another trip." Hearing this, I couldn't help but nod and solemnly said, "Since Marcos can persuade them to allow passage, I believe he should have no problem persuading them to send troops either." After all, these two matters were essentially not very different, and more importantly, he was desperately in need of naval forces right now. "I'll do my best to try." Felicia lacked confidence in this, as borrowing troops was no small matter. If borrowing passage didn't harm Anakin's interests much, mobilizing troops might very likely cause casualties for Anakin. Moreover, if there were many deaths, it would bring more trouble. Chapter 178. The Two Kinleys. Then I must thank your majesty. Ike nodded upon hearing this. After all, if he could resolve the navy issue, he would be able to directly break through the Burl Kingdom's defenses, forcing them out of Joaquin Kingdom's territory completely, thus giving him an opportunity to control the entire Joaquin Kingdom. As for Amaya, strictly speaking, this woman no longer had any capital. Whether she lived or died would merely be a matter of his decision. With this favor repaid, he had no more concerns. If Anakin Kingdom agrees to send troops, how will you thank me? Susanna asked with a mischievous smile. How should I repay you according to your terms? Ike raised an eyebrow. After all, Joaquin Kingdom can hardly offer anything valuable now. Some things may not even interest your majesty. You. Upon hearing this, Susanna couldn't help but feel annoyed. She didn't know if this wooden-headed man was truly unaware or just pretending. Logically, General Monroe, who planned strategies from afar and achieved victories miles away, shouldn't be oblivious to these matters. This left only one possibility. He was feigning ignorance on purpose. Given that, she couldn't blame herself. Your majesty, your grace will always be in my heart. Ike naturally understood the implication and smiled, but considering the current situation, I cannot think too much right now. If I have the capability later, it won't be too late for your majesty to ask for repayment then. Humph. Susanna felt better after hearing his words and said, Who said I was thinking about your repayment? I merely mentioned it casually. It's up to you what you decide when the time comes. Realizing her sincerity, there was nothing else she could say. Your majesty. Suddenly, Marcos's voice came from outside the tent. Someone seeks an audience. Who is it? Susanna immediately became alert. Don't they know I'm receiving distinguished guests? Moreover, aside from those by her side, who else would know she was here? It shouldn't be like this. Your majesty, this person was originally a scout within Joaquin Kingdom and claims to have important matters to report. Marcos quickly explained. Should I let him in? Your majesty, I believe national affairs should take precedence. Ike stood up and said, If you haven't left yet, you can contact me directly for any matters. All right. Susanna nodded and looked towards the tent in trance. Let that person come in. After bowing, Ike left the tent and mounted his horse, heading towards his camp. The camp was bustling with activity, seemingly still enjoying the afterglow of the recent military parade. General. As he prepared to return to the central command tent, a general approached and saluted. General Joaquin. Ike paused. Why didn't I see you earlier? Weren't you accompanying Manny? Reporting to the general. Dylan explained. I led the troops behind Manny, so I arrived later. When I entered earlier, you were already drinking with Manny, so I stayed outside and had a couple of drinks with Generals Lionel and Xue. I see. I thought you didn't make it this time. Ike nodded. I heard Manny has returned to the capital. Didn't you go back with him? No. Dylan shook his head. Manny ordered me to stay and assist General in defeating the enemy. Indeed. Ike nodded without showing any surprise. On the surface, he was to assist him in battle, but secretly, he was likely a spy. However, this didn't bother him since Dylan couldn't stop him anymore. Besides, compared to Cornelius, he had no aversion towards Dylan and even harbored some gratitude. General. Suddenly, Jalmer rushed in, bowing. Kinley summons you. I understand. Ike nodded, his mind racing as Amaya had arrived. General, please go about your business. I will find Generals Lionel and Xue. Dylan, noticing the gaze directed at him, immediately turned and walked toward another part of the camp. Ike then entered the central command tent, where he saw Amaya sitting composedly. Compared to before, though she wasn't wearing her imperial robe, her demeanor had significantly improved, likely boosted by recent victories that seemed to have restored her confidence. Humph. Seeing this scene, Ike cleared his throat and casually sat in the main seat, giving her a glance. Humph. Though Amaya was extremely displeased, she obediently stood up, walked over, and poured a cup of tea for him. Please drink your tea. You seem quite cooperative. Ike sipped the tea and said, You should know why I didn't bring you along earlier. Your presence here might affect the morale of the troops. Amaya gritted her teeth and retorted. It's really disappointing when good intentions are misunderstood. If coming here just means enduring grievances, I wouldn't have come. After saying this, she sat down opposite him with a grim face. You're really? So what exactly is going on? Ike, realizing he might have been wrong, but still maintained a serious expression. If it's my fault, I can apologize. Don't you understand? Amaya's expression softened slightly. Your butler is already discussing official appointments. I've been delaying him, saying things haven't stabilized yet, but now that he's back in the capital, I fear I can no longer hold him off. Chapter 179 Night Raid. If you hadn't mentioned this, I would have forgotten about it. Ike nodded upon hearing these words. Recently, he had been busy with the military matters on the front lines, and had indeed forgotten about the matter of official appointments. I think we should handle this like this. He straightened his body and said, Tell him that the appointment of the 2 prefectural officials will take a few more days, and when he asks again after I've made arrangements, tell him to come find me. Easier said than done. Amaya obviously had some resentment in her heart, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Is this matter really as easy as you say? Moreover, right now, he's pressuring me, not you. Didn't I just tell you how to respond? Ike frowned and then continued. As long as you follow what I said, what's the problem? Besides, could he possibly pressure you that much? After all, both sides were answerable to the butler, and forcing matters too much would be harmful to everyone, especially for the person in front of him. You say it so easily. Although Amaya said this, she still had to rely on Ike. If the matter turned out simple, there would be nothing to say. Do I need to teach you anything else? Ike raised an eyebrow and said, Just do as I said. No need to worry about anything else. But I have one condition. At this moment, Amaya suddenly thought of something and immediately said, If you agree to this, I can even face off with Grady without any issue. So tell me, what is your condition? Seeing this, Ike became wary. After all, this person before him was not someone to be underestimated, and she might have other motives. You must arrange for a general to replace me in command of the Imperial Guards and help train the new army. After stabilizing the entire north, Amaya immediately had Murray arrange for local officials to recruit new soldiers. Regardless of other matters, national defense and military strength were currently the most critical issues. The whole Xiao Kingdom could only mobilize her capital's 30,000 elite guards. Though they were elite, it was far from easy to defend against invasions from other countries with merely 30,000 troops. You sure have big ambitions. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Do you not know Grady's intentions? He wants to gradually consume your resources through this opportunity. Do you think he'll let you train your army? That's not up to him. Amaya immediately replied without hesitation. When all the rebels are driven out, I'll still be the Kinley of Joaquin. Anyone who dares to harbor thoughts against Joaquin will pay the price. I can agree to this condition. I could agree immediately, but not right now. I will make arrangements for generals to head to the capital after I take Xianxia. At present, everyone around me is indispensable. She agreed so quickly because, ultimately, the current situation didn't require her to care much about Joaquin's affairs, since he would lead them eventually. That makes sense. Since you agree, I'm relieved. Amaya sighed in relief. After everything that happened recently, she realized that besides Ike, no one could replace his position as the Grand General. If you have no other business, you may return. Ike stood up and said, Grady is surely waiting for your reply. I have one thing to ask you. Amaya walked to the tent entrance, but suddenly turned back as if remembering something. Just ask whatever you want. Ike said indifferently. It seems Grady also suspects you. You don't need to go back. Why not stay in Joaquin directly? Your position will remain unchanged, and I will grant you a princely title. What do you think? After these series of events, Amaya's mindset changed completely. She now knew who truly mattered to her. I don't think it's as simple as you imagine. Ike sneered inwardly. Was this person trying to further harm him? The entire Grand General's mansion was almost decimated by her, and now she wanted to trap him this way. It was simply laughable. Aren't you satisfied? Amaya couldn't help but frown and then said, but this is already the limit of what I can offer you. You can't possibly expect me to give you the imperial throne, right? My point is, please allow me some more time to think. Ike waved his hand and then spoke somewhat indifferently. All right, do you have anything else? You can leave now. I understand. Amaya felt somewhat depressed at this moment. In her view, she had already humbled herself enough. If he was still not satisfied, there was nothing more she could do. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she immediately recalled their previous conversation, which made her heart race with lingering fear. Does this guy really want to replace me? Logically, it shouldn't be the case. After all, with their current strength, they couldn't possibly fully assimilate the entire Xiao Kingdom. Over the next few days, Ike focused on training the army while waiting for news from Felicia. After all, as soon as the Anakin Kingdom's army arrived, he could immediately order an attack. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he was drowsy, a soldier rushed in quickly. General, a boat is rapidly approaching from across the river. The man knelt down and immediately reported. What did you say? Hearing this, Ike stood up immediately and asked, just one boat? How many people are on it? The fog is too thick on the other side. We can only see that one boat. We don't know how many soldiers are on board. The man shook his head, as the fog was too dense to make out the situation clearly. Get them ready and prepare for defense immediately. I quickly dressed and looked at the soldier. Tell them, if they spot any abnormality, archers should shoot without hesitation. Execution for anyone who disobeys. Yes. The soldier nodded and rushed out of the door. Chapter 180, Betrayal for Survival. Following Ike's order, all the soldiers gathered on the shore, their eyes fixed on a boat approaching not far away. The boat was moving at an incredible speed. It did not have any lights on, making it impossible to tell how many people were aboard. General, if they are here for a night raid, I don't think it's very likely, Tate said with a laugh, since this boat could only carry up to a dozen people. Even if it did hold these people, trying to launch a surprise attack with just them would be incredibly difficult. Do not underestimate them, Ike said sternly. And most importantly, given the current situation, we could easily be ambushed if we're not careful. Bowman, prepare. As the boat was about to dock, he gave the order without hesitation. Don't shoot. They are our own people. Do not attack. We are our own people. At this moment, a person appeared on the bow of the boat, shouting loudly, please do not attack. Seeing this, Ike immediately calmed down and looked closely at the people on the boat. After some time, he realized that it was Dean. He had heard that when Encel besieged the city, this man had already fled to join them a few weeks ago. So, according to the current situation, these people must have seen that Logan was failing. So they quickly turned around and came back to us? I didn't expect it to be him. Jalmer, still in the army, clenched his teeth upon seeing this scene. He must have seen that the group from Monroe Inn is doomed. So now he's intentionally turning to us in Monroe Bay. What a bunch of two-faced rats. Lord One, this is normal for them. As long as they can survive, what won't they do? Benji wasn't concerned but looked down on them even more. Let them come over. Ike was not particularly worried about this either, and only signaled his men to lower their bows. After the boat docked, Dean hurriedly ran out of the cabin and kneeled before Ike. General, we've come to pledge allegiance to you. He immediately began pleading tearfully, previously, we made mistakes. Please let bygones be bygones and spare us this time. Yes, General. Albert Sherpan and other officials then emerged from the cabin. You rascals, hurry up and help me out. While everyone was observing this group, another cursing voice came from inside the cabin. Ike felt this voice was familiar. He turned and saw that it was Ellison, an old acquaintance. So, it's Senior Secretary Albert. I couldn't help but laugh at this sight. The man looked quite pathetic, wearing a soldier's uniform that looked completely unsuitable for him. His old face was flushed red, presumably from discomfort in the cabin. General Monroe, I'm truly embarrassing myself in front of you. With Albert Shippen's support, Ellison slowly walked out of the cabin. Compared to the other officials, he seemed much more composed. What? Is Senior Secretary Albert coming to surrender to me? Ike approached, examining this cunning old fox. To be honest, there had been little interaction between them. Moreover, this old fox had always held power in the court, suppressing dissidents, which made Ike utterly disdainful of him. Back when he was there, he could control Ellison, but after being exiled by the Kinley, the secretary became even more brazen. General, we are turning over a new leaf. Ellison replied without hesitation or embarrassment. Logan's actions have already angered heaven and humanity. Even if we don't say it, I believe you all are well aware of his atrocities. What angers us even more is that this prince betrayed our territory to secure his future prosperity. This is something we cannot tolerate. So we specifically came to surrender to you, unwilling to continue being associated with such a despicable man. These words were spoken with great vehemence. Anyone meeting him for the first time might have thought this guy was a patriotic citizen who was deceived and led astray. But both Ike and Benji, Jalmer knew exactly what kind of person he was, so they wore looks of disdain on their faces. General, every word my father said is true. Julian also promptly expressed his stance, saying, initially, we followed Logan because the Kinley's policies were too severe. We had no other choice. Yes, but none of us expected that Logan would raise an army in rebellion. Dean immediately added after hearing this, had we known, we would never have followed him. Enough of your idle talk. Jalmer could no longer bear to listen and interrupted them. Do you think we don't know your intentions? You only want to switch allegiances now because you see Logan's downfall. Reflect on it yourselves. Was your departure from the Kinley really as you claim? Especially you, Dean. When you saw the capital was about to fall, you feared for your life and fled in the middle of the night. How shameless. His words left a few faces flushed with embarrassment. Enough. Ike wasn't particularly concerned by this situation, knowing Amaya had plenty of means to deal with them, so it wasn't his place to comment. But I'd like to hear how sincere your allegiance is. Since you've come in good faith, you must bring some proof of it. He sized up each of them with a smile. You should show me your sincerity, not just expect me to believe a few words. We brought Logan bound. Dean immediately pointed to the cabin below. To prove our sincerity, we specifically brought Logan to offer. What? This statement stunned everyone present. Clearly, they hadn't expected these men to go so far as to betray their former master to save their own skins, which was utterly despicable. Chapter 181. Disposal. Arnie? Upon hearing these two words, Ike thought he had misheard. He immediately squatted down and glanced at Dean and the others. I really didn't expect it. You managed to bring him here. In that case, please bring him out. After all, from the actions of these few people, it was evident they must have shoved Arnie into the boat. He wanted to seize this opportunity to see how dire a predicament Ansel was in now. No problem. Hearing this, Dean ran to the cabin and then carried someone out. In front of everyone's eyes, Ansel, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, was thrown onto the shore. His whole body was bound with ropes, and to prevent him from struggling and making noise, they even stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth. Ansel's face was already flushed red, his eyes wide open as if they were bronze bells. Mm. From his throat emerged an enraged roar akin to a wild beast, making one's hair stand on end. Truly unexpected. Jalmer felt quite gratified seeing this scene, then began to taunt. Initially, His Highness, the Nate, issued anti-foe proclamations with great enthusiasm, but now he's become a prisoner within the blink of an eye. Truly, life is unpredictable. After all, to him, this gang of rebels should not have a good end at all. Now seeing them turn on each other, he felt incredibly gratified and wished to throw this bunch out directly. Take the cloth out of his mouth. Ike did not react much, just waved his hand and said indifferently, all right. Seeing this, Dean immediately took the cloth out of the latter's mouth after squatting down. You traitors! Who knew that Ansel would immediately start yelling and cursing? None of you will have a good ending. Not a single one will escape a brutal death. He was extremely angry inside. Originally, these people appeared decent every day, but unexpectedly, when it mattered most, they bound him. This blatant betrayal, along with his anger, made him wish he could personally kill these people. Truly never expected that you, Prince, would also have today. Jalmer gritted his back teeth in anger, for he was once Arnie's mentor. According to propriety, there should have been a bond of master and disciple between them. But now, toward this rebel, he wished to stomp on him with his own hands. Spit. Ansel was utterly enraged and spat, losing face before so many people. He instantly continued to curse, Ike, if you dare, just untie me, we'll have a one-on-one duel. If I lose, do whatever you want with me. But if you lose, release me and let me return to Xianxia for our next showdown. Do you think I would give you that chance? Ike raised his eyebrows, a flash of cold light passed through his eyes, and he laughed. Besides, I think that with the force you have left, it might not even be enough to fill my teeth gaps. And more importantly, a one-on-one match is unnecessary. It would be insulting to me. You. Ansel choked up, not expecting to fall to such depths. General, we've brought the man over. No matter what, we have redeemed ourselves somewhat. Dean anxiously looked forward to Ike's response, rubbing his hands and saying, what do you think about us? The others also looked eagerly towards him upon hearing this. After all, this was a chance for them to redeem themselves. Even if they couldn't advance, keeping their original rank would be acceptable. And you lot are asking for rewards now? Just then, Benji could not hold back and spit, scolding, don't look at what you did beforehand. Wanting to repent now is probably too late. What does this have to do with you? Julian retorted immediately, we're only asking General, not for you to decide. How ridiculous, treating yourself like something important. Pa. That's enough, there's no need to argue over trivial matters. Ike stopped their argument by raising his hand, turning his gaze to Ellison and the others. Honestly, he had no good feeling towards these opportunists. After all, these few people had managed to bring Arnie over, bound and delivered. so they could be considered meritorious contributors. If he were to kill these people at this moment, it would likely hurt the morale of others. Therefore, it was better to handle the situation prudently. He had already come up with a plan in an instant. Here's what we'll do. You are not subjects of Cary Kingdom, so I have no authority to punish you. He glanced at them and then smiled. How about this? You go back directly to Kinley, let her arrange your future. What do you think? This? Ellison's expression turned awkward upon hearing this. After all, it was he who suggested that Arnie should lead the team, eventually leaving the capital with supplies and joining forces with Arnie. If they returned now, they would inevitably face the wrath of the Kinley. Their lives would be at risk. General. He looked at Ike, then gave an awkward smile. I'm sure General has heard of the misunderstanding between us and the Kinley. If we return now, we might incur her displeasure or even worse, risk our lives. I understand your concern. Ike smiled and said, how about this? I will write a letter now, which you can deliver to Kinley. I believe she won't mistreat you after reading it. What do you think? That's excellent, truly excellent. Dean and the others immediately laughed. After all, this solution suited them best. Logically speaking, Ike was now the benefactor of the entire Joaquin Kingdom. Amaya would definitely give him some respect. This way, they might be able to return to their original positions. Lionel stood up, take Arnie back to the camp. Ike's expression turned serious as he issued orders. Maintain the original military deployment. Anyone who slacks off will be dealt with according to military law. Chapter 182 Opportunity. After returning to the military camp, Ike immediately wrote a letter. However, the content of the letter was not to ask Amaya to pardon those few people, but to have the Kinley execute them as a warning to others. After all, Amaya now also hated these few individuals to the core. This opportunity could also help prevent some anger. Moreover, a more important point was that these individuals could later be used to intimidate others who had ulterior motives. On the contrary, Julian and his group were very satisfied upon receiving the letter. They set off for the capital without hesitation. Ike was naturally not reassured they would open the letter. After all, Ellison, the old fox, was too cunning. So he also arranged for several black-clad guards to follow them all the way. If these guys dared to have other thoughts, they would surely pay the price then. After sending them away, he subsequently arranged for someone to bring Cell to the Central Army tent. You can untie him. You may leave directly. I'll call you if there's anything. Ike glanced at them and said indifferently, yes. The orderly loosened the ropes on Cell and then withdrew from the main tent. I didn't expect you two to meet again so soon. Ike looked at his resentful opponent and then sipped tea. Unfortunately, this time you don't have any bargaining chips with me. Humph. Do you think I will submit just because you defeated me with such underhanded tricks? Seeing this, Cell sat down opposite, picked up the teacup on the table, and drank from it. Let me tell you, using such despicable means, I won't accept it. This is not a matter of your acceptance. Hearing this, Ike's expression instantly turned grim. Now I can clearly tell you that this was not my use of a reverse tactic. I find it beneath me to use it on you. Moreover, do you think your acceptance affects the battle situation next? You. Cell's face suddenly paled, seemingly losing all strength. He gritted his teeth. Stop lecturing me here. I see no need to lecture you. Ike stood up and glanced at him. Do you know why I'm still keeping you alive? It's only because of the army still under my command. Although they lack morale now, after all, they are elite among elites. Upon hearing this, Cell immediately replied with a hint of pride. If you can recruit these more than 10,000 men, it would greatly enhance your power. Good to know you understand. Ike nodded at the scene. Well, if you want to stay alive, I'll give you 1 hour. Write a letter to your men now, telling them to come along the river. Oh yes, instruct them to burn the Burl Army's warships when they arrive. Ike, you are simply too overconfident. Cell raised an eyebrow disdainfully and coldly chuckled. Do you think you're somebody? Ordering me around? Ridiculous. I don't have time to play games with you. Ike turned to walk out of the tent. I give you 1 hour, not a minute more. If you choose to write, have someone deliver the letter directly to me. If not, I won't keep you alive. With that, he left. Hearing this, Cell shivered, realizing that this was perhaps his final ultimatum. It might cost him his life. Xiangyang. What did you say? At this moment, Fabio was leading a group to the government office when he saw Will walk by and recount the events to him. How is this possible? He still looked incredulous, saying, people could easily go missing? How could so many people disappear in the city? It's ridiculous. General Fan, I'm not joking. Will's face was grim. He vaguely guessed what might have happened, but dared not speak lest he invite suspicion from the Burl Army. My primary duty now is to find His Highness. As for defending the river, it falls to you. Saying this, he left with his generals. What is going on here? Fabio couldn't help but curse at the sight. This is bloody weird. He couldn't figure out what exactly happened. Everything seemed normal yesterday, yet today everything changed dramatically. After all, the reason they could stay here was largely due to Nate and Cell's identity. Without this status, they would likely find it difficult to move forward in Joaquin State. After all, apart from their actual control over Jiaoji, Jingzhou, and Albert Zhou were now mostly under Cell's control. General. At that moment, a soldier suddenly ran in and said, His Highness, the Crown Nate, has come and wants to see you. Hurry, take me to him. Fabio immediately agreed and led his men straight there. The Burl State Crown Nate was named Ambrose, already 35 years old, with a robust and imposing appearance. General Fan. Upon seeing Fabio arrive, Ambrose promptly stepped forward and said, I've come by order of my father, the Yuan, to specifically lead troops to assist. How is the situation now? Your Highness, this is truly bizarre. Fabio spoke frankly. Last night, Cell just suddenly went missing for no reason. Isn't that strange? The senior Nate is missing? Hearing this, Ambrose's expression suddenly turned serious, and he asked again, what about the officials and generals under him? Are they still in the city? I haven't seen those civil officials, but most of the soldiers and generals are still in the city. Fabio answered truthfully, and they have no idea what happened either. General Fan, I think this might be a good opportunity for us. Ambrose smiled slightly and replied, now that they lack a commander and are considered rebels, they can only follow our orders. In this way, we gain so many fresh troops without effort. Isn't this a good thing? Your Highness is absolutely right. Fabio immediately beamed. This is indeed an opportunity. Chapter 183, The Native Anakin. Ike received the letter given to him by Ansel early the next morning. He had thought this guy would be more defiant and hold out for at least a few days. But he never expected that his words from yesterday frightened the current Anakin Wong so badly, making him fearful beyond reason. Though he had the intention to kill, he certainly wouldn't do it at this time. After all, apart from other reasons, this guy could also be considered a mascot that could win over Will's group. This letter is written quite well. After glancing through the letter, Ike handed it over to Honest. Do you think there's anything we should add? I find the content quite appropriate, but there's one more point we should clarify, Honest said immediately. If they get the chance, it would be best if they could capture one or two of the enemy generals. That way, we will have leverage when negotiating with Burl. This point is extremely important. Leaving aside other matters, after we reclaim Jingzhou to the south, must we continue relying on Anakin's navy? Besides Jingzhou, Suzhou, Jiaoji, and Albert Zhao still had Burl's troops stationed there. If these people refuse to withdraw, then fighting them outright with our current forces would result in too much loss for us. You make a good point. Ike nodded in agreement. Add that line to the letter. Tell them to seize opportunities when they arise. At your command. Hearing this, Honest turned around and left. General. At this moment, a soldier rushed in. The Grand Tutor of Han, Marcos, requests an audience. Quick, invite him in. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but be elated and immediately stood up to speak. After all, he was aware that the discussions with Anakin were handled by Marcos. With him here, the matter concerning Anakin was likely halfway resolved. A short while later, Marcos entered with a young man. This youth stood 8 feet tall, with arched brows and sparkling eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. His sharp gaze revealed that he was no ordinary person. General Heim, please take a seat. I glanced at both men, gestured for them to sit, and smiled. Your arrival is truly timely. It just happens to be mealtime. Would you like to join us? After the long journey, I am indeed somewhat hungry, Marcos replied with a calm smile, then shifted his gaze to the young man beside him, introducing, General Monroe. Allow me to introduce the crown native Anakin, Jeffrey. Pleased to meet you, General Monroe. Jeffrey immediately saluted and said, I've heard much about your renown for years. To finally meet you today is a great honor. Years ago, Ike's fame had spread throughout the 16 kingdoms. Your Highness, you are too kind. Ike reciprocated the salute gracefully and invited him to sit. Once seated, the soldiers outside promptly served the food. Since we're in camp, our meals are usually simple. Please don't mind. Ike raised his wine cup and said, It's my first time drinking with both of you. Please bear with me. Thank you, General. The other two drank their wine without hesitation. General. Although Marcos was still a Grand Tutor now, having been a military general in the past, he ate without concern for decorum, grabbing a pig trotter directly from the table. This time, acting on the Kinley's orders, I went to Anakin to discuss borrowing troops, but they did not agree immediately. He continued as he ate, They want to discuss further with you personally, so I brought the crown Nate here. General. Jeffrey put down his chopsticks and explained, Our country is not unwilling to assist you, but discussing with Han as intermediaries makes it difficult to express everything clearly. So father sent me to negotiate directly with you, nothing else intended. I understand. Ike nodded. Some matters are indeed clearer when discussed face to face. What conditions does Anakin have? Feel free to speak openly. Of course, if they're beyond my capabilities, I apologize. My father, the Yuan, said that this time, our state of Anakin can dispatch 50,000 elite Navy troops, and the expenses for provisions can be borne by our state, Jeffrey said with a serious expression. Please rest assured of this point, General. So, what are your conditions for the state of Anakin? Ike was well aware that there's no such thing as a free lunch, especially under such generous terms. It was highly unlikely they would send troops without any compensation. Reporting to the general, my father's intention is that in exchange for assisting you this time, we hope to receive equal support in the future. Jeffrey did not directly state their conditions, but instead spoke with profound meaning. Equal support? Hearing this, Ike immediately understood and asked, Does this mean you also plan to deploy troops? Precisely. Jeffrey replied without hesitation. The Burl Kingdom has already expended a significant amount of national strength in this campaign, which presents an excellent opportunity for us. Therefore, we cannot afford to waste it. Furthermore, apart from mobilizing the navy, they had already dispatched troops to the border between the two countries. Once Burl's army suffered a defeat, they would launch an invasion into Burl's territory without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ike fell silent for a moment. After all, given the current situation, this indeed presented a great opportunity. However, it would also thoroughly offend Burl. This wasn't much of a concern since they had already crossed paths with Burl before. Yet, it would result in a powerful Anakin emerging in the south. Your Highness. After some thought, he responded, Considering the present circumstances, I fear I cannot assist you immediately. After all, our army is currently aiding the Wen Kingdom, and I will need to lead the troops back to Cary, so, there's no rush. Jeffrey understood his unspoken concerns and added, Given the current situation, it will take some time to finalize matters between you and Wen, so there's no urgency. Chapter 184, Full of Doubts. Since His Highness the Crown Nate agreed so readily, I will speak frankly. Ike immediately spoke plainly, taking the current situation into account. I hope your country's navy can act swiftly and ideally end the conflict by late October. After all, once it's past October, even in the south, winter would set in. If the river surface freezes over, even the most elite naval forces would be rendered ineffective. Please rest assured, General. The day after we set off, our navy has already sailed down the Albertsa River. As long as you agree to my conditions, they will arrive under Xianxia City in 3 days. Jeffrey came this time with sincerity, so he was very confident that their troops would reach the battlefield in the shortest time possible. Apart from coming with good intentions, time was also a pressing issue. They couldn't afford any waste. Alright, let's proceed as you say. Ike finally breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke frankly. As long as this conflict can be settled this time, you will surely receive due credit. His words clearly implied more rewards beyond just that. Thank you, General. Amos and Jeffrey thought happily together. After all, this was crucial for them at the moment. The three discussed specific details of the battle further. After all, many matters couldn't be resolved with a few words, especially considering this was a war involving 3 countries. After seeing these two off, Ike immediately went to find Honest, arranging to meet them in 3 days when Anakin's navy arrived, and promptly ordered Will to mobilize forces to capture Xiangyang City. However, inside Xiangyang City, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Not only had Nate and Cell gone missing, but also the accompanying ministers had vanished. This was a very serious matter for their faction. The current situation should be clear to you all. Ambrose gathered all the senior officers in Monroching, and with a grave expression said, the Imperial Guards are on the North Shore and could launch a surprise attack at any time. Therefore, we must defend ourselves quickly. Any signs of trouble, and you must notify us immediately. Yes. The generals of Burl State naturally agreed without hesitation. There was no reason to refuse. But Will and others looked extremely worried and did not respond right away, merely watching silently. Will. Fabio immediately reminded upon witnessing this scene. Although you don't need to do much defending, if anything happens, you must step up first. General Fan. Will seemed somewhat reluctant. Since collaborating with Burl State, they suffered many defeats, while Burl's losses were minimal, and their army grew smaller, which was hard to justify. Our priority now should be finding the prince. He expressed his stance, as an army shouldn't be leaderless for long. If we can't find our prince, what will we do? Moreover, he didn't want his men to become cannon fodder for Burl State, something he couldn't accept. Didn't you understand what I said earlier? Hearing this, Fabio's face changed and sternly replied, everything must focus on holding Xiangyang City. Besides, I've arranged my men to search for Arnie. We should have news within 2 days. Why be so anxious? And besides, I think the prince might have gone out with those ministers for leisure. He might return within 2 days. Why worry so much? Such talk may not convince anyone. Upon hearing this, Will raised an eyebrow and responded, with Burl State's influence in the Monronan region, how could there be no news? Or is your mind elsewhere? If that's true, I see no point in wasting time. Let us search ourselves. He suspected that Incel and others might have been harmed by Burl State, just an excuse to control their army. But without solid clues, this was mere speculation. What exactly are you implying? Fabio's expression immediately turned extremely unpleasant upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but retort. We have been cooperating for more than a year. Do we not even have this much trust? If that's the case, what's the point of cooperation? In his heart, he was somewhat puzzled. How did Incel and several living people suddenly vanish without a trace or any signs? And even more importantly, with Burl State's influence in this area, they couldn't find any clues at all, which he found rather strange. General Burl. At this moment, Ambrose, who had been observing silently, spoke up with a serious face. I fully understand your concerns and recognize that Arnie and his party may be in danger. But given the current situation, the most important thing now is to hold Xiangyang City. If our Burl army can't find their whereabouts, how could you few manage to do so? Moreover, not finding them might actually be a good thing because they could be somewhere safe. If it weren't to stabilize the current situation, he wouldn't waste time on these guys. And if it weren't for Will still having over 10,000 troops under his command, making it difficult to control them in a short period, he would have already eliminated these key officers. Your Highness, with that assurance from you, I feel reassured. Will knew this was just a delaying tactic by the other side. Given the current situation, there was no immediate solution. All right, we will do our best to defend the city. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Good, then I entrust this task to all of you. Hearing this, Ambrose secretly sighed with relief and gave Fabio a meaningful look. Chapter 185. Seeing the words is Lionel meeting face to face. After leaving the government office, Will led a group of trusted officers under him to the military camp. Burl brother, what should we do next? At this moment, someone beside him couldn't help but ask, based on the current situation, it seems these people from Burl country are using us as their scapegoats. I've figured out that His Highness and those ministers might have been killed by them. Yes, we must find our own way out. Otherwise, we'll end up being used as pawns sooner or later. But the problem now is that we are at a numerical disadvantage. If it really comes down to fighting, can we, with just these few people, stand a chance against the Burl army? That doesn't mean we should just sit here and wait for death. Dying so miserably would only invite ridicule. The officers were in an uproar, each one chiming in with their opinions. That's enough. There's no need to argue over such trivial matters, Will said after looking at them, his face darkening. Given the current situation, if you ask me, I don't know what to do either. After all, they had at least had a mainstay before. Now that person was gone, leaving them somewhat puzzled. Report, General. Suddenly, several soldiers appeared, dragging a man towards them. What's going on? Will glanced down at the man, frowning. He seemed unfamiliar, and likely wasn't one of the soldiers from his camp. General Burl, this guy was loitering suspiciously outside our camp and was caught by us, the soldier explained immediately. Moreover, when we questioned him, he claimed not to be one of ours nor from Burl country. He could very well be a spy sent from across the river. Well, then why are you standing around? Take him straight to the government office. One of the officers who had spoken earlier retorted angrily. Hold it. Will abruptly raised his hand to interrupt them. Bring this man to my central command tent. Yes, sir. The other soldiers immediately followed orders. Once they arrived at the central command tent, Will gestured for the soldiers to release the man. Now, tell me, who exactly are you? He sat down at his seat, sizing the man up. From your appearance, you don't seem like an ordinary person. General Burl has quite the discerning eye. The man stretched, flexing his muscles, and replied, I indeed come from across the river. His true identity was Emil, the leader of the Black Cloak Guards. The purpose of his visit was to deliver a letter for Honest. You've got quite some nerve. Upon hearing this, Will looked around cautiously and sternly asked, do you realize that talking about these things can get you beheaded? I know you won't send me over. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let me come here, Emil calmly responded, sitting down on a nearby bench and pulling out a letter from his chest. This is from Heston, instructing you on what to do next. His Highness. Hearing those words, Will froze, standing up hesitantly, shaking his head in disbelief. How do you have a personal letter from our Nate? Why don't you take a look yourself? Emil remarked, pouring himself a cup of tea. Moreover, as one of the prince's confidants, shouldn't you recognize his handwriting and seal? Only then did Will finally believe him, quickly stepping forward to take the letter and read it. Was this written by His Highness himself? After reading the content, Will was suddenly filled with doubt. These arrangements seemed too hard to believe. I'm saying the same thing I said earlier. Emil took a sip of tea, growing impatient. You've seen the contents of the letter, right? Is the handwriting and seal correct? Look at how neat his writing is. Does it seem like he was coerced? But there's nothing to but about it. Interrupting Will mid-sentence, Emil continued. Do you still think there's a possibility of turning the tide? The reason he did this was to redeem himself. Now, whether it's him, Albertsong, Shirong, or others, they have already returned to the capital with what they had. Even the Kinley has forgiven their sins. So, now it's just you left. Besides, the UN has decreed that if you choose to defect, not only will your major crimes be pardoned, but all previous grievances will be forgotten, and you will be retained in service. Of course, the latter part of this statement was fabricated, as he estimated that by now, Ellison and the others' heads had already been hung on the city gates of the capital. All right, what should I do then? Will, hearing this, felt a great relief but still gritted his teeth and asked, regarding military deployment, I believe you should know better than me. Emil, seeing Will's agreement, finished the tea in one gulp, stood up directly and said, according to the instructions, 3 days later, the Navy will come to assist. We'll attack them from both inside and outside, catching them off guard. I understand. Will burned the letter on the candle stand and said, please tell His Highness that I will never disappoint him and will definitely win this battle beautifully. Rest assured, I will explain this matter to him. Emil nodded, then turned to leave. You probably won't be able to get out like this. Seeing this, Will warned, after all, Xiangyang City is under strict lockdown. It's not easy to leave so simply. If I could find a way in, I can certainly find a way out. Emil wasn't concerned. Just make sure to follow your Nate's orders and don't let him down. With these words, he immediately turned and left the central command tent. Come here. Once he saw the person leave, Will immediately bellowed. General. The officers guarding the door all rushed in. Spread my order. Starting now, dispatch all patrol troops to the river surface. Any signs of disturbance must be reported to me immediately. Will spoke solemnly, and apart from that, keep an eye on the Burl Army's movements at all times. No slacking off. Understood? We obey your order. The other officers, though unclear about what had happened, followed the order without hesitation, for military orders were like mountains. Chapter 186, Too Great a Loss. As Will's orders were given, all the generals immediately began to act according to his arrangements. Furthermore, Will took control of a military camp in the southern part of Xiangyang based on the information sent from the letter. When the troops from Anakin State marched northward, they could enter Xiangyang according to the original plan. This military deployment naturally aroused Fabio's suspicion. Just a few days ago, Will was almost Xiaojidai going every day due to not finding Arnie. He wasn't this diligent at all. Now that things had changed so abruptly, it made them somewhat suspicious, unsure what this guy was up to. So, he then led his personal soldiers to Will's military camp. General Fan. Will was considering how to welcome the other troops ashore. Although he had over 10,000 men under his command, most of them were infantry and cavalry, not elite naval forces. Therefore, fighting on land gave them some advantage, but once on the river, these landlubbers would only be able to gaze at the water with sighs. Moreover, the more crucial issue was that he currently had no warships at hand. When Incel crossed the river, to prevent the northern army from pursuing, he had already burned all the warships. Why do you have time to come here? Though calm on the surface, Will felt a faint worry inside. After all, the entire city of Xiangyang was now under Burl's control, and they outnumbered him by far. If a confrontation were to break out, it wouldn't benefit anyone. General Burl, I never expected you to change so much recently. Fabio first replied with an insincere smile, then indirectly probed, you've started caring about city defenses now? General Fan. Upon hearing this, Will responded rather indifferently, previously, when our army didn't participate in defense duties, you suspected us of something. Now that we're participating, you suspect us again? Tell me, according to you, should our army join in the defense or not? If not, I'll withdraw my troops now. Anyway, there are only so many of us, and I don't want them to get hurt. General Burl, you misunderstood. Seeing Will's anger, Fabio wondered if he had overthought it. He forced a smile. I did not mean to doubt you. It's just that, given the current situation, your brothers in arms are so few now, I thought it best to keep some fighting power for you, so as to minimize losses. That's none of your concern. Will saw this and relaxed somewhat, though still impatient. He said, I wanted to lead these brothers to meet His Highness personally, but you and your crown Nate kept dissuading us. Now that we want to help with city defenses, you start doubting us. Thinking of this, feeling aggrieved, he slapped the table and said, all I'm asking is it really that difficult? Are we allies or not? General Burl, it seems you've misunderstood. We definitely have no intention of doubting you. Given the special circumstances now, I merely came over to ask. No need for that. Will turned his eyes upon hearing this, realized something, and continued, General Fan. Even if we wanted to return to the north now, do you think we'd have any future there? They wouldn't let us off easily. So please stop overthinking it. Also, our camp has lacked ships all along. I hope you can allocate some here. Sure. Fabio, realizing the logic in Will's words, immediately agreed, all right, I'll arrange ships for you tonight. In the next few days, you and your men will be quite busy. Once everything is settled, we won't forget your contributions. That's enough of useless talk. Will, seeing his goal achieved, waved his hand impatiently. I'm sleepy. No need to see you off, General. All right. Despite being lectured, Fabio completed the task and noticed Will seemed genuinely interested in the matter. After returning, he immediately informed Ambrose of this news. He really said that? Ambrose seemed to be somewhat surprised and couldn't help asking again. He didn't say anything else? Your Highness, Crown Nate. Fabio felt that he might have been overly suspicious and promptly explained. I think they should have no problem. Even if they really betray us, when these people switch sides and return to the Joaquin state, they definitely won't have a good end. Don't underestimate things, Ambrose replied with a hint of worry in his voice. Ike is a cunning guy, and this time Anakin Wong's and Ellison's disappearance is quite suspicious. I always feel there's something fishy going on here. But even so, he couldn't pinpoint what it was at the moment, so he could only remain vigilant to avoid any trouble. Crown Nate, how about we do this? Fabio suggested after hearing this. Let's delay providing the warships we promised them. We'll send people to observe their actions over the next few days. If everything seems fine, we can provide the ships later. If things change, we will still have enough time to guard against them. Ambrose nodded silently without giving an opinion. After all, for him, the current situation was manageable. Here's what we'll do, he looked at Fabio and said. We can give them some warships since we are still allies for now. But, naval forces cannot be allocated to them. Yes, sir, Fabio replied without hesitation. Also, find and sell as soon as possible. Only when they are right before my eyes can I feel truly relieved. What are these guys thinking? Chapter 187, Breaking Xianxia. After receiving all the dispatch orders, Fabio immediately arranged warships for Will. However, things were never as simple as he had hoped, and more importantly, the concerns he shared with Ambrose still needed to be addressed. Moreover, what troubled him was that although nothing unusual could be found, this trip might raise suspicions from Will. 3 days passed. Suddenly, smoke billowed over the river. After a brief inspection, Fabio quickly returned to the camp, preparing to write a letter requesting additional troops from the Burl Kingdom. Considering the current situation, many issues still needed handling. Bang! 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 Suddenly, several loud explosions were heard outside the city walls, followed by shouts of battle cries rising to the sky. What's going on? Realizing something was amiss, Fabio rushed out, grabbing a fleeing soldier and demanded, What happened? General, it's bad. At that moment, his deputy commander ran over and said, a large number of Anakin troops suddenly appeared outside the city, along with Joaquin and Cary forces. They have already begun attacking. What? Fabio was stunned, asking, how is this possible? Even if Anakin has a navy, they couldn't approach in such a short time, let alone enter the city. What's happening? General, Will has betrayed us. The deputy replied anxiously, initially, we could have repelled their coalition even if they approached Xiangyang City. But unexpectedly, Will, who was guarding the south gate, suddenly opened it. They've already entered the city. What? Hearing this, Fabio felt as if struck by lightning. His legs gave way, nearly collapsing. Will, I will never forgive you. He grabbed the deputy's collar and ordered, gather the troops immediately and drive those coalition forces out. We must defend Xiangyang. General, it's too late. The deputy explained, time is insufficient, and crucially, Cary troops excel in street fighting. Their elite infantry far surpasses ours. We've lost our advantage on water and can't match them. Darn it. Hearing this, Fabio clenched his teeth, eyes red with anger. He had no choice but to retake the city. Lionel, stand up. Gather all scattered soldiers now. Tell them, anyone who dares to retreat will be executed. With that, he drew his sword and headed toward the city gate. Where are you going? Suddenly, Ambrose rode over, covered in blood, unclear whose it was. Are you rushing out to die? He shouted. Our troops have no morale, and Cary forces fill both inside and outside the city. If you want to send men to their deaths, go ahead. But remember, unless you can reclaim the city, you'll face me with your head. Your Highness, this is all my fault. Ashamed, Fabio fell to his knees, saying, if I had followed your orders more carefully. It's pointless to talk about it now. Despite his anger and urge to kill, Ambrose suppressed his rage and commanded, withdraw now with your men. Remember, any mistakes, and you better handle everything properly? Understood. Seeing this, Fabio felt a sense of warmth, then stood up and ordered, everyone, retreat now. Yes. The deputy quickly organized the retreating soldiers. Against the elite Cary troops, they had no chance of winning. More critically, this was their last opportunity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, thousands of arrows rained down like locusts. Beware. As Fabio saw this scene, he immediately shouted at Ambrose. Whoa. Ambrose pulled the reins hard and jumped off the horse. At this moment, the warhorse had been shot like a beehive, and the soldiers beside him fell to the ground. Damn, this is really fucking weird. Ambrose couldn't help but curse. Are the Cary army's archers really so powerful? How could they hit us from such a long distance? Charge. At this moment, a sharp cry suddenly rang out, and then Tate led the tiger and leopard riders charging over. Quickly dismount and surrender, or don't blame me for being impolite. He held his spear and led his troops into the battle, slashing left and right as if he were in no man's land. Run. Seeing this scene, Ambrose felt terrified and hurriedly fled with his personal guards towards the city outskirts. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, Ike sat calmly watching all the soldiers enter the city, feeling thoroughly relieved. Your Highness. He turned to look at Jeffrey beside him and said, you've really helped me a lot this time. Rest assured, I will fulfill everything I promised you. General Monroe is too modest. Jeffrey smiled slightly, replying, though we came here to assist General Monroe, it's ultimately for the benefit of our Anakin Kingdom. This can be seen as mutual benefit with benefits for both sides. That's a reasonable statement. Hearing this, I admired inwardly that this prince could remain unperturbed and showed great humility, which was quite rare. Since that's the case, I won't be polite either. Once I assist the Wen Kingdom to complete the task, everything else will be fine. Chapter 188. Seeking Peace. What do you mean by that? However, at this moment, she suddenly saw Vicky walking over from behind. She glanced at Ike and asked, so this time, our Albert Kingdom gets no credit whatsoever? That doesn't seem right. Your Highness. Seeing the situation, Ike felt somewhat helpless and couldn't help but say, it's not like that. When we met on the other shore, I had already explained everything to you. You were willing to follow on your own accord, and all the terms were agreed upon beforehand. You make it sound too easy. Vicky knew she was in the wrong, so she pouted and said, if I'm not mistaken, the money and grain you promised me have yet to be handed over. You owe me an explanation for this. The money and grain are here in Xianxia City. Ike smiled. After we capture the city, I will hand them over to your Highness as promised. If there are any issues, you can talk to me directly. Fine. What Vicky really wanted was not just the money and grain. She followed largely to take this opportunity to observe Wen Kingdom's terrain and military strongholds. After all, opportunities like this don't come often, and since there was enmity between their countries, gaining a clear understanding now could benefit them. I fear things aren't as simple as you think. Ike shook his head and remained silent. The armies gathered for nearly 2 hours, and the allied forces of Cary Kingdom and Accusations Kingdom seized Xianxia. For them, this battle was crucial, but fortunately, Burl Kingdom chose not to struggle much in order to preserve strength, leading to a full withdrawal. This was great news for Ike, as it allowed him to conserve strength to the greatest extent possible. Moreover, holding the city under current circumstances was success enough. Ike, when he led the troops into the government office, he saw Will approaching with a group of people and couldn't help but ask, where's Manny Arnie? He has already returned to the capital with his men. Ike looked at Will. Although Ansel was still in his camp, he didn't want to bring out this person. Partly because he feared this guy might cause trouble, and partly because if problems arose, it would create immense trouble for them. After all, Ansel would always be a hidden danger. So he passed this problem to Amaya. Once they reached the capital, given the Empress's character, she would surely deal with this issue. Shouldn't he be in your camp? Hearing this, Will frowned and asked, why did he go to the capital? That seems odd. Will was worried that if Ansel went straight to the capital, the Empress might have him executed. This is your prince's decision. Besides him, everyone else has also gone to the capital, including Ellison and others. Ike replied without expression, and he's on the road. If you send cavalry, you might find him. Ike, I need an honest answer. Will felt uneasy and asked, regardless, we helped you capture Xianxia this time. If Kinley, I'll vouch for you regardless of what happens. Seeing this, Ike immediately said, I'll ensure everything is resolved for you. It's not an issue for me. He had no ulterior motives toward these soldiers and generals. Killing Ansel would remove their allegiance goal, and that was the only solution. But if this issue wasn't resolved thoroughly, the problems would only grow. Why don't we do this? Will, still not fully trusting, suggested, write us a letter taking responsibility if something goes wrong. No problem. After all, you are heroes who've solved so many troubles for us. You'll be rewarded accordingly. Ike nodded, and then as if afraid the other party wouldn't trust him, he took out a large seal from his chest and said, this is the great seal entrusted to us by Kinley to command the official army. You take this back with you. If he insists on killing you, tell me directly. Okay, your word puts me at ease. Seeing this scene, Will finally heaved a sigh of relief, and then took the seal, leaving with his men. Generalissimo. Seeing this, Tate couldn't help but speak. I feel something about the previous matters isn't quite right. If this guy really finds Ansel, it might cause necessary trouble. Moreover, after this battle, they still have several thousand elite cavalry under their command. Just these people definitely won't stir up any waves. Hearing this, Ike laughed carelessly and replied, moreover, given the current situation, I don't think they'll see Ansel. After all, the prince was now detained in the military camp. If they were to look for him, they could only go to the capital. Generalissimo. Just then, a soldier rushed in, knelt down and reported, there's a group of Burl troops outside the gate. They seem to be here for you. Who is leading them? Frowning, Ike asked. From what they say, it seems that it's their crown prince who wants to meet you. The soldier paused and added, and it's probably regarding peace talks between both sides. I think these Burl troops are just scared by our attacks. Tate said proudly, to put it simply, we've defeated them to the point of losing armor and helmets, making them unable to hold the southern cities. They're seizing this opportunity to beg for mercy. You make a good point. Ike smiled at this, but considering the current situation, even if we give them the chance, they may not seize it. Having said this, he looked at the nearby soldier and ordered, go immediately and order all troops to move aside and clear a path for them to come in directly. I want to see what these guys can do. Yes. The soldier got the order and quickly left. Generalissimo, this might not be wise. Jensen said worryingly, considering the present situation, if they attack the city using this opportunity, our army would be? It's not as complicated as you think. Ike was rather calm, smiling confidently. If they dare to attack my army now, I will surely surround and eliminate them. Then, he turned around, leading several trusted officers and a team of white feather soldiers in another direction. Meanwhile, below the city wall, Ambrose gritted his teeth at the sight of the towering city walls. He had once controlled the entire northern bank, but now, within less than a month, he had retreated south of the Albertsa River. Moreover, in this dire situation, they no longer had the resources to counterattack and might even struggle to hold on to their remaining territory. Chapter 189 Discussion. Your Highness, the Crown Nate. At this moment, Fabio walked over with his men and said solemnly, given the current situation, our army may not be able to hold on until reinforcements arrive. Why don't we take this opportunity to retreat to Zhao first? I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. Ambrose shook his head after hearing these words and then said, considering our current predicament, things are not as simple as you imagine. Moreover, even if we want to retreat now, they may not give us that chance. He feared that Ike would attack them relentlessly while they were down and out. If we continue to hold on stubbornly, the situation might become serious. I'm afraid. Fabio couldn't help but shake his head because they had lost all morale. If they continued fighting, it would be extremely detrimental to them. More importantly, they no longer had the resources to fight on. If Ike became enraged, their soldiers wouldn't even have a chance to return home. And more crucially, if Anakin Kingdom took this opportunity to counterattack, the problem would be much bigger. I think we should talk first. Ambrose was unwilling to abandon this opportunity. He clenched his teeth and said, even if we don't confront him, he will definitely chase us all the way. We might as well use this opportunity to buy some time. Then when reinforcements arrive, we can fight a decisive battle with them. Your Highness, please don't lose your judgment. Upon hearing this, Fabio was alarmed and said, judging by the current situation, our army has no chance. Moreover, they are now a combined force of 2 countries. Do you think we have any chance of winning if we fight? He had always thought that Ambrose was an extremely calm person, but in light of the current situation, it might not be the case. Moreover, under the present circumstances, they simply lack the resources to continue fighting. I don't think it's as complicated as you imagine. Ambrose gritted his teeth, revealing a hint of ruthlessness on his face. As for the current situation, why is Anakin Kingdom helping them? It's only to gain benefits from this matter. If so, then let's offer them even greater benefits. With such opportunists, do you think they would consider joining our side? Fabio was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. After all, anyone with clear eyes could see which side was stronger. As long as the other party wasn't insane, they definitely wouldn't choose to cooperate with Burl Kingdom but would instead opt for the more powerful Cary Kingdom. I was wondering who was here. It's you too. Just as he was about to speak to continue persuading, he suddenly saw someone riding a horse, followed by a group of elite troops. It was Ike. Looking at the few people in front of him, I couldn't help but say, what's going on? Are you gentlemen planning to discuss something with us? If so, there's no need to stay outside. Follow us into the city. I don't think that's necessary. Seeing this scene, Ambrose couldn't help but say, we can discuss whatever needs to be discussed right here. There's no need to waste time going inside. After all, he didn't want to fall into a trap, which could lead to trouble and possibly being wiped out by Ike. Alright, I also want to hear the Crown Nate's opinion. Ike, seeing this scene, remarked nonchalantly, but I believe the Crown Nate should offer enough sincerity. Otherwise, asking me to retreat is completely impossible. I think this matter is quite simple. Seeing this scene, Ambrose immediately replied solemnly, if General is willing, we can agree to cease hostilities, using the Albertsa River as the boundary. In the future, we won't interfere with each other. And every year, I will provide you with a fleet of warships, ensuring you have an advantage against other countries. What do you think? This condition seems unfeasible. Hearing this, Ike smiled slightly and said, just 2 months ago, someone proposed similar terms to me, which I didn't agree to. Do you think I would accept this condition from you? Who? Hearing this, Ambrose couldn't help but ask immediately. Of course, it was the Duke of Anakin and Cell. Initially, he offered even more favorable terms and had more troops under his command with greater momentum, yet I didn't agree to their terms. Why would I agree to yours? So, what conditions would you accept? Ambrose couldn't help but grit his teeth after hearing these words. After all, some conditions were hard for him to accept on the spot. I think we can do it this way. Ike smiled and said, you make your men surrender directly, and I will take responsibility for receiving them. What do you think? If there's no problem, then let's proceed. Are you being too overbearing? Seeing this scene, Ambrose's face turned red with anger as he could not help but shout, I want you to know that if that's the case, I will never surrender. Moreover, I still have over 10,000 elite soldiers under my command. When it comes down to a fight to the death, we might not lose. Then as you wish. Ike raised an eyebrow at this, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He taunted, with those lackeys under your command, you actually think you can contend with me? It's too ridiculous. Saying this, a glint of coldness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Through gritted teeth, he replied, this is your only chance now. If you lose, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, understand? Fine. Seeing this scene, Ambrose answered immediately, let me tell you, things may not be as you expect. Your Highness, the Crown Nate. Fabio, witnessing this, could not hold back any longer and interjected, why don't we do this? It's late today. Why don't we discuss this tomorrow? No way. Ambrose's eyes were bloodshot, clearly seeing red. He couldn't help but say solemnly, moreover, we still have our resources. Ambrose. Just then, Jeffrey suddenly walked over from nearby and said, is there something we can talk about? Chapter 190. Faithless Betrayers. Fine, you faithless betrayers have surrounded us. Do you really think the state of Burl fears you? Ambrose gritted his teeth at the scene before him and shouted, let me tell you, things aren't as simple as you think. Whether we retreat from this territory depends on your strength. At this point, your army is practically indefensible. Jeffrey couldn't help but laugh upon seeing this scenario. With only those remnants of soldiers you command, how can you possibly compete with us? I advise you to surrender peacefully or suffer the consequences. Pa. At the thought of being ambushed by these people and now hearing their mockery, Ambrose felt increasingly indignant, then bluntly said, there are 4 to 5 more states to the south behind us. Even if we continue to drag this out, we still have the capital. Since His Royal Highness has spoken thus, there's no need for further discussion. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight and remarked, we'll see if you have that capability. You. Ambrose merely wanted to assert their strength in front of the state of Anakin, knowing they would eventually fight anyway, but never expected Ike to agree so readily. This response instead put them in a dilemma. Your Highness, we will see about your capability. Hearing Jeffrey's words, he couldn't help but chuckle, turned around, and entered the city. Let's go. Ambrose knew clearly that even if they had such thoughts, it was unlikely Ike would give them the opportunity. They must immediately prepare for battle, otherwise things would only become more troublesome. And as predicted, after a brief respite in Xiangyang, Ike, along with the naval forces of Anakin, continued south. Along the way, they conquered Manroling and marched directly into Zhou, capturing it effortlessly due to the lack of any resistance from Burl troops. Suzhou soon surrendered voluntarily, leaving only Jiaoji, which had always been contested territory. However, at this juncture, Ike did not push forward, only arranging to encircle the area. Now his primary focus shifted to Yizhou and Bingzhou. Although these two states weren't contiguous, they were only separated by Suzhou, and once Ike explained the situation clearly to Abigail, he believed she would not refuse his terms. After all, given the current situation, besides him, no one could assist Kinley Abigail. She had, in fact, become his ally. But at this time, dark clouds loomed over the capital. Upon regaining her throne, Kinley Abigail immediately purged the officials who had betrayed her in critical moments. Her methods against these treacherous ministers were relentless. When Ellison and his group returned to the capital, they promptly surrounded this group and issued an imperial decree summoning Xianxia to the capital. My loyal subjects. On the dragon throne, Kinley Abigail was already wearing her imperial robes and crown, smugly addressing them. There's no need for me to elaborate on the present situation. How should we handle these traitors who have betrayed the nation? Beneath her sat Ellison, Julian, Dean, and Xianxia. For the newly reinstated Empress, she had to severely punish these individuals now that she had regained control of the state to deter future betrayals. If not, managing future issues would become problematic. Your Majesty. The first to speak was Zhao, who had remained on the front line with Ike. However, Abigail had summoned him back via a secret decree. I believe that if Ellison and others are not executed, it will fail to warn those who may consider betrayal. Without stern punishment, how can we uphold the majesty of your imperial majesty? He bowed and continued, moreover, if we do not thoroughly punish them, how can we demonstrate the Kinley authority? You are correct. Abigail found immense satisfaction in these words and then turned her gaze to Murray, asking, Minister Su, as the head of the cabinet, what do you suggest? Your Majesty. Seeing this scene, Murray immediately stood up and cast a fierce glance at Ellison before speaking bluntly. This old minister shares the same thought as Lord Su. If we do not impose the death penalty on these people, it will surely cause greater troubles in the future. Furthermore, although they claim to have redeemed their faults with merits, the chaos that has unfolded was fundamentally caused by them. If we were to spare them, how could we face the people of our great Joaquin? Upon hearing these words, many ministers present nodded in agreement, clearly approving of this punishment. Ellison, you have heard it. Abigail's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent as she spoke plainly. If it is heaven's will to take your life, then I have no choice. Moreover, over these years, you've committed so much evil. There's no need for me to elaborate further, right? Your Majesty, your Majesty. Ellison, utterly terrified, trembled from head to toe and immediately begged for mercy. I deserve 10,000 deaths, 10,000 deaths. But please, your Majesty, consider my long years of diligent service and spare me this once. Yes, your Majesty, we have always been loyal to you. Your Majesty, we were momentarily confused. Had we known this would happen, we would never have betrayed you. The others, upon hearing this, also hurriedly kowtowed and pleaded for mercy. After all, for them, staying alive was the best outcome they could hope for. If only you had thought of this earlier. Abigail couldn't help but sneer after hearing this and said, I gave you all chances back then, but you did not cherish them. Whose fault is it now? Enough, I don't wish to hear any more of your excuses. Guards. Yes. The guards standing on either side immediately stepped forward. Drag these traitors outside and behead them. Hang their heads atop the city walls and throw their bodies onto the mountain to feed the dogs. Chapter 191. Wen Kingdom arrives in person. Your Majesty, please spare our lives. Your Majesty, I beg you to consider my past services and allow me to die with dignity. After receiving orders, the guards immediately dragged several people out, and for a moment, cries of mercy echoed throughout the grand hall, creating an atmosphere of despair. Finally, only one person remained, Xiao. Unlike Ellison and others who pleaded bitterly, Xiao knelt there with a deathly pale face but did not beg for his life. He hadn't expected to be betrayed by those few individuals. From his perspective, he hadn't lost. It was merely a case of unfortunate circumstances. If given another chance, he believed he might have been able to defeat Ike. Now, only you remain. Wen Abigail's face showed a hint of satisfaction as she glanced down at Xiao before speaking. I wonder what kind of death the native Anakin desires. Personally, I think nothing is more fitting than death by 1,000 cuts. Humph. Upon hearing this, Xiao's expression turned disdainful, and he coldly snorted. I believe something even better can be arranged. Execution by 1,000 cuts seems too lenient. Oh. Wen Abigail raised an eyebrow, her eyes flashing with surprise. She then laughed. Do you really think saying this will make me spare you? Since the day you betrayed me and the entire nation, your fate has always been death. So, are you prepared yet? If you want to kill me, do it now and stop the nonsense. Xiao's face flushed red as he retorted. Ever since you ascended the throne, betrayal has become inevitable. You don't deserve that position. Think about how many people you've killed. Your siblings, countless lives claimed by your tyranny. This is isolation, isn't it? You shall silence yourself before me. Seeing this, Abigail could no longer contain her fury. Slapping the imperial desk, she stood up and shouted, Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, it's men like you who should die. No matter what, my heart has always been with the people. But you've thrown the entire nation into chaos and war. If it weren't for your insistence on warring with Burl, we wouldn't be in this predicament today. Xiao wasn't convinced, immediately raising his voice. If it weren't for you, the butcher, would things be like this? Very well, very good. After listening to this, Abigail couldn't hold back any longer, pointing at him and commanding, Guard, drag him away and execute him by 1,000 cuts. If one cut is missed, their lives will be forfeit. At this command, the ministers' faces changed. To them, they didn't wish to witness such a scene. But the butler was already enraged, and nothing could change her mind. Yes, your majesty. The guards quickly led Ansel away upon seeing the situation. Before being taken away, unlike Ellison and others who screamed loudly, Ansel remained unusually calm, almost indifferent to everything happening around him. Your majesty, the military report has arrived. Just then, a eunuch rushed in, holding the report in both hands and kneeling down. Bring it here. Abigail felt extremely excited. Without much thought, this must be news of great victory. Given the current strength, who could compare to Ike? How splendid! After briefly glancing at the report, Abigail exclaimed, on the 15th of this month, General Monroe led troops south and captured Xianxia, and on the 23rd, he conquered Monroeling. At this rate, it won't take a month to reclaim all our territory. Wonderful, General is indeed magnificent. With this, we can recover national strength within a few months. I still find it challenging. Our elite forces have been almost entirely lost. Apart from the 30,000 Imperial Guards, it will be very difficult to expand our military power. Yes, almost all our young labor force is gone, leaving mostly the elderly and infirm. Discussions started among the crowd, filled with concern. Jalmer Murray, what do you two suggest for honoring the army? Ewan Abigail was exceptionally moved, pacing back and forth while asking, how can we show our sincerity? Your Majesty. Seeing this scene, Murray could not help but remind, considering the current situation, would it be inappropriate if we were to waylabor the troops? Upon hearing this, Abigail couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. What do you mean by that? Your Majesty. After pondering for a moment, Murray spoke, given the present circumstances, most of the troops led by the Grand General are from Cary's army. When it comes to appearing publicly, it should be handed over to the Ewan of Cary. It might not be appropriate for your Majesty. What's inappropriate about it? Abigail didn't seem to care at all, replying sternly, even though they are Cary's troops, they ultimately fought for us this time. Can we ignore them because of this matter? Jalmer and Murray were momentarily at a loss for words, then they could only agree. All right, you two don't need to hesitate. I know what you're thinking. Abigail waved her hand and said, let Jalmer handle this when the time comes. Your subject obeys. Having no choice, Jalmer agreed to take on the responsibility. After all, this was good news in the current situation. Your Majesty, your Majesty. Just then, an official rushed in, looking somewhat panic-stricken, saying, a large number of Cary troops have suddenly appeared outside the city. What? Hearing this, all the officials present couldn't help but be stunned. Who is their commander this time? Abigail asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. If the commander was Ike, there would be nothing to fear. But if others knew about this, it would be troublesome. Their commander this time is the Ewan of Cary. The official, looking panic-stricken, replied, Your Majesty, please go out and see. It looks like they're coming for your Majesty. Chapter 192 Delay upon delay. Your Majesty understands. Upon hearing these words, Amaya's face revealed a somewhat impatient expression. Actually, she didn't even need to think about it. Grady's personal visit was largely due to Bingzhou and Ezhou. If previously all regions were not yet reclaimed, she might have still shown some restraint, as she would still rely on other people's armies. But things were different now. Apart from Jiaoji, almost all territories had been recovered. And more importantly, she clearly sensed Ike's intentions. There might be the possibility of officials from the state of Cary pressuring him, but more significantly, if not for Grady's reminder or instructions, those officials would hardly dare act this way even with 1,000 courages. Thus, there must be some trickery involved. What she needed to do now was delay as much as possible, and see if she could find a way to help Ike. And most importantly, the generals in Bingzhou, led by Giles, obviously had their hearts set on Ike. It would be wise to give them a favor here. Even if things couldn't be perfectly resolved, at least some goodwill could be gained. The matters that follow will be handed over to you. She glanced at the ministers below and then spoke solemnly, remember, those who have thoughts of rebellion, none shall be spared. If I learn that you show leniency towards them, don't blame me for being unforgiving. This statement frightened the ministers, leaving them pale-faced, and they dared not utter a word, only nodding in agreement obediently. That's settled then. After delivering these words, she immediately instructed Benji to lead a detachment of the Imperial Guard out of the city. Outside the city walls, Grady stood with thousands of cavalrymen, his expression far from pleasant, even carrying an air of menace. It was extremely difficult for him at this moment. Not only did he have to resolve the issue in Bingzhou, but he also needed to reclaim military authority. Since no news came from Dylan, he even suspected that Ike was already out of control. If that happened, things would get extremely troublesome. Kinley, isn't your airs too high? Just as Amaya and others arrived outside the city, Cornelius suddenly spoke with a grim expression. When your envoys requested our troops earlier, it wasn't like this. It's barely been half a year. Why such a change in attitude? Is there another intention behind this? And who are you to speak to me like this? The Kinley merely cast a glance at him, a flash of killing intent passing through her eyes as she coldly humphed. Know this, whatever I do, there is my reason. Having said that, she turned her gaze toward Grady, bowed slightly, and asked, Cary June, is it your intention to lay siege to this city by bringing your troops here? Kinley, if you remember our previous agreement, you should honor it accordingly. Grady frowned, sensing something amiss with this woman, and clearly, the current attitudes between both parties were off. For instance, the Cary Kingdom helped her so greatly, and now she wouldn't even let them into the capital, which seemed intentional. However, he was not concerned. All he needed was for Bingzhou and Ezhou to be handed over, or else he wouldn't be lenient. Cary June, I understand your meaning. Ike smiled nonchalantly upon hearing this, straightened up and replied, you merely want Bingzhou and Ezhou. That's simple. Since we agreed previously, I'll hand these two states over willingly. But why can't the officials I appointed enter these territories? This is completely different from your earlier stance. Grady suppressed his anger. If they weren't in the capital, he would have already exploded. After all, Territorial expansion was extremely important for them. Cary June, I believe you should understand the current situation. Amaya chuckled lightly at the scene before her and explained, currently, the entire Joaquin Kingdom has just stabilized. Many matters require my attention, and dealing with the officials in these two states takes time. Only after thoroughly investigating can I hand these territories over to Cary. Ezhou and Bingzhou have never been involved in any war. Grady frowned again and said, more importantly, since they haven't been affected by the war, these two states are relatively peaceful. We only need to send in officials. Why complicate things? Cary June, the situation in our country isn't as simple as you think. Amaya laughed slightly and replied, let's take the simplest point. Although they haven't been involved in the war, they also didn't send troops to assist me. It's clear they were waiting on the sidelines. With such disloyal intentions, how can I possibly let them go? Why don't we handle these officials then? Cornelius quickly chimed in, that way, it will save Kinley trouble. They could clearly see that Amaya was deliberately procrastinating and had no real intention. But given the current situation, they couldn't afford to antagonize Amaya since both nations were still officially friendly. That's not the right approach. Amaya smiled and shook her head. If something happens to your officials, won't you blame us again? Therefore, I'd rather thoroughly resolve the issues before handing over these regions cleanly to you, which would make me feel more at ease. Grady frowned upon hearing this. He naturally understood that the Kinley was stalling, but if he tried to force it now, he might not have the strength. After all, he only brought a few thousand cavalry this time, and eventually, I would still need to intervene. Kinley Amaya, give me a straight answer. He clenched his teeth and spoke frankly. Do you genuinely intend to hand over the territories? If so, set a date for the handover, and we will proceed accordingly. If you're unwilling, there's no need for pretenses. We are well aware of your actions in Joaquin Kingdom. It wouldn't matter if it turned out to be wasted effort on our part. This statement was quite direct, as Grady did not wish to truly escalate matters. Though he had the power now, he feared losing control over Ike. Chapter 193 Successful Negotiation. Lord Cary, your words make it seem like you're underestimating me a bit too much. When Abigail heard this, she immediately felt somewhat displeased. It was important to note that had it been according to her previous temperament, she would have exploded in rage upon hearing such words. However, now, the state of national power could not be ignored. With large numbers of troops from Cary still stationed within her borders, turning hostile at this moment would essentially mean courting disaster for herself. But she needed to buy time for Ike. I can assure you that dealing with the officials of these two provinces will take no more than a month. Rest assured, everything will be completed by the end of the year. Abigail was well aware that if she continued to delay, it would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction from the other party. More importantly, considering the current situation, she had limited options. Very well. Grady, observing this scene, couldn't help but grit his teeth and spoke frankly, Your Majesty, as an ally between our two countries, I naturally trust your words and sincerity. However, ultimately, Cary is not ruled by just one person. If other officials and generals have different ideas or intentions, then I can only apologize. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Upon hearing this, Abigail nodded immediately and responded, the deadline I mentioned earlier will be by the new year. I guarantee that the matter will be resolved by then. Moreover, I will personally write to Lord Cary. Just ensure that the officials are properly arranged. Everything else won't be a problem. I hope your Majesty will honor your promise. If anything else happens, don't blame me for turning my back. Grady didn't feel like engaging in empty talk any further. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave, knowing he still had many things to do. Phew. Watching Cary's troops leave, Abigail heaved a sigh of relief. If they had continued Jochon, tangling, things wouldn't have been so simple. What worried her most was that there were still matters to attend to. Benji, wait. After I write a letter myself, you will deliver it to the front lines to Ike. Tell him time is running out and ask him to arrange everything quickly. After pondering for a moment, Abigail added, if there are other matters, ask him to reply to me promptly. After all, regardless of how unwilling she felt, she had promised Grady. Although it was not easy, he had indeed helped them, so they would need to hand over these two places. At once, Your Majesty. Benji immediately agreed. One more thing. Abigail instructed, tell Murray to reorganize the cabinet immediately and recruit 10,000 troops within the shortest possible time. You will take charge of these troops and train the new army as quickly as possible. Currently, nothing was more important than having a strong military. Even if the numbers were smaller, at least they could defend their homeland and prevent harm. After returning to the palace, the Kinley quickly wrote the letter and handed it to Benji, who led a detachment of royal guards southward. Since all provinces had already been reclaimed, Benji encountered no obstacles and arrived directly at the Jiaoji front lines. Jiaoji is located at the intersection of Burl, Joaquin, and Anakine. Its strategic importance was akin to Cary's 6 cities west of the river, making it highly coveted by these 3 countries. Originally under the control of Joaquin when Ike served as a general there, it was later transferred to Burl to ease tensions. This explains why Abigail was eager to reclaim this territory after taking office, to demonstrate their growing strength. However, the outcome did not live up to expectations, leading to some embarrassing situations. At present, Ambrose, with the remaining 20,000 troops, was holed up in Berlin, relying on the terrain while awaiting reinforcements. Meanwhile, Ike had captured the rest of Jiaoji, giving Ambrose no chance to catch his breath. As soon as we take this final city, all issues will be resolved. Ike, looking at the military map on the table, said seriously, our main goal now is to force Ambrose to surrender. This way, our losses will be minimized. He only has 20,000 naval troops left, trapped in an isolated city. They lack the strength to resist us. Tate, seeing this, replied disdainfully, I think we should let Jensen lead a direct assault with the White Tiger Guard and use the long-range capabilities of the Huai River archers to suppress them. We can break through the city in less than 2 hours. General Lionel makes sense. Honest also nodded and said, with our army's firepower advantage, it would be extremely easy to suppress them. More importantly, most of them are naval troops. The disparity in strength for a field battle is too large. Moreover, they lack numerical superiority. If we can take them down during this opportunity, the remaining tasks will be much simpler. My point is, achieving victory without a fight would be best. I glanced at a few people, speaking solemnly. After all, considering the current situation, I don't want things to get too tense with them, to avoid any trouble. After all, Burl and Joaquin bordered each other, and during his self-establishment period, he still wanted to minimize interference as much as possible. Furthermore, they didn't have deep-seated enmity with Burl. It was best not to kill Ambrose. We can only continue the siege then. Tate replied, considering their current strength, if we continue to besiege them for another 10 days to half a month, these guys will definitely not be able to hold out. Taking them down at that moment would be effortless. That would be the best outcome. Ike immediately nodded upon hearing this, as a buffer zone would be ideal for them. Ike. At that moment, Vicky spoke up, we've already obtained what we should have. After this period, I plan to lead my troops back. Doesn't Her Highness plan to stay a few more days? I couldn't help but ask after seeing this scene. If I remember correctly, you insisted on fighting until the end. Now, are you reluctant? Don't make jokes here. Vicky pouted, replying in a huff. Did Albert Kingdom contribute too little? Chapter 194. All parties return home. That's not how things are. We've given you quite a lot during this period, haven't we? At least from the present situation, both sides have had peaceful negotiations. Ike said solemnly, moreover, we returned the 10 cities that originally belonged to us later on. This fact can't be wrong, can it? Furthermore, as for the military supplies and fodder needed, we didn't cut any corners. So, my princess, you've long been assured of harvest no matter the weather. You might even have made a small profit. You. Vicky's face darkened at this, clenching her teeth as she spoke. If you hadn't asked for our Albert troops' support back then, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Now you're saying these words, you should have never asked us to send troops if you have the nerve. Natus, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Seeing the scene before him, Ike suddenly realized something was off, so he immediately intervened. Alright, if you need anything from me in the future, just say so. I meant nothing by what I said earlier. I just thought. Don't give me your fake sympathies here. Clearly upset, Vicky stood up abruptly, her chest heaving. Next time if such a thing happens again, I won't help you anymore. Leaving those words hanging in the air, she left the main tent immediately, obviously on the verge of fury. Beside him, Tate felt puzzled upon witnessing this scene. They had been talking well just now. Why did they suddenly fall out? It didn't seem right. Alright, let's leave other matters aside. I couldn't fathom why this woman had suddenly become so furious. But what troubled him even more was that if Albert and Joaquin were really to clash again in this region, that would be a big problem. General. Just then, Dylan, who had been silent all along, spoke up probing, in view of the current situation, our army has gained an absolute advantage. Since we will conquer Jiaoji next, should we stay in Joaquin territory or return to Deke with our troops? He had been under Grady's orders to monitor Ike over this period, and during this time, he had seen Ike's prowess. After all, things had been the same previously. He naturally didn't believe Ike had ulterior motives, but since the butler had entrusted him with this task, he still had to carry it out faithfully to avoid incurring imperial displeasure. General Joaquin. Upon hearing this, Ike turned his head and replied, given the current situation, we should indeed retreat. Besides, this isn't our territory. Staying too long could provoke other thoughts among the Joaquin leadership. Since General holds this idea, I'll write to Manny now to vacate the camp as soon as possible. After seeing this scene, Dylan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least from the current situation, Ike clearly had no ulterior motives. And more importantly, other issues aside, this one was relatively simple. I'll leave this matter to you, General Joaquin. Ike nodded slightly, then looked at the other generals. Alright, all of you return to your camps and prepare. If after 10 days Burl City still doesn't surrender, we'll launch the final assault. If they show signs of surrendering, their safety must be guaranteed. All as you command. Hearing this, the generals rose and left one by one. General Monroe. As Ike was about to leave, Jeffrey walked over. So it's Crown Nate. Ike smiled and responded, I wonder what brings you here, Your Highness? Not much else. Jeffrey replied, the war here is nearly over, so I plan to return home now. Probably after this year, taking advantage of next year's thaw, our country should attack Burl. This matter is straightforward. Estimating the time in his mind, Ike then spoke, write to me before you launch your attack. If you need anything from me, just speak. After all, having passed Jiaoji, when he leads the troops further south, once they enter Burl territory, with Anakin's navy assistance, it shouldn't be too difficult. Alright, with those words from you, General, I feel reassured. I think it's better to do this. Once everything is settled, if the great general needs any assistance from capable individuals, you can just let us know. Nate Jeffrey's words truly touched me. Hearing this, Ike was momentarily taken aback and sized up Nate Jeffrey before smiling and saying, in that case, I might have to trouble Your Highness then. Although he wasn't sure what exactly Jeffrey meant by this, he could tell they seemed aware of his upcoming military campaign. Even so, it wouldn't be much of an issue for them. Alright, if the great general has any needs, just send a letter. I shall take my leave now. Jeffrey bowed respectfully toward Ike, and then turned to leave. Watching him go, Ike felt an indescribable feeling for a moment, and prepared to return to camp. Great General. Suddenly, Benji appeared with a group of bodyguards entering the camp and hurriedly saluted him. Guan General. Seeing this person, Ike was slightly puzzled and asked, shouldn't you be in the capital? Why are you here? The matter arose suddenly. Allow me to speak plainly. Benji explained how Grady led his troops to the Imperial City. Indeed, there's such a thing. Ike frowned but, considering the time that had passed, thought it reasonable. After all, given Grady's personality, he certainly wouldn't wait that long. The only concern now was how to respond next. Great General, this is the letter Manny instructed me to deliver to you. Seeing Ike's silence, Benji pulled out a letter from inside his robe and handed it over, adding, Manny wants you to reply immediately after reading this letter. Alright. Ike nodded, then opened and began reading the letter. Chapter 195. interference in 2 provinces. When Ike finished reading the content of the letter, his expression darkened. Just as he had predicted earlier, Grady did not intend to give him much time. What surprised him most was that Amaya delivered this letter so promptly, which somewhat eased his mind. At least according to their original agreement, there was still 1 month left, during which Zhou would naturally stabilize completely. After all, while others might doubt it, at least he fully trusted Giles. Moreover, only he could maintain control over Zhou. The only concern now was Zhou. He had no deep roots in this place, and if he tried to gain control now, it would likely be quite challenging. It seemed he could only ask Amaya to send a few trusted aides to intervene first. How many troops did they bring when they arrived? After putting away the letter, I couldn't help but ask. Lord Cary did not bring many troops this time. Walter shook his head after observing the situation. They brought only a few thousand elite cavalry. We investigated afterward and found no other forces. He came lightly equipped, probably just to probe our stance. You make a valid point. Ike responded immediately. Now, I will write a letter to the Kinley regnant. You must deliver it within 5 days. If you delay and jeopardize my plans, I won't forgive you. Please rest assured, General. Even if my horse dies from overuse, I will ensure it's delivered within 5 days. Walter agreed without hesitation, for this task was far too simple for him. Good. Ike looked at Walter with satisfaction and instructed. Also, after delivering the letter, tell Amaya to hold down the capital once this matter is resolved. She must wait for me to return. Yes, sir. Walter nodded after hearing this. Without further ado, Ike returned to the central tent, wrote everything down, and handed it to Walter for delivery. Immediately afterward, he summoned Giles. General, what do you need? Giles entered the tent promptly and asked Ike. I want to ask you, if you return to Zhou now, can you control the entire region within a month? Ike cut straight to the chase. Do you have the confidence? Within a month? Hearing this, Giles hesitated for a moment before replying. If we use military force to control Zhou, there should be no problem. I have enough troops, and they are absolutely loyal to you. He added. But most of my subordinates are civil officials. Controlling the province with them might be difficult. His implication was clear. If more civil officials were appointed to take charge, controlling Zhou would be easier. What about the county magistrates and governors in each county? Can you manage them? Ike asked. If we can find a way to keep them in check, it could be an opportunity. That might be difficult, Giles shook his head. One reason we hesitated to send troops earlier was due to the local aristocracy. They have always been hedging their bets. Now that the Kinley regnant has returned to power, they may fear being suppressed. I don't see any problem with that. Ike said, here's what I'll do. Go and tell these officials that I will explain the situation to the Kinley regnant and have her wipe the slate clean. No one will bring up this matter again, so they can rest assured. With your assurance, General, I believe they will comply. Hearing this, Giles felt relieved, knowing that no one's promise could be more effective than Ike's. And yes, that's settled. Ike nodded and then added. If I arrange for someone else to serve as inspector of Zhou, do you think that would be feasible? If it's about the local gentry, I think this is the best approach. Hearing this, Giles could not help but say, after all, for them, psychologically, they would definitely prefer locals and won't oppose. More importantly, nothing is more urgent than the current situation. To protect their own interests, they will definitely agree, and then everything will go smoothly. All right, I'll consider it. Ike nodded. To be honest, he wasn't clear about those so-called locals. However, in his impression, there was one person, Bram. If he remembered correctly, this guy should be from Bingzhou. Here's what you'll do. Take the Bingzhou wolf cavalry back first. I'll arrange someone to follow up later. Ike immediately gave instructions. Yes, General. Giles nodded upon hearing this and then turned around and left. Ike returned to the central tent and began pondering the next plan. If he wanted to control Zhou, he would have to make the trip personally. In his view, compared to other places, Zhou would probably be more difficult to control. Because since Incel's incident long ago, that place had been quiet, showing no intention of extending goodwill towards them. This indicated that those people must have their own plans. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't arise. Summon Honest and Jensen. After some thought, he decided to make the trip himself. Regardless of whether it was a dragon lair or any other circumstances, he needed to see things firsthand. Ideally, taking control without bloodshed would be best. If those people dared to obstruct his plans, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. General. After a while, Honest and Jensen came in and saluted him. Chapter 196. Entering Shu Lion Elkley. You've arrived. Seeing the scene before him, Ike waved at the two men, gesturing for them to sit down. He then said, there's something I want to discuss with you both. Honest and Jensen exchanged glances, clearly puzzled. After all, in their view, everything was decided by the great general. They just needed to follow orders. Now, to be consulted left them quite baffled, unsure of what Ike had up his sleeve. Great general. Jensen, completely admiring Ike's strength, bowed and greeted. If there's anything you need, you can just instruct us, and we'll carry. And more importantly, Grady clearly gave them only 1 month. They must strive to succeed within this time frame. Do you mean, great general, leaving Tate fully in charge here? Honest asked cautiously. Would handing over everything to him be? He had no doubt about Tate's bravery but felt uncertain whether he could handle such large-scale combat. That's not entirely accurate. We only need to wait for Burl's stance, whether they continue fighting or seek peace. This task is enough for you to handle. Ike shook his head and continued, more importantly, I will entrust military command to Dylan. This way, it would reassure Grady and also buy some time. If all the armies are handed over to him, if he has other intentions, it might be disadvantageous for us. Jensen expressed concern. After all, this is an extremely critical issue. I'm not worried about that. Ike remained calm and serious. Dylan has no suspicions about me, and he believes there will be no trouble between me and Grady. You don't need to worry about this point. Then after things here are temporarily settled, let them gradually retreat. In this way, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Jensen added earnestly, moreover, if relations sour with them later, controlling several states as we do now will easily solve any issues. Most crucially, The Bingzhou Wolf Riders are now under our control. This elite cavalry unit can handle infantry effortlessly. If it's just for a minor battle, that would indeed suffice. Ike nodded but thought, for facing other countries, these forces are far from enough. The potential problems and complications when engaging in a larger conflict would be significant. In truth, she felt reassured because the system would bring her benefits, providing more imperial points which could be used to raise another army and recruit capable civil servants and military officers. Thus, countering others would become simpler. I agree with the great general's decision. Honest also expressed his agreement. Nowadays, controlling several wealthy prefectures is extremely important for us. If we can get a hold of the rich Bingzhou and Izhou without focusing on the current fires, we won't have to worry about population issues. So, I thought of going there in person. Ike stood up immediately when he saw the scene before him, speaking with a serious expression. All right, listen carefully you two. You will lead the by my soldiers, and go into Shu with me directly. Wouldn't the troops be too few? Jensen couldn't help but ask upon hearing this. After all, taking the current situation as an example, the by my soldiers are brave in battle, but they total only 5,000 people. If conflict occurs with them, it might not be enough in terms of numbers. As the saying goes, the roads to Shu are more difficult than reaching the heavens. Ike shook his head and looked at the map on the table, saying, if we bring a large number of troops into Shu, it would take far too long to make the journey. After all, the by my soldiers were essentially mountain special forces with very high speed. This journey would definitely pose no problem. Moreover, the most crucial point was that once the mission was completed, it would be safer to exit with troops. Another aspect was that if too many troops were brought, causing misunderstandings from the Izhou side, conflicts could occur. In that case, it would be counterproductive. You two should start arranging now. Ike glanced at the two men and ordered immediately, remember, the faster, the better. Ideally, we would set off tonight. If we can reach Chengdu within half a month, then everything will be solved. Yes, General. Upon hearing this, Honest and Jensen had no hesitation and left promptly. Ike took another look at the map, feeling a surge of passion. As long as Izhou could be captured, the plan would succeed. Chapter 197. Inspector of Izhou, Xavier. Izhou is located in the southwest of Wen Kingdom, known as the Land of Abundance, not only with fertile land but also a large population. It also has the invincible Donghua soldiers. Previous inspectors were mostly served by princes of the Mu family. However, since Kinley Amaya came to power, she recalled all her relatives, the princes, back to the capital and even executed those who posed a threat. Afterwards, the inspector of Izhou was taken up by Amaya's confidant, Xavier. What no one expected was that this inspector, reputed to be close to the Empress, never once considered sending troops to save her, and even ignored her appeals on several occasions, which truly chilled people's hearts. Everyone knew that this inspector owed his position largely to the Empress's favor. Otherwise, he would have remained unremarkable. Once in charge of Izhou, Xavier immediately started cooperating with local aristocratic families, replacing most officials with his own trusted men and members of these families. His popularity in Izhou soared rapidly, and he became a prominent figure there, almost like the king of Izhou. Of course, this was just what happened behind the scenes. To truly reach such a high position, he might have to rebel and set up his own banner. But he was clear that although he seemed to cooperate with the aristocratic families, they actually mistrusted each other. Any change could lead to mutual entanglement, making them somewhat uneasy. Originally, Xavier felt safe because, as long as the chaos in Dawaqing continued, his control over Izhou would serve as a good bargaining chip. He could use it to counterbalance others. However, Ike stabilized the situation so quickly that Xavier admired him while feeling helpless. Ike moved too fast for him to react. Faced with the current situation, he felt rather powerless. He then gathered all his subordinates to discuss how to respond. They knew solving these problems completely might be difficult. As domestic stability improved, they had two options. Either show allegiance to the Empress or submit to the state of Cary. They still had opportunities now. Gentlemen, Xavier said solemnly at the Chengdu prefecture, having summoned all his trusted men, I believe you are aware of our current predicament. We face two choices. Either return to the Kinley side since we belong to the Wen Kingdom. As for the other option, we can accept Cary's governance. During negotiations, the Empress already handed us over to Cary. What do you think we should do? He had his thoughts but wouldn't disclose them at this moment, to avoid unnecessary trouble. I don't think we need much consideration. Cody, the chief clerk, spoke up. We've always belonged to the Empress. Acting otherwise now would invite trouble. Moreover, if we defy her, it will only bring more unnecessary complications. Ike's military force was overwhelming, and their forces would hardly be enough to contend with them. And betraying Amaya might invite more trouble later. I don't think it's necessary to continue siding with the Empress, another general Allen said. Our terms were clear before. We were ceded to Cary. Since the Empress herself agreed, why not stay with Cary? I agree with General Huang, someone else added. After hearing this, another person spoke up. Given the current situation, the time left for us is not much. Moreover, the state of Cary is now evidently stronger than Dawaqing. If we align ourselves with Cary, we might gain even more benefits. I think we should observe the situation a bit longer. Jesse, Xavier's younger brother, said, considering the present circumstances, since both sides have intentions toward us, we should observe further. Besides, let's not talk about other things for now. Even if we return to Dawaqing, they might not give us more benefits. The most crucial point is that we need to secure more advantages for ourselves. What do you think? Very reasonable indeed. Seeing this, Xavier couldn't help but nod. In fact, he had a third idea in mind, but he didn't dare express it with so many people around. It's worth noting that there were 150,000 troops in Izhou at present. If he mobilized them again, perhaps he could muster some additional forces. However, even so, these troops would still be insufficient when facing the powerful states. After all, although Izhou was considered relatively large within Dawaqing's territory, it was somewhat inadequate compared to the other major states. I think we should do this. Cody couldn't help but say, since we're all here, why don't we vote on our respective stances? If we can resolve the issue, then great. If not, we'll proceed accordingly. Report. Just as everyone harbored their own thoughts, a soldier suddenly ran in and knelt to salute, saying, "Reporting to the Lord, an urgent message from Monroe has arrived. It says that Ike is leading his army to enter Sichuan." What? Upon hearing this, Xavier was clearly stunned. He immediately stood up as if his seat was on fire and asked, "Is what you say true?" "Lord, the urgent message is here. Please review it personally." Seeing this, the soldier then handed over the letter in his hand. Chapter 198, each with their own thoughts. What is going on here? Xavier suddenly felt a bit anxious. Ever since he had adopted a wait-and-see attitude, nearly a year had passed without any incident. But why did Ike suddenly dispatch troops at this moment? Could it be that he really suspected him, or perhaps the Kinley was planning to attack Zhou? From any perspective, this was an immense challenge for him. "Brother, what's going on? How many troops have arrived?" Seeing this scene, Jesse impatiently asked. "Don't worry." Xavier glanced around and immediately started reading the letter. When he saw its contents, his heart was instantly relieved. Fortunately, this time Ike only brought along a few thousand people. No major army was marching straight toward them. Otherwise, relying on the forces in his hands might not have been sufficient to control the situation. This was not a trivial matter for them. Once too many problems occurred, it might lead to unnecessary trouble. Phew. Xavier sighed in relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, "Fortunately, Ike only brought a few thousand soldiers this time, which we can still handle." "Governor." Cody, seeing this scene, could not help but ask, "By your words, are you planning to go to war with the general? What's there to be afraid of?" Alan retorted, "He only brought so few troops this time. Can't we overpower them with our current forces? It's ridiculous. I think we should severely curb their momentum this time." "I agree with what General Huang said." Jesse nodded and remarked, "Looking at our present situation, our troops are well trained and well supplied. Are we afraid of them? Besides, how can their handful of troops be a match for us? Ike's boldness is astonishing, bringing only these troops." "You make valid points." Xavier also nodded, then added solemnly, "If it comes down to a fight, you must be cautious. After all, General Monroe's military strategies are not easy for ordinary people to understand. A direct defeat would ruin everything he had accumulated here over the years." "Lord Fong, there's something I'm unsure whether I should say or not." Cody, watching their confident expressions, could not help but ask, "Say it directly." Xavier held the clerk in high regard. Moreover, in the current situation, he needed to listen to everyone's opinions to avoid accusations of dictatorship. This situation seems too suspicious. Cody looked at them and spoke frankly. Everyone has probably heard about the general's military prowess. If he truly wants to seize Zhou by force, how could he bring only such a small number of troops? Also, if we go to war with the general, what are our chances of winning? Don't you sound alarmist? Alan scoffed. Even if he were invincible, he only brought so few troops this time. We have hundreds of thousands of troops in Sichuan. Why should we be afraid? How do our main forces now compare to the allied forces of Logan and Burl back then? Cody couldn't help but counter. They had over 200,000 elite soldiers who excelled in warfare. How do they compare to our donghua soldiers here? These words caused everyone to fall silent. Indeed, as Cody pointed out, Ansel and Favio had led formidable armies far stronger than theirs, yet failed against Ike. Given their current strength, victory was uncertain. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, if the general intends to take Zhou by force, he likely has more troops backing him. Seeing that everyone was listening, Cody continued, "Not to mention military strategy, none of you can match the general." In fact, he had his own thoughts. After all, once the conflict started, the losses would affect the local aristocratic families of Zhou. How many officials came here with genuine concern for the local elite? "So what do you suggest? We can't fight, and now the army is here. What should we do?" Jesse was clearly somewhat displeased and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Fong, if you are willing to listen to my words, I can come up with a way to test the situation." Cody knew clearly that none of these people's words would matter until Xavier expressed his stance. "Speak." Xavier felt uncertain after hearing those words earlier. After a moment of silence, he began to ask, "I think General Ike didn't bring the main force for two major reasons." Seeing this scene, Cody immediately started analyzing. Firstly, he is unsure about our current stance in Zhou, so he brought these troops to probe our attitude. Secondly, his troops are still engaged on the front lines against Burl's army and can't spare too many soldiers, hence he only brought these few here. The others listened without showing any expression but nodded slightly. This explanation was the best they could offer at the moment, as resolving this issue was indeed challenging for them. "So according to me, we should take this opportunity to probe Monroe." Cody spoke again after observing this scene. "Do you mean that I should personally go to Monroe to negotiate with Ike?" Xavier felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. After all, the general was renowned for his might, and if he did not return, it would be troublesome. "Of course, we won't let you go alone. I will accompany you." Cody promptly responded, "After all, this matter concerns our entire Zhou, and naturally, we must prioritize Zhou's interests. Brother, I'll lead the troops and go with you." Jesse, seeing this scene, hesitated not to speak up. "You stay behind. Let General Allen lead the soldiers there." Chapter 199, The Chief of Monroe. Ike led Honest and Armand from Xiangyang northward into Sichuan. They advanced at the fastest speed possible and finally arrived at Monroe after 10 days. Monroe could be considered a strategically important location, with nearly 50,000 troops stationed here. The governor of Monroe had naturally heard of General Monroe's reputation, so he did not dare to let them enter the city directly. However, he was also afraid of offending this great general, and thus arranged for supplies to be sent, while quickly seeking Xavier's advice. After all, for him, offending either side would bring no benefits and might even cause trouble. Ike did not order his soldiers to attack the city directly. Although the white feather soldiers were brave and good at fighting, they were his elite troops, and losing any of them would be troublesome. Moreover, most importantly, under current circumstances, he still preferred to resolve the Zhou issue peacefully. With these two regions in hand, plus Amaya's assistance, he would be able to firmly establish himself. What does this mean? Armand was anxious and paced back and forth inside the central military tent, saying, "It's already December, and soon there will be heavy snow. If we can't return by the end of the month, Grady will surely send officials to take over Zhou, which would greatly impact us. You don't need to panic." Seeing this scene, Ike smiled indifferently and said, "We still have 20 days left, which should be enough for us. It's not that I'm worried about time." After sitting down, Armand said, "Now all military command authority is in Dylan's hands. If that guy has any ulterior motives, it could be troublesome for us. After all, their so-called special forces numbered less than 20,000, and together with the Bingzhou cavalry, they totaled around 70,000. If they clashed with Cary Kingdom, who could mobilize 200,000 or 300,000 troops, it would undoubtedly be a massive blow to them. I think it won't happen in the short term," Honest responded calmly. "If they want to fight us, they must pay a certain price. Moreover, if we smoothly occupy Zhou, they still have over 100,000 troops here, which is sufficient to counteract Cary Kingdom." "That makes sense," Armand nodded after hearing this. "But I worry that if they don't cooperate, we might face a two-front war. Have a seat and drink some tea." I glanced at Armand and said, "This matter is simple. We'll see how negotiations go. If they refuse, we can just capture their governor." Sitting down, Armand finished his tea and proposed forcing him to surrender his military power. "I don't think it needs to be rushed or confrontational." Ike shook his head as this was a last resort, hoping to solve the issue peacefully. Report. Suddenly, a soldier ran in, knelt, and reported, "General Xavier, governor of Zhou, along with officials, requests an audience, saying he has important matters to discuss." "They're here," Ike smiled. "Let them in and serve tea." After a moment, Xavier, along with Cody and Alan, entered the central military tent. "Greetings, great general." Xavier and his group bowed to Ike. Despite solving Joaquin Kingdom's crisis, Ike was still the Cary Kingdom's great general, so formal bowing was unnecessary. "You're Xavier?" Nodding, Ike said, "I've long heard of you. We meet under unexpected circumstances, but please relax and sit down." "Thank you, General." The trio immediately sat opposite him, with Honest and Armand accompanying them. "Great General." Xavier picked up his teacup but thought it best to smile and get straight to business. "Why has the great general brought troops to Monroe? I've heard the scenery in Zhou is beautiful. After you assist the Kinley in recovering her territory, you'll likely return to Cary Kingdom, so I came early to enjoy the view and avoid regret later." Ike, seeing this, smiled indifferently and then lifted his teacup for a sip. "Director Fong, please have some tea. This is top-quality Biluakan." "Thank you, great general." Xavier sipped the tea, fully aware that everything Ike had said was untrue. He then spoke again. "If the great general wishes to admire the scenery, I can accompany you into Sichuan. After all, we should offer our hospitality. Moreover, there's no need for the great general to bring such a large army." Armand smiled without showing it after hearing these words. Was this governor really that naive, or was he pretending? "I feel uneasy being alone outside, so I brought them along. Besides, given the current situation, it's always better to look around more to avoid regrets later." I casually replied when he saw the man wasn't speaking frankly. After all, it would be interesting to see who would become anxious first. "Great general." Sure enough, Xavier, realizing Ike avoided the main topic, grew somewhat impatient and said, "I think the great general's trip here isn't as simple as it seems. Considering the current situation, E-State will soon be reassigned to Cary Kingdom. Is the purpose of your visit related to the arrangement of officials? This matter concerns national affairs and shouldn't be privately discussed." Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh, then refilled his teacup. "Moreover, it also depends on the situation in E-State. In fact, to be honest with the great general, we in E-State are quite conflicted, unsure whether to return to the Kinley or follow Cary Kingdom." Seeing this scene, Xavier couldn't help but ask, "Since the great general has come, could you provide us with some guidance?" Chapter 200 Thorough Understanding. "This matter probably shouldn't be asked of me." Ike raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the implications in his words. He then spoke up, "When the time comes, you should ask for the Kinley's opinion. Wouldn't that be more beneficial to you? Why would General hide this from us?" At this moment, Cody, standing beside him, could no longer hold back and said, "Taking the current state of affairs in Joaquin Kingdom as an example, though Kinley is nominally the ruler of the whole country, many officials actually revere the great general. When the great general acts, I think the Kinley wouldn't oppose." After hearing this, Ike started to size up the official before him and secretly admired him. It was indeed rare to find someone who could grasp the situation so clearly. More importantly, it was evident that he had already seen through their intentions, possibly trying to test their reactions by seizing this opportunity. "What's your name? What position do you currently hold?" I couldn't help but ask. This man was sharp and suited his taste particularly well. If this person were to take over as the inspector of Zhou, it might prove highly advantageous for him. "I am Cody, and I now serve as the chief clerk of Zhou." After hearing this, Cody stood up calmly, bowed respectfully, and answered, "What you've said makes a lot of sense." Ike nodded in agreement and replied, "Considering the current situation, if you come over, things will indeed be simpler. Moreover, the Kinley has also indicated that if you can safeguard the interests of Joaquin Kingdom, you all will be considered loyal and capable officers. The matter may not be as simple as the great general describes." Seeing the scene before him, Alan on the side interjected impatiently, "Even if we are willing to protect, how will the Cary Kingdom arrange matters? After all, it was the great general who led Cary's army to clear the obstacles this time. If their demands aren't met, trouble might arise in the future." "That's exactly what worries me too." Xavier nodded and added, "No one knows the Kinley's true intentions at present. Yet, Cary's sovereign has been urging for a long time now, and officials are likely already arranged, waiting to take over once the moment arrives. As they had said before, no one wished to offend Cary's sovereign at this juncture. Things will develop just as you imagine." With Burl's army soon retreating from Joaquin territory entirely, I suspect Cary's sovereign will quickly send officials to take over Zhou. Ike nodded upon hearing this, looked at everyone present, and remarked, when that day comes, I doubt you can maintain your current positions. Once these words were spoken, those present suddenly became rather uneasy. For them, if things progressed as described, it could indeed become problematic. So, according to the great general, you expect us to follow the Kinley? Cody frowned, glancing at Ike with a question. After all, being part of local aristocratic families, they naturally didn't want their benefits to be shared with others. Furthermore, if other officials from Cary took over Zhou, they would undoubtedly suppress the interests of these local aristocratic families, which would be highly unfavorable. Perhaps that could work. Ike chuckled deeply, for if these people could align with Cally, controlling this area would become easier for him. He realized that among those present, Xavier and Cody aimed to protect their own interests, which wasn't easy. However, it wasn't overly difficult for him. As long as things were handled properly, their interests could be satisfied. It's probably not as simple as the great general says. Alan, after hearing this, expressed his discomfort. Considering the current circumstances, Cary might not agree. This could even anger Cary. I've come here specifically for this issue. If you listen to my advice, perhaps it will make things easier. Seeing that they were almost done discussing, Ike immediately laid out his thoughts. Please, speak openly, great general. Seeing this, Xavier readily spoke up. The matter is straightforward. I will participate in arranging the officials of Zhou. Ike immediately spoke candidly. As long as you listen to me and let the officials I arrange enter Zhou, I can protect your interests here without any problems. Upon hearing this, the few present exchanged glances. They naturally understood that Ike clearly had his own intentions, but they didn't know whose will this was. Was it Grady, or Cally, or even possibly the great general himself? Great general. Seeing the situation, Xavier promptly asked, we just want to know whose will this is? The Kinley or Duke Cary? You don't need to worry about that. Shaking his head after hearing this, Ike replied, because no matter whose will it is, I will be the one executing it. So, as long as you follow my instructions, there won't be any issues. Understand? Yes. The others immediately responded after hearing this. However, despite this, they still felt a lingering unease. Xavier. Ike looked at the provincial governor and then said, as long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee you'll not only remain in your position as governor but may even advance further. I believe you understand what I mean. In that case, thank you, great general. Seeing this, Xavier stood up excitedly and said, I owe much to the great general's patronage from now on. At that time, both of you will also benefit. Ike nodded, then turned to look at the other two with a serious expression. As long as you listen to me, you'll certainly reap benefits. And I can assure you too that this day will come soon, as long as you follow my orders. Chapter 201. Private Conversation. Since General has spoken, we will of course follow your instructions. Xavier was the first to express his stance, speaking with a serious face. After all, as long as he could secure his current position and future career prospects, it didn't matter who he allied with. And furthermore, taking Kinley's favor into account, if she hadn't been so kind before, I wouldn't have been promoted to governor by now. Ike was extremely satisfied with this scene in front of him. Once these two places were secured, not many would be able to rival him in the entire land. Moreover, to put it simply, even if Cary decided to launch an attack on him, he had no worries whatsoever. As for other matters, I'll arrange officials to come and take over once I return. General, when those officials come to take over, what about us? Hearing this, Xavier couldn't help but feel some concern. If he, as the governor, had to report to others, he certainly wouldn't be pleased. Furthermore, while certain things could be agreed upon now, how they would truly unfold was another issue altogether. You will, of course, remain in your original positions. How could Ike not understand this man's true thoughts? He immediately expressed his stance, saying, after all, you will still be the masters of Zhou, so naturally, you'll manage them. In that case, we can rest assured. Xavier breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, having served as governor for so many years, giving up power now would leave him somewhat reluctant. There's one more thing. Ike suddenly thought of something and immediately added, you will also need to dispatch troops to assist us? Upon hearing this, Xavier and Alan exchanged looks, clearly not understanding the implication fully. Given their current official positions, the army was undoubtedly more crucial to them. We're sending troops to attack Burl this time. Honest, who was standing beside him, interjected, reminding everyone, however, Anakin is helping us, and we've agreed on terms beforehand. We must provide assistance whenever they need it after this operation. Therefore, we must also send troops to assist Anakin. Since our current forces are limited, you will need to arrange some of your own. This left both men visibly hesitant. General, Cody asked, will this military action be carried out under Cary's name or the Great Joaquin's name? This was critically important to them. If they faced retaliation from Burl, it would complicate matters. That's not significant for now. Hearing this, Ike wasn't sure how to respond. After all, he hadn't declared independence yet, so using any name was problematic. There might be unnecessary troubles down the line, and although they had discussed it, how would things unfold after the troops were dispatched? And most importantly, whether Xavier would obey his orders later. In that case, we will follow the general's instructions. Cody understood the implications. They might end up siding with Ike indefinitely, and they needed to make up their minds now. For now, let's follow the general's lead. Xavier and Alan were unsure how to react and could only agree. Alright, then I'll return now. Seeing the situation, Ike knew that while he had temporarily pacified them, problems might arise anytime. So he needed to find ways to stabilize the situation. After you return, wait for my news. As for the Kinley and King Cary, I will inform them. You just need to keep the officials I've arranged. There's no need to worry about anything else for now. He could only move part of his forces for now. Once everything outside was stable, he would bring them back. Thank you, General. Xavier and the others immediately agreed upon hearing this. Cody, stay behind. I have a few words for you. Ike watched as they prepared to leave, and then spoke to Cody. Yes, General. Cody understood, and remained standing aside. Honest, Jensen, take Governor Fong for a tour. Afterward, Ike glanced at the other two and said, by the way, the goods we seized from Burl last time, we should also send them a portion. After all, this is our gesture of goodwill. Thank you, Great General. Hearing this, Xavier and Alan felt elated. After all, for them, this was a huge benefit. After they left, Ike gestured for Cody to sit down. Great General, if you have any orders, just say it directly. Cody understood the implications and spoke candidly. As long as the interests of our clan and the other major clans in Zhou are secured, we will follow the Great General's instructions. Very well, I like dealing with smart people like you. Ike took a sip of tea and asked, now let me ask you, do you think this Magistrate Fong is reliable? It depends on what the Great General means. Cody pondered for a moment and replied, in terms of safeguarding his own interests, he's more important than anyone else. But if it comes to taking risks, he might not agree. So, getting him to cooperate fully would be difficult. Upon hearing this, Ike remarked, is that what you mean? Exactly. Cody replied seriously, that's why during this decision on which side to back, he has been indecisive, swaying between options. Moreover, he might not fully trust or follow the Great General's words. I understand. Ike was quite satisfied with these insights and set down his teacup, then looked at Cody. If you were to choose, which side would you pick? I've already made it clear, Cody responded sternly. We only need assurance that the interests of our family and the major clans of Zhou are protected. Who manages doesn't matter. Chapter 202, a promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I'm very satisfied with your attitude. After witnessing the scene before him, I couldn't help but nod and said, I believe you might be more suitable for the position of Trucer than that Chancellor Fong. Nothing is more important than having someone who listens. Additionally, this guy was smart enough to understand his implications. General, do you mean? Upon hearing this, Cody was momentarily curious. Though rising to a higher position would certainly be good, still, Xavier had been the Trucer for many years in Zhou, holding some power and influence there. Most importantly, his few trusted subordinates were in command of troops. It wouldn't be easy to topple this man. I know this matter might be difficult for you, but I believe with your recent performance, accomplishing this should not be too hard. Ike knew that despite these Trucers possessing military power, ultimately they hadn't deeply rooted themselves in the region. The ones truly influential here were still the aristocratic families. Besides them, it was almost impossible for others to intervene in local politics. As long as these aristocratic families united, controlling these Trucers would be sufficient. I understand what you mean, General. After thinking for a moment, Cody fully understood and knew that once he completed this task given by the general, both he and his family could stabilize their position. Very well. If you manage to accomplish this, I guarantee that your family will attain absolute dominance in Zhou. Ike nodded, relieved. After all, this matter was actually quite simple and posed no real difficulty. Thank you, General. Cody also felt relieved upon hearing this, but he knew that doing this meant tying their fate completely with Ike. In the future, whatever this general did, Zhou must follow unconditionally. Oh, if they agree to cooperate with you, keep them around. After pondering for a while, Ike ordered again, these people are rare talents. It's somewhat regrettable to kill them. Yes. Cody nodded, though he harbored different thoughts. Keeping those people would mean potential threats, which naturally made it unlikely to happen. Furthermore, he had to find a way to eliminate them thoroughly, to avoid leaving troubles for the future. After a brief conversation, Ike let Cody leave. General. After he left, Honest and Jensen walked in. How did the talk with those two go? Can we use them? Seeing them, Ike motioned them to sit down and asked formally. This might be a bit challenging, Honest replied. Xavier seems indecisive. Giving him some benefits might make him cooperate. However, Alan might not be so easy, mainly because he relies on his military power, making cooperation with him tricky. All right. Ike nodded, then said, I have already instructed Cody. If those two can be useful, keep them. Otherwise, they'll meet a dead end. Can we return now? Jensen felt like he was about to mold after being here for days and thus asked, I think your affairs should be done here. Hence, we could go back and reclaim the military power. There's no need for reclaim. Smiling slightly at this, Ike said, we can return openly and demand them to hand over what they possess. Order the army to move out immediately and head back to Jiaoji as fast as possible. Yes. Both men agreed instantly. The governor of Monrojo felt utterly relieved after seeing everyone retreat, as getting rid of these troublemakers became the utmost priority for him. Therefore, he quickly presented some provisions and money after Ike's withdrawal. When Ike returned to Jiaoji with his army, he noticed they hadn't taken the last city. Ambrose was still holed up inside, seemingly having no intention of fighting. General. Dylan hurriedly went forward to greet Ike as soon as he saw him returning with the army, saying, You're finally back. I had already instructed you to take this last city while I was away. Why wasn't my order carried out? Ike asked with some confusion, since this matter was of utmost importance to them. Replying to General, Dylan immediately explained, After General left with the troops, we did attack the city once but failed to take it. Moreover, during this period, 2 envoys were arranged, but because General was not here, we couldn't arrange talks with him. You have the authority to negotiate with him when carrying out military orders. Ike, somewhat impressed by this, said, Logically, you should have discussed with him. I didn't dare overstep my bounds. Dylan shook his head and replied, So, we waited for General's return to make the decision. What about those envoys? Ike was quite satisfied and then asked, If they are still here, have them come see me immediately. I'll arrange for someone to talk to them now. When they arrive, General can then discuss with them. Hearing this, Dylan immediately turned to leave. General, you're finally back. Tate laughed upon seeing everyone. I thought it would take a few more days. Didn't expect you to return so quickly. The matters were surprisingly simple. Ike hadn't expected Xavier and the others to agree so readily, and the biggest gain was probably Cody. If that guy could complete the task, capturing Zhou would be easy. Chapter 203 Bryce. By the way, General. At this moment, Tate suddenly spoke up. Just a few days ago, Burl's army sent an envoy over. I estimate they must want to discuss peace with you. And most likely it's to secure their crown prince's position, since this conflict has severely weakened them. I heard Dylan mention that already. Ike responded indifferently. If they want to negotiate with us, this could be an opportunity. After all, we've just captured Bingzhou and Izhou, and this can help establish our own power base. With the troops from these two regions, we can easily gain a foothold here. I was thinking the same. Tate nodded after hearing this. However, we've already promised Anakin State that we would assist them with military support. If we don't act now, won't it leave a bad impression on them? Will they think we lack sincerity? Regarding these matters, what we've done is more than enough. Moreover, I estimate they will launch their next attack in about 6 months. By then, we should have stabilized the situation, so there shouldn't be much of an issue. Ike was quite confident about this. Apart from other factors, their troops from Bingzhou and Izhou alone would be sufficient to contend with Cary State at present. And the critical point was, once they resolved the trouble with Cary State, Burl State wouldn't dare to attack alone. Thus, they could consolidate their current position. Furthermore, he could potentially form alliances with Cali, Albert State, and even Han State. With the aid of these forces, others wouldn't dare challenge him. Then the only concern would be Cary State and Zhao State. As for Chu State, they had no conflicts, so it was unlikely they would confront him over such trivial matters unless both sides were forced into a confrontation. These matters are nothing to worry about. Honest wasn't concerned after witnessing the scene, and he laughed. Considering our current strength, dealing with them will be more than sufficient. Moreover, once everything here is settled, we can also borrow Zhou from the Kinley. You're speaking my mind. I glanced proudly at those around him and couldn't help but laugh. I've always thought the same. After all, that place is crucial to us. Most importantly, if these 3 states were connected, all problems would be solved. While they were chatting, they saw Dylan quickly walk in, followed by 2 burly men. Though these men looked intimidating, they didn't exude much hostility. Clearly, they had come for the peace talks. General, let me introduce these 2 gentlemen to you, Dylan said, looking at Ike before turning to the other 2. This one is Burl State's General, Bryce, and the other is his deputy, Brian. Welcome. I glanced at them and said, I assume you've come for the upcoming peace negotiations. If you intended to wage war, you probably wouldn't be standing here with me. After all, given their previous strength, Dylan wanted to avoid this war, indicating that he planned to preserve their forces. General Monroe's reputation has long been well known to us. Bryce couldn't help but smile upon seeing this scene. We are indeed here for peace negotiations between our states. After all, enemies should reconcile rather than remain hostile, especially when there's no fundamental conflict between Burl and Cary. Though they felt extremely humiliated by this negotiation, having lost despite overwhelming odds to Ike. It was a monumental disgrace. They had no choice under these circumstances. If they offended Ike, it could lead to their destruction. They knew General Monroe had been renowned across the 16 kingdoms for years. Other issues aside, his past victories against Albert State, Zhao State, and Cary State had left those states almost powerless. And if not for Callie's manipulation, they wouldn't have antagonized Ike. Therefore, no matter what, they had to properly resolve this matter to avoid inviting a disaster that could destroy their nation. All right, you few can withdraw for now. Ike nodded, signaling the generals beside him to step back first. After all, if they were going to negotiate, they needed to do it seriously, to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Moreover, there was an important point. Some matters would be difficult to discuss if others were present. Immediately after, the soldiers quickly served tea and then exited the main tent of the headquarters. Please sit down, generals. Ike glanced at the 2 men before seating himself in the main position. Without hesitation, he spoke. Since both of you have come here for peace talks, I suppose you should first hear my conditions. That is reasonable. Bryce nodded upon hearing this. After all, for them, as the defeated party, even if they wanted to propose terms, it was unlikely the other side would agree. And more importantly, as the losing side now, they lacked the capital to propose terms anyway. My conditions are simple. Just withdraw your troops from the Joaquin territory and compensate for the military expenses and supplies our country incurred this time. That will suffice. Ike looked at the 2 men indifferently and continued. I think these terms should be easy for you to agree to. After all, given the current situation, proposing harsher terms wouldn't likely get your agreement. General's terms aren't problematic. Bryce couldn't help but nod again. Given the context of the war between the 2 countries, these terms were not harsh at all, and even considered favorable for them. Indeed, these terms were highly advantageous for them. Chapter 204. Write a note. We have one more condition, and would like to discuss it with General. If the great general agrees to this condition, we will immediately accept. Moreover, all the civilians we took this time can be returned. Brian then spoke up at this moment. Of course, this condition might be hard for the people of Daishiang to accept, but indeed, it's the intention of our Yuan. The reason they kept proposing conditions one after another was simply to take this opportunity to clarify matters with Ike's side and avoid unnecessary trouble. Negotiations between both sides are acceptable. After hearing these words, Ike lifted his teacup and sipped tea. If that's the case, please state your condition. I'll try my best if I can agree. Of course, you should know that I am not just representing myself. If our Yuan refuses to agree, it might be problematic. This, Bryce and Brian exchanged glances, clearly feeling troubled. How about this? Bryce spoke after some thought. I'll tell you the original condition first. If you agree, it would be perfect. But if you don't, consider this conversation never happened. All right, go ahead and state your condition. Ike nodded after hearing this. All the military horses, money, and supplies you need this time will be compensated by us. Our condition is that the Cary army cannot assist the Joaquin Kingdom in any military action within the next 3 years. After some contemplation, Brian stated the condition. Moreover, if you violate the treaty, we reserve the right to join forces with other countries. Upon hearing this, Ike realized these guys were still unwilling to give up their interest in the Joaquin Kingdom. And probably a few days after their withdrawal, these people would certainly bring their troops back north to attack Marutsishi again. Given Wen Kingdom's current military equipment and strength, dealing with them now would be quite difficult. And Murutsishi doesn't even have the capability to resist the Burl Kingdom now. But that didn't matter much to him because he only agreed not to lead Cary Kingdom's troops. With 2 months at most, he would rebuild his forces, and when Murutsishi requests his help again, it would be reasonable. After all, these things are relatively simple for them. No problem. Ike pretended to think for a moment and then said without hesitation, we can completely agree to this condition. And if there are any issues later, you can come directly to me. All right. Hearing this answer, Bryce and Brian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ike with gratitude. Thank you very much, great general. To me, it's a matter of course, no need for thanks. Seeing this, Ike waved his hand and continued. I hope you can fulfill your promises as soon as possible. In a few days, I'll be leading my troops back north. If you can't enter the Wen Kingdom by then, the cost of transporting from the former line along might increase. He naturally couldn't transport all the military supplies back. He had more important things to do. Given the current situation, as long as they deliver the supplies, he would keep everything. That shouldn't be a problem. To be honest with the great general, Bryce took a sip of tea and smiled. Considering the present situation, I believe the great general came with sincerity this time. So we've already prepared these items on the way here. More importantly, the general can take them away anytime from the river nearby. Then I'm relieved. Ike felt reassured after hearing this, sat up straight, and said, in that case, please help unload the goods during this period. That's natural. After hearing this, Brian seemed somewhat worried and asked, if the great general doesn't mind, could you write us a note? This will help us report back to the Yuan. One of the reasons he suggested this was so they could have a means of leverage. When they enter the battlefield, who can clearly foresee what will happen. Moreover, the more important point is that no one can guarantee that what Ike says is true. It seems the 2 generals don't quite trust me. Upon hearing this, Ike's expression turned grave. He couldn't help but say, in that case, it seems you 2 have no sincerity at all. Great general, please don't misunderstand. Bryce was afraid of causing Ike's displeasure. If negotiations broke down, not only would their crown Nate be unable to return, but the lingering army here might invite retaliation from Ike. We just want to give you a reply. After all, it will be difficult to explain when we go back. He explained further. All right, since that's the case, I'll write it for you now. Ike didn't take these things seriously at all. To him, writing this was extremely simple. More importantly, even if they used this note to find him later, he could completely deny it. After all, by then he would not be deploying troops for Cary Kingdom but acting in his own interest. In that case, thank you very much, great general. Seeing this scene, the 2 men finally sighed with relief. They needed to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Ike then stood up and went to the table, picking up paper and pen to write a note and handed it to them. Take a look at the content. If there are any issues, I can revise it for you now to avoid any misunderstanding later. Ike looked at them and said, if there's nothing wrong, I hope you can honor your promise. No problem, absolutely no problem. The 2 men glanced over the content briefly and nodded in satisfaction. I'll arrange for someone right away. Chapter 205. I'll leave it to you. That will be troubling you then. Ike nodded in satisfaction after witnessing the scene before him and then turned his gaze outward. In that case, we can now explain the matter to your crown Nate and have him lead his troops away. But there is one thing I must remind you. When this is all over, I hope you won't disclose what has happened between us. After all, this was a critical and highly confidential matter for him. Having taken so many military funds and supplies, if the king and ministers of Cary learn of this, they might turn their backs on him entirely. He didn't mind turning against them, but he was solely concerned that if these fellows spread the word carelessly, it would greatly affect him. Given the current situation, he still trusted Grady and did not wish for matters to escalate with them. Of course, that won't be a problem. Bryce immediately nodded upon hearing this, as this incident was also extremely disgraceful for them. If others found out, significant trouble would ensue. After all, it wouldn't be good for anyone if people bring it up in the future. So let's settle it this way. Ike smiled upon seeing their reaction and continued. Just focus on leading your troops away. If there are any other issues, feel free to speak to me directly. Thank you, General. Upon hearing this, the 2 were immensely grateful. After finishing their tea, they turned and left. Only after they departed did Ike leave the central command tent. General, Honest, Tate, and Jensen saw this and immediately followed up, asking, how did it go? Everything went smoothly? Everything has been arranged with them. Ike laughed upon hearing this. They've completely agreed to our terms and promised to provide us with military funds and supplies, bearing all the losses from the war themselves. There could be such good fortune? Tate asked, apparently finding it hard to believe. What could make these guys agree? Logically speaking, no one should accept such conditions. Are they really that foolish? Don't underestimate this. Honest countered. Is there another condition hidden behind this? The only condition they have for us is that within 3 years, we cannot launch an attack against them. Ike nodded, replying, I estimate they will still focus on Joaquin. Soon after we retreat, they will seize the opportunity to attack again. Then we can't agree to that. Tate immediately responded. The Kinley is still very important to us. Besides, we can gain advantages from her side later on. If we sell them out to the Kinley, it won't be beneficial for us. Moreover, looking at the current situation, we may need to lean towards them now. Yes, General. Jensen added, we agreed with father-in-law that we would coordinate a joint attack. If we delay due to this, won't we lose credibility? I've thought about everything you're saying. And more simply, this period is enough for us. Ike smiled and said, moreover, I've already clarified in my message to them that we won't represent the state of Cary in battle, but I will take personal action. Considering they were likely to break ties with Cary's rulers, leading his own troops under his name wouldn't pose any problems. General's plan is indeed brilliant. The others expressed admiration upon hearing this. Now, what you need to be concerned about is whether they can deliver all those resources. I glanced into the distance and reminded them, and more importantly, ensure everything gets delivered to our training camp without leaving anything behind. Understood. Tate laughed and replied, We guarantee not to leave anything for them. You all continue to keep an eye on things here. I'll go find Dylan now. I glanced at him and then said, there are certain matters that need to be fully clarified with him. Otherwise, it might not work out well when the time comes. Agreed. The others did not hesitate to agree upon hearing this. General. At this moment, Dylan was observing the surroundings. After all, there were still many things he needed to handle. More critically, he had to constantly guard against any unexpected attacks from here. Although he didn't really want to do so, as a minister of Cary, if this matter wasn't handled properly, it would bring unnecessary trouble. I have already discussed almost everything with Burl. I glanced at the person before him and then spoke. As for what we talked about, have you thought it through? Since General has already reached an agreement, there's no need to discuss it further with me. Dylan responded after hearing this. Moreover, as long as General completes the task, everything else will be settled. Since you put it that way, I'll tell you directly. I looked at the person in front of him and then said, it goes like this. I've laid out all the terms with them. They will leave immediately with their troops, and we will also withdraw our army completely. Now the main consideration is whether you will lead the troops back, or if this general will oversee the withdrawal. I think it's best if General takes charge. After a brief pause, Dylan immediately agreed. After all, General is the commander-in-chief this time, and we aren't familiar with the situation here. Therefore, it's most appropriate for General to take the lead. Chapter 206, Mutual Suspicion. Since you put it that way, I won't say more. Ike did not hesitate to agree after hearing this. Then he said, however, there's one thing I hope you understand. Given the current situation, our army can't return all at once immediately. So I hope you go back first and explain this to Manny. What do you think? Well, Dylan showed some hesitation after hearing this. He then spoke, I'm afraid the UN hopes General would return with me. In the current situation, returning alone might incur Manny's displeasure. Is there really an issue? Ike explained his thoughts and couldn't help but say, given the current situation, I think it should be fine for General Joaquin to return first. And I believe the UN will understand your intentions. General, that's not how things are. Dylan replied helplessly. This time, the UN insisted on both of us returning together. If I were to come back alone and make him feel neglected, I fear it may cause trouble. In that case, why don't we do this? Ike suggested immediately, if you still don't trust me, you can take my tiger tally back with you. After all, moving the army required the tiger tally. Without it, it would be impossible. Therefore, this was already his final concession. If the other party still disagreed, there was nothing more to do. Do you mean to say you don't trust me, General? Ike's face darkened after hearing this, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Great General, please don't misunderstand. Seeing Ike's reaction, Dylan knew he had to comply. With a helpless tone, he responded, then I will follow your advice. I'll lead part of the troops back first, and hope Great General will bring the rest as soon as possible. If that's settled, then let's finalize it. Ike breathed a sigh of relief. Once this matter was completed, everything else would be easier. More importantly, Dylan's trust in him would create a false impression for the UN when they returned. Yes. Dylan agreed shortly afterward. In the following days, everything went smoothly. The Burl army handed over all their provisions. Ambrose then led his people back. For this portion of the army to return safely, the entire state of Burl rejoiced. After all, preserving so many troops was extremely crucial for Burl. However, once Dylan returned to the capital, things became complicated. There were more issues for him to deal with. What is this all about? Grady's face fell when she saw the man before her. She couldn't help asking, why did you leave the general under his command and return alone? Did you forget what I told you? You were the military supervisor. Why did you entrust everything to him? Had she known things would turn out this way, she wouldn't have sent Dylan in the first place. After all, he was someone she trusted most, and no one else could be trusted. Your Majesty. Dylan tried to explain, I believe what the great general said makes sense. Considering the current situation, having all troops return immediately would be difficult. Instead, I thought it better if I brought part of them back first. Moreover, the great general has already handed me the tiger tally used for troop movements, so I don't see any problem. General Joaquin, you're being short-sighted. Shepard, standing beside Grady, couldn't hold back, scolding, did you forget who that person is? He is the renowned Ike. Does he need that token in hand to cause trouble? More importantly, now that so many troops are under his command, what if he revolts? Can our forces here stand against him? Third brother, your words are too harsh. After hearing this, Cannon couldn't help but speak up. You have no evidence in your hand. How can you say he's going to rebel? And more importantly, if this isn't true, wouldn't we be falsely accusing him? I don't think there's any need for further discussion. Let's recall him to the capital and then investigate thoroughly. You're oversimplifying this matter, Shepard immediately rebutted after hearing this. Do you really think he would still come back? Everyone under his command has already fled. Everyone present was quite shocked by these words, as nobody expected him to say something like that. Third uncle, do you have any proof of what you're saying? If not, don't spout nonsense here, Grady said, somewhat worried. He feared that such an event might actually happen later. However, before anything happened, he absolutely could not allow this person to disrupt the court. After all, just taking this incident into account, things were bound to be so. I think Tudor's point makes sense, said the silent Minister of War who suddenly stepped forward. Although there has been no unusual movement from the other side yet, who can guarantee that he doesn't have any intentions? Take the previous situation. Why did the Kinley suspect him at that time? Wasn't it because of prior incidents? If he truly has sincere intentions, he should immediately return and explain things face to face. If he doesn't have any rebellious thoughts, let him hand over his military authority. Everyone is worried about Ike having ulterior motives. If problems arise with this matter, it will be troublesome. I think your approach may be too harsh on Che, Cannon immediately responded. What will the other generals think then? Will they still remain loyal? Chapter 207, Celebration. I think you're overthinking this. Shepard dismissed the concern with a slow and steady voice. Look at our current situation. The nation is so powerful now. How could we possibly worry about rebellion? Not to mention, putting other matters aside, I just don't believe they have any ulterior motives. Let me ask you. Canon immediately spoke up after listening. If others were to suspect you in the future, how would you feel? Could you remain as calm as you are now? It's simply ridiculous. As the saying goes, the innocent will always clear themselves. Shepard insisted stubbornly. If Ikeg has such thoughts, let him come forward for confrontation. I believe that if he had the guts. Enough. Grady couldn't help but interrupt upon witnessing the scene. Your bickering over this matter serves no purpose. I think it's best to do as Uncle 3 suggested, directly recall them, and clear things up through dialogue. I think if Manny issues an edict, it should be done quickly. Shepard reminded promptly after hearing those words, otherwise, all control will fall into Ike's hands, leaving Manny at a disadvantage. I also think this matter should be handled as soon as possible. Cornelius added immediately after hearing everyone's comments, given the current circumstances, it's clearly very unfavorable to us. That's enough. Grady felt increasingly irritable by their arguments and snapped. Since none of you trust each other, I'll issue the order to recall him immediately. Then he shifted his gaze to Dylan. When I assigned you as the military supervisor, I never expected things to turn out like this. There's nothing left to say. I understand, Your Excellency. Dylan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I will return and explain everything to the Grand General. I believe he has no other intentions and will clarify everything immediately upon our arrival, leading the troops back with us. I hope what you say turns out true. Shepard naturally didn't fully trust this statement and responded, if he can indeed lead the army back, I'll personally welcome you both. Uncle 3, why do I sense a hidden meaning in your words? Grady observed the scene and his expression darkened. Do you not wish for a peaceful resolution? Or do you harbor other thoughts? If so, I advise you to prioritize the country's interests to avoid unnecessary trouble. After these words, Shepard's face turned uneasy. He understood the implications and smiled nervously. Your Majesty, I was merely speaking casually. Please don't take it to heart. After all, angering the butler over this matter would serve him no good. And since being demoted, he understood that if the butler truly became enraged, it could bring disaster to his family. Humph. Grady then cast a stern look at the rest. Lionelston carefully. If anyone causes similar trouble again, don't blame me for not being lenient. Additionally, during the days until the Grand General returns to the capital, whoever spreads rumors will not escape legal punishment. Yes, Your Majesty. The present officials, upon hearing this, dared not speak further and complied silently. Your Majesty. At this moment, Canon stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, in these few days, I have nothing else to do. I will accompany General Joaquin, and if there are any other matters, I can assist in resolving them as well. Uncle 4 makes a valid point. Grady nodded in agreement. You will go with them then, but I must remind you, regardless of what happens, don't provoke Ike over trivial matters. After recent events, Grady realized he too began doubting Ike. However, considering past circumstances, he knew better than to act rashly. So, during this period, he has been restraining the relationship between both sides to avoid any conflict as much as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited so long to finish certain matters. After all, regarding the current situation, some issues are not because of any wrongdoing by Ike's side. Certainly, some ministers in court also have grievances with Ike's side. I know what to do. Canon was naturally unwilling to ruin the relationship with Ike at this moment. After all, other things aside, some matters shouldn't be taken too far. I think we could do it this way. Shepard, upon seeing the scene, then suggested, we can take this opportunity to invite them. Let Ike lead his generals back to the capital for a banquet. In this way, we can see if there are any problems on their end. I think this proposal is quite good. Cornelius also chimed in at this moment. After all, regardless of everything, the Grand General has achieved remarkable military successes. We should celebrate these victories according to reason. That does sound like a good plan. Grady nodded after hearing this and then turned his gaze to the other officials. You should spread this news when you return, letting everyone know that I intend to honor their achievements. And most importantly, all arrangements will be made by the Imperial Court, so they don't need to worry about anything. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials all agreed after hearing this because it was indeed a crucial matter for them. Moreover, with the present state of Cary Kingdom, there were no pressing issues to handle, so this course of action seemed logical. Dylan Cannon, I now give you 15 days. By the end of this time, you must bring them all back to Dichio. Chapter 208, 2 provinces stabilized. Although Ike didn't know what exactly was happening in the Imperial Court at present, he still had his own judgment on the current situation. That's why he had Dylan return to the capital city of Dichio in advance. On one hand, it was to deceive the monarch and ministers of the Cary Kingdom, while on the other hand, it was mainly to seize this opportunity to contemplate how to deal with the situation. After all, many things still needed his attention under the present circumstances. Moreover, although his troops were slowly advancing, despite the fact that they were returning home from a successful campaign, there was no sense of excitement within her, and she vaguely felt a slight uneasiness. Perhaps because of this situation, he remained so calm, refraining from blindly moving forward. And every time he arrived at a place, he would arrange for his army to stay and rest for 2 days. Therefore, even though about half a month had passed, his troops had only just arrived in Alberjo and showed no intention of advancing further. After arriving here, the fastest contact point he could establish would be Bingzhou. So, he had to control all the officials within this time frame and firmly capture Bingzhou. Generalissimo. Just as he took off his armor and was resting at the government office, he suddenly saw Spencer running over excitedly, bowing and greeting. We received a letter from Zhou. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ike immediately became alert and asked, what's it about? What did the letter say? I haven't read the contents yet. Honest handed the letter over with both hands and said happily, however, the messenger who accompanied it did tell me something. He said Cody has now seized the momentum to deal with Xavier and his brother, and has completely controlled the entire situation in Zhou. Many prominent clans have also formed alliances with them, so it won't be long before they can fully take control of Zhou. Excellent. After hearing this, Ike then picked up the letter to read. Indeed, the content was similar to what Honest had narrated. Moreover, an even more critical point was that Alan still held half of the military power. Therefore, this man was crucial to them, needing to be bribed with high-ranking positions and substantial rewards to avoid any mishaps in the future. At present, the entire Zhou is under Cody's control. The only drawback is that half of the military power is still in Alan's hands. If this guy refuses to work for us, it could get quite troublesome. Ike sat down on the stool afterward, tossing the letter on the table, and said solemnly, considering the current situation, what do you think we should do to control things over there better? It is indeed troublesome if the military power stays with that guy. After hearing this, Honest also sat down with a serious expression and replied, but if this man is loyal to us, there's nothing more to discuss. I think we should invite him here by creating some pretext. If they are willing to work for us, we'll keep this person. If this guy has ulterior motives or isn't willing to cooperate with us, then we might as well take advantage of this opportunity and, as he spoke, he made a gesture as if to cut his throat. My thoughts align with yours. After hearing this, Ike nodded and said, no matter which scenario plays out under the current situation, it's very disadvantageous for us. If this guy retains control of the military, he might disrupt our plans and even lead troops to attack our rear lines whenever there's friction between us. Under any circumstances, Zhou mustn't fall into chaos. Generalissimo, why don't we take this opportunity to test him? Honest said solemnly, we can issue orders in the name of the court now, appointing Cody as the governor of Zhou and Alan as the commander-in-chief of Zhou. Then let them bring their troops to join us. If that guy shows any disloyalty, we can take action against him at that moment. Okay. Upon hearing this, Ike stood up immediately and said, you draft this letter, then let the messenger take it back. I guess it won't take too long before they will make a move. Ensure that they mobilize their troops out of Sichuan within 10 days after receiving the letter, and we will start our actions immediately to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yes. After hearing this, Honest quickly agreed. After a short while, Giles rushed in. You've finally come. If you hadn't come now, I would have had to send someone to find you. Ike heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this person, just as he had anticipated earlier. These two should indeed come to see him on the same day. Now it seemed there was no problem. How's it going? Has everything stabilized over there? What's the attitude of those ministers? Is there anything particularly difficult for you? I couldn't help but ask after the man sat down. If there's nothing especially difficult. After hearing this, Giles grabbed the teacup from the table and gulped it down in one go, then wiped his mouth and said, in the past few days, I observed carefully. Except for a small number of officials who originally belonged to the Kinley, the rest of the officials have no objections to the proposal I made initially. The only thing I worry about is that Bingzhou is adjacent to the Cary Kingdom. If the Grand General raises the banner of righteousness at this time, will it invite their first wave of attacks? After all, regardless of how things stand now, both the king and ministers of the Cary Kingdom have certain intentions. More crucially, attempting to oppose the entire Cary Kingdom with the forces of one state is somewhat like chasing after windmills. I understand your concerns. Ike chuckled, but considering the current situation, as long as you can control the situation in Bingzhou, I can take advantage of this opportunity to establish myself. More importantly, even if the Cary Kingdom decides to cause trouble, we will find a way to deal with it. If that's the case, there's nothing to be worried about. Hearing this, Giles replied immediately, I'll go back right now and make things clear to them. Anyone who disagrees, I'll eliminate them. Chapter 209, Making Arrangements. Farewells should not be made in such a hurry. After all, most of those officials used to be Amaya's people. If you can explain things properly to them, the matter will be resolved perfectly. If these guys are unwilling to cooperate with us, it won't be too late for you to take action then. Ike's thought was that it would be best to resolve matters peacefully. If it really came to a deadlock later on, it wouldn't be troublesome either. And more importantly, taking the current situation into account, if this matter cannot be resolved perfectly, there is a high possibility that it might offend Amaya. Of course, in his heart, he truly didn't care about these things. Take Amaya as an example. Many issues aren't something she could solve just because she wants to. Now, how many people in the entire Joaquin Kingdom still listen to her? And after declaring himself king, he could use this opportunity to eventually lead the three armies. Then I shall take my leave first. Giles nodded after hearing this and turned to leave the central military tent. After all, leaving other things aside, given the current situation, he must return to Bingzhou to stabilize the situation there. General. Just then, Tate suddenly ran over with an uneasy expression and said, officials have been sent from Dikuyu. Besides Dylan this time, there's also Cannon. I reckon the butler is suspicious of us, which is why they were sent here. I think their intention is to urge us to return to the capital quickly. Seeing this scene, Ike immediately smiled indifferently and said, let's take this opportunity to go back and explain things clearly to Grady. Huh. Tate thought he had misheard and asked right away, General, did you make a mistake? Should we really go back now? Given the present circumstances, being able to stabilize the situation outside was already the best option. Going back at this time would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. Moreover, what worried them most was that after returning, they might not come out unscathed. This was their biggest concern. I don't see any need for much discussion. Ike wasn't particularly concerned about the current situation and said nonchalantly, in the present situation, if we return to the capital at this moment, they won't have any ulterior motives against us. I think we should discuss this with everyone else. For the first time, Tate dared to disobey Ike's orders and said, considering the current situation, others returning may not pose a problem, but General going back now will cause trouble. To put it simply, they will definitely have other thoughts about you once you return. They might even take advantage of this opportunity to harm you. That's exactly what I want. Ike wasn't bothered by these concerns. After all, with the Black Cloak guard by his side, he was confident enough that they could ensure his safety in the capital. And more importantly, even if someone wanted to act against him, they would need to give a reason. If the reason doesn't hold up, he wouldn't need to consider anything else then. Moreover, it's not certain that Grady would actually act against him. If he declared himself king prematurely, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After all, regardless of anything, others treated him pretty well. All right, hear me out. Ike said solemnly. What needs to be done now is to lead the army gradually toward Bingzhou. No actions should be taken thereafter. Stabilize the troops in Bingzhou. Understand my meaning? If leading troops isn't a problem. Tate voiced some worries. What I'm worried about is what if those people harm the general once you arrive there? Do you think my 2,000 black cloak guards are for show? They definitely won't be able to touch me, so you needn't worry about that. Hearing this, Ike waved his hand indifferently and said, and in the current situation, if they don't take the initiative, I certainly won't. General. However, while they were discussing, two figures walked in from outside, Dylan and Cannon, both looking very calm. I didn't expect you two to arrive so soon. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but smile and said, given the current situation, I thought it would take you two a bit more time to arrive. Now we are here under imperial orders. Cannon smiled somewhat awkwardly after hearing this. Now everyone in Kaz Hongdu has heard that the great general has won a victory, all urging the general to return as soon as possible. And Manny has already prepared a triumphal banquet for the great general in the palace. Once everyone returns to the capital, they will surely be the focus of attention. Dylan also nodded beside him. In fact, he knew the current situation well. After all, this matter was quite difficult for them to handle. From this point of view, it seems I must go back this time. I couldn't help but smile after hearing this and then said, my troops haven't returned yet. If I alone were to march triumphantly back to court now, wouldn't it be inappropriate? Moreover, considering the current situation, with so many troops still behind, it's really not suitable for me to set off alone. General, that's not how it is. Dylan, upon hearing this, thought Ike was unwilling to act, and immediately laughed and said, this time, the general has made great contributions by pacifying Burl and the rebels. You have earned top honors. Without mentioning others, who else would dare to compete for credit with the general? Besides, this banquet is specially prepared for your celebration. After the soldiers return, another grand reception can be held as well. Yes, great general. Cannon, though not worried about Ike having other intentions, was still afraid of unnecessary trouble if they returned too late, and said, we should head north first, and once the soldiers return gradually, everything else will naturally fall into place. Chapter 2:10 Determination made. Since Manny insists that I return, it naturally won't be a problem for me. The post-match issues of the army have all been properly resolved. Ike understood their meaning after hearing this. After all, considering the current situation, if he did not return, more trouble might ensue, which he did not want to see. It would be better like this. I can comfort the fallen soldiers at a suitable time, and then return with you all. After pondering for a moment, he said in an intimidating tone, I don't think this should be a big problem for you, right? General, why must you personally resolve these matters? Arrange for a few people to handle it. Cannon interjected. After all, if General had to personally solve everything, what would we subordinates do? Moreover, these trivial matters aren't much trouble for you. They can be handled by them. It seems General Cary is in quite a rush. I glanced at him and laughed. Do you fear I'll run away? General jests. Cannon replied, even if everyone else runs, I doubt General would abandon our entire country. Furthermore, some matters require General's involvement to be resolved. That's enough. Ike nonchalantly remarked, I'll leave these tasks to Tate and others. I'll return with you first. General, perhaps your officers should also return with us. It wouldn't do for them to miss the victory banquet. This event is crucial for them, and besides, their participation will be necessary for handling it. Dylan spoke again after hearing this, his expression somewhat unnatural, clearly hinting at deeper issues involving them as well. Do you mean they must accompany me back? But what about my troops? Apart from the Cary Kingdom's army, I still have several thousand private troops who won't accept the command of other generals. Ike's expression darkened upon hearing this, finally understanding the current situation. It was evident that suspicions against him ran deep throughout the Cary Kingdom. Moreover, even the two individuals before him, who previously trusted him, now harbored doubts. This made matters complicated. He had to leave someone behind to manage the current situation. Other concerns aside, he needed to maintain control over the Cary Kingdom's forces in Bingzhou. General, this isn't our intention. Cannon, witnessing this, realized it was too harsh and immediately explained. This is the Yuan's decision. More importantly, the Yuan stated that General and all your officers must attend the banquet together, presenting an excellent opportunity for everyone. But your current attitude makes me suspicious. Ike's face darkened as he responded. Isn't this like putting away a bow once the birds are all caught? General, you misunderstand. Dylan's face changed, and he hastily clarified. General is the hero of our entire kingdom. No matter what happens, nothing would lead us to harm you. Moreover, the Yuan has utmost confidence in you. I won't elaborate further. Even if we all follow you back, one must remain behind. I'm worried problems could arise, causing unnecessary trouble. Ike interrupted him, saying firmly, these men are my confidants. I don't wish to create complications for anyone else. Then let's heed General's word. Cannon frankly agreed. As long as General decides who stays, there shouldn't be any issues. Dylan, pass this message to my officers. Ike instructed, tell them to leave Honest behind. The rest shall return to the capital with me immediately. I understand. After hearing this, Dylan felt a sense of relief. After all, no matter what, they wouldn't offend Ike because of this. Moreover, the critical point was that if something went wrong, there would be a way to explain it. General. After watching Dylan leave, Cannon's face showed a guilty expression as he couldn't help but say, actually, right now, all over the capital, rumors are spreading wildly. I really don't want to believe these gossips because they are extremely disadvantageous for you, General. I know what you're talking about. Ike glanced at this man and couldn't help but nod. Admittedly, this guy could be considered quite decent. But as the saying goes, the clear will naturally be clear, and the turbid will naturally be turbid. I have no intention of arguing with them. When we return to the capital, I will personally explain this matter to Manny. In that case, I'm relieved. Cannon nodded after hearing this, for from these words, it was evident that Ike had no ulterior motives. But after this, I will resign from my position as Grand General. Ike looked at him and then said, at that time, I hope that Manny and all the ministers can give me some grace. What? What? Cannon was clearly surprised after hearing this, and he couldn't help but ask, why would you do that, General? Is there any other opinion you have about this matter? After all, for them, the current significant development in the state of Cary was largely due to Ike. If this Grand General left, it would still be a considerable blow to the entire Cary Kingdom. I believe those rumors have reached your ears. Ike raised an eyebrow indifferently. I have no intention of repeating history. Chapter 211. No office to reward. General. Cannon naturally understood what his words about repeating past mistakes really meant. After all, if it hadn't been for Amaya's use of such despicable means back then, Ike probably wouldn't have come over to their side. And there was a more critical point for them. If they offended Ike at this juncture, it would likely be counterproductive. Moreover, the most crucial point was that given the current situation, the entire Cary state indeed couldn't do without Ike. Now the whole of Cary can't afford to lose General. We hope you won't hold a grudge against those young ones. After all, with our grand plans, just then, Shepard entered with a group of relatives. Their expressions suggested they had read the content of the letter and were now looking solemn, as if burdened with concerns. Well, speak your minds openly, Grady said. Knowing their thoughts, he threw the letter onto the table and continued. It's not what you imagine. Ike is already bringing his troops back home, and more importantly, he has returned to Dichio with his generals first. What? The officials, hearing this, looked surprised. Clearly, they hadn't expected Ike to return with troops immediately. Moreover, it seemed these people had come here with specific concerns in mind. Could we have misunderstood the general? Does he have no ulterior motives? It seems very likely. Otherwise, why would the general come in person? Everyone chimed in, clearly astonished by this turn of events. Moreover, it now appeared that their suspicions only made them seem insincere, almost doubtful. I think there's not much more to discuss, Shepard remarked nonchalantly. His return simply means he has nothing to hide, nothing else. Besides, isn't it what every loyal minister should do? Shouldn't we expect them to take action without additional rewards? Are we underestimating ourselves too much? Upon hearing this, others had little to say, as he was known for his authoritative manner. Saying too much might imply some impropriety on their part. I don't think it's necessary to continue discussing other matters. Grady then stated, the Ministry of Revenue and the military department must prepare for this promptly. Once the general returns, these matters should be resolved immediately, and then there'll be nothing more to discuss. Your Majesty, although Ike has agreed to return with troops this time, I still believe we need to remain vigilant for what follows. Shepard reminded upon seeing this scene. Do you think there's anything else we need to do? Grady asked with a hint of displeasure. Does not addressing this matter leave nothing else to talk about? Your Majesty, it's not like that. Shepard responded carefully. Shepard was well aware that if he failed to clarify the situation at this critical juncture, it might be misinterpreted as harboring ulterior motives. He immediately spoke up, given the current circumstances, how should Manny reward General Ike when he returns? This? Grady clearly hesitated upon hearing this. After some thought, he shook his head and said, I haven't decided how to reward him yet. However, given the present situation, he has already achieved great merit. If we fail to reward him properly, it would be hard to justify. Moreover, consider the simplest matter. After the Albert State incident, he had made no indication of any rewards. It's important to note that this is a major taboo for them. Once this causes dissatisfaction among the soldiers, the problem could become severe. I don't think there's much more to discuss about this matter. Cornelius observed the scene and immediately spoke without hesitation. Given the current situation, if we are to continue rewarding him, we can only grant him a princely title. After all, there are no other forms of merit-based rewards left. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room couldn't help but change their expressions. No one expected him to speak so directly. Indeed, considering the current circumstances, what he said was true. What about the others? Do you all think this is the only solution? Grady was reluctant to offer this position. Yet if this were the only option for Ike, it would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval throughout the entire Cary state. After all, at this point, no one could assume this position. If it were given to Ike, it would likely invite criticism from other officials. Moreover, the most crucial point is, how would Grady control this prince? After all, with too much merit and prestige, it would be difficult. Chapter 212a, Difficult Decision. So, according to what you're saying, how should we handle Ike when the time comes? Grady finally spoke up after hearing everything. After all, regardless of anything else, the Cary Kingdom had developed from a small country into its current state, mainly due to Ike's contributions, an undisputable fact. From the previous circumstances, it was clear that inviting Ike to join Cary was fundamentally aimed at solving immediate difficulties. Handling him now could cause dissatisfaction among others, and likely paint their kingdom as heartless. Gaining the trust of other countries in the future might then become difficult. I think this matter is quite simple if we decide to do it. At this moment, Shepard spoke up again. Currently, we have 3 high-ranking positions available for bestowment. When he returns, we can give him an honorary title. If he has no ill intentions, even your Majesty treating him like this would be met with acceptance. But if he does have treacherous intentions, he will find a way to refuse no matter what your Majesty does. This could verify his true loyalty. What do you think, your Majesty? He intended to minimize any impact they might face. But considering the present situation, they seem to have no other solutions besides this. Ultimately, without evidence, speculating on Ike's intentions made things complicated. I don't think there's anything complicated about it. Cornelius, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. As they say, if the sovereign demands the minister's death, the minister cannot refuse. If we need to deal with him now, why not just resolve him directly? Either they surrender their military power, or... He then made a gesture of cutting his throat. Grady's expression darkened upon hearing this. It was unacceptable to him. Setting aside other matters, this news leaking out could stir thoughts among other nations. These people might start wondering whether serving a kingdom like theirs would be a bad choice. Wouldn't your words sound too harsh? Grady, clearly wavering after listening to them, said sternly, how will other countries view us once this gets out? Your Majesty, everything should prioritize the state. Why should we care about how other countries perceive us? Shepard, unperturbed by the scene before him, said nonchalantly, it's most important for us to keep power in our hands. Let the rest go as it may. I also don't see any issues with this. Cornelius nodded in agreement, adding, if we can't solve such problems, won't we be ridiculed? Besides, in the current situation, I believe they wouldn't say much anyway. I suggest we proceed like this. Glenn noticed the butler's hesitation and then said solemnly, before they return, I assume the general has already gathered with them. Let's use this opportunity to interrogate them directly. After all, this matter has a significant impact on us. And, at the very least, even if Ike doesn't have much popularity among the commoners, his influence in the army is unmatched by other commanders. We should definitely take into account the opinions of those army commanders if we plan to take action against him. Grady fell silent after hearing this. He had considered this problem before, but doing so would certainly bring more trouble. If we keep worrying about this and that, we might as well drop this matter entirely. Shepard immediately voiced his discontent. After all, so many issues haven't been resolved yet. That's enough. Grady slammed the table and stood up, speaking sternly. Let's continue discussing this matter later. Don't talk so much for now. Once Ike returns, let's first hear his thoughts. After all, in his view, Ike would certainly have his own ideas. Their relationship wasn't so strained that peaceful resolution wasn't possible. The better option would naturally be resolving the matter amicably. After all, in his view, Ike would definitely be useful in the future. Yes. Shepard and the others nodded after hearing this. After all, for them, there was no better solution to this current issue. The only way was to go through with everything. As for the rest, they could see how things developed. Immediately have the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rights prepare. Grady glanced at the ministers below and instructed, other matters can wait. This victory banquet must be held splendidly. We can discuss these issues later when the time comes. After hearing this, the officials subsequently retreated. Grady's expression turned gloomy. If he had to choose between himself and Ike, he would still choose his own power. After all, as in Butler, nothing was more important than this. But he didn't want to completely alienate Ike because of this. Yet, having reached this point, there was no other choice. Your Majesty. Just as everyone was leaving, a eunuch suddenly ran in and said in alarm, reporting to your Majesty, General Joaquin has returned. Did he return alone, or did others come with him? Is Ike among them? Grady immediately asked upon hearing this. After all, this matter was too important to him. If I came back together with them, it would be easier to handle. According to General Joaquin, the commander-in-chief is now less than 10 kilometers from the city. It's estimated that he will arrive by afternoon, the eunuch replied promptly. What should we do next according to your Majesty's wishes? Open the city gates immediately. I will personally welcome him outside the city. And all officials in the capital must come along. Whoever doesn't show up shouldn't blame me for being unfriendly. Chapter 213, Grand Victory Banquet. Ike, along with Cannon and Dylan, brought Tate and Jensen back to the capital Dikuyu shortly after. To Ike, there wasn't anything exceptionally surprising this time. Moreover, upon their arrival at the city gate, they discovered that the butler had already arrived with many officials waiting respectfully. When they got there, it had not yet rained, and Minister Grady was leading a large group of ministers who surrounded them. Your Majesty. Upon seeing this scene, Ike did not hesitate. He knelt down directly toward the butler and said solemnly, Your Majesty personally came out of the city to welcome us. This is an immense honor for us, your humble servants. What merit do we have to deserve such personal reception by your Majesty? The general is too modest, remarked one of the ministers beside him. You led our troops and personally repelled Burrell's navy this time, and on top of that, defeated the rebels of the Joaquin state, truly establishing remarkable military achievements. Moreover, you've also secured additional benefits for our country. Yes, without your accomplishments, how could we be mentioned alongside other states? General needn't be so overly humble, another chimed in. If it weren't for the general this time, where would we gain so much advantage? The general not only excels in warfare, but also has excellent skills in governing the nation. The ministers spoke one after another, clearly having been well prepared for this moment. Moreover, what they were saying seemed as if the lines had been rehearsed in advance. Grady's expression darkened upon hearing these words. For in Butler, hearing his ministers lavish praises on another person certainly didn't benefit him. I think there's no need to say more about this. Shepard saw this scene and commented sardonically, these rewards for the great general are all thoroughly deserved. And I heard many Joaquin state officials privately pay respects to the general while showing less reverence to their own butler. Tutor speaks jestingly. Ike immediately replied unperturbed, understanding full well what Shepard meant. In the current situation, I mean little to them. Those ministers came to see me mainly because most of our exchanges involved military matters, and partly because their butler is far away in the capital, thus they came to me. He was aware this man had long harbored suspicions towards him. If it weren't for this individual causing trouble before, his relationship with the butler might not have deteriorated so much. But now he understood that there was no point trying to please this man. And if this man continued to cause disturbances, it would only benefit him becoming king, making it known to the world that his actions were due to threats and harm from others, not his own wishes. Third uncle, in moments like this, some things should be said, others shouldn't be, Grady remarked impatiently. Today is a day celebrating the general's triumphant return. Some issues you don't need to take so seriously, lest it causes unnecessary misunderstandings. Yes, agreed Shepard, inwardly unhappy, but not daring to say more with everyone watching. Ike, upon hearing of your return, I immediately made arrangements. Grady then pulled Ike into the city, saying with a smile, after all, besides you and me, there isn't much unresolved in Cary State. Moreover, I hope you understand my intentions, as there aren't any particular troubles between us, as long as we talk openly. Your Majesty, I am a bit puzzled by what you mean, Ike laughed. The state affairs should naturally be decided by your Majesty, and I have no ulterior motives. Right, Grady replied, somewhat awkwardly laughing and looking back at the ministers. Have the preparations for the victory banquet been completed? Today, we must celebrate till we're drunk. Your Majesty, it's all ready, answered one minister. The officials from the Ministry of Rites immediately spoke up upon hearing this. We have specially prepared various fine wines for your Majesty and General Monroe this time, hoping that both of you will enjoy them. Dear Minister Monroe, it's been several months since we last had a drink together after you led the troops out to battle last time. Grady then sighed with emotion. If my memory serves me right, you left at the beginning of September. I never thought that by the time you returned, it would already be snowing heavily. Now I feel that I increasingly can't do without General Monroe. If you are free, you can come to the palace more often to chat with me. If your Majesty wishes so, then certainly. Ike was momentarily unsure of the exact meaning behind the butler's words, but to him, these matters weren't particularly significant. After all, she already had other plans in mind. The returning generals and all the ministers then entered the palace. To all my esteemed ministers. Once everyone was seated, Grady stood up, lifted his cup, and said, with the great triumph of General Monroe, we must honor him grandly. Come, let's raise our first toast to General Monroe. Congratulations to General Monroe. Cheers to General Monroe. Upon hearing this, the ministers did not hesitate to lift their cups as well, smiling towards Ike. Thank you all for your kindness. Seeing this scene, Ike immediately responded, I could only achieve such feats thanks to the strategic planning of your Majesty on one hand, and the full cooperation of all the ministers on the other. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accomplish such significant achievements. I also toast to your Majesty and all the ministers. Cheers. Seeing this, Ike hesitated no further, picked up his wine cup, and finished it in one gulp. Thank you, General. Seeing this, the ministers also drank their wine to the last drop. Chapter 214, Voluntary Retirement. Generalissimo, Grady, after finishing the wine in his cup, shifted his gaze to Ike with a slightly tipsy expression. Actually, he wasn't truly drunk. He merely wanted to use this opportunity to speak out all his thoughts. After all, as an butler, there were still many things he had to be cautious about, especially when it came to this troublesome Generalissimo. If it were any other country's Generalissimo, it might have been fine, but the current Generalissimo under him was not only both scholarly and martially skilled, but also highly esteemed by the army. Those soldiers might only know of a Generalissimo, and not even be aware of his existence as the butler. Of course, for any dynasty's butler, this was far from a good situation. Furthermore, he now believed he could no longer control this Generalissimo before him. Your Majesty, if you have any orders, just speak. Ike, upon hearing these words, had already understood the butler's thoughts. He laughed somewhat indifferently, saying, as the saying goes, let rulers be rulers, ministers be ministers, fathers be fathers, and sons be sons. Your Majesty, is there anything that cannot be told to me? Well said. Upon hearing this, Grady chuckled nonchalantly and then said, just now, I discussed with my ministers and we felt that for a Generalissimo like you, it would not be inappropriate to bestow you with a royal title. Considering the present circumstances, I'm unsure which enfeoffment title to give you. How about you, Generalissimo? Choose one for yourself. These words immediately drew everyone's attention to Ike. After all, the entire Cary Kingdom had never had a precedent for granting titles of nobility. Even if such titles existed, they were mostly reserved for members of the imperial family or founding heroes who joined them. Since then, there has been no precedent for anyone else receiving such titles. Shepard tightened his fists tightly. He knew that if Ike agreed, these people would have no way to intervene. After all, considering Ike's current accomplishments, stopping him was simply impossible. Your Majesty. Unexpectedly, Ike stood up calmly and replied, frankly speaking, whether or not I am granted a royal title no longer matters given my present achievements. After all, your Majesty has shown immense trust in me, a fact that cannot be erased by anyone. Moreover, I am already a Chancellor, Generalissimo, and Duke protecting the state. I can say that I have reached the pinnacle of my career. At this point, further honors are irrelevant. So in my humble opinion, I have no intention of pursuing fame and fortune anymore. I hope your Majesty will allow me to resign and return home. At these words, everyone present was stunned instantly, almost doubting their ears. They couldn't believe that at the peak of his power, Ike would consider stepping down at such a crucial time. And more importantly, no one knew if this was his true intention or a ruse. What would happen if something unexpected occurred? Generalissimo, you aren't joking with me, are you? Grady looked at him incredulously after listening to these words. If you leave now, who will handle the important matters of state? And without the Generalissimo, what shall we do? Your Majesty, every word spoken here is from the heart. Ike understood their implications and responded unhesitantly. On my way back, I thought about this matter extensively. Given my significant achievements, your Majesty might feel pressure to reward me. However, taking a step back, perhaps it's better to relinquish my military command to avoid unnecessary troubles in the future. The Generalissimo seems to hint at some discomfort. Seeing this scene unfold, Grady shook his head and said, is it because you think I haven't treated you well that you have such thoughts? Your Majesty misunderstands. Ike responded, I have no hidden intentions. Considering the current situation, I aim to prevent any difficulties for your Majesty. Moreover, if matters aren't resolved properly, my conscience wouldn't be at ease. Is there something unfinished that the Generalissimo wants to accomplish? If you have any concerns, please tell me. Grady felt rather displeased at the moment. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect Ike to react this way. After all, considering the current situation, we indeed cannot do without Ike. Earlier when I first arrived here, I discussed land reform with Wuxia. After several months of planning, although much has been accomplished, there is still a long way to go before full reform is achieved. Ike then poured himself a cup of wine and spoke solemnly. This matter concerns the welfare of our entire nation and must not be left unfinished. Therefore, I hope your majesty will allow me to resign from all my positions and give me a nominal post in the Ministry of Household Affairs so that I can complete this last task and fulfill my duty to your majesty. After all, this was an important matter to him, but what he was saying now was merely an excuse. He just wanted to use this opportunity to retire gracefully. But, your majesty, I think General Monroe's words are very reasonable. When Grady didn't know how to respond, suddenly Shepard stood up, his expression tinged with excitement. Why do you think General Monroe's words make sense? Grady glanced at the man with obvious impatience, and then looked at the other ministers. Tate and Jensen clearly seemed unhappy, as they felt that the great general, who had fought tirelessly for the country, was being doubted, which made them uncomfortable. Moreover, they also noticed that the butler did not seem inclined to retain Ike. Since this was the case, it might be better to let these people go. Your majesty, all the ministers here know well of General Monroe's great contributions. Shepard held his wine cup seriously and said, I believe that precisely because of this, we should let the great general rest properly. Chapter 2:15 Vaguely regretful. I think what Grand Tutor said makes sense. After seeing the scene before him, Cornelius took this opportunity to stand up and then spoke solemnly. Take the current situation for example. If there was no general doing these things, it would definitely not work. As for the original land reform, we were clueless about it too. So, after all the hard work General has done, why not take this chance to let him have a good rest? It could also show our butler's affection for his ministers. The other people present nodded in agreement upon hearing these words. If that's the case, then it might as well be that there's no need for the general to do anything at all, Tate retorted sarcastically after listening to the remark. After all, taking the current situation into account, you can handle everything yourselves. Why burden the general so much? Let him resign from all positions and go home to rest. Isn't that better? Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but change their expression. Anyone could sense his displeasure, but if the butler didn't speak, the others wouldn't dare to say more. I think we should handle this matter like this. Cannon was surprised internally. He did not expect to hear of Ike's intention to retire at this moment. Among all officials present, Ike was probably the youngest. Moreover, if Ike left, the other countries might take this opportunity to attack their state of Cary. Even worse, if he was employed by another country, it would spell doom for the state of Cary. General is tired from the journey here and had quite a lot of wine earlier. Why not let him have a good rest? We can discuss matters later, Cannon suggested. They must try to dissuade Ike somehow. Otherwise, if he served another country, it would be troublesome indeed. General Cary is making a joke? Ike naturally understood the man's good intentions, but apart from him, none of the others seemed sincere in wanting him to stay. Though he felt grateful, he did not wish to talk further on this topic. In view of the current situation, leaving now is the best way to deal with things. After glancing at the others, Ike continued, Your Majesty, every word you just said was true. If you really want to take care of me, please give me this opportunity. Then I can return and enjoy my old age. Why must you look at it this way, General? Grady frowned after listening to his words and said, I think you should consider this carefully. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. You can reply once you've made your decision. Your Majesty, that's enough. Let's not talk about this now. Let's drink together. Just as Ike was about to speak, the butler interrupted him. We'll discuss this later. After hearing this, they drank again without saying much. However, since Ike mentioned retirement, their thoughts started changing. Indeed, nothing was more frightening than Ike throwing out such news right now. And if he really left, Cary would likely face unnecessary troubles in the near future. After the victory banquet ended, Grady intended to seize the opportunity to retain Ike, but the latter insisted on returning to his residence. Shepard and others began whispering to him immediately afterward. Your Majesty, why didn't you agree to Ike earlier? Shepard asked, puzzled. That was the perfect time. Besides, if we could reclaim all the military power from Ike, it would remove any hindrance for the others. Once he resigns from his military position, even infeffing him as a king would be reasonable. If only things were as simple as you say. Grady's expression darkened after hearing this and replied, Who will lead those armies once he steps down? Moreover, this isn't the right time to let him exit. He originally thought that Ike would definitely be reluctant to relinquish his military power, for this was an enormous matter for any general. Moreover, Ike's situation was different from others. His prestige in the army was incredibly high. Once a sudden change occurred, it might bring about unnecessary troubles. I don't think there's anything to talk about. Cornelius sipped his tea and spoke respectfully. Your Majesty can agree to him now, and then hand over other things later. And I think as for Ike, he shouldn't give up so easily. Now we need at least a way to restrict the troops under his command. Otherwise, it will cause more trouble in the future. Upon hearing these words, everyone nodded. So according to your meaning, I should have agreed with him just now. Grady's heart wavered after hearing this. He suddenly felt that he should have agreed with Ike back then. But now that the person had left, he couldn't say much more. If Ike is really willing to leave and hand over his military power, he should come again tomorrow. Shepard sipped his tea after hearing this. If he mentions this matter again when he comes, your Majesty must not hesitate. Since things have reached this point, there's nothing more to say. Grady nodded with a serious face. And given the current situation, I think some things don't need to be talked about anymore. Once everything is settled, everything will be fine. I think we should do it this way. Shepard then looked at the others. Report to Manny immediately if there's any development tomorrow. And I don't think it will be too late. Chapter 2:16. Nighttime Investigation. After returning to the residence, Ike let Tate and Jensen go to rest first. He had not expected that although he thought he could leave completely by seizing the opportunity, the butler did not agree immediately, which puzzled him. According to his understanding, the butler should have agreed without hesitation. Now, this situation made him feel somewhat stranded. But to him, all this was not very important. Since the butler had intentions toward him, it implied there would still be chances for him to leave in the future. However, the army could not allow him to linger for too long now. Once they arrived in Bingzhou, they couldn't advance further. Otherwise, once he returned to the territory of Cary and then acted, he would find himself in a difficult situation. Master, Marion massaged him while asking curiously, considering the current situation, even if we leave, there wouldn't be any problem. She had long realized that her master's ambitions were far beyond staying here. In such case, leaving earlier might prevent arousing others' suspicion later. I've considered this as well, replied Ike after hearing her words. He nodded and said, but considering the present circumstances, leaving at the first moment is not so easy. Moreover, the main concern was that if he left silently, it might cause their suspicions. Master, where will we travel over the next few days? Marion laughed, saying, given the current situation, it doesn't matter if we don't attend court every day now. We might as well take advantage of this time to explore more around here because we may not return in the future. Now it's the middle of winter, and it's probably not the right time to play, replied Ike, pulling the beauty into his arms. He said, I think we should head straight to Bingzhou when the time comes. There are more places to visit there, and it might also offer us an opportunity. I'll follow Master's arrangements. Feeling his strong arms, Marion blushed instantly and spoke. As for you today, Ike had been in the army for a long time, and it had been a while since he had enjoyed such pleasures. This was a good opportunity for him to indulge. Just then, Tate suddenly appeared at the door. General, Dylan and Cannon are here, and they insist on seeing you, Tate said with a serious face. These fellows come at the wrong time. Ike sighed, knowing it would indeed be troublesome for him. Yet, given the present situation, turning them down was not an option. Just let them wait for me in the hall. Ike tidied up his clothes and walked towards the door, saying with a hint of helplessness, Yes, General. Tate left after hearing these words. After I finish talking with them, I'll come back for you. Ike gently kissed her cheek before leaving. Let me prepare some tea for them. With nothing else to do, Marion decided to accompany him. Ike did not refuse. He left directly and headed outside. Soon, he saw Dylan and Cannon approaching. General. Dylan and Cannon bowed and said, It's late to visit you, General. If there's anything impolite, please don't mind. It's fine. Ike smiled, inviting them to sit down. Then he asked, What brings you here at this hour? Well, Dylan and Cannon exchanged glances, hesitating on how to start the conversation and thus fell silent. General, why did you voluntarily resign during the celebration feast today? Cannon finally broke the silence, looking seriously. As things stand now, we can't do without you, and Manny also values you greatly. Why did you choose to resign? General Cary, haven't you seen through it? Ike chuckled. In this current situation, it seems I no longer have a choice. General. Dylan, favored by the butler, understood some situations better. She advised, some matters aren't entirely the butler's decision. They are? There's no need for you to say much more. Ike, after seeing this scene, understood their meaning and said indifferently, since I have already brought up the matter earlier, of course, I have no intention of reneging. After leading the army in battle for a while, I felt weary, which is why I tendered my resignation to Manny. General, has the third Nate been too harsh on you? Cannon immediately interjected with some indignation. Apart from sowing discord, this fellow has no other abilities. Moreover, he is inherently someone who enjoys stirring trouble. There's no need for you to argue with him too much. How about this? Tomorrow I will explain everything to Manny clearly to avoid any misunderstanding of you. General Cary, I don't think it's necessary for you to speak to Manny about this matter. Ike raised his hand and replied, This decision was made by me voluntarily. How could there be any room for regret? Furthermore, given the current situation, there's nothing left to discuss. More importantly, the circumstances and the situation are entirely different now. You don't need to offend others on my account. But the other two were momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. General Joaquin, I am quite grateful that you brought me here initially. Ike stood up directly and spoke candidly. However, there are a few things I must advise you. While your abilities are commendable, you must always remain steadfast in your principles. Never let trivial matters sway your decisions, as you might end up suffering the consequences. Most importantly, you must hold firm to your position to avoid arousing suspicion. Chapter 217 Condemnation. Thank you, Great General, for your reminder. I will keep it in mind. Dylan couldn't help but feel deeply grateful after hearing these words and immediately bowed in gratitude. At the same time, he understood all too well the implications of Ike's words. If he hadn't insisted on that course of action back then, he likely wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. There's no need for me to say more, as it might not bring any benefit to you. Ike then turned his head to look at Cannon beside him and continued, I believe you understand many things well. Although you, like Shepard, are part of the royal family now, much of what happens isn't beneficial to women. Moreover, as for the current situation, it will likely do you more harm than good. Great General, I understand all of this clearly. There has never been much to discuss between the third brother and me. Cannon showed no concern upon hearing these words and could not help but speak up. Even if we were to have a falling out, he wouldn't criticize me much. Besides, everything should now focus on the court. His attitude is utterly detestable to me. After all, he knew that the man was solely focused on factional struggles. Regardless of the court or state planning, none of it mattered to him. He only cared about advancing those under his wing. Such a person was truly repulsive to him. But perhaps that's exactly what the underground needs right now, Ike remarked candidly after witnessing this scene. Otherwise, he could have long extricated himself from this predicament without falling into such a situation. Great General, I won't say much more, but there is one thing I must remind you. Without hesitation, Cannon responded immediately after hearing these words. If they dare to take action against you, and if I find out, I won't let them off easily. I don't know what thoughts fill their minds now, but more importantly, if anyone disrespects the Great General, I won't tolerate it either. Your words put my mind at ease. After hearing this, Ike couldn't help but smile. In terms of the present situation, setting aside other factors, at least in Cary's state, people sincerely regarded him as a friend. And regarding him personally, there wasn't much else to say. Most importantly, there would be no conflict or dispute since neither side had any conflicting interests. I don't think there's much more to discuss. After glancing at the two men, Ike said, in the coming days, I'll try to resign from this position. If anything goes wrong, I hope you two can manage it for me when necessary. Great General. Upon hearing this, Dylan's face turned extremely grim. He hadn't expected matters to escalate to this point. Why don't we do this? He glanced at everyone and promptly said, I don't think there's much else to discuss. If the old general doesn't mind, stay with me during this period. If any problems arise, However, Ikeg cut him off immediately, saying, as you said earlier, if things really come to a point where they need addressing, there's nothing left to discuss. But for now, there's still room for maneuver, so I hope you can assist me then. After speaking, he raised his eyes to look at the night sky and added, it's getting late. I won't detain you further. If anything comes up over the next couple of days, you may come to me, but only if it concerns personal matters. Regarding state affairs, there's no need, considering my current situation. Yes. The other two couldn't help but feel stunned upon hearing this, experiencing a sudden mix of emotions. They also understood the meaning behind Ikeg's words. Once matters reached this stage, events were beyond their control. If power conflicts escalated, it could lead to even more serious bloodshed. Never thought it would come to this. After witnessing this scene, Cannon left the residence of the great general somewhat helplessly. Dylan watched as Ikeg turned and returned to his room. Without saying anything more, he also turned and left directly. But he still made a decision in his heart. If things really reached an impasse, he hoped that he could turn the situation around with his own strength. Over the next few days, Ikeg remained quiet. Apart from taking Marion sightseeing every day, after the snowfall, he basically stayed at the residence of the great general without any activity. After all, for him now, everything was waiting for the right moment. If Grady showed any intention of making a move against him, he would not hesitate to leave immediately. For them, everything was normal. Once the problem was resolved, he wouldn't stay in Cary State much longer. In the blink of an eye, matters had come to the most troublesome point. When Grady heard that all his officials were denied entry into various cities, his anger flared. After all, arranging the officials for Bingzhou and Izhou was a benefit he had fought for himself. Now it was completely rejected by Amaya. This was something he found unbearable. After all, as an butler, being toyed with like this, how would the people of other nations view him? Would they think he was such a weak butler? It was truly outrageous just thinking about it. Bang! Looking at the densely packed officials below, Grady couldn't help but shout. What is going on here? Didn't I order you to take over the various city administrations? Why are you back so soon? And you haven't taken over yet? Your Majesty, this old minister believes there must be some issue. After hearing this, Shepard immediately stood up. Chapter 218. The target of accusation. Upon hearing his words, Grady's expression eased slightly, but still carried a hint of murderous intent. He could not help but ask, then tell me what exactly is going on? Why did you return instead of receiving people from various levels? Do I need you back here now? After all, he needed to take over the territories of Bingzhou and Izhou, which were won by the soldiers of his Cary Kingdom. If that woman reneged now, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to him. If that guy were so unreliable, how could they possibly cooperate in the future? Moreover, the most critical point was that these people were extremely detestable for stirring up trouble at such a time, showing complete disregard for him. Your Majesty. An official stood up after hearing this. We were heading towards Bingzhou, but unexpectedly, we were stopped by their soldiers guarding Huguan before even entering the territory of Bingzhou. They said we couldn't enter without any letters of exchange or proclamation, so they wouldn't let us in. Weren't you supposed to explain that you are representing our Cary Kingdom to take over Bingzhou? What right do they have to prevent you from entering? And this was promised by their butler. Cornelius interjected angrily after listening. If they do this, it shows they have no sense of contract or respect for us at all. These people are truly detestable. We did explain clearly, another official replied with a helpless tone. We made everything clear to them, but they refused to let us in, becoming increasingly arrogant and even hinted at driving us away. Hold on. Grady suddenly reacted after hearing this, his face darkening as he asked, which country's army were those officials who stopped you outside the pass? Considering the current marching distance, Cary Kingdom's troops should already have arrived at Bingzhou. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be their own army since if it were, they wouldn't be barred from entry. But if it were Joaquin Kingdom's army, they should have heard about the cooperation between both sides and logically wouldn't bar them either. Their attire suggests they are from the Joaquin Kingdom. These people seem to be the wolf cavalry of Bingzhou. Yes, these fellows. Our leading general was named Giles. It was he who blocked us outside. The others immediately joined in the discussion upon hearing this, for this matter was extremely important to them as well. If they were appointed as officials now, they would be high-ranking governors, bringing great benefits. That means according to your words, this might very likely be Amaya's intention. Grady's face instantly darkened after hearing this, gritting his teeth and growling. This woman is indeed detestable, completely disregarding us. Truly hateful. Your Majesty, I think there might be some issues here. Shepard could not help but interject. If it were just them taking no action, I can understand. But considering the current situation, perhaps this isn't the Kinley intention. If not her intention, whose is it? Grady immediately asked. Is there someone else who can make decisions there? This is clearly her doing. That shameless woman Amaya, daring to treat me like this. I won't let her off easily. Your Majesty, please calm down and hear me out. Shepard explained upon seeing this scene. Considering the current situation, how many troops can the Joaquin Kingdom deploy? Even including new recruits, I doubt they have more than 80,000 troops. And a large part of that number consists of new recruits. How can their domestic troops possibly resist us? Our army alone has 400,000 or 500,000 troops ready to move. How could she dare to resist us? Shepard sneered after finishing his words. So what does that mean? Grady immediately sat up straight upon hearing these words, naturally understanding what this guy was implying. But under these circumstances, he couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, there might be trouble. After all, suspecting others at such a critical time would definitely lead to significant complications. And more importantly, in the current situation, it could very likely cause misunderstandings between the monarch and his ministers. This clearly shows that someone is backing him from behind. Cornelius turned to glance at the other ministers and immediately spoke. The meaning of his words was already quite evident, pointing all accusations towards Ike. Because once this sentence was spoken, the issue would instantly come to light. Should that happen, it would lead to problems within the country. Lord Lionel, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. At this moment, Glenn immediately pretended to be unconcerned and asked, logically speaking, now that Amaya has restored her status as the Empress of the country and become a butler, who could possibly back her? Aren't you just trying to fool me? Moreover, if the butler needs someone else's support, how can she possibly govern the country? Perhaps others don't need it, but wasn't it because of Ike that Amaya regained her position as butler? Cornelius did not hesitate after hearing this, directly mentioning that name with a serious expression. Given the current situation, if it weren't for Ike, why would this butler have been able to ascend the throne twice? Do you have any evidence for what you're saying? Dylan finally could not hold back after listening to this and immediately questioned. You should know that, based on previous situations, the general has always been loyal to our Cary Kingdom. Chapter 219. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. General Joaquin, do you misunderstand something I said? I didn't mean to misinterpret General Monroe or doubt his loyalty to our country. It's just that the current confidence of Kinley Amaya is all because of Ike. Cornelius, after hearing this, responded with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Everyone knows that this Kinley ascended her throne for the first time, thanks to the machinations of the great general behind the scenes. And now that she has been restored and reclaimed the imperial throne, isn't it because of the great general leading armies on her behalf, thus securing her current position? So, you're misunderstanding the great general for this reason. Hearing this, Dylan immediately rebutted. So, according to you, these officials can't enter Bingzhou because of the great general? Is it because he ordered them not to enter? If that's the case, then why don't we call him here for questioning directly? That way, it will be clear whose fault it really is. After these words were spoken, Cornelius's arrogance diminished. After all, there was no solid evidence at present to prove anything, otherwise, his attitude wouldn't be like this now. However, deep down, he still felt that this matter was somehow connected to Ike. Why are you in such a hurry, General Joaquin? Shepard saw this scene and knew he had to step up, then he immediately said, I think what he said makes some sense. If the great general really has a reason, he should come forward and explain slightly. Otherwise, if everyone in the court starts to suspect him, it could be extremely disadvantageous for him. Besides, we merely want him to come forward to clarify things. It doesn't mean we are doubting him, right? If this happened to you, and you were asked to come forward to defend yourself, would your attitude be the same? At this moment, Cannon also stepped out and retorted immediately, if Elder Brother 3 can maintain this attitude, I believe it wouldn't be too obvious for future issues. After all, since Elder Brother 3 doesn't take this seriously, I think there won't be any problems. Is this what we are discussing now? Shepard, seeing this guy stepping out, immediately spoke with some impatience. We need to discuss why officials can't enter Bingzhou and whether there's involvement from Ike. This is the core issue. If it were me who led the army in battle and now face questions, I have no problem explaining. After all, I can face these issues calmly. Now, the main concern is about Ike. If he has nothing to hide, then there's nothing more to say. The other ministers nodded after hearing this. Grady, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat troubled. After all, this matter concerned the rule of his side of the court. Once there's trouble, unnecessary complications would follow. Yet his thoughts aligned with the previous speaker. He didn't wish to suspect Ike over this. But all the blame was pointing at one person, making him uncertain of what to do. What's the situation in Ezhou? He then turned his gaze to another official and asked, why couldn't you get in? According to reason, it shouldn't have turned out like this. Your Majesty. The officials from Ezhou, upon hearing this, looked even worse. Compared to our colleagues sent to Bingzhou, we have suffered an unprecedented humiliation. One official spoke indignantly, we tried entering through Monroe Pass, but they stopped us outside the pass city without hesitation. They stated clearly that their officials only follow orders from the Kinley, and don't acknowledge your Majesty. Bang! Grady couldn't suppress his inner anger and slammed the table, standing up immediately. So it turns out the mastermind behind this is Kinley Amaya again. What does this woman want? Does she intend to make relations between the two countries so tense? He paced back and forth angrily, his face turning ashen, and said, according to her words, does that mean everything I discussed with her before was useless? How detestable. After all, it was his first time being toyed with like this, and what made it worse was by a woman. If it really turns out this way, he would never let Amaya off. At that time, he might as well directly send troops to occupy Wen Kingdom. All this land would be his then. The others naturally wouldn't have anything to say either, and wouldn't dare to comment. Your Majesty, wasn't what I just said right? Shepard, upon seeing this scene, immediately said without hesitation, according to the current military strength and power of Wen Kingdom, how could they possibly have the audacity and backbone to do so? I believe this matter is definitely related to Ike. That guy is very likely the mastermind. Perhaps he's the one who instructed Amaya to act like this. The moment these words were spoken, Grady's expression darkened instantly. It's not that he didn't believe these remarks, but he felt that some things were just too coincidental, making him begin to suspect in his heart that if it was indeed so, then this might very well be a conspiracy. Your Majesty, such baseless talk cannot be taken as evidence. Cannon, upon seeing this scene, immediately spoke up, after all, if we take the previous situation as an example, if the great general truly had ulterior motives, dealing with these countries would have been completely sufficient for him. The great general has always been loyal to our country. Now that our country can get rid of the difficulties it faced in the past, along with the current development in military strength, isn't all of this due to the great general? If we start doubting the great general because of this, how can we convince the other ministers? After all, last night he had talked with Ike about these matters, only to find them happening the next day. This felt like being slapped in the face for him. How could he explain himself to the other party then? Wouldn't that cause trouble? I think what you're saying makes no sense at all. Shepard, after hearing these words, couldn't help but sneer. If everything is as you say, everyone would be loyal ministers and brave generals. Chapter 220. Asking in person. I think if we really talk about it, then it should be your personal problem, right? I imagine that when the time comes, you might be the only one thinking along these lines. After witnessing this scene, Cannon could no longer hold back and immediately retorted. Take the current situation as an example. If something really goes wrong, how would this matter be handled? And who would we ask when problems arise? Let's talk about the immediate issue. We cannot accept the two states at present, and more importantly, this is likely related to Ike. Shepard immediately rebutted after hearing this. Then I'll ask you now, does this really have anything to do with them? If we follow Grand Tutor's logic, every general leading troops on this expedition has issues. Eventually, they will all be implicated alongside Ike. Are you suggesting that they are also connected to the Kinley? If so, I suggest investigating everyone. Perhaps feeling some anger inside, Dylan hesitated not a moment before replying, if investigation is necessary, I believe it should start with me, as I spent some time with them initially. If there's any issue, directly investigate me. Upon hearing this, the court atmosphere turned awkward for a while. The officials originally dispatched to Bingzhou and Yizhou were now more concerned about their future prospects and development. After all, if they went to those two provinces, it was equivalent to being in a high position where even the butler had limited power over them. Based on previous situations, if these matters remained unresolved, the problems would escalate significantly. More importantly, if issues arose later, it would become troublesome for them too. Well, since General Joaquin has spoken like this, I see no harm in conducting an investigation. Shepard promptly responded without hesitation, Your Majesty, I believe we can immediately investigate the generals involved in this battle, starting from the Grand General downwards. If there are problems, we'll thoroughly investigate them. It's better to wrongly punish 1,000 than to let one go. After all, this was an excellent opportunity for him to take control. As long as no problems arose, he could seize this chance to resolve everything. In this way, everything would be perfect. So, according to your current statements, everyone should be investigated? After listening to this, Grady was visibly angry. On one hand, it was due to Amaya breaking the contract, and on the other, it was mainly because of the bickering and finger-pointing among these individuals, making the matter increasingly complicated. Moreover, clarifying the exact location of the problem in this situation was incredibly difficult, and this amounted to questioning the butler. Your Majesty, enough. Shepard and Dylan were just about to speak when the Yuan finally snapped, retorting without hesitation. Both of you, shut up. I don't want to hear any of your excuses right now. And most importantly, if any issues arise, I want all of you to take responsibility. With those words, everyone instantly fell silent. After all, offending the butler now would mean disaster for them. Additionally, they were uncertain about the impending developments. If Ike turned out to be innocent, it would mean they had misunderstood this great general, a general with distinguished military achievements, whom they couldn't afford to offend easily. But if things weren't as simple, their troubles would be even greater. The Yuan doesn't want to hear you talk about these things anymore. Grady calmed down momentarily and quickly realized that constant suspicion would get them nowhere. He decided to find a chance to directly communicate with Ike and clarify everything. He was confident that Ike would provide him with the answers he desired. This way, things wouldn't turn overly awkward. After all, the ruler and his ministers still needed to continue working together. All of you can leave now. Grady stood up after a brief contemplation and said, the officials originally assigned to the various states can continue to wait for further news. I believe there will be updates soon. After all, he believed that even if Amaya was bold, she wouldn't dare to do so intentionally. Moreover, a more crucial point was that if she truly angered him, he would not hesitate to dispatch troops. Your Majesty. Shepard saw the Yuan's grim face and realized it was futile to say more. The Yuan didn't want to be further troubled by this matter. Any problem arising from it would complicate things significantly. Now, let me tell you one thing. Before the results of everything are out, whoever dares to speak recklessly will have no reason to blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, the others immediately lowered their heads. After all their power came from the Yuan. If the Yuan decided to kill them, they would lose their reason to live. Dismissed. Grady then turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. The officials who were still arguing dared not say more, as there was nothing else they could add. After returning to the palace, Grady remained agitated. He decided to find Ike personally. For the current situation, unless everything was resolved, he would have lingering concerns. He didn't want to leave unnecessary troubles in his mind, or it would be disastrous. To him, dealing with this matter was essential because, as an butler, he had to understand everything clearly. Then he glanced at the eunuchs, get me dressed immediately, and inform the officials that I won't see anyone tonight. If they have issues, they can come back tomorrow. Chapter 221 The Yuan's Hesitation. After leaving the palace, the butler immediately headed towards the residence of the Grand General. Since he was traveling in plain clothes this time, very few people recognized him. And along the way, he also noticed that ever since Ike had conquered the Burl Kingdom and other territories, the current Grand General's reputation had soared to unprecedented heights. Many citizens on the streets were discussing matters related to the Grand General. After all, a lot of his previous policies had tangible benefits for the common folk. More importantly, since the land reform policy was introduced, people who used to not have enough food now owned their own land, which was a great blessing for them. This was why these citizens were willing to support the Grand General. Of course, if he himself, the butler, had done it, the situation might have been different. Grady calmed himself down after a moment, then dismissed any thoughts from his mind. Now he just wanted to figure out what was going on before deciding how to handle the aftermath. After all, if Ike hadn't done those things, confronting him now could lead to unnecessary trouble. He felt like he was just looking for trouble at this point. Once the matter came to light, it would be an even bigger problem. In this case, he might end up offending Ike over these issues, inviting more trouble. As he hesitated, he had already arrived at the gate of the Grand General's mansion. Forget it, let's go back. Grady couldn't overcome his mental barrier. After a brief hesitation, he decided to return with his entourage, considering that offending someone over this could cause serious problems later. Although he was the butler, he knew that part of Cary Kingdom's prosperity today was due to Ikeg's contributions. If they ended up clashing over this, it would not be worth the cost for him. Your Majesty, when did you come? Just as he hesitated and worried, a voice suddenly came from behind. He turned around to see Ikeg and Marion coming out of the mansion, chatting merrily. Minister Monroe. Grady found the scene somewhat awkward and smiled sheepishly, saying, I was taking a stroll after the morning council session with nothing particular to do, and ended up wandering here. Since your Majesty has come, why waste words? Ikeg laughed and said, let's sit together for a while. We've received some new delicacies recently. If your Majesty doesn't mind, why don't you join us? All right. Grady hesitated but agreed. This opportunity might help clarify things. Even if there were misunderstandings on Ikeg's part, this could be a chance to clear everything up. Then they entered the main hall of the general's residence and took their seats. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I'll prepare the meal right away, Marion said as she handed over a cup of tea. Unless your Majesty has any dietary restrictions, I will prepare your meal. I really have no special requests regarding food. Grady chuckled and replied, whatever you have to offer is fine by me. Thank you, your Majesty. After hearing this, Marion promptly left. What a life the Grand General leads. Seeing this scene, Grady couldn't help but say with a smile, looking at this, I envy the Grand General for having such a beautiful wife beside you. Moreover, in terms of happiness, the Grand General far surpasses anyone else. Ikeg smiled modestly in response. How can I compare with your Majesty in this aspect? After seeing this, Ike then said with a smile, your Majesty has 3,000 beauties in your harem. I only have one beauty by my side. Moreover, the key point is that your Majesty doesn't need to worry about trivial matters, which could be troublesome for our current situation. Your words don't seem right, do they? Grady, after hearing this, responded, speaking of the current situation, I truly have something troubling me. And the reason I've come here is mainly for this matter, to see if the Grand General can help resolve it. If there's anything troubling your Majesty, you can just say it directly. If I can assist, it won't be a problem. After hearing this, Ike had already guessed the issue at hand. After all, given the current circumstances, nothing could be more troubling than this. Back when the Grand General assisted Joaquin State in sending troops, it was largely because Amaya had promised to hand over Bingzhou and Izhou to us. Grady, after hearing this, bluntly continued, what I didn't expect was that just as I was preparing to handle these arrangements, officials were all assigned and sent over, but at the last moment, they went back on their word. Furthermore, if we don't resolve this matter now, it could lead to further problems. What did they say? Ike's expression changed after hearing this. He feigned surprise and asked, by rights, it shouldn't be like this. Back then, Amaya personally promised me that she would hand over these territories. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? It seems she has decided to go against us. I'm not quite sure what's really going on. Grady shook his head after hearing this and replied, that's why I've come to seek the Grand General's opinion on how to handle this. Chapter 222. Hand over the ice spring. About this, Ike naturally understood the current situation. Speaking of his present thoughts, he certainly wouldn't take all these matters upon himself. Moreover, the most critical point was that he had already decided to leave at this time. So at this moment, he was merely chatting casually with Grady. What would happen in the end would depend on the circumstances. Furthermore, the most important thing now was that he couldn't ensure what would happen in the future. Your Majesty, I think it's better like this. Ikeg picked up the teacup and pondered for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. It would be better to directly let officials take over by then. If Colin doesn't agree, we can easily send in the army. After all, they have been unrighteous first, causing us no loss. I currently agree with your thought. Grady's face darkened after hearing this, and he then said, considering the current situation, it is best not to go to war. Our country's army has just returned. If another war starts, it might affect morale. Moreover, more importantly, this might cause dissatisfaction among soldiers. What do you think? If Abigail refuses to hand over those two people, even if we have numerous problems, it would be disadvantageous for them eventually. Moreover, righteousness stands on our side right now. Ike spoke nonchalantly, considering the present condition, even if there are problems, as long as I lead the army, I believe they can be easily solved. Grady fell into deep thought after hearing these words. To be honest, he was most worried about Ikeg's issue. If everything depended on this great general, things could get troublesome. If we can avoid sending troops, then we should not send them. The butler continued slowly, more importantly, my focus isn't here right now. As long as he can peacefully hand over those territories, there will be no need for military action between us. Do you think it makes sense? Your Majesty is truly considerate of the people. Based on the situation there, Abigail clearly hasn't taken us seriously. Ike nodded and continued, if your Majesty focuses on this aspect, it would indeed be better, but the problem is that he might become more audacious later. Grady sipped from his teacup after hearing this, then asked slowly, there are some negative remarks within the court now, and many seem significantly related to you. How do you think it should be handled? If your Majesty suspects this, then I stick to my previous words. Ike wasn't really concerned about these remarks. He had expected this much. The butler was bound to suspect him because of these statements. However, in the present situation, he didn't particularly care. Moreover, more importantly, he had demonstrated sufficient sincerity and determination. Your Majesty can reclaim the military power now. If I show any hesitation, handle me as you see fit. Ike spoke sternly. Regardless, I can say that I have done everything for Cary's state. If your Majesty still doubts me, you may deal with me as you wish. I did not mean to doubt you. Grady's face turned awkward after hearing this. If not dealt with promptly, this issue would escalate further, which would not be good for him. How about we do it this way? After some thought, the butler spoke slowly. Rest well for a while. Temporarily, don't lead the army. When the country really needs to wage war, I will ask you to come out of retirement again. How does that sound? Why must your Majesty speak so ambiguously? Ike breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, because it was the butler who proposed this himself. Even if something went wrong in the future, it wouldn't be much related to him. Besides, now that birds have flown away, bows are put aside. He naturally wouldn't have any other thoughts. Also, since the butler has said this, he had nothing else to say. Since your majesty wishes to reclaim the military power from me, I will hand over the tiger tally to you now. He then got up and walked into the room, retrieving the tiger tally and placing it on the table, continuing, when the time comes, the command over all troops will return to your majesty. If your majesty has any other questions, feel free to ask me directly. However, I can assure you that no matter what issues arise, I will do my utmost. Please rest assured. Your majesty. Grady was instantly stunned at this scene, staring at the tiger tally on the table, unsure of how to respond. Although he had entertained such thoughts earlier, it was ultimately just a test of Ike's attitude. Now seeing Ike act so straightforwardly, he didn't know how to react. General, why must you do this? Grady couldn't help but sigh, then spoke. You should know that I had no other intentions earlier. But, your majesty, there's something I wanted to say to you as well. After hearing this, Ike replied, regardless, Cary State is under your majesty's rule. If every matter still requires the involvement of other ministers, then it would not be much different from before. How can a monarch let others constantly intervene? Moreover, if my presence continues to influence your majesty's decisions, wouldn't that cause more trouble? He naturally understood that the royal family of Cary still held significant power, which, in turn, limited Cary State's development. After all, for a nation, if orders are hard to pass down or create problems when they do, that issue would become even more severe. How can I not understand your meaning? Grady sighed after hearing this and said, but now, I still need them. Chapter 223, Vast Oceans for Fish to Leap. Ike instantly understood the implication after hearing these words. Although Yuan indeed needed these ministers to work for him now, it also indicated that many previous constraints on him were all from the Yuan's intentions. If so, then there was nothing more to say. General, take good rest these days. Grady looked at the tiger token on the desk, pondered for a moment, and then put it away. After all, these things were still extremely important to him nowadays. As for how things would really turn out, it would depend on their actions. Many thanks, your majesty. Upon seeing this scene, Ike felt no psychological burden anymore. For him, everything that should be done has been done. If the butler wanted it this way, there was nothing much to add. Moreover, in terms of the current situation, as long as the butler had such thoughts, no matter what he did, it would be futile. It wasn't a time to show loyalty. Rather, he had already lost any confidence and sentiment toward this court. Your majesty. Just then, Marian walked over slowly. Seeing the two people, she smiled and said, dinner is ready. Your majesty can go inside and eat now. I have specially prepared a soup for your majesty. If you like it, you can have more. I won't eat. Grady, seeing this scene, chuckled nonchalantly. There are still many things needing my attention. How about this? After handling matters in the coming days, I will personally invite both of you to a banquet in the palace. There shouldn't be any problems with that. Thank you, your majesty. Hearing these words, Ike smiled indifferently. For him, these matters were insignificant. He had no intention to stay here any longer and had already decided to leave. Well, then I'll head back first. Grady, seeing this scene, turned around and left without hesitation. Your majesty. Seeing his departing figure, Ike suddenly called out, I have one last request, hoping your majesty could grant it. Just say what's on your mind. Grady stopped upon hearing this but didn't turn around. He asked calmly, anything you want to say, just speak up. This is it. After a moment's silence, Ike explained, given the current situation, staying in Dichio does not serve much purpose. I wish to visit Luoyang in these few days. The new year is approaching, and I plan to take Fian there for the holiday. That sounds fine too. Originally, I planned for you to stay here. Grady readily agreed to this request, saying, here's what I will do. I'll bestow you the former prince's residence there. You may celebrate the new year well there. But after spring comes, you must return to Dichio to help me train new soldiers. Thank you very much for your favor, your majesty. Hearing this, Ike breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't really about spending the new year there, just an excuse to leave Dichio. Staying here no longer made sense for him. More importantly, if he could find a way out of Dichio, other issues would be resolved. So, when will General set off? Let me know, and I will personally arrange your departure. Without any hesitation, Grady turned and left. I don't think we need to discuss these things further. Ike turned to Marian and laughed. The butler has become suspicious of me. Staying longer might put us in danger. We'd better leave as soon as possible. Are you planning to leave tonight? Upon hearing this, Marian's eyes widened in excitement. Since so, I'll pack right now. That way, we can leave any time. There's no need for that trouble. Ike smiled slightly and said with a hint of disdain, I'm leaving this place only to seek greater development. These things are just within our reach. Moreover, given the current situation, if we don't leave early, it might lead to unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, if we take too much with us, it will also arouse suspicion from others. So, it's better to travel light. Marian nodded upon hearing these words, but she had lived here for almost 2 to 3 years, so naturally, she had some feelings towards this place. Bring them over here. Stretching lazily, Ike spoke, tell Tate and Jensen that we'll leave after dinner tonight. Of course, if any problems occur, they must remain calm. Yes. Marian turned and left immediately after hearing this. Watching her receding figure, Ike felt incomparably excited. For him, once he left this place, it would truly be a vast ocean where fish could leap in skies where birds could fly freely, and he had already made up his mind. When it was time to proclaim himself king, he would expand his power rapidly and unexpectedly. His ambitions were no longer limited to serving any butler. All countries on the continent would have to submit to him, and he wanted everyone to know that with his strength, he could deal with any country. Even if those countries formed an alliance, there would be no problem for him. General. At this moment, Tate and Jensen walked over and said, since we've decided to leave, there's no need to stay any longer. We should take our troops and leave right now. There's no rush for us now. Ike replied indifferently after hearing this. If we leave in haste now, It will definitely raise suspicion and cause unnecessary trouble. Chapter 224. Danger lurks everywhere. After returning to the palace, Grady's mind was unsettled for a long time. After all, he still had some feelings for this great general, but now it felt like when the birds are gone, the fine bough is put away. Of course, he knew this wasn't a good method. However, at present, he had no better choice. Moreover, if there was any compromise on this matter later, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among others. And even more importantly, in the current situation, perhaps this matter wouldn't be as troublesome as imagined. After a moment of silence, he turned and looked at the eunuch beside him. You go down now and deliver the imperial decree, telling Shepard and Cannon to come to the palace immediately. Say I have something important to tell them, Grady said seriously. I will demand answers from them if they delay, and anything goes wrong. Upon hearing this, the eunuch immediately left. However, while he was arranging for the decree to be sent, little did he know that these few people were already discussing the matter. What's the word from Manny? Shepard looked at the rest of the group and couldn't help but ask. After all, there are many things waiting for us to do given the current situation. Although Manny went to the residence of the great general this time, and it seems he intends to let the great general retire. The eunuch spoke up after hearing this. Moreover, considering our situation, this might be the best option. The great general wants to retire? That sounds unlikely. After hearing this, Cornelius couldn't help but comment. I believe the great general has other intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't retire now. It's easy to talk about leaving at the peak, but how difficult it would be to actually do so is only known to himself. This might be true, but who knows if the great general really has this intention, Glenn said with a smile. Now that he has handed over his military token, what else can he say? Without those armies, he doesn't have the means to act. Don't you think you're underestimating him? Shepard shook his head after hearing this. Even without the military token, commanding troops wouldn't be difficult for the great general. Besides, the current great general is not the same as before. If he raises his arm, thousands of troops could gather. This is the point everyone worries about the most. If the great general has any intentions, who could stop him? I don't think it matters much even without the token. Even if he can raise an army, how many would follow him? Cornelius responded, shaking his head. After all, besides his personal guards, the rest are all Cary Kingdom soldiers. They wouldn't betray their country just for some special favors. And besides, the great general's situation isn't simple either. Not to mention, with Ike's 2,000 or 3,000 men, how can they stand against the entire Cary Kingdom? Don't underestimate the great general, Shepard laughed. Remember, the great general once borrowed troops from Han, and both Albert and Anakin offered to send troops for him. If he has other plans now, who can resist him? And among our current generals, how many can match the great general? Everyone fell silent at this remark, knowing full well that apart from themselves, no one could contend with the great general. Furthermore, the situation wasn't something they could control. Your Excellencies. After hearing these words, the eunuch felt as if he were walking on thin ice. After all, for a minor eunuch like him, how could he possibly be privy to such matters? Moreover, and more importantly, these discussions could cost him his head if they were leaked. Just now, Manny issued an order, asking all of you gentlemen to come immediately. I hope none of you will make things difficult for me. If you can come now, it would be perfect. His job was simply to deliver the message. Apart from questioning the minister's thoughts, it had nothing to do with him. We shouldn't waste any more time. Let's go. Shepard had made up his mind. After resolving the issue of this great general's military power, he must also address all other problems. He absolutely could not allow this great general to leave behind a potential threat to the country. And more importantly, once all these issues were resolved, there would be no more difficulties for them. Let's go. Shepard then turned his gaze to the others and said, once the problem is solved, there will be nothing left to say. More importantly, from now on, you must bring Ike down. Giving him any chance to catch his breath would be disastrous. Of course, that's no problem. Upon hearing this, Cornelius immediately responded, considering the current situation, resolving all the issues means this great general will have no way out. Moreover, we struggled so long before to take him down. It's even easier now. I think so too. Glenn nodded. If this guy stays in Cary Kingdom, he will eventually be a disaster. And more importantly, for him, it's now or never. Chapter 225 Ministerial Discussion. Several people ran into Cannon and Dylan on the way to the palace. Since both parties were at odds with each other, it was natural that their expressions weren't too pleasant upon seeing each other. They merely exchanged glances before dispersing. After all, for them, a more pressing issue at hand was that if certain matters couldn't be resolved, then troubles would naturally come along. Moreover, there was an even more significant point that nothing was more troublesome than this matter at present. Fourth brother. Shepard glanced at the person in front of him and couldn't help but say, when we go inside, I hope you know what should be said and what shouldn't, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Third brother, those words are what I wanted to tell you too. Cannon replied calmly after hearing this. I think at this critical moment, you shouldn't cause unnecessary panic or trouble. And most importantly, you should know how important the Generalissimo is to us now. Why make things worse? If the Generalissimo truly has the best interests of our state at heart, there's nothing more to say. Upon witnessing the scene, Shepard couldn't help but sneer. Besides, given the current situation, no personal affairs are more important than national issues. I hope you understand this to avoid unnecessary complications. Then everything will be according to Manny's decision. Cannon didn't want to waste time talking nonsense and turned his gaze to the side. After all, he had more important matters to attend to. Seeing this scene, everyone else didn't utter another word and directly entered the grand hall. At this moment, the butler sat in his wheelchair with closed eyes. One couldn't tell what thoughts occupied his mind. Given the current situation, nobody dared to speak out loud, as this wasn't particularly troublesome for them. And more importantly, there was nothing more urgent than these matters at the moment. Your Majesty. After entering the hall, these officials bowed to the butler and remained silent. All right, since everyone's here, take your seats. Grady opened his eyes, waved his hand somewhat wearily, and said, The reason for summoning you today is clear to you. And concerning the current circumstances, what I have to discuss with you is also understood. Your Majesty, from my perspective, the Generalissimo can't be allowed to step down so easily under such conditions. Shepard immediately chimed in. After all, given the national affairs, some things still require his assistance. Moreover, if the Generalissimo retires, who will handle the important matters? The Generalissimo has already handed over military control. Grady replied after hearing this. Furthermore, for you all, dealing with these issues isn't complicated. As long as tasks are completed, nothing else needs to be said, right? Since the Generalissimo has handed over his power, how should we proceed? Cornelius's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this and couldn't help but ask, I believe we should still grant him a nominal title and allow him to enjoy his later years peacefully in Deke. After all, they needed to keep this Generalissimo under close watch. If any problems arose, it would be troublesome for them. Additionally, no other matters were currently more difficult than this. The Generalissimo has already made arrangements. Grady straightened up, his expression serious as he continued. He plans to spend the new year in Luoyang. This mustn't happen. Shepard immediately voiced his opinion upon hearing this. The Generalissimo's actions are undoubtedly intentional. If he leaves the capital, he won't return. Your Majesty, don't fall for his tricks. He must be kept here. Grady frowned slightly upon hearing this and looked at the others before speaking slowly. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I retract my promise? But given the present circumstances, I've already agreed. Would you have me go back on my word? Your Majesty, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't have anything else to say. But if we let this general leave now, it will definitely be a huge trouble for us. Shepard stood up immediately after hearing this, and with great agitation, he spoke. This general's influence is something your Majesty understands very well. If we let him leave under the current circumstances, things will only get more troublesome. And most importantly, once this general leaves, how would your Majesty deal with the situation? Grady couldn't help but frown upon hearing these words. Then he said, Shepard, I believe you are overthinking it. Even if the general wants to leave, I think there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, the most important point is that I've already promised him. Do you want me to go back on my word? Your Majesty, I believe he is talking nonsense. Cannon immediately stepped forward at this moment, saying without hesitation, what other intentions could the general have? To put it simply, the current situation is nothing. Clearly this person is just talking nonsense. If your Majesty listens to him, how will the people perceive you? Upon hearing this, Grady nodded involuntarily. After all, deep down, he was still unwilling to deal with Ike. Moreover, their previous relationship wasn't bad. Although there were suspicions and mistrust, they hadn't taken any actions against each other. And the most important point was that if they took action in this situation, it might bring unnecessary trouble. That was what he didn't want to see. Offending Ike would bring no benefit to them. And the biggest question was, who would handle this matter? Chapter 226, Taking Action Privately. Your Majesty, there's a word on my mind, but I wonder if it is appropriate to speak it out. Just then, Cornelius spoke up again. As Grand Tutor mentioned earlier, even if your Majesty harbors no suspicion towards the Grand General, it absolutely cannot allow the Grand General to leave Imperial Hill. After all, at this moment the Grand General's prestige is at its peak. Should anything troublesome occur afterward, how should it be dealt with? Furthermore, given the current situation, nothing is more important than keeping the Grand General here. I think there is some sense in what he says. Seeing this scene unfold before him, Glenn immediately expressed his stance, saying, after all, considering the present situation, if the Grand General were to leave, it would likely not bode well for us. Does that mean you intend to imprison the Grand General according to your idea? Dylan became somewhat indignant upon witnessing the scene, and then said, regardless of everything else, the Grand General remains a founding hero on our side. If we treat him this way because of this, how will other countries view us? General Joaquin might be overreacting? Seeing this scene, Shepard could not help but raise an eyebrow from the side, and then opened his mouth with a grim expression, saying, we did not say we want to imprison the Grand General. We only meant that it would be best if he stayed put, especially considering his influence which has considerable effects on us. But I'm afraid these measures may lead to unnecessary trouble. Cannon frowned, and then spoke. Let me take other examples. Cornelius, seeing the scene before him, immediately said without hesitation, even if the Grand General does not have any such intentions, who can guarantee that his subordinates don't? Moreover, speaking simply, although the Grand General is indeed the Grand General, for others, there isn't much worth mentioning about him. Who would take responsibility if problems arise? Additionally, most importantly, he commands private troops numbering tens of thousands, all of whom are skilled warriors. Even if the Grand General does not have such intentions, can anyone ensure his generals feel the same? Can anyone assure that his generals do not have such thoughts? Could all of you present guarantee that? With these words, Grady's face immediately turned dark, becoming extremely unpleasant, and his eyes emanated a chilling light. He clearly realized the crux of the issue, which was indeed as they had said. Even if others didn't have these thoughts, who could guarantee his subordinates did not? Who could guarantee their unwavering loyalty, ensuring there wouldn't be any complications? Perhaps it's better to handle things like this. Seeing the scene, Cannon immediately spoke up, we will try to persuade the Grand General to stay, and as for other issues, no one should mention them again. Keeping the Grand General here would surely set your minds at ease, right? The rest of the men, witnessing this scene, momentarily couldn't respond and could only frown. Do as you say. Grady suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. Perhaps it was just as they said. Even if he didn't have such intentions, if his people did, it would be a severe blow to them. Your Majesty. Enough. I've already explained the matter clearly. Upon hearing these words, Shepard seemed somewhat panicked, but the butler interrupted him without hesitation and said, you need not speak of other matters. If you continue to doubt the Grand General for this reason, don't blame me for being impolite. Withdraw. After these words were spoken, everyone showed different expressions, as this situation wasn't strange to them. Besides, the most critical point was that these people would not give up easily. After the butler ordered them to withdraw, the ministers left the hall one by one, each with varying expressions. I never expected it to turn out like this. Glenn, after hearing this, looked peculiar and turned to look at Cannon beside him, saying in Yachty's voice, "Fourth young master seems to have quite some goodwill towards the Grand General, so you certainly won't help the Grand General at this time. But these matters are rather troublesome for us. Since Manny forbids us from acting, how should we proceed? These matters are no longer a big deal now." After hearing these words, Shepard spoke without hesitation. "Since Manny does not allow us to take action, we should do it ourselves. Are you suggesting that we remove the Grand General at this moment?" The rest of them showed a hint of hesitation upon hearing this. After all, if their move against the Grand General failed, it would bring them significant trouble. The circumstances were different from what they imagined, and more importantly, they lacked the opportunity right now. Do you think we would still have any chance once the Grand General leaves? Moreover, taking the current situation into account, if we don't act now, there will be no other opportunities for us. Shepard's eyes flashed with a cold light as he continued unhesitatingly. Once he leaves, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic for us. But if we want to take action, we're afraid Manny won't agree. Although Cornelius wanted to eliminate the Grand General swiftly, he was concerned that their actions might incur the butler's displeasure under the current conditions. Don't you understand the situation now? Shepard sneered, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Manny is not unwilling to act. He merely lacks the opportunity. If we directly eliminate the threat, do you think Manny would object? Furthermore, even if we act now, Manny wouldn't say much. Yes, once the deed is done and Ike is dead, no matter how angry Manny gets, he won't blame us. And for us, this is also an opportunity to seize military power. Glenn steeled his heart and added, "Besides, with him dead, there's nothing he can do about it." Chapter 227, The Three Armies Camp. What Mr. Anakin said makes perfect sense. After hearing this, Cornelius immediately expressed his opinion without hesitation, speaking solemnly, "Given the current situation, if we let that young man from Enroaching run away, it will definitely be an endless trouble for us. If so, we might as well keep him here. Once they are dealt with, there will be nothing to fear for us." "You make a very good point." Shepard spoke up without any hesitation after he heard these words. "Furthermore, in this present situation, we absolutely cannot let this person just walk away. Moreover, for us, eliminating him means gaining control over Cary's military and political power. This is as simple as it gets. Dealing with him isn't particularly difficult. But under the current circumstances, from where should we mobilize troops? After all, looking at the situation now, we don't have many soldiers available to use." Although Glenn put forward his demands, it was especially troubling that they did not have many troops to mobilize. After all, although one of them was the Minister of War and the other was Grand Tutor, they needed the butler's consent to mobilize troops. And most importantly, although Dylan was also in the city, this chariot general had poor relations with them privately, making cooperation or mobilization of troops unlikely between both sides. "Why don't we do this then?" Seeing the scene before him, Shepard's expression darkened as he said without delay, "You take my bracelet outside the city to mobilize troops. Order the Three Armies Camp to surround the general's mansion immediately, telling them it's by the Yuan's decree. No soldier shall be spared." Upon hearing these words, the two present could not help but change their expressions, appearing extremely uncomfortable. One must know that without the Yuan's order to mobilize the army, it would be considered a grave offense. Moreover, if the Yuan found out about this, it could turn against them. "Grand Tutor, shouldn't we consider this more carefully?" Glenn clearly felt uneasy after hearing this. After all, this matter seemed quite difficult under the present circumstances. Moreover, even if these two had the courage to mobilize the troops, he certainly lacked the courage. After all, whether it was Cornelius or Shepard, one was the Minister of War, and the other was the butler's uncle. Even if the butler blamed them later, they could still explain themselves. But it was different for others. These two might push him out as a scapegoat at that time, which would complicate things. "Why are you afraid now?" Seeing the scene before him, Shepard couldn't help but scoff. A great deed must not be done hesitantly. If you're afraid now, there's nothing left to say. Just retreat. We too won't hold you back. "Grand Tutor, that's not what I mean." Glenn found himself hard-pressed to refute. After all, he was worried about taking responsibility when problems arose. If he retreated now, it would only invite dissatisfaction from these people. After all, they were now in the same boat. "If you have no objections, then it's settled." Shepard, seeing the scene, turned his gaze to Cornelius and said, "He'll go outside the city to mobilize the troops right now. Make sure the soldiers of the Three Armies Camp return to the city as soon as possible. I suspect Ike is already preparing to flee." "Master, there's no problem with that." Cornelius spoke without hesitation. He had long harbored deep hatred towards Ike, and getting rid of him now would greatly benefit him. Moreover, once they controlled the military power, everything would become much easier. "Inform me immediately once the troops enter the city. I want to personally lead the forces against Ike, and let that guy know that the affairs of Cary must be dictated by us." Shepard's intense hatred. I'm not saying he really has any grudge against Ike. It's just that he wants to take this opportunity to completely eliminate Ike. One must understand that if this person were to escape at the time, it would cause them significant trouble. More importantly, they must completely resolve this issue now, or else the consequences will be dire. And for them, there are even more pressing matters to attend to right now. Since Master has spoken, I'll take care of this matter. Cornelius immediately reacted after hearing these words. For them, as long as Shepard personally takes action, there will be someone to shoulder the responsibility if problems arise. This is extremely advantageous for them. Moreover, even if Yuan holds them accountable later, there will be someone to share the blame with. You must remember, after this matter is settled, no one is to speak out of turn. If anyone dares to whisper, do not blame me for being unforgiving. After hearing this, a flash of killing intent crossed Shepard's eyes. As long as someone helps him complete the final task, dealing with these people afterward won't require much explanation. Additionally, considering the current situation, surrounding Ikeg here will ensure the matter is fully resolved. Yes. Cornelius and Glenn couldn't help but shiver after hearing this. After all, if they offend Shepard because of this, it would lead to trouble. Minister Anakin, the recruitment will be your responsibility. After Cornelius spoke, he turned his gaze toward Glenn and said, I will go to the Grand General's mansion to monitor the situation. I will inform you of any developments. Given our current situation, this should not be a problem. Chapter 228. The night attack has come. Ike had already left Kyoto with his men, and the city guards who wanted to ask where they were heading did not dare to say anything more upon seeing the general's bracelet. To them, the great general had now established remarkable military exploits. No one dared to stop Ike's carriage no matter how bold they might be. I can't believe it was this easy to get out. Tate couldn't help but laugh as he sat in the carriage. It's a pity about the fine wines we left at home. If we want to drink such good wine again in the future, we might have to lead troops here. Moreover, if things go sour then, we may never get to enjoy this kind of wine again. I don't think it matters much for us, Jensen replied indifferently after hearing these words. There's an even more important point. We've risen to prominence. Anyone trying to stop us now wouldn't be so simple. They only act this way because our great general has achieved great war merits. Without that, it wouldn't be so easy, said Tate. The two of them kept chatting without caring what others thought. However, indeed, they had the capital to do so. There weren't yet people powerful enough to make them submit. I just feel that things are not that simple. Marion's face darkened suddenly after hearing this. What if they catch up with us later? What we did doesn't seem quite right, especially considering, if we run into trouble, it will be hard to solve. What is there for those guys to fear? Cornelius Xiao retorted without concern. Even if they were 10 times braver, they would still dare not chase us. And even if they did catch up, would they really be a match for us? Let nobody strike first before an absolute conflict emerges. Ike straightened his posture immediately after hearing their words and reminded everyone, we'll only have the justification to attack once they move first. If we act prematurely, it will put us at a disadvantage. After all, he hadn't entirely decided to confront Grady. If that guy didn't send troops to chase them, everything would remain smooth. But if pursuit troops did come, he would have the reason to counteract only after they made their move. Great General, you're too kind-hearted. Tate frowned and said, those people clearly look down on us, and for our side, this situation is very advantageous. Given their attitude, what is there to talk about? I agree with Tate. Jensen also expressed his stance. Their current attitude does us more harm than good. Who knows what their true intentions are? I've already explained everything clearly. Ike shook his head. None of us should make a move before they do. Admittedly, it puts us at a disadvantage. Given the circumstances, letting the other side make the first move wouldn't be a problem for them. It was simple for them, and acting prematurely would put them at a disadvantage. Regarding the silver mine alone, nothing had happened yet, leaving room for negotiation. And once everything was finished, confronting those guys might become tricky. After resolving all issues, any problem could be discussed. We'll follow the great general's order. There's nothing else to say until the task is done. Indeed, given the current situation, problems could likely be resolved well. In my view, there's nothing else to discuss. Ike reminded them again, if they don't strike first, neither should we. Otherwise, things would turn unfavorable for us. After all, he now prioritized righteousness above all else, and other matters were not worth mentioning. The other two nodded in agreement after hearing this. Great General. But at that moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. The coachman pulled back the curtain and said to those inside, not good. A large number of cavalry suddenly appeared around us, and it looks like they're coming for us. Cavalry? Upon hearing these words, Ike's expression darkened immediately as he asked, are they Cary Kingdom's cavalry? If so, they must be from the Three Armies camp. I knew that dog butler never had any good intentions toward us. Tate, upon hearing this, immediately drew his weapon and stood beside the carriage, saying, if you want to come at us, just do it. Don't think Grandpa is afraid of your bunch. Let me tell you, even if all of you attack together, you might not be my match. Silence. Ike, after hearing this, pulled back the curtain and stood on the carriage frame. Seeing this scene, Jensen also drew his sword and stood nearby, as his primary task now was to protect the great general's safety. Other matters were not as important. Moreover, the current situation was not entirely advantageous for them. Are you soldiers from the Three Armies camp? Ike looked at the figures not far away and said, if I recall correctly, you were all trained by me. So, are you now planning to assassinate this general? Be warned, such behavior is highly disrespectful. Whoever dares to lay a hand on me will surely be killed. Chapter 229. In a difficult position. After hearing Ike's words, the flickering figures of the soldiers moved forward one after another. As they approached, Ike finally saw their true appearances. As he had anticipated, they were indeed from the Three Armies camp, and among them were quite a few familiar subordinates of his. These guys unexpectedly appeared at this moment. I knew that for them, the current situation was extremely troublesome. Though they had 2,000 black robe guards, anyone who knew about the Three Armies camp would be aware it consisted of more than 30,000 elite soldiers. Though the black robe guards were brave and skilled in battle, facing such a numerical advantage, it would be difficult for them to win. Moreover, these soldiers were well equipped, which would cause even more trouble once a fight broke out. General. At that moment, the leading cavalry officer rode over, dismounted, knelt down with respect, and said, General West pays respects to the great general. You still recognize me as your great general? Ike nodded approvingly after hearing this, then glanced at the soldiers not far away and couldn't help but ask, why are you leading so many soldiers here now? Are you planning to escort us on a trip to Luoyang? If so, that's thoughtful. If not, then this is an unauthorized departure from duty. After hearing this, West looked hesitant. I think you're here to assassinate the great general. Tate immediately mocked when he saw his hesitation. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Just come forward, and if anything happens to the great general, you'll answer to me. The rest were unsure how to respond upon hearing this. General G, you're speechless now? Do I have to teach you personally? Ike raised an eyebrow and said, just speak your mind. Remember, I didn't teach you to be so indecisive before. If there are other matters, just speak directly. What do you want to say? Reporting to the great general. After hearing this, West hesitated for a moment and then said, we are here under orders, primarily to bring the great general back. Back? Back where? Upon hearing this, Ike asked, I already told you. My trip to Luoyang was personally approved by Manny. If you have any other concerns, just state them clearly. As for going back, I don't see the necessity. If the great general doesn't return with us, we cannot report back either. After hearing this, West replied helplessly, given the current situation, we don't know why. But since we've been ordered to request the great general's return, we must comply. So, whose orders did you follow? Seeing this, Ike realized it was likely not someone else's order, but probably came from the Cary family, possibly from Shepard. Reporting to the great general. After hesitating for a moment, West said, we received orders from Grand Tutor, insisting we must bring the great general back. If we don't comply, it might endanger our families. Indeed, for them, there was no other choice. They say commanders in the field can sometimes disregard orders, but some of their families were still in the hands of others. If things got out of hand because of this, they wouldn't be able to stay in Dicku. Just as I thought. Upon hearing this, Ike sneered, this is indeed troublesome for you. But I also need to clarify something. I've been given imperial orders to go to Luoyang. If anything goes wrong, how will you explain yourselves to Manny? Please don't put us in a difficult position, great general. After hearing this, West gritted his teeth and said, if the great general can consider our usual camaraderie, please accompany us back. With a personal imperial decree, the Grand Tutor should have nothing more to say. If I tell you that I cannot go back with you now, would General G insist on taking us back? After hearing this, Ike's expression turned grim. For him, the one thing he could least tolerate was being threatened. If these people were to threaten him, it would be an immense insult, which he could not endure at all. Now, it might not be up to the great general. If the great general does not return, then we can only handle it as a case of rebellion. Upon hearing this, another voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, Glenn and Cornelius were seen leading a squadron of cavalry charging over. Both were fully equipped, clearly intending to take action against him under this pretext. Really didn't expect this. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but laugh. Originally, I just wanted to go to Luoyang for a peaceful trip, but it seems like so many people have come personally to escort me. So, I must tell you that there's absolutely no need for that. You may just go back. I will head there on my own. Why does the great general insist on this? Seeing this scene, Cornelius immediately spoke with a hint of satisfaction. I still advise the great general to obediently return with us. When Manny has clarified the matter, he will personally send you there. I believe this should pose no problem for the great general, right? In that case, please go back and tell the Grand Tutor that I have made up my mind to leave. If he has any objections to me, let him come find me directly. As for the rest, I don't wish to explain too much. Ike raised his eyebrows and said, if you have any more questions, just say them out. Why bother with their nonsense? Tate snorted coldly and said, just take action. Chapter 230. Unable to command. Stop. After listening to Tate, Ike immediately warned, this isn't a situation where you can act on impulse. After all, considering the current situation, some individuals were merely looking for an excuse. If they were to take action, these people would likely seize the opportunity to label them as rebels, which could cause significant trouble for them. General Lionel seems to have quite a temper, Cornelius remarked arrogantly after observing the scene. If General Lionel wants to fight us, we really don't know how to handle it. Lord Lionel, Ike responded, I've explained everything I wanted to say. If Lord Lionel still refuses to let us leave, there's nothing more to discuss. However, I hope you remember not to complicate things over such trivial matters. Even in the simplest terms, making things too difficult would also bring trouble to him. I appreciate your reminder, but I don't see the necessity. If you insist on not returning with us, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Cornelius lifted his hand, signaling the cavalry behind him to move closer to Ike and his men, possibly intending to surround them. In this situation, resolving the matter peacefully became even more challenging. Do we need to talk any further? Glenn said without hesitation. If you refuse to return with us now, we can only follow the butler's orders. Any unintended harm done to you should not be taken personally. Failing to bring you back will mean punishment for us as well. Hearing this, I couldn't help but sneer. He had little choice in the matter. General, since they are threatening our lives, there's no point in further discussion. Seeing this, Jensen drew his halberd and said, we won't let them control us. If anyone disrespects the general, they'll regret it. Ike, Cornelius addressed, you're preparing to fight us. Since that's the case, we won't hold back either. Colin. He then turned to Colin. At your command, Colin replied hesitantly but respectfully. They seem determined to fight us. You shouldn't hesitate. Arrest them and the rebels immediately. I'll ensure you receive full credit upon return. Cornelius ordered. Seize them all. Lord Lionel. Colin was clearly hesitant. He didn't want to turn against Ike, whom he had followed loyally. Confrontation held little meaning for them now. Why are you arguing with me? Cornelius retorted angrily. If you're unwilling to act, I'll find someone else. This task is simple for anyone. Why are you stalling? Why make it hard for someone uninvolved? Ike smiled slightly. If you must fight me, just come forward. Besides, those soldiers of yours may not stand a chance against me. General seems quite confident, Cornelius commented. After witnessing this scene, Cornelius immediately said without hesitation, if that's the case, then I'll grant your wish. He then turned his gaze to the soldiers behind him and announced without delay, by order of Manny, I have come to personally apprehend the rebel Ike. Whoever manages to capture him alive will be rewarded with 1,000 pieces of gold and ennobled as a marquis. However, to his surprise, not many of the soldiers were willing to move upon hearing this. Instead, they all appeared somewhat hesitant. After all, these soldiers had been trained by Ike himself. Now, To be asked to take action against their own general seemed too much for them. Furthermore, there was another crucial point. Given the current situation, they weren't sure if they could win. What? Are you all unwilling to act? Cornelius was visibly annoyed by this scene. After all, the army he brought couldn't be commanded properly. If this incident spread, it would invite ridicule. Moreover, in this situation, failing to bring Ike back now would lead to bigger problems later. They knew well about Ike's strength. Should this attempt fail and provoke his anger, the consequences would be dire. I don't think there's anything more to say here, Ike remarked, sneering after seeing this scene. If Sir Lionel insists on fighting me, then go ahead. If you're afraid, then there's nothing left to discuss. But let me remind you, if you die by my sword, it will only prove you fought an honorable battle, for you may not be my match. I won't stoop to dueling like common thugs. Cornelius became flustered at once. After all, in a one-on-one fight, even 10 of him might not be Ike's opponent. Chapter 231. A sudden situation. Since that's the case, let me challenge your skills, Darren Lionel. Just then, Tate suddenly jumped off the carriage and spoke frankly. If I fail to defeat you, it only means I am not strong enough. If you happen to die by my hand, I hope you won't blame your bad luck. What are you trying to do? Cornelius grew anxious upon seeing his troops unmoved and Tate's open threat. He asked, do you intend to attack us? G. Burlming, if you can't lead this army now, step aside immediately, hand over the military token in your hand, and leave all these men for me to command. He knew that without military authority, he would likely end up dead at the hands of these people eventually. After all, offending these people would mean no good outcome, and most importantly, he seemed to have no other choice now. I don't think it needs to be so troublesome. Let me handle this matter. Just then, a somewhat triumphant voice was heard. Soon after, Grand Tutor Shepard led another contingent from another side, surrounding the three-army camp and Ike. These were the Imperial Guards he had mobilized from Dillon, which he should not have been able to command. But he managed to persuade the butler at the last moment. Without confirmation, Grady directly ordered the advance to capture Ike. Upon seeing this scene, Ike's face turned extremely grim. Because he knew the Imperial Guards could never be mobilized without the butler's order, meaning the butler had decided to kill him. And the butler wanted to eliminate him completely. For someone who had always been loyal to the state of Cary, this was an immense humiliation. It made him understand what, when the birds are gone, the bow is hidden, meant. It also revealed that although Grady appeared to have great ambitions earlier, he ultimately didn't trust him. Now, he felt like being put on the spot. Anyone in his position would find this extremely difficult. Grand Tutor, it seems that by bringing the Imperial Guards here, you've determined to take my life. I couldn't help but ask, I wonder how I wronged the Cary Kingdom? Why must you try to kill me? What benefits do you gain? The general has indeed contributed to our Cary Kingdom. Shepard laughed after observing the situation, but in this current scenario, if the general does not die, it would pose a greater threat to our Cary Kingdom. Given the current circumstances, it's like an arrow already set on the string. There's no turning back now. And once they offended Ike, things might become complicated. Since that's the case, then I have no other choice. Ike hesitated no longer and prepared to mobilize all his Black Cloak Guards, confident that with them, he could manage to return safely. The only concern was whether these Black Cloak Guards could retreat unscathed. Considering these soldiers were originally obtained through his influence, any loss would be a significant pain for him. Most importantly, he didn't want to lose them. I see there's nothing more to say. Shepard realized that further discussion was pointless and would only waste time. So, he decided to settle everything at once. All warriors, listen to my order. He raised the military token in his hand and commanded without hesitation, eliminate everyone here. Not one shall remain alive. If anyone disobeys, I will not show mercy. Yes. The Imperial Guard captains did not hesitate and responded immediately. Let's see who dares to make a move. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. Immediately afterward, a rider emerged from the distance, leading well-equipped soldiers. Though their armor didn't clearly identify their unit, their numbers far exceeded those present. And more importantly, the commander leading the troops this time was none other than Desmond. This general from the state of Han had finally made his move. Shepard never expected the situation to suddenly evolve into this. His face immediately turned extremely grim. Moreover, what was even more critical for them was that they hadn't noticed when the soldiers of Han had managed to surround them from behind. Now, things had become far more complicated. Furthermore, if the issue wasn't resolved now, it would mean serious trouble for them. Desmond, what do you mean by this? Upon seeing this scene, Shepard immediately shouted without hesitation. Do you know what the current situation is? Your army from the state of Han dares to enter our territory without permission. Are you preparing to wage war with our state of Cary? These words have no effect on me. After hearing this, Desmond laughed slightly and said, considering the current situation, I'm acting under the orders of our Yuan, specifically to assist General Ike. So, if you have any issues, take it up with our Kinley directly. I'm merely following orders. Shepard's expression froze upon hearing these words, turning incredibly grim. After all, he had never experienced such a great humiliation before. If that's the case, there's nothing left to say. Shepard gritted his teeth. Since you're taking him away, I won't be able to report back properly. Let's settle this in battle then. Leaving these words behind, he immediately ordered, everyone, follow my command. Attack. Attack. Seeing this scene, Desmond also gave the order without hesitation. Chapter 232, Safe Departure. Tensions between the two sides were immediately at a boiling point. Although Shepard brought many soldiers this time, as did the earlier Cornelius, these people did not have a significant numerical advantage. Moreover, a more critical point was that Perry had found it difficult to ambush them in advance this time, so they held a geographical advantage. Given the current situation, Cary's army quickly fell into disarray and began retreating. Ike, you just wait, this matter is far from over. Seeing this scene, Shepard obviously felt Buganshin, unwilling, then he shouted at the top of his lungs, I'm telling you, by now aligning with these people from the Han Kingdom, you're intentionally betraying our Cary Kingdom. If that's the case, Manny will never let you, this traitor, off. When things come to light, I want to see how you explain yourself to Manny. After hearing this, Ike's expression turned grim instantly. If originally he had some hesitation about this matter, then under the current circumstances, there were no longer any issues for him. In principle, he hadn't betrayed the Cary Kingdom because of this. Now, since they were moving against him first, certain matters would inevitably happen without much say. Additionally, the present situation posed no major problems for them. Cary's forces retreated in disarray towards another place. Since for them, this mission was a complete failure. Any further complications due to other issues would likely bring no benefits to them. I think, given the current situation, we should return to Binzhou first before discussing anything else, said Jensen, noticing the hesitation of his commanding general, solemnly. Once the situation there stabilizes, we can address the current issues without trouble. Ike nodded satisfactorily after listening to this and glanced at Perry. General Jean, I owe you a great debt for helping us out of this predicament this time. Actually, they could withdraw on their own strength easily, but knowing they would surely lose black-robed guards wasn't a wise choice for him. Moreover, if these men were lost, it would make things increasingly difficult for him. Commander, you jest? If gratitude is owed, General should thank our Kinley instead, said Perry humbly upon hearing this. After all, if it weren't for the Kinley's orders for us to personally escort you, we might have encountered unnecessary troubles too. In any case, looking at the current situation, if real problems arise, it would still fall on Commander to resolve them. After all, many things had been accomplished by relying on Ike, so naturally, some matters required mutual assistance. Where is the Kinley now? Hearing this, I couldn't help but ask, if possible, can you take us to see her now? Commander, if you don't go to meet the Kinley after leaving Luoyang, I believe she will come to meet you after you've left. Perry chuckled, and regarding this matter, the most important thing is that we should leave Cary territory first. Because once news of this event reaches Nate Grady, it would certainly cause unnecessary trouble for them. Moreover, given the current situation, it probably wouldn't take more than a quarter of an hour before the enemy charged up. Let's leave first then. Ike didn't hesitate, since the current situation had more pressing matters awaiting them. Furthermore, once these matters concluded, it would be complicated to handle once the other side arrived. I think you should do as I suggest. Ike nodded and led his entourage towards Binzhou. For them, the most urgent task now was to leave here. Due to Perry's troops not wearing uniform attire or armor beforehand, these soldiers quickly dispersed and vanished within the borders of the Cary Kingdom. Ike mainly led his group towards Binzhou. They encountered numerous obstacles along the way, but due to the incident in Dichio not yet being public, they soon entered Binzhou territory unimpeded. Apart from some border checks, no one asked many questions. And Shepard reported this matter to Nate Grady early the next morning. You mean they let them go? Nate Grady's face darkened immediately after hearing this and couldn't help asking, what did I tell you back then? If you were to act, everything needed to be thoroughly dealt with. How can we deal with Ike offending us now? He also sensed from the words that perhaps Ike had already intended to leave the Cary Kingdom. However, he was uncertain whether the person had intentions of rebellion. But he held no military power at all, and relying solely on his personal troops would never suffice. Your Majesty, we cannot be blamed for this. Shepard's expression turned unpleasant after hearing this and said, originally, according to our plan, we should have been able to completely stop Ike and his people. But who knew that the Han Kingdom's army would suddenly appear halfway? They had a numerical advantage, and we had no means at all. You're saying what? The Han Kingdom's army? Grady thought he misheard upon hearing this and asked again, you wouldn't dare to deceive me with this, would you? Why would the Han Kingdom's army intervene? Why are they in our territory? Shepard became hesitant after hearing this because how could he know why such a situation occurred? Moreover, if he knew beforehand, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Perhaps the issue would have been perfectly resolved long ago. Now, not only did Ike escape, but they offended everyone completely, making things even more complicated. I believe this was definitely premeditated. Cornelius immediately stepped forward. Chapter 233 Unceasing Argument. Yes. Shepard immediately said after hearing the words, Cornelius is right. There must have been a premeditated plan here. Otherwise, why would the Korean army appear so coincidentally at our ambush site? More importantly, it's obvious those guys came prepared. I think Tudor's argument also makes sense. Glenn, who nearly died there yesterday, spoke up. Based on the situation back then, if things weren't that complicated, we would definitely have brought Ike back. Who knew some unexpected party would intervene halfway? I don't think this matter is that simple. Cannon heard about last night's incident early this morning and was furious after learning the details. It was outrageous to him, as the general had not even consulted him regarding the mobilization of the three armies. If you hadn't pushed the great general too hard, how could such a situation arise? He said promptly, I believe the great general has already explained himself clearly. He merely wanted to take the opportunity to visit Luoyang. It's just you people relentlessly pursued him, even with intentions to harm him. I ask you, who wouldn't be anxious in such circumstances? But that shouldn't be a reason for him to collude with foreign powers. Shepard, seeing this, shouted loudly, it's obvious now he has plotted rebellion with Korea. Once this happens, who will be responsible for the country's problems? You. Everyone knows the relationship between Korea's Kinley and the great general is good. Cannon saw this scene and added, perhaps he only acted out of friendship, far simpler than what you imagine. But your haste to accuse made matters worse. I see you're just intentionally favoring him. Shepard couldn't help but roll up his sleeves despite being a common civil servant. Do you conspire with him? If so, you will face the same fate, immediate arrest. I reckon you've always planned this. Cannon laughed coldly. If you wish to target me, then do it directly. Why procrastinate? Send me straight to the execution ground, or what? Enough. Grady, feeling regretful deep inside, thought he would never have ordered the Imperial Guard's mobilization had he foreseen this situation. Now things had become a mess and felt wrong. Moreover, their arguments further enraged him. He sternly rebuked them. At a time like this, are you still arguing over trifles? What difference would an argument make now? Can it change the present situation? Your Majesty, Canon said without hesitation, I find it impossible to believe the Great General is in secret communication with foreigners based solely on this. Perhaps we should do this. Since the Great General's journey should now be near Bingzhou, I beg for your Majesty's permission to personally welcome him back. Is this truly feasible? Grady felt somewhat elated upon hearing this, thinking that if Ike could be brought back, perhaps all issues might be resolved. More importantly, finishing this matter now would mean little else mattered. Whether feasible or not, it's worth trying, Canon said solemnly. After all, the Great General has done much for our Cary Kingdom. If word gets out about this, what would others think of us? Your Majesty, absolutely not. Shepard, growing anxious at the prospect of bringing Ike back, wondered how they would look if they did. Wouldn't they be seen as rebels? Thus, they absolutely couldn't allow Ike to return now, for if things worsened, it would be highly disadvantageous for them. It's confirmed that Ike is colluding with foreign powers. Bringing him back now, how would others perceive it? He advised immediately, moreover, it's also very disadvantageous for us. This matter isn't up for discussion anymore. Grady glanced at the few people and immediately spoke without hesitation. Do as Uncle C said. From now on, we must bring Ike back at all costs. Everyone else can leave now, and think about how to handle other matters. And more importantly, if the Great General doesn't return, you will all have to take responsibility. As soon as these words were spoken, the original group from yesterday immediately lost their composure. After all, if things got complicated, it would be difficult to resolve them later. Meanwhile, after resolving the previous matter, Ike and his men arrived in Bingzhou. And here, he also saw America. At that moment, the Kinley was leisurely drinking tea, not particularly concerned about what was happening before her. Kinley. After entering the room, Ike bowed to her with a smile and said, this time, I owe much to the Kinley. If your Majesty hadn't arranged for troops to assist me, I would probably be in trouble by now. Perhaps the Great General is making this issue seem more complicated than it is? America laughed smugly upon hearing this, then poured a cup of tea and handed it over, saying, I believe even if I hadn't sent anyone to welcome the Great General, others might have taken action. I was merely repaying the Great General for helping me earlier, so I acted first. Even if I hadn't, others would have eventually done the same. In her view, this was an opportunity to respond to Ike's needs. Moreover, given the current situation, even if she didn't help, others would still offer assistance. But I can't think of who else could have helped. After witnessing this scene, Ike sat down beside her, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and remarked. Chapter 234, Felicia's Intentions. Since you can't remember, then I won't give you any reminders. After hearing this, Felicia smiled smugly and said straightforwardly, after all, considering the current situation, it would be best if only I saved you. That way, you'd only owe me, and when I ask you to do something in the future, it probably wouldn't be too difficult, right? Wouldn't that be proper for General Monroe? As long as what Manny asks me to do isn't too difficult, I don't think there will be a problem. Ike then lifted his teacup, took a sip, and smiled. Of course, I don't think Manny would make things hard for me over such trivial matters, would he? Besides, given my current situation, I might have good intentions but lack the power. After all, I'm no longer Cary's Great General, and I barely have connections with other countries. If anything happens in the future, I'll likely need Kinley's help. However, he still had confidence and strength now, and if Felicia really needed his help in the future, he would definitely not refuse. Leaving other things aside, just for this favor, he felt obliged to repay her. Considering that she dared to send troops into Cary solely to rescue him, returning this kindness might be challenging. Don't tell me lies. After hearing this, Felicia immediately retorted. Do you think I can't see through your thoughts? For example, why did Cary's army stop after entering Bingzhou without moving forward? Why were officials sent by Grady rejected from entering those two prefectures? Without your intention, how could Amaya dare to reject Cary so openly? It seems that Kinley is well informed. In that case, I have nothing much to say. However, given the current situation, even if I refused, there probably wouldn't be any issues. After all, some matters seemed quite simple from their perspective. Ever since I learned you left Cary's army behind, I knew you had other concerns. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide it from me. Felicia took a bite of the pastry on the table, then smirked and said, moreover, who else but you has such influence? If problems arise, they shouldn't be too hard to solve for them. In that case, I won't hide it from you. Seeing this scene, Ike then said, this time, I may still need assistance from Kinley. The current Great General, I believe, just needs to raise a call, and many would be willing to help. Seeing this, Felicia couldn't help but laugh. Now that the General is a free man, I doubt anyone would prevent the General from doing so. Why not serve another country then? Absolutely not. Hearing this, Ike shook his head. Given the current situation, regardless of which country I go to, the outcome would likely be the same. After all, the saying when birds are gone, bows are hidden, has happened many times. Although he understood what butlers were worried about, there was no point in discussing other matters at this moment. Why don't we do this? Hearing this, Felicia laughed and suggested, if the General is willing, come to our Korea. All armies will be under your command, and I promise to fully support the General. Actually, she admired Ike deeply. Moreover, the more important thing was that she was currently unmarried, and if the General were willing, she could help Ike in many ways. And once they got married, she could rightfully hand over the military and political powers of Korea to Ike. If both could work together, other matters could also be resolved smoothly. Furthermore, Korea needed a great general like him now. Your Majesty, I appreciate your offer. I couldn't help but shake his head after hearing this, and then he said, given the current situation, if I were to enter your Korea, it might cause unnecessary trouble for you. Moreover, the most important point is that right now, I don't wish to initiate any actions on behalf of anyone else. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, I need to establish an entirely new regime. After all, for Ike now, many things were beyond his control, and once things happened, they would be troublesome. I think we should do this instead. Seeing this scene, Felicia understood in her heart. Since he had spoken so clearly, some matters would be easy to resolve for them. Since you're going to do this, I will send troops to assist you. No need. Ike shook his head and immediately explained, given the current situation, I already have enough troops. And more importantly, there's still the state of Cary between us. I wouldn't want you to offend Grady because of this matter, which would be extremely troublesome for your career. Since you've made everything so clear, I have nothing more to say. Felicia hadn't expected Ike to consider so much at the moment, then she nodded and said, if there's anything else you need my help with in the future, just speak up. For now, there isn't anything that needs help, but Manny can help me with a few things later. Ike put down the teacup and spoke solemnly. These matters might not be convenient for me to handle personally, but for Manny, they are not difficult. Moreover, for Manny, it only takes a few words. Chapter 235, Unstable Military Morale. So, if you need any help from me, just ask. Felicia immediately responded without hesitation after hearing this, as what she needed now was for Ike to owe her a favor. When the time came that South Korea needed assistance, it would naturally require this Grand General's intervention. Moreover, considering the current situation, she could also assist Ike, since he had regained control over South Korea's military and government largely due to Ike's help in the first place. Let me not beat around the bush. After hearing this, Ike shook his head and then said seriously, I'm not sure what I need to do at present. I will tell you when the time comes. So you were just playing with me all this time? Felicia rolled her eyes immediately upon hearing this and retorted irritably, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to be so indirect. Besides, given the current situation, even if you don't say anything, I can always ask directly. Of course, for him, there wasn't much necessity in doing so, and more importantly, some matters did not require him to speak up too much. Grand General. However, at this moment, Giles and Honest suddenly walked in. Upon hearing that Ike had returned, they had hurried over without delay. To them, important matters still awaited Ike's resolution, as only he could handle these things. I knew you would come as quickly as possible. After hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Has the Cary army become uncontrollable? That's why you both personally came. The Grand General's foresight is indeed remarkable. Giles replied after hearing this. The troops have been stationed in Bingzhou for far too long. Although the supply of provisions isn't an issue, unstable morale is problematic. Moreover, recent rumors about the Grand General have spread widely, causing the officers to demand a meeting with the Grand General. I believe that once the Grand General appears, these issues can be resolved more easily. I'll go to the camp with you now. Ike responded resolutely after hearing this. Given the situation, everything should be fine once I make an appearance. Then he turned to look at Felicia and said, Your Majesty, I will come back to see you after resolving this matter. Go ahead. Felicia shook her head indifferently, as she believed this matter was solvable. More importantly, if Ike failed to stabilize the situation here, their cooperation might fall apart, an outcome she could not accept for now. After arriving at the camp with his officers, Ike saw a group of generals coming out immediately. Why can't we return to Cary yet, Grand General? Yes, the soldiers are restless. If not calmed down soon, there will be trouble. I heard the Grand General has recently left. Everyone began speaking one after another, quickly surrounding Ike. After all, if they didn't give the soldiers a satisfactory answer, it could lead to a mutiny. Nothing will be resolved here. After hearing this, Ike glanced at the others and said, Please follow me to the main tent. The generals followed Ike into the main tent without hesitation. Everyone. Looking at everyone sitting down, Ike spoke solemnly, Today, I've gathered you here for two reasons. First, I know you've heard rumors that I've stepped down as Grand General and have left the Cary Kingdom. One thing I must clarify, the situation is indeed as you've heard. I am no longer your Grand General, and I have left the Cary Kingdom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was instantly stunned. Originally, they thought what they had heard were merely rumors, but they hadn't expected them to be true. If this were the case, things would get complicated. Moreover, if the situation couldn't be resolved, it might lead to problems among the soldiers. Grand General, you have achieved glorious military accomplishments for our Cary Kingdom. We don't understand why you resigned from your position. Apart from you, who else could take over your position? At this moment, one of the generals couldn't help but ask. I need to explain the reasons behind this to you clearly. Otherwise, it may affect some of you. After hearing this, Ike immediately spoke up. Actually, they have already taken action against me. Shepard has tried everything to eliminate me, all in an attempt to get rid of us. I am certainly unashamed when it comes to Cary. However, it makes me uncomfortable if they keep targeting me like this. Those people are only interested in vying for power and influence, without truly thinking about the well-being of our country. Yes, those civil officials only engage in useless schemes. If we had known it would end up like this, we would have followed the Grand General. Why don't we just follow the Grand General now? There's no need to consider anything else. The generals immediately responded without hesitation after hearing this. They had fought many battles with Ike and were loyal to him. Of course, some of them had other thoughts, not entirely so. Chapter 236, General's Loyalty. I understand all of your intentions. After listening to this, Ike then glanced at the others before calmly speaking. In this current situation, there is no way to change what has happened. If so, I won't say anything more. Moreover, one crucial point is that looking at the present circumstances, I will not return now. We'll deal with other matters as they come. Since General does not wish to return, we have nothing else to say. One of the generals immediately spoke up after hearing this. Looking at the current situation, I will stay in Bingzhou with the general. I also want to stay in Bingzhou with the general. The rest of the generals also echoed this sentiment. Gentlemen. Seeing this scene, Ike was relatively satisfied. After all, for them, the current situation wasn't too terrible, and some generals were still willing to remain. But besides these generals, the attitudes of the soldiers were also extremely important. After all, winning battles depended on the soldiers. I can understand your intentions. In the current situation, things aren't decided simply by what you wish. He glanced at the others before continuing. If the soldiers under your command are willing to stay, they may stay. But if they wish to return, you cannot stop them. This is an extremely important choice for them. We can't force everyone to stay here because of this matter. We will go back and discuss with our soldiers. One of the generals said without hesitation after hearing this, and I think they should agree with the general's thoughts. It would be best if they could stay here. Others nodded upon hearing this, as it was indeed crucial for their current situation. All right, go back to the camp and ask. Ike said after seeing this scene, those who are willing to stay should remain. For those unwilling to stay, arrange funds for them to return to Cary country. He couldn't possibly keep all soldiers here. Troubles might arise otherwise. I don't see any reason to doubt. Given the general's kindness, they will surely stay. Yes, if they wish to return, we have nothing more to say. Generals got up after hearing this and left for the door. In the current situation, more will choose to stay. Honest remarked after a sip of wine. For the general, his favors mean something to them. As long as they stay, I think there won't be significant issues. Indeed, while it's not problematic now, getting all of them to stay might not be easy. Ike nodded. After all, most of these soldiers originally came from Cary. Their families, wives, and children are all there. It wouldn't be right to leave them behind because of a few words. Moreover, he had more pressing matters to handle now. Any news from Zhou? Ike asked, since Cody's situation was critical. Only when the troops from Zhou arrived would he have enough strength to fight, though how many men would come was equally important. The message has already arrived. The army from Zhou should reach us within 15 days or so. Honest replied after a brief contemplation. But even now, it's sufficient. Let's wait until all forces from Zhou arrive before announcing anything. Otherwise, if we start now, it could be troublesome due to insufficient military power. Ike reminded him. Also, people from the other side will likely come here. Once they know, they will launch an attack on us without hesitation. I've considered that. After hearing this, Honest couldn't help but say, I've already arranged for General Charles to have soldiers monitor the surrounding area day and night. If there are any issues, we can take precautions in advance. These past few days, you've really been working hard. Ike felt happy after hearing this. The imperial points spent back then were indeed worthwhile. Just from Honest's strategic steps alone, that was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, he was not only capable in warfare but also absolutely loyal. General. At this moment, suddenly Jensen walked over from the side and immediately said, Amaya is now bringing people over from there, and it seems she has something important to tell the great general. Then let them come directly. Ike nodded after hearing this, not expecting the woman's information network to be so well informed. He guessed this time her visit was mainly to discuss the upcoming events with him. You don't need to let us come over. I'm already here. At this moment, Amaya suddenly appeared with a group of people and laughed, saying, I thought you would still stay for a few more days before coming over, but didn't expect you to come over so quickly. It looks like Cary country has moved against you quite fast. You don't need to worry too much about this matter. After Ike said this, he immediately waved his hand and continued, just tell me the main purpose of your visit this time. The purpose of my visit this time is actually very simple. Amaya promptly responded, the main goal is to ask for a small favor from you. Don't ask me to assign people to train your troops, right? Ike raised an eyebrow and said, if it's simple, I also have a condition. Chapter 237, Borrowing Xiao. It seems nothing can be hidden from you. Esmeralda smiled with some pride after hearing this, then scrutinized the person before her before speaking. I think if we have such tacit understanding, we could? Don't talk about other things yet. Let me finish stating my terms first. Ike immediately interrupted her after hearing this, as he saw an ill-intentioned look in her eyes. Though he couldn't clearly figure out what she intended to do, that look alone conveyed ill intentions. Considering what had happened earlier left him with a lot of lingering shadows, he was always on guard against this woman. Although they were getting along now, it was uncertain how things would change in the future. Go on. Though Esmeralda showed no issues on the surface, she felt somewhat displeased inside. After experiencing several events, she harbored a new and inexplicable sentiment towards Ike, though she knew this relationship wasn't beneficial for her. But at this point, she probably didn't have much choice. Besides, many important matters still required his help. After all, currently, officials in Bingzhou and Yizhou are mostly under my control. So I hope you will also entrust me with the appointment of officials in Xizhou. Ike spoke frankly, knowing how crucial these appointments were. Moreover, only by firmly controlling Xizhou could he connect these three regions without them operating independently. I see. Upon hearing this, Esmeralda laughed and said, now, General, you've got your own plans. Once I hand over Xizhou to you, won't you announce your independence immediately? By then, another butler will emerge on this continent, which is certainly a profitable deal for you. But for me, it might not be good news. After all, who can let others sleep soundly next to their bed? Especially someone like you, such a brilliant and martial general. I fear it might bring unnecessary trouble to me. Although she said this, she didn't wrestle too long internally. Without Ike's help, she would have already been an exiled monarch, forget about other things. So she was willing to agree to this condition, provided that Ike helped her. I don't think there's too much need to consider these matters. After hearing this, Ike replied nonchalantly, I've told you my thoughts before. You should understand my intention. If you agree, that's best. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force. Oh, I don't think it's necessary to go that far. Esmeralda looked at the scene and said, things aren't as complicated as you make them sound. If you agree to another condition of mine, I'll hand over not just Xizhou but even territories near the capital without any problem. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help frowning. For some reason, he felt this woman might have ulterior motives, especially since everything seemed directed at him. Go on. After a moment's silence, Ike agreed. Given the current situation, he couldn't afford to hesitate much longer. After all, more complications would likely arise once these matters were settled. Look, I'm still unmarried. If you marry me, you can smoothly take over the military and political power of the entire Dazhou dynasty. All resources will be at your disposal. Wouldn't that simplify things? Esmeralda paid no mind to those around her and spoke candidly. Doesn't this sound reasonable? Her words left everyone present speechless. Benji and others widened their eyes, suspecting a problem with their ears. As for Honest and others, they smiled knowingly. How could they not see through this situation? And there was a more important point. Considering the current situation, it probably wouldn't be much of an issue. But as for what was going on in their great general's mind, that was unclear. After all, such significant matters needed to be considered by himself. Wuxia Shi, are you out of your mind? Ike's expression changed noticeably. For him, this kind of thing was absolutely unacceptable. Previously, the two of them had been sworn enemies. Moreover, his main purpose in deploying troops was to gain more benefits. As for matters like this, he hadn't given them any thought at all. Additionally, this matter was way too unexpected. If it were other conditions, he might have Manchang struggled to accept them, but this condition, he would never agree to it under any circumstances. After all, this matter was just too difficult to verify. I don't think we need to talk about this further. If you're willing to lend Zhou to me, then I won't say anything more about the other matters. If you're not willing, then consider I never mentioned it, and let's not talk about the other matters. I found it hard to agree to this condition right away. I didn't say I'm unwilling. After hearing this, Wuxia Shi immediately pouted her lips. In fact, she understood that it was quite difficult for Ike to agree to this. She also wondered if she had proposed it too abruptly. Would it have been easier for people to accept if it wasn't in front of so many people? Then she felt secretly regretful. If she knew this would happen, she should have chosen another place to discuss it. Benji. Wuxia Shi then turned her gaze to the leader of the Imperial Guards beside her. Your subordinate is here. Go back now and draft an edict. By my order, inform the Ministry of Personnel that all officials in Zhou shall uniformly obey the command of General Ike. Chapter 238 Mobilization. Now you should be satisfied, right? After issuing the Imperial Edict, Amaya turned her head to look at Ike and couldn't help but say, I've done everything according to your instructions. If there are any problems later on, don't blame me. As long as these three states are connected, I can unify and mobilize all the troops, making combat operations safer. Ike nodded after hearing this and said, it will be easier for you to defend against enemies in the future as well. After all, now the western enemies were completely blocked by him, and to the east was the sea with no threat of a naval attack. Albert State in the north had an ambiguous relationship with them and wouldn't take advantage of this opportunity to launch any attacks. So Amaya only needed to guard against Burl State in the south. And after their crushing defeat last time, Burl probably wouldn't think of attacking again for 5 to 6 years. In that case, Amaya faced no real defensive pressure at all. Furthermore, she only needed to focus on developing domestic affairs. Other things didn't need her much attention. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Amaya then said, but now you've transferred the elite troops from my two most powerful states. Bingzhou's wolf cavalry and Dongzhou soldiers are fierce warriors. Now with less military strength, won't I have no troops to mobilize? Though she said so, she wasn't really troubled since the troops of those two states were difficult for her to mobilize anyway, so she might as well do her a favor. I think you should know this. Ike smiled slightly after hearing this. If you can mobilize the troops of these two states, feel free. Okay, you're just trying to laugh at me. Amaya pouted and replied irritably, don't forget to send some troops for training here. I need to increase my troops, otherwise it'll become troublesome later. The entire Joaquin state has just gone through a civil war. Mobilizing more troops now may cause great trouble. Ike advised, moreover, if you start conscription on a large scale, you might earn the name of militarism. But what am I supposed to do without these troops? Amaya responded, right now, I only have 30,000 Imperial Guards. Although I've handed over the 3 western states to you, there are 10 more states in the south, east, and north. Especially the south, if not defended properly, how could we handle the enemy when they come? How about this, you just mobilize around 30,000 soldiers. That would be enough to defend the city. After some thought, I continued, then I'll transfer about 50,000 Dongzhou soldiers from Zhou to you. In this way, you'll have approximately 110,000 troops. After that, I'll arrange some cavalry for you. It will be enough to defend against Burl State in the south. Just remember, this is your own decision. I didn't force you. Amaya smiled, because those seasoned soldiers were extremely important to her. They were better than new recruits and stronger in combat power, reducing the pressure on defense significantly. These words came from me. Would I joke about such serious matters? Ike replied indifferently, and with the current situation, things will naturally become simpler. All right, I'll go back and dismiss some soldiers first. Amaya agreed immediately. For her, with the country recovering, it was indeed necessary to keep some people for national construction. More importantly, no matter how the current situation changes, many tasks were manageable enough now. All right, I won't see you out. Nowadays, I still have a pile of matters to handle in the military camp. Once everything here is completely finished, I will personally visit you in the capital. You are really too much. Upon hearing this, Amaya couldn't help but pout and said Buman to Kaiko Sordal. No matter what, I helped you again this time. You can't even see me off? Besides, wouldn't it waste your time? Fine. I'll see you out of the city, okay? Ike frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. By all logic, Amaya had always been depicted as cruel and unkind. So why was she acting more and more like a woman now? Or could it be that what happened earlier affected her so much that it led to her current demeanor? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. It's truly strange. That's better. Amaya nodded in satisfaction after hearing this and then headed towards the camp gate. The other generals couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the scene before them, finding it hard to imagine why this empress would act like this. Could it really be due to some influence? But for them, it wasn't important anymore. With the repair of their relationship, future cooperation opportunities would increase. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the city gate. However, what Ike didn't expect was to suddenly see a group of horsemen coming from a distance, with cannon leading them. Your Majesty, please return first. There might be some things I need to handle here. After seeing the incoming people, Ike understood somewhat. They were likely here to persuade him to return. But for him now, he no longer had any feelings for the state of Cary. Moreover, given these guys' attitude toward him, there would naturally be no opportunity in the future. Okay, then I'll go back first. Amaya nodded and turned to get into her carriage. Chapter 239 Favor of the same dynasty. General, shall we just send someone to get rid of them? I have a feeling that there might be some trouble ahead. These guys may have their own agendas. Honest frowned at the sight before him and said, if the soldiers in the camp see them, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous for us. After all, given the current situation, more things had to be under their control. Otherwise, any accidents would cause real trouble. No need. Ike waved his hand indifferently after hearing this and said, considering the present circumstances, if problems were to arise, they wouldn't be within our control anyway. Besides, I believe he won't make things difficult for me. After all, compared to others, Cannon posed the least threat to him. Even if Joaquin Anakin could mobilize the Imperial Guards later, at present, this guy had no troops under his command. Moreover, he had only brought a few people with him this time, so it wasn't much of an issue. General. Just as the two were talking, they suddenly saw Cannon leading his men approaching them, then respectfully saluted. General Cary, you're too polite. Ike waved his hand unconcernedly and said, given the current situation, it's meaningless now since I'm no longer your general. Moreover, I've already resigned from my position to Manny. General, I just came over from the Imperial City. Cannon explained immediately upon seeing the scene. I have already understood the situation back then. This matter has nothing wrong on the part of the general. Most importantly, the whole incident was entirely caused by them, and Manny was not informed about it. So, please listen carefully and don't misunderstand them. Cannon, if he had mobilized soldiers from other camps, I could understand. But considering the present situation, you should also know that the Imperial Guards are not something anyone can mobilize. Ike raised an eyebrow and said expressionlessly, if they can mobilize the Imperial Guards, does that imply Manny's intent? He wasn't worried about anything else except for Grady's previous attitude, which made him uneasy. After all, while everything else was understandable, only his attitude left him perplexed. I think we shouldn't dwell on other matters. After hearing their conversation, Honest commented, if you still have any other thoughts about this situation, I suggest you clarify them with others. As for the rest, let's not talk about it anymore. General, if you're willing to return with me, I'll take care of those matters. Seeing the scene, Cannon wanted to make one last attempt and said, I can ensure that those guys won't harbor any further ill intentions toward the general. If they do, I will personally deal with them. General Cary, I appreciate your kindness. After hearing this, Ike said helplessly, this isn't a personal grudge between a few individuals. Moreover, I've already made myself clear to you before. Even Manny has shown intentions against me. Now, with my achievements being so significant, I've become a potential threat to the butler. Any ruler would absolutely not tolerate such a person, especially Manny. Do you think he can endure someone whose power overshadows his? But, Cannon's face turned extremely grim after hearing this. He naturally understood the butler's thoughts, but regarding the present situation, he didn't want this to happen. Besides, Ike had done a great deal for their Cary Kingdom. If they did this now, they would undoubtedly earn unnecessary criticism. For the butler, this would also be a huge problem. General, is there really no other way? Cannon asked without hesitation, doesn't the general wish to return? I've already made my stance very clear. If General Cary insists, then I have no choice, Ike replied. Ike immediately shook his head after hearing this. I hope General Cary can give me this opportunity, but our country cannot do without the Grand General. I hope the Grand General can consider past favors and help our country one more time. I beg you, Grand General. Cannon, seeing this scene, had no hesitation. He directly knelt down in front of Ike and said, if the Grand General does not agree, then I will die here today. General Cary, aren't you making things difficult for me? Seeing this, Ike immediately spoke without any hesitation. If you insist on doing this, then I will kneel with you today. After saying that, he also prepared to kneel. Grand General. Honest and Cannon quickly supported him at the sight of this, fearing they wouldn't be able to bear the weight of such actions. Grand General. Cannon felt somewhat helpless at first. He naturally understood that their relationship had reached its limit. More importantly, if Ike were to become their enemy in the future, how would they deal with it? Since that's the case, let's forget what I said earlier. He sighed helplessly and continued. I hope the Grand General will remember our past days serving in the same dynasty. If our country faces difficulties in the future, I hope the Grand General can lend a hand. This goes without saying. After hearing this, Ike hesitated slightly before slowly replying, just send me a letter when the time comes. If I am available, I will certainly help you. Moreover, considering the current situation, Cary Kingdom won't have any major issues in the short term. After all, it still has its reserves. Chapter 240, Farewell for 1,000 miles. Since that's the case, I thank you very much, General. After hearing these words, Cannon understood clearly. After all, he probably couldn't rely on Ike's strength anymore, even though it was somewhat reluctant for him. But he also knew that even if Ike returned, those ill-intentioned people would still have opinions about this matter. And more importantly, even if Ike were to return to Monroching, things might not be as they were before. I think the title of Great General is no longer necessary. Ike shook his head. Having served as Great General in 2 countries twice now, his heart still held onto previous thoughts. Grady had been fairly friendly toward them initially, but only after certain events did things change. Now everything has passed, and another powerful country will likely emerge, leading all their people onto a new path. Do you know where the Great General plans to go next? Cannon was now more concerned about this. If Ike retired, it would indeed be good news for the entire continent. Because this Great General's power is simply too formidable. Unnecessary troubles could cause significant impact. However, given the current situation, this information hasn't leaked out yet. But once people learn of Ike's whereabouts, it might affect the Great General and others. As for where I'll go next, I haven't decided yet. After hearing this, Ike shook his head again. He naturally couldn't reveal his true intentions to the person in front of him. Even if Cannon wouldn't divulge these matters later, keeping this a secret was better for him in the long run. It wouldn't be too late to announce it when the time comes. Moreover, even if this information spread now, it wouldn't be problematic for him. What he needs now is just the right timing. If the great general has nowhere specific in mind, I suggest this, Canon proposed after listening. If you're willing, you can stay at my mansion for some time. My subordinates can take care of you. What do you think? I don't think it's necessary. Honest immediately responded without hesitation. There's no difference whether you stay here or come to our side. Besides, it might invite persecution from your rulers. Canon fell silent upon hearing this, his expression turning awkward instantly. He didn't expect them to speak so directly. Although what they did was wrong, he never had such intentions. We did get along quite well previously. Ike noticed their changed expressions and spoke up immediately. Let's handle it like this. If there's anything, you can talk it through. No need to make it awkward. Anyway, I've decided to stay in Bingzhou for a while. If any issues arise, you can find me directly. In that case, thank you very much, Great General. Canon nodded, having no major objections. His only concern was that these matters leaking might not be beneficial for them. Oh right, I have one more question for the Great General. Canon then asked again. Our country still has part of our army stationed in Bingzhou. Though officials have been arranged to take over, they ultimately need to report back to the Ministry of War. When can they depart? These troops are very important to them. Although these 80,000 men are just a third of their army, losing so many soldiers isn't good for any nation. They must return as soon as possible. I've ordered them to depart tomorrow. As for when they'll arrive, check the military reports. I knew not everyone would return to the Cary Kingdom this time. How many remain depends on the situation here. He didn't want to create a rift with the Cary Kingdom over this issue. In that case, thank you for your trouble, Great General. After witnessing this scene, Canon let out a somewhat helpless sigh. After all, for them, the current situation could be quite troublesome. After all, once things became too complicated for them, problems would arise. General Cary has come such a long way. Why don't you rest here for a few days before leaving? I couldn't help but speak after seeing this scene. No need. Canon shook his head with an awkward expression after hearing these words and said, given the current situation, not being able to bring back the Great General, I naturally can't stay here for too long. Moreover, there are many matters to handle back home to prevent political chaos. Furthermore, now without the Great General, the entire court of the Cary Kingdom would likely undergo certain changes. The position of the next Great General might very well fall on him. So in this situation, he had to return no matter what. All right. Ike nodded solemnly after hearing this. After all, regarding the person before him, he had some liking in his heart and didn't wish to strain relations over trivial matters. More importantly, Canon was, after all, a relatively honest person. Let me personally see you off for a distance. Ike then turned to look at the people behind him and said, if there's anything else later, send word directly to me. I won't go into other matters in detail. Yes. Honest and others, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but nod their heads. Given the current situation, they had little choice but to proceed accordingly. Ike then went off with Canon into the distance. Great General, who do you think should serve as Chancellor next? Not far from where they just walked out, Canon asked again. Chapter 241. Military Settlement. General Cary, perhaps you shouldn't be asking me about these matters? After all, I have no connection with the state of Cary anymore. Moreover, if I were to interfere in its internal affairs now, it might cause unnecessary trouble. I think you'd better not ask me about this matter to avoid unnecessary complications. Ike said this immediately with a solemn expression. After all, such matters could have significant implications, and if they caused further misunderstandings between him and Nate Grady, it would become rather troublesome. It seems that the Great General is unwilling to comment on this matter. Canon sighed helplessly after hearing this, then he couldn't help but say, but for the entire state of Cary, assistance is still very much needed. I can only tell you one thing right now. Seeing this scene, Ike also sighed helplessly and said, you don't need those old officials anymore. You must use new talents instead. After all, many members of your royal family still hold significant power, which is detrimental to the country. And most importantly, under the current circumstances, many things still require action from your side. I understand. Grady sighed helplessly after hearing this. After all, given the current situation, some matters don't even need their involvement. Since you are clear about these things, I won't say more. Seeing this scene, I can differently add it. If you have other questions later, just write to me. If I can help, I will. If not, it's beyond my capability. Thank you for your kindness, Great General. Canon couldn't help but say after hearing this. After all, having Ike still willing to lend a hand was already an enormous favor. Moreover, considering the current situation, some matters had become inevitable. After all, they themselves were powerless. After chatting a bit more, Ike returned to the city. The original generals had already gathered together, and as soon as they saw Ike return, they immediately came forward to pay their respects. The troops have been mostly arranged, right? I couldn't help but ask when he saw this scene, how many soldiers are still willing to stay? Reporting to the Great General, Tate replied after hearing this, currently, 43,000 people are willing to remain in the army, while the rest wish to return to the state of Cary. After all, for most of these people, many had families to consider, so naturally, they wanted to go back to Cary. As for those who remained, either they were single or their brothers had come with them, leaving them without ties. Alright. Although this number seemed small to Ike, it was actually within expectations given the current circumstances. Besides, apart from his private army of about 30,000 men, he also had tens of thousands of Bingzhou wolf cavalry, plus about 100,000 Donghua soldiers, totaling nearly 200,000 men. This force was more than enough to deal with any country. After all, these were the cream of the elite forces, more than sufficient to handle any threat. Moreover, for him now, those countries no longer posed a threat. What he needed to do was prepare to strike at others if they dared to challenge him. Given the current situation, the kingdom of Zhou was the most likely target. Great General, the next step should be straightforward, Jensen remarked after hearing this. Once the soldiers from Ezhou arrive, we can declare ourselves kings. I think the Great General should choose a capital first, otherwise, it might be inconvenient later. I think we needn't rush. Tate shook his head after hearing this. Considering the current situation, we should first decide on a national title. Everyone engaged in heated discussion, each contributing their thoughts. These matters aren't important for now. After hearing this, I couldn't help but say, the more important point is to gather all the soldiers together and then distribute silver to let them go home. After all, for them, these soldiers were still crucial to prevent any unnecessary trouble. I think what the great general said makes sense. Tate couldn't help but nod after hearing this and then spoke. Considering the current situation, if this matter isn't handled properly, it could lead to a mutiny on the way back, which would be troublesome. After all, these people were brought out by them, and if something went wrong, it would be a significant problem for them. Let's do this. First, take some silver from the treasury and give it to them. Those who want to return to the state of Cary must be given ample travel expenses. As for those who don't wish to return, provide them with sufficient resettlement fees. Ike said solemnly, no matter what, we must arrange for these people properly. For those who stay, ensure their resettlement arrangements are taken care of well. They choose to stay because they trust us. If we don't handle this well, it might hurt their feelings. After all, soldiers' morale is too important. Without genuine care, dealing with any issues later would be very troublesome. Yes. Tate and Jensen replied without hesitation after hearing this. Oh, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. I continued, given the current situation, we don't have much silver at our disposal now. After all, for them, everything had just been completed, and the previous military expenses were entirely provided by the state of Cary. Now that most of the war spoils had been taken by the Albert Kingdom, the treasury was virtually empty. Chapter 242. Anatoly returns. Ike suddenly remembered now that he had not seen Anatoly when he was in the capital. Logically, that fat man should not have been absent, yet it truly was strange for him to be missing now. I think this matter is rather simple. After hearing these words, Tate immediately said without hesitation, what's more important for us now is to get money. Whether it's the local magnates or the aristocratic families in Zhou, if they want certain benefits from us, they must cooperate with us. Why shouldn't we encourage them to collaborate fully? General Lionel makes sense. Honest also nodded and added, given the current situation, we just need them to show some sincerity. I believe that as long as they are smart, they would not confront us over this matter. More importantly, as long as these people agree to cooperate, it could be a perfect opportunity for us. We might end up gaining a considerable amount of resources. This matter needs to be discussed with Giles. Ike nodded after hearing this. Though it sounded simple, he did not have much cooperation experience with people in Bingzhou, so it might be problematic if Giles did not step in. I don't think it's necessary, Shuiren Gue frankly said. Considering our present situation, I believe they should understand our mindset. Those who wish to cooperate with us will surely come forward. And another point, he continued, once we resolve this issue, after all matters are completed, they can be considered individual contributors too. The others found some sense in what he said, but worried that being too direct could backfire. How about this? Honest suggested, even though some matters might be straightforward, appearances still matter. Once Giles arrives, let's arrange meetings with these people. Ideally, they would provide what we need, but if not, we won't blame ourselves for taking direct action. After all, with soldiers under their command, it wouldn't be difficult for them to enforce cooperation. The noble families would cooperate if they were reasonable. If not, things might turn unpleasant. Though the matter seemed simple both in theory and practice. General, the Kinley of Korea has arrived. At that moment, a soldier walked in and saluted, asking if Ike had time to see her. Of course. Ike nodded and then turned to the others. Although we can proceed with the plan, it's best to remain courteous. Let's leave the arrangement to you all. Make sure our attitude remains positive, or there could be complications later. They were outsiders compared to the local magnates in Bingzhou. If things became too strained, serious trouble might arise. After everyone left, Felicia entered with someone else, none other than Anatoly, whom Ike had often thought about. General. But at this moment, the great financier looked quite ragged, dressed in tattered clothes and covered in dust, looking like someone fleeing from disaster. Had Ike not been familiar with him, he might not have recognized him. I was just talking about you, and here you are again. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but laugh, adding, considering the current situation, this might actually work to your advantage. But I'm curious, how did you end up like this? The story is somewhat embarrassing, Anatoly sighed after listening to him. After you left Deke, I planned to depart as well, but Shepard's group clearly aimed to eliminate us, resulting in intense suppression against our faction. If I hadn't run fast enough, you might have died by his hand. Speaking of which, I was appointed as the Minister of Revenue by the butler himself. I never expected that this guy would show no mercy and try to kill me. It's not surprising that he has such intentions. Ike smiled indifferently after hearing this and said, he is definitely aiming to eliminate any potential threats. Those who pose any danger to him will be removed. You're quite lucky to be able to come here alive. And in the current situation, I desperately need your help. After all, this financier is extremely important to him. I live for the great general and naturally will serve him with all my heart. Moreover, the most critical point is that, whenever the great general needs me, I will always do my utmost to assist him. Anatoly immediately expressed his stance after hearing these words, since everything for him comes from the great general. Great. Ike was very satisfied with his response and said, go freshen up first, then I have other tasks to assign to you. More importantly, there are many things that need your handling in the future. No problem. Anatoly left the military camp after hearing this. You've told him all the sweet words. Don't you have anything else to say? Felicia watched them chatting so happily and couldn't help but interject. If it weren't for my soldiers finding that guy, he might not have returned. Then thank you, your majesty. Ike sincerely replied, to be honest, I really need a financial expert now. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Chapter 243 The Kinley's Favor. Why do you keep addressing me as your majesty all the time? After hearing this, Felicia immediately responded with a touch of dissatisfaction. We could be considered friends, right? Why do you always make it seem so formal? Besides, I don't owe you anything. and our relationship is nothing special, so there's no need to be so formal. Alright, then thank you, Kinley. Ike replied after hearing this, and more importantly, he had no choice but to handle things this way. There were still many matters awaiting his attention, and once those were resolved, further discussions could be made. Additionally, he had to gain control over all military political universities and seize the opportunity to take control of all finances. I heard what you meant in your words. Seeing the scene before her, Felicia couldn't help but speak up. It seems you are quite short on funds now. I fear you might need to requisition part of the military rations from me. After all, these resources are necessary for you. Let's put it this way, if I really declared myself king, these resources would indeed be very scarce, Ike said without hesitation after hearing her words. Moreover, if they attack us, these supplies will be even more scarce. The saying goes that when cannons fire, gold flows. Although he couldn't obtain firearms now, he needed substantial forces to resolve these issues. Using troops would definitely involve various logistical considerations, and handling military rations would certainly cause bigger problems afterward. Furthermore, many of these things were currently beyond his reach. He would need to negotiate with local magnates for military provisions. Given the current situation, such supplies were indeed essential. He hadn't mentioned these issues to Amaya mainly because Joaquin had just resolved the battle, leaving them with limited available resources. As for Albert, he hadn't considered borrowing from them yet, and Anakin probably wouldn't have much either. Among the 3 southern countries, Anakin was the weakest. Bringing up this topic with them could prove problematic. Alright, since you've brought it up, I have nothing more to say. Hearing this, Felicia thought for a moment and then decisively said, though I can't mobilize too much, I can provide about 1 million taels of silver and 2 million units of grain. For now, I can only manage this much. When I return, I'll see how much more I can get. If I can provide more, it would be best, but if not, please understand. Considering his current situation, she felt she had done enough for Ike. Kinley, you're putting it too strongly. Hearing this, Ike gratefully replied, even just providing these amounts already shows great support. In truth, few countries would be willing to provide such assistance. So, he was genuinely grateful. Given the current circumstances, there were still many tasks ahead. Of course, this amount was sufficient for him. Alright, since we've almost concluded our discussion, I'm heading back. Stretching her arms after listening, Felicia then said, I think you understand the situation clearly. Once I return, I'll arrange for immediate delivery. If the supplies can't arrive immediately, it's not a problem. Ike responded, considering the current situation, I still have other issues to address. You don't need to worry about that side of things. After all, given the current situation, it will be quite simple for me to handle these matters. Felicia said with a dismissive tone. Moreover, the ministers in my country have no means to stop me. If I want to support you, who would dare to object? Alright. Ike immediately responded with gratitude. If Kinley has any needs in the future, just let me know. I will do whatever it takes for you. With that, I'm satisfied. Seeing his response, Felicia couldn't help but laugh. I will definitely ask for your help in the future, and for you, these matters will be very easy. As long as you can complete everything I asked earlier. They exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Felicia led the troops that entered Cary through Zhou, then returned to Han via Anakin. She chose not to enter the city from other routes mainly because she did not want to cause any disputes with Cary. After all, considering the present circumstances, she had already offended the rulers of Cary due to the incident involving Ikeg. It would be troublesome if this were to escalate further. Of course, although Han's strength had far surpassed what it used to be, it still lagged slightly behind Cary. Ike spent most of his time dealing with the resettlement of soldiers. Many of these soldiers came from Cary, which would likely lead to conflicts with Cary's people. And if the resettlement fees could not be settled promptly, it would undoubtedly bring trouble. Chapter 244. Wealthy merchants come to donate. Although the resettlement of soldiers in Bingzhou has been carried out properly, Bingzhou originally had a large population. Added to this, many people were relocated here due to the war. Thus, the current population of the entire Bingzhou is actually very high. But because these soldiers also need to be resettled here, things have suddenly become quite troublesome. Since these newcomers have inevitably come into conflict with the locals to some extent, and some aristocratic families are not particularly fond of them. As a result, quite a few problems have arisen recently. However, fortunately, Ike now holds military power, and with Giles's mediation, the situation has not become too complicated. But there is an even more pressing matter at hand. Ike gathered the 4 major candle-making families in Bingzhou, primarily to obtain supplies and money from them. This was necessary for them. If some individuals were unwilling, he would use his means to make them comply. Gentlemen, you must know my purpose for inviting you here. Ike glanced down at the aristocratic families present and immediately asked, there are some matters I need to clarify with you. If you're willing to cooperate with us, that would be best. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. All I ask now is for you to give me an answer. One word will do, yes or no. General. After hearing this, one wealthy merchant named Uriel couldn't help but ask, what does General require of us? If we can assist the General, it will naturally be fine. The key point is, we must be able to achieve it. Yes, the other merchants echoed. As long as we can help the General, all other matters can be resolved. After all, they were now under Ike's control. If they could accomplish what Ike needed, the issues could be resolved. But the sticking point was that if they had to risk everything, including their lives, it would be difficult for them. Moreover, if the plan failed, it might lead to serious consequences. In fact, the main reason I've called everyone together is to seek your assistance based on past relations, to help us solve some problems. After listening to this, I continued, these tasks should not be too difficult for any of you. Is General concerned about provisions and money? At this moment, a merchant named Igor interjected, if General's concern is provisions and money, then it's absolutely no problem for us. They currently possessed considerable wealth, and helping Ike would be simple for them. You've guessed correctly. After hearing this, Ike nodded and said, our primary concern now is indeed about provisions and money. Now let me speak frankly. You can choose whether to follow us or act according to your own thoughts. After saying this, he sat down in the main seat and spoke seriously. I have already taken control of the 3 eastern states. The officials and other matters in these areas will be arranged by me. Therefore, I need your cooperation. When I declare myself king, I will definitely need supplies and other resources. If you can help me, it would be greatly appreciated. Declare yourself king? The merchants' eyes widened upon hearing this. They hadn't expected Ike to say something like this at this time. Especially considering their current situation, they were truly unprepared mentally. I know what you're thinking, I continued. After seeing this scene, Ike then said with a hint of indifference, I'll be straightforward with you. I currently control a considerable amount of military power, and my army numbers over 200,000. If I were to confront any country now, there would be no problem at all. If you can provide me with money and provisions at that time, you will all be considered founding contributors. At the sound of this, many of the merchants present widened their eyes. To them, the term founding contributors was critical. If they could seize this opportunity to gain status, their entire clan would rise rapidly. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Moreover, for them, what was even more important now was precisely this sort of recognition. Great General. After hearing this, Igor couldn't help but ask immediately, if I can provide a portion of the money and provisions for the Great General, what position can the Great General offer me? That depends on how much you can provide. Ike then gave Anatoly a glance after seeing this scene. Who's shopkeeper? Anatoly had naturally communicated with these shopkeepers before selling refined salt, and knew very well how much wealth each of them possessed. I think it still depends on your sincerity here. Take who shopkeeper as an example. I believe you should be able to provide at least 500,000 taels of silver, and in terms of provisions, you should be able to provide around 800,000 units. After all, he was fully aware of the wealth this person possessed, and he said with a serious expression, based on the military provisions and supplies you have provided just now, I think I can give you the position of a marquis within the pass. When our court is established, you can serve as a minister in the Ministry of Revenue. These wealthy individuals would certainly be adept at managing finances and absolutely worthy of important roles, and their backgrounds were also clean. Chapter 245 All is ready. Well, if that's the case, it's actually a good thing for us. Yes, when we served under Her Majesty the Kinley in our daily lives, no matter how much we paid annually, it never brought us any benefits. What's more, Her Majesty has always had issues with us. I think if this is really the case, we might as well join Generalissimo now. After hearing these words, everyone began to speak up one after another, and there was nothing worse than this situation. Also, although their relationship was decent, they all knew very well that no matter if it was the Great General or anyone else, other problems would still be serious later on. Generalissimo, if I can supply around 1 million units of military provisions and about 800,000 taels of silver. Uriel, seeing this scene, asked without hesitation, could you arrange a bigger position for me? If you can provide more, then naturally there won't be any problem. After listening to these words, Anatoly said without delay, moreover, if you can gather others to join as well, I can arrange positions for all of you. After all, he knew exactly how much wealth these people possessed, and if they could complete this matter entirely, it would be perfect. That's fine. Seeing this, Uriel spoke resolutely, you see, in this current situation, there are still some clansmen who haven't come along with me, mainly because they wanted to observe your attitude. If you can offer me a better position, I can have them donate to the imperial court afterward. Since leading his entire clan to prosperity was an easy task for him. Since that's the case, let's do this, said Ike after hearing this. I'll grant you the title of Marquis of Pingliang and divide some fiefs for you. After all, these things meant nothing to him. The key was for these people to behave properly, and he would certainly reward them. Of course, if someone didn't cooperate, don't blame him for being ruthless. Once everything is completed, other matters will be easier to handle. I think this can also be done this way, Anatoly continued after hearing this. If all of you can mobilize your clans, I can facilitate matters for you. More importantly, once this matter is finished, your whole family will gain honor. Fine, no problem at all. We will definitely arrange for our clansmen to come over and pledge allegiance to the Great General. The others responded immediately after hearing this. Moreover, they never had such an opportunity before. Now that Ike offered it, they had nothing to say against it. Anatoly took advantage of this chance and secured a significant amount of money and provisions. Though maintaining this long term would be difficult, once Ike declared himself king, taxes would bring enough revenue. In the following days, they were mostly busy gathering provisions and managed to accumulate tens of millions of taels of silver. As for provisions, even more was collected, making it easy to maintain. Never thought we'd collect so much this time, Tate said immediately after reviewing the ledger. Had we known, we should have gotten even more. It's not as simple as you think. After hearing this, Anatoly shook his head and warned, these merchants indeed have wealth, but stripping them completely isn't feasible. Besides, many things aren't simply done as we wish. After all, although Ike stabilized here, many issues hadn't fully surfaced yet. If we really anger these people, their power base here will not be solid. Generalissimo. At this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed in and immediately said, reporting to the Generalissimo, the inspector of Zhou, Cody, is now approaching with his troops, and there are quite a few officials from Zhou accompanying him. They say they want to meet the Generalissimo. Let them in quickly. After hearing this, I couldn't help but feel thoroughly relieved. With this development, the next steps would be much simpler. All that was needed then was to announce his claim to kingship, establish a national title and capital, and see how the other countries reacted. But from his perspective, it shouldn't be much of an issue. Given the current situation, as long as everything else went according to plan, things would be straightforward. Generalissimo. About a quarter of an hour later, Cody entered with a group of officials and immediately paid his respects. You have worked hard. Ike helped him up after seeing this scene and said, your journey from Zhou must have taken a lot of time, right? Our journey wasn't too bad. Cody chuckled at this and then sat down before saying, we left Sichuan in early October, and the journey wasn't hindered much along the way. However, due to unfamiliarity with the roads beforehand, the trip was more troublesome. But given the present circumstances, the recent journey has been fine, and we didn't encounter any issues along the way. We have been waiting for your arrival. Ike nodded upon hearing this and said, once your troops arrive, matters can be resolved. Additionally, we need you to help us gather some military provisions and silver. Chapter 246, Determination of Self-Reliance. These were considerations we already had when we set out. After hearing this, Cody couldn't help but speak up. Therefore, on our way here, we've already prepared some money and provisions. Once the general makes a request, there will definitely be no problem. That reassures me. After listening to these words, I couldn't help but ask, if I haven't forgotten, I instructed you to bring troops along this time. How many soldiers have you brought? Originally, with the 150,000 troops, this time I brought a total of 100,000. Cody explained after hearing this. Initially, I thought about bringing them all over, but I then considered that if we brought all of them, our forces in Zhou would be weakened. There's still an ongoing connection with Cary State. If they get any other ideas, it could be very disadvantageous for us. Furthermore, given the current situation, if we don't resolve everything here first, potential problems could become larger. Also, looking at the current state of things, should Jinsheng take any action, our Cary State side would certainly respond. This would put them at a great disadvantage. After all, losing Zhou would make my subsequent situation increasingly difficult without its population and base. Solving this problem is crucial for them. I think your approach is completely reasonable. Ike immediately spoke without hesitation after hearing this. Considering the current situation, as long as you can handle this issue, everything will be smoother once we return to Zhou. There's one thing I'm still worried about. After hearing this, Cody explained, if the Zhou army enters Zhou now, it might be too late for us to revisit. General, I believe you are clear about this. After all, losing this critical stronghold would make future matters much more difficult for them. I understand your concerns. Hearing this, Ike nodded and said, so in the coming period, I'll expedite matters so you can return as soon as possible. Moreover, once all current issues are resolved, there will be no further worries. Understood. Seeing this scene, Cody immediately agreed without hesitation. There's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. After glancing at him, Ike spoke, I plan to have you dispatch 30,000 troops to the capital to assist Her Majesty the Kinley. If I send another part of the troops there, wouldn't that be detrimental to the general? Cody hesitated. Once news of the general declaring himself king spreads, many factions might take advantage and challenge the general. This could complicate the situation for them. This point doesn't require too much concern. After hearing this, Ike shook his head and replied, I've already promised to arrange some troops to assist them. If I fail to fulfill this commitment, it wouldn't be good. After all, their cooperative relationship is currently quite harmonious, and we shouldn't cause unnecessary trouble over such a small matter. If even the general says so, there's nothing more to discuss. After hearing this, Cody immediately spoke without hesitation. Considering their current situation, as long as all tasks are completed, there won't be any problems going forward. Moreover, regarding their current task, they are merely leveraging one party's authority. The most important thing now is to prepare immediately. Given that Ike already has sufficient funds and provisions, and the troops at hand are sufficient, the primary focus should be discussing the construction of the capital and deciding on the national title. Cody, go tell them to gather all officials from Bingzhou and all representatives and military personnel from Zhou to discuss policies for the time being. He looked at Cody and said, considering their current situation, all preparations are ready except for this last crucial step. Since that's the case, there's naturally no problem. Yes. Cody was extremely excited after hearing these words. After all, for them now, if they helped Ike at this moment, they would be considered meritorious followers. The more benefits they could gain would only increase over time. Moreover, the most important point was that once everything was completed, their rewards would be unquestionable. After receiving Cody's orders, all the main generals from Bingzhou, along with all the major officials here and representatives of the various families, gathered at the government office. There is something I want to announce to everyone. Seeing this scene, Ike then said nonchalantly, I believe many of the families already know what I'm going to say, but some of the generals and others are not clear. So listen carefully to every word I say next. Some of those present exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of it. Those who had already known about it were not surprised. Moreover, they had long anticipated this outcome and were even looking forward to it. You should all understand my current situation. Ike explained after speaking, I have already left the state of Cary and the Joaquin dynasty, and many countries are paying special attention to my whereabouts. Therefore, I hope everyone understands that I do not intend to seek refuge in any country, nor is there any butler worth serving for me. I am now preparing to proclaim myself king in Jinyang. I have called you all here to discuss a national title, and then decide where the capital will be, as this is extremely important for a nation. Chapter 247, The Great Qian Dynasty. What? Generalissimo is preparing to proclaim himself butler now? Why haven't we heard about this from anyone else, sir? This is a significant event. Isn't it too hasty at this moment? I think, given the Generalissimo's strength and military command, it's not surprising if he proclaims himself butler. Besides, which butler doesn't want a great general like him serving them? But it still comes as a shock to us. No one mentioned this before. Isn't it too abrupt now? The generals present began discussing amongst themselves, clearly surprised by the news. Moreover, what worried them most was that if these matters were not resolved, they would face unnecessary trouble. Most importantly, they now had to decide their next steps, whether to follow Ike all the way or make other choices. Everyone, please calm down. Ike wasn't particularly concerned after witnessing this scene. He had anticipated such a situation. If they followed him obediently, it wouldn't be an issue. However, if they refused, he wouldn't force them. There are two main reasons why I've gathered everyone here today. Ike explained after observing the scene. If you are willing to join me, then naturally, you will all be regarded as meritorious contributors. If I achieve great accomplishments in the future, I won't forget any of you. Well, if some are unwilling to join me, I won't make things difficult for you either. I'll provide you with some provisions and let you leave Bingzhou. But remember, once you leave, coming back might be challenging. And if you lead troops against us, I won't hesitate. He had laid everything out clearly. Now, it was up to them to choose. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. It was indeed a tough decision for them. If they joined Ike now, it seemed like a wise choice. But if anything went wrong... Ladies and gentlemen. Tate stood up promptly, banging on the table. I don't think this is a difficult decision for us. We are all soldiers and should make our decisions quickly. There's no need to hesitate. Those who stay, stay. Those who leave, go. His words had a decisive impact, making things simpler for many. In that case, I'll be frank. An official from Ezhou stood up and asked, if we follow the Generalissimo, can we receive additional benefits beyond what was initially promised? That's a given. Ike responded indifferently, since you're willing to join me, I will definitely promote you and increase your salaries based on the original plan. Then there's nothing left to discuss. The official immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, this minister pays homage. Long live the Yuan. The other officials, perhaps influenced by this gesture, also knelt down without hesitation. After all, this was a crucial decision for them. Well done. Seeing this, Ike felt an overwhelming surge of ambition and raised his hand. My ministers, please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The official stood up, curious about the next step. What will be the name of our new dynasty? This is one of the matters I wanted to discuss with you. Ike continued, to be honest, I haven't decided yet. Moreover, we have many pressing issues to address first, so determining the dynasty's name should be settled soon. I think the butler's character suits the name of our dynasty, so I will name our dynasty as Great Qian. What do you think? Anatoly, after hearing this, couldn't help but say, after all, only this name can match the butler. Other names are not worth mentioning compared to this one. Great Qian. Upon hearing these two words, Ike nodded quite satisfactorily and then turned his gaze to the others. What do you think of this? I think the dynastic name proposed by Lord Sean is good. Yes, if we let anyone else choose, it might be difficult. After all, most of them here were rough men. They could lead troops into battle, but asking them to come up with a dynastic name was indeed a challenge. Moreover, the more critical point was that regardless of the current situation, this matter wasn't particularly difficult for them. Since everyone has no objections, it's decided. After hearing this, Ike spoke without hesitation, we will establish our dynastic name as Great Qian. More importantly, no matter what, after establishing the dynastic name, we will set our capital in Jinyang. Compared to other places, this was the most critical location. Moreover, he had initially considered setting the capital in Chengdu. However, doing so would make the distance to other regions too far, making it inconvenient to control the entire region. And now that he had established his base here, moving the capital elsewhere would be troublesome. I think it would be better like this. Since Manny has already decided, we can now inform the people of other countries. Cody, seeing this scene, couldn't help but say, we can also invite them to attend our coronation ceremony. This point was extremely important. Chapter 248, Fabricated Crime. When Canon returned to the state of Cary, it was already near year-end. Presently, the entire country was immersed in joy and laughter. After all, they had dealt with the so-called Grand General, and other issues were almost completely resolved. Most importantly, Grady now held the highest power in the country. This was extremely significant for him. And without the Grand General or Chancellor positions filled after their removal, he hadn't appointed anyone else to those roles either. After all, everything is under my complete control, Grady stated in the hall while receiving Canon, his expression somewhat gloomy as he continued, other people's opinions are simply unnecessary. So it seems from your words that some people are unwilling to return. Grady, seated in the Grand Hall, said with a slightly somber face, you should understand what this represents. He never imagined that even after so much time had passed, the former Grand General still had such firm control over the military. Moreover, not taking full control could result in significant losses for the whole Cary Kingdom. 80,000 troops. No country among the 16 kingdoms could accept such a loss. Worse yet, if news of this got out, it would have a tremendous impact on all the 16 kingdoms. When I came back, a considerable number of troops had already returned, Canon thought, sighing inwardly, realizing how things turned out. Furthermore, at this point, there seemed to be no solution left. And at least half of the army hasn't come back? Grady felt infuriated hearing this and immediately scolded. I told you before. This matter couldn't rely solely on him. Now it has escalated to this point. How do you plan to handle it? And worse, once the neighboring states realize this, they will surely act recklessly. Without Manroching as support, it would be incredibly troublesome if enemies attacked. If we can resolve this issue now, it would be better, but the biggest problem is that a large portion of the army remains there. Those forces might become crucial assets for Ike. I think there's not much we can say about these matters. Canon watched this unfold and sighed. After all, it's our fault towards the Grand General first. Now, with soldiers not returning, there's nothing we can do. You're telling me this now? Grady interrupted sharply. You know very well that past events were partly due to trusting him too much, which led to this situation. Actually, he trusted the Grand General more initially, but now he had to shift the blame elsewhere. Otherwise, it would complicate things, especially since as butler, he didn't want any repercussions. Your Majesty, speaking about these now serves no purpose. Canon sighed deeply. Besides, dealing with the Grand General is our main concern right now. Enough. Grady slapped the table fiercely. I'm ordering you to go back and bring all the troops back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unforgiving. If no one returns, just wait and see how I deal with you. Your Majesty, your servant may be unable to comply. Canon shook his head. If your Majesty insists on resolving this, perhaps it's better to assign someone else to handle it. You, Grady snapped. Are you deliberately challenging me? Or are you trying to take this matter to the end? I warn you, if this issue isn't perfectly resolved, I will hold you accountable. Even if you are my fourth uncle, that doesn't mean I won't act against you. Your Majesty. After hearing this, Dylan couldn't help but step forward and said, I think it would be better to entrust me with handling this matter. After all, given the current situation, I believe some things might not be as simple as your Majesty imagines. When I go to meet the Grand General personally, I think he will bring out those people under his command. After all, in his view, no matter what, these people are citizens of our state of Cary. Would they really follow Ikig? Moreover, if he could bring them all back, it would count as a significant accomplishment. No matter what, this would allow Canon to explain things more convincingly. All right, I'll give you 1 month's time. Grady immediately responded without hesitation after hearing this. You must ensure that you bring everyone back. If they don't return, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand?
Yes.
Dylan, hearing this, didn't know how to respond for a moment. He could only reluctantly agree. Since he had already spoken up, there was no point in saying more. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At this moment, Shepard suddenly walked in with a group of officials, speaking with excitement. It's bad. It's bad. What is so urgent that you can't speak calmly? Grady was already feeling somewhat irritated and couldn't help but ask, did something significant happen? It's really turning upside down, Your Majesty. Shepard immediately continued. Ike has truly gone too far. After saying this, he placed a letter on the table and said, please take a look at it yourself, Your Majesty. Why do all your faces look so grave? What exactly happened? Grady showed no reaction to the delay and immediately opened the letter on the table, his expression changing as he read. Chapter 249. Worrying for the Nation? Bang! When Grady saw the content of the letter, his face immediately changed. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm on the imperial desk, trembling with anger as he couldn't help but exclaim, this guy is too despicable. I never thought that after breaking away from us and taking our army, he would declare himself butler at such a critical time. How outrageous. This is just too outrageous. The other two were clearly surprised upon hearing this, though they hadn't seen the contents of the letter themselves and only had a vague understanding of the situation. However, seeing the butler's angry expression, they knew something was seriously wrong and instantly felt curious. Moreover, the most important point was that he declared himself butler. Could it be Ike? If that were the case, then the whole continent might be in turmoil. Most importantly, a renowned general like him wasn't an ordinary person. If they offended him because of this, things would get complicated. Your Majesty, could it be that the great general has declared himself butler? Canon, after hearing this, was instantly startled and couldn't help but ask, you still refer to him as the great general. He isn't the great general anymore. Now he's the Yuan of Diqian. Seeing the scene before him, Grady angrily said, are you really unaware or deliberately pretending to be ignorant here? Let me tell you, this so-called Yuan is now? He couldn't finish his sentence, being too angry. He then shouted, go and see your great general with all this. But let me warn you, if you fail to bring everything back, don't blame me for not being lenient. After hearing this, the others finally understood completely. This news was indeed shocking to them. After all, while everyone knew Ike had ambitions, no one expected the great general to actually declare himself butler. Such a move would be extremely shocking wherever it happened, especially considering this great general's power wasn't comparable to ordinary people. If they got into trouble with him, no one would be able to resolve it. Your Majesty, I've told you many times. Shepard immediately interrupted. This man definitely had treacherous ambitions from the start. If only you had listened to me and eliminated him directly, we wouldn't be in this situation. Now, it only proves how correct his judgment was. If asked to deal with Ike now, he would panic. After all, given the current state of Ike, leading a powerful army, dealing with him now would be suicidal. If only I had listened to you back then. Grady, regretfully, replied after hearing this. But even now, handling him isn't easy. And based on the current situation, he controlled 3 provinces and was quite strong militarily. Confronting him personally at this moment wouldn't be enough. However, letting him go without punishment made them feel somewhat resentful. So for a moment, everyone was at a loss for what to do. Brother 4, if you had followed my advice that night, none of this would have happened. Shepard, seeing the butler quiet down, turned to Canon and said, given the current situation, if you had listened to me, what's the point of talking about this now? Canon didn't want to argue with him any further and said, besides, if you think you can solve this, by all means, go ahead. Shepard was annoyed, knowing well that going against Ike alone would mean certain death, and more importantly, he knew he wasn't Ike's match in military affairs. What should we do now? Grady, seeing the situation, realized everything was set in stone. It was better to focus on solving the current problem. Your Majesty, may I ask? Cornelius interrupted. Apart from declaring himself butler, did the letter mention anything else? After all, it was still important to clarify the situation first before making any further considerations. Moreover, for them, a more critical point was that only after completing everything could they determine how to proceed. The letter also mentioned a key point. We are to attend his coronation ceremony on the 15th of this month. Grady, hearing this, replied with a somewhat displeased expression. Previously, their relationship had been harmonious, but now, under these circumstances, it was hard for him to accept this new reality. After all, there might be unnecessary trouble if they attended. Your Majesty, this guy is a major hazard. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. Cornelius immediately said after hearing this. If the butler didn't solve this issue now, it would become a huge problem for them in the future. What do you mean by that? Grady couldn't help but ask, in theory, although he has declared himself butler, it shouldn't pose much danger to us. Furthermore, there was still some mutual respect between them. If this person attacked him, it would surely cause unnecessary complications. And Grady believed that Ike wouldn't launch an offensive against them. Your Majesty, if it were anyone else, it might be fine. But this great general is definitely not an ordinary person. Cornelius responded, given the current situation, once he declares himself butler, he will certainly seek to expand his territory. He won't remain idle. So, who do you think would be his first target? Chapter 252 Birds with One Stone. If things go as you say, they would be more likely to take action against us. Shepard, without hesitation, responded after hearing this. After all, considering their current situation, they would definitely have no qualms about us. Are you exaggerating a bit? Grady felt somewhat anxious upon hearing this, for it was crucial to understand that if Ike personally took action against them, it would be a huge blow to them. It was well known that this general's reputation was illustrious. Once a conflict started, the state of Cary might not stand much of a chance. Moreover, the tempting part for them was significant. Your Majesty, I am absolutely not exaggerating, Shepard immediately and resolutely said after hearing this. Given the present situation, they are indeed the biggest threat to us. Firstly, they definitely won't attack Joaquin. After all, Ike has declared himself butler, and Amaya supports him. Otherwise, there would have already been conflicts between them. Seeing this scene, Shepard began to analyze coherently. Secondly, he wouldn't dare to attack Albert or Anakin either. Initially, these two countries helped Ike deal with Burl wholeheartedly. Under such circumstances, this general wouldn't repay kindness with enmity. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to gain footing here. As for Chu, we do not share a border, and Zhao is in a similar situation. Therefore, we, the state of Cary, are currently the most likely target. Though his words were not entirely certain, it was indeed true that they, the state of Cary, were possibly the most vulnerable right now. By your reasoning, Ike will soon launch an attack on us. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed. For them, if this happened, they might not be able to match Ike with their current forces. Furthermore, facing the great general with their present strength might be futile. I think you're exaggerating. Cannon couldn't help but respond. I don't believe the great general would ever take action against us. We still owe him a favor. Besides, even if things go awry, it may not necessarily be good for you. What's simple is what you think. Shepard saw this and immediately retorted. If he were truly so kind-hearted, why would he declare himself an butler at this time? This clearly shows he intends to act against us. Only you could be so easily deceived by him. Now, let's not argue about this. Grady was somewhat panicked, then asked, if it goes as you say, how will we handle this issue? We can't just ignore it. Furthermore, if this matter weren't perfectly resolved, and once things escalated with Ike, it could become disastrous. I believe this issue isn't unsolvable. Cornelia stepped forward and spoke decisively. Given the current situation, if we gain support from other countries, we might find a solution. Support from other countries? Grady obviously had doubts and couldn't help but ask, what exactly do you mean? Your Majesty. Cornelius explained, considering the current situation, I'm sure he wouldn't just send an invitation to our state but would invite rulers from other states to attend his enthronement ceremony. For the entire 16 states, this event is momentous. Aside from some countries, not many would welcome another power arising on this continent, especially one established by Ike. He has already offended too many people. So, why don't we seek opinions from other countries? We should take this opportunity to solve this trouble once and for all before they unite their forces against us. Everyone present nodded in agreement. As they had encountered, this would indeed be an excellent solution. Indeed, I believe now, apart from the state of Joaquin, Albert, and Han, all other countries harbor ill intentions towards Ike. Shepard received much praise after hearing these words and immediately added, considering the current situation, if we can eliminate him, it will eradicate any future concerns. It's truly a great plan. You make a valid point. Grady stroked his chin as he responded, let's do it then. You should return immediately and prepare your troops to travel to the state of Zhou. If we can join forces with King Zhou to deal with him, there won't be any issues. After all, no matter how many troops Ike has now, he cannot simultaneously confront two countries. No problem. Cornelius, upon hearing this, immediately and decisively replied, moreover, this could also alleviate other nations' worries. Your Majesty, I think merely sending one team might not be enough. Shepard continued, I suggest we also send people to the states of Chu, Qin, and Zhou to unite them against Ike. During his time as general, he has offended many. This is our chance to eliminate him once and for all. We could gain considerable territory as well, truly achieving two goals at once. What do you think? Chapter 251. Alliance with various states. You make a very good point. Grady was immediately invigorated upon hearing this and couldn't help but speak up. According to what you say, not only can we eliminate them, but we can also maximize the protection of our interests. For him, what was more crucial was that, given the current situation, as long as they could get rid of Ike, other matters would be easier to handle. Moreover, considering the present circumstances, if they managed to resolve other issues, their actions in the upcoming period would become simpler. Lionel Stonewell. Seeing the scene before him, Grady promptly looked at the few people in front of him and said, now I am entrusting you with a national letter. Take this to Digby and tell him that if he agrees to join forces with us, then the remaining territories will be divided equally. Your Majesty, absolutely not, Your Majesty. Cannon's heart was thrown into turmoil by the scene, and he immediately spoke up. Regardless of how things were in the past, we have always been the ones who owed others first. If we now ally with other countries to attack Monroe City, it will be highly disadvantageous for us. If anyone brings up this matter, how should we respond? How should we explain this to others? Because no matter what, they were initially at fault. If others use this incident against them, it would be very unfavorable for them. There's no time to worry about those things now. Grady's mind was clouded by anger. After all, someone dared to proclaim himself butler right before his eyes. A complete insult and defamation to him. And most importantly, he had to reclaim the two territories that originally belonged to him. As for how to handle it, he didn't have any thoughts on it right now. Your Majesty, let me take care of this matter. Shepard spoke up without hesitation after hearing this. With my persuasive tongue, I will surely convince them to work with us. Go ahead. Seeing the situation, Grady responded without delay. By the way, bring more treasures with you on this trip. If they agree to ally with us, there will be no need to discuss anything further. After all, nothing was more important to him than solving this issue. If that person could be dealt with, he wouldn't mind handing over Dingzhou directly. Yes. Shepard replied without hesitation. Immediately under everyone's gaze, he left with his men. Your Majesty. Cannon, seeing this, clearly wanted to struggle a bit more and couldn't help saying, some things might still be difficult for us. After all, considering the current situation, if we, that's enough, there's no need to say more. Grady frowned and spoke coldly, It's because I was too lenient with him on some matters that led to the current situation. Let me tell you, there is no turning back on this matter for anyone. Considering the situation, if these matters are settled by Ike, how would the other states view us? You should understand that. After hearing this, Cannon sighed in frustration. After all, he already sensed the problem. If things went wrong, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he felt that their allied army might not be a match for Monroe City. If defeated, they risked losing their nation. How could he face the ancestors of the Cary state? This was a very troublesome issue. In Handan, the capital of Zhou state. At this moment, the ministers of Zhou were also gravely serious. After all, they had received something from Ike, and nobody had expected this situation. The former general who traveled among various states had now proclaimed himself in butler. He even invited them to attend his coronation ceremony. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Digby, holding the letter in his hand, laughed and said, "This fellow dares to proclaim himself butler. What does he think he is? A man who doesn't even have a royal temple daring to call himself butler. It's simply an affront to all the states. Now he even invites us to attend his coronation ceremony. It's simply a matter of having no shame at all." Moreover, the most important point was that the state of Zhou was, after all, an old established powerful country. If they were to attend such a ceremony now, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Your Majesty, I think Monroe City has sent this invitation letter to every country. After hearing this, Giles then said, "I think we might as well take advantage of this opportunity and eliminate this potential threat before it can develop." "I think so too." Halston nodded after seeing this scene and said, "Compared with other countries, this Monroe City is indeed a major hidden danger. If we can solve him now, it will save us a lot of trouble later." After all, to put it simply, this great general's combat power was incredibly strong, plus there was support from various countries. "So, what should we do according to your idea?" Digby asked after hearing this. "As far as I know, apart from us, the states of Wei, Chu, and Burl also have grievances against Monroe City. These three countries must not want to see them become stronger either." Giles immediately responded after hearing this. "I think we should take this opportunity to join forces with them and launch a joint attack to destroy them all at once." "Yes." Digby immediately stood up after hearing this, then spoke solemnly. "This is indeed an excellent opportunity. We can strike them while they are still in their early stages of development. It's definitely a chance for us. But the problem is whether they have the same idea as us. After all, this was just their opinion. If the others were unwilling, it would be inappropriate for them to attack on their own, as these two sides did not border each other. Chapter 252. Agreement on the time of dispatching troops. I think this point is indisputable. After hearing these words, Giles spoke without hesitation. Given the current situation, if we cannot resolve them, problems will surely occur on our side. Moreover, I believe that at present they are also unwilling to see Ike grow in power. Report. However, just as he finished speaking, a soldier suddenly rushed in and solemnly reported, "Your Majesty, the envoy from Cary State has arrived, and it seems they have important matters to report based on their words. Let them come in directly." After hearing this, Rusty immediately said, "Right, if they have other matters, let them come in and speak with us directly." "Yes." The soldier immediately left after hearing this. Next, two people were seen walking in. They were precisely Shepard and Cornelius, who had rushed to the state of Zhou immediately after receiving orders. Fortunately, their speed was fast enough that they hardly stopped along the way, arriving in Handan on the second day. They made no stops along their journey, all for dealing with Ike's affairs. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Upon seeing Rusty, the two immediately bowed respectfully and said, "We have come here today to discuss an important matter with Your Majesty. We hope you can consider the alliance between our countries and agree to our request. Is this visit about joining forces for a military campaign?" Seeing this scene, Giles immediately asked without any hesitation. After all, what mattered most to them now was coordinating military efforts. Furthermore, considering the current situation, nothing could be more important than this. "The Prime Minister speaks correctly," Shepard responded after hearing this. He then took out the national letter from his sleeve and respectfully handed it over to the minister standing beside him, saying, "That villain Ike harbors ambitions and dared to proclaim himself butler in Bingzhou. So our Yuan, for the great cause, has specifically come to join forces with Your Majesty to punish Ike. Quick, take a look." Rusty became equally excited after hearing this. Previously, he had harbored thoughts against Ike. Moreover, he lost a lot during this time and thus wanted to seize this opportunity to properly teach Ike a lesson. Given that they had faced threats from many states recently, another threatening state was indeed a very serious issue. Upon receiving the national letter from the minister, King Burling's face showed a somewhat excited expression. This was clearly the most critical thing for them right now. If this affected their plans, it would indeed be troublesome. Now, this is an excellent chance for a joint military operation, which must be seized. Moreover, if they could eliminate Ike, he could use this opportunity to expand his territory. Whether it was the state of Cary or the state of Joaquin, none of them would be able to obstruct him thereafter. Agreed. He immediately agreed after finishing reading the letter. "If you hadn't come before, we would have sent our soldiers to your side and planned to join forces. This is also an extremely important matter for our country. Besides, given the current situation, if we cannot join forces with you, we will seek alliances with other countries. It seems that Your Majesty and our Yuan have reached the same conclusion." Cornelius became visibly moved after hearing this, truly worthy of being the wise and martial Rusty. "As long as our two states join forces, defeating Ike will be as easy as turning over one's hand. But wouldn't our forces be too small if only our two countries participate?" Rusty smiled, quite satisfied. He loved being called wise and martial, and considered himself as such. How else could he lead such a large country and make Zhou become the dominant power in the north? "Your Majesty, as long as our two countries can join forces, I believe other countries would not find it a significant issue either. Based on the current situation, Chu State and Burl State might also join us in dispatching troops." After hearing these words, Giles immediately added without hesitation, With the combined forces of 4 countries, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Ike? Prime Minister makes perfect sense. Shepard nodded and said after listening to these words, moreover, there's an even more critical point. Given the current circumstances, it's not just our 4 countries. We have arranged envoys to accompany the army heading south to seize this opportunity and unite other states. And we will also send people to Zhongshan State. In this way, they could at least ally with 7 or 8 countries. Even if Ike had more soldiers, how could he deal with them easily? With this arrangement, we can rest assured. Seeing this scene, Rusty nodded in satisfaction and then said, there is still another matter we need to discuss. Although we have agreed to dispatch troops, when exactly should we do so? How should we do it? After all, such matters needed thorough discussion. Otherwise, it would be awkward if only 1 or 2 countries dispatched troops. Moreover, a bigger concern was that if some countries sent troops while others did not, it would indeed cause trouble. We haven't discussed the timing of dispatching troops. Shepard replied truthfully after hearing these words, however, given the current situation, I believe we can dispatch troops anytime. This issue must be clarified. Giles still harbored some doubts, as both sides previously had grievances. Once things got complicated, this was no trifling matter.